Chapter 1, God-level choice at the beginning. Gaokao countdown 60 days. Warriors only for protecting the country and maintaining peace. Strive for 60 days, I want to go to Shadu University. Looking at the slogans hanging everywhere in the classroom, the childish and passionate words of encouragement. Wang Yong was confused. He traveled through time? Otherwise, how do you explain this college entrance exam slogan? College entrance exam? Am I back in class 10 years ago? At this time, Wang Yong found himself standing on the podium. He looked down at his clothes. Although they were simple, they were clean and elegant. The other students in the class all wore hooks on their feet, wearing polo, Dior, and other clothes. They folded their hands and looked at him as if they were enjoying a show. Opposite him stood an unbelievably beautiful girl, staring at him angrily. Wang Yong became even more confused. There are still 60 days until the college entrance examination today? Warrior? What's going on? Serving in the military? Wang Yong, standing on the podium, was in deep doubt. As soon as Wang Yong's doubts appeared, a huge memory appeared in his mind. Memory fusion. It turns out that this is a world of warriors. 20 years ago, the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived, and humans discovered that they could not only awaken various supernatural talents, but also cultivate energy and become warriors. With the revival of spiritual energy, strange realms are opened one after another, and countless ferocious beasts emerge from them, attacking human society. In order to defend their homes and country, humans practice energy, become warriors, and fight against the ferocious beasts. This also created the lofty status of warriors. Practice spiritual energy and become a glorious warrior. Cultivation talent determines the upper and lower limits of a warrior. Warriors have become the mainstream of society, and even the college entrance examination assesses warrior qualities, becoming a unified entrance examination for warrior colleges across the country. Wang Yang is a student in Warrior Class 2 of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School. Also known as the tail end, the last one. Not only was his Qi level of 0.3, ranking him at the bottom of the class, but his martial arts talent was only at level D, which was extremely poor. Thanks to the Great Xia Kingdom's 12-year compulsory martial arts training policy, coupled with Wang Yong's daily hard work. Only then can I stay in Warrior Class 2, otherwise I would have been persuaded to quit early. 0.3 level Qi, although the talent is not good. But Wang Yong, who came from an ordinary family, lacked resources. He relied on his superior talent and hard work, and his class teacher Li Dahai could not bear to persuade him to quit. What is Wang Yong doing? Why is he standing there like an idiot? I guess he knew he could be the class monitor, and he was so happy that he went crazy. After all, being a class monitor can get a lot of training resources. That's right. For a poor kid like Wang Yong, only the homeroom teacher would favor him and give him a place in the election. If it wasn't for the last minute when the higher authorities suddenly issued a policy requiring the position of class monitor to be given to the poor students in the class, how could he have become the class monitor? Someone complained. Wang Yong's family is average, and they have enough food and clothing, but they are really struggling to make ends meet when it comes to martial arts training. That's right, my poor goddess, she worked so hard to run for class monitor, but the votes that were once far ahead were directly ruined by a piece of policy. Wang Yong stood on the left side of the podium and was stunned for a long time before he sorted out his memories. Standing opposite was a very pretty girl, wearing a white dress and twin ponytails, with a devilish figure, creamy skin and delicate features. In Wang Yong's words, it's bubblingly beautiful. Oh, this bubbly girl is called Fong Yuching. The school bell of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School has so many suitors that they can measure the entire playground. This is the time to elect class monitors for key classes. Being elected as class monitors can earn you an extra share of cultivation resources provided by the school every month, which is a huge benefit. After Wang Yong took a look, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. At this time, Fong Yuching was in a very unhappy mood. In the final round of the class monitor election, he was about to win the election, but the school suddenly announced, among the senior high school warrior classes, at least one class monitor must be a poor student. The principal randomly drew lots and happened to draw their warrior class too. Fong Yuching looked at the vote score on the blackboard 58-2. She had the upper hand with an absolute crushing advantage. In addition to Wang Yong's own stubborn vote, there was also a classmate who felt sorry for him and voted for him. However, according to the school's notice, no one can replace Wang Yong unless he takes the initiative to stop being the class monitor. The two looked at each other. Wang Yong grinned and said silently, "I'm sorry." Fong Yuching glared at him fiercely. The culprit actually looked innocent in front of her. For a moment, she was angry and sad, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. What are you looking at? Feeling Wang Yong's gaze, Fong Yuching stomped her feet in anger, and her delicate little face turned red with anger. Me? What do you care what I see? Wang Yong rolled his eyes and said righteously. He is not a bootlicker. Why doesn't he let Gula move his eyes just because they are on his body? But Fong Yuching didn't think so. Seeing this annoying guy looking at me with evil eyes. He actually laughed at me. I have no choice. As required by the higher-ups, I can only reluctantly serve as squad leader for once. Wang Yong picked up and pointed at the notice issued by the school just now, with a somewhat proud tone. After calming down, he also understood the significance of the position of squad leader to his future. Why? Fong Yuching stared at Wang Yong fiercely with her beautiful eyes. All her previous efforts were negated by this notice. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. A feeling of grievance surged out, and the uncontrollable grievance burst out. Stop, I can't stop it. Like a floodgate opening. Tears welled up in my eyes and rolled down in big drops as I burst into tears. Wait? Are you crying? Wang Yong was stunned, looking at the sweet school beauty in front of him with tears streaming down her face, and felt at a loss as to what to do. I just traveled through time, and the school beauty started crying. What should I do? Urgent. Waiting online. Most of the male compatriots on the side were dissatisfied, and their eyes looking at him became increasingly dangerous. The goddess was made to cry, and the boy was still rude. It's totally owed. Hiss, why didn't I realize before that Wang Yong was so rude? Yeah, I kind of want to hit him. Damn it, everyone, come together and beat them to a pulp. Just as the class erupted in a commotion, homeroom teacher Li Dahai stepped forward, his arms folded, and said, Quiet. I know everyone is unhappy and disappointed with the results of the class monitor election, but this is a school announcement, and we can't change it. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Yong, who was at a loss, with a slight satisfaction. That's right, allocate resources to those who really need them. What's the point of you rich kids fighting for fame? Li Dahai turned his head and looked at those unruly students, saying calmly. I don't want to hear about the warrior class 2 monitor being beaten before the college entrance exam. Otherwise, you know the consequences. A majestic figure stood up, and a powerful force burst out. Everyone in the class fell silent instantly. They looked at each other, unwilling to accept it. Teacher Li also came from a poor family. Although he teaches at Qingqing No. 1 middle school, his status is quite high. Damn it! Are we just going to watch the school beauty get bullied? At this time, there was a clever fellow in the audience, his eyes rolled around and he shouted. Wang Yong, everyone is crying, are you still the squad leader? As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the licking dog group on the side who shared the same hatred and the enemy lit up. Yes, the goddess was made to cry by this guy Wang Yong. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have the heart to do it and would be more generous and give up the position of class monitor. Maybe I could even win the favor of the goddess and put aside all grudges with a smile. And as long as Wang Yong takes the initiative to give up his position, the principal will not say anything. Everyone is crying, are you still the monitor? That's right, Wang Yong, are you a man? Everyone shouted in unison, and various looks of expectation, disdain, disgust, etc. appeared from the crowd, staring at Wang Yong on the podium. Even the school beauty looked at him with tears in her eyes. She is so charming that I feel pity for her. In this situation, the suitors and admirers below cried out that they couldn't stand it. Wang Yong, who was in the center of the gaze, had drops of cold sweat on his forehead. The noise that erupted in the class caught him off guard. People are crying like that. Are you still the monitor? Wang Yong. Are you a man? It's a man's pleasure. Are you embarrassed to make a girl cry? Hurry up and have the squad leader give Fong Yuching another apology. Seeing that Wang Yong was slow to speak, many people below urged him on with a gloating tone. The wind direction changed so quickly that even he didn't react. Wang Yong was stunned. Why do I have to give in? What if I owe them something? He was in distress. If I give in, I will lose face. If I don't, I will be hated for nothing. Wang Yong had already figured out by now that this position of class monitor was extremely important to his college entrance examination 2 months later. The school will subsidize the monitor with 2 training resources every month. Being a squad leader is a privilege. For the sake of your future, you can't give in no matter what. This might offend people, as warrior families are mostly wealthy, especially warrior class 2. Just when Wang Yong was extremely confused, a mechanical sound suddenly came to his ears. Ding, the host is facing a choice. The unexpected choice system has been activated. The unexpected choice system, as the name suggests, when faced with a difficult decision, make a choice and you will receive generous rewards. Choice 1, to save the school beauty's face, I withdraw from the class monitor election and am rewarded with dog-licking diary max. Choice 2, ignore the school beauty's crying, and be rewarded with the title of Straight Man, title effect, Warriors Chi Training Speed 1.3. Choice 3, reject the school beauty, win the class monitor position, surprise everyone, and dazzle everyone present. Reward, SSS-level warrior talent, innate supernatural power. I can get a reward just by making a choice? Wang Yong's eyes lit up. Chapter 2. If I'm not the class monitor, won't her tears be in vain? SSS-level warrior talent? So powerful? Wang Yong was stunned. As a D-level warrior, he couldn't imagine how powerful such top-level talent was. Despite coming from a poor family, he was able to enter the key warrior class of the city's key high school with a warrior strength of level 0.3. It's hard to imagine how talented an SSS-level warrior is. Just as Wang Yong was lost in his thoughts about the future, a discordant voice rang out. Hurry up! In one word, will you let me go? The one who had the loudest voice was a short boy with many pockmarks on his face. His name is Tang Shan. Fong Yuching's #1 follower was also the one who started the commotion. Even though school beauty Fong had never paid any attention to him, Tang Shan still took the initiative to assume the responsibility of protecting the flower. At this time, Tang Shan was staring at him triumphantly, looking like a villain who had succeeded. Wang Yong, aren't you usually very awesome? One word from me will ruin your reputation and make you lose face. Are you angry? Wang Yang is tall and handsome. He is kind and has excellent academic talent. He has a very good relationship with most of his classmates and has received a lot of love letters. Many people were secretly spreading the rumor that Wang Yong and Fong Yuching were a good match. This made Tang Shan, Fong Yuching's #1 pursuer, extremely jealous. Wang Yong glanced at him and then looked away, completely ignoring Tang Shan. Ahem. He coughed lightly, turned his gaze to the whole class with a confident look, and raised his hand to signal the students to be quiet. With a smile as warm as the spring breeze on his face, he walked towards Fong Yuching on the other side of the podium. Wang Yong couldn't handle the pressure and had to go and comfort the school beauty, giving up his hard-earned position as class monitor. Many male students in the class had gloating smiles on their faces, while many female students had disappointed expressions. Or did you give in? Tang Shan laughed the most wildly, his mouth almost split to his ears. Everyone is crying, are you still the monitor? Tang Shan was very proud of his creativity and used the pressure from the crowd to force the poor boy who disliked him to submit. Wang Yong walked up to Fong Yuching step by step. I sniffed the faint fragrance and took a closer look. The school beauty was indeed pretty. No wonder there were so many dogs who licked her. TSK. Fong Yuching noticed Wang Yong approaching, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Shrank back. Although the two were in the same class, they didn't have much in common. Fong Yuching usually seems aloof to outsiders, but in fact she is a socially anxious and autistic little girl. The boy that other girls talk about the most is him. So close, scary. But he seems to be similar to them. Wang Yang is a little handsome. He came over and wondered if he would really give me the position of squad leader? Should I accept it then? If I accept, what if he asks me to be his girlfriend? How to refuse? If you don't accept it, the monitor of the key class has a place to go there. How rare. Fong Yuching felt extremely nervous. My heart is full of confusion. I was suddenly confused and didn't know what to do. Wang Yong had no idea what the girl was thinking. He glanced at Fong Yuching in front of him with disdain in his heart. So your name is Fong Yuching? Haha, woman. I am a man who will definitely become a war god in the future. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. When he thought of this, his heart was filled with fighting spirit, and he strode towards Fong Yuching. Looking into those big, tearful, and slightly red eyes, one really has the urge to take good care of them. But none of this could stop Wang Yong from making a choice. Wang Yong, everyone is crying, just give the squad leader position to Yuching. Tang Shan yelled from below. He accurately captured the scene of Fong Yuching blushing, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. If that poor boy gave the class monitor to Yuching, it wouldn't attract her attention or favor. Then he used the same trick to marry the beautiful, rich, and pretty schoolgirl. No way. No way. Thinking of this, Tang Shan gnashed his teeth and glared at Wang Yong. Good fellow. You almost succeeded in your evil scheme. Fortunately, I am more powerful than the devil. He immediately started to challenge. What? Don't you have the courage to take responsibility when you do something wrong? You have such bad character? You deserve to be poor forever. Garbled with talent but no resources. Trash that only deserves to live at the bottom. D-level talent, but no money to awaken superpowers. I think you'll be a pariah for life. Tang Shan became more and more proud, and tried his best to insult the poor boy whom he looked down upon. The insults were very harsh, but Wang Yong had no way of refutation. After Tang Shan's conversation, many of Wang Yong's classmates looked at him with a change of attitude, some disdainful. Yes. What is the point of having no talent and no resources? Being a squad leader means I can cultivate faster, and then what? Training as a warrior is very expensive. Without the subsidy from the key class of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School, Wang Yong couldn't even afford the crystal cores of the ferocious beasts produced in the secret realm. Without any means to assist in his cultivation, he could only practice slowly. When he encountered a bottleneck, he couldn't break through and could only watch helplessly as a low-level person. Is popularity useful? Can it be used to make a living? Who in the class is not richer than Wang Yong? Fong Yuching, who had just suppressed her grievance, frowned and didn't think too much. I just feel that Tang Shan's words were a bit too much, escalating to personal attacks. It seems that this guy who was always hanging around me is not a good person. Tang Shan didn't know that his words had put him on the goddess blacklist. I just feel that my words are so effective. He looked at Wang Yong provocatively, feeling complacent. Seeing that Wang Yong remained silent, he blinked and challenged, "What are you looking at? Come and hit me if you dare." He was very proud of himself, even though his talent was only C-level. But he couldn't help but have money, so he invested a lot of resources. 2 days ago, he barely reached level 0.4 of energy, which was slightly higher than Wang Yong's. You want to fight me? Wang Yong showed his snow-white teeth, and his words were full of meaning. A fierce aura rushed towards him, and Tang Shan subconsciously shrank his neck. But change your mind. What the hell am I afraid of? I only have level 0.3 energy. How can he beat me? Hit me if you want. Believe it or not, I'll break your legs. Tang Shan shouted, trying to cover up his timidity with his voice. Also, don't change the subject. Are you going to be the monitor or not? Hurry up, don't waste time. The students around who were paying attention echoed this and looked at Wang Yong with different eyes. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Yong smiled faintly. Pointing at Fong Yuching, whose face still had traces of tears, he said confidently, she was crying her heart out. Everyone saw it, right? The whole class nodded. Then if I don't become the monitor, her tears will be in vain. Wang Yong said confidently. Chapter 3 Go to the bathroom and cry. As soon as the words were spoken, the whole class fell silent. Hiss, that makes so much sense. If not, wouldn't the school beauty's tears be in vain? This logic is flawless. Fong Yuching opened her eyes wide, her delicate face stained with tears. I feel pity for him. Wang Yong's words made her already confused head buzz. Etc. Then he is still the class monitor. I cried, so that's why I'm not the class monitor? But Fong Yuching was stunned, and for a moment she couldn't figure it out. Facing the gaze of the whole class, she, who already had social anxiety, became even more anxious. My eyes were red and tears welled up unconsciously. Wang Yong was not surprised, and immediately struck while the iron was hot, turning around and scolding Fong Yuching. You're crying over such a trivial matter. If you can't even handle this, how can you be a class monitor? How can you contribute to your classmates? Fong Yuching widened her eyes and felt aggrieved unconsciously. This damn guy even scolded me. How could he bully others like this? I was eliminated just like that. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and she began to cry. Wow. Tears as big as beans flowed down, making him look very pitiful. Selection completed, rewards being distributed. The system sounded. Wang Yong was delighted. With the talent of an SSS-level warrior, there's no bottleneck in cultivation. Theoretically, as long as I live long enough, I can become a level 10 martial god sooner or later. He was extremely excited and looked at Fong Yuching, who was crying with tears in her eyes, with a smile on his face. After all, it was others who gave me the opportunity to choose. TSK, she cries so beautifully. No wonder I always hear people say that such a cute girl must look very beautiful when she cries. Li Dahai, the head teacher who was sitting in the corner playing with his mobile phone, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Yang is usually a well-behaved kid, so why is he bullying the little girl today? Not only did he bully me, but he also laughed. Is it that funny? Li Dahai stood up, his face darkening. Wang Yong, everyone is crying so sadly. And you're still laughing. You're the class monitor now, go cheer up classmate Fong. Wang Yong's face immediately changed. How to coax a girl? I am a reserve martial god, and I actually ask you to coax a little girl? What? Go quickly. Seeing that Wang Yong didn't move, Li Dahai was so angry that his teeth itched. If you can't coax him, get out and stand in the corner. Oh. Facing the fierce gaze of the head teacher, Wang Yong shrank his neck. Step by step, he came to Fong Yuching. Take a closer look. Wow, you don't know until you see it, and it's shocking. My eyes were swollen from crying, like fish blisters, but the tears didn't flow much anymore. How to coax him? He frowned, thinking hard. I don't know how to coax a girl. Whether in this life or the previous one, I have always been a bachelor. He has never held a girl's hand before, so coaxing her is really a test of his intelligence. Wait a minute, what did the head teacher just say? Yes, that must be a hint to me. Let me comfort the beautiful schoolgirl and establish the image of the class monitor. Wang Yong, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up, urged the head teacher Li Dahai. Sure enough, I was right. Thinking of this, Wang Yong's eyes lit up and he turned around to show Li Dahai a look of gratitude, which made the latter look confused. What do you mean? Who cares? As long as you can coax him into submission. Li Dahai nodded, raised his thumb, and showed encouragement on his face. With the support of his class teacher, Wang Yong was full of confidence and walked briskly to Fong Yuching, who was crying. Don't cry, classmate. I'm the class monitor. You can tell me if you have any problems. As soon as the words fell, the noisy scene suddenly quieted down. Black crows flew by and the whole class fell into silence. Why is everyone silent? Wang Yong muttered. Turning around, he found that Fong Yuching had stopped crying at some point, and was completely stunned, staring at him fiercely. Stop crying? Brother Hai is so annoying. Wang Yong was secretly delighted, as he had completed the task perfectly. As he spoke, he turned his head and winked at Li Dahai with a smug look on his face. It seemed to be saying, look, my squad leader is awesome. He stopped crying right away. Li Dahai. Fong Yuching stared at him angrily, her eyes misty. Is this damn guy going to call himself squad leader so quickly? Have you ever considered my feelings? You stinking straight man, you deserve to be alone forever. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, especially the fiery gazes from the classmates. Fong Yuching was so embarrassed that she wanted to lift up the floorboards and crawl in. She turned around with tears streaming down her face, wanting to escape from the classroom and go to the bathroom to take shelter for a while. Just as I turned around, I was stopped by Wang Yong. Wait a moment. Fong Yuching paused, and then something was stuffed into her hand. I looked down and saw a pack of tissues. I didn't expect this hateful guy to be so considerate. This thoughtful gesture warmed Fong Yuching's heart. Of course, my impression of Wang Yong also improved a little. Yes. Just a little bit. But the little bit of goodwill that I had worked so hard to improve was completely destroyed by the next sentence. Don't cry in class, it's a bad influence. Go to the bathroom. Wang Yong urged. This expression and tone show that he is trying to kick people out of the class. You. Fong Yuching was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She just thought this person was very considerate. Ugh. 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 I must have been blind and confused to think this way. Oh, I'm so pissed off. Fong Yuching was so angry that she was shaking. She was usually socially anxious, but now she was like a little kitten with a bad temper. He turned around and ran out holding the paper. Boom. The door is closed. It was not until this moment that everyone in the class recovered from the shock they had just experienced. Looking at the empty podium, Wang Yong was the only one standing there. What the hell? What's going on? Where's my goddess? Wang Yongqi ran away. What? He bullied the school beauty? Yes. He verbally bullied the school beauty and she ran away crying. The students were talking about it, looking at Wang Yong on the podium with hostility. Wang Yong didn't think much about it and happily opened the system space, where all the rewards were stored. SSS-level warrior talent, born with divine power. The system was very considerate and did not add any direct attachment, giving Wang Yong the opportunity to make his own choice. Use them all. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge force suddenly appeared in his body, and the surging power was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger running through his body. Physical fitness increases rapidly, and the divine power of the gods not only increases in strength, but also in resistance to attacks, physical adaptability, and so on. Wang Yong was able to understand and grasp the internal situation at the first moment. However, he did not feel any SSS-level talent. The change in talent should only appear when practicing Qi. Check the character panel. Host, Wang Yong. Age, 18. Talent, SSS-level talent. Constitution, natural supernatural power. Warrior level, 0.3 underrated. Spiritual power level, check after awakening the ability. Supernatural talent unawakened, none. Martial arts, none. Martial arts, none. Wow, so cool. The power is 5 times greater than before. Wang Yong was extremely excited. This 5 times was not only the upper limit of the maximum strength, but would also increase in the future as the warrior's level improved. Wang Yong. Are you looking for death? A discordant voice rang out from the crowd, and Tang Shan walked out of the crowd with an angry look on his face. Wang Yong turned his head and looked at him calmly. Is there a problem? Right. Tang Shan shrank his neck when he was looked at. For some reason, he vaguely felt that Wang Yong at this moment was very different from before, giving him the feeling of a ferocious beast from another world. Bah, are you looking for death? Coming back to his senses, Tang Shan looked at him with a grim smile and walked towards him step by step. Wang Yong frowned when he saw this. Good people are often taken advantage of, damn it, Grandma Li. You won't feel comfortable if you don't get beaten today, right? Wang Yong stared at Tang Shan with a bad look. This person has been picking on me all the time, even shitting on my head. It's really annoying. Aren't you very arrogant? I'm a level 0.4 warrior. Come on, if you dare. Are you afraid? Tang Shan came to the podium and saw that Wang Yong didn't say a word, thinking that he was scared. Laughed. I'm afraid? Wang Yong finally spoke. I am indeed afraid, he nodded. Kneel down and kowtow to me twice, and I might consider letting you go. Tang Shan became even more proud. Just now he was a little worried that he had just become a level 0.4 warrior and his foundation was a little weak, so he might suffer a loss. Click. Wang Yong clenched his fist, which made a sound like frying beans, and grinned. I'm afraid of one punch. I'll have to kneel down and beg you not to die. As the words fell, the sound of gas explosion rang out. Chapter 4, Beat Tang Shan. A huge force was attached to the fist, bringing with it gusts of wind. The speed is too fast. Tang Shan was so arrogant that he didn't take any precautions and was punched in the stomach. Bang! Tang Shan's face twitched in pain, his eyeballs bulged, and he felt as if he had been hit by a dump truck. The sky shook and the earth trembled, and my eyes turned black. Dong! The whole person flew up and hit the wall directly, creating a big hole. Wow! Tang Shan spat out a mouthful of sour water, fell from the wall, and landed on his knees. Is this something a human can type? Could it be that Tyrannosaurus is going to school wearing human skin? He fell into a state of constant self-doubt. On this day, Class 302 of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School was shocked. First, Wang Yong made several cool moves, and then the last one, the human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, won directly. Wang Yong must be taking drugs. When did it become so fierce? The head teacher Li Dahai seemed to be thinking about something. If he was not mistaken, Wang Yang did not use any energy at all just now, which means that he used pure physical strength. A physique born with supernatural powers? He was not too confused, as there had been people with this kind of physique before, natural-born warriors. You're looking for death. Tang Shan paused for a moment, stood up again, wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were red like an angry bull, and he rushed forward like mad. Ha! Standing up so soon? Wang Yang suddenly remembered. Tang Shan's family is very wealthy, and he spent a lot of money to awaken his supernatural talent, SSS-level toughness. Supernatural talents are equivalent to the innate skills of warriors. Everyone can awaken them, but it requires a huge price to purchase supernatural awakening stones. Wang Yong's family is average, and even the lowest quality ability awakening stone is quite expensive, which is beyond his reach. The SSS-level toughness talent has no other advantages, except for its durability. Very tough. Wang Yong, you're looking for death. Tang Shan quickly approached him, his body covered with a thin layer of energy, increasing his destructive power. Wang Yong spat lightly with disdain. A medicine jar is just a medicine jar. Covering the whole body with energy is useless except for inefficient amplification. The fist in front of him rapidly grew larger, but he did not dodge or evade, but watched it coming calmly. Stop looking down on me, you bastard. Wang Yong's disregard made Tang Shan's eyes bloodshot and he was extremely angry. He was jealous of Wang Yong, and he endured the pain to get back at him, so he punched him. Bang! Wang Yong caught the punch steadily, clenched his fist in his hand, and exerted slight force with his palm. There was a sound of bones cracking. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Tang Shan knelt down on the spot, tears and snot streaming down his face. My mind was full of doubts and I began to doubt my life. Something's wrong. He's at level 0.3, how can he be so incredibly strong? Beating me is like beating your son. Coach, he cheated. Wang Yong grinned and patted Tang Shan's head with his other hand. Hey, isn't this brother Tang Shan? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why aren't you standing up straight? That's it, that's it. Tang Shan's face flushed red, and a flash of resentment flashed across his face. Instead, he threatened, let me go. My brother Tang Wu is a level 1 warrior. Believe it or not, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Yo, you still dare to threaten me? Wang Yong widened his eyes and marveled at it. This is the first time I have seen someone so courageous. He was being bullied but still turned around to threaten others. Seeing that Wang Yong didn't say anything, Tang Shan thought Wang Yong was scared and continued to strike while the iron was hot. Let me go and I'll give you money, okay? He said he would give me money, but there was a flash of resentment in his eyes. I'll have someone kill you once you leave school. Wang Yong looked down from above and smiled coldly, reaching out and grabbing his hair. Threatening me? So, you're pretty brave. Do you know why my name is Wang Yong? Why? Because. Boom. He exerted force with his palm, driving Tang Shan's head directly into the floor, and large pieces of tile fragments flew up. Knock, knock. He slammed his head against the floor twice more. Tang Shan's head suddenly swelled up like a pig's head, covered with bruises and purples. Lao Jie was in a terrible state. Of course I'm brave too. Wang Yong grinned like a devil, and no one dared to step forward to pull him. Loosen your clenched fists. A left hand punch bang. Ah. A right punch bang. Ouch. A rhythmic beating sound rang out. Wang Yong's fists were fast, like crackling raindrops, and even hit the target. Fuck. When did Wang Yong become so brave? TSK, Tang Shan is in trouble this time. He failed to protect the flower and got fucked instead. His face is so swollen. If he keeps hitting me, I'm afraid his DNA will be distorted. Not only his mother, but also his father won't recognize him. The fucking DNA test went awry? Why don't you just say it's from the guy next door? Except for a few classmates who were on good terms with him, the rest of the classmates just stood there with their hands folded and watched the fun. Tang Shan's family was rich and he was usually arrogant, so many people disliked him. Wang Yong's behavior today can be considered as a relief. But it also made them feel odd. He is usually a very honest guy, but I didn't expect him to be so good at fighting. TSK. The homeroom teacher did not try to stop it. Fights among warriors were common after the revival of spiritual energy, not to mention the young and energetic students. It's normal to get angry. It's not a big deal as long as it doesn't cause any disability or death. Anyway, the school is equipped with warriors with medical abilities. As for whether he would kill Wang Yong, he still had confidence in him. Thinking of this, I feel a little bored. Go out and light a cigarette. Li Dahai turned and left the classroom. Woo %, I can't hold it in anymore. Tang Shan came to his senses, his face was bruised and swollen like a pig's head, and he began to beg for mercy in pain. I'm so pissed, please stop beating me. After being beaten up by Wang Yong, he couldn't speak clearly and kept begging for mercy while spitting blood. Do you know you're wrong? Wang Yong glanced at Tang Shan and looked down at him. Tang Shan nodded repeatedly. He was now obedient and stopped talking about the threats. His eyes were filled with tears, and he looked like he had been beaten and was crying. This scene reminded Wang Yong of Fong Yuching's beautiful crying scene. He glanced at the tearful pig-headed man in front of him. Think about the picture for a moment. A sudden feeling of nausea came over me. Vomit. Hiss, sometimes having too much imagination isn't a good thing. Except for the little drama before bedtime. I was wrong. Tang Shan begged for mercy with tears in his eyes, which made Wang Yong even more uncomfortable. I can't help but feel a little regretful. He waved his hands in disdain and scolded, if you knew you were wrong, just say it earlier. If you had said it earlier, you would have received less beatings. As the squad leader, I feel bad when I hit you. Do you understand? Tang Shan. Are you distressed? I think you're more excited than anything else. Of course, he didn't dare to say this, he could only nod vigorously. The fight is over. Li Dahai had just finished lighting a cigarette outside and walked in happily, just in time to see the scene. Okay, Tang Shan will call home later and tell them that there was a fight at school and some things were broken, and they want compensation. Li Dahai followed the procedures. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, fighting among students in the school continued despite repeated bans, so the school simply made a rule. You can fight, but if you damage the flowers and plants, the one who started the fight will have to pay double the money. Now there are fewer fights, and fighting means losing money. Who would be happy about that? Tang Shan nodded quickly, slowly stood up with the help of several men, and went to the infirmary. There was a glint of resentment in his eyes. Oh, right. Li Dahai suddenly spoke from a distance, Wang Yong has a special physique. Warriors with strong innate strength are quite rare in the Great Xia Kingdom. I will report it. If anything happens to Wang Yong before the college entrance examination, the Tang family will be in big trouble. Tang Shan's body suddenly froze. After a long moment, he nodded imperceptibly and limped to the infirmary. Chapter 5, triggering the God-level choice again. Leaving school and walking on the path home. Wang Yong took out his mobile phone and searched for various news on Baidu. There are still 60 days left before the college entrance examination, and he is still very concerned about which university he will attend in the future. Question: what university can a level 0.3 warrior attend? If you are under 18, you are guaranteed a first-class university. As for 985 and 211, if you don't have a 0.6 level, you are dreaming. Wang Yong scratched his head and asked the question in a different way. Question: 60 days until the Gaokao. How can I get into Shadu University with a 0.4 grade? Shadu University is naturally the best university in the Blue Star Great Xia Kingdom. It is located in Shadu, the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. I suggest going to Sakura Country and drinking some Fukushima water. You might mutate into the Hulk and tear apart a Gundam with your bare hands. You'll definitely be accepted. What the above person said is right, or donate billions to Shadu to repair the building, honorary alumni admission to learn more. Wang Yong had a dark face and none of them were reliable. As for his SSS-level warrior talent, it cannot be exposed. If it were discovered that a D-level talent had inexplicably become an SSS-level talent, it would be strange if he was not taken to a small darkroom for dissection. Wait, I have natural powers. Those prestigious universities are very fond of students with special physical conditions. How about I go back and talk to my parents? Contact university professors for interviews? Ask if there are any recommended admission spots? Come into this world. Of course, Wang Yong has a happy family. His parents are both working class. Although they are not talented in martial arts, they have no problem making sure the family has enough food and clothing. Compared with other time travelers who came from orphanages, Wang Yang is awesome. I remember that in addition to special physiques, there are still requirements for their energy levels. The lowest level seems to be 0.6. Grass. Wang Yong's face was dark. He went around in circles, but it turned out that his own cultivation was too weak, which limited his upper limit. D-level talent, level 0.3. I am still the last one in class 2, the key warrior class of Qingqing number 1 middle school. This is the result of his sleepless practice. 0.6 level. 211 enter with the door closed. 0.8 level. You can pick any 985. Level 1. You don't have to do anything, and the monthly subsidy exceeds 10,000. This shows how corrupt martial artists are in this society. There is a saying that goes, if the rich are the celestial dragons, then the warriors are the ancestors. At the top of society. After all, strange lands of all sizes are appearing all over the country, and countless ferocious beasts are attacking, so warriors are still needed to protect human society. Certainly. A warrior's supernatural talents can also speed up his training. Tang Shan has a warrior talent C-level toughness. It cost a lot of money to awaken it. He thought about it and decided to forget it. It costs 1 million to buy a lowest level F grade ability awakening stone, and there is only a 5% chance of awakening. Although Wang Yong's family had enough to eat and live comfortably, they couldn't even come up with 1 million yuan even if they sold everything they had, let alone gamble on that slim 5% probability. What he hates most is probabilistic things. What about the penguin-style lottery and the guaranteed size? Isn't this a ripoff? After much thought, he felt that the system was more reliable. System? No response. Iron Turtle? No response. After calling out a few times and hearing no response, Wang Yong gave up. Let's just wait for the choice to appear. At this time, a call came from the other end of the phone. Connected. Wang Yong. Where have you been? Mom, what's wrong? Hearing the familiar voice on the other end of the phone, Wang Yong breathed a sigh of relief. It was still his old parents. I told you several times this morning to deliver eggs to Uncle Lee. Did you forget? From the other end of the phone came the roar of the Queen Mother. Ah. Oh, I'll go now. Wang Yong nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yong went to a nearby small supermarket and bought 20 eggs. After paying, he followed his memory and walked towards a road in the old city. Uncle Lee, as the name suggests, is an uncle and a man of integrity. It is said that Wang's mother said, Wang Yong was playing in the alley and was almost caught by human traffickers. Uncle Lee immediately roared and chased him out with a butcher knife. The trafficker was so frightened that his legs went limp. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, and was later taken to the police station by caring citizens. Wang Yong and his family are very grateful to Uncle Lee and they visit him almost every holiday with gifts in their hands. By the way, I also clean the house for Mr. Lee who lives alone. Every abducted child is the lifeblood of their parents, and we cannot be too grateful. Carefully carrying a basket of eggs, Wang Yong stood at the intersection of Moli Hadong, and out of the corner of his eye he noticed a graceful figure walking around the corner of the alley. She was wearing a white dress, with twin ponytails, and jumping around with a graceful figure. Is this Fong Yuching? He looked again and again suspiciously and confirmed the identity. What are you doing here, school belle? She doesn't live in a big villa and goes to the small alley to have fun? At this time, 3 wretched warriors also entered the contract and followed with lewd smiles on their faces. Wang Yong frowned subconsciously, he knew these 3 people. There are 3 warrior gangsters wandering around nearby. The most powerful one is level 0.7, the weakest is level 0.4, and there is another one at level 0.5. They are stubborn and like to steal and rob passers-by. Many people hate them. What is this for? Stalking pervert? Wang Yong frowned and took out his cell phone to call Fong Yuching to remind her. And then, nothing. As for following up and saving the beauty? What a joke. I'd be grateful if I could just give you a heads up. Let me go up and do 3? Regardless of whether it's worth it or not, I must be seriously ill in the head to try to be a hero. TSK, only fools try to be heroes. As soon as I took out my cell phone, an electronic sound rang out. Ding! 3 hooligans are found plotting against the school beauty, triggering a god-level choice. Choice 1, follow and prevent the incident from happening. Save the beauty and win the favor of the school beauty. Reward, 5 F-level ability awakening stones. Choice 2, ignore, pretend not to see, and continue giving eggs to Mr. Lee. Reward, 10 level 1 ferocious beast crystal cores. Option 3, follow them quietly and eliminate the thugs without the school beauty noticing. Choosing this option will grant you the pre-mission item, a disposable Peppa Pig mask. Rewards: 1S level superpower awakening stone, 100% chance of awakening superpowers, no failure rate, 1 superpower training guide. Note: if you accept this option, you will lose all rewards if the mission fails. The electronic sound echoed in his ears. I was just muttering about the system, but I didn't expect the choice to be triggered so soon. Wang Yong smacked his lips and looked at the reward with red eyes. 5F level awakening stones can be sold for 5 million dabului. There are also ferocious beast crystal cores, which are also priceless cultivation treasures. 10 crystal cores are enough for Wang Yong to become a level 0.6 warrior in 60 days. Slurp. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the small alley, he followed. He said seriously, actually, I don't care about rewards or anything like that. The main thing is to maintain positive energy in society, carry forward the spirit of Lei Fong, and do good deeds without leaving a name behind. Chapter 6, Damn, Sneak Attack. Wang Yong looked at the Peppa Pig mask in his hand, and the use of this item came to his mind. Just put on this mask, and your clothes and body shape will change. As long as you don't make any sound, you won't be recognized. TSK tisk, that's quite thoughtful. With this, as long as I don't speak, the school beauty won't recognize me. It's a shame it's a one-time item that only lasts 10 minutes, otherwise it would be essential for murder and arson. Wang Yong regretted it. He followed the pervert who was following the school beauty all the way into Moli Hadong. It's a bit of a mouthful, but that's how it is. Wang Yong followed the 3 people from a distance. He often comes to Moli Hadong to play. Although the streets and alleys here are winding and there are many small roads and shortcuts, Wang Yang is very familiar with it. Levels 04 and 05 are easy to resolve. Wang Yong estimated in his heart that after all, he was born with supernatural powers, as evidenced by the fact that he unilaterally defeated Tang Shan. The problem is that warrior at level 0.7. It is said that once a warrior breaks through the limit of level 0.5 and reaches level 0.6 or above, a major transformation will occur. The previous part is just the accumulation of energy, and fighting is simply the release of energy to wrap the body. Level 0.7 can reach the ability of luck. We need to think about how to deal with the most powerful one. Wang Yong frowned, and he had to be careful to make a quick decision, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain after attracting Fong Yuching. While thinking about countermeasures, Wang Yong used his knowledge of the alley to take a shortcut, turning in front of the 3 people and behind Fong Yuching. Boss, that chick is awesome. The white dress and twin ponytails look just like my first love from those years. So cool. That's right, big brother. Let's go treat that girl to a few drinks later, and then, hee. Brother, come first and leave some leftovers for us. 3 thugs were walking on the road, with their 2 younger brothers Su Chang and Bai Bei singing the same tune. In the center was of course the strongest level 07 warrior, Tu Fei. The surface of the painting is flushed. Looking at the little white rabbit not far ahead, I felt itchy in my heart. The chick they were following was only level 0.5, so it was easy for the 3 of them to take her down. But now is not the time to take her down. We are still on the periphery. If that girl calls for help, some ignorant people might get in the way. Wait a little further inside. The people who live there are all elderly people, their legs and ears are not very good, I will find out when the time comes. Seeing the smile on their eldest brother's face, the 2 younger brothers couldn't help but drool, imagining what it would be like to catch the little white rabbit later. The 3 thugs walked forward in the increasingly narrow alley, turning left and right, and they didn't see anyone for a long time. Moli Hadong is an old city area with a long history, and there are old houses everywhere that no one lives in. The walls on both sides were lined with dark windows. Bai Bei walked on Tu Fei's left. Due to years of drinking and overeating, he was thin and haggard, looking like he had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. He was walking just fine, passing by an empty area with an open window on the side. Suddenly, a hand stretched out and grabbed Bai Bei's skinny arm unexpectedly. A huge force suddenly pulled him into the window. What? Bai Bei's expression suddenly changed, and before he could say anything, he was pulled into the window and moved quickly. He turned his head and looked at the murderer who caught him. Ha! Why are you bringing Peppa Pig? The clothes are pink? All fans. That's pretty naughty, brother. The strange look made Wang Yong's face turn red. Get lost. You think I want to? He roared in his heart, who the hell knew that this thing would change in appearance? At the same time, a slap with irresistible force landed heavily on Bai Bei's head. Duong. He fainted instantly. So low? I haven't even tried my best yet. You fell down? After confirming that the other two had not caught up, Wang Yong looked at the unconscious Bai Bei in confusion. So weak? Wang Yong doesn't believe in evil. The grab's shoulder slammed on the dirty ground for a while. Pa pa pa. Wang Yong suddenly had the illusion that he was whipping a corpse. Looking down. The white shells have been smashed into black shells, but there is still no movement. He frowned, looking at the black dead fish lying on the ground. What should I do with it? Wang Yong hesitated a little. From what they said, it was clear that they had done a lot of evil. If he hadn't been there this time, it would be hard to imagine what fate the other girl, who didn't have any talent for martial arts, would have encountered. Waste your chi high, be an ordinary person, and find a job in a factory. Wang Yong pondered this and touched Bai Bei's lower abdomen with his fingers. A little harder. The chi high is broken. A level 0.5 warrior's cultivation was wasted. Unless he spent time training again, he would be just an ordinary person. N is so weak that ordinary people may not be able to beat him. Killing 0.5 level energy feels just average. It's like killing a chicken. Wang Yong muttered to himself, feeling a little inflated. In that case, just be direct. He stood up and ran to his previous position. At this time, Tu Fei and Su Chang looked at each other. Boss, what just whizzed by? Tu Fei, Henya. And she's wearing pink? That's pretty sexy. Su Chang swallowed his saliva. That speed, that force. I guess he is better than the boss. A warrior dressed in pink kidnapped a well-dressed man in broad daylight. No one can imagine what they will encounter. I heard there's a jackal club in Xinqing City. It's full of older, ferocious female warriors who also like pink, with pink profile pictures and pink clothes. I like young, energetic, and strong male warriors the most. It is said that after being taken away, they basically lost certain abilities when they came out a few days later. Men changing color, so scary. As the eldest brother in this area, Tu Fei had heard of this rumor by chance, but he did not believe it. He didn't even react when Bai Bei was taken away just now. It can't really be the Jackal Society. Tu Fei shuddered. He didn't want to be treated as prey when hunting. This was not only a matter of face, but also of man's dignity. Just as the two were getting terrified, footsteps were heard in the alley. A person wearing a pink Peppa Pig mask walked out, with a pink coat, pink pants, and even pink shoes. Jackals, Jackal Society. As soon as Su Chang heard the boss's description of the Jackal Society, he crossed his arms over his chest, as scared as a quail, and was stunned. Wang Yong frowned. Why is it that the way these two people look at me is not right? It feels like a little girl looking at a pervert. He didn't pay much attention to them. Since the two of them were standing there without moving. This means that they have given up following Fong Yuching, so the campus beauty Fong should be quite far away, so they can fight freely. Wang Yong raised his eyebrows and hooked his finger at the two of them, looking provocative. I don't think this guy is strong? Tu Fei looked at the pink guy in front of him whose aura was similar to Su Chang. He was about to say something new. A strong wind suddenly blew, accompanied by dense fist shadows. Damn, no moral ethics. Sneak attack. Chapter 7, Ora Fist. In the alley of Moli Hudong, a pink Peppa Pig swung her fist rapidly, the speed even reaching a peak, and hit a tall figure frantically. Every punch hit the flesh, making a dull sound. Oh la la oh la oh la oh la. Fists rained down on Tu Fei's arms that were blocking in front of him. The huge force made his muscles numb. What kind of warrior is this? Tu Fei gritted his teeth and didn't realize that the man in front of him used any strength at all. His pure physical strength was ridiculously great. Oh la oh la oh la. Wang Yong's decision was simple, strike first to gain the upper hand. At the moment he took the initiative to attack, he realized how important his decision was. After reaching level 0.5, the chi will flow through the warrior's body, constantly tempering the body and making it tougher, making it suitable for practicing chi. Beyond the scope of ordinary people. After level 0.6, every 0.1 level up will significantly increase your physical strength. Wang Yong estimated that Tu Fei, a level 0.7 warrior, was only 20% weaker in strength than his naturally powerful physique. Are you kidding me? He is now 5 times stronger than a warrior of the same level. The physical body of a level 0.7 warrior is only slightly weaker than 5 times the strength of a level 0.4 warrior? Outrageous! It is hard to imagine how powerful a first-level warrior is. I'm afraid I can't even break through the defense. What about level 2, level 3, or even level 10? Burning mountains and boiling seas, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would move the continent. Wang Yong, who had the upper hand, did not give up. Instead, he used his superior physical fitness to quickly punch and suppress Tu Fei. Would big. Under the continuous bombardment of physical fists, Tu Fei was in great pain and could only hold on, hoping that the man would get tired of his punches. Wang Yong became more and more energetic and stronger the more he fought. He thought to himself, no wonder the master was killed by random punches. Who can withstand this flurry of punches? But fighting like this is not a solution. The noise is so loud. What if it attracts the school beauty Fong and the Peppa Pig mask becomes ineffective? Bite. Detected that the host has mastered some basic martial arts skills, can choose to refine them. Choice 1, Traceless Fist, mid-grade yellow rank, non-growth martial art. Traceless Fist, invisible and traceless, unpredictable, random punches kill. Choice 2, Ora Fist, a random punch that can kill a master, no rank, a growth-type martial art. Ora Fist, Ola is all. When you throw 100 punches, you'll unleash an extremely powerful punch. Each time you throw a powerful punch, you'll gain 1 proficiency. When your proficiency reaches 100, it evolves into a lower-grade yellow-level martial art. Wang Yong's eyes lit up. This selection system is amazing. Not only can you get rewards, but you can also create your own martial arts. Wait a minute, comprehending martial arts during combat, isn't that something only for geniuses? SSS-level talent is awesome. It's a rip-off. The 2 choices are simple, one is strong at the beginning but becomes weak or even eliminated in the later stage, the other is a martial art with growth potential, which is weak in the early stage but can be used until graduation. Wang Yong didn't think twice and decisively chose 2. Ora Fist. Wang Yong's eyes lit up, and countless pieces of knowledge appeared in his mind, as if he was punching countless times, and his muscles trembled accordingly, adjusting themselves to the frequency of his punches. Strive to cause maximum damage with minimal physical effort. Ola. Wang Yong put his fists together, each punch heavier than the last, and even created a sense of rhythm. Tu Fei's face turned pale. Something is wrong. This guy is very strange. Why does he get more and more excited the more he fights? Could he be an S? Hey! The ground was shaken by the rustling of his feet, and a hole was made in the ground. The knock sounds like pile driving. My ankles were stuck in the ground, just like planting rice seedlings. No, if I continue like this I will be beaten to death. Tu Fei suddenly realized this terrifying problem. The guy in front of him who didn't use any strength and relied on his body to do it was too scary. Each punch is heavier than the last. It's amazing. The arms that were blocking in front of him were completely numb, and there were gaps. Oh no! I can't take it anymore. Ola Wang Yong turned into a ruthless pile driver. He became more and more adept at fighting, while silently counting the number of punches in his mind. 95, 96. 99. When the last punch landed and the 100th punch was about to be thrown, Wang Yong's expression changed and a flash of enlightenment suddenly emerged in his mind. He stepped forward with his left foot, and concentrated all his strength on his waist. Accumulation. Breakout. Tu Fei threw a punch suddenly, but it didn't land for a long time. Just as a look of joy appeared on his face, he was suddenly enveloped by a strong sense of crisis. What? Before he finished speaking, Wang Yong lowered his right hand and punched out like a dragon, with all the strength in his body attached to the surface. The final punch. Chi. A sonic boom sounded. Hu Yujin. Wang Yong roared angrily. The fist hit Tu Fei's blocking arms at an unimaginable speed. Boom. A powerful blood energy burst out, and Tu Fei was blown away. A huge force pressed on his body and flew high into the sky. That speed, whoosh. TSK, they're not going to shoot the plane down, are they? The first person to shoot a plane? Wang Yong smacked his lips, and the punch he threw with all his might was unexpected and incredibly powerful. Oh, there is also a little fish. He turned his head and looked at Su Chang, who was shivering beside him with a devilish smile. This kind of gangster is very good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Like Wang Yong, they haven't awakened their special powers. After all, special powers are something only rich people can afford. However, I heard that universities with more than one rank have channels to obtain the ability Awakening Stone. After finishing off the attack with 2 punches, he looked at the time. There is still 1 minute left before Peppa Pig expires, so there is plenty of time. The mission ends after the Peppa Pig mask expires. Forget it, no more waiting, let's go get the eggs back. Wang Yong touched his stomach and started to feel hungry. There is a downside to awakening your innate divine power, which is that you can eat a lot. Hurry up and give the eggs to Uncle Lee, then go back to eat. How could you beat a gangster while carrying an egg? Of course you have to hide it first and beat him with your bare hands. Turning left and right out of the alley, Wang Yong followed his memory and just reached a spacious entrance. His eyes blurred, a powerful force came over him, and his fist quickly enlarged. Shit, sneak attack. Suddenly, I heard a girl's cry, go to hell, stalker. Chapter 8 Fong Yuching's Strength. Wang Yong quickly stretched out his hand to block Fong Yuching's sudden attack. Boom. A punch hit my forearm, and it immediately went numb. Even the skin on the surface of his forearm was red. What the hell? Wang Yong looked up and saw that Fong Yuching was bursting with the power of 0.6 level energy, and there was electric light on the surface of her pair of pink fists. When did this girl become level 0.6? And she even awakened her superpowers? No wonder our homeroom teacher, Brother Hai, rarely mentions Fong Yuching's strength and martial arts talent. Rare elemental power lightning. Wang Yong glanced at the Peppa Pig mask, it will last for 30 seconds. Taking a step back, planning to escape. Being unable to win and being discovered is a small matter, but failing the mission and losing the reward is a huge deal. Fong Yuching's pretty face flushed red, and she pounced on Wang Yong with her teeth and claws bared, like a little kitten going wild. This Peppa Pig in pink clothes is so perverted. You pervert, take my punch. Wang Yong was unable to dodge and was hit in the abdomen by the fist. The lightning spread down along the lower abdomen. Wang Yong felt a tingling sensation, raised his head, looked at his chest and hands angrily, and wanted to rush up and fight with him. Stop it. Wang Yong suppressed his voice and said in a muffled voice. I don't know whether he was talking to Wang Xiaoyong or Fong Yuching, or both. Fong Yuching was stunned. Why did this voice sound familiar? Wang Yong took the opportunity to withdraw and escape into the distance. Peppa Pig mask duration, 15 seconds. Humph, you want to run. When school beauty Fong saw that the pervert in pink clothes who was following her had been thrown 7 or 8 meters away while she was distracted, her fist suddenly emitted lightning and her power increased greatly. Fuck, this girl is going big. Wang Yong didn't dare to stop and slid even faster. After all, the physical fitness of a warrior above level 0.7 was not to be underestimated. When there were only 3 seconds left for the Peppa Pig mask to last, Fong Yuching could only see a blurry back. You stinking pervert, you still want to run? Take my punch. Fong Yuching cried out softly, and the jade pendant hanging on her snow-white neck suddenly lit up, and mysterious spatial fluctuations surged. The girl smiled mysteriously and punched out with all her strength. Elsewhere, Wang Yong stopped. Peppa Pig duration, 1 second. Hey, escaped. Wang Yong grinned and relaxed instantly. At the last moment, a pink fist suddenly appeared in front of him, quickly enlarged, and flashed with lightning. Bang! At the last moment before Peppa Pig disappeared, Wang Yong's nose was hit hard and he was knocked down by the punch. Ouch! Wang Yong cried out in pain, his nose suddenly felt hot and he felt like something was about to burst out. On the other side, the jade pendant hanging around Fong Yuching's neck dimmed, and she was sweating profusely, as if the punch she just threw had consumed a lot of her energy. His cultivation is too low, and his control over his strength is not enough. I guess only 30% of the force of that punch remains. She raised her head proudly, like a proud white swan. I'll remember that pervert. Fong Yuching gritted her teeth. Pink Peppa Pig, right? Don't let me catch you. She had just discovered that someone was following her, and planned to ambush them in a spacious place and teach them a lesson. Task completed, rewards deposited into system space. Wang Yong was wearing a school uniform, carrying a basket of eggs, and had a sullen look on his face. The energy surged, and he tried his best to use it to block the heavy blood in his nose. I have to say, using your strength to stop nosebleeds does take a lot of effort. Wang Yong experienced it today. What's with that girl's superpowers? They're too violent. Although Wang Yong was embarrassed by Fong Yuching's punch, he was fine. He just patted his butt and continued to have fun. It was this nosebleed that gave me an electric shock, and my brain suddenly became active. The nose bleeds profusely. Damn it, Grandma Lee. I saved her in vain. This girl is so ungrateful. The more Wang Yong thought about it, the angrier he became. It's not easy for me to be a good person again. I just finished fighting with some thugs, and you're here to attack me. He silently wrote down Fong Yuching in his little notebook. If he didn't avenge this, it would be against the will of heaven. Do you want me to punish you next time? Walking all the way to the deepest part of the alley, I saw an old man wearing a gray jacket, lying on a rocking chair and waving a palm leaf fan. He squinted his eyes slightly and basked in the sun in a simple and unpretentious manner. Uncle Lee. The old man on the recliner paused, fanning himself. Judging from the voice, it's Xiao Wang coming. He opened his eyes and saw Wang Yong walking towards him with a bag of eggs. Hey, Xiao Yong, here you are again. Uncle Lee stood up and spoke with a smile, like a kind elder. Grandpa Lee, I brought you some eggs today. Wang Yong calmed down and spoke. You're delivering it again. I haven't finished what I took last time. Take it back. You need to go to school now, so you should replenish your nutrition. No, my mother will break my legs if she finds out. Wang Yong said. He respects Uncle Lee very much. His grandparents passed away early, and when he was a child, he often treated Uncle Lee as his own grandfather. Of course, it is true now and in the future. As long as you have this intention. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a while. It was getting dark, and Wang Yong planned to go back, so he stood up and said goodbye to Uncle Lee. A voice suddenly came from the entrance of the alley. Grandpa Lee, I'm here. I saw a girl in a white dress and twin ponytails running towards me. Wang Yong's body stiffened, and the nosebleed that he had suppressed with great difficulty began to flow violently. Hey, Wang Yong, why are you here? Fong Yuching snorted coldly when she saw the hateful figure. Me? Wandering around aimlessly. Wang Yong's face was calm, and he tried his best to suppress the urge to rush up and beat up the girl. It's definitely not because the superpowers haven't been awakened yet that I can't win. How did you know I would come? Fong Yuching looked at him up and down with a suspicious look on her face. Wang Yong was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn, could this be a woman's sixth sense? Will the reward be taken back if I am discovered? He was not worried about what Fong Yuching would think of him after his behavior was exposed. Instead, I was worried about the reward. Ability Awakening Stone, 100% awakening of superpowers. Your future happy life depends on it. Once the reward is issued, it will not be taken back. An electronic sound rang out. Hearing this, Wang Yong breathed a sigh of relief. I finally felt relieved. None of your business, he said unhappily. But on the other side, Fong Yuching had to squint her beautiful eyes when she saw that this hateful guy was so nervous. Why is this damn bastard so nervous? I haven't said anything yet. Could it be that he knew I was here? I used to secretly read my sister's comic books. It seemed that some boys had a crush on girls and would actively create chance encounters to attract the girl's attention with strange words and actions, and then. Thinking of this, Fong Yuching's heart was pounding, and she looked at Wang Yong in surprise. He wouldn't have a crush on me, would he? Thinking of the rival class monitor, Wang Yong looked down on her. Yes, he definitely likes me and is deliberately pretending to be different to get my attention. TSK, the stinky man's tricks are too deep. Fong Yuching spat in her heart, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Wang Yong suddenly became strange. With a turn of his eyes. Looking at Wang Yong's red nose, she asked with a smile, Wang Yong, what's wrong with your nose? Wang Yong's nosebleed became more violent. Seeing the abuser in front of him looking at him with such an innocent face, nameless anger burned in him. If I could defeat him. Ugh. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Nothing, I just fell down when a dog chased me while I was strolling. Chapter 9 S-Class Ability Awakening Stone. Chased by a dog? But she really didn't see a single dog along the way. Few people in Moli Hudong kept dogs. Fong Yuching became more and more certain of her guess, with a smile on her face. If you like me, just say it. I don't need a suitor like you. A smirk appeared on her flawless face. Dog? What kind of dog is that? Wang Yong was happy. He looked Fong up and down, narrowed his eyes and smiled. That dog is vicious and stupid. It has no brains, it drools at the sight of me and has to chase me and bite me. It's so stupid. Fong Yuching felt uncomfortable all over when she saw him looking at her strangely. She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Xiaoyong, go back. Your mother is waiting for you to eat. Uncle Li said slowly. Okay. Only then did Wang Yong realize that he was starving. After saying goodbye to the old man, he ran away, not leaving any behind. Xiao Qing. What's wrong, Grandpa Li? Fong Yuching stood obediently beside Grandpa Li. What do you think of Xiaoyong? Ah? Wang Yong? Fong Yuching looked at Uncle Li, who was like a tyrant, and was speechless. She pulled Uncle Li's hand and said coquettishly, Grandpa Li, that bastard bullied me. I hate it so much. I don't like him at all. Fong Yuching raised the corners of her mouth, looking proud. Real? Uncle Li looked into the distance with a half smile on his face. That was where Wang Yong left. Of course, I have an S-level talent. If awakening my superpowers hadn't put too much strain on my body, I would have already reached level 0.8. Fong Yuching said. For some reason, the image of Peppa Pig's mean-spirited look popped up in my mind, and I gritted my teeth. I want to beat the shit out of you next time we meet. Girl, how are your parents? He's still unconscious, Fong Yuching sighed, her eyes unconsciously reddened as if sad memories were brought back to her mind. There's nothing the higher-ups can do about the beast tied in the Posha alien realm. I hope you don't blame them. Uncle Li sighed and looked at the little girl in front of him. The next opening of the Pajua realm should be in a month. If the level of the spiritual energy tide can meet the entry threshold, then I, an old man, will go there personally and pull out all the Pajua trees. Uncle Li patted his chest proudly, causing Fong Yuching to giggle. If others heard the conversation between the two, they would be horrified. The Posha fruit from the Posha realm is one of the precious fruits that can enhance the evolution of superpowers and is extremely rare. The Posa tree is the most precious treasure of the alien world, and is known as the root of the alien world. The world exists as long as the tree exists, and the world will die when the tree falls. Thank you, Grandpa Li. I will practice hard. Fong Yuching smiled sweetly. Uncle Li continued to squint his eyes, leaning back in his rocking chair, slowly waving a palm leaf fan. The setting sun shines on the old man. His hair is golden, like an old lion. When Wang Yong returned home, the meal was prepared early, and his parents sat at the table, waiting for Wang Yong to come back. Have you delivered the eggs? Mother Wang took Wang Yong's school bag. Yes. Wang Yong changed his shoes. His parents were both working class. The family was not poor, but definitely not rich. It was already quite difficult for them to support a future warrior. Coming to the small living room, Wang's father was sitting on the sofa, watching TV intently. Today's news is being broadcast on TV. The portal to the Wolf Fong alien realm, one of Qingqing City's 3 great alien realms, has become somewhat open. The Qingqing City military has decided to reduce the entrance fee, increase the number of alien realms, and lower the threshold for entry. Warriors are welcome to enter and obtain resources. The recommended warrior entry threshold for the Wolfang realm is level 0.6, danger level, medium, 80% of the area is unexplored. Dad, it's time for dinner. Wang Yong shouted. Here I come. Wang's father stood up quickly. Sit down and eat. Queen Mother smiled and served a big bowl of rice to the father and son. Wang Yong came to the table and looked at the sweet and sour spare ribs, smoked goose, spicy fish head, and shredded pork and potatoes in vinegar. So rich. Mom, what day is today? Aunt Wang smiled but said nothing. She urged, eat quickly. Don't waste time. Wang Yong looked nervous, his stomach already rumbling. He waved his hands and said, eat it. He buried his head in the food, grunting as he ate, and turned his head to look at his father. Whispered, Dad, what's going on today? The king's father paused and gave him a piece of meat. Don't ask questions, just eat heartily. There's more in the pot. His words made Wang Yong murmur, what a weird thing. It's like the last meal of a beheaded man. Eat it. After a while of panting, Mother Wang quietly looked at her precious son and wiped away her tears. Wang Yong, He took another furtive glance and wiped away his tears. Wang Yong. Wang's father smoked a cigarette inside. Wang Yong? He put down the bowl in his hand and burped, "Mom, I'm full." "Are you full? Why don't you eat a little more?" Wang Yang felt a little uneasy when Wang Ma looked at her loving eyes. "I'm full, let's talk." The king's father put out his cigarette and stood up. "I'll go wash the dishes." Wang Yong. "Son, your head teacher told me today that you have a very special physique?" Mother Wang said carefully. Wang Yong nodded. Physical qualities like innate supernatural powers vary from person to person. If you want to awaken, you can do it. That makes sense. He told me that your special physique is characterized by strength, making it very suitable for martial arts development. If you can reach level 0.6 before the college entrance examination, he can introduce you to an interview at a 985 university. Stop. Wang Yang interrupted. Level 0.6? Mom. Do you think I grew up eating warriors? I'm only 0.3 now. It would be great if I can reach 0.5 in 2 months. I know that 985 universities give freshmen an E-level ability awakening stone upon admission, and there are also discounts and subsidies for subsequent resources. I've discussed this with your father. Your Aunt Ching's daughter, Ching Xiuxue, happens to be a junior high school tutor. For the next 2 months, you can stay at Aunt Ching's place after school. While you're practicing, you can also help Xiaoxue with her homework. You know, the house Aunt Ching bought 10 years ago had a spiritual energy surge. The spiritual energy there is 10 times better than at home. If you go and live there, you might become a 0.6 level warrior and get into a top university. Aunt Ching and I would be very happy. Mother Wang has always felt guilty for not being able to buy the ability awakening stone for her son who had a D-level talent, and has been trying various ways to make up for it. D-level talent is considered rare in Qingqing City. According to expert analysis, if a D-level person can become a level 1 warrior, it would be a great honor for his ancestors. Aunt Ching? Wang Yong fell into thought. Aunt Ching was not really a relative. She and Aunt Wang were close friends since childhood and they had kept in touch until now. Aunt Ching's family is very rich, even Tang Shan's family can't compare to them. But Wang Yong was subconsciously a little afraid to go to her house. It was not because Aunt Ching was not nice to him, but because she was too nice. Almost raised him as a son. Especially Aunt Ching's daughter, who kept calling brother and stuck to Wang Yang whenever she had nothing to do, making Wang Yang very embarrassed. Wang Yang sighed, and his head ached when he met Wang Ma's kind gaze. He really wanted to tell his parents that he was a genius and they didn't need to do all this for him, but who would believe him? Okay, I can do that. Wang Yong considered it for a moment and finally agreed. After all, the maximum level of talent will require practice and breakthrough sooner or later, so it would be good to have someone to cover you. Back to the room. Lock. Wang Yong sat on the bed and took out a golden stone from the system space. There was extremely mysterious energy wandering inside. Is this the S-level ability awakening stone? The ability awakening stone, one of the treasures found in the alien world. Warriors can use the ability awakening stone to stimulate their brains, increasing their mental strength and awakening their abilities. The strength of their abilities is related to their talent. However, there are a very small number of lucky individuals who awaken on their own after receiving strong stimulation, but such people are very rare, even rarer than winning 5 million in the lottery. There are all kinds of strange superpowers. In addition to the precious and rare 5-element superpowers, there are also tenacity, violence, great strength, all kinds of strange superpowers. The release of superpowers requires the consumption of mental energy, and the cultivation of mental energy is very difficult. In addition to meditating again and again, you can use the ability awakening stone to assist and slightly increase the speed of mental power increase. And the value of the superpower awakening stone, huh? To sum up, superpowers are for wealthy warriors to play with. Awakening costs money, and practicing superpowers costs even more money. Wang Yong held the golden stone between his eyebrows and said to himself, I wonder what superpowers I can awaken. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 10, Dual Powers? Ah! I don't want it. Wang Yong sat on the bed, and the golden stones flowed into his head like water. Mental power is so empty and mysterious. To put it bluntly, it is human will. The stronger the will, the stronger the initial mental power. When warriors compete on the same stage, if their energy, martial arts skills and combat experience are similar, then supernatural powers can easily determine the outcome of a battle. Low-level warriors compete with their energy, while high-level warriors compete with their supernatural powers. That's how it is. Wang Yong didn't feel uncomfortable, he just felt his brain was warm, and the warmth and comfort spread from his brain to his whole body, moist and smooth. Is this a water elemental ability? Wang Yong opened his eyes and saw the world in front of him was blue and the room was like the sea. Elemental powers are quite rare supernatural talents. Most supernatural talents are derived from elemental powers, similar to the relationship between a grandfather and a grandson. Therefore, the purest elemental talent is also known as the most potential ability. For example, the B-level water element talent is better than the A-level derived talent, Popsicle. A little more powerful. Wait, why does it feel like the energy of the ability Awakening Stone hasn't been completely consumed? Could it be? Wang Yong suddenly thought of a possibility and his eyes lit up. Bite. The host has a probability of awakening dual supernatural talents. Please choose whether to awaken them. Option 1, give up awakening the second talent, reward, Sea God's Crown fragment greatly increases the cultivation speed of water attribute ability users. Choice 2, decide to awaken the second talent, reward, martial arts skill, gathering strength fist. This reward is absolutely incredible. Wang Yong couldn't help but sigh and coveted the fragments of the Sea God's Crown. The Crown of Poseidon is said to have appeared in Atlantis, a top alien world in the Pacific Ocean. The resources there are extremely rare, and powerful beasts emerge endlessly. In order to seize the treasure, Lao Jie was killed brutally. If Wang Yong got the fragment of the Sea God's Crown, he would definitely be the fastest growing warrior in the world. His energy would increase rapidly like a rocket. Faced with such temptation, he resisted and looked at option 2 without hesitation. That thick tome, the manual on cultivating supernatural powers, as thick as an encyclopedia. That book is like the best teacher, teaching all aspects of supernatural knowledge in a comprehensive and meticulous manner. It states that dual supernatural talents are stronger than anything else, but the initial stages of practice place a heavy burden on the body and require strong physical fitness. But is there any physical quality more powerful than innate supernatural power? But the reward for the second choice is really confusing. What does it mean to have a powerful punch? It sounds so low and hipster. Forget it, for the sake of future potential, let us just go with it. Select the second option. Wang Yong said lightly. Start awakening the second superpower. Red. Fiery red. He suddenly opened his eyes, and they were filled with flames. No. No way. As soon as the feeling of joy appeared, it turned into astonishment. Another elemental power? Or the purest form of fire? The next moment, the ice blue and fiery red worlds intertwined, devoured each other, and gradually retreated. Wang Yong was confused. Fuck. A plant. I forgot I'm a fucking SSS talent now. Wang Yong went crazy and took out a half-human height manual on supernatural power training. Notes on awakening superpowers, item 238, superpowers are closely related to a warrior's talent. The higher the warrior's talent, the purer the awakened superpowers. S-level talent, 50% chance of awakening elemental talent. SS-level talent, 70% chance of awakening elemental talent. SSS-level talent, 100% chance of awakening elemental talent. Notes on dual ability awakening, item 71, warning, there is a very small chance that the second ability awakened will be completely opposite to the first. If this happens, the warrior cannot use their ability. Wang Yong collapsed, I%. View profile. Host, Wang Yong. Age, 18. Talent, SSS-level talent. Constitution, natural supernatural power. Warrior level, 0.3 not up to par. Spiritual power level, 0.1 not up to standard. Supernatural talent awakened, water, fire talents counteract each other, cannot be used. Martial arts, Ora Fist 100. Martial arts, none. His face was filled with black lines, what a sin. It is hard to imagine how depressed Wang Yong felt as he had supernatural talents but couldn't use them, and it was caused by his own hands. He was still unwilling to give up, so he mobilized his weak mental strength and gathered it in his hands. A ball of water appeared in his right hand, but soon after it appeared, a ball of fire appeared in the void. Pa! The water is gone and has been steamed. Wang Yong. Even the path to cultivating spiritual power is blocked, unless you eat rare treasures every day. No, I can't give up. There must be a way to solve it. Wang Yong frowned and began to flip through the manual on cultivating supernatural powers. 3 hours passed. Clone technique. Upon reaching level 5 mental strength, one can utilize special martial arts techniques to create clones and transfer their second supernatural talent. Note: there is a 50% risk of death. Level 5 mental power, that will take forever. Wang Yong was speechless. Visualization method: visualize the yin-yang tai chi diagram every day, understand the yin-yang Tao, and weaken the innate restraint. The degree of attenuation is related to the degree of understanding. Wang Yong's eyes lit up. This is good and sounds reliable. I'll try it later. As he was about to put the book away, he caught a glimpse of the last method out of the corner of his eye. Medium method: all things have spirits and natures. There is no absolute mutual promotion or mutual restraint. You only need to find similar molecules to harmonize them, and you will succeed. Note: this method has not yet been applied and is still in the theoretical stage. Please refer to it with caution. Wang Yong? Are there anything similar between water and fire? Funny, that's all bullshit. No wonder it's still in the theoretical stage. Put away the manual of supernatural power training. Wang Yong closed his eyes, felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. There are so many things I experienced today. It's either fighting or awakening superpowers, it's so tiring. Chapter 11, I'm so sad, I'm afraid I'll break through accidentally. Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock rang. After waking up, Wang Yong opened his eyes while lying on the bed. Feel refreshed and full of energy. Every day, I habitually reach out and touch my lower abdomen to sense the qi and check the progress of my practice. Why does it feel a lot bigger? And it's even over 0.4 levels. This is a pleasant surprise. Wait, there's something wrong with the spiritual energy development. Wang Yong's memory was very clear. The original owner of this body broke through to level 0.3 about 2 weeks ago. Because he had no resources for cultivation, he could only rely purely on the relatively rich spiritual energy in the school to practice. But now the Qi Hai has clearly reached the level of 0.45, just one step away from 0.5. Is SSS-level talent so abnormal? Wang Yong closed his eyes. With his SSS-level talent, he could clearly feel the flow of spiritual energy around him. As long as he relaxed his body and mind to practice, his energy would increase rapidly. Good job. He only practiced for a while and he felt that he was closer to 0.46. Is this an SSS-level talent? Wang Yong recalled that he was so tired last night that he fell asleep. The increase in energy is probably due to last night's sleep. SSS-level talent is too amazing. He vaguely felt the growth rate of his energy, which was almost more than 100 times that of his original D-level talent. This was outrageous. It turns out that if you have talent you can really do whatever you want. Wang Yong clenched his fists excitedly. Is Xiaoyang up? Mother Wang heard the noise in Wang Yong's room. Then come and have breakfast, and then go to school. Aunt Ching will come to pick up your luggage later. You can stay at Aunt Ching's house tonight. No. Wang Yong responded from a distance. Suddenly, his body froze and he immediately stopped absorbing spiritual energy. Wait, if I practice recklessly and break through too quickly, will it attract attention? What if someone discovers the secret of my increased talent and captures and slices me up? Thinking of this, Wang Yong actually shuddered. After breakfast, Mother Wang carried Wang Yong's school bag and earnestly explained various precautions. After all, when you are a guest at someone else's home, many things are inconvenient. I know, Mom. I'm an adult now and will be taking the college entrance exam soon. I understand everything. Wang Yong patted his chest, turned around and wanted to leave. I was stopped by Wang Ma again. She hesitated and said, Xiaoyang, Aunt Ching has been very good to you and our family. You should know what Xiao Xue is thinking. If you don't like Xiao Xue, stay away from her and don't ruin her reputation. Got it. Wang Yong nodded seriously and turned to leave. Behind her, Wang's mother's reluctant voice came again, Xiaoyang. Mom believes that on the day of the college entrance examination, your head will definitely fall off. Wang Yong froze. When Wang Ma saw her son stop, an eager smile appeared on her face. Heads falling to the ground, do you understand what I mean? Wang Yong turned his head stiffly and smiled bitterly, I understand. Come to school. Following my memory, I came to the classroom. Someone asked, "What does the warrior school teach?" Is there any need to say more? The whole class practices Qi in the morning, and has free time in the afternoon. It is fine to practice martial arts in the martial arts gym or practice Qi in the classroom. Energy. It is the capital for entering society, more important than anything else. Since you have the talent of a warrior and have entered a warrior school, don't let him down. Come to the class. Wang Yong discovered that many of his classmates had arrived early and were sitting in their seats, concentrating on their practice. The head teacher, Li Dahai, also arrived early and sat upright on the podium in meditation, supervising the students' practice. As soon as Wang Yong sat down, Li Dahai moved a small chair and came near him. Breakthrough? Not bad. Li Dahai smiled and felt happy for Wang Yong from the bottom of his heart. Well, it's all thanks to Brother Hai's cultivation, Wang Yong said modestly. Similarly, he has a very good impression of Li Dahai. Wang Yong, as the squad leader, you must practice seriously and set an example, okay? Li Dahai warned. Wang Yong nodded. Li Dahai leaned closer and said seriously, "Yesterday I contacted your parents and talked to them about your special physique. Many key universities are eager for warriors with strong physiques. I have a friend who teaches at Shadu University. He said that Shadu University has recently paid special attention to warriors with special physical qualities. If you can reach level 0.6 before the college entrance examination, you can get an interview in advance." He lowered his voice. Li Dahai had high expectations for Wang Yong. After all, he was a child from an ordinary family, and he was the most serious and hardworking in his practice. Wang Yong raised his eyebrows, interested in the news. "Brother Hai, are you saying that as long as I quickly cultivate to level 0.6, I will have a chance to enter Shadu University?" "Yes, they've lowered the requirements for people with special physical conditions. I signed you up yesterday." Wang Yong looked at his class teacher Li Dahai with gratitude. Although he was currently at SSS level, he could definitely easily improve to level 0.8 before the college entrance examination and reach the admission threshold of Shadu University. But the fact that his head teacher Li Dahai was silently thinking about his future really warmed his heart. "So, you have to practice well now. From now on, I will urge you to practice and strive to reach level 0.6 before the college entrance examination. Did you hear me?" Li Dahai's face was normal. Wang Yong was about to nod. Then, the body froze. "Wait a minute, I have SSS level talent now. If I practice seriously, won't it increase by 0.5 levels in one go? How do you explain this? What are you doing? Don't just stand there, practice seriously." Li Dahai urged Wang Yong when he saw Wang Yong in a daze and his face turned black. Wang Yong said with a bitter face, "Okay, teacher." Then, under Li Dahai's supervision, he circulated his qi, absorbed the rich spiritual energy around him, and enriched and expanded his qi. Only 10 minutes later, Wang Yong felt that the foundation of 0.46 in the morning was completely stable, and the energy level was jumping towards 0.5 without stopping. Oh no! His face changed. The spiritual energy in the school is so rich. I can't stop it. Due to Dasha's policy of 12 years of compulsory education for high-ranking warriors, high-level warriors spend a huge amount of money to set up spirit gathering arrays in major middle schools and colleges across the country, and triggered the spiritual energy tide to provide massive amounts of spiritual energy for teachers and students to practice. In the words of Li Dayton, the current president of Shadu University, martial arts are the foundation of the country, and children are the foundation and pillars of Dasha. How can we let our pillars lose at the starting line? Therefore, the spiritual energy concentration of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School is the strongest in Qingqing City. Wang Yang is very sad now. Looking at the students nearby, they were practicing with all their might, afraid of falling behind even a little bit. There are 59 days left until the college entrance examination. As candidates for the college entrance examination, we naturally have to seize every minute. He sighed. Just when I relaxed. He was distracted for a moment, and his energy accidentally broke through to 0.47. Grass. My talent is probably equivalent to half of the rocket class next door. You know, in the key class of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, which is also their class, a score of 0.5 can be among the top 10 in the class. But there is also the rocket class weighing down on them. As the name suggests, the rocket class, their training is as fast as running diarrhea, whoosh. The location of the class is also the one with the richest spiritual energy. In their class, there is one rocket class, 4 key classes, and 16 ordinary classes. There are clear classes and levels. Even the resources provided and distributed by the school are very different. As he was thinking, Wang Yong quietly stopped practicing his energy. Snap! Li Dehai noticed Wang Yong was slacking off and immediately slapped him on the back of the head. Hurry up! Don't waste time! Wang Yong! I had to circulate my energy again and start replenishing my qi. Looking at the ever-expanding qi, Wang Yong looked desperate. I'm so sad. I'm afraid I'll break through by accident. Chapter 12, Power Fist. He had a dark face. His last breakthrough was 2 weeks ago. Logically speaking, I have to wait at least 2 more weeks before I can be extremely lucky enough to make a breakthrough. If the students who were diligently practicing beside him knew his thoughts, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood. At this time, Li Dehai suddenly stood up, holding his stomach, his face a little green. Noticing Wang Yong's furtive gaze, he glared at him and said, "What are you looking at? Stop wasting time and start practicing." After saying that, he stood up and went to the bathroom, muttering, "Yang Goshuan, croton and banana can nourish the kidneys." I don't believe you. Only after the head teacher left did Wang Yong breathe a sigh of relief. Good opportunity, hurry up and fish. Yang Goshuan? Isn't this the only martial arts teacher in our school? He muttered to himself, idly looking at the students practicing around him. Equally boring. In addition to Wang Yong, there is also the campus beauty of Fongda University. Wang Yong vaguely felt that Fong Yuching had also awakened dual superpowers. But she was not as lucky as herself, who was born with supernatural powers, and could only suppress her progress in cultivation. If your body isn't strong enough, awakening dual superpowers and practicing rapidly is courting death. The powerful spiritual power broke through the constraints of the physical body and exploded and died. So Fong Yuching could only make breakthroughs slowly and watch others' progress. Hiss, it's suddenly not so painful anymore. The look he gave Fong Yuching was filled with a bit more sympathy and a sense of intimacy. In such a big campus, there are people like me. Wang Yong thought happily. Fong Yuching noticed his gaze, their eyes met, they were stunned for a moment, and then they looked away at the same time as if they had been electrocuted. He's looking at me. He's watching me. Wang Yong really likes me. Fong Yuching pouted and turned her head away deliberately and proudly so as not to let Wang Yong sneak a peek. At the same time, an indescribable joy filled her heart. Then I must reject him harshly. A devilish thought popped up in her head, and she smirked secretly. Wait, isn't he the squad leader now? He can enter the Wolf Fong secret realm for training. But Wang Yong's cultivation is so low, and his family isn't well off. He must be hoping to gain cultivation resources in the Langa realm and secure a better future before the college entrance exam. But considering his energy level, he won't gain much by going into that place. Fong Yuching was very clever and quickly guessed Wang Yong's plan, so he must be very short of resources right now. I can just use my resources to trade with him for a spot, right? Yes, he will definitely agree. I am such a little genius. Do it when you think of it. The campus beauty of Fong University stood up and walked towards Wang Yong's seat with a sweet smile. Immediately, it attracted the attention of many classmates. Wang Yong, are you free? If you have to fart, just fart. Wang Yong raised his sleepy eyes slightly. I'll endure it. Fong Yuching was very angry at Wang Yong's bad attitude and gritted her teeth. Are you interested in making a deal about a spot in the Wolf Fong alien realm? Not for sale. Don't refuse yet. Fong Yuching curved her beautiful eyebrows, becoming more certain of her guess. The Wolf Fong realm, the wolf beasts inside are all below level 1, suitable for warriors within level 1 to enter. You go in to obtain cultivation resources, right? After all, breaking through from 0.5 to 0.6 level of Qi requires a beast crystal core. Wang Yong raised his head in surprise and looked at Fong Yuching straight in the eye. Not bad, little girl, very smart. This is the reason why he needs a place in the Langa alien realm. Level 0.6 Qi is a threshold that separates poor warriors. The level 1 alien beast crystal core required for breakthrough can only be produced by an alien beast of at least level 0.6 or above. The stronger the alien beast, the higher the probability of producing an alien beast crystal core. And depending on the talent, the number of breakthroughs required is also different. The lowest F level talent requires 1, E level requires 2, D level requires 4, and so on. When it comes to Wang Yong's SSS level talent, he needs 256 of them, a shocking number. If you purchase it at the market price of 500,000 xia coins per piece, it will cost more than 100 million, and Qingqing City simply does not have that many. To open the alien realm, you need to pay a 1 million summer currency ticket. I lost 2 crystal cores before entering. The alien beasts are ferocious and cunning, and there are huge numbers. There are rules in the alien world. Warriors above level 1 want to enter and bully the weak to make quick money? Feel sorry. The rules of the alien world are directly erased. How many exotic beast crystal cores can be found there? The corners of Wang Yong's mouth curved slightly. Someone gave him a crystal core, so naturally he was too lazy to spend time to brush it. 20 pieces. Fong Yuching just said. The class took several deep breaths and the temperature rose. 20 pieces, a full 10 million, what a generous school beauty. TSK, if I had known earlier I would have run for class monitor and earned crystal cores. That's right, but unfortunately, the monitor of the key class must have a B-level talent. After the previous monitor left, apart from Wang Yong, only school beauty Fong, whose talent level is kept secret, can reach that level. The students who were practicing Qi around were talking about it, and their envy for Wang Yong was almost overflowing. Not for sale. Wang Yong rolled his eyes and was too lazy to explain. You, don't be too greedy. 20 are more than enough for you to break through to 0.6. Fong Yuching, who was originally confident of victory, was choked and said angrily. 23. That's all. Not for sale. 25. Not for sale. You. Fong Yuching was speechless, her beautiful face flushed with anger because of Wang Yong's actions. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. I'll never talk to you again. She stared at Wang Yong with a bad look on her face, believing that this guy was deliberately trying to attract her attention. Student Fong, please return to your seat and do not disturb other students' practice, otherwise I will report you to the homeroom teacher. Wang Yong said lazily. You are shameless. Fong Yuching was so angry that her voice was trembling, and she looked at Wang Yong more and more displeased. Finally had to leave angrily. Damn Wang Yong. You straight bastard. You deserve to be lonely for the rest of your life. School beauty Fong was so angry that her teeth were itching. Wang Yong sneered. He couldn't possibly say that he needed at least 256 to advance safely. 25 pills. Just to feed a beggar. Rejecting Fong Yuching was just a small episode for him, at least in Wang Yong's opinion. By the way, I haven't used the martial arts I was rewarded with after choosing yesterday. Looking at the lowbrow name, it should be just average. Those corrupt martial arts have names that sound both domineering and nice, like the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist and the Heaven-Creating Chaos Fist. Gathering Strength Punch? Tisk. Wang Yong took it out and used it. His body jolted, he froze in a daze, then revealed an expression of ecstasy. Strength Fist. Heavenly Martial Arts. Learning conditions, 0.1 level of energy or above. Passive effect, improves control over one's own qi, maximizing qi's lethality. Active effect, gathering energy. Through daily practice, you can accumulate and compress energy. During combat, you can unconsciously attach the compressed energy to the enemy's body and freely control and detonate it within 2 minutes. Divine skills. True divine combat skills. Wang Yong's eyes lit up. The effect of this martial arts is simply amazing. The learning conditions are shockingly low, and the fighting methods are powerful and simple. It is indeed a heavenly martial art. Zhan Jin Quan, what a simple name. TSK, it turns out that a bad martial art is a bad martial art, and the name is so simple. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist and the creation of Chaos Fist are just garbage. Good punch, I like it. Countless memories appeared in his mind, all of which were about the experience of using energy, as if they were personally taught by several powerful warriors who had lived for hundreds of years. The memory was too overwhelming, and Wang Yong's mind felt a little swollen for a moment. It took him a long time to recover. Chapter 13, Trouble in the Cafeteria? I sat at the desk for a short while. Wang Yong's palms were constantly gathering strands of energy, and he was performing the punch meticulously according to the principles of the Zhan Jin Quan. The energy is constantly compressed and gathered. Dangerous edges appeared and then hid. In just 10 minutes, Wang Yong gathered the first wave of energy, which swam in his palm like a small fish and was directed easily and freely. He had a feeling that if he encountered a level 0.7 warrior now, he would not need to use the Ora Fist at all. Just a flurry of turtle punches. Ugh! He rushed forward with Overlord Punch, gathered his strength, and jumped, and it was over. TSK old silver coins are a must. Wang Yong silently felt the consumption of the energy in his sea of qi. Concentrating a force consumes about a quarter of the energy. It's a high price. But I now have SSS-level talent. If I practice hard and fully recover my energy, it will only take me 5 minutes. TSK, 40 minutes to gather energy, 5 minutes to consume it. 45 minutes is just the right length for a class, very comfortable. Wang Yong started practicing immediately after thinking about it. Li Dahai, who was standing by, took a look and felt the violent energy fluctuations, then nodded with satisfaction. This child is teachable. The morning passed. After a whole morning of crazy training, Wang Yong's eyes were almost green with hunger. As soon as the bell rang for the end of get out of class, they rushed to the cafeteria like hungry jackals and tigers. Li Dahai on the side opened his mouth but did not try to stop him. After all, the other person had been practicing diligently for the entire morning without slacking off for even a minute. Under the horrified gaze of the cafeteria ant, Wang Yong ate 5 large bowls of rice and dozens of kilograms of exotic beast meat. Burp, I'm full. Wang Yong touched his round belly, looked at the pile of plates, and smiled with satisfaction. Luckily, the school cafeteria meals are free, otherwise, just this amount of fine meat would be a considerable expense. That's right, in order to ensure the nutrition of students to the greatest extent, the Great Xia Kingdom should specifically stipulate that the kitchens of colleges and universities in each city should be directly connected to the major alien realms in order to train students. Is this a pig? How can it eat so much? A group of girls were pointing and talking at Wang Yong. That's right, if they eat so much, their family must be very poor. 1 meal is like 3 meals. Look at the way he eats, he must have starved to death in his previous life. It turns out that poor people are poor. 5 girls wearing luxurious dresses and light golden badges on their chests were talking to Wang Yong. It wasn't just him who was talking about this. There were also many ordinary students around him who ate voraciously and came from ordinary families. Many people had shame on their faces and ate much more slowly, with their heads almost buried under the table. There were also some with bad tempers who threw away their bowls and were about to step forward to argue, but when they saw the badges on the chests of the 5 people, his expression darkened and he left the cafeteria silently. Rocket class. The pride of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School. The admission rate of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School is not in the ordinary classes with the largest base, but in the rocket class with only 30 students. The rocket class is also called the rich class or the special ability class. Because everyone in the class has awakened their special abilities. That's right. 100%. Moreover, their energy levels are all above 0.5, and the most powerful among them may have reached level 0.9. The goal is to head towards Shadu University. As a D-level talent, Wang Yong was once qualified to enter the rocket class, but he did not like the atmosphere there. The sense of competition and interests was too strong, and there was no sense of class at all. Therefore, after just the first semester of his freshman year in high school, he took the initiative to give up his generous treatment and come to the key class. Poor people are poor people. They don't even have the courage to face us. The 5 women became even more proud when they saw many people leaving. The remaining people in the cafeteria looked like maggots, disgusting and repulsive. Ding! Triggering God-level selection. The 5 girls from the rocket class are using foul language and acting disgustingly. This affects the host's dining pleasure, triggering a choice. Option 1, take the initiative and beat up the 5 people. Afterwards, you will be punished by the school and have your monthly quota deducted. Reward, 5 level 1 crystal cores. Choice 2, leave on your own and eat elsewhere. Reward, title coward, title effect, increases physical defense by 20%, and weak point defense by 50%, you can only wear 1 title at a time, and each title's effect will be triggered. Option 3, provoke the 5 people, force them to take action first, and use self-defense. Reward, yin-yang visualization diagram. The turtle title is pretty good, with physical defense plus weak defense. Too bad the reward for option 3 is exactly what I need. He shook his head, having made his choice in a moment. As for how to provoke? In his previous life, Wang Yong was the number 1 person in Zhuan. Wasn't he that just a name he got? Don't go too far. Wang Yong sat in his seat, slowly picked up a piece of paper and wiped his mouth, raised his little finger towards the 5 people, with a sly smile on his face. Excessive? Ha ha ha, sisters, this is the first time I've heard such a funny joke. No way, there really is no one who thinks that just because they go to the same school they are equal to us. The girl in the yellow dress spoke the loudest, but even though her face was painted with expensive foundation, it couldn't hide her arrogant expression. When she saw Wang Yong, she felt a surge of anger for some unknown reason. The more I looked at this guy, the more he deserved a beating. I couldn't help but speak first. Xiadu Principal Li Yisai once said that school is a place for cultivation, not a place for fighting and running wild. If you want to act wild, go back and act wild. Wang Yong's voice was calm, his eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised 45 degrees, making his smile even more exaggerated. You're looking for death. The girl in the yellow dress was named Huang Yi. At this moment, she was being scolded in front of everyone. Her face looked extremely ugly. A sharp iron spoon came with great force and stabbed straight towards Wang Yong's throat. If this happens, he will probably die on the spot and no medical treatment will be able to save him. TSK, no way, how can I say who it is? How come someone else jumped out and barked like a dog? Wang Yong leaned forward and saw that Huang Yi couldn't help but want to take action, so his words became even more rude. A force as big as a swimming fish rushed out and hit the most vulnerable part of the iron spoon. Laugh. The iron spoon was knocked away, its path tilted, and it just happened to knock down the chandelier above the 5 people's heads, and fell straight down. Boom! The violent energy exploded, and the fierce energy directly shattered the chandelier. Countless metal fragments flew everywhere, and many innocent people were affected. 3 0.5 levels, 1 0.6 level, and 1 0.7 level. It's worthy of being called the rocket class. These 5 people alone are almost enough to make up a key class. The moment Wang Yong used his energy level was exposed, level 0.4. I was wondering what kind of scumbag dared to mess with us, but it turns out to be a level 0.4. Huang Yi sneered. Her energy level reached 0.6, which was a huge difference compared to Wang Yong at this time. I have some impression of this person. The girl in the center with a blue bow on her head is called Mingxi, and she is also the strongest among the 5. I remember now. If I didn't remember this person, he's the new monitor of Class 2 next door, Wang Yong. It is said that he was the poorest student in the key class and was the first to voluntarily withdraw from our rocket class. Chapter 14. What are you barking about? D-level talent is not uncommon in Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, but Wang Yang is the only one with D-level talent who entered the key class of warriors through hard training, so he is naturally remembered by others. I was wondering, why would anyone speak out for these rotten fish and shrimp? It turns out it's you. Wasteful Yong? Mingxi's voice was sharp, almost writing harshness on his pretty face, and in just a few words he demoted Wang Yong to a waste. Wang Yong watched all this calmly and sighed inwardly. Overexpansion of personal power is bound to lead to violent class conflicts. I didn't understand it before, but now I understand. If my cultivation is low and weak, even a warrior will step on me. Enlightenment welled up in his eyes, and his desire to become stronger became more urgent. Wang Yong took a step forward, and all his energy surged out, giving people the impression that he was about to break through 0.5. His calm eyes stared at the 5 people opposite him. Besides having more cultivation resources than me, what else are you better than me? You're calling me trash now, but if I easily crush the 5 of you, then what are you? A bitch worse than trash? Wang Yong chuckled. You're looking for death. The 5 people were enraged at the same time, as if Wang Yong's words, bitches worse than trash, had deeply hurt their nerves. Huang Yi had a look of resentment on her face and she hated Wang Yong deeply. The disdainful word bitch hurt her self-esteem and reminded her of that tragic memory. Wooden blade. The energy in her hands surged, and her mental power quickly gathered, giving people an extremely powerful pressure. A green wooden sword appeared in Huang Yi's palm, flashing with a sharp cold light. I want you to die. The wooden blade tore through the air and headed straight for Wang Yong's neck, even making a sound of breaking through the air. Wang Yong calmly watched the attacking wooden blade, carefully feeling the flow of the energy, and verifying it with the knowledge he learned in the morning. C-level ability, wooden blade. The supernatural weapon is sharp and tough, which is pretty good overall. The members of the rocket class seem just average, right? Wang Yong spoke lightly, and slightly tilted his body, just at the edge of the attack range of the wooden blade, not a bit off. The sharp wooden blade swept across, bringing up a green light, but missed. Huang Yi's face changed slightly. The first attack missed, and she turned her wrist, intending to attack Wang Yong again. The energy distribution is uneven, the speed is slightly slow, and the sword is really slow. As soon as the calm and peaceful words fell, Wang Yong raised a finger and gently pressed it on the back of Muren. Huang Yi's face turned pale. She failed to turn her wrist and the wooden blade was actually suppressed. "You're looking for death." Huang Yi felt extremely humiliated when she was held down by a finger by a student from the key class, especially with the fiery gazes around her. Her beautiful face twisted, and she immediately poured all her energy into the wooden blade. The energy burst out instantly with the help of the wooden blade, becoming tough and sharp, and twisted towards Wang Yong's fingers madly. "I told you, you can't." Wang Yong kept talking dirty, without using a single curse word, but it constantly made Huang Yi and the other 4 people nervous. "You deserve a beating. You really deserve a beating." The surface of his fingers was covered with not very strong energy, which followed a strange trajectory and moved upwards, stabbing towards Huang Yi's sword-holding hand. How did he do that? Huang Yi's face changed slightly. She clearly felt that Wang Yong's fingers climbing on the wooden blade were easily following the flow of energy without suffering any harm. This is way off the musical notation. Gather your strength, break. Wang Yong's mouth curled up slightly, and his finger pointed at the junction of the wooden blade and the hilt. This is the most vulnerable spot of the wooden blade. A stream of swimming energy appeared at the fingertips, touched the junction, and exploded instantly. Bang! The wooden blade shattered immediately. While Huang Yi's special ability was broken, her energy backfired, and her face turned pale. "Eh? Untouchables! Get out of here!" The other 4 couldn't stand it anymore, and wanted to take action immediately after Huang Yi was defeated. Especially Mingxi, his face was cold. "Do you dare to try to touch one of them?" A powerful male voice echoed, carrying with it a powerful force that blew away the debris on the ground. This energy level is probably above 1.5. Wang Yong was amazed. Looking over, I saw Li Dahai walking out of the teacher's cafeteria upstairs in a menacing manner. "What are you doing? Openly beating up your classmates? Are you trying to rebel?" Li Dahai said in a deep voice, staring at the 4 women with unfriendly eyes. "Teacher Li, it's your students who are seeking death." Mingxi was unwilling to be outdone and stared at Wang Yong coldly. Others are afraid of Li Dahai, but she is not. "Oh, Wang Yong, you're the squad leader. Tell me what's going on." Li Dahai turned his head. "Brother Hai, no, Teacher Li." Wang Yong glared at Li Dahai and quickly changed his words. "Here's what happened." He then recounted the entire incident in the cafeteria, especially emphasizing the fact that Huang Yi had initiated the sneak attack. "That's what happened." Li Dahai's face was serious, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Wang Yong, the clever boy. The other party attacked first, so it's okay to act in self-defense. As for the excessive defense, of course it's because your student is too rubbish, even his special ability was exposed and he suffered backlash. Who can I blame if I don't learn my skills well enough? Anyway, Li Dahai has been in the martial arts world for so many years, and he has never seen anyone of the same level destroy the supernatural powers of others. At most, the big bully the small, and the high-level martial artist beats the low-level martial artist. Many students who were having dinner left and returned, expressing their indignant support for Wang Yong. At this time, the person in charge of the cafeteria also ran over to mediate after checking the surveillance. Mainly for the reason of smoothing things over. "How about this, I'll give him a spot and he can eat in the school cafeteria tonight, completely free, and the cafeteria will pay for it. How about that?" The person in charge of the canteen is called Yuan Hua, and his name suits his personality. The rocket class is the pride of the nation, so if you can avoid offending them, you should do so. They privately pulled Wang Yong to make a solemn promise. He could tell at a glance that Wang Yong came from an ordinary family, and warriors consumed a lot of energy in daily training, so it was naturally best to use the meat of exotic beasts as the staple food. But this is a considerable burden for ordinary families. You said it. Don't regret it. Wang Yong was also worried that it would be awkward to eat and replenish his energy when he stayed at Aunt Ching's house from today onwards. I told you. Tonight, we'll have food in the cafeteria. It's all you can eat. Eat as much as you can. Yuan Hua patted his chest and made the promise. Okay. Moved by his sincerity, Wang Yong agreed to reconcile. The canteen manager was as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly negotiated with the 5 members of the rocket class and tried to appease them. After a long while, the other 4 people withdrew their hatred towards Wang Yong, but Huang Yi still stared at him with resentment. I've said it. I'm not done with Wang Yong. Huang Yi's face was distorted and her voice was so loud that the whole cafeteria could hear it. No matter how Yuan Hua tried to persuade her, she was determined to keep her eyes on Wang Yong. Finally, the canteen manager had no choice but to give up. Hey, brother, stop trying to persuade me. Wang Yong patted Yuan Hua's shoulder. He glanced at Huang Yi, cupped his hands into a trumpet shape, and acted as if he couldn't hear clearly. What are you barking about? Say it again. A cynical voice sounded, and the 5 women who had calmed down suddenly became furious. Mingxi took a deep breath, then thought of something, and a strange curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. After whispering a few words, he persuaded Huang Yi to leave. Chapter 15, Martial Arts Hallstorm. Don't cause trouble next time. Be careful. Li Dahai pulled Wang Yong over and warned him carefully. But the joy emanating from his narrowed eyes almost overflowed, and he said, Xiao Yong, you are the squad leader. Although you have a special physique and were lucky enough to win this time, the risk is still too great. Teacher can protect you once, but what about next time? Those guys are no better than you. Okay. Wang Yong nodded repeatedly, secretly sneering. Actually, if you hadn't come, I would have taken care of them all in a little while. Of course, he didn't dare to say this. It was barely acceptable for him to defeat a 0.6 level warrior with his special physique. If one person really took care of all 5, it would probably cause a huge sensation. Even Brother Hai may not be able to suppress it. Under the grateful and admiring gaze of the surrounding students, Wang Yong left the cafeteria. He happily opened the system backpack and took out the yin-yang visualization diagram. Wang Yong, who was walking on the road, suddenly froze and his eyes blurred. A huge picture appeared in my mind. The sun and the moon are intertwined, rotating side by side, and lingering in a special trajectory. The extreme cold and the extreme heat stand side by side, without encroaching on each other, but standing independently. Is this the yin-yang visualization diagram? Wang Yong was shocked, his eyes were immersed in it like a fascination. The water and fire powers that restrained each other in his mind slowed down unconsciously, and his dormant spirit took the opportunity to surge. Like releasing water from a floodgate, some rhythmic traces suddenly appeared in his mind, and even the swimming energy that had been condensed in his body for the whole morning became more active and vivid. Half of it was stained with fiery red, and half of it was stained with icy cold. After eating, it's lunchtime. Many students choose to go to the lounge to take a break and play games. Wang Yong did not. He took the initiative to return to the classroom where the spiritual energy was the thickest and continued to condense the energy of the swimming fish. There were only a few people in the empty classroom, most of them had gone to rest. Wang Yong suddenly discovered that there were 2 people sitting in the classroom. One of them had gauze wrapped around his body and his head was wrapped in gauze like a mummy. There is another one with a broad figure, like a black bear, and his tall body gives people a sense of power. Tang Shan? Su Xiong. Lin Mu was surprised. They both turned their heads and looked at the new squad leader Wang Yong. Tang Shan's face turned pale. Seeing Wang Yong approaching step by step, he was so scared that he quickly stepped back. TSK, why are you running? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Wang Yong grinned, revealing his shiny teeth. No. It's okay. I'm tired of sitting, so I took a walk. Tang Shan explained with a guilty conscience, his mouth twitching. Okay, tell the squad leader if you have anything. Wang Yong waved his hand. Wang Yong, are you interested in training in a martial arts gym? Su Xiong scratched his head, gave a simple smile, and looked at me with recognition. Yesterday he watched the whole process of Wang Yong beating Tang Shan. The pure physical strength made him feel like a kindred spirit when he looked at Wang Yong. Su Xiong is a level 0.6 strength warrior, the best in warrior class 2 where Wang Yang is, and he has also awakened AB level supernatural talent. He is a heavy armored warrior and can be considered an elite even in the rocket class. The name suits the person, with strong attack and thick blood. He is a sincere person and has a good relationship with Wang Yong. Even Su Xiong cast the only vote for Wang Yong in the class monitor election. Martial arts school? Wang Yong thought for a moment and nodded. I happen to have a martial arts class this afternoon, so it's good to warm up beforehand. He remembered that he needed to gain proficiency in the Ora Fist to upgrade, so he practiced with a martial arts teacher at the martial arts gym to gain proficiency. Hey, don't poke. The two walked side by side towards the martial arts hall, not noticing Tang Shan behind them, who was grinning sinisterly. I was still thinking about how to trick you into going to the martial arts hall, but I didn't expect you to fall for it yourself. Then, he took out his cell phone and muttered something to himself. Knock, knock, knock. The martial arts hall of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School is very large. The exterior is decorated in a plain black, while the interior is quite spacious. Various professional testing equipment are placed on the left for students to check their physical fitness. The open space on the right was obviously where actual combat took place. The ground was covered with soft shells to protect the human body, and several martial arts masters in loose uniforms were sitting in the corner. Their strength is between 0.7 and 0.9 levels, and the school hires external warriors to serve. Just entered here. A noisy and lively atmosphere came towards us, the muffled sound of fists hitting flesh, the sound of shooting, cheers, all intertwined together. As soon as he came in, Wang Yong felt his blood boiling. I didn't expect there was such a place in school. Wang Yong said to himself that he had never been here before. When I had D-level talent, I was busy practicing all day long, so how could I have time to go to the martial arts school? The college entrance examination not only tests a warrior's energy level, but also tests a warrior's actual combat ability. Su Xiong spoke. Quite a few students have already gathered in the martial arts hall, and many of them have agreed to fight here. Those who can come here are all students with good abilities. Ouch, ah! A scream rang out. It gave everyone a shock. Turning around, I saw a tall martial arts teacher with a stern smile on his face, violently beating up a student unilaterally. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of flesh and blood colliding was heard, and many people felt a chill in their hearts. Good. Well played. Su Wumeng. A bunch of shirtless men were sitting nearby, looking fierce, chewing watermelons while watching the show, and cheering from time to time. They are. Wang Yong glanced at them. Those people don't look like students at all. They look like ruffians. They are the martial arts teachers hired by the school. Su Xiong explained, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. In the open field, the girl from grade 0.5 was still beaten unilaterally by a teacher from grade 0.7. She was beaten with bruises and swollen faces, and was beaten badly. But the girl was also very determined. She gritted her teeth and persevered without giving up. Many of the students watching looked distressed, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. Why didn't anyone stop it? Wang Yong frowned. He finally realized that the student wanted to admit defeat several times, but the martial arts teacher named Su Wu always interrupted him and did not give him the chance to admit defeat. Those students were scared after being beaten. Su Xiong snorted disdainfully. Generally, powerful warriors go to foreign lands to hunt beasts and seek breakthroughs. But some unmotivated martial artists come to schools and become teachers. They take the salary but don't want to put in the effort to teach students combat skills. They resort to heavy-handed beatings, and the students are afraid to ask for help. Wang Yang suddenly realized. No wonder those people are so idle. Students would rather fight on their own without any help than ask for advice. Ah! There were constant cries of pain from the other side, and the ground was covered with the students' bloodstains. Many people sighed and turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch any further. Level 0.7 bullies level 0.5, so it is naturally a one-sided defeat. Seeing that the level 0.5 student was about to be seriously injured, if this situation continued, even if he went to the infirmary, he would have to lie in bed for 2 days. Stop. Su Xiong gritted his teeth and looked fierce. Chapter 16. A good squad leader with great loyalty. What do you want to do? The martial arts masters who were sitting and chewing melon seeds all stood up. Bare-chested, with a tattoo of a dragon crossing the river, they surrounded us with a smirk on their faces. The college entrance examination is approaching, and many students from the college entrance examination classes come to the martial arts gym for actual practice. Several ignorant people even ask them to practice with them. Damn! How dare you! Su Xiong clenched his fists angrily, and his 0.6 level aura burst out, making his whole body stronger. I repeat. Let him go. He walked towards the student who was beaten. The student had been knocked unconscious and was lying on the side covered in blood. The level 0.7 warrior was a little frightened and stepped back. When he recognized that the person was Su Xiong, his eyes flashed slightly. Su Xiong is notoriously difficult to deal with in the martial arts gym. With his 0.6 level energy and the awakened heavy armor warrior talent, ordinary 0.7 level warriors cannot defeat him. What do you want to do? I'm a martial arts master, Suwu said in a stern but cowardly manner. That's right, classmate. Master Su just wanted to teach that student a lesson, but he accidentally hit him too hard. We can apologize, said another master with a pointed chin and monkey face. He looked like someone who was instructing a student. That's right, it's just an accidental mistake. You say, right? Suwu took the opportunity to back down and said, looking threateningly at the students watching nearby. Those people all changed color and ran away, fearing that they would be taught by the martial arts teacher. Look, they all agreed. Suwu grinned and kicked the unconscious, blood-soaked girl away. Two petite female classmates in the crowd hurried out, supported the girl, and looked at Suwu angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Su Xiong looked at the students who were retreating around him, with a look of disappointment on his face. He became even more angry when he saw the martial arts masters who were surrounding him. His fists were clenched, veins popping out. What? This classmate is not going to attack the martial arts master, is he? Suwu became more and more proud. He looked very confident that Su Xiong wouldn't dare to hit him. Su Xiong, didn't you tell me when you came here that you had a martial arts skill to practice and planned to ask a martial arts master for instruction? A clear voice came, and Su Xiong was stunned. He happened to see Wang Yong blinking, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. He took a deep breath, a look of gratitude on his face. I understand, squad leader. Not only Su Xiong, but Su Wu was also stunned. Damn, I was so proud of myself that I forgot about this. He just turned his head and wanted to say something in defense when a huge fist hit him. Boom! Suwu's head suddenly started buzzing, and his eye sockets turned black and blue at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, fists rained down on him. Ah! The powerful punch knocked the weak and cowardly Suwu into hiding and made him run away in panic. Many of the students watching cheered. But the next second, a huge force came and hit Su Xiong's chest directly. Bang! Su Xiong's face quickly turned red, and his tall body flew straight out, smashing a big hole in the wall. He knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wow! Wang Yong, who had just pulled the seriously injured student aside, happened to see this scene. A tall warrior in a black robe walked out. He had a ferocious look and a centipede-like scar on his face. A burst of 0.9 level energy swept through and suppressed the entire arena. The strongest in the martial arts gym, Lin Xiangguan. The moment he appeared, a fierce look swept across. The students who had originally stood up for Su Xiong and cheered suddenly became quiet, lowered their heads, and dared not look him in the eye. What? Weren't you screaming happily just now? Lin Xiangguan said viciously, looks like you guys are itching for trouble, right? No one dared to talk back. It is said that the last student who talked back and was not afraid of power and wanted to report to the principal was beaten so badly that he could not get out of bed for a week and all his limbs were broken. Lin Xiangguan's reputation as a vicious and evil person spread throughout the school, and no one dared to offend him. Even though the principal had reminded him several times, he still acted recklessly, relying on the fact that he was the younger brother of the Dean of Studies, Lin Yanzi. Lin Xiangguan looked at the quiet students with satisfaction. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart, a bunch of cowards. He was used to being domineering and forgot that in the eyes of those warriors who were fighting against the ferocious beasts, he was nothing but a coward who bullied his way into the house. At this time, his eyes were fixed on Su Xiong, who was almost knocked to the ground after being punched by him, and Wang Yong, who was standing beside him. Is this Wang Yong? The one that Tang Shan, the young master of the Tang family, wanted me to beat up? What a coincidence, he's in the same group as the guy who started the trouble. The corner of Lin Xiangguan's mouth twitched, and the centipede-like scar became active, looking extremely scary. Just in time to pick up these two guys. All the bones. Stretch out the tendons. He walked towards the two of them, with a powerful force pressing down on them and a look of ill intention on his face. Su Xiong's pale face turned even paler. He lowered his head and said to Wang Yong, class monitor, hurry up. Go find the class teacher. I'm thick-skinned and can hold him back. Wang Yong patted his chest and said in a resounding voice, I'm the monitor of class 2. How could I leave you alone when my classmates are in trouble? As he said that, he stood in front of Su Xiong and shouted, in my class 2, there are only standing people, no kneeling dogs. All the students were shocked. Everyone chatted in unison, I didn't expect there would be such a loyal squad leader. Mad, I'm touched. Su Xiong was moved. He stood up tremblingly and confronted the approaching Lin Xiangwan, obviously wanting to fight side by side with Wang Yong. He said in a trembling voice, "If anyone does not recognize you as the squad leader in the future, I, Su Xiong, will be the first to disagree." After hearing this, Wang Yong rolled his eyes. What was he thinking? A mechanical sound appeared in my ears. Ding! Encountering a bully at the martial arts gym, triggering a god-level choice. Lin Xiong, the leader of the martial arts school bullies, approaches with malicious intent. Choice 1, abandon Su Xiong and run away. Reward, title turtle, title effect, physical defense increased by 20%, weak point defense increased by 50%, you can only wear one title at a time, and the effect of one title will be triggered. Choice 2, defy power and challenge Lin Xiangwan to a duel. Reward, Devil's Muscle Man Essential Manual, increases strength by 30%, male attractiveness plus 20. Note, appropriate fitness attracts the opposite sex, while excessive fitness attracts the same sex. Option 3, be a righteous squad leader and single-handedly defeat all the masters in the martial arts school. Completely eradicate this unhealthy trend. Rewards, Master Level Wing Chun Permanent Mastery, Master Level Grappling Permanent Mastery, and the Martial Art Farmer's 3 Punches. Ching Cheng No. 1 Middle School Key Warrior Class 2. 58 students came to the classroom one after another and sat down. The practical class was about to begin. As usual, the last day of the month will be a sparring session with the Key Warrior Class 1 next door at the martial arts gym. According to the 1v1 principle, the class with the higher score wins. Ever since the departure of the former squad leader Long Shang, Class 2 has always been suppressed in terms of high-end combat power. In order to motivate Class 2 and improve their practical combat skills, Li Dahai would take them to the martial arts gym in advance every week to practice and warm up. So this practical class came into being. Where is squad leader Wang Yong? Why hasn't he come yet? Did he miss the practical class? Li Dahai frowned and looked at Wang Yong's empty seat. And Su Xiong too. Teacher, could it be that he and Su Xiong went to the martial arts gym early? Tang Shan said. It's indeed possible. Li Dahai thought about it and agreed. He decisively waved his hand and took them to the martial arts hall. On the way, they passed by the Key Warrior Class 1. The students in Class 1 who were practicing in the class couldn't help but sneer when they saw the mighty team of Class 2 outside. Those idiots from Class 2 went to the martial arts gym again. They've already lost to us 3 times in class competitions. Our Class 1 is an elite class, unlike Class 2, who chose a D-rank loser as their monitor. Ha 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 ha. Don't say that. Before Long Shang left, our 2 classes had wins and losses. After Long Shang left, we've been losing for 3 consecutive months. Now we're just giving up. How pitiful. There were many sneers in the corridor. Even the students in Class 2 felt a little embarrassed. Tang Shan's face darkened, feeling humiliated. He couldn't help but mutter, I didn't want to do that. Who made me have such a class teacher? Now that loser Wang Yang is the class monitor, Class 2 is probably going to be the laughingstock of the whole school. He grumbled quite loudly, and many of his classmates who originally didn't care began to have some prejudice against Wang Yong. Yes, when the former monitor and top student in the class, Long Shang, was here, Class 1 was similar to our Class 2. As soon as Long Shang left, the morale of the class fell. Now Wang Yong, the last one in the class, is the monitor. In the team walking on the road, many people were whispering about Wang Yong. He began to question his squad leader's ability. If you don't work hard, what does it have to do with Wang Yong? Fong Yuching couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't know why, but when others said bad things about Wang Yong, she felt dissatisfied. Practice is your own business. If you're not good at actual combat, just practice more. So what if the martial arts master is fierce? He's 0.1 level higher, so he doesn't necessarily mean you can't beat him. Fong Yuching said loudly. Only then did the class become quiet. Principal Beauty Fong, not necessarily. A low voice sounded. Seeing Fong Yuching actually speaking up for Wang Yong, Tang Shan revealed a hint of displeasure. Everyone has witnessed Brother Longxing's strength. He was level 0.8, with a great talent. He was able to defeat the 3 kings of Class 1 by himself. And what about Wang Yong? A sneering and disdainful voice sounded. Fong Yuching was so angry that she stomped her feet. How can you compare like that? How can we compare? Tang Shan thought of how Wang Yong beat him in the classroom and was so angry that his teeth were itching. Do you believe me? Let's make a bet. What are you betting on? Fong Yuching was like a little female cat protecting her food. I bet Wang Yong was beaten up in the martial arts gym while sparring and practicing martial arts. He's probably lying on the ground like a dead dog right now. Tang Shan laughed wildly. He had already contacted his family and bribed the warrior Lin Xiangguan to teach Wang Yong a lesson. I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. Where's the bet? Fong Yuching gritted her teeth and stared at Tang Shan with a bad look. If you lose, don't say a word to Wang Yong before the college entrance examination. Break up with him. Tang Shan did not hide his purpose at all. What if I win? Fong Yuching said. Win? Tang Shan said with a sinister smile, if you win, I'll give you a ticket to the Wolf Fong secret realm. He was so sure that he would win this bet that he just blew it out loud. Maybe even make the school beauty look at you with a higher regard. Many classmates exclaimed. The ticket to the Wolf Fong secret realm is worth 1 million great xia coins. It's incredibly valuable. And it's not something you can buy with money. Only a wealthy family can get a spot from the Qingqing city government. Ordinary people can't buy it even if they have money. Can. Fong Yuching narrowed her crescent eyes and thought to herself, damn Wang Yong, you won't sell me your spot, so I'll forgive you for now. If you help me win the bet, I will give you a chance to pursue me. Fong Yuching said proudly. Then, she turned her head and looked at the head teacher, Li Dahai, who was standing in the front row. Teacher, can you do a notarization? The bet is established. Li Dahai appeared at some point and looked at Tang Shan dimly. Tang Shan nodded. Although he felt guilty, he still said with his neck stiff, okay? If you can't do it, I'll go to your house and ask for it myself. Li Dahai left a word and turned away. Chapter 17. My last name is Li Dahai. I'm the monitor of class 2. How could I leave you alone when my classmates are in trouble? In my class 2, there are only standing people, no kneeling dogs. The sonorous and powerful voice echoed in the martial arts hall. Such righteous words made all the martial arts students lower their heads in shame. Su Xiong was stunned, his eyes unconsciously turned red, he nodded seriously, struggled to stand up, and stood side by side with Wang Yong. Squad leader, I'm with you. As he spoke, a powerful energy burst out, and Su Xiong's eyes flashed with brilliance. Supernatural talent, heavy armor warrior triggers. The whole person's momentum has doubled. After hearing this, Wang Yong's face froze and he looked carefully at the requirements for Option 3. Option 3, a righteous squad leader, step forward and single-handedly defeat all the masters in the martial arts school. Completely put an end to this unhealthy trend. Rewards, Master Level Wing Chun Permanent Mastery, Master Level Grappling Permanent Mastery, and the Martial Art Farmer's 3 punches. Alone. The word was practically plastered on his face. This kid Su Xiong is really trying to cause trouble, right? Wang Yong turned his head and looked at Su Xiong, who was standing beside him with a fierce fighting spirit and a face ready to die. I was speechless. Snap. A slap landed on Su Xiong's shoulder, almost making him stagger. Su Xiong turned his head in confusion. Su Xiong. I understand your sincere intentions, but you were bullied outside. As the monitor, I should help you stand up for yourself. Just stay here and recuperate. Wang Yong glanced at Su Xiong's bruised and swollen chest. Squad leader, but my injury is not. No buts. Stand further away. Understand? Wang Yong said impatiently. With an explosion of energy and a surge of strength throughout his body, he accidentally pushed Su Xiong to the floor again. Su Xiong? He was just about to get up. Wang Yong frowned and exerted more strength. Snap. Su Xiong. Su Xiong wanted to say something and struggled to get up. Wang Yong took a deep breath, closed his eyes, suppressed the urge to punch him, and unconsciously added a little more strength with his right hand. Bang! There was a loud bang, accompanied by flying wood chips. The whole audience was silent. Su Xiong looked at his feet that penetrated the wooden floor and his lower body that was sunken in it. Su Xiong, tell the squad leader if you want to rest? Wang Yong said with a smile. Su Xiong. He nodded silently and lay back down on his own initiative. Lin Xiangguan. Other students. Bring it on. I'm the squad leader, come to me if you have any problems. Wang Yong retracted his arms and put his hands behind his back. Sure enough, after the energy reached 0.4, the innate physical strength was further enhanced. He felt like he could now compete with level 0.8. What's your name, kid? Lin Xiongwan looked coldly at the young man in front of him. To be on the safe side, he decided to ask his name first. Many students watching nearby pricked up their ears. They were very curious about the name of this good squad leader with great righteousness. But when I think of his future fate, I can't help but worry for him. Ha! Wang Yong looked up, clearly sensing the malevolent intent of the man before him. He couldn't help but feel wary. He's been staring at me since he showed up? Does he have a grudge against me? Ha! The strong energy poured into his vocal cords, and he roared suddenly, his voice like thunder and his momentum like a rainbow. Everyone was shocked. What the hell, what kind of plane is this? Mad said the name, just say the name. Wang Yongqi sank into his dantian. Listen carefully. I will never change my name or surname. My surname is Li. My name is Dahai, and everyone in the underworld calls me Brother Hai. The resolute voice echoed, and many students looked at each other in surprise. Li Dahai? So that's his name. It's not Wang Yong's fault. He hadn't been to a martial arts gym in the 2 years of high school. He was basically a stranger to the people who hung out in the martial arts gym. Li Dahai? Lin Xiongwan was stunned. I took out my phone and looked at the photo. It was a class photo, and one of the people was circled in red. He is 80% similar to Wang Yong in front of him, but the man in the photo looks very inferior, with his head buried. Compared with his classmates next to him who are wearing branded clothes, he is extremely inconspicuous. They look very similar, but this temperament. Lin Xiongwan couldn't help but feel confused. Wang Yong's firm tone and confident demeanor are indeed very different from the person in the photo. Mad, are you still going to fight? Wang Yong cursed, and his heart sank when he saw Lin Xiongwan constantly comparing with his mobile phone. You deserve a beating, don't you? Lin Xiongwan had just put away his phone when he saw Wang Yong's arrogant look and became furious. Come on, come on. Whoever is a coward is a grandson. Wang Yang is such a hot-tempered guy. I don't even know you, yet you come here to cause trouble for me. 0.4 level energy just burst out. Lin Xiongwan couldn't help but sneer on his furious face. With your strength, I can stand there and hit you without breaking your defense. You said it. Wang Yong took the opportunity to provoke him and approached quietly. That's right. I said it. Lin Xiongwan sneered and looked down at everyone. Boom. The powerful physical strength surged, even creating a large hole in the hard floor. The fist came in an instant with a strong gust of wind. Fuck. Lin Xiongwan's face changed slightly. His raised chest was hit by a fist and he flew backwards several meters. Boom. When the punch landed, all the students who thought Wang Yong was brutally beaten were shocked. What's going on? What did we see? A 0.4 level player knocked a 0.9 level player flying with one punch? The world has gone crazy. The huge force carried Lin Xiongwan flying, and he rolled on the ground. Bah! Damn! Playing the pig to eat the tiger, huh? He spat out a mouthful of blood and 0.9 level of energy surged up. He raised his head and was about to say something harsh when a huge fist appeared and quickly grew larger. Lin Xiongwan was startled and subconsciously raised his arms to block. Boom boom boom. The powerful force hit his shoulders, causing Lin Xiongwan's arms to go numb. Muda muda muda. Wang Yong punched continuously. He beat Lin Xiongwan up. Isn't he only level 0.4? He was secretly shocked. What a great strength. I'm afraid a level 0.8 warrior is only as strong as this. Lin Xiongwan pondered silently, and now it finally came to his senses. A fierce aura surged out. This guy is so sinister. You're looking for death. Martial arts, solid wall. The light yellow energy seemed to materialize and quickly gathered to form a hard shield that could temporarily withstand Wang Yong's bombardment. Seeing this, Wang Yong smiled with a look of success on his face. He turned around and retreated, forming a seal with his fingers. As Lin Xiongwan gathered his energy, he connected with the strands of energy remaining on his body. Gather your strength. Explode. Bang bang bang. The violent energy is like a series of explosions. Large areas of Lin Xiongwan's clothes were blown away, and his entire body felt as if it were being burned by fire. Lin Xiangwan, who was concentrating on releasing his martial arts, suddenly stiffened, his muscles rolled up, his energy backfired, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Protect the boss. Some martial arts masters watching the show noticed something was wrong and were about to rush over and beat up Wang Yong. Chapter 18 Brother Hai is cheating. This kid is going to kill the boss. Everyone, stand shoulder to shoulder and beat him together. That's right, the martial arts school can't lose face. He decisively chose to rush over to rescue Lin Xiangwan, regardless of his face. Tisk. Looking at the crowd rushing towards him, Wang Yong spat. He picked up a stool on the ground and swung it towards Lin Xiangwan. Bang! The stool shattered. Lin Xiangwan, who had just stood up, was knocked to the ground. Wang Yong rushed forward, held two streams of energy in his palms, and slapped Lin Xiangwan twice on the chest. Here we go again. His bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Wang Yong, and he mobilized all his strength to protect his chest. A burning heat and an icy chill came from my chest. Lin Xiangwan was stunned immediately. What was going on with this energy? Cold and hot? Ice and fire? At the moment he was stunned, icy energy and red energy burst out at the same time, and the two energies, one white and one red, wandered in his chest like a Tai Chi diagram. Burst. Wang Yong made a seal. Boom. Lin Xiangwan was knocked over by the huge explosion, and flames and ice chips flew everywhere. Half of his body was charred, the other half was frozen, and he fainted. It was extremely embarrassing. Save the boss. 12 martial arts masters came out of Alala, their strength ranging from 0.6 to 0.8, and attacked Wang Yong. Wang Yong dodged left and right, and at the same time 12 pairs of fists were thrown at him. Unable to dodge. I still suffered a lot of bad luck. Damn, especially that Su Wu. Where the hell are you touching? Wang Yong slapped away the hand that wanted to hold the handle without holding back. Ah! Su Wu was hit hard and retreated from the siege battlefield with his hands clasped. Facing several warriors whose strength far surpassed his own, Wang Yong remained undaunted. He simply unleashed all his talents, and the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn towards him like a whirlpool, continuously replenishing the energy consumed in his body. Ola ola ola. Wang Yong went all out, transforming into a powerful turtle punch, and was focused on improving his proficiency among the crowd. He has not forgotten his original intention. I came here to brush up my proficiency in Ora Fist. After throwing 100 punches, your proficiency level will increase by 1. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound is accompanied by the Euler sound. Wang Yong waved his sword wildly in the crowd, using all his strength, like an ancient bull, and beat the martial arts masters to a pulp. There were 12 people. The two weakest ones were at level 0.6 at the beginning. After being punched and kicked by Wang Yong, they flew into the crowd. They groaned in pain and couldn't get up for a long time. Many students with bad intentions gathered around and screams were heard again from the crowd. Then there are 6 0.7 level ones. Everyone had bruises on their faces, their left eyes were black and blue, their right eyes were purple, and they had big bumps on their heads. Wang Yong wanted to use them to improve his proficiency, so he deliberately restrained his strength. The control of the energy in the Quan Jin Quan greatly enhanced the unpredictability of his Ola Quan. One punch is heavy, one punch is light. This was a tough time for the martial arts masters. Not only did they have to guard against Wang Yong's surprise attacks, but they also had to defend against the sudden heavy punches. It was really miserable. Bang! Another figure flew out, it was Su Wu. Being picked up by the understanding crowd, they joined the students in the gratitude session to the martial arts master. As time went on, all the 9 martial arts masters who surrounded Wang Yong had bruises on their faces, no matter if they were 5 at level 0.7 or 4 at level 0.8. Wang Yang almost plucked all the hair off his head. His head was covered with bumps, and his face was swollen like a puffer fish from being punched so many times. They were all stunned and kicked around like sandbags. My Ora Fist proficiency is full and I am currently upgrading. Advanced success. Ora Fist. Low grade yellow grade. Introduction, a martial art that can grow and defeat a master with random punches. Note, Ola is done. When you throw 100 punches, you will throw an extremely powerful punch. Each powerful punch you throw will accumulate proficiency 1. Proficiency, 0-200. Next promotion conditions, full proficiency, Chi level reaches 0.5. Electronic sound came. Wang Yong's waving fist paused. Full of it? It's pretty fast, I haven't had enough yet. He felt a little regretful. Looking at the 9 human stakes around him who were beaten unconscious. TSK. Is his natural power so amazing? Not only is his strength immense, his stamina is also incredibly abnormal. Of course, Wang Yong's SSS-level talent also played a role. Looking at the miserable martial arts masters around, there were big, shiny bumps all over his head, his eye sockets were black, and his head was swollen. Like Maitreya Buddha. Is it wrong? Wow. Wrong. A group of martial arts masters knelt in front of Wang Yong with tears and snot, nodding their heads like clapping garlic. Will you bully students again in the future? Wang Yong looked down at everyone. No. We must serve as good sparring partners in the martial arts gym. They were filled with regret. They all patted their chests and made promises, rushing to swear an oath. Very good. Remember what you said. Wang Yong said lightly. At this moment, he was like a devil in the eyes of all the martial arts masters. Even Su Xiong, who was standing by, shuddered with empathy. He was treated like a punching bag and was punched nearly 10,000 times, which meant that each person received nearly 1,000 punches. Anyone would be scared. The moment Wang Yong stopped and the martial arts masters admitted their mistakes, the martial arts hall fell into an unprecedented silence. Wang Yong's movement was so loud that it attracted everyone in the martial arts hall. They watched in astonishment as he defeated a group of martial arts masters. I recalled the scene where the martial arts master was arrogant and relied on his strength to bully his students. And the way he was beaten into a pig's head at this moment, he was sincerely convinced and willing to correct his mistakes. All of them were numbed by shock. They looked at each other, speechless. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Brother Hai is cheating." The entire martial arts hall was instantly boiling with excitement. Brother Hai is cheating. Brother Hai is cheating. Brother Hai is cheating. The waves of sound grew louder and louder, even spreading throughout the entire venue, and the entire martial arts hall was boiling. All the warriors who had been oppressed were now proud and looked enthusiastically at the most dazzling place. The female student who was seriously injured and unconscious at the beginning woke up at some point, looked at Wang Yong in the middle of the crowd with gratitude, remembered his face deeply, and was then taken to the infirmary by her classmates. Facing the cheers of the crowd, Wang Yong smiled lightly and turned to look at Su Xiong, whose legs were still stuck in the ground. Su Xiong also shouted, "Squad leader, this is a ripoff." At this time, at the entrance of the martial arts hall, Tang Shan's triumphant voice was heard. Look at the intense fighting and cheering in the martial arts hall. That kid Wang Yong must have been beaten unconscious. A D-level talent is a D-level talent, and a noob is a noob. There's no changing that. Boom. The door of the martial arts hall was pushed open. Coming towards them was Li Dahai and Team 2, and in the front was Tang Shan's smug face. Chapter 19, Class 2 begins to gather. Bang. The door to the martial arts gym was wide open, and Team 2, who were chatting and laughing, froze when they saw someone coming in. I happened to see a group of martial arts masters kneeling in front of Wang Yong and crying bitterly. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. That brat Wang Yong must have been beaten unconscious. The echo of Tang Shan's words was still lingering in everyone's ears. Although no one said it on the surface, they all agreed with Tang Shan's words in their hearts. But when the scene of entering the martial arts hall came into view, everyone was shocked. What is the situation now? How did it become that the martial arts master was kneeling on the ground, with a few people lying unconscious on the side? And what about the one with half of its head charred by the explosion? Tang Shan's eyes were as big as copper bells, and he stared at the head with half of its head burnt black. Isn't this the martial arts master Lin Xiangwan that I bribed myself with money? Didn't he promise to beat Wang Yong up so badly that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a week? Why are you lying on the ground? Class 2 fell silent for a moment. Hey, Class 2 is here? What are you looking at? Come in and practice. Wang Yong saw that everyone was standing there like wooden statues, not moving at all, and spoke. Class monitor. Did you kill all these? A thin and clever boy asked bravely. His name is Ma Xiaotian, the know-it-all in Class 2. It is said that his father is a sales manager and he inherited his father's talent. He is a well-known know-it-all in the school and all the gossips, big and small, come from him. Ma Xiaotian. Wang Yong narrowed his eyes. Then he turned around and pointed at Su Xiong, who had just emerged from the ground. He did it. Su Xiong rolled his eyes and was about to argue when his shoulders suddenly sank. The floor beneath my feet groaned under the weight of the weight, as if saying, "You did it." He nodded silently. Fong Yuching blinked her bright eyes, looked at the martial arts master who was avoiding her like the plague, and curled her lips. Why wouldn't I believe it? Wang Yong pretended not to hear. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A strange cry came from the entrance of the martial arts hall. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yong, you cast an illusion on me. You lied to me. Tang Shan's hair was disheveled, and he stared at Wang Yong with bloodshot eyes, his body shaking constantly. I don't know whether he was angry or scared. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back and he fell straight down. He fainted on the spot. Wang Yong glanced at it and didn't bother to pay any attention. Ma Xiaotian took the opportunity to slip aside and was about to pull a nearby onlooker to ask questions when he was caught by Wang Yong. What's wrong, squad leader? Ma Xiaotian looked at Wang Yong. He didn't know why, but with his level 0.5 strength, he felt inexplicably scared when facing a level 0.4 squad leader. Today is a practical class, right? Wang Yong said with a smile. Yes. Ma Xiaotian swallowed. Ma Xiaotian. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. As the class monitor, I feel it's my duty to help you improve your practical skills. He reached out and held down Ma Xiaotian, who was trying to escape, and casually pointed at a martial arts master who was cowering in the distance. Hey, who's that? Zhao, come here. Come here. Master Zhao came over happily with a smile on his face. Aunt Ching said, Brother Hai, if there is something, please tell me. Brother Hai? Ma Xiaotian looked at his head teacher in the distance in surprise. Wang Yong's face froze, and he pointed at Ma Xiaotian with a forced smile. Help me teach him a lesson. Don't. Ma Xiaotian said with a bitter face. Okay. Master Zhao nodded seriously, patted his chest and took Ma Xiaotian away. Wang Yong nodded with satisfaction, looking at the students from Class 2 who were scattering around them, as if he wanted to ask the onlookers some questions. His face darkened, and he immediately yelled, Class 2, gather. This squad leader has something to tell you. As the voice fell, the students from Class 2 who had just dispersed hurried over. Wang Yong decisively called out to the bruised martial arts masters, pointed at the 50 or so students in front of him, and said, Everyone, the students in Class 2 lack practical training. They're about to take the college entrance exam. Could you please practice with them for my sake? No problem. Okay. How do you want to train me, bro? Brother Hai, I'll do whatever you say. A group of shirtless men with bruised faces and noses grumbled in front of Wang Yong, acting like little brothers, and were completely convinced by the beating. Yeah. Wang Yong glared fiercely at the one who called him Brother Hai. Hasn't Class 2 always been worse than Class 1 in actual combat? Wang Yong sneered, looking at the scattered Class 2 in front of him. Train them for me. As long as you can't kill him, then train him to death. As his voice fell, the classmates who originally did not agree with Wang Yong began to wail, looking at the ferocious men on the side with a look of despair on their faces. Fuck it, squad leader, stop it. People will get killed if you do this. No. Squad leader. You're my brother, okay? Monitor, I'm not feeling well today. I want to ask for leave. For a moment, Class 2 was filled with wailing, and most of the people looked reluctant. Wang Yong's expression turned serious, as if he was disappointed with his son. Classmates. The college entrance exam is coming soon. There are only 2 months left. The exam is not just about your energy level, practical training is also a top priority. Your energy level determines whether you can pass the first tier line, and practical training determines whether you can go to a non-secondary school or the Shedu. I'm almost level 0.5, and look at you guys who claim to be more talented than me. What have you become? Wang Yong spoke confidently without blushing or getting nervous. The sonorous words quieted down the noisy Class 2. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The squad leader seemed to be right. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and I've been working so hard for only 2 months. Wang Yong isn't particularly talented, but he practices so hard every day. Why shouldn't I work hard? Damn. Let us fight. After 60 days of hard work, I want to go to Xiadu University. They looked at each other, and something seemed to be flickering in their eyes. An atmosphere of progress and hard work emerged, and Class 2, which had been scattered, now seemed to be gathering together. In the distance, Li Dahai, who had just learned that Wang Yong used his name to do bad things, was a little angry. He watched Wang Yong motivating the students in the class, and his anger subsided a lot unconsciously. Seeing the unyielding spirit of the students in Class 2, a rare smile appeared on Li Dahai's serious face. Students who are motivated are the pride of every teacher. Wang Yong saw that the people in Class 2 were wavering, and he felt a strange feeling in his heart. In other words, it is a sense of class honor. As the class monitor, the leader of the class, since you have received extra subsidies from the school and enjoyed rights, you have to fulfill some obligations. Now that you are in this position, do your best and do it well. Chapter 20. The school beauty wants to challenge me? My fists aren't strong enough. The energy is too scattered. Concentrate. Concentrate. Flexible control of energy is a must for every warrior. Use some strength, don't be afraid of hurting the other person. In a corner of the martial arts hall, unlike the usual noise, the students of Class 2 were practicing in unison. There was a fierce look on his face. 8 martial arts masters came forward to help Class 2 with their training. Although they used to rely on their seniority, after being taught a lesson by Wang Yong, he still did his job honestly. Relying on their age advantage, they carefully instructed the students of the martial arts school and imparted their experience without reservation. Even Lin Xiongguan was beaten awake by Li Dahai. After a friendly exchange between the two, Lin Xiongguan limped back to his job and worked diligently. Wang Yong looked around, his hands on his waist. Looking at this bustling scene, he nodded with satisfaction. Squad leader, you are so impressive. Fong Yuching came over and took the initiative to talk with a sweet smile. Because she won the bet and got a place in the foreign land, she also looked at Wang Yong more favorably. Why don't you go to actual combat? Wang Yong frowned, he didn't know anything about the bet. I won't. Fong Yuching pouted, looking at the scene of those sweating profusely, and found it boring. Wang Yong thought about it and agreed. This dual-powered 0.6 level person might be even better than Su Xiong. Even if he were to join in, it would still be a crushing existence, completely failing to reflect the significance of actual combat training. Su Xiong's strength is firmly in the top 3 in the class. Okay then, you stay here. After saying that, Wang Yong sat down on the soft floor and checked the rewards with a smile. Completed choice 3, the righteous squad leader stood up and single-handedly defeated all the masters in the martial arts school. Completely eradicate this unhealthy trend. Rewards: Master Level Wing Chun permanently mastered, Master Level Grappling permanently mastered, Martial Arts Farmers 3 punches. TSK. With this reward, I won't be a very good fighter, right? He looked very happy. Decisively use all the rewards you receive. Combat Specialization Unlock. Fighting Skills, Wing Chun Master, Grappling Master. When you reach the martial arts skill Farmers 3 punches. Insufficient energy level, use failed. The minimum learning level for Farmers 3 punches is level 0.6. Martial arts also have training requirements. They're all level 0.6. Looks like we have to get the Beast Core. The Wolf-Fong realm is on the agenda. 0.4 is indeed a bit low. Wang Yong sighed. According to his cultivation progress, it won't be long before he crosses the threshold of level 0.6. That is to say, the crystal cores of exotic beasts are needed to temper the energy. The higher the talent, the more crystal cores are needed. But feeling the water and fire abilities faintly starting to activate in his body, Wang Yong suddenly felt happy. It seems the yin-yang visualization diagram is quite good. It can actually gradually unlock supernatural powers. After just the initial unlocking, the power is estimated to have reached the level of D-level talent. He recalled the battle just now, and used the water and fire powers to permeate the swimming fish's energy. 2 completely opposite temperatures exploded, and the power soared. Awesome! If it is fully unlocked in the future, I can only use my supernatural powers, with water in one hand and fire in the other, and the yin and yang will be reversed in the blink of an eye. It's so cool! Just when Wang Yong was immersed in beautiful reverie, the beautiful school beauty Fong Yuching was angry. She sat next to Wang Yong, her black gemstone-like eyes fixed on his handsome face, and found that he really didn't take the initiative to pay attention to her. Hey, I took the initiative to talk to you. He just responded to a question and then laughed to himself like a fool. So rude. You deserve to be single. Pooh. Fong Yuching began to doubt whether her chance encounter with Wang Yang at Grandpa Li's house that day was real. Was it just a chance encounter? Could it be that it was just a coincidence? He doesn't have a crush on me? Fong Yuching just felt her face flushed, and she felt inexplicably regretful and discouraged. She looked at Wang Yong again and found that he was still immersed in his own world, laughing non-stop. Staring at him angrily. Damn it, what are you laughing at? I'm so annoyed. Fong Yuching stood up as if sulking, turned her head away, and leaned against the wall of the martial arts hall, revealing her slender figure. Not long after he turned around, Wang Yong patted his shoulder. Fong Yuching, I have a question for you. What's the matter? Fong Yuching was immediately delighted, her delicate face full of joy. But then he thought of something, turned his head away, and hummed proudly, hurry up. I'm busy. Do you have any way to hide your cultivation? I can trade with you. Wang Yong discovered that Fong Yuching's external energy was still the same as that shown in the class, still at level 0.5. But the power he displayed in the alley that day. The only possibility is that Fong Yuching possesses an extremely rare method of concealing her energy level. If you're willing to exchange it, it's definitely worth it. He patted his chest and promised, then scratched his head, if it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask. Martial arts that conceal one's cultivation level should be quite precious. At least Wang Yong has not found anywhere to buy them, and has never even heard of them. If Fong Yuching is willing to give him one, Wang Yong didn't mind copying a copy of the manual on cultivating supernatural powers for him. He was confident that the latter was definitely no less valuable than the former. The manual for cultivating supernatural powers is a treasure that can fully unearth supernatural abilities. Wang Yong hasn't understood even 1/10 of it yet. Puff. Seeing Wang Yong's cautious look, Fong Yuching couldn't help but break her cold face and smiled, revealing a pair of beautiful dimples. As for martial arts, I do have them, she bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, looking cute and innocent at this moment. I can give it to you if you want. But you have to promise me one thing. Fong Yuching looked at Wang Yong. She looked at him with eyes like a deer, full of curiosity. She suddenly discovered that Wang Yong had changed a lot. Since becoming the squad leader, both his abilities and personality have changed a lot, and his behavior is full of mystery. Especially after learning that Wang Yong had knocked down all the sparring partners in the martial arts hall, including a 0.9 level warrior and several 0.8 level warriors, and had completely subdued them. There are more mysteries surrounding it. Okay, go ahead. Wang Yong was delighted at first. When he heard that Fong Yuching was actually going to give him a ride, and the condition was that he had to promise something, he looked back warily. He crossed his arms, a look of surprise on his face. What does this woman want? Can't it be? Wang Yong looked terrified. Looking at Fong Yuching's face, from her delicate face, down to her slender white neck, all the way down. It seems that it is not a bad thing to live off a gigolo. What are you thinking about now? Fong Yuching looked at Wang Yong. The storage ring in his hand flashed, and an old yellow book appeared in his hand. He said seriously, I can give it to you now, but you have to fight me. The kind of fight with all your strength. Wang Yong looked at Fong Yuching in front of him in surprise. Don't underestimate me. I have a lot of cards up my sleeve. Fong Yuching spoke confidently. At this moment, an electronic sound suddenly rang out in Wang Yong's mind. Ding! Face the Campus Beauty Challenge and trigger the God-level choice. The School Beauty challenges the host by using hidden martial arts skills as temptation. Choice 1, do not accept the challenge, reward, Heavenly Martial Arts Sunflower Secret Code to practice the skill, castrate yourself. Choice 2, accept the challenge, reveal your full strength, and defeat the School Beauty openly. Reward, Earth-level weapon, broken love blade breaking hair with a single blow, nothing can be broken, draw the sword wherever it goes, invincible in the heart broken love blade's companion Earth-level martial arts sword drawing technique without a woman in mind, draw the sword with natural power. Note, the broken love blade and sword drawing technique can be used together to unleash the power of the heaven level. Option 3, accept the challenge and force the School Beauty to surrender without revealing your strength. Rewards, 10 level 2 Spirit Stones Amplification, Spiritual Power Cultivation Resources 1 Peppa Pig Mask 1-time item, limited to 1 hour martial art In Xian Kun. Draw upon the power of heaven and earth to bless yourself, temporarily increasing your energy by 300% and your ability power by 200%. Chapter 21 I was pushed against the wall? Are you sure you want to fight me? Wang Yong said with a smile. Just after acquiring master-level Wing Chun and master-level grappling techniques, a wonderful physical memory emerged. The originally compact and explosive muscles seemed to have life, breathing repeatedly. He really gives the impression that he has been practicing Wing Chun and grappling techniques and immersed in the art of fighting for more than 10 years. Certainly. The school beauty confidently puffed out her budding chest, proudly waving her fist and saying, "Don't underestimate me. I'm much more powerful than you think." Yes, yes, yes. The school beauty is amazing. That's right, squad leader, you have to give her some leniency. Many students from Class 2 noticed the interaction between the two and came over with interest. Now they are not so disgusted with Wang Yong anymore. After all, there are very few places in the world that throw money around like Tang Shan. You guys are very free, right? Wang Yong said coldly. They were frightened. The 12 martial arts masters behind him surrounded him at some point, rubbing their hands in preparation and looking at the students in Class 2 with sinister grins. Pa-ah. Boom woo woo. Gently, gently ah. I was wrong. The screams of Class 2 echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Wang Yong frowned when he found that many students in Class 2 showed a certain degree of resistance to practical training. Turning around, he looked at Fong Yuching, who was full of fighting spirit, and said, "Wait a minute, I'll take care of the class." Fong Yuching blinked her eyes, bit her red lips, and stared at his back with anger in her eyes. Damn Wang Yong. Ignoring me again. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He clenched his teeth, and lightning flashed around his slender, white hands, crackling with the surging energy. At this time, Wang Yong had his hands behind his back, thinking about how to motivate the students in Class 2. According to his cultivation speed, he will probably go to Langa alien land in a few days. With the quota he got as a squad leader, it is only right for him to do the work that a squad leader should do. Suddenly I felt a numbness in the back of my head and a strong wind blew over me. A sneak attack? Wang Yong reacted instantly, his body tensed instantly, and his reaction speed brought by his master-level fighting skills was clearly demonstrated. He suddenly twisted his body, and his palm, filled with strong energy, swatted the incoming attack away. A tingling sensation crept up his skin, and before Wang Yong could see who the attacker was, he rushed forward unconsciously, took a big step forward, and his whole aura changed instantly. Then, the moment he stepped closer to the attacker, he pressed his body down, lowered his center of gravity, and gathered momentum like a slingshot, carrying with him a strong force. Then, his shoulders and back rushed forward like a landslide. Just in time. Fong Yuching's eyes lit up, and she felt the powerful aura in front of her. He had long since put away his contempt for Wang Yong. Martial Arts Thunder Spirit Shield. The power of the S-level talent of Thunder Element was revealed. Lightning snaked out like a small snake and quickly wove into an impenetrable thunder net, which happened to be between the two people. Bang! A powerful collision was heard. The lightning shield shattered, and although the force of the shoulder collision was offset a lot, it still came straight forward. The physical strength of a warrior exceeding level 0.8 bombarded the Thunder Spirit Shield, and even Fong Yuching felt a stagnation in her chest. What kind of physical fitness is this? She widened her eyes, clearly feeling the lightning and thunder that flew across Wang Yong's body as the Thunder Spirit Shield exploded. However, it was suppressed by his powerful chi and blood. If she didn't use her second ability, she might lose. I won't lose. Fong Yuching took a deep breath and did not choose to activate her second superpower, as that would have hurt Wang Yong and exposed her secret. All mental strength was instantly concentrated on the slender legs. A side kick swept across. Under the influence of supernatural powers, mental power turned into extremely dense lightning elements that wrapped around the legs, and the lightning light seemed to be condensing into leg armor. Martial Arts, Lightning Strike. Fong Yuching's eyes showed determination as she forced herself to use martial arts that she was not proficient in. Ha! Wang Yong then realized that it was Fong Yuching who had attacked him. Hiss. I can't use too much force. He retracted the idea of using the ice and fire attributes of the swimming fish energy and exposing his strength. His eyes locked onto the sidekick coming towards him. The energy distribution mainly hits the upper part. The movement was very hasty, revealing a big flaw. Wang Yong's eyes flashed. Relying on the knowledge of energy brought by the Zhan Jin Quan and the vision of a master-level Wing Chun, the best way to deal with it instantly came up with his mind. I saw that his hands were wrapped with energy. At the moment of the side kick, he avoided the head-on collision, changed his hands into palms, and raised them up instantly. The side kick that was powerful enough to severely injure a level 0.9 warrior was actually easily deflected. Bang! Fong Yuching's expression faltered slightly. She felt as if her strength had been taken away, and her feet seemed to be floating on clouds. After withstanding the most devastating blow, Wang Yong's body, driven by the inertia of the shoulder collision, slammed hard towards the wall of the martial arts hall that was pushing Fong Yuching. It's going to be bad. Wang Yong's face changed, and he was about to dissolve it, but the powerful lightning element numbed his palms. Xiao was born with supernatural powers, but his physique is not very effective, so he needs some time to recover. Boom! A huge crash sounded. Fong Yuching was pressed against the wall by Wang Yong like a cushion, and Wang Yong grabbed her ankles when she kicked out her beautiful legs. The two of them looked like they were stuck against the wall. Buzz! Fong Yuching's head was buzzing as she was being hit. She was the first to react and found that her right leg was raised and was grabbed by that hateful bastard and pressed against her shoulder. Thanks to her years of training and high martial arts skills, she has excellent flexibility. I was pushed against the wall. This thought popped into Fong Xiao's mind. Chapter 22, Martial Arts Hall. Thanos, brother hi. Looking at the man so close to her, her face was sprayed with the man's heavy breathing, and his handsome face was twitching due to the large amount of lightning that was scattered. Ha! Wang Yong came to his senses and found that his right hand was stuck in the wall, and his left palm was holding something slippery and tender. It feels good. He couldn't help it and pinched it again. He noticed a pair of murderous eyes staring at him. I looked up and met that beautiful and delicate face. The only flaw was that her eyes were almost spitting fire. It feels good, right? Fong Yuching smiled, feeling the heat of her ankle being held, and her heart beat faster unconsciously. It's okay. Wang Yong told the truth. Why don't you let go? She glared at Wang Yong. Oh, let it go now. Wang Yong smiled awkwardly. As soon as he let go of the restraints, Fong Yuching was so angry that she retaliated by elbowing Wang Yong in the chest. His body reacted violently, and Wang Yong subconsciously raised his hand to block the elbow strike, pinching Fong Yuching's shoulder, and a powerful force burst out. Boom! He pushed her against the wall again. Yo-ho, you want to launch a sneak attack? I know grappling techniques. Wang Yong said this for some unknown reason. After saying that, he stopped talking. Damn it, I just mastered the master-level fighting skills and haven't adapted to them yet. I can't overcome my fighting instinct for the time being. You. Fong Yuching, who was held down, felt ashamed and angry. She wished she could unleash her second superpower and beat Wang Yong up. But the last lightning strike just now took away all the mental strength. She had consumed a lot of energy, and because of the huge difference in physical strength, she was pinned down again. Fong Yuching began to doubt her life. Who am I? What am I doing? Don't I have S-level dual supernatural talents? Am I known as the most talented warrior in Xinjiang? How come I can't even defeat someone with a lower energy level than me? Did you lose? Wang Yong asked. Fong Yuching blushed, but lowered her proud head. I lost. After saying that, he took the initiative to pass on the martial arts skill of concealing the energy to Wang Yong. The students from Class 2 were stunned. They all stopped what they were doing and stared at the class monitor Wang Yong in amazement, who first pushed the school beauty against the wall and then pressed her against the wall. When did the class monitor become so brave? He even dared to bully the school beauty Fong? Come on, I'm super brave. My name even has the word Young in it. Li Dahai looked at the half-broken wall of the martial arts hall, and the corners of his mouth twitched. If they fight, they should just pay the medical expenses. You fight like this and destroy the house. Ma Xiaotian, watching the two men with such destructive power, said thoughtfully, I'll go back and talk to Dad about investing in furniture and making a bed specifically for warriors. The requirements aren't high, just something solid and durable. There should be a huge market for this kind of bed. In the distance, Tang Shan, who had fainted, woke up in a daze. Open your eyes. I happened to see the whole process of Wang Yong hitting the school beauty against the wall, and the school beauty didn't resist. His eyes instantly widened into bells and he laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha, this is an illusion. This is fake. After saying that, his eyes rolled back and he fainted again. Ahem. Wang Yong let go of Fong Yuching, leaving her in the corner to question her life, and then looked at the students in Class 2 who had stopped training again. His face darkened and he pointed at the broken wall. A bricklayer had already come to repair it. See? That wall. All 58 students in class 2 nodded in unison. I see. Just when they thought Wang Yong was going to use his destructive power on the wall to motivate himself to train seriously, Wang Yong pondered for a while and said, "You see clearly." Everyone held their breath. Wang Yong straightened his chest and said confidently, "Don't you want to train? In the future, the walls that others will use against you will be built by you." As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent. Fong Yuching. 58 students from class 2. A bricklayer passing by. While everyone was stunned, Wang Yong fled from the martial arts hall. I felt a burst of joy in my heart. His strength hasn't been exposed at all, even his water and fire abilities haven't been discovered. Lin Xiongwan probably wouldn't be able to discover anything. After all, he only had a D-level talent and he awakened 2 superpowers? That's fucking bullshit. He would rather believe that it was a special martial art. I took out my phone and checked the time. School was almost over. A new message was received. Aunt Ching, Xiaoyong, after school, I'll drive to the school gate with Xiaoxue to pick you up. By the way, we're going to Aunt Ching's house tonight. Wang Yong decisively went to the cafeteria. On the way, I started to check the harvest. Completed option 3, accept the challenge and force the school beauty to surrender without revealing your strength. Rewards, 10 level 2 spirit stones amplify, cultivate spiritual power resources 1 Peppa Pig mask 1-time item, limited to 1 hour martial art in Shenkuan, draw upon the power of heaven and earth to bless yourself, temporarily increasing your energy by 300% and increasing your ability power by 200%. Spirit stone? A derivative mineral known as the awakening stone? Wang Yong took out a red agate-like stone from the system's storage space and looked at it. The moment it was taken out, the water and fire abilities in his mind that had been unlocked to the D level began to stir, and there was a possibility of improvement. The ability Awakening Stone comes from underground. It is slowly born after the revival of spiritual energy. It is extremely rare and its use is to help warriors awaken their superpowers and start spiritual training. Each power Awakening Stone is extremely rare, and obtaining one does not guarantee successful awakening of the power. However, warriors who awaken superpowers using the Superpower Awakening Stone can cultivate their mental strength, improve their combat power and increase their combat means. Because of its special function, the ability Awakening Stone is extremely expensive and is strictly controlled by Daxia and sold officially. It has also been sold at a sky-high price on the international black market, but still has no demand. Generally, only in a super energy mineral vein can one produce a Superpower Awakening Stone of varying qualities. When the ability Awakening Stone appears, there will be a few Spirit Stones accompanying it. The Spirit Stone is a powerful tool for cultivating spiritual power. 10 Tier 2 Spirit Stones are estimated to be worth tens of millions, and even money can't buy them. Wang Yong muttered to himself. Spirit Stones are strategic resources that cannot be bought even with money, and the combat power increase brought by the improvement of mental power is really too great. The Ice and Fire Fish energy is an example. As for the Peppa Pig mask, it is also very useful. Although it is a bit tricky, it is still very effective in covering the face. After Wang Yong used In Shenkuan, the effects of the technique automatically appeared in his mind. Only then did I realize that this is actually a trump card that can unleash great power in a short period of time, and correspondingly, it has huge side effects. In that case, entering the Langa realm will give us an extra trump card. While thinking about the future, Wang Yong planned to improve his strength to a peak as soon as possible before the college entrance examination. With the hidden martial arts skills given by Fong Yuching, he can boldly improve his strength. If you shine on the day of the college entrance examination and are selected by Shedu University, you won't have to worry about your talent being exposed or encountering danger. When you enter the cafeteria, you will be greeted by the cafeteria manager. "Hey, little brother, you're here," said the cafeteria manager with a smile, and the more he looked at Wang Yong, the more he liked him, with a very favorable impression of him. The provocation by the girl from the rocket class in the cafeteria was suppressed. If it had really spread to the whole school, he would probably have lost his position. Yeah. Wang Yong nodded and was led into the kitchen. Here are the ingredients prepared for you, including the meat of exotic beasts, plenty of it. The person in charge of the cafeteria patted his chest and pointed to a large table of meat, which actually exuded an astonishing aura. This is the freshest flesh and blood of exotic beasts, which was urgently transported from the 3 strange lands in Xinjiang. For young warriors like Wang Yong, eating it can not only enhance their physical fitness and strengthen their blood, but also assist in their cultivation. Puff puff. The canteen manager saw Wang Yong eating with relish, finishing off the pots of priceless exotic beast meat on the table. He smiled and brought out pots of exotic beast meat from the kitchen, without showing any sign of pity. You know, these nourishing foods were deducted from his bonus. After Wang Yong ate for a while, he took out his mobile phone with a smile, opened Douyin, and was greeted by a video that had received a lot of likes. This is a video of a plainly dressed student who knocked down Lin Xiangguan with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and then defeated 12 warriors by himself. The news spread throughout the entire internet in just one afternoon. Shock. The bullies in the martial arts school are rampant, and my brother Hai fights them all single-handedly. Martial arts Thanos, brother Hai. Selecting the most powerful college entrance examination candidate, brother Hai. The people in the video are not clear and their faces cannot be seen clearly. But brother Hai's name is already well known throughout the internet. The canteen manager looked at Wang Yong, who had become a viral sensation, with a smile on his face. He ate more than 30 kilograms of lean meat. His appetite was amazing. A mere 0.4 level of energy can easily defeat a 0.9 level warrior. This physique is incredible. On the day of the college entrance examination, won't all the major universities be scrambling for seats? Even the top university, Xiadu University, must be getting restless. Eat more, eat more. I never thought that Yuan Hua actually knew such a dark horse. If he becomes famous in the future. Thinking of this, Yuan Hua, the canteen manager, became more excited. The look he gave Wang Yong became more and more enthusiastic. Chapter 23: The Purpose of Becoming a Warrior. Through the bustling crowd. After Wang Yong walked through the crowd, he came to a dark Mercedes-Benz. Xiao Yong. Here. A pretty young woman with light makeup stuck her head out and waved at Wang Yong. Aunt Ching. Wang Yong showed a sincere smile on his face and walked towards Aunt Ching. Got in the car and sat in the passenger seat. The first thing he saw was a friendly woman smiling at him. As soon as he leaned forward, he was embraced by a pair of arms. Xiaoyong, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown taller. Aunt Ching said with a smile, and there was a fragrance of roses on her body. Wang Yong had just raised his head when he was pulled into the arms by those arms, and the softness filled his face. Wang Yong almost fainted. Rumble. The vehicle started, and Wang Yonggang, who had managed to break free, fastened his seatbelt. 2 tender white hands reached out from behind and covered his eyes. Wang Yong grabbed the little hands and turned to look at the innocent and delicate face, which was looking at him mischievously. Well, I haven't seen brother Xiaoyong for a long time. Qing Xiuxue playfully reached out and pinched Wang Yong's face, then scratched his ear. Wang Yong smiled bitterly and let the little girl play with him. Xiaoxue, stop making trouble, we're driving. A gentle voice came. Okay. Qing Xiuxue pouted and let go obediently. Sitting in the back row, she stared at Wang Yong without blinking, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Seeing Qing Xiuxue's pitiful appearance, Wang Yong smiled lovingly, turned his head and reached out his hand. Seeing this, Qing Xiuxue stretched her head over and rubbed it against him, saying coquettishly, I miss brother Xiaoyong so much. Okay, Xiaoyong will stay at our house for 2 months this time. He will have plenty of time to play with you. Aunt Ching said helplessly. Really? Qing Xiaoxue's eyes lit up, she hugged Wang Yong's hand and looked at him. That's right. Wang Yong nodded. That's great. Qing Xiaoxue cheered. For a moment, the car was extremely warm. Wang Yong withdrew his hand, sat quietly in the passenger seat, looking at the scenery outside the window, and seemed to like this atmosphere very much. Qing Xiuxue is not Aunt Ching's daughter, but the daughter of Aunt Ching's sister. Aunt Ching's brother-in-law is a second-class non-commissioned officer. After the revival of spiritual energy, the couple became powerful warriors. They hunted exotic beasts in alien lands and fought against the beast tide that impacted human society. 10 years ago, there was an extremely terrifying alien world, and a level alien world, Posa. The portal to the other world appeared without any warning in the suburbs of Qingqing City, and extremely powerful beasts rushed out of the portal one after another. It directly threatens the safety of tens of millions of people in Qingqing City. Countless powerful warriors took the initiative to stand up and defend the city with their lives. There were heavy casualties, and the young couple also died in the battle to defend Qingqing City. Qin Xiuxue was only 5 years old at that time. Aunt Ching's family suffered heavy casualties in the beast tide, leaving only Aunt Ching to raise Qin Xiuxue. Wang Yong's mother and Aunt Ching are very good friends. She often asks Wang Yong to take care of Qin Xiuxue and not let this poor little girl suffer any grievances. By the way, Xiaoyong, do you really want to become a warrior and join the Warrior Academy? Aunt Cheng looked at Wang Yong with concern. The path of a warrior is too dangerous. Her sister and brother-in-law became warriors and died in battle against ferocious beasts. After many years of relationship, although Aunt Ching has not married, she has long regarded Wang Yong as her own son. Yeah. Wang Yong met Aunt Ching's eyes and nodded seriously. Then what is your purpose in becoming a warrior? Aunt Ching asked. Purpose? Wang Yong's eyes showed confusion and he was speechless for a moment. Hey, you are still young now, think about it later. Aunt Ching did not ask any further questions. Instead, he warned. Then you better keep a low profile. It's said that the death rate among warriors is very high. At school, don't fight with others, concentrate on your cultivation, and leave the resources to Aunt Ching, I will find a way. Aunt Ching reminded worriedly. Of course. I'm the monitor of Class 2 now. What I hate most is fighting and killing. It would be much better if I could just concentrate on my training. Wang Yong nodded in approval. He approves of the idea of becoming a big boss through practicing. Xiaoyong has a good understanding. Aunt Cheng smiled gently when she saw Xiaoyong was so obedient. Martial artists and the like. Fighting and killing is the worst. Wang Yong said with deep feeling. He also made up his mind not to show his strength before the college entrance examination, and strive to give a big surprise to his supporters during the college entrance examination. That's right, focus on your cultivation and don't get involved in the struggle. Aunt Ching praised. At this time, Qin Xiuxue, who was holding a mobile phone in the back row, opened Douyin, the hot list of the city. A video has emerged showing a skinny young man beating up more than a dozen martial arts masters in a martial arts gym. Comments. First floor, Brother Hai is so bad. Second floor, Martial Arts Hall Thanos Lee Dahai. Third floor, he's so brave, I like him so much, can I ask him if he needs a bed warmer? Shy. Fourth floor, the sister above is right, men should be like this. The current screen is full of effeminate men, it's disgusting. Fifth floor, so rough, I like it, slurp slurp. Qin Xiuxue stared intently at the back of the domineering young man in the martial arts hall. Although it was blurry, she noticed something. Brother Hai and Brother Xiaoyong seemed to. She looked down and saw the one-sided admiration and some inappropriate content in the comments section, and her pretty face turned red. The vehicle stopped near a group of tall buildings. Aunt Ching took Wang Yang and Xiaoxue upstairs. Wang Yang opened his eyes wide when he felt the spiritual energy nearby, which was only half a degree weaker than that of the school. What a treasure land! But when I think of the price paid for this spiritual energy, I feel a lot more depressed. 10 years ago, after the ferocious beasts were killed in the Posa alien land and it was forcibly closed, countless corpses of alien beasts were buried underground, creating a long-lasting spiritual energy. Crunch! After entering the door, Aunt Ching went into the kitchen, planning to cook a pot of delicious food to entertain Wang Yong. Qin Xiuxue happily pulled Wang Yong into the studio. Brother Xiaoyong, look. This is what I drew. She lifted the canvas and proudly pointed to a brand new oil painting with wet ink on it. Wang Yong looked over and saw a stubborn little boy standing there, protecting a little girl behind him. The little boy had a look of resentment and stubbornness on his face, and he was not afraid to confront the three ferocious demons. This is Brother Xiaoyong, and this is me. Qin Xiuxue pointed at the little boy and little girl. Wang Yong looked at the oil painting in amazement. Although it is rough, you can see the artist's dedication and persistence. I knew you were coming yesterday, so I painted it very late. Does it look good? Qin Xiuxue straightened her petite body. He raised his face and looked at Wang Yong expectantly. It looks good. Wang Yong reached out and rubbed Qin Xiuxue's head lovingly, as if he were looking at his younger sister. I secretly sighed in my heart. Before I knew it, Xiuxue had grown into a big girl, 15 years old, and was about to complete her 9 years of basic education. I thought there would be a gap between us, but I didn't expect that she was still the same clingy little girl. She hugged Wang Yong happily, her head pressed tightly against his solid chest, her pretty face slightly flushed. For some reason, Ching Xiaoxue thought of those shameless comments in the comment section. It would be great if brother Xiao Yong only belonged to me. A strange possessiveness emerges. It's time to eat. Aunt Ching's voice pulled Ching Xiaoxue out of her fantasy. After dinner, Ching Xiaoxue, who had been sticking to Wang Yong, was sent back to the bedroom by Aunt Ching to review her homework. Aunt Ching took Wang Yong and sat on the sofa in the living room. Place a small box the size of a human head on the coffee table. He pointed seriously at the exquisite black box on the coffee table and said, "Open it." Wang Yong did as he was told. Reach out and open the black box. The moment his fingertips touched the box, Wang Yong became even more confused. The box is made of special material. As soon as the box was opened, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly fluctuated. Dazzling blood-red crystal cores appeared, and enchanting red light bloomed. The energy in Wang Yong's body began to stir, just like a lustful ghost meeting a beautiful woman. This is a blood crystal of an exotic beast. It's a level 2 blood crystal of an exotic beast. Wang Yong stood up in horror. He had naturally seen blood crystals of exotic beasts. As a key class in Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, they received a subsidy of one level 1 blood crystal of exotic beasts every month, which became a resource for accelerating their cultivation. As the class monitor, he would receive 5 crystals every month. Blood crystals of exotic beasts. Basically, 1, sometimes 2, will appear after the death of every exotic beast. Unlike the exotic beast crystal cores used to refine energy, it is more common and is an essential resource for cultivation that can speed up the pace of cultivation. The price of a level 1 exotic beast blood crystal on the market is around 50,000. The price of a level 2 exotic beast blood crystal is over 1 million, and the gap between them is unimaginable. Xiao Yong, take it and practice. Aunt Ching smiled faintly. He casually pushed the priceless blood crystal to him. Aunt Ching, this is too extravagant. Wang Yong swallowed his saliva. He thought that even the richest person in the class might not have the conditions to practice with level 2 blood crystal. Why don't we leave it to Xiaoxue? In 2 months, there will be a warrior talent test. Her cultivation talent is definitely better than mine. Faced with temptation, Wang Yong still adhered to his principles and did not lose his way. Aunt Ching's eyes showed a hint of appreciation, and she thought to herself, I was not wrong about him. It's okay, Aunt Ching still has a lot. She shook her head indifferently and brushed a strand of long hair behind her ear, looking very charming. They are Ching Xiaoxue's parents. Wang Yong was about to speak when he saw Aunt Ching's eyes dim, so he quickly stopped talking. Use it for cultivation. If it's not enough, ask me for it. The college entrance examination determines the future of a warrior, so you must get into a good university. Aunt Ching advised. After thinking for a while, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Wang Yong. Go back and confess your identity with blood. There is about 2 cubic meters of space inside. The Na ring is very precious and is a strategic resource. It cannot be bought even if you have money. You need merit to get it. In the class, Wang Yong had only seen Fong Yuching have one, and his homeroom teacher Haigu didn't have one either. Wang Yong looked at Aunt Ching blankly, with a touch of emotion in his eyes. Go and practice quickly, you little brat, do well in the exam. She scolded and laughed as she drove Wang Yong to his room. Bang! The door is closed. Wang Yong stood in front of the door, facing the living room. He wore a black ring on his finger and carried a black box. Suddenly I remembered that Aunt Ching asked him in the car. What is your purpose in becoming a warrior? Wang Yong lowered his head and looked at the palm of his hand. In a voice that only I can hear, my purpose is to protect everything I hold dear. Chapter 24 is this, full? The 5th one. In the room. Wang Yong sat cross-legged on the bed, with a box of level 2 blood crystals in front of him. Pick up the 5th one and hold it in your palm. With his talent fully activated, his terrifying spiritual energy absorption rate exploded. The blood crystal in front of him dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pure spiritual energy was absorbed into Wang Yong's body and converted into energy after several cycles, increasing the energy reserves. Before becoming a level 1 warrior and possessing cyclones, the amount of energy stored in the body is limited. Level 0.5 can fill up the internal energy, and the threshold for level 0.6 is to temper the energy using the crystal cores of exotic beasts. I used 5 level 2 exotic beast blood crystals and it actually became level 0.5, and it also maxed out my energy reserves. I should be around level 0.59 now. My current strength is probably about the same as a level 0.9 warrior. He felt the restless power in his body and estimated silently. Wang Yong looked at the clock on the wall, 20:03. Only 2 hours had passed. I've reached a bottleneck again. He held up his chin helplessly. He thought that even if he came to Aunt Ching's house, with SSS-level talent, it would take 2 days to reach this level. I didn't expect Aunt Ching to be so generous. She directly gave me inhumane training resources. Coupled with the terrifying SSS-level talent, I was completely overwhelmed. Forget it, forget it. Let's practice our trump card. Gather some swimming fish energy. Wang Yong checked his body and found that the battle during the day had consumed a lot of Yaoyu's energy. Now that his strength has increased again, the speed at which the fish's energy accumulates should be much faster. Streams of energy began to gather, searching for the mysterious meridians. After 8 minutes, a lively ice blue fish began to jump in the palm of my hand. In 8 minutes, I've consumed about 1/5 of my energy. Compared to the previous 10 minutes, which consumed 1/4 of my energy, it's much faster. Wang Yong muttered to himself, his eyes lit up and he became more motivated. Time flies by quickly. In a blink of an eye it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Wang Yong opened his eyes, stretched himself, and planned to get out of bed to drink some water, wash up, and go to bed. End of a day's practice. It's not that he is lazy or indolent. But the swimming fish is full of energy. That's right. 4 hours and 30 fish swimming around, full of energy. The chi high has begun to swell slightly, and I can't continue to put fish in. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone screen lit up. Antarctic Animal Communication Tool. Xiaoxue, poke, poke. Xiaoxue, brother Xiaoyong, are you still there? Xiaoxue, mom said you were the top scorer in the liberal arts exam at Qingqing Junior High School. That's amazing. I have a question I don't understand. Can I ask you? Wang Ying suddenly realized, yes, I have to help Xiaoxue with her homework. The world's education system has undergone a certain degree of fine-tuning due to the emergence of warriors. From elementary school to junior high school is 9 years of basic education. After completing all the basic knowledge of 9 subjects including Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry and biology, after finishing junior high school, you will be just 15 years old, the age to start martial arts training, and enter martial arts high school for training. Moreover, the unified examination for junior high school also affects the quality of the high school you enter. Therefore, it is not the case that everyone can escape the cage of learning by practicing martial arts. Not only will the cage not disappear, it will become even tighter. As the top student in Qingqing City, Wang Yong entered Qingqing No. 1 High School, one of the top key high schools in Qingqing City, and was placed in a key class. This can be described as a nerd's counterattack as an academic master. Open the Antarctic Beast chat tool on your mobile phone. Which question do you not understand? Take a picture and let me know. Wang Yong types. He thought about it. It was past midnight. Entering an underage girl's room and teaching her how to do a homework assignment. I seem to have seen it on a learning website. Xiaoxue, yes, is this it? Xiaoxue, picture.jpg. Xiaoxue, the other party sent a video invitation. After the call was connected, Qing Xiaoxue appeared in white bunny pajamas, blinking her big eyes and showing curiosity on her innocent face. She sat at the desk with a test paper on it and a desk lamp beside her. Open the picture. Wang Yong glanced at the 2 chemistry questions. This question, about organic inference, is very simple. You should consider it from this perspective. Aboba. Wang Yong started with the principles and explained the problem in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Qing Xiaoxue on the other side of the video nodded repeatedly and looked at him with even more admiration. But when it came to the next question, he suddenly got stuck. Pouring a copper ion solution into milk will cause the protein to denature and form a precipitate. This phenomenon is called. Wang Yong frowned and suddenly had a short memory loss. Logically speaking, for a genius like him, he should be able to write down the correct answer to this kind of question without even thinking. Writing questions has become an instinct, just like breathing, and it shouldn't be difficult for him. Hiss. I forgot. He scratched his head and frowned slightly. After entering high school, Wang Yong devoted himself to spiritual practice and hardly ever touched his textbooks. The gap between high school and junior high school in this world is just like the gap between high school students and college students in a parallel world. One takes 2 hours to write a comprehensive science course, while the other can finish 3 bowls of rice in an hour. It causes protein denaturation and forms a precipitate. Wang Yong tried to analyze the missing knowledge point through other means. When the milk protein denatures, the precipitate should be white. White? Milky white? Wait a minute, copper ions. The copper chloride solution should have ionized copper ions and chloride ions. Logically, there should also be sodium chloride in it, which means salt. At this moment, Wang Yong's head buzzed, and he didn't notice at all that his thoughts had gone astray like a wild horse. He widened his eyes and spoke uncertainly. Pouring copper ion solution into milk will cause protein denaturation and form a precipitate. Is this phenomenon called copper salt polylactization? Xing Xiaoxue on the other side of the video? She lowered her head, glanced at him, and her pretty face turned red. Chapter 25 Wolf Fong's Secret Realm. Ahem. Xiaoxue, listen to me, what I said just now was just a slip of the tongue. Wang Yong explained to Qing Xiaoxue, whose face was flushed. Yeah, I understand, brother Xiaoyong. Qing Xiaoxue lowered her head, not daring to look into Wang Yong's eyes. I'm going to sleep first. I have classes tomorrow. After saying that, Qing Xiaoxue hung up the phone in a hurry, threw off her slippers, revealing her bare feet, and dived into the bed. Wang Yong looked at the handsome face on the black screen and consoled himself. Qing Xiaoxue is only 15 years old, she probably doesn't understand these things. Should. But he was just opening a game of Dead Pesticide and clicking on the qualifying match when his phone vibrated. Buzz. Address book, found a new friend adding you, note, Fong Yuching. Wang Yong. He was feeling a little sleepy at first and was planning to play a game before going to bed, but he suddenly became alert. Thinking of the scene of him being pushed against the wall during the day, he felt a little embarrassed to face the school beauty. Please disable the hero. Please choose your hero. 1 minute has passed. 3 minutes have passed. Qingcheng, outside the Langa alien realm. Fong Yuching was already holding a seal with a golden wolf fawn logo, which she put on her forearm, and came to a tall and magnificent steel base. Although it was late at night, there was already a crowd of people outside the base, and powerful warriors were stationed all around. Holding sharp standard weapons, they patrolled closely outside the steel base. Their eyes would occasionally sweep towards the interior of the steel base. A black portal, over 10 meters high and 3 meters wide, leads to the D-level alien world in Qing City. Wolf Fong Strange World. There are all kinds of strange and bizarre wolf beasts, including the swift blue wolf, the ferocious and violent jackal, the insidious and cunning phantom wolf. Various wolf beasts mixed and intertwined among them. Even when passing by the entrance to the strange world, you can hear the howling of wolves coming from inside. Since wolf packs fight in groups, warriors who enter to hunt wolves usually come in small groups. After the revival of spiritual energy, strange realms appeared all over the world, which were generally divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, D, from high to low. The rules of heaven and earth in the strange realms were different, and the strength of the strange beasts at each level varied greatly. When the number of ferocious beasts in the alien realm reaches a certain level, the alien realm portal will change from a one-way entrance to a two-way entrance, and the surging tide of beasts inside will rush out and impact human society. For example, in the Wolf Fong realm, the strength of the warriors entering it cannot exceed level 0.9. If it exceeds, they will be crushed to death by the power of the world. The level of the wolf beasts will not be too high, hovering between 0.6 and 0.9. However, it is said that there is an extremely powerful and rare wolf king in the Langa realm, whose strength can reach above level 0.9. But this is just a legend, no one has seen it with their own eyes, so it's good as a joke to scare children. Damn it! Wang Yong hasn't even approved my friend request yet. Fong Yuching was holding her phone angrily. Under the warrior's strong physical fitness, the fragile mobile phone made a creaking sound and wailed like begging for mercy. His eyes unconsciously turned to the lively small group in the steel base, watching them enter the Wolf Fong realm in groups of 3 or 4, taking the risk of hunting wolf beasts to obtain resources for cultivation. The Daxia government does not encourage warriors to become stronger through purchasing, as that will only lead to inequality and cultivate a group of weaklings. By limiting the purchase of promotion resources, warriors are forced to become stronger, actively enter the alien realm to hunt the surging alien beasts, reduce the possibility of a beast tide breaking out in the secret realm, and become stronger step by step. This is the policy of the Great Xia Kingdom in cultivating talents. Fong Yuching, who came here alone, inexplicably felt a wave of loneliness coming like a tide. Buzz. Antarctic Beast Communicator. The invincible warrior agrees to your friend request. Fong Yuching glanced at her phone. Nickname, Invincible Brave. What a tacky name, and the profile picture is still a selfie of Wang Yong. Brave and invincible, what's the matter? When Fong Yuching saw Wang Yong sending a message, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her heart unconsciously calmed down a lot. Fong Yuching, it's okay, just posting it for fun. Wang Yong rolled his eyes. Are you just sending messages late at night for fun? Can't sleep? There are cat cookies. Never mind, continue with Timmy. On the other side, Fong Yuching suddenly remembered that it was late at night. He's been doting on me during the day, and I added him late at night. Will this cause misunderstandings? Fong Yuching felt her face getting hot when she thought of queuing alone. Just as I was about to throw down my phone and stop chatting with Wang Yong, it vibrated. The invincible hero, it's late at night. Wang Yong thought about it and thought that the school beauty might not be able to sleep late at night, so he took the initiative to remind her. It's late, time to go to bed. Just after sending one message, he switched back. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds, please be prepared. On the other side, Fong Yuching opened her eyes wide and her pretty face turned even redder. It's late at night. Is he hinting that I should talk about something ambiguous? It turns out that he was pretending to ignore me in the martial arts gym during the day. Wang Yong definitely has a crush on me. Fong Yuching felt a little proud. She was waiting in the queue in the alien world and was about to type a few words, but she found it troublesome to type and then deleted it. Select Send Voice. At this time, a staff member on the side urged, Miss, please go to the alien world entrance for inspection immediately. Please show your alien world permit. Oh. Fong Yuching frantically searched for the certificate to enter the Langa alien world. This was the certificate she won from a bet with Tang Shan. While searching, my fingers accidentally touched the record and send buttons. When she passed the inspection, she found that a blank message of more than 10 seconds had been sent. With a cry of surprise, just as I was about to withdraw my explanation, Wang Yong replied. Fong Yuching, 12-inch. The invincible hero, really? There's such a thing? It's unbelievable. Looking at this message, Fong Yuching was full of questions. Wang Yong had just come online, and relying on the cloth armor he secretly bought when he first came online, he managed to kill his opponent alone and got the first blood. After seeing the more than 10 seconds of text sent by Fong Yuching, my first reaction was that this girl might have encountered something sad and couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so she wanted to find someone to talk to. I didn't even bother to listen and just typed out a catch-all reply. Fong Yuching listened to the blank text she sent twice, then looked at Wang Yong's reply. Did he reply to the wrong person? Then. Fong Yuching, did you reply wrongly? Invincible hero, really? Sorry, it's a bit laggy. The dragon fight was about to begin in 2 minutes. Wang Yong didn't even look at the message and sent a universal reply. Fong Yuching, 12-inch. The invincible warrior, yes, I understand. Fong Yuching, but what I sent was blank language. The invincible hero, that's right, I understand. It's this feeling of emptiness and powerlessness that is so sad. Oh. Fong Yuching, I don't understand you at all. In just 2 minutes, she was successfully impressed by Wang Yong. Her plump chest was heaving, and she wanted to punch Wang Yong twice through the screen. 10 minutes later. As the crystal exploded, the screen instantly went dark. Wang Yong looked melancholy. This game is unfair. I only have 4 teammates, but there are 5 opponents. The number of people is completely different. How to win? Thinking of this, Wang Yong's depressed mood dissipated a lot. He opened the communication tool and found that Fong Yuching was ignoring him. Invincible hero, ahem, that was an accident. What were you doing? Fong Yuching, who was very angry, found that Wang Yong came to him again and replied expressionlessly. Fong Yuching, home, going to bed. Afterwards, under the guidance of the staff, his figure disappeared in front of the portal of the Langa realm. Wang Yong put away his phone. Lying in bed. I can't sleep if I'm not in my own nest. He stared at the ceiling with full energy, his hands under the covers. Under the continuous stimulation tonight, his sleepiness was gone, and now Wang Yong can't fall asleep for a long time. How about a little bedtime activity? My eyes inadvertently glanced at the tissue on the bedside. Etc. Just as he opened a learning website filled with colorful advertisements, he suddenly remembered Fong Yuching's last words. Home, going to bed. Yes. Fong Yuching is at home. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. I just need the crystal core of an exotic beast. Otherwise, I can't cultivate. I have to go to school during the day. Or, going to Langa alien land now? Chapter 26, Entering a Different World. The window was opened, the cold night wind blew in, and a sneaky figure of a dog rushed out. The Langa alien land is easy to identify. A black portal 3 meters wide and more than 10 meters high stands in the Donghu district of Qingqing City. Even though there are steel barriers built around it to prevent sudden outbreaks of beast tides, it is still extremely conspicuous. Wang Yong touched the ring on his finger. It could be used by simply dropping blood to recognize the owner. It was very convenient. There are some emergency compressed food in the ring, and the Wolf Fong Alien Realm certificate given to him by his class teacher Brother Hai, which is a treatment that only the monitor of the Key Class 2 can enjoy. When we arrived at the portal to the alien world, it was past 12 o'clock and there were fewer people queuing. Only small groups of 3 or 4 gathered. A ragged beggar passed by. Seeing Wang Yong's youthful appearance, the beggar headed straight for the entrance to the Langa alien land, his yellow fangs slightly raised. Respected warrior, can you give me some reward? The beggar stopped in front of Wang Yong, with a strong smell of sweat on his body. Wang Yong searched his pockets and said regretfully, I don't have any change. You can also scan the code. The old beggar did not give up. He stepped forward to stop Wang Yong, took out a brand new iPhone, and skillfully clicked on the payment code. Wang Yong looked at the iPhone released this year, which cost over 10,000 yuan, and then at his own second-hand phone, the screen of which was 1/3 broken. He said expressionlessly, get lost. Master warrior, I haven't eaten in half a year. The beggar had good eyesight. When he saw the black ring on Wang Yong's finger, he realized that he had met a rich man. Storage rings are controlled items, and each one is numbered and recorded. It is impossible to get one without connections and martial arts merits. Master warrior, please give me some reward. The beggar held Wang Yong's legs with his iPhone in one hand, holding a broken bowl in the other, inadvertently revealing the Rolex on his wrist. Fuck you. Veins began to bulge on Wang Yong's temples, and he forced himself to suppress the urge to punch this shameless old man to death. In the distance were patrolling armed forces. Murder was a criminal offense, and he was about to take the college entrance exam and couldn't delay. This may be the reason why the old beggar saw that he looked like a student and was unscrupulous. Master warrior, please give me some reward. Wang Yong searched his pockets expressionlessly. After searching in his coat pocket for a long time, he finally found a coin in the torn pocket. Hook it. Okay. The old beggar smiled and held the bowl with both hands, raised it above his head, and there were colorful banknotes in it. Crackle. A coin fell on the rim of the bowl, making a tinkling sound. Beggar. No more, he asked uncertainly. That's all. That's all. Wang Yong shrugged. You only have $1? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? The old beggar was furious and cursed. Wang Yong's face darkened, and his fists clenched into a crackling sound. The beggar then ran to the corner, muttering, I won't bother with you. The brand new iPhone dinged, and the old beggar's eyes lit up. Without even bothering to curse, he quickly opened the WeChat group, grabbed the red envelope, and sent a message. Thank you for the 10-cent red envelope, boss. You're so generous. Wang Yong. Wang Yong's shoulder was suddenly patted, and his body instinctively tensed up. He stretched out his left hand, held down the hand that was slapping him, and pushed his body backwards. Ouch! A man cried out in pain and slammed his right elbow back, hitting the other man in the lower back. He twisted his body and, with lightning speed, pushed the big man who patted his shoulder to the ground. Wang Yong. Man. Ah, it hurts. Be gentler, be gentler. The man who was pinned down howled like a pig being slaughtered. 2 of his teammates stepped forward with nervous expressions. Misunderstanding, little brother, I see that you are alone, so I want to invite you to join our team and go into the alien world to hunt wolf beasts together. That's right. 2 warriors, a man and a woman, came forward. The man's name was Jiming and the woman's name was Chuanzhou. They hurriedly explained. As he spoke, he took out his identification. Oh, so that's it. Wang Yong silently withdrew his grip. Master-level grappling is indeed a good thing, but it takes time to get used to. Misunderstanding resolved. Brother, you are really strong. What level are you? The big man who was subdued in an instant was named Ji Qiang, and he was a brother of the male warrior named Jiming. He said with admiration. Just average, level 0.7, just call me Xiaoyan. Wang Yong had already used the martial arts to conceal his cultivation. From an outsider's perspective, he was just an ordinary villain. Level 0.7. Ji Qiang took a deep breath, looked at his brother Jiming and sister-in-law Chuanjiao, and muttered to himself for a while. He said, "Little brother, this is your first time in the Langa alien land, right?" "Yeah." Wang Yong nodded. "How about we form a group and go together, so that we can at least look after each other?" Chuanjiao said. Yes, wolf beasts basically travel in groups. It's too dangerous for a warrior to travel alone. Jiming also invited. Wang Yong lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Okay, let's go together. My name is Jiming, and I'm a level 0.6 warrior. My name is Chun Jiao, and I'm a level 0.7 warrior. My name is Ji Qiang, I'm a level 0.7 warrior, with a C-level awakened ability, Jianbu. Ji Qiang introduced himself and a look of pride appeared on his face when he talked about his special abilities. The other two also looked at Ji Qiang with envy. It's my turn. I, Xiaoyan, am a level 0.7 warrior with a D-level supernatural talent, fire. Wang Yong spoke, and a stream of fiery red fish-like energy flowed in his hand, carrying a scorching heat. Awesome. X3. The three of them gave a thumbs up to show their recognition of Wang Yong's ability. Soon, the four-member wild team passed the alien inspection, registered, and arrived at the gate. The guards left wolf fang marks on the four men's arms and let them pass. Hiss. Looking at the tall black portal in front of him, which was engraved with strange patterns, he could faintly hear the roar of the wolf beast inside while standing in front of the portal. Go in. Ji Qiang whispered. Accompanied by a moment of weightlessness and a buzzing sound. Wang Yong and others came to a huge square crowded with people. The smell of blood hit me. Chapter 27 Ghosts and Wolves Howling. Surprisingly, it was clearly midnight in the real world, but in the alien world it was exactly daytime. No need to look. As long as we enter here, no matter how long we stay, we will definitely arrive in the real world during the day the next day after we leave. Ji Qiang saw Wang Yong's curiosity and explained. This strange world is so magical. Wang Yong exclaimed. There is no time in a foreign land. In other words, it and the real world are in two different timelines. Don't overthink it. The air in this alien realm contains some strange substance that the human body rejects. You can't stay here for more than 3 days, otherwise you will turn into an indescribable ferocious beast. That strange substance can easily corrode delicate equipment, making modern human technology ineffective here. Jiming started talking about secrets in the foreign land that ordinary people could not access. In short, the magic of the alien world is beyond the imagination of low-level warriors like us. Chuanjiao sighed. Through the entrance to the alien world, a huge square. There are all kinds of vendors hawking their wares here, blood is flowing everywhere on the ground, and the stalls are filled with exotic beast meat, fur, blood crystals, and even the occasional crystal core. Under the threat of strange beasts, the martial arts market where everyone practices martial arts has degenerated into the most primitive barter. There are well-rounded warrior teams patrolling around, each of whom has a strength of 0.7 or above, and the captain has reached level 0.9. They are the first wave of sentries to guard against the beast tide. If the strange beasts want to attack the city through the entrance to the alien world, they will naturally be the first to face them. Led by Captain Ji Qiang, each of them received a strange animal skin bag with a number engraved on it, stained with old blood and a little blackened. This is a spatial beast bag. It has 50 square meters of space inside and can only hold flesh and blood. If you kill a ferocious beast, you can store its corpse. When you go out, you can choose to sell it to the government or to various high schools. All you need to do is fill it with energy. Chuanjiao was careful and explained to Wang Yong. I understand. Wang Yong said gratefully. So this is how the exotic beast meat in the cafeteria comes from. Wang Yong's eyes lit up. Wouldn't it be possible for him to take advantage of this opportunity to spend a lot of money? In addition to meeting the requirements for promotion to level 0.6, you can also make a lot of money. The 4 people gathered outside the square, in a very wide passage. After being checked by rows of soldiers, they entered a small dark room for inspection before being allowed to pass. On the other side is the return passage, where warriors covered in blood shuttle back and forth from time to time, and healing warriors in white coats are busy running around. Your ring. A soldier frowned and snatched the ring from Wang Yong's hand. After seeing the number on the ring, his face changed slightly and he took out the walkie-talkie and said something. He returned the ring to Wang Yong and saluted him properly. Wang Yong put it away silently and roughly guessed the origin of the ring. It should have been left by Qin Xiaoshua's biological father and mother. He was the last of the 4-man team to leave. After the 4 left the square, under the leadership of Captain Ji Qiang, they headed towards the south of the strange land. This is a forest area. It is surrounded by ancient trees on all sides, with lush green pines that block out the sun. There are still many human footprints on the man-made paths in front of you. The 4-man team advanced cautiously. His eyes were fixed on the dark bushes around him, ready to guard against any wolves that might come out. Be careful, we've entered the area of exotic beasts. Ji Qiang whispered. The road ahead became increasingly rugged and difficult to travel, and all traces of human beings on the ground almost disappeared. Rustle. Suddenly the bushes stirred. Jiming and Xuanjiao looked nervous and almost burst into anger, only to find that it was just a little squirrel that came out. Although wolves make up the vast majority of the population in the Wolffang realm, it is not entirely populated by wolves. Some harmless small animals still have room to survive. Don't be too nervous, wolves are very cautious and usually act in groups. Ji Qiang comforted, looking at Wang Yong who was calm and composed beside him. This new warrior with 0.7 energy was surprisingly calm. It's puzzling. Brother Xiao, if you find anything, please tell me. Shoo. As soon as Ji Qiang opened his mouth, Wang Yong stopped him with a look. Wang Yong slowed down his pace and pointed to the black ground under his feet. He pointed to a sturdy evergreen ancient tree not far ahead. According to the route, this was the road they had to pass in the next minute. Ji Qiang looked at her intently and immediately understood. Carefully examined the tree that Wang Yong mentioned. After more than 10 seconds, he discovered that there seemed to be something out of harmony at the roots of the thick and old pine tree. Looking again, I found that there was a sleeping tree wolf lying at the roots of the tree. As the name suggests, the tree wolf has dark green fur on its body, which is very similar to trees. It has a cold personality and likes to hide and attack. At this time, the tree wolf was lowering its eyes, its body cleverly blending into the tree roots, quietly waiting for the arrival of its prey. It's impossible for a wolf pack to hunt with only one prey. Ji Qiang, who knew the habits of wolves well, soon discovered tree wolves in other places. 2, 3, 8. Too many, we have to retreat. After counting the number of wolves, Ji Qiang felt a sinking feeling in his heart and told Jiming and Xuanjiao his discovery. He just turned around and wanted to ask Wang Yong's opinion. Wang Yong curled his lips, picked up a stone from the ground, and looked up at the top of the ancient tree, where there was a beehive the size of an adult. From time to time, fist-sized mutant wasps fly above, and the microneedles on their butts flash with cold light. Ji Qiang naturally discovered the beehive. His face turned pale instantly. Ghost King Bee. He muttered to himself, with anxiety flashing in his eyes. If he was not afraid of the tree wolf's sudden attack, he would have wanted to run away right now. Hurry up, let's go, that Ghost King Bee. Each Ghost King Bee is no less than level 0.3 strong, and extremely poisonous. Ji Qiang was still loyal and reminded everyone in a low voice. Really? That's perfect. Wang Yong's eyes lit up as he stared at the Ghost King Bee. Such a big beehive should have a lot of royal jelly. It is said that some specialties in the alien world are extremely rare, and specialties filled with spiritual energy are often of great benefit to warriors. You go first. I will cover you, he said righteously. As soon as Wang Yong finished speaking, the other 3 people looked at him strangely. This kid is crazy. If the tree wolf finds itself exposed, it will rush out to chase the prey, and he will be the rear guard? Ji Qiang sighed. Since someone volunteered to stay, it would be much safer for them to retreat. You've got guts. Take care, brother. After saying that, he took the 3 of them and left. Ouch. The moment the 3 people left, the tree wolves that had been lying in ambush for half a day were wondering why these food items did not leave. Just as they were about to attack, they found that the duck in their mouths was about to fly away. He immediately let out a fierce wolf howl. Hee, it's good to be here. Wang Yong's eyes lit up slightly as he watched the tree wolves rush out. The whole person rushed forward and took the initiative to face the tree wolf opposite. The tree wolf opposite was stunned. Looking at the three people running away in the distance, and then looking at Wang Yong rushing towards him, he was confused. However, it instinctively pounced towards Wang Yong, and its slender and agile wolf body emitted a 0.8 level fluctuation. 7 tree wolves on the side also pounced towards Wang Yong. Hey, come on, good job. Wang Yong had a sly smile on his face, and his whole body burst into strength. The 0.5 level of energy strengthened his body, and instantly reached the level of a warrior exceeding 0.9 level. The tree wolf opened its bloody mouth towards him and had not yet reacted. The figure rushed over its head at an extremely fast speed and stepped heavily on its head. Dong! With a dull thud, the head of the level 0.8 ferocious tree wolf sank directly into the soil, swallowing a mouthful of dirt. The 7 tree wolves ranging from 0.6 to 0.7 in size nearby pounced on nothing. Seeing the strongest boss being kicked to the ground, Langsheng fell into deep confusion. That speed, that strength, it's obvious that they can crush us. Why the hell are you running? The wolf boss had just pulled his head out of the soil. His bright eyes briefly showed a dazed look, and he shook the soil. Fortunately, the wolf beast has a copper head and an iron tail, so it will be fine after this kick. Suddenly, a muffled hissing sound came from above my head. The 8 wolves all looked up. I saw a fiery red stone carrying a strong wind, piercing through the huge honeycomb above my head. The hive falls. In an instant, a large black mass emerged. His fierce gaze scanned the surrounding lifeforms and finally locked onto the tree wolves. Tree wolf, oh whoa! Ouch! The tree wolves scattered instantly, fleeing in all directions, followed by a black mass of ghost king bees. The shrill howl of a wolf instantly spread throughout the entire forest. It was truly the howling of ghosts and wolves. Jiqiang and others who were fleeing for their lives in the distance shuddered suddenly and ran even farther. Chapter 28 Meeting Jiqiang again. Wait until the large group of hornets chases the tree wolf far away. On the messy ground, a huge hornet's nest stood alone, with several ghost king bees patrolling around. Wang Yong, tree. Wang Yong, tree. Wang Yong, tree omega. Wang Yong, tree, omega. An ice blue fish-like energy suddenly burst out. After freezing all the ghost king bees wandering around, a pair of big hands reached out and tore open the hive. He put the brood honey into a glass jar and left. I don't know how long. The victorious ghost king bees came back leisurely. The fist-sized ghost king bees stood shoulder to shoulder, carrying a swollen tree wolf on their backs. On weekdays, the ghost king bee occasionally goes out hunting or something. Coming to the old tree, I looked at the beehive with most of the ground torn open and the empty stock. He went berserk and furious in an instant. Buzz buzz buzz. Fuck, where's home? Buzz. Going out to hunt and losing my home? Buzz. Damn, you're bullying the bees too much. All the ghost king bees locked their gazes on the dying tree wolf on the ground, exchanging hateful glances for a moment. With a buzz, everyone dispersed. Start looking for revenge on the wandering tree wolf population. Awoo. Wolf howls could be heard from all directions from time to time. Bang bang bang, accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood bombarding. Ola! Ola! Wang Yong transformed into an aura maniac, beating away one wolf after another. Finally, after about half an hour, more than 30 wolf beasts with strength ranging from 0.6 to 0.8 were all killed. Ora Fist, yellow rank low-grade martial skill, current proficiency, 123-200. TSK Tisk, 38 blood crystals. Not a bad harvest. Wang Yong dug out all the blood crystals from the wolf's corpse, and smiled foolishly as he looked at the blood-colored crystals filled with spiritual energy in his hand. He then looked at the exotic beast crystal core beside him, frowning. Is the explosion rate of this exotic beast crystal core so rare? After killing 34 wolf beasts, they only gave me 5 alien beast cores. That's too stingy. He hooked his fingers. I need at least 256 of them to meet the requirements of tempering my energy and advancing to level 0.6. At this rate, how long will it take to collect 256 of them? 3 days is definitely not enough. Wang Yong counted and saw the corpses of wolf beasts piled up on the side. The space beast bag in his hand lit up slightly. All the fresh wolf flesh and blood was collected and handed over to the staff who specialized in processing the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts to be made into nutritious exotic beast meat. No, searching aimlessly like this isn't the right approach. I need to contact other warriors who have entered this area to get information about the areas where the wolf beasts are active. Wang Yong lowered his head in thought. Although there are many wolf beasts in the Langa alien land, the Langa alien land is also vast and boundless. Wolf beasts have an extremely strong sense of territory. They are distributed throughout the Langa alien land, absorbing the wandering spiritual energy in the alien land to become stronger. The time spent in the restricted wolf Fong realm is too short, and there are special substances wandering around here that can corrode precision equipment. Therefore, Xinqing City's official exploration of the Langa strange world is limited to the area around the entrance. I'm afraid that the places humans have set foot on are less than 30% of the Langa secret realm. Many warriors enter the Langa alien world to adventure, and it is impossible for them to hand over the information they have obtained at the cost of their lives for free. This is their livelihood. This has led to the outside world knowing little about the Langa realm. These are the only wolves within a 10-mile radius. Wang Yong looked at the blood-stained ground. He didn't know when rows of black ravens appeared on the branches, spying on this place. Go ahead, get as many exotic beast cores as you can. After setting a goal, Wang Yong randomly picked a direction and continued moving forward. It took about half a day, 3 hours, to walk there. Wang Yong was surprised to find that he didn't see a single wolf along the way. There were distinct traces on the road. Is there anyone alive? Wang Yong was a little excited. But to be on the safe side, he decided to change his clothes and took out a green fish head mask from his ring and put it on his head. He took out a mirror and looked at the funny fish head. The corners of Wang Yong's mouth twitched wildly. Although it's a bit ugly, people who don't know me won't be able to recognize it at all. I just need to control my voice. He comforted himself. Keep following the trail. Sure enough, not far ahead, came the sound of powerful energy howling, intertwined with the roars of wolves and beasts. Roar, roar. A huge wolf leader stood on a high pile of rocks and stared coldly at the 3 humans who were besieged by 25 ghost wolves with a dark green wolf moo. It gently licked the remaining blood on its claws. Under its feet were 4 broken human corpses, 3 men and 1 woman. If Wang Yong were here, he would be shocked to find that he actually knew this woman. Chuanjiao from Jiqiang team. Looking down the mountain, the 2 brothers Jiqiang and Jiming, and a big man with a scar on his face were standing back to back. The 3 of them leaned against each other, roaring with energy, resisting the wolves that were attacking them in an orderly manner. Ah! A fierce voice rushed towards Jiming's side while he was not paying attention. Be careful! Jiqiang shouted, looking at the wolf beast rushing towards him. He gritted his teeth and roared with energy in his hands. Martial arts, heavy punch. His hands instantly grew several times larger, and with his martial arts combined with his fortress talent, he blocked the wolf beast's attack. He attacked with 2 punches, one on the left and one on the right, hitting the 2 wolves' fragile waists with 2 powerful punches. The 2 sneak-attacking wolves retreated. When the wolf beasts behind them filled the vacant position in time, the wolf beasts' orderly siege made the 3 people groan in pain. Brother Scar! You are the strongest, you go first. Jiqiang turned his head and said to the burly man with a scar on his face. The scar on the sturdy man's face was hideous, extending from his cheek downwards, from his neck all the way to his chest. He burst out with a fierce 0.8 level of energy, knocking away the groups of wolves that pounced on him. No, you can go first. I will kill that beast today. Scar roared, his eyes covered in blood, and looked hatefully at the wolf leader on the pile of rocks not far away, and the 3 bloody male corpses at its feet. Damn it! Even if I have to risk my life today, I'm going to drag this bastard to hell. Scar sneered and released his energy as if it were free. Facing the 0.9 level wolf leader, he still had the confidence to fight to the death. Roar! The leader wolf seemed to sense the murderous intent of the scarred man, and put down his claws that he had been licking. He looked at the man with his dark green eyes, as if he was looking at the exquisite and sumptuous dishes beside him. Roar, roar, roar! Its figure disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. The dark fur is the perfect protection in the dark woods. Seeing this, the scarred man took the initiative to step forward and leave the 3-person team. The violent energy surged up, and the raging energy spread out, instantly killing the 3 ghost wolves that pounced on it. It was at the peak of level 0.8 and was about to break through level 0.9. Blood! A loud shout rang out. The sturdy man's body grew rapidly, his skin turned blood red, and the dangerous aura seemed to materialize. The aura actually broke through the 0.8 barrier and reached level 0.9. Sea-level talent, blood rage burns the blood essence in the body, greatly increasing strength for a short period of time. After the blood rage time is over, the body will fall into a weak state. Chapter 29 Greenhead Fishmaster. The moment the scarred man completed his transformation, the bushes on the left rustled and the sound of a dark green wolf mooing could be heard. Hey hey! I found you! The scarred man grinned fiercely. At the moment the wolf pounced, he grabbed the wolf's upper and lower jaws with his hands, and his muscles bulged all over his body. Die! Scar roared. Enormous power was accompanied by an astonishing burst of blood and energy. The wolf beast showed no sign of resistance at all. Its upper and lower jaws were grabbed and savagely torn in half, and a large amount of blood rained out. Before the blood rain landed on the ground, two thick sharp claws suddenly stretched out and went straight for the strong man's heart. Be careful! Ziming and Jiqian could see it clearly from a distance. The cunning leader of the wolves in the bushes never showed up first. A level 0.8 ghost wolf rushed out and was caught by Scar, who had exploded. Then, when Scar was feeling proud, the leader wolf hiding in the bushes rushed out. Roar! The wolf leader's dark green eyes were filled with mockery and pride, and his claws stabbed Scar's body. Scar is desperate. He never expected that this beast was so smart. He set traps on purpose and knew how to lure the enemy deeper. The ferocious and hateful eyes stared at the wolf leader. He is unwilling. Watching his companions being ambushed and killed by the wolf leader was enough, but he didn't expect that before he could even get revenge. When Scar was in despair, a thin and tall figure appeared, facing away from him, and confronted the wolf leader head-on. Careful! Scar shouted subconsciously. He was delighted at first, but when he realized that the aura of the warrior in front of him was even weaker than his before he activated his blood-bursting talent, his heart sank. How could this be a match for the wolf leader? Isn't this just seeking death? But his worry only lasted for a moment. The next second, worry was covered by fear. Gather strength and explode. A low voice sounded. The figure seemed extremely confident, and his right fist punched out straight ahead at lightning speed, hitting Yolong's head head-on. An ice blue light faintly flashed on the surface of the fist. Boom! With the help of his natural strength and the energy of the swimming fish, the wolf leader was knocked into the air, and the icy blue energy exploded above his head. Frost covered the surface and instantly spread to its entire body. Dong! A loud noise came, attracting most of the attention on the battlefield. Wang Yong exerted force with his feet, and the man jumped high like a spring and rushed towards the wolf leader, who was stunned in mid-air. Bang 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 bang! The sound of punches rang out continuously. The fierce scarred man was stunned, watching Wang Yong almost riding on the wolf and beating it. Ola ola ola! Boom boom boom! The big fists of sandbags fell like raindrops, and the wolf was stunned. Ola, Wang Yong shouted. The fist fell down suddenly, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. The wolf's head was smashed to pieces. Ora Fist proficiency +2, cumulative proficiency, 125-200. After 200 punches, the arrogant wolf leader was flattened by the brave man's invincible iron fist. Kill, kill, kill. Scar and the two brothers Jiqiang and Jiming were also not idle. They began to kill the disorganized wolves around them. The alpha wolf is dead. There were more than 10 wolf corpses left by the sparse wolf pack around. He ran away with his tail between his legs. Wang Yong looked at the wolf leader's head, which was hammered into a pancake, with great satisfaction. He used his strength like a knife and easily pierced into the wolf leader's head. 2 blood crystals with rich spiritual energy and a crystal core of an exotic beast appeared. Seeing this, Wang Yong stood in front of the wolf's corpse and fell into deep thought. Although exotic beast crystal cores appear randomly, it seems that the higher the wolf beast's corpse is, the greater the probability of it giving birth to an exotic beast crystal core. Does that mean a level 0.9 wolf beast will definitely produce a crystal core? Then I should take the initiative and hunt down the powerful wolf beasts instead of wasting time on the weak ones. The problem is that powerful wolf beasts are quite cunning and their movements are unpredictable. They are difficult to find, let alone hunt. He pondered silently, frowning. Behind. Scar pulled the two brothers Jiqiang and Jiming and pointed at the pensive figure in the distance. He asked, "Do you know this master brother?" I don't know him. Jiming looked at the young figure wearing a black sweatshirt and a hood. Jiqian looked at him carefully for a few seconds and inexplicably felt that the man's back was somewhat familiar. He looked a bit like the brother in the team before. However, that man was probably killed by the tree wolf while covering their rear in order to save them. I haven't seen him. He must be a big shot passing by. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes and he said with emotion, there are still many good people in this world. Whether it is brother Xiaoyan who took the initiative to guard the rear when he encountered an ambush by tree wolves after entering the strange land, or brother Master who came forward to help when he was surrounded and in danger by a pack of ghost wolves. This master is really amazing. He killed the leader of the phantom wolf easily. He looks so young from his back. He must be a top student of some university who is about to take the college entrance examination. Scar said admiringly. The confidence and arrogance of the figure that appeared in front of him and knocked the phantom wolf away with one punch was definitely the drive that only young people have. That's right, that's right. The college entrance examination is just over a month away. This expert must be here to gain practical experience. That expert brother stood in silence before the wolf leader's corpse. He must have been reminiscing about his life as the leader. It's a feeling of mutual respect between experts. The two brothers Jiming and Jiqian kept nodding in agreement. They took the initiative to collect the blood crystals and crystal cores of the dead wolf beasts around them, and buried the bodies of their companions who had been killed before. The few of them looked at each other, cleaned up the wolf beast's corpse, and put it all in the space beast bag carried by their dead companion. Respectfully approaching Wang Yong, Scar swallowed his saliva as he looked up at his lofty figure in deep thought. Brother Master, to thank you for saving my life, we have collected the wolf beast spoils for you, as well as some of our recent gains. As he spoke, he took the initiative to hand over the 20 blood crystals and 2 exotic beast crystal cores he had collected, as well as several space beast bags filled with wolf beast flesh and blood. Scar's voice brought Wang Yong back to his senses. I saw him move slightly, as if he was about to turn around. Scar, Jiqian and Jiming on the side were a little excited. Turn a little. Turn a little more. A green fish head appeared in front of the three people. He has black, shiny eyes, yellow lips, and a black sweatshirt hood. He looks cute and silly. Scar. Jiming Jiqiang. The three of them looked at each other, their lips twitching. Are all masters so unique nowadays? Wearing a fish headgear. The three of them looked at the green fish head, held their breath, and the corners of their mouths twitched more and more crazily. He seemed to be trying hard to suppress his laughter. Wang Yong, wearing a hood, had a dark face. Laugh if you want. We're not an expert. Ha ha ha, we don't mean to ha 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 want to laugh. The scarred burly man covered his mouth tightly, the centipede-like scar on his face twitching. His fierceness and domineering aura was gone, and he looked like a nobody at all. Ah ha 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 no. Brother fish head ba. Master brother, we just think this fish head. Jiming and Jiqian kept laughing. It took a long time for the three of them to recover. After a few jokes, the relationship between the few people inadvertently became much closer. Brother Master, my name is Jiming. My name is Jiqian. My name is Scar, said the strong man with a smile. After the three of them introduced themselves in turn, Wang Yong looked at the centipede-like scar on the burly man's face. A very noticeable feature. Is the name Scar? When I was in the underworld, they all called me Scar. I'm used to it, explained the scarred man. Were you stabbed? You have a scar on your face, so people call you Scar? Wang Yong asked. Yes. What did you call yourself when you didn't have a scar? Scarless? The burly man was stunned. How do you know my name is Wu Ba? By the way, do you know where there are large wolf packs nearby? Wang Yong asked. A large wolf pack? Jiqiang raised his eyebrows. There are many large wolf packs in the Langa alien land. The ones nearby are the blue wolves in the south and the silver wolves in the southwest. That's right. Blue wolves are agile and ferocious. Their population exceeds 500. There are over 100 level 0.8 wolves and at least 10 level 0.9 wolves. Their strength is undoubtedly the best in the southern part of the Langa alien realm. Scar nodded. But one thing to note is that the blue wolf is extremely ferocious, thirsts for human flesh, and has a strong hatred for human warriors. If it's not necessary, don't get close to the blue wolf tribe. Jiqian, who was knowledgeable, said. That's right. Wang Yong expressed his gratitude. A lot of secret information is only known to warriors like them who travel in and out of foreign lands to hunt ferocious beasts, and it is rarely circulated in human society. Blue wolf? I just happen to want to collect some crystal cores of exotic beasts. Wang Yong said. I have to mention that there are actually neutral wolf beasts in the wolf fawn realm. Neutral wolf beast? Wang Yong asked curiously. He had never seen a neutral wolf beast before. That's right, they don't have much hostility towards humans, and they will even help treat seriously injured warriors if they encounter them. Jiming interrupted, the silver wolves in the southwest belong to this neutral group. The first time I entered a foreign land, I got separated from the group and met a powerful old silver wolf. Instead of killing me, it cast healing silver light and showed me the way. He pulled out a strand of silver wolf hair, his eyes pleading, Brother Master, if you encounter the silver wolf clan, please don't kill them. Jiming ignored his brother Jichong's look, pleaded, and handed it to Wang Yong. He was very perceptive and realized that this expert brother wearing a fish headgear should be someone who was easy to get along with. Really? There's such a special wolf beast? Okay, I'll pay attention. Wang Yong took the wolf hair in surprise, put it away, and agreed. Although he lacks cultivation resources. But he is not a bloodthirsty person, and there is no need to kill for the sake of killing. Killing wolves are generally a species that has a strong killing intent towards humans. By the way, we happened to encounter a group of blue wolves on the way here. They ignored us and seemed to be converging in a certain direction. Seeing that Wang Yong agreed immediately, Jiqian was impressed by the qualities of this master of unknown origin. He hesitated for a moment. He took out the homemade map he had discovered after experiencing many life and death crises in the Langa alien world over the years and gave it to Wang Yong. This is the map we brothers drew. It contains a lot of information about wolves we collected. I hope it will be of some help to you, master. Wang Yong was stunned and looked at him in surprise. So generous. This map is no less than a second life for a warrior who makes a living by hunting wolves and beasts in foreign lands. After all, if the map were to get out, some of the central wolf packs would probably be hunted on a large scale by a large number of warriors, and then the wolves would migrate, and the map that was painstakingly drawn would become waste paper. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Wang Yong knows what is important and what is not. It's okay, it's okay. Jiqiang waved his hand. We're planning to leave this foreign land, but Mercury is retrograde today, so it's not a good time to go out. By the way, Brother Gaoshou, which high school are you attending to take the college entrance examination? When the Qingcheng City College entrance examination selection begins, we two brothers will cheer you on, said the younger brother Jiming. Jiqiang and the scarred man also nodded. Brother Master, which high school are you from? We'll come and watch the unified selection. Mi Wang Yang chuckled. On the day of the college entrance examination, the person standing at the top was me. Chapter 30 Wolf Whisperer, Wang Yong. After saying goodbye to the three people, Wang Yong changed into another set of clothes and still wore his green-headed fish mask. A white sweatshirt with a white hood is worn on the outside. Follow the traces on the map and move forward. I don't know how far I walked. Wang Yong could hardly see any traces of human beings around him. The road under his feet was a very narrow path, and it was obvious that it was where a herd of animals walked. He took out the map and studied it for a while. This is the territory of the silver wolf. As long as you don't get close to the core area of the silver wolf, passing silver wolf will not actively attack humans. Attention, do not venture into the border area between the silver and blue wolf species. The two species have a feud. When fighting, their animal nature overshadows their wolf nature, and they may indiscriminately attack humans. There are handwritten notes by Jiqiang attached to the map. It briefly introduces the situation here, concise and effective. I just need to follow this route, pass through the silver wolf territory, and walk along the canal to reach the blue wolf territory. Wang Yong studied it for a while and quickly came up with the optimal route. However, a certain section of the canal is the border between blue wolves and silver wolves, so there is a chance of being attacked. But Wang Yong didn't care at all. His current strength, physical strength, has reached level 0.9, and he has mastered the master level of Wing Chun and grappling, with the assistance of energy and supernatural powers. He has absolute confidence in his ability to dominate the Langa alien world. However, one thing needs to be noted: he cannot be surrounded and killed by a large wolf pack. Otherwise, even if he is born with supernatural powers, he will eventually run out of strength, and then he will be in danger. Wang Yong walked along the path for about 2 hours. The sky of the strange land was dyed red by the setting sun, and the faint afterglow flowed, drooping reluctantly on the top of the mountain. Etc. Wang Yong frowned, paused, and sniffed. What a strong smell of blood. What's going on? He frowned. The smell of blood in front of him was like a surging flood, drowning Wang Yong. The further he walked, the heavier it became. Carefully parting a patch of grass, a silver-white wolf corpse was displayed, with silver-white hair like silk. There were wounds of varying sizes on his body, and his throat was bloody and covered in flesh, with faint teeth marks visible. This was killed by wolves. Killing among wolves. Wang Yong took a breath. Turn over the broken body of the silver wolf and examine it. Sure enough, green wolf hair was found in its mouth. The silver wolf's head was bitten to pieces, and the blood crystal and exotic beast crystal core inside were taken away. Is this the law of nature? Even in a strange world, it cannot be avoided. He sighed, wrapped his energy around his fist, and blasted a big hole in the alien land. Throw the silver wolf's body in and bury it hastily. Even in human territory, it is forbidden to hunt such neutral or even human-friendly species. But there are still some perverts with ugly minds who poach for profit or even for personal grudges. Once these people are discovered, they will be handed over to the officials of the Great Xia Kingdom and sentenced to life imprisonment or even the abolition of their qi. He didn't find out. When burying the wolf beast, the bright silver light on the corpse flickered slightly, and a very faint silver light attached to him. Wang Yong didn't notice any of this. He continued walking forward and found many dead bodies of silver wolves. After burying more than 10 bodies, he frowned. I simply used the extra space beast bags I got from Jiqiang and the others to pack up the silver wolf corpses. Something's wrong. There are more and more corpses. Wang Yong frowned, and the ground under his feet even turned a little red. He estimated that he had picked up no less than 150 silver wolf corpses along the way, and the age of the silver wolves and the number of their corpses showed a regular decrease. At the beginning, they were all strong and mature silver wolves. They had the most wounds on their bodies, as if they had been fighting to the death for a long time. Then came the old batch of silver wolves. And now? Wang Yong looked at some obviously smaller young silver wolves on the ground, whose strength barely reached level 0.5 and they were not yet adults. Childish and stubborn. At this time, he followed the silver wolf's corpse and arrived at the silver wolf's hinterland, which is the core area. The air was filled with solemnity and sadness. This isn't a fight between wolves and beasts anymore, it's a war between species. If you lose, your entire race will be exterminated. Wang Yong took a deep breath and walked faster and faster. Roar! A low wolf howl appeared in front of us. At the same time, wolf howls were heard one after another. Wang Yang approached immediately. From afar, I saw an old silver wolf with a pure white body fighting with 3 blue wolves of the same level. Its strength is very strong, and its level has reached the top of the Wolf Fong realm level 0.9. But it was too old. Years of fighting had left too many scars on the agile and slender wolf pack, not to mention that its opponents at this time were 3 level 0.9 strong young wolves. Rustling. The sound of trampling weeds was heard, and a fish-headed man rolled out. The fighting green wolf immediately stopped his attack, took a few steps back, and looked over vigilantly. Ahem, sorry, I was just passing by. Wang Yong touched the tip of his nose somewhat awkwardly. It was my first time peeping in my life, and I was so nervous that I tripped and fell out. Xinglang found that the person who came was not strong and looked extremely weak. He did not even reach the standard of an adult wolf. He breathed a sigh of relief and let out a warning, threatening growl. The old silver wolf took the opportunity to relax and looked at Wang Yong with an intelligent wolf moo. The man and the wolf stared at each other in the air. When the old wolf saw the cute green fish head, he was obviously stunned. Then he found that the person coming was a human, and shook his head. Signal him to leave quickly. Moving his eyes downwards, the old wolf was surprised to find that there was a barely perceptible silver light under the feet of the newcomer. The whole wolf was obviously stunned for a moment, and the look in his eyes when he looked at him instantly became much kinder. Woo roar! The strange wolf howl reached Wang Yong's ears, carrying a special meaning. What do you mean? Wang Yong was stunned. A strange silver light flashed in the shadow, and a strange sentence appeared in his mind. Dear Chosen One, please save my race. A strong sense of sadness came from him, and he seemed to be able to sense the emotions in the old wolf's heart. Although he was confused, it did not stop Wang Yong from striding forward towards the place where the 4 wolves were fighting. Dear Chosen One, please don't worry about me. Please go to the heart of the silver wolf and save her. Before the silver wolf could finish his words, the blue wolf, noticing something was wrong, roared and attacked the old wolf. Hinterland? Wang Yong paused and nodded. His whole body was filled with energy and he rushed towards one place. Ha 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 ha. Stop him. Who, hiss. Eat it. The three green wolves communicated for a moment and then decisively pounced on Wang Yong. Wang Yong moved slightly, his face filled with surprise he could actually understand wolf language. No, I don't understand. It is a kind of tacit understanding similar to that of a population, which leads to some understanding of their animal language communication. Is this really outrageous? Wang Yong didn't bother to complain, nor did he pay attention to the blue wolf that was rushing towards him. With his feet wrapped in energy, he decisively moved in the direction pointed by the silver wolf. The silver wolf watched the chosen one go away, silently bent its exhausted front paws, lowered its head, and knelt down. Ouch! A long and ethereal wolf moo sounded from behind. Wang Yong couldn't help but turn his head as he rushed forward, and happened to see an extremely unforgettable scene. An old silver wolf, covered in scars, proudly faced three powerful enemies. A huge moon disk hung in the sky, and the bright moonlight fell. The scars on its body gradually healed and fell off. At this moment, it seemed as if it had returned to the peak of its strength. No scruples, no worries. This thought popped up in Wang Yong's mind involuntarily. If I were him, what would go through my mind if I returned to my prime briefly after the decline of old age? Hurry up and wash your feet? Chapter 31. Oh my God. I became a wolf. Wang Yong walked forward step by step. Silver wolf corpses were picked up from the roadside from time to time, but there were few blue wolf corpses. They must have been taken away by the blue wolves. Finally, we arrived at a huge low hill. There were too many traces of battle here, and the ground was covered with bright red blood. Because there were so many wolves killed in the battle, the blood gathered into small red rivers and flowed towards the low-lying areas. Most of the dead were silver wolves. They are either very young wolf cubs whose baby teeth have not yet fallen out, or very old wolves whose teeth have all fallen out. Wang Yong roughly counted the dark masses of blue wolves roaming around. I gasped, there were more than 400 of them. The entire blue wolf tribe has come out in full force. Invincible. Even if Wang Yong faced such a large number of wolves, he would probably not be able to hold on if he was surrounded and attacked. It seems that the silver wolf pack is doomed this time. He couldn't kill so many blue wolves in one go. Wang Yong looked at a small speck of silver in the center of the darkness. Only a few extremely old silver wolves were left guarding the surroundings, forming a tiny defense zone with their bodies. Who did the old wolf ask me to come here to save? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the silver wolf in the center from a distance. The few outside look ordinary, they seem to be guarding something? He looked over curiously. Finally, among the dense wolf pack, Wang Yong saw a human girl in animal skins, guarded by the last of the silver wolf pack. He looks very young, probably only 7 or 8 years old. What? There are humans? Wang Yong was stunned. He had heard some rumors in high school before, some girls were promiscuous and had affairs with all kinds of people. Finally, they got pregnant. In order to avoid being discovered, they ran to a foreign land to give birth to the baby, and then abandoned it there. In this dangerous foreign land, if the baby encounters a ferocious beast, it is a dead end. Even if they are lucky enough not to encounter a ferocious beast, they will be attached to the strange substances everywhere in the foreign land, and finally corroded to death. Damn, could it be that someone abandoned a newborn baby in the Langa land, and a passing silver wolf happened to pick it up and give it to the mother wolf to raise it? Wang Yong could no longer sit still. Given the kind nature of the silver wolves, such an absurd thing could really happen. As for how the little girl had lived to this age, he already had some guesses. Because on the girl's head, you can vaguely see 2 vivid wolf ears. It is hard to imagine that there really is a baby that has withstood the erosion of strange substances and survived tenaciously. I am afraid that if this matter gets out, it will cause a great shock to human society. At this moment, the long-lost electronic sound rang out. Ding! A human girl appears among the silver wolves, triggering a choice. Choice 1, the best option is to run away and give up rescuing the human girl. Reward, Silver Wolf Suicide Secret Manual. Eating the moon. Guide the power of the tidal moon through the entire body, consume all lifespan and blood essence, greatly increase strength, lasting 10 minutes. Choice 2, go straight in, fight the blue wolves, and rescue the girl. Reward, level 2 blood crystals 10, level 1 exotic beast crystal cores 20. Option 3, sneak into the village and defeat them. Lurk among the wolf pack and successfully rescue the girl without being discovered. This option requires, one temporary role-playing card consumes the corpse of a role-playing creature and transforms it into a role-playing suit. The suit has a durability of 4 hours. Please avoid intense combat while wearing the suit. Rewards, temporary reversal card 1 after using this card, cause and effect are reversed, use with caution. Lasts for 10 minutes permanent intelligence reduction Aura 1 when the aura is activated, the person under the influence of the aura unconditionally believes a lie of the aura owner. The aura lasts for 180 minutes, and the cooldown period is 1 week. Wang Yong's eyes lit up slightly. After thinking for a moment, choose option 3 decisively. Option 2 is too risky. The battlefield changes rapidly, not to mention being surrounded by enemies from all sides. Wang Yang is not arrogant. A strange black card suddenly appeared in his hand, with 3 big words written on it, role-playing card. Please prepare to play the role of a biological corpse. Ha! Wang Yong rummaged through the Space Beast bag, but there was no blue wolf corpse. So he tiptoed over and hid in a pile of grass nearby. On the side, blue wolves gathered in groups of 3 or 2. Blue Wolf A, battle report from the main force ahead. The Silver Wolf race is about to be wiped out. Green Wolf B, really? That's so fast. I, Green Wolf, am invincible. Blue Wolf C, it is said that the Wolf King of the Silver Wolf clan seems to have found a way to break the shackles of the alien realm. If she succeeds, her cultivation will no longer be restricted by the alien realm. Blue Wolf A, holy crap. So fierce. No wonder the king, upon hearing the news, was determined to exterminate the silver wolves at all costs. Blue Wolf B, yes, your majesty is mighty. I heard that the Silver Wolf King disappeared after being severely injured by your majesty. I guess he's afraid that your majesty will get that method. Blue Wolf A, how could she escape? The surrounding grasslands are controlled by my Blue Wolf clan. The Silver Wolf clan actually protected humans. They deserve to be destroyed. Blue Wolf B, right. Wait, are we the only 2 wolves here? In the corner, 2 blue wolves of similar size looked at each other and found that their friends had disappeared at some point. Blue Wolf A, maybe he's going to rest. Wolf C has been spotted by 2 female wolves lately. They've been tortured to death. He even sleeps with his tail between his legs, poor thing. Blue Wolf B, poor. Wang Yong excitedly dragged a dead blue wolf towards a hiding place and took out a black role-playing card. The moment the black card touched the corpse, the mysterious patterns on its surface suddenly lit up, covering the handsome blue wolf. The next moment, black light enveloped Wang Yong's entire body. He relaxed his resistance and after a while, a lifelike blue wolf was born. The blue fur is as shiny as silk, the 2 melancholy and coquettish wolf moos, the handsome wolf head, the thick wolf tail, but from time to time there is a bit of extremely prominent meanness. Today, Wang Yang of the Northern Wolf Clan was born. I didn't expect this role-playing card to be so magical. The spirited blue wolf shook its tail and took coquettish steps to a puddle. Looking at the vivid blue wolf in the water, Wang Yong was shocked. Woo roar! It's really similar. And my language has also been converted into wolf language, which is great. He took small steps along the large puddle, admiring the heroic wolf on the water. TSK, I'm so handsome even as a wolf. I'm just like me. While thinking, Wang Yong walked towards the wolf pack, his eyes shining, his feet light, and he even walked with his feet turned. He thought unnaturally in his mind, if this thing gets into Fu Ruikong's hands? Chapter 32 Licking Wolf Anan? Returning to the green wolf pack with familiarity. King Yong of the Northern Wolf Clan came to the 2 wolf friends just now. Green Wolf A, Anan, where did you go? Suehua came to see you. Wang Yong, Suehua? Green Wolf B, yeah, she said she'd go to your house tonight and warm your home. Wang Yong. He looked at his 2 rude wolf friends with horror, and suddenly some fragmented memories of the Blue Wolf Anan appeared in his mind. The Blue Wolf Pack is a matriarchal society. Except for the most mysterious and powerful Wolf King whose gender is unknown. Most of the other powerful blue wolves are female wolves. It seems that the Blue Wolf Pack is affected by the Wolf Pack genes. Before level 0.8, female wolves are naturally faster than male wolves in cultivation, but after reaching level 0.8, female wolves will encounter a bottleneck in cultivation, and it will be much more difficult to break through. For example, the handsome wolf Anan, played by Wang Yong, has an energy level of only 0.7. Woo woo. The soft whimper of a wolf came to my ears, with a little bit of gentleness. Before Wang Yong turned around, he felt a sudden chill on his buttocks under the wolf's tail, and he shuddered. The wolf's tail subconsciously dropped and clamped. Fuck me, he cursed inwardly. Using the role-playing card is just to confuse outsiders' vision. In fact, he is still standing, but this role-playing suit is extremely realistic, and every touch strives to be real. Wang Yong turned his head and saw a female wolf with a tuft of white hair on her head looking at him. Her pink tongue lingered at the corner of her mouth for a moment and then retracted. He stared at his wet tongue with wide eyes in disbelief, his mind in a mess. His buttocks tightened unconsciously, his mind was complicated, and his head was buzzing like paste. It's indecent. She-wolf, woo dear, I'm coming to find you. Wang Yong. The female wolf with a tuft of white hair on her head looked at Wang Yong in a daze, came over, and touched his soft head against his. She exudes a strange scent, giving people a feeling that spring is coming and all things are reviving. Wang Yong was frightened and retreated. The corners of my mouth twitched wildly, and I kept telling myself in my heart, I am a wolf now, with high-quality wolf nature Anan. The one who was molested was not Wang Yong, but Anan. My current mission goal is, sneak into the wolf pack and rescue the little girl. It took a long time for Wang Yong to recover. The behavior just now is not uncommon among the blue wolf pack. It is a more intimate way for the female wolf to greet the male wolf. After finally preparing himself mentally, he spoke tremblingly. Suehua, I. Who is Suehua? I'm Annie. Before he could finish his words, the she-wolf looked at Wang Yong with a fierce look. You forgot, you were the one who asked me to come here. Are you going to give me the silver wolf blood crystal? Hurry up, I have something else to do later. Also, don't think you can impress me by giving me a few blood crystals. My ideal partner is a peerless hero. And you now. The she-wolf Annie glanced at Wang Yong with disdain. You don't deserve it. Wang Yong. Judging from the tone of the female wolf Annie, it is obvious that this is not the first or second time that Anan has asked for wolf crystals, and it seems that Anan is still pursuing Annie hard. Great enlightenment. That's a good feeling. It turns out that this Anan is actually a fucking dog licker, no, a wolf licker. Am I not worthy? I am not worthy of killing you. Bah. Why the hell am I bothering about this? Wang Yong came back to his senses and looked at the she-wolf with an increasingly unfriendly look. Damn, this dog licker will not die a good death. I called you here to tell you something, Suehua. I'm breaking up with you. My name is Annie. The female wolf Annie was furious, then she added, Are you sure? Last time you clamored to be a free wolf, and a day later you came crying to get back together with me. I'm giving you one more chance now. Take back what you just said. I'll let bygones be bygones, or you won't even think of getting close to me again. Her tone was cold, as if being rejected by Wang Yong in public was a very embarrassing thing. Annie, right? Wang Yong nodded and said, It's okay. It's all the same. You can share it too. After saying that, he shook his wolf tail and walked towards the center of the blue wolf in a swagger. The two good friends were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Blue wolf Anan is crazy. He doesn't even lick Annie anymore. He's been pursuing her for half a year. She's one of the top 10 beautiful blue wolves. There are many wolf friends chasing after her. Blue Wolf B said calmly, No, Anan isn't crazy, he just recognizes Annie's true nature. Besides, Anan is so handsome, there's no need to worry about not having a future female wolf. While saying it acted like Anan's confidant. Wolftail patted its companions but and lowered its voice. Actually, Anan secretly told me that he's not only pursuing Annie, he also. What? You said Anan. Xinglange looked horrified. Shoo, keep your voice down, this is a secret, don't spread it around. Blue Wolf B nudged his companion. I see. I didn't expect Anan to be such a hidden talent. Green Wolf A sighed, unlike us, we've never held a female wolf's tail in our lives. It's okay, we can do it. Blue Wolf B's tail entangled with Wolf A's tail. Two wolves running side by side. The figure walked further and further away. Wang Yong took small steps proudly and walked towards the center of the wolf pack. Anne's expression was filled with surprise as she recalled her resolute departure. I feel so indescribably happy. After passing this sentry post, we are probably halfway there. He was very happy. Passing by the carefully guarded outposts of the Blue Wolf, the meticulous arrangements of the Blue Wolf tribe were clearly visible. I didn't expect that the Blue Wolf pack also has tactics. How powerful must the Blue Wolf pack be when fighting in groups? While Wang Yong was amazed at the Blue Wolf's high intelligence, he felt more and more that his decision to lurk for rescue was correct. Walking. Wang Yong suddenly felt something was wrong, and the thick wolf tail, which symbolized the strength of a certain aspect of the wolf's nature, suddenly fell down, pressed down, and covered it. Sure enough, the next moment, the wolf's tail felt cold. It seemed to have been licked by something. His face was dark as he looked at the female wolf that had appeared behind him out of nowhere, and the pink tongue at the corner of its mouth. Which idiot came up with this stupid custom? Is it necessary to come here just to meet? Wang Yong's face was unhappy. Looking at the small but plump female wolf in front of him, her moo was as gentle as water and full of charm, just like the green willows by the West Lake in spring, touching the hearts of every young wolf. If a weak-willed wolf came across it, it would probably be defeated. The she-wolf looked at Ainan's dull eyes and couldn't help but sneer. The charm in her eyes deepened as she said softly, "Dear, does Luanjia miss you?" Her relationship with Ainan is more like a couple. As she spoke, the delicate wolf tail unconsciously leaned towards Wang Yong, teasingly. Wang Yong's mouth twitched and he stepped back. I can see that you are very beautiful, but I am a human, not a wolf. Please respect yourself. I can't say this directly. If it gets out and it's discovered that I'm not Ainan, I'll be in trouble. He explained, Suihua, don't be like this, I'm just passing by. The she-wolf's charming eyes retracted, and her gaze turned slightly cold. Ainan, who is Suihua? I'm Chunchi Yenran. Wang Yong? Chapter 33. At this moment call me Zhao Lang Yong. After much difficulty, Ainan broke up with his intended lover again. Wang Yong fled away. After looking at the shallow scratches on her face and chest, he concluded, women are truly terrifying when they go crazy. His impression of Ainan has changed. I originally thought he was a pitiful dog licking Suihua and Annie. Now, after experiencing that charming wolf, Wang Yong realized that Annie and Chunchi Yenran were both among the top 10 beautiful wolves among the young wolves, and Ainan had a relationship with both goddesses. And not too pitiful, but a rather scumbag. At home, there's a bed warming maid Suihua, chasing after a goddess named Annie, and a naturally charming Chunchi Yenran. This Ainan is a winner in his wolf life. After walking for a while, Wang Yong has approached the core area of the wolf pack. It has to be said that Ainan's strength is not very strong, only level 0.7, which is mediocre among adult blue wolves. But the appearance is really good. Along the way, many young, beautiful and powerful female wolves flirted with him. Some brave ones even ran up and invited him to sleep in their wolf den, saying, "We have a pangolin in our wolf den that can do somersaults." Faced with the pangolin that could do somersaults, Wang Yong decisively refused. But if it was a glowing 3080T, he might have followed it happily. It's a pity that Qinglang doesn't tea like this thing. Fortunately, the blue wolf didn't follow the custom of knocking out any male wolf he liked and taking it home. Otherwise, a handsome male wolf like me would have had to live a happy life with new wolves every night as soon as I became an adult. Wang Yong said narcissistically. As he got deeper into the blue wolf tribe, Wang Yong gradually gained a better understanding of the blue wolves and even the wolf pack. There are clear hierarchies among the blue wolves, and one cannot commit crimes against one's superiors, otherwise one will be severely punished. However, superiors cannot make unreasonable demands on their subordinates, and it is not allowed to use powerful strength to force the other party to submit just because they see a wolf they like. In short, the wolf pack has a relatively complete social system, with underage subsidies for young wolves and pension subsidies for old wolves. After reading this, a strange idea came to Wang Yong's mind. It seems that the wolves in the Wolf Fong alien land aren't as barbaric and disorderly as humans have rumored. They seem to possess their own wisdom and civilization. This isn't just true for the blue wolves. Other large wolf packs, such as the phantom wolves, tree wolves, and violent wolves, must be the same. Then this strange world seems to be no different from the current human warrior society. Wang Yong continued to move forward, smelling the increasingly strong smell of blood. As we slowly approached the front line, the bloodstains around the ground gradually increased, and from time to time we could see pieces of flesh, broken bones, and silver fur. Going further ahead, you can even see the seriously injured Qinglang. The strength ranges from 0.6 to 0.8. Nearing the battlefield, Wang Yong even saw a level 0.9 blue wolf covered in blood. It's approaching. Wang Yong's heart was lifted. The aura of the surrounding blue wolves became increasingly powerful, carrying a murderous intent. The blue wolves here were all above level 0.8 in strength. He, a level 0.7 blue wolf, stood out a bit walking among them. Oh, woo roar! He heard several low wolf howls, which seemed to be heading towards him. As Wang Yong turned his head, a powerful force suddenly enveloped him. Before he could react, a soft ball wrapped around him tightly. Hey, my little Anan. What are you doing here? Do you miss me? A female wolf with an aura of 0.9 hugged him, and her agile body contained explosive power. Come again. Wang Yong was stunned for a moment, then struggled to break free. But then I felt a chill somewhere, like being swept wetly. Fuck. He shuddered and even felt strands of electricity flowing through his scalp, and broke free from the she-wolf's arms. Little Anan is quite naughty. The mother wolf looked at Wang Yong tenderly, smiling and whispering. Ahem, there are too many people here, stop making noise. Wang Yong pretended to be shy, hoping to get some information from this powerful female wolf. Shui, well, what's going on up front? He asked, cleverly not saying his name. Little Anan, did you say they are from the Silver Wolf clan? The mother wolf smiled. Lord Wolf King ordered us to end the battle before dark. There are only a few old fellows left in the Silver Wolf group, holding on stubbornly. They can't hold out for much longer. There was a hint of cruelty in her eyes. She turned her head and looked at Anan's handsome wolf face. She lowered her eyes and licked her lips. Little Anan, I'm free tonight. Would you like to stay in my wolf den for one night? The mother wolf whispered in Wang Yong's ear. I've got a lot of treasures from the Silver Wolf clan. If you come, I'll give you half. As he spoke, he blew a breath into his ear, and his long, straight wolf tail gently whipped Anan's wolf tail. Suddenly, in Wang Yong's mind, the fragmented memories of Anan suddenly exploded. It turns out that Anan has always been the little white wolf kept by this powerful female wolf. However, the rich female wolf was often away fighting, so he used the rich female wolf's money to seduce another female wolf, Chunchi Yenran. Then he pursued Annie and became Annie's licking dog, and incidentally, he kept a young female wolf, Suihua. Oh my god, he was shocked and numb when he learned the truth. This Anan is a role model for us. Wang Yong was deeply impressed and retracted his evaluation of Anan as a dog licker. How the hell is this a bootlicker? It's clearly a wolf warrior. How about it? Tonight. I'll wait for you. The female wolf, whose strength is at the top of the blue wolf tribe, said softly, her voice soft and numbing. Wang Yong couldn't hold on any longer, and took several steps back, muttering to himself. No, a woman will slow down my sword drawing. Focus on it. Then he said seriously, well. Actually, I came to you to tell you that I want to be with you. Ning Meng, prepare for the general attack soon. Those old guys can't hold on any longer. At the side, another level 0.9 green wolf walked out, covered in blood, as if he had just come down from the battlefield, with the broken flesh on his sharp teeth and a fierce killing intention. Really? Then let's go. Ning Meng nodded, turned to look at Wang Yong, and asked doubtfully, Anan, what did you just say? You want to? Nothing, Wang Yong said solemnly, with a face full of affection. I mean, I want to fight with you. It's too dangerous. Although I'm weak, I still want to protect you, Ning Meng. If you get hurt, I'll be heartbroken. The heroic Ning Meng heard the naked love words that were almost like a confession. Her body instantly went limp, lowering her head. Fong's heart was filled with secret joy. Don't worry about me, little Anan. I can take care of myself. Ning Meng spoke in a voice as low as a mosquito, shyly speaking. Wang Yong blinked his affectionate eyes at Callan's. No, I'm still worried about you. Without you, my heart is like a kite with a broken string, a ship without a lighthouse. Please don't leave me alone, okay? If I am in your world, then, in my world, you are everything to me. The blue wolf population has only a few hundred years of reproduction history. They have never seen such a scene. Under the offensive of corny love words, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Nan. Ning Meng was so moved that she burst into tears. Wang Yong's mouth twitched as he roared madly in his heart. You fucking agreed. Stop crying. I'm also a straight man and can't recite many love words. Damn, I feel like my view on love is a bit distorted. Seeing Ning Meng still sobbing, he felt that he was only one step away from agreeing to take her to the battlefield. Wang Yong gritted his teeth. If I must die on the battlefield, I will choose to die with you. The crying stopped immediately due to being moved. Ning Meng. Wang Yong realized that there was something wrong with his expression. Well, what I mean is, die with you. He turned his head away, no longer looking into Ning Meng's eyes, and looked into the distance with a melancholy look. At this moment, please call me Zhalang Yong. Chapter 34, Yo, are you eating? Please give me a thumbs up. Crack, crack. Wang Yong finally persuaded Ning Meng to take him with her. We are about to launch a general offensive. Only 5 silver wolf tribes are left alive. You must not join the battle when the time comes. Ning Meng warned. Oh, Wang Yong nodded casually. What is the Silver Wolf 5 clan star? He asked puzzledly. The 5 most prestigious wolf beasts of the Silver Wolf clan are all at the peak of level 0.9, representing the Silver Wolf clan's strongest combat power. Will you be okay? Wang Yong looked concerned, but actually he was trying to get information. Ning Meng chuckled, and then said proudly. Of course, my Blue Wolf clan is not afraid. We have 12 generals, each of whom is at level 0.9. Talking as we walked. After passing through a series of tight defense lines, Wang Yong finally approached the core area of the Silver Wolf Pack. A strange ancient forest that is tall, vigorous, and glowing all over. Silverwood Forest. There are patches of silver-gray old trees standing tall, with the trunks and trunks showing silver-gray in color. The strange light shines as the branches sway, which is very beautiful. This is the territory of the Silver Wolf clan. Wang Yong stared blankly at the silvery woods around him. Under the attack of the blue wolves, trees collapsed, the land rolled up, and was dyed a light scarlet. The smell of blood was pungent, and the corpses of silver wolves were everywhere, thrown around and not cleaned up. A peaceful holy land turned into a blood-stained devil's land. Is it the Wolf King's request to destroy the Silver Wolf clan? Wang Yong suddenly asked. Of course. Ning Meng looked at him in surprise. Hundreds of years ago, the Blue Wolf and Silver Wolf were said to be one. Later, the Silver Wolf King and the Blue Wolf King had a disagreement, and since then the two tribes have been divided and in constant conflict. Now, they have become a blood feud. The Silver Wolf clan actually harbors pity for a weak tribe like humans. How despicable. The Wolf King told us, one day, the Blue Wolf tribe will dominate everything, and they will kill any human they meet. Ning Meng sneered. Cruel and domineering, and bloodthirsty of all humans they encounter, this is the creed of the Blue Wolf clan. Therefore, this area is basically deserted, and no warrior dares to come here to hunt. Wang Yong nodded silently and didn't say anything else. Continue walking with the main group. Strange. Xinglang Ningming keenly noticed that Anan was a little strange today, but the battle was about to start, so he didn't think too much about it. Walking through one dilapidated silverwood forest after another. There were more and more corpses around, and even piles of old and young wolf corpses appeared. The sad atmosphere lingered in the air for a long time. Wang Yong, who was passing by, was a little puzzled. Just how deep is the hatred between the Silver Wolf and the Blue Wolf? This is the real genocide. The extermination of wolf nature. Stand here and don't move. Ning Meng brought Wang Yong to a wolf beast group, gave him some instructions and left. Blue Wolf 1, have you launched a general attack? Next to them stood 3 0.8 level blue wolves in 2s and 3s. Their role is to form a team, station, and guard this place to prevent the silver wolves from breaking through the encirclement. Blue Wolf 2, it's almost time. The 9 most powerful adults have received the order from the Wolf King and have gathered together. Wang Yong, who was listening to their conversation, leaned over and asked, is the Wolf King here? He was very curious about the mysterious and powerful Blue Wolf King. The highest level in the Wolf Fawn realm is only 0.9. Wang Yang is extremely curious about the Blue Wolf King, who can command more than 10 0.9 level wolf beasts to bow down to him. It is said that the Wolf King's strength can reach level 0.9 or above. At this time, all the powerful wolf beasts around had left. His eyes were slightly hot as he wondered how to approach the little wolf-eared girl in the silver wolf. How dare you, a loser like you, address Lord Wolf King without any honorific? Are you looking for death? Xinglang Tu's face turned cold, and he stared at Wang Yong with unfriendly eyes. Anan? Why are you running to the front line instead of messing around in the back? Xinglang 1 looked at Wang Yong and smiled contemptuously. Snort! The last blue wolf 3 exhaled heavily from its mouth and nose, turned Wang Yong around and ignored him. Wang Yong frowned. Do these 3 wolves have a grudge against Anan? Why do they dislike him so much? If it weren't for Lady Ning Meng, how would a loser like you be qualified to come to the front line? Xinglang 1 said sourly. The look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Yong became increasingly unfriendly. In his opinion, the Silver Wolf clan is about to be destroyed, and the resources hidden by the Silver Wolf in the foreign land will belong to them, the Blue Wolf. By then, these frontline fighters will definitely be able to obtain a lot of resources. The decisive battle is about to begin, and this pretty boy comes running over now. His intentions are obvious. Thinking of this, Sanlang looked at Wang Yong with an increasingly unfriendly gaze, wishing he could take the initiative to beat him up. They are all male wolves, and they look down upon these gigolos who live off women the most. Ha, some wolves don't know how weak they are. They don't know how to measure their own strengths. That's right. If you come to the front line with your weak strength, you might die in the next second. Let him die. Lady Ning Meng has no shortage of suitors. When the time comes, there will be another wolf to take his place. The 3 male wolves sang in unison to squeeze Wang Yong. He was obviously very dissatisfied with Wang Yong's behavior of using backdoors and living off his wife. Faced with the 3 wolves' disparagement, Wang Yong was not annoyed, and even felt like laughing. These 3 brothers have envy and jealousy written all over their faces, yet they act as if they don't care and look down on others. Suddenly, an immature idea popped up in Wang Yong's mind. He took out a gorgeous blood crystal, which was the trophy of killing the ghost wolf leader. Rich spiritual energy surged instantly, attracting the attention of the 3 wolves. Lord Ningming is so kind. He gave me a level 0.9 wolf beast blood crystal just like that. I feel so embarrassed. Wang Yong held the blood crystal above his head and talked to himself. As soon as the words fell, the 3 wolves beside him stared wide-eyed. Gulp gulp, with greed in his eyes. The blood crystal of the level 0.9 wolf beast, with its huge spiritual essence, might allow them to break through the bottleneck of level 0.8 and reach the level of the 12 adults in one fell swoop. 3 pairs of green eyes stared at the blood-red blood crystal. Wang Yong seemed not to notice and began to absorb the rich spiritual energy in the blood crystal. Pure spiritual energy poured into his body. The 3 wolves saw this and felt itchy in their hearts at the sight of such extravagance. They wanted to snatch it away and take its place. Practicing with level 0.9 blood crystals, this is a treatment that only the Wolf King can enjoy. Damn, what merits did this pretty boy have to be so beloved by Lady Ningmeng? Isn't he just a bit handsome? Is the difference between wolves really that big? When they thought of this, they were filled with jealousy and hatred. How about we take it away? Xinglang Tu suggested with a ferocious look on his face and greed in his eyes. But Lady Ningmeng. The other 2 wolves looked at each other, desire and fear intertwined in their eyes. With a look of hesitation. This was given to this pretty boy by Lady Ningmeng. If we steal it, Lady Ningmeng will blame us later. Ouch. Wang Yong's face changed. He put away the blood crystal and shouted while holding his stomach. He looked like he had a stomachache. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 3 wolves, he ran to a small corner far away to relieve himself. The direction is exactly the opposite of the front line. Such a good opportunity, what do you 2 think? Xinglang Tu was the most jealous of Anan. Seeing Anan running to a deserted place, there was murderous intent in his eyes. What if Lady Ningming finds out? Let's just forget it. Xinglang 1 and 3 hesitated for a moment, fear overcoming greed, and shook their heads. Humph, a bunch of cowards. With a fierce look in his eyes, Xinglang 2 moved towards the direction Wang Yong left. After walking for about 3 minutes, Wang Yong was moving very fast. He had been observing the terrain carefully along the way, and had been heading towards uninhabited bushes. Xinglang 2, who was following far behind, almost lost him several times. Finally, Wang Yong disappeared into a dark and shady corner and there was no movement since then. Stopped? Blue Wolf 2 quietly followed, and looking at the quiet surroundings, his murderous intent became even stronger. Haha, knowing you're going to die, you chose a good burial place. Hiss roar. He tiptoed towards the bushes that Wang Yong had entered, his paw pads making no sound as they stepped on the branches. Blue Wolf 2 knew that what he had done was a violation of the Blue Wolf Pack's taboo of not killing each other and bullying the weak. If you are discovered, you will probably be severely punished. Especially the anger of Lady Ningming is unbearable. Don't give him a chance, kill him with one strike. Cover up all possible clues. Green Wolf 2 approached the bushes and listened attentively to the sounds within. Bang, puff, 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 puff. A disgusting stench came over. I really have a stomachache. My mind is made up. The blue wolf was as fast as lightning as it suddenly rushed into the bushes, stretched out its sharp claws, and attacked towards the source of the sound. Wait. Xinglan's expression changed. After entering the bushes, he did not hear Ainan's voice. What appeared before him was a huge pile of black and yellow feces that is 1 meter high. Ouch, no! The feces rapidly enlarged in its eyes and it let out a terrified roar. It was too late when Xinglang realized something was wrong. He pushed himself with all his strength and rushed towards the black beauty. Whoosh! Grunts and grunts. A foul smell came over me, and black and yellow blurred my vision. The blue wolf's entire head was buried deep in the feces. F%. Xinglang kept cursing in his heart and was so angry that he almost spoke human words. It pulled out its head, and clumps of black and yellow filth stuck to it. The splashed shit covered half of its body. The blue wolf was about to collapse. Where's Ainan? Didn't that useless freeloader come in too? Where's the wolf? There was immense resentment in Xinglan's eyes, and he blamed all the resentment on Ainan. He just stood up. The bushes nearby rustled. Xinglang turned his head and saw a handsome wolf face appear beside him, with a nasty smile, looking like he deserved a beating. Ainan? Xinglang stared at him fiercely. Hey, buddy, are you eating? Wang Yong looked at it with a smile and a look of disgust. You useless piece of shit did it on purpose, didn't you? Xinglang came to his senses and realized something was wrong, and growled at Wang Yong. TSK, your mouth still stinks, it looks like the food is delicious. Wang Yong spoke with a smile. As soon as the words fell, ice blue and fiery red fish energy intertwined and rushed towards the blue wolf. Chapter 35. Why the hell you ask? The first line of defense. Blue Wolf 1 and Blue Wolf 3 looked into the distance from time to time. That was where Blue Wolf 2 disappeared. It's been gone for so long, I hope nothing happened to it? Xinglang 1 said. What can happen to him? Level 0.8 against level 0.7, isn't that a huge win? Xinglang 3 was a little jealous. 0.9 level blood crystal. This is a treasure that can only be obtained by killing a wolf beast at the alpha level. They have only seen a few of them since they were born. They are all rewards given by the Wolf King to those who have made great contributions. No, we haven't been back for so long, and there's more than just us on the defense line. How are we going to explain when the patrol team asks us? Xinglang 1 felt a little uneasy. In order to completely wipe out the Silver Wolf Clan, the Blue Wolf Clan does not intend to let any Silver Wolf go. Not only did they mobilize the entire clan, but they also laid a tight net surrounding the Silverwood Forest, the core area of the Silver Wolf, with teams of 3 level 0.8 wolf beasts stationed in various locations to form an encirclement. In order to prevent the Silver Wolves from escaping and then being defeated one by one, 2 patrol teams were specially formed, led by level 0.9 Blue Wolves, to patrol the surroundings. Don't give Silver Wolf any chance. I'll go over and take a look, you stay here first. After saying that, it left in the direction where Ainan disappeared without looking back. What a fuss! Xinglang 3 curled his lips. Lin Mu held a ball of light blue water in his hand, and disdainfully took out the blood crystal and the exotic beast crystal core from the head of a wolf corpse covered in feces. He stirred the water several times before he dared to touch it with his hands. After a quick comparison with the 0.9 level blood crystal, I found that it is indeed a size smaller. As for the corpse, Wang Yong looked at the wolf corpse covered with feces and felt nauseous. Burn it! Throwing space beast bags is too disgusting. Wang Yong felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have thought of finding a place with shit when he ambushed the enemy. Squeak! The flames ignited and burned the wolf's body clean. Wang Yong returned along the same route he came from. Not long after, there was a rustling sound of footsteps coming from the front. Upon closer inspection, it was the other blue wolf guarding the defense line. Green Wolf 1, Ainan, are you the only wolf? Wang Yong feigned confusion. I'm going to the bathroom, are there other wolves? By the way, what are you doing here? As he spoke, he approached the unsuspecting blue wolf. Xinglang, who came running, saw Anan was safe and sound, with a confused look on his face, and wondered in his heart, could it be that the person who was following him was lost? I breathed a sigh of relief and looked around at the silence. No one was around. Thinking of the precious 0.9 level blood crystal, greed suddenly arose in his heart. Why did you follow me here? Wang Yong asked. Green Wolf's greed was just beginning to rise, and his eyes were rolling around. Actually, I came to. He stared at Anan, who was so close at hand, with a gloomy gaze, murderous intent rising in his heart, ready to attack at any moment. I came to. Oh, I understand. Wang Yong's eyes lit up and he stopped, standing just at the maximum distance for the blue wolf to attack. The figure of Xinglang, who was about to leap up, suddenly froze, his expression a little panicked. How did you know what I was here for? The murderous intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger, his eyes narrowed slightly, and Xinglang made up his mind that if Wang Yong discovered his purpose, he would kill him at all costs to silence him. Of course I know. Wang Yong said with certainty. The piercing eyes made Xinglang feel a little guilty. You're here to poop, right? As the words fell, the whole place fell silent. Ga. A few black crows flew by, ending the awkward scene. Ahem, yes. Xinglang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As he breathed a sigh of relief, the murderous intent in his heart unconsciously subsided. Then let's go back first. It sighed. 1,000 thoughts ran through his mind, and when he thought of Lord Ningmeng's strength, his desire to silence and rob him faded a lot. Without noticing it at all, Wang Yong approached him unknowingly. Collapse. A huge force suddenly attacked and hit the blue wolf's limbs. The force exploded, and the blue wolf, who was attacked by surprise, turned pale and spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. You. Its eyes were bloodshot as it watched itself being forcibly subdued. You are not Anan. Xinglang realized this terrifying problem. Ha, you guessed it right, but there is no reward. Wang Yong said with a smile. I'll ask you some questions, and if you answer, don't even think about it. I will never betray the Blue Wolf clan. Before Wang Yong could finish his words, Xinglang refused on the spot. Are you sure? Wang Yong's forehead veins jumped and he was a little angry. Xinglang sneered, I would rather die than surrender. I am a proud blue wolf. How could I yield to such a despicable villain? Wang Yong was angry. Are you so crazy? You're such a tough cookie, huh? Bang! As soon as the words came out of his mouth, a huge fist came towards him, making him dizzy. Bang 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 bang. Will you tell me? Wang Yong's fist hit Xinglang with a clang. He deliberately restrained his strength while still exerting a sharp force. It hurts but it won't kill you. Damn, you really want to hit me. Wait. Xinglang felt pain and suddenly felt a little regretful. Just as he was about to confess, he was punched back by Wang Yong. Bang bang. You are very arrogant, right? Will you tell me or not? Wang Yang went up and started beating him up. You won't tell me? I'll beat you until you tell me. If you stop, I will. Xinglong's nose and face were bruised. Mad, you're still so stubborn. Wang Yong had just suffered a lot of setbacks from the wolf pack and was already furious, so he simply picked up the blue wolf to vent his anger. All sorts of clever uses of energy were tried out in a short time. Things like poisonous dragon drill, double dragon penetration, energy whip, and ice and fire were all used one after another. Oh hoo-ah! As soon as the inhumane wailing sounded, Wang Yong blocked his mouth with something. Will you tell me? Will you tell me or not? He frowned and had a cold smile on his face, like a ruthless executioner. Huff! Wang Yong wiped the sweat off his forehead and sneered. Will you tell me? Don't hit me, As the fist landed, Xinglong's eyes turned black. Wang Yong, wow, you're pretty tough. Bang, bang, another beating. Fuck. Xinglang turned his head and threw away the rag that was blocking his mouth, howling fiercely. You're such a tough talker. And you're still cursing? Have you ever seen a fist as big as a casserole? Wang Yong swung his fist like a whirlwind. Whirring sound. Are you going to tell me or not? You give me a chance. Bang bang bang. After beating for half an hour, Wang Yong stopped, sweating profusely and panting, with his hands on his hips. I sighed inwardly. I met a tough guy during the first interrogation. I have no choice but to admit defeat. looking at the blue wolf in front of him, which was beaten beyond recognition and passed out. Wang Yong gave a thumbs up. You are so cruel. You didn't even say anything after being beaten like this. I, Yong, am willing to call you wolf might. Kill this one, or catch another one. Wang Yong decided to give up the idea of continuing the interrogation and give it a quick death. He gathered all his strength and punched the blue wolf, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog and unconscious. The moment the fist approaches, Qinglang suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had had a horrible nightmare, and shouted hurriedly, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Ha! A breeze blew by and the fist stopped. The blue wolf was beaten so badly that he could barely open his eyes. He kept muttering, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. TSK, you know how to tell it now? What were you doing before? Wang Yong sneered. Damn, you're just itching for a fight, aren't you? You have to beat me. After hearing this, Qinglang suddenly whitened his eyes. I feel so wronged. Roaring, I've always wanted to say this, but you asked me. Why didn't you ask me what the fuck I said? What did you want me to say? Ah. As he roared, tears streamed from the wolf's eyes. Wow. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have wandered out. I want to go home. I want to go home. Wang Yong was stunned. Didn't I ask? It seems so. Hiss. That's embarrassing. He scratched his head and coughed. Immediately, he straightened his face and said confidently, If I don't ask, won't you explain it yourself? You have no sense of propriety at all, and you don't even have the awareness of a prisoner. You deserve to be beaten. Qinglang. I really want to explain too. Did you give me a chance? I just said a few stubborn words, but he beat me for half an hour. Is it that serious? Come up and hit, come up and hit. That punch was so fucking intense. He didn't even give me a chance to explain, he just punched me back. The blue wolf opened its mouth. Just when he was about to complain, he was scared back by Wang Yong's fist as big as a casserole. Coughing lightly, my problem. Wang Yong nodded in satisfaction. This is more like it. Then tell me about the blue wolf's deployment this time. Tell me about the Wolf King too. Qinglang nodded quickly, his head pounding like garlic, and he confessed everything in 2 gulps. He even confessed that he had secretly watched his second uncle's wife when he was a child and had a crush on a homosexual wolf. After confirming the completeness of the information, Wang Yong nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Then he scorned her, You confess so quickly, you have no backbone at all. After hearing this, Qinglang suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Wang Yong with round eyes, I%. Wow. A stream of blood shot out. Roll your eyes. No air left. Dead? Wang Yong watched the scene and blinked, In your next life, don't be so stubborn. As soon as the words fell, the blue wolf's body seemed to move. He seemed to see the blue wolf, and nodded with tears in his eyes. In the direction of the Blue Wolf clan's encampment, a blue wolf with a scar on his face frowned slightly and looked somewhere. Why haven't you come back yet? Just as he turned around, a black shadow suddenly passed through, and the cold energy hit the blue wolf's chest. The power was so terrifying that frost climbed up and completely sealed its mouth. Its eyes suddenly widened, and it stared at the sneak-attacking wolf in front of it with astonishment, with deep doubts, Anan? When did he become so strong? TSK, the drop rate of 0.8 level wolf beasts is really high. Wang Yong took out the blood crystal and the crystal core of the strange beast, and 2 of the 3 actually exploded. In that case, I won. Be polite. Wang Yong felt a surge of excitement in his heart when he thought of the information in his hands. In addition to my place, there are 9 other teams stationed there. Which team should I attack first? Wang Yong looked into the distance. At this time, a formation of 8 wolves came towards this direction. The leading wolf had 1 eye and his aura was particularly strong. Patrol? Wang Yong looked at the patrol team approaching from a distance and roughly estimated the distance between the nearby station team and the next patrol team. After a moment, my eyes lit up and I knew it was possible. Chapter 36 5 Wolf Stars. Why is there only 1 wolf in the team stationed in front? Where are the other members of the team? Mo Sang, the captain of the Blue Wolf team with a strength of level 0.9, looked far ahead with an unhappy look on his face. Report to the captain, the 8th team's base is ahead. A Qinglang with a small mustache reported. Pa! As soon as Qinglang, who had a small mustache, finished speaking, he was slapped in the face and flew 4 or 5 meters away. I asked you to tell me who they are. Mo Sang was extremely angry. Green Wolf with a small beard didn't dare to complain. The members are, and. So those 3 aren't in the front, right? That's right. Go over and ask? Mo Sang strode forward. When it arrived in front of the station troops, the lingering smell of blood in the air made it frown slightly. He kicked the unconscious wolf beast lying on the ground to wake him up. Does anyone recognize it? I know him. His name is Anan, and he has a close relationship with Lady Ningmeng. Qinglang, who knew him, spoke up. Ningmeng? Mo Sang looked at Anan, the bloody blue wolf in front of him, and his eyes became much more friendly. After Wang Yong woke up in a daze, he looked at the large group of green wolves in front of him, as if he was possessed by an actor. His expression was first panic, then surprise, and finally joy. This scene was captured by Mo Sang. Sir, the voice was a little timid. Don't panic, what happened? Where are the others? Mo Sang said soothingly with a cold look in his eyes but a gentle tone. They said they were chasing a silver wolf and asked me to stay here. Silver wolf? Mo Sang's expression was slightly cold. He was patrolling all around, so how could there be a surviving silver wolf that required 3 people to chase it together? Looking at the blood on Anan's body, Mo Sang vaguely understood something and snorted coldly. Which direction are they going? Sir, they. Wang Yong looked at the green wolves surrounding him with some hesitation in his eyes. Mo Sang immediately understood and moved closer. Wang Yong leaned closer. They died. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the fiery red and ice blue energy protecting Mo Sang's lower abdomen suddenly exploded. Snort! The moment Mo Sang was attacked, a strong golden light appeared on his chest and instantly appeared on his abdomen. Invisible power burst out and turned into a barrier to resist the erosion of ice and fire energy. The barrier was broken, Mosen was injured, and blood splattered. But this kind of injury can't endanger his life at all. Wang Yong saw that the sneak attack had failed. The power of the body burst out, and a punch was thrown straight at the target. Swish, swish. The fist hit his head with the sound of breaking wind. Ho ho! Who are you? Mosen hastily raised his arms to block the bombardment of fists. Click. There was a continuous sound of bones cracking. Wang Yong's full-strength attack, with the help of his physical strength and energy, has reached a destructive power of over 0.9. As one of the 12 generals of the Blue Wolf, Mo Sang has extremely rich combat experience. Feeling the tremendous force bursting out, he decisively did not resist forcefully. He flew more than 10 meters away with the force. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and it looked fiercely at the energetic Anan in front of it. You are not a wolf beast, who are you? All this happened extremely quickly, and in a flash, Mo Sang vomited blood and flew out. Protect the captain! The blue wolf with a small mustache shouted. The 6 blue wolves who had just reacted stood in front of Mo Sang. Xiaopi Hu Qinglang stepped forward and asked attentively, Captain Mo Sang, are you okay? Mosen ignored this flattering behavior and pushed it aside instead. He lowered his head to look at the hideous wound on his lower abdomen, which was a mixture of frost and charred black, and continued to look at Wang Yong. Supernatural talents? Human. Just by looking at the wound, he recognized Wang Yong's true identity. Just one step forward. Chi. A sharp pain came from behind, and blood gushed out of his chest. Mo Sang lowered his head in confusion. Looking at the sharp, silver-white wolf claws sticking out from his chest, he saw the 0.9 level energy behind him that was no weaker than his. Grasping the heart holding a beating. Captain Mosen, are you okay? The same earnest voice still came, but this time there was more teasing. Roar, ah! There were wails and groans of pain from the wolf beast in front. In just 2 breaths, a wolf beast died. Wang Yong was the first to notice the abnormality, took the initiative and started killing. It is not clear why Qinglang turned against them, but that did not stop him from starting a killing spree. Bang, bang, bang. The 6-level 0.8 blue wolves were frightened by Wang Yong's outburst. With one punch and one kick, the ice blue and fiery red were intertwined, and all the blue wolves were killed in a few moves. In the same level, the ferocious beasts are stronger than warriors, but weaker than warriors with awakened supernatural talents. Faced with Wang Yong's physical body comparable to level 0.9 and the energy of ice and fire, they can only suffer. TSK. Wang Yong casually cleaned up the blue wolf's body, put the crystal core and blood crystal into the ring, and threw the body into the space beast bag. He looked with interest at the wolf beast in front of him that was half silver white and half green. Its sharp claws stretched out and crushed Mo Sang's heart. When it attacked, the fur on its upper body turned from blue to silver white, and a silver glow shone. He threw the crystal core and corpse of the strange beast to Wang Yong and held the blood crystal in his mouth. Silver wolf? He inquired. The wolf beast with half silver and half green nodded, and there was a lively light flashing in the dark green wolf moo. Looking into its eyes, it gave people a human feeling. The man and the wolf stared at each other for a long time. The silver wolf lowered his proud head and uttered a few words. Honorable Chosen One, my name is Silver Moon, please follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Silver Wolf led the way away. Wang Yong's expression changed slightly, but he did not deny it. He did not know what the so-called Chosen One meant, but his intuition told him the silver wolf in front of him was not easy to mess with, and was very strong. It was a world of difference from the level 0.9 wolf beast he had faced before. After he caught up, the fight was not intense, and Wang Yong still looked like a green wolf. Only then did they discover that the green fur on the silver wolf's lower body was not natural, but was obtained by tearing off its own skin in an extremely crude way, and then sewing the green wolf skin on. Then, with the help of the special silver wolf secret technique, he disguised himself as a blue wolf. We, the Silver Wolf Clan, love peace. Even in the dangerous and murderous Langa land, disputes are rare. Seeing Wang Yong's wary look and deep fatigue in his eyes, Inu explained. Why do you call me the Chosen One? Wang Yong asked. You don't know? Inu paused. The Chosen One has appeared, and my Silver Wolf Clan should not die. She had a sad smile on her face, bitter and complicated. A slight growl came out of her mouth, with a unique and strange rhythm. Something seemed to be stirred in the air. Wang Yong was stunned, and looked at the shadow under his feet. On the dark shadow, a silver-white spot gradually lit up. The palm of my hand felt slightly hot, and a white mark appeared on it. He raised his head and looked at the silver moon in front of him. He felt a little more intimate, and he could clearly perceive the other person's emotional fluctuations through the mark. Indeed, you are right, Lord Chosen One. Silver Wolf knelt down excitedly, leaning forward to the ground. Sir Chosen One, I am Silver Moon, the leader of the 5 clans of Silver Wolf. Wang Yong suddenly jumped away and hid aside. Hey, what are you doing? Kneeling down just because you disagree with me? Don't be so rude, don't think that I'll be responsible for you just because you kneel down. I'm here to save people. Inu was stunned when she saw Wang Yong's big reaction. Then she heard that he was saving people? Hesitantly, he asked, didn't the Chosen One come here to save the Silver Wolf Clan? Wang Yong immediately waved his hand. Of course, not. There are too many powerful members of the Blue Wolf Clan. If you were evenly matched, I could still support you because you've helped humans before. But in the current situation, facing more than 10 level 0.9 warriors alone is courting death. I can't help you. He spoke directly and frankly, his tone helpless. Helping is a favor, not a duty. Deep behind enemy lines, if you venture out rashly, you'll die. Inu's eyes dimmed. I took the risk of lurking so deep because I was looking for a little girl, about this tall, Wang Yong estimated, gesturing to his waist. And a pair of wolf ears. My purpose in coming here is to bring her out. After all, she's a human child. It's not a big deal to leave her here to die, right? Inu's eyes lit up when she heard the first half of the sentence, but she was so excited that she didn't even listen to the second half. Lord Chosen One, is this the reason you are here? Yes. Wang Yong nodded and frowned. Don't call me the Chosen One anymore. Just call me Wang Yong. The Chosen One sounds weird. Well then, my Lord Chosen One, I will take you there right now. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safe departure. Inu lowered her head, and her eyes, which had been dim just now, were burning with fire, and her steps quickened a lot. Wang Yong was delighted at first, but then he said embarrassedly, is it so thoughtful? It's not very good. After all, I haven't done anything for you. I felt emotional. Silver Wolf is really honest. Not only did he adopt a human girl, he also tried his best to find a home for her. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough and I came too late to protect the Silver Wolf Clan. He sighed. When he arrived, the Silver Wolf Clan was completely slaughtered, and now there are probably only a few high-end fighters left. Your Excellency the Chosen One, you are too kind. We don't need you to do anything for us. Silver Wolf said sincerely. That's great. Wang Yong grinned. I still feel a little guilty and determined to show no mercy if I meet a lone blue wolf in the future. Under the guidance of Silver Wolf, Wang Yong skillfully turned into a remote intersection and cleverly bypassed the encirclement of Blue Wolf. Arrived at the real heartland of the Silver Wolf. Far away. The howling of wolves came one after another. The Silver Wolf clan retreated to the last cave, surrounded by ferocious and powerful blue wolves. Wang Yong used martial arts to conceal his cultivation, suppressed his breath, and tried his best to hide his figure. Silver Wolf and Silver Moon also crouched quietly aside, like a lifeless sculpture, staring indifferently at the Silver Wolf being besieged by the Blue Wolf in the distance. 12 level 0.9 blue wolves surrounded them from all directions, staring coldly at the surrounded Silver Wolf. 5 weak Silver Wolves supported themselves to stand up and looked at the enemy coldly. The murderous intent almost became a reality. The corpses of Silver Wolves were everywhere, and the blood gathered into puddles, almost dyeing the ground red. Ouch! The Silver Wolf howled. This is the night of death. Even if the Wolf God came down to earth, he could not change the fate of the Silver Wolf clan. Chapter 37 Wolf King Mo Young. 5 Clan Star, why bother? It's a dead end, you can't escape. One of the tallest and strongest wolf beasts roared, its muscles bulging, as heavy as a hill. The 5 silver wolves huddled together, panting, their eyes dim and their breaths weak. Their bodies were covered with scars. There was even a silver-gray old wolf that had lost one eye and half of its body was torn apart, with blood gushing out. It looked like it had no ability to fight anymore. Behind them, a group of wolf cubs were guarding them. They bared their teeth, revealing their fragile baby teeth. Some of them could not even stand steadily, but their eyes were filled with the ferocity of silver wolves. But if you go a little deeper, you can see a little girl with wolf ears lying unconscious on the ground in the deepest part of the wolf pack. Ouch! A long, low roar came from afar, with a strange rhythm, conveying some message. After hearing this, the 5 silver wolf froze for a moment, then suddenly looked delighted. Let out a long howl. Oh, oh, oh. A long wolf howl sounded, and the bright moon in the sky became even brighter. Silver Wolf secret technique devouring the moon, guiding the power of the tidal moon to penetrate the entire body, consuming all lifespan and blood essence, greatly increasing strength, lasting for 10 minutes. In an instant, rays of moonlight fell from the sky. The silver wolves with dull fur and broken bodies suddenly gained momentum, quickly reaching their peak and even surpassing it. This is the power of the secret technique of suicide. The 5 silver wolves swept away their previous dejection, their eyes showing a determination to die, and murderous aura rising to the sky. The 12 green wolves that had surrounded and attacked stepped forward one by one, looking coldly at the fierce silver wolf in front of them. Strangely, they were not afraid. The green wind was blowing and gathering into a green circle. The rich green light rose into the sky and then injected into the body of each green wolf. The aura of each green wolf was strengthened by more than 20%. Roar! On the battlefield, the silver wolf and the blue wolf immediately fought each other. The powerful energy surged, gravel flew, and the surrounding ground was flattened. TSK. No wonder the authorities have been reluctant to send a team of warriors to the Langa alien land to clean it up. Wang Yong watched the battle between the silver wolf and the blue wolf from afar, and thought to himself. Wolf beasts are good at fighting in groups. Not only do they cooperate well in group battles, but they also have their own unique beast martial arts. Racial beast martial arts are humans' definition of the special martial arts possessed by some powerful and ferocious beasts in alien worlds. For example, the Blue Wolf clan dominates the southern part of the Langa alien land. They have an extreme aversion to human warriors, almost to the point of killing them on sight, which clearly threatens the safety of human warriors. However, the Qingcheng city officials still have no intention of sending warriors into this area to clean up the Qing wolves. Firstly, the Wolf Fong realm restricts entry to warriors above level 1, and secondly, the Blue Wolf tribe has extremely powerful beast martial arts. The more wolf beasts there are, the greater the increase in strength of the wolf beasts will be due to this blue beast martial art. If a group cleanup is really carried out, the loss of warriors will probably be unacceptable. Wang Yong turned his head and found that the silver wolf named Inu was still there, with a calm look in his eyes, but deep sadness was hidden in the calmness. I noticed Wang Yong's gaze. He was stunned for a moment, then tried to smile and pointed to 5 silver wolves fighting fiercely in the distance. Lord Chosen One, I am the leader of the 5 clans of Silver Wolves. Aren't you curious why there are 6 silver wolves in the 5 clans? Wang Yong curled his lips. First of all, don't call me Lord Chosen One, just call me Wang Yong. And as for why there are 6 5 clan stars. As he spoke, he tilted his head and looked at Inu. There are 6 of the 5 clan stars. Is that strange? Isn't this strange? There are still 5 of the 4 heavenly kings. Isn't that common sense? All of you are just leftover tricks from humans. Ahem. Inu's face rarely turned red, and she was choked by Wang Yong's words. She had originally wanted to show off, so that's how it is. Humans are truly terrifying. Just tell me what you want to say. Is there some powerful guy hiding behind Xinglang? Are you keeping quiet because you're on guard against him? Wang Yong glanced sideways. Inu was surprised, her voice trembling with shock. God, the Chosen One is indeed very wise. Wang Yong. Isn't this common sense? You can figure it out with your knees. Wang Yong expressed helplessness. Then let me guess. The Blue Wolf has 12 generals, and they're all here. So, the one you've been wary of is the Wolf King? Inu. Looking at the horrified expression of the silver wolf in front of him, Wang Yong held his forehead with his hand. He complained with a dark face, hiss. Such an old plot. Then he asked curiously, have you seen the Wolf King of the Blue Wolf clan? Is he very powerful? Before entering the Langa alien realm, Wang Yong accidentally heard rumors about the Langa alien realm. The Wolf King of the large wolf beast tribe had a strength far above level 0.9, and was in existence that the Langa alien realm could not defeat. But legends are just legends, and few warriors have ever seen the Wolf King. They are either dead or gone. Me. Inu said hesitantly. Is it great? How does it compare to me? Wang Yong said excitedly. Chosen by heaven. She saw Wang Yong's face darken, and quickly changed her words. Lord Wang Yang is extraordinary, and is also a very strong existence among the 0.9 level. However, facing the Blue Wolf King Mo Yang, it is better to temporarily avoid the edge. After all, a genius like you still has room for growth, but Mo Yang no longer has. Wang Yong nodded. Then he turned his head and looked at Inu, who looked troubled. Are you saying I'm a loser in disguise? No. Bah, that's it. Wang Yong stood up with an indignant look on his face. So what are your chances of winning against that guy called Mo Yang? He looked Inu up and down, his eyes like lightning, as if he wanted to see through the details of this 6th wolf of the 5 stars. If it's a sneak attack, 30%. If it's a head-on confrontation, less than 10%. Wang Yong? So you dragged me to ambush him just for a 30% chance of defeating Mo Yang? He was very puzzled. It's not defeat, it's repulsion. Inu said. Then he explained, if the sneak attack succeeds, I have a 30% chance of injuring him, and then I can scare Mo Yang away by killing him together. Then you can take the opportunity to rescue him. Wang Yong? You risked your life just to give me a chance to save someone? That's hilarious. He took a deep breath, a heavy sense of guilt weighing on his heart. He clearly didn't do anything for the silver wolf. He just killed a few lone blue wolves for personal gain in order to rescue human children. What has he done to deserve the Silver Wolf clan to do this? Why? Is your sacrifice worth it? Wang Yong stared at Inu with his eyes wide open. At this time, he was still wearing a costume, still in the appearance of the Blue Wolf Anon, so the wolves and beasts could communicate with each other without any obstacles. Inu first lowered his wolf head, then suddenly raised it up. Her eyes were very unique among wolf beasts. They were not dark green, but had an icy blue luster. Master Wang Yong, as long as she is still alive, the Silver Moon clan will not be destroyed. That one is the king of my Silver Wolf clan. Chapter 38 Beauty is Justice. Wang Yong's heart trembled suddenly. Everything is clear in my mind. It turns out that option 3 given by the system was for him to rescue the king of the Silver Wolf clan. Okay then, let's get started. Wang Yong stood up, his eyes blazing with passion. Oh my god, what does Lord Wang Yong mean? Inu was confused. What I mean is, we should attack together, the two of us should look after each other, and then we can grab the bottom and take it away from the rear. Wang Yong grinned and sneered. Various tactics were swirling in my mind. What if Wolf King Mo Yang shows up? Inu felt a little worried. Mo Yang shows up? Then kill him. Wang Yong's face was cold and he clenched his fist confidently. If he is afraid of a mere wolf king and dares not to confront him, then his SSS-level talent is a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yong rushed out instantly, followed closely by Yin Yu. The two wolves were as fast as lightning. They used the darkness to hide their bodies and quickly approached the battlefield. The outermost part of the battlefield was surrounded by several level 0.8 blue wolves, forming a simple defense line, striving to create some obstacles when the 5 tribes of the Silver Wolf escaped at all costs. Stop! Stop! Those who trespass will die. Someone shouted, spotting 2 wolves, 1 blue and 1 silver, approaching rapidly, growling alertly and blocking their path. 2 nearby blue wolves were attracted over. The silver moon rushed forward without any intention of stopping, like a flash of lightning in the pale moonlight. Kill! Before Wang Yong could shout kill, the wolves on the opposite side shouted first and rushed to attack him. The sharp claws lit up and rushed towards Wang Yong. Bang bang bang! The fist was like lightning, hitting the sharp claws directly, and the sound of heavy blood bombardment was heard. The claws shattered with the sound of fine and sharp bones breaking. At this time, Wang Yong has already given his all. The skin on his body cracked when he threw the punch. The ring flickered slightly, and a long steel sword appeared. This is the thank you gift Scar gave to Wang Yong. 2 more green wolves arrived, their sharp claws flashing with a faint light. The knife flashed. One side is the knife, the other side is the claw. But Wang Yong was much faster than them. With 2 slashes of his sword, 2 bloody wolf heads flew out. Clang! Wang Yong turned around and beheaded the first wolf beast whose claws he had broken. Dong! There was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground. The 3 defensive wolf beasts landed on the ground in different postures, frozen in place, and then all of them spurted blood from their necks and fell down. The space beast bag lights up. Wang Yong paused for a moment and quickly cleaned up the blue wolf's body. There were also 2 green wolves rushing towards Yin Yu. He stood half human, and his sharp claws shot out like lightning. He kicked the 2 wolves in half, crushed their chests, and rushed past. His strength beyond level 0.9 was undoubtedly demonstrated. Sure enough, Wang Yong felt relieved when he saw this. He had long guessed that Yin Yu's strength had reached level 0.9 or above. Among humans, for warriors of the same level of 0.9, there is a huge difference between those with supernatural talents and those without. And if they both have supernatural talents, can their ratings from E to SSS be the same? Don't forget that mental power can also add strength. The gap between human warriors is so huge. The difference between the ferocious beasts from other worlds that are also fighting against humans cannot be that small. Squeak! At this moment, Wang Yong's costume could not bear the full force of the violent body, and the cloth wailed under the heavy burden. Broken into pieces. Yin Yu looked at it with a hint of anticipation. This chosen one, who had given her many surprises and even took risks to help the Silver Wolf clan, had never revealed his appearance. Having seen many humans, she was quite curious. A tall and thin young man appeared in his sight. A fierce and powerful aura surged. Yin Yu looked from bottom to top. His black tights hid extremely explosive muscles. He held a knife in one hand and a fist in the other, and his body was stained with blood. She continued looking upwards with longing and curiosity. I want to see the face of this noble chosen one clearly under the cover of night. Looking up with expectation. What caught my eye on the palm of my hand was a hint of green, followed by large yellow lips. Green people? Looking up, 2 small brown holes appeared, which should be the nostrils. Looking up are eyes the size of black pearls. Overall, this is a fish head, and a green one at that. Yin Yu? Why are they different from the humans I've seen before? Although human skin color varies greatly, some are as black as 6-month-old poop, some are as white as if they've been dead for 2 weeks, and some. But why are there green ones? Are all the chosen ones some strange-looking species? Yin Yu fell into deep self-doubt. The speed slowed down unconsciously. What's wrong? Wang Yong noticed something unusual. Nothing. Yin Yu smiled bitterly. Not long ago, she had imagined whether the chosen one would be handsome? With a wolf's tail, a stern face, and a decisive killing spree. Do you think I should have golden hair, a high, angular nose, flowing hair on top of my head, and a long wolf's tail at the back of my head, covering my neck? Wang Yong looked at Yin Yu's expression, his face darkened, and he said expressionlessly. A punch was thrown. He quickly killed the 2 green wolves that rushed over and then collected their bodies. Aye. Inu lowered her head and hummed a few words embarrassedly. You know what, there really are humans who look like this. Wang Yong suddenly spoke with certainty. Really? Inu's eyes lit up. Of course. Wang Yong nodded. If you can survive this time, I will find a way to take you to the human world and let you see it. Really? Inu looked forward to it. No deception to anyone. It's a deal. Pa the man and the wolf high-fived. Inu nodded heavily, and the icy blue eyes that had held the determination to die rekindled the blazing flame of hope. Wang Yong, who witnessed everything, exclaimed, Wow! It turns out you just dislike the fish head cover and you are obsessed with looks. The name Yen Go is not for nothing. Beauty is justice. Wang Yong did not point out the fact that he was wearing a fish head mask. Instead, it was a good thing that the melon-like silver wolf rekindled his hope. It's much better than holding on to death. It is not unacceptable to sacrifice some appearance occasionally. Thinking of this, Wang Yong quietly adjusted his collar, raised it high, and covered the edge of the fish head cover. The man and the wolf rushed over almost at once. With a strength of both 0.9 plus, how could the people at level 0.8 outside the defense line stop them? Soon, the man and the wolf killed all the blue wolves that formed the outer defense line without leaving a single one alive. Chapter 39 Ora Fist, A Man's Romance. Boom. I don't know when a whole black cloud floated in the sky, covering the sky and blocking the bright moon. A dull roar brewed in the clouds, and lightning surged, like a suppressed crisis. Crack, crack. After eliminating the patrolling blue wolf sentries, Wang Yong approached the battlefield again. In the distance, the silver wolf and the blue wolf were fighting. The silver wolf used the secret technique of suicide to gain powerful strength, and actually temporarily gained the upper hand when outnumbered. But the blue wolf relied on its numerical advantage and coordinated in an orderly manner. Even if the silver wolf wanted to kill the enemy, it still could not succeed. Roar! Wang Yong stopped and looked coldly at the 4 wolf shadows that appeared in front of him. Human! After the leather case was broken, Wang Yong could barely understand the language of the wolf beast with the help of the mark in his hand. 4 green wolves came towards him, from far to near, with white mist in their breath, and extremely strong power hidden under their agile wolf bodies. My lord chosen one, Inu just opened her mouth. He was stopped by Wang Yong. You go first. After he finished speaking, he didn't continue. He lowered his body slightly, with violent strength hidden in his body, and stared at the 4 wolves in front of him like an eagle. Roar! Don't even think about it. A blue wolf saw Inu about to pass them, let out a low roar, and pounced straight forward. Bang! Wang Yong's body was as fast as lightning. He appeared in front of the wolf beast in an instant and punched it out, forcing it back. Stop! He spoke softly. The eyebrows under the fish head cover were slightly wrinkled. The 4 green wolves that appeared in front of him should be the 12 generals of the Green Wolf clan. Their strength is indeed different from the ordinary level 0.9. If it was someone like Lin Xiangwan from the school's martial arts school, he would probably be the weakest among the 0.9 level warriors. Facing these green wolves, he would probably have to kneel down after just a few encounters. Woo woo. The defeated blue wolf curled up its claws slightly, and stared at Wang Yong with its eyes. This human was very strange. Silver Moon's figure disappeared into the darkness. At this time, 5 silver wolves are facing 8 blue wolves. If Inu arrives in time, he will surely win. Wang Yong confronted 4 green wolves. No one took the initiative. Boom! The rumbling thunder sounded again, accompanied by dazzling lightning. A silver-white lightning snake rushed down from the clouds and knocked down an old tree. The dazzling light made everyone subconsciously close their eyes. The 4 blue wolves were no exception. When they opened their eyes, they were shocked to find that the humans in front of them had disappeared. Ola! A fierce energy roared, and a thin figure appeared above a green wolf. The ice-blue fish energy wrapped around his fist and hit his head hard. Bang! The dull sound of flesh and blood bombardment was heard. Ice-blue energy burst out, and frost quickly wrapped around the blue wolf's head. Roar! The blue wolf cried out in pain, most of his skull collapsed, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and he was hit so hard that his breath dropped rapidly. Wang Yong sneered, and his 2 fingers, like swords, pierced straight into Qinglan's eyes. A violent burst of energy shattered his brain. The first blue wolf died. Suddenly, the back of my head felt cold. The sense of danger almost penetrated his bones. Brush! Wang Yong decisively threw the blue wolf's body away one after another. Relying on his intuition, he turned around and punched out. The blue wolf that attacked him was extremely experienced in combat. Facing the corpse of his companion, he stretched out his sharp claws and tore it apart fiercely. Flesh and blood were shattered and large amounts of blood were spilled. The fist and the claw collided, and a huge force erupted in the center. With the help of the blue wolf's corpse, Wang Yong managed to get away with a hasty punch. Bang bang bang. The ground exploded, and large amounts of dirt flew up. The other two blue wolves reacted and found that their companion had been killed, so they attacked in anger. Wang Yong sneered, fist raised. Facing the siege of 3 wolves, he bravely rushed forward. Mu de mu de. He roared in anger, his voice like thunder, and his heart and liver were trembling. Every time I swing my fist, it's a full strength attack. With his natural physique of supernatural powers, he can punch with great force and speed. Bang bang bang. Punch after punch fell, the 3 blue wolves pounced like lightning, but each attack was blocked by Ola's fist. After just a moment, the 3 wolves were horrified. The enormous force, like a mountain torrent, penetrated into their bodies one after another, overlapping, making their bones crack and their internal organs numb from the vibration. They were sure that if it were an ordinary level 0.9 wolf beast, it would probably be beaten into a pulp by fists. This human is too strong. It's not that they haven't killed humans. On the contrary, the 3 wolves had the most blood of human warriors on their hands. Even level 0.9 warriors had died in their attacks. But now, even though they were stronger than ordinary blue wolves at this time and were good at combined attacks, they still couldn't take down Wang Yong in the first place. Moreover, it seemed that the human in front of him was getting more and more excited in the fight, and the balance of victory was actually tilting towards him. Haha, let's retreat. Woohoo, that's right, the king has arrived. This human is no match for the king. Oh, okay, let's find a chance to retreat. The 3 wolves were communicating quickly, not paying any attention to Wang Yong, who could understand some of the wolf language. At this moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The 100th punch, Ola. Wang Yong whistled softly, his eyes gleaming with a gleam of light. His body suddenly sank down, and the energy wrapped in his right fist almost turned into tangible energy, which shot down and attacked the 3 wolves indiscriminately. A strong wind blew, sweeping away and crushing the small stones on the ground. The moment this punch was thrown, the accumulated force gushed out, and the power rushed out like a gusher. Wang Yong's face changed slightly. There was a sharp burst of air. The green wolf in the front exploded in an instant, and the 2 green wolves behind it were shot out, their bones making loud crackling sounds, all broken and shattered. He collapsed to the ground, wailing. Wang Yong's face changed slightly. His right arm was cramping and twitching wildly. Every muscle was sore, limp and powerless, and his entire arm hung limply. It took a long time before I regained a little consciousness. This punch is too powerful and puts too much strain on my body, he said with a wry smile. Come to think of it, the warrior's physical strength increases with the increase of the level of qi. Although Wang Yong took advantage of his natural supernatural physique, his physical strength of level 0.5 could reach level 0.9, and even exceeded it with the blessing of his energy. But the explosion of the last punch of Ora Fist was too terrifying, and his current body could not withstand it. He intentionally controlled the gentle energy and poured it into his sore right arm. 10 minutes later, he gradually regained consciousness. Charge up 99 punches, then unleash a powerful punch at the end. This can kill a level 0.9 opponent with a second tier strength. The price is 10 minutes of weakness. Ahem, this sounds a bit weird, Wang Yong estimated. The next moment, he coughed violently and became unusually embarrassed. What about a real man with 100 punches, a very weak period? These are minor issues. Once I collect enough exotic beast crystal cores, I can refine my energy and break through the bottleneck of level 0.5. Thinking of this, he immediately cheered up. Wang Yong quickly rushed forward and finished off the 2 green wolves, whose lives were unknown, taking the crystal cores, blood crystals, and collecting the corpses all in one go. Look into the distance. Wang Yong discovered that the battle between the silver wolves in the distance had ended at some point. Silence. Did I win? He muttered to himself. But a feeling of worry inexplicably arose in my heart. Chapter 40, well done, don't do it next time. On the Silver Wolf battlefield. surrounded by 8 tall blue wolves. The top combat force of the Blue Wolf clan. Most of them had some minor injuries and were basically able to fight. One of them had half its body crushed and was lying in a corner dying. Silver Wolf is much more miserable. 5 broken bodies fell on the bumpy ground, with red flesh and white bone spurs scattered all over the blood-red ground. The 5 wolf corpses all had expressions of fear on their faces. The wounds on his body were hideous, and all of them were on his chest. It can be seen that the one who killed them was an unimaginably powerful enemy, who killed the Silver Wolf 5 clan stars who had activated the secret technique and whose strength had soared head-on. Opposite the corpse, a silver wolf covered in blood stood there, panting, its breathing fluctuating greatly. Behind her was an unconscious little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old and was wearing clothes made of silver-white fur. At this moment, Inu stared straight ahead with hatred. 7 blue wolves stood. At the front, a black wolf with an extremely fierce aura stood there. It was huge, 2 meters long, and had a scar on its sinister face that went from the corner of its eye down. It stands there like an insurmountable mountain, making people feel despair. Wolf King Mo Yan sneered. Inu, hand her over. I'll give you a quick death. Inu did not respond, her cold and hateful eyes were filled with guilt. She didn't expect Mo Yang to be so strong. After just a few rounds, she was defeated miserably. He watched helplessly as his own people were slaughtered. I'm sorry, I overestimated myself. I thought I could stop Mo Yang for a while. Inu lowered her head and muttered softly. Looking at the unconscious little girl behind him, a strong sense of guilt surged in his heart. Wolf King Mo Yan looked at the last 2 silver wolves in front of him, his cold and murderous eyes swept over them, and a strong murderous aura flowed from his body. Its gaze unconsciously passed Silver Moon and looked at the unconscious little girl, and a greedy look flashed across its face. Since you don't want to, then just accept your death. Mo Yang's energy flowed around his body, and 3 dark blades gathered above his head. The blades were shining with cold light, and an invisible killing aura flowed. Inu suddenly felt a chill, and a sense of crisis surged from all directions like a tide, enveloping her and drowning her. Roar! She mobilized all the energy in her body, gathering it on her crystal fur, and a silvery white light sprinkled down, forming a protective shield. Whoosh! The dark long sword slashed down. As fast as lightning, he reached the top of the shield almost instantly and chopped it down. Bang! The shield shook violently, and fine cracks appeared. The cracks widened and the shield shattered along with the long sword. Inu hadn't breathed a sigh of relief yet. The remaining 2 dark swords shot out and attacked the silver moon nail with lightning speed. Inu looked at the dark sword in front of him with despair, and murderous intent was piercing his bones. A sad look appeared on his face. God has killed the silver wolf. She gritted her teeth, looked at the unconscious little girl behind her, and closed her ice blue eyes tremblingly. Buzz. Ha! It doesn't hurt at all. Inu shook her head in confusion, and her ice blue eyes opened. His eyes were slightly glazed. A familiar figure appeared in front of her. The thin and well-proportioned back and the narrow shoulders are like pillars supporting the sky, able to bear enormous power. Bang! 2 streams of swimming fish energy shot out, easily shattering the dark blade. Human? Wolf King Mo Yang coldly looked at the human who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his dark and strong wolf body stood up slightly. At this moment, it can actually speak human language. Is this the Wolf King? It should be considered the 3rd level, level 0.9. Wang Yong muttered to himself, looking at the Wolf King with scrutiny. These days, he has seen many 0.9 level wolf beasts. Based on his combat experience, Wang Yong roughly divided the 0.9 level into the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. The 1st tier is the type of martial artist Lin Xiangguan, who has no special talents and is the most ordinary martial artist. The 2nd tier consists of the 12 blue wolf generals, Ning Meng and others. They are powerful and can easily defeat and tear apart the wolf beasts in the 1st tier. As for the Wolf King, Wang Yong classified it as the 3rd tier, with no rivals below level 1. Wang Yong was tall and slender, with powerful qi and blood flowing in his body. He didn't respond. He took a step, clenched his fists, and rushed towards the Wolf King like a gust of wind. Humanity die. The Wolf King sneered, his blood-red eyes filled with cruelty, and his figure disappeared in an instant, leaving behind an unclear afterimage. The next moment, the afterimage was passed through by the palm. Wang Yong's expression shifted slightly, and he was slightly shocked. What a fast speed. A barely perceptible breeze blew across his lower back, and he suddenly turned around and punched out fiercely. Bang! Wang Yong took several steps back and his right arm felt numb. He raised his eyes and found that the Wolf King had disappeared again. Where did you go? While Wang Yong was on guard against the Wolf King, he was also distracted to guard against sneak attacks from the other 7 blue wolves. The situation was extremely critical. There's none on the left. Nothing on the right. He raised his head sharply. Kill, kill, kill. Mo Yang roared. A huge dark figure silently hovered above Wang Yong's head, attacking him like a mountain. The dark energy blades around him reappeared, attacking Wang Yong from all directions with terrifying power. Wolf King Mo Yang is too strong. After just the second encounter, Wang Yong fell into an unprecedented desperate situation. The level gap is too big. Wang Yong was calm and kept thinking of countermeasures in his mind. His eyes were fixed on the Wolf King Mo Yang who was rushing towards him from above, and the murderous intent seemed to penetrate his bones. Got it! His eyes gleamed. All the fish energy in his body burst out instantly, fiery red and icy blue intertwined, gathering and arranging around as if with a spirit. Gather strength and burst. Wang Yong pinched seals with his fingers, and a wonderful rhythm was born. The ice blue and fiery red fish energy were actually entangled with each other at the same time. With the blessing of the water and fire powers, their attributes conflicted and the power far exceeded the level of 1+1. No, that's not enough. He suddenly became alert. Looking at the Wolf King Mo Yang rushing towards him, the sense of crisis was still extremely strong. The explosion of the fish's energy can easily resist the dark energy blades outside, and the Wolf King may also be injured. But he would certainly use up all his energy after this attack. Without the support of energy, Wang Yong's physical strength is not even as good as the second level 0.9. If the Wolf King gets close to him, he will probably be torn to pieces. It is too difficult for level 0.5 to forcefully fight against the third level 0.9. Thinking of this, Wang Yong sighed, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. He still has one last trump card. Martial arts, lead the universe. Mad, let's fight. Wang Yong's mind instantly sank into the sea of qi, gathering his strength, and his SSS-level talent was triggered, communicating with the wandering spiritual energy around him. The energy suddenly erupted, and under Wang Yong's deliberate guidance, it rushed towards an extremely narrow and undrilled 8-pulse area. Hiss. Severe pain attacked his whole body. Wang Yong felt that the energy around him seemed to burst through his fragile meridians. The tingling sensation spread throughout his body, like ants biting his internal organs. Martial arts technique In Xiankun, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to bless yourself, temporary energy increase by 300%, supernatural power plus 200%. After a moment of severe pain, Wang Yong's aura has more than tripled. Although he has not broken through the level 0.5 bottleneck, he is much stronger than level 0.6. Only 3 minutes, he closed his eyes and carefully checked his body's condition. Take a deep breath, enough. After doing all this, he suddenly raised his head, with the corners of his mouth raised, and looked at the approaching Wolf King Mo Yang with a sinister grin. Raise your right hand horizontally, palm facing up. The swimming fish's energy seemed to be affected by Wang Yang at this moment, and it unexpectedly grew more than twice as strong, with both icy and hot auras becoming stronger. There was a crazy light in Wang Yong's eyes as he looked at the green wolves surrounding him. Gather strength and explode. 5 fingers close together instantly. The ice blue and fiery red energies merged, transforming into a red and blue interwoven ball of light that instantly grew larger. All the blue wolves present, including the Wolf King, felt a creepy sense of danger. Retreat quickly. Wolf King Mo Yang evacuated immediately. The light ball collapses. Boom boom boom. A huge light suddenly lit up. Almost lighting up the entire night, a terrifying explosion sounded. It spread rapidly, and swept in the blue wolves who had no time to evacuate. Inu stared blankly at the huge ball of light, feeling cold all over. She had a feeling that if she was caught up in it, she would be torn to pieces. Oh my god. The Chosen One is so powerful. As soon as he finished speaking in exclamation, Inu felt the flesh on the back of his neck tighten slightly, and his whole body felt lighter. A man full of energy grabbed the back of her neck with one hand and carried the unconscious little girl with the other, then disappeared into the night. Silver Moon turned her head, looking at Wang Yong who was standing aside with a serious expression. Under the huge spiritual energy explosion, the green-headed fish sacrificed gloriously and revealed its true appearance. The clothes on the upper body were blown to pieces, the exposed skin trembled, and fine bloodstains appeared. The bright red blood flowed like a fountain. In just a moment, he became a bloody man. Oh my God! Lord Wang Yong, what's wrong with you? Yin was horrified. Wang Yong lowered his head and saw that his upper body was torn to pieces due to the excessive strength. It's okay, it's just a special effect of martial arts. He curled his lips. Actually, it just looked scary, but it didn't really hurt. Yin gritted her teeth, feeling extremely guilty. Master Wang Yong, the Silver Wolf Clan has a way to treat it. After saying this, he immediately consumed the energy he had just recovered, and a faint silver glow shot out. The moment it touched Wang Yong's body, the white mark of the Chosen One on the palm of his hand suddenly lit up. The silver light grew stronger, and the wounds on Wang Yong's body were instantly wrapped by a strange force and began to heal. The speed is quite fast. Judging from the situation, the bleeding will stop in another minute. Healed. Healed. She just breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, it really works. Could it be that this mark has a healing effect? Wang Yong looked at the mark in surprise. While running quickly, he lowered his head to check his injuries. He felt a gentle force enveloping his body, continuously releasing power and healing it. But the next moment, Wang Yang felt endless severe pain, and he almost blacked out and fell to the ground. Due to the characteristics of the martial art In Xian Kuan, the violent energy is constantly destroying the body, while the strange energy is healing the injuries. The constant destruction and repair of destruction, is a very frustrating experience. Even Wang Yong, who had extraordinary willpower, was almost driven crazy by this torture. Of course. My Silver Wolf Clan doesn't like fighting. What we are best at is healing and protection. Yin was quite proud. Wang Yong rolled his eyes in pain. He was almost collapsed by the sudden and severe pain, and when he saw the murderer trying to praise me, he cursed in his heart and didn't know whether to say it or not. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "Well done, don't do it again next time." Yin. When will this little thing wake up? It's sleeping so soundly. Wang Yong looked at the Wolf King girl who was being carried beside him. She was still fast asleep, and it seemed that nothing had disturbed her slumber. She's not a little thing, she's the Wolf King. Very powerful. Mo Yang is no match for her. So powerful? Then why did it become like this? Wang Yong was surprised. Yin raised her eyebrows, then her expression darkened. If the Wolf King hadn't forced himself to take that step in order to break through the limitations of the alien realm and then encountered some problems, the Blue Wolf Clan wouldn't have dared to attack the Silver Wolf Clan. Whoosh! The figure plunged into the forest at an extremely fast speed, startling a large number of flying birds. We found an extremely hidden cave, which was completely hidden by bushes and rocks. Wang Yong took the initiative to close In Shinkuan. He lay down panting. He left them behind, meditated on the spot, and began to utilize the calm and restless energy. Yin is not idle either. He began to recover his own strength, and every additional point turned into healing silver light that enveloped Wang Yong's body and healed him quickly. The second day. Wang Yong opened his eyes just as dawn broke. It took him a whole night to completely repair the parts of his body that were damaged by the energy. The energy and effort he spent on this was self-evident. Pretend for 3 minutes and suffer for a whole night, he sighed. I secretly warned myself, if it weren't for this silver moon, it would take me a very long time to fully recover. Coming back to his senses, Wang Yong happily checked his harvest. Select 3 completed. Option 3, sneak into the village and kill them. Lurk among the wolf pack and successfully rescue the girl without being discovered. Reward, temporary reversal card 1. After using this card, cause and effect are reversed, use with caution. Lasts for 10 minutes. Permanent intelligence reduction Aura 1. When the aura is activated, the person affected by the aura unconditionally believes one of the aura owner's lies. The aura lasts for 180 minutes, cooldown period, 1 week. Wang Yong immediately began to search for the extra information about the items in his mind. After the investigation was completed, he took a deep breath. The whole person was in high spirits. The harvest is huge. Wang Yong said softly, his hands and feet trembling slightly. This intelligence-reducing aura is a powerful weapon in battle. He took a deep breath. Check out the profile. As soon as he finished speaking, a large area of light blue characters appeared in front of Wang Yong. Host, Wang Yong. Age, 18. Talent, SSS-level talent. Constitution, natural supernatural power. Warrior level, 0.5. Spirit level, 0.1 not up to par, can be increased after the warrior's energy level reaches level 1. Supernatural talent awakened, sealed, water, fire on ceiling level, D level. Martial arts, Ora Fist yellow rank, lower grade, proficiency, 158-200. Farmer's 3 punches not enough energy, cannot be used. Martial arts, Yin Xian Coin use Qi to penetrate the body's 8 extraordinary meridians, gaining supreme power, temporary Qi plus 300%, supernatural power plus 200%. Basic skill, energy gathering fist heavenly level auxiliary martial arts, greatly improves the control of energy. Aura, intelligence reduction Aura LV1. Chapter 41 My moral bottom line can be very flexible. Roar, roar, roar. Human. In the heart of the silver wolf, Wolf King Mo Yang roared angrily with red eyes. The sound shakes the mountains and forests. 3 huge blue wolf corpses fell to the side, and underneath them were nearly 100 blue wolves who died in the explosion. The remaining 5 level 0.9 wolf beasts stood silently on the side. Although the silver wolf is destroyed. But this time, the blue wolf clan suffered too much loss, so much so that even the Wolf King Mo Yang could not accept it. The culprit for all this was actually a human. After counting the battle damage, Mo Yang was so angry that he almost went crazy. Not only did the Silver Wolf clan's Wolf King escape right under his nose, but more than half of his generals were also lost. All 12 generals of the Blue Wolf clan survived the battle with the Silver Wolf clan, but 4 of them were killed by that human. Then, when the human's trump card was detonated, 3 more generals who did not have time to escape died. Wolf King, humans are coming in full force. Please invite the 2 major tribes of Western Crystal Wolf and Eastern Ghost Wolf to wipe out humans. Xinglang Ningmeng took the initiative to speak, with deep hatred in his eyes. Anan is dead, died at the hands of that human. She will take revenge. Although I couldn't see the man's face clearly, I could still smell the scent of his blood. That's right, please ask the Wolf King to wipe out humans. Humans are too rampant. It's time to let them know who is the real master of this alien world. Another old wolf made the same suggestion. Faced with the suggestions of many powerful subordinates, Wolf King Mo Yang also showed an excited look. It lowered its head, pondering something. Report Wolf King, all the resources of the Silver Wolf clan have been transferred in advance. A bloated, pot-bellied blue wolf chief spoke hastily. What? Say that again. Mo Yang growled, a dangerous red light flashing in his eyes. The inventory is gone. It was moved away in advance. The manager said bitterly. Ouch! Mo Yang roared furiously. His face was distorted and his eyes were fixed fiercely on the direction where Wang Yong disappeared. Gnashing his teeth, he said. Contact all the wolf tribes and, in the name of Wolf King Mo Yang, launch a wolf tide. Eliminate all the humans in the alien realm. Leave no one behind. In the forest cave. Wang Yong, whose injuries had completely recovered, moved the big rock blocking the entrance of the cave and welcomed the first rays of morning light. It's time to go out. Wang Yong stretched. Turning his head to look at the little girl with wolf ears sleeping in the cave, he couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't know how capable this guy, who was said to be stronger than the Wolf King Mo Yang, was in fighting, but looking at this harmless little guy's appearance, he couldn't help but think of him as a bad guy. Go out? You woke up in a daze. Humans can only stay in the alien world for 3 days. I must hurry and obtain the alien beast crystal core to break through the bottleneck. Wang Yong explained. Are you short of exotic beast crystal cores? Yu wondered. How much, roughly? Before I left, I took away all the resources stored by the Silver Wolf clan. Ha, you don't want to support me? Wang Yong curled his lips, and the ring in his hand flashed slightly, and a small pile of exotic beast crystal cores with rich spiritual energy appeared. After so long, he decided to take inventory. Support? What does that mean? As a pure silver wolf, she expressed her confusion. Probably you paid a high price to hire me and asked me to do some unspeakable things. Wang Yong said calmly. 70, 77, 78 in total, and it's still not enough. Wang Yong couldn't help but frown as he looked at the strange beast crystal cores piled up like a small hill in front of him. This is what keeping a sponsor means. You looked like she had learned something new. So you want to support me? That's difficult. Wang Yong put his hands on his waist and pointed at the pile of exotic beast crystal cores on the ground, saying proudly, Silver wolves are not good at fighting and rarely fight with the outside world, but the 78 exotic beast crystal cores? I'm afraid you need to kill no less than 300 powerful wolf beasts to get it. Although a level 0.9 wolf beast will definitely appear, level 0.9 is not a cabbage. The weakest first tier is at least at the level of the alpha wolf. Therefore, it is impossible for the silver wolf to have a large number of exotic beast crystal cores surviving. Absolutely not. Inu nodded slightly. Somewhere on the top of the head, the bright silver fur shone slightly. 2 piles of equal-sized exotic beast crystal cores suddenly appeared on the ground. Each pile was as big as the pile of exotic beast crystal cores owned by Wang Yong, and there were 2 large piles in total. Wang Yong. What do you think, Lord Chosen One? A smile of triumph appeared on Inu's face. Wang Yong. He silently collected the 2 large piles of exotic beast crystal cores in front of him. He patted his chest, looked up and down at Inu in front of him with a strange look, and coughed. I'm a man of my word. What do you want me to do? As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I can do it. Well. Inu tilted her head in thought for a long time. He looked up and down at Wang Yong from time to time and said, Master Wang Yong hasn't condensed the first acupoint yet, right? Acupoints? Wang Yong was puzzled. To put it in your human terms, it's called tempering qi. Whether it's a human or a beast, there are acupoints distributed throughout the body. The so-called tempering of qi is to use the crystal cores of the beast to solidify the acupoints. One exotic beast crystal core can temper one's energy, which corresponds to solidifying one acupoint. Wang Yong nodded suddenly and spoke quickly. Indeed not. I'm only level 0.5 right now, but thanks to my special physique, my strength has barely reached the second tier, level 0.9 combat power. He did not deny or hide. After all, the hood was broken during the battle and his true appearance was revealed early on. How many acupoints does the Chosen One intend to solidify? Inu was shocked and looked at Wang Yong in suspicion. Although she had some guesses, they were far less shocking than Wang Yong's own admission. 256, assuming 1 refinement consumes 1 exotic beast crystal core. Wang Yong spread his hands and simply admitted his talent. The consumption of crystal cores cannot be concealed. Now he has 234 of them. He must just work harder in the foreign land and try to collect them all before leaving tomorrow evening. The highest level of talent. You are worthy of being the chosen one. Inu said in shock. It's nothing, just remember to keep it a secret for me. Wang Yong reminded. Yeah. Inu nodded seriously. However, according to the wolf god's records, a warrior can only condense a maximum of 360 acupoints. After that, all 360 acupoints merge into one, forming the foundation of a warrior and reaching the strongest level. She suddenly spoke. 360? Wang Yong asked in surprise, but human records reveal that the acupoints are opened according to the warrior's innate talent. The highest talent level is only SSS, which is the only way to reach 256. 360, how is that even possible? How is it impossible? Inu smiled contemptuously. Guess how many acupoints Wolf King Mo Yang has opened? More than 120. Speaking of this, Inu's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. According to his talent, among humans, it's only an A-level talent. Opening 32 acupoints is the limit. Wang Yong nodded and converted it, and it was indeed true. But if one's own body is strong and one dares to risk destroying it to forcefully open one's mind, then one can also forcibly raise the upper limit of one's talent. You only need to spend double the price, that is, 2 crystal cores per acupoint, to open 32 more acupoints before becoming a level 1 warrior and unifying all the acupoints. This will raise your aptitude to 64 acupoints, which is an S-level talent. As long as the number of acupoints reaches 64, Mo Yang's foundation will be transformed again. His combat power will also rise sharply, and his strength will be stronger than that of ordinary S-level talents. Nothing can be built without destruction. The plain words fell, and only Wang Yong could understand the sighing wolf language. What? Wang Yong was shocked, and for the first time, shock showed on his calm face. He then expressed doubt. If one has unlimited resources and a strong enough body, wouldn't everyone have SSS-level talent? This is impossible. You guessed right. Breaking through the limit requires something else. Something extremely rare. Inu looked at Wang Yong's suspicion. What? I don't know either, but from what I understand, that thing is only possessed by the Wolf King, and it's extremely precious. She said lightly. He looked and turned to look at the little girl with wolf ears behind him. Not only that, I seriously suspect that Mo Yang wants to open his mind again, twice, at 4 times the cost, and force his way through. I'm afraid he's already close to 128 points. Inu's expression was firm. If he can really gather enough resources and force his acupoints to 128, his strength will probably leap again and reach the 4th level. That's why it rushed to wage war against my Silver Wolf clan. While plundering a large amount of resources, kill our Wolf King. After hearing this, Wang Yong suddenly understood. No wonder this Mo Yang is so strong. As he was thinking, he suddenly realized that he was a little hungry. When Wang Yong touched the ring, beeswax filled with sweet fragrance appeared. This was what he found in the beehive when he first entered the strange world. By the way, what did you want me to do? Wang Yong pointed his finger at the sweet and fragrant beeswax and took a sip. Tastes good. I want you to take the Wolf King out. The Wolf King is in a special state now. She seems to have completely lost her ability to fight. But the Silver Wolf clan is gone. She can't stay in the Wolf Fong realm. Inu sighed and turned to look behind her. Nothing. Hey, where is the Wolf King? Wang Yong was also surprised. Because something wet and soft bit his honey-stained hand. Hiss, it hurts. Wang Yong exclaimed. Just as he pulled his hand away and shook it, he found a little black-haired girl with bright eyes hanging on his hand. She was staring at the piece of beeswax and gnawing at his hand. As he swung his hands, it was hung in the air and swayed back and forth. Wang Yong? I was shocked and puzzled. How did she get so close to me? How come I didn't even notice her? Master Chang Ning, you're awake. Inu exclaimed and quickly took off the pendant hanging on Wang Yong's arm. Called continuously. But the little girl seemed unable to speak. She stared straight at the beeswax in Wang Yong's hand, her face full of longing. Wang Yong looked at the tooth marks on his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Its name is Chang Ning? He handed the beeswax to the little girl in front of him and looked at the mysterious Silver Wolf King, Chang Ning, with the same curiosity. He is about 1 meter tall and can ride the bus for free. He has delicate features, snow-white skin, black hair, silver eyes, and a pair of lively wolf ears on his head, which makes him look a bit strange. But other than that, they are no different from ordinary human children. He was well aware of the Blue Wolf King Mo Yang's strength and tyranny, but this Chang Ning. Chang Ning grabbed the beeswax and stared at Wang Yong as if he was protecting his food. I took a small lick carefully. Her beautiful big eyes curved into a small crescent, and she took another small bite happily, like a greedy child. Seeing this, Wang Yong pulled Inu aside with a dark face. Are you sure this is your Wolf King? You're not mistaken. Inu also looked over hesitantly. Chang Ning sat on the ground, looking at Huang Jingjing's beeswax in front of her, with stars in her eyes. She ate it carefully, as if this sweet food was extremely attractive to her. No. Inu said firmly. Maybe something happened to Lady Chang Ning. Lady Chang Ning accepted the inheritance of the wolf god in her ancestral land. She said she had obtained a very dangerous secret technique and wanted to take the risk and try it out. Then Lady Chang Ning became like this. This is the first time I've seen her awake in 2 years. Please, take Lady Chang Ning out of this alien world and protect her for a while. This is all I ask. Master Chang Ning has temporarily lost his memory and his mind is almost that of a child. Inu pleaded. Wang Yong looked thoughtful. He was afraid that if he showed up with an unidentified little girl, she wouldn't even be able to pass the security check. After thinking hard for a long time, he suddenly remembered a prop he had just obtained. Yeah. I can rely on it. He turned his head to look at Inu and chuckled. I have a way to take Chang Ning out without being discovered, but... Wang Yong moved his fingers quickly, his meaning was clear. Inu stared at him and found that since the man's fish head mask was gone, his true nature was gradually exposed. The awe and reverence for the chosen one in my heart was slightly shaken. No more. The exotic beast crystal core I just gave you is the accumulation of generations of the Silver Wolf clan. It is also the resource that Mo Yang desires most. It is in your hands. Silver Moonlight Stick said. As for the blood crystal, you know it can't be preserved for a long time. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong nodded with some regret. If the method of forced enlightenment that Inu mentioned is effective on humans, perhaps he will need a large number of exotic beast crystal cores. The next moment, Inu seemed to have thought of something, and said awkwardly, "Actually, I also know where there are a lot of crystal cores, but..." "Just what?" Wang Yong interrupted. "My Lord Chosen One, do you think our ancestors are worthy of your respect?" Inu changed the subject. Wang Yong thought for a moment and said, "Predecessors are definitely worthy of respect. They plant trees, and future generations enjoy the shade. After all, I am a person with a moral bottom line. The Chosen One can't go there. I mean to go to the ancestral land of the Blue Wolf clan." Inu spoke. "Ancestral land? What's there?" Wang Yong wondered. "Of course they are crystal cores. These in your hands are actually the remains of the Silver Wolf clan's powerful warriors who died." "You mean, you want me to dig up Mo Yang's ancestral grave?" Wang Yong looked strange. "Ahem, almost," Inu said awkwardly, "but since you have a moral bottom line, then let it be." No. Wang Yong interrupted, "I haven't finished what I was saying just now. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. Although I am a warrior with a moral bottom line, when facing my enemy, oh no, my enemy wolf, I don't mind being more flexible with my moral bottom line." Inu? Chapter 42, Meeting Fong Yuching again. After successfully persuading Inu, Wang Yong led them quietly towards the heart of the Blue Wolf. I have to say that the scenery of Langa alien land is very beautiful. The morning glow passed through the white dew, hitting the green grass leaves, reflecting colorful glows. "Why don't you see a wolf beast?" Wang Yong and his group walked for most of the day and arrived at the river where Silver Moon and Blue Wolf meet. They didn't see a single wolf along the way. But there were obviously more traces of walking on the road. Crash! Clear springs flow, and the crystal clear river water flows downstream along the river channel. The other side of the river is the territory of the Blue Wolf. Wang Yong squinted his eyes and keenly discovered that there was something wrong with the color of the exposed rocks on the other side of the river. "Where are the blood-red rocks?" "That's a blood spot worm," Inu said, staring at the blood-colored rock. A ray of light appeared, chasing the blood-red rock like chasing the stars and the moon. Bang! Large groups of small red bugs appeared on the blood-red rock surface, with their fine teeth bared, looking extremely ferocious. Wang Yong looked at the gray rock that had revealed its true appearance. The surface was bumpy and it was obvious that it had been severely corroded by the poison. It is hard to imagine that if a warrior accidentally steps on it, he will be attacked by the bloodspot worms and will probably lose a layer of skin if not die. The vast red smog was startled by the clear light, and the blood-spotted insects kept squeaking and squinting around with fierce eyes. After a long while, it continued to lurk on another gray rock. "Wait a minute. Come here," Inu led the two of them to the other side of the river bank. After a while, I found a purple-black vine rooted in the ground. The purple-black color spread from the roots along the branches. Both the leaves and the fruits of the vine were purple-black. Inu signaled Wang Yong to pick the fruit. "What is this?" Wang Yong looked at the purple-black fruit in his hand. It had a hard shell and was the size of a walnut. Sniffing carefully, a special smell is emitted. Inu ground the fruit into powder and threw it towards a blood-red rock not far away. The moment the fruit juice approached, a cluster of bloodworms suddenly scattered. Escape far away in all directions. Bloodspot worms are strange insects raised by the Blue Wolf clan. Bloodspot worms fed with human blood are extremely hostile to human warriors. Inu explained. Wang Yong nodded. "Grind the fruit in your hand into juice and apply it on your clothes." Safely left the river and set foot in the Blue Wolf territory. He frowned slightly and looked at the ordinary land under his feet. Why does it feel so much more dangerous? What's going on? Wang Yong continued to move forward with a heavy heart. Soon human traces were found on the ground. A pool of dried blood and torn pieces of clothing. A warrior was attacked? He became more alert. Stepping on the dry branches, Wang Yong and others crouched and headed cautiously towards the heart of the Blue Wolf. Chang Ning was very well behaved. Like an ordinary human child, he would lie on Inu's back and fall asleep after eating. After pushing aside a patch of bushes, they saw obvious signs of fighting, and even the tree trunks had marks of being burned black by flames. That shouldn't be the case. Human warriors are extremely wary of the Blue Wolf territory. Warriors who hunt wolves wouldn't risk entering this place. Wang Yong was in deep thought. Continuing along the route, we soon found a mutilated body. The corpse was a male, looking terrified, with a large wound on his throat and scratches all over his body. The wound on his thigh was particularly hideous. In the sultry rainforest, it had already begun to smell faintly. Someone's dead. Warriors in other realms usually travel in groups. Unless they encounter a large beast tide, few will abandon their companions. Wang Yong felt a little worried. Emu stepped forward silently and sniffed lightly, not long after he died, this direction. Good. Wang Yong quickened his pace and headed in the direction indicated by Emu. Sure enough, after walking for about half an hour, the sound of fierce fighting could be faintly heard from the front. Snap. Wang Yong strode forward, stepping over several blue wolf corpses along the way. The space beast bag in his hand flashed continuously and collected the blue wolf corpses. This can't be wasted, it's money. After approaching the battlefield, Wang Yong turned around and looked at Yin and Chang Ning who were following him. He always felt that something was wrong. I'll take Yin out later. If the warriors who are attacked see him, they won't mistake him for a wolf beast spy and accidentally injure him, right? Human traitor? Wang Yong discussed with Yin for a while. It was decided to let her take Chang Ning and hide aside, and not expose themselves. He estimated that although Yin was a silver wolf and did not have many offensive means, his combat power was still firmly superior to that of the second-tier 0.9 level wolf. As long as you are not facing a wolf king like Mo Yang, it will not be dangerous. Martial arts, Iron Fist. A man as strong as a black bear roared, and 0.8 level energy swirled around his fist. The energy on the surface of his fist was tangled and gathered into a scale like outer armor. Each punch was delivered with great force, repelling the sneak-attacking wolf beast. But the wolves around them seemed to be endless, surrounding the three warriors tightly. As soon as one was repelled, the next one jumped out. Ouch! Ah! The sound of wolves mooing could be heard all around. Gathered here were not only ferocious blue wolves, but also cunning ghost wolves, tree wolves skilled in stealth and sneak attacks, and crystal wolves with extremely high defense. What the hell? A hodgepodge of wolves? Why are there so many wolves from other territories in the blue wolf territory? And why are they united against the enemy and not fighting each other? Wang Yong hid himself on a tall tree and with the help of his martial arts skills to conceal his breath, he was not discovered by the wolf. His eyes passed over the big man who was as strong as a bear and looked at the other two warriors. Due to poor vision, Wang Yong could not see the two people's appearance clearly, and could only recognize that they were a man and a woman. The man looked extremely timid. With a level of 0.7 energy, he actually hid aside and trembled, not daring to go forward to kill the enemy. She was wearing colorful clothes and sat stupidly in the corner, staring at the wolf in the distance while crying. Damn, this is bad luck. Wang Yong suddenly felt a chill. The woman was extremely powerful, with the same 0.7 level of energy, but her combat power was extremely extraordinary. Her energy surged and her figure was as fast as a swallow. This female warrior is quite good. She can't even defeat a level 0.8 wolf beast. I guess she has an extraordinary talent for supernatural powers. Wang Yong commented with a smile. But the next moment, he lost his composure. A powerful and domineering lightning snake pierced through the besieging wolf beasts like a rainbow. No wolf beast could resist the thunder and lightning. Crackling lightning exploded in the center of the wolf pack, instantly clearing out a large number of wolves. The power is extremely strong. Fong Yuching? Wang Yong was stunned, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and stared at the figure that shuttled among the wolves. Isn't she sleeping? Why is it here? He looked at it again uncertainly. The terrifying and powerful lightning ability was so damn familiar. After all, Wang Yong had been electrocuted not long ago and was even mistaken for a pervert who was stalking him. TSK, this is interesting. Wang Yong chuckled and decisively took out a pink Peppa Pig mask. Peppa Pig mask one-time prop, limited to 1 hour. Chapter 43, Page reappears. Ah! The black bear man swung his iron fists at the wolf pack. Under the sudden attack of the wolf pack, his body accidentally approached an ancient pine tree. The bushes above his head swayed slightly, and a dark shadow instantly pounced on his head. Level 0.9 Tree Wolf Leader. The big man was caught off guard and was knocked down in an instant. The tree wolf's powerful strength pinned him to the ground and he was unable to get up. A large group of wolves on the side swarmed over like mosquitoes smelling blood and flesh. The big man let out a shrill roar. Death! On the other side, Fong Yuching was panting. The long battle made her a little tired, and her delicate body was soaked with sweat, outlining her wet curves. Why are there so many wolf beasts? Is there going to be a beast tide? She was shocked and anxious. How about I forcibly activate the second spatial ability and leave this place? But if I leave, the other two will surely die. She casually shot out a bolt of lightning, temporarily repelling a level 0.8 ghost wolf that was attacking her. Ah! The big man let out a shrill cry. Fong Yuching looked over and saw a strong hand raised from the gathered wolves. The arm twisted and the fingers twitched. After a while, it was submerged by the wolves. Sister Fong, help! One direction is forced. The pretty boy warrior hiding in the corner screamed and ran towards Fong Yuching. Boom crackling. Fong Yuching suddenly turned around and punched out. The lightning snake brushed past the cheek of the pretty boy warrior, just enough to repel the large group of wolf beasts behind him, causing them to fall to the ground and twitch. S-level lightning talent, extremely strong. The pretty boy warrior was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, his pretty face pale and trembling constantly. No, we must break out. Staying here will lead to death. Fong Yuching said. He tried his best to activate his lightning ability, mixed it with his strong energy, and repelled the wolf beasts that surrounded him. One of her teammates died, and Fong Yuching, who was fighting alone, was attacked from all sides. She also had to distract herself to protect the warrior who was also a human. The pressure increased several times in an instant. Sister Fong, my legs are weak and I can't walk anymore, the pretty boy warrior said. Give me a hand and carry me on your back, the pretty boy said righteously. Fong Yuching's fair face darkened, and she nearly slapped the loser in front of her to death. However, considering that they were both human, she took a deep breath. No, carrying you on my back will affect my ability to kill the enemy. What then? How could you watch me die? Believe it or not, I'll let my dad deal with you when we get home. The pretty boy warrior threw a tantrum on the spot and spoke like a scoundrel. Fong Yuching ignored him and gave him a cold look. They were both level 0.7 warriors, and should have just reached adulthood. They were probably students from some high school, but how could there be such a huge difference between them, even though they were both warriors? She inexplicably thought of that annoying guy. Although he liked to take advantage of her and ignored her, he was much stronger than this pretty boy in terms of fighting power and methods. If he were here too, maybe I could fight my way out of this siege with him. Fong Yuching's thoughts were scattered and she couldn't help but be distracted. A fierce gust of wind hit her from behind, but she didn't notice it at all. The pretty boy who witnessed everything was so scared that he couldn't speak. The chill was biting, and the moment the attack was about to approach, Fong Yuching came to her senses and just turned around. She saw 3 0.9 level wolf beasts with dark fur rushing towards her. Obviously, the extremely cunning phantom wolf had planned this for a long time. Now is the best time. After Fong Yuching reacted, she turned around and saw the 3 sharp claws rapidly enlarged, and her heart felt cold. 3 icy blue energies lit up slightly and attached themselves to the bodies of the 3 wolves at lightning speed. Gather strength and explode. A low voice sounded. The icy blue energy spread rapidly, and frost covered the bodies of the 3 wolf beasts, slowing down their attack speed. Roar, roar, roar. The wolf roared. A dark aura burst out from his body, and the frost on the surface shattered and dissipated. The 3 wolves' sneak attack lasted only a moment. He broke free from his restraints and attacked Fong Yuching regardless of the consequences. But, just a moment, that's enough. Wang Yong appeared in front of Fong Yuching, with ice blue energy wrapped around his fist. With the help of the energy, his huge physical strength hit the wolf's head hard. Bang! The head of the ghost wolf in the front suddenly collapsed a little, and the ice blue energy took the opportunity to penetrate the vital part of the ghost wolf's head. Woo! A wailing sound was heard. The leading blue wolf collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and breathing heavily. Wang Yong ignored the wolf beast on the ground. He took a step over, gathered the energy in his palms, and took the initiative to attack the 2 level 0.9 ghost wolves. After arriving in the alien land, Wang Yong felt that his biggest gain was not the large amount of exotic beast resources, but the experience. The experience of killing in the dangerous alien land made him grow rapidly. Bang! Soon, the 2 wolves were killed by his men. 3 wolf beasts at the alpha level died, and the nearby wolf beasts that were attacking fiercely stopped for a moment and did not launch an attack. But it still surrounded them. Wang Yong collected the 3 wolf beast corpses. He turned his head and looked at Fong Yuching, who was panting and pale. "You are the pervert who stalked me last time." Fong Yuching couldn't help but speak as she looked at the Peppa Pig in pink. Wang Yong's face darkened. It was a misunderstanding that day. I didn't follow you." He opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately did not explain what happened that day. "After all, if someone came up and told him that I saw a gangster following you that day, and I deliberately wore a pink perverted outfit to save you." After listening to Wang Yong's explanation, Fong Yuching spat lightly and didn't care about it anymore. If it weren't for this page, she might have been killed by the wolf. "Sister Fong, is this your companion? Great, let him carry me away." The pretty boy pointed to the pink Peppa Pig beside him. The look he gave Wang Yong was filled with a hint of hatred and sourness. When he noticed Fong Yuching looking at him, he shook his hair and put on a smile that he thought was handsome. "Shut up, I don't know you," Fong Yuching scolded. He turned around and explained to Wang Yong, "He and I just met on the road and evacuated together." As she spoke, she lowered her voice. "It is said that this is the son of a powerful official in Xinjiang. He came to the alien world to play and hired many warriors." She glanced at a mutilated corpse not far away. "The 0.8 level black bear man is one of them." "I see." Wang Yong nodded, then looked at Fong Yuching in surprise. Why did this little girl look like she was afraid that he would misunderstand? Weird. "Why are you telling me this? We're not even familiar with each other." After saying that, he walked towards the pretty boy warrior. Fong Yuching stood there in a daze, lost in self-doubt. "Yes, I only met him twice and I punched him the first time we met. Why should I tell him all this?" Fong Yuching touched her heart and looked at the mean pink figure. A bit of a beating. It gave people a familiar feeling, which made her subconsciously let down her guard. Chapter 44. You are too slow. What do you want to do? The pretty boy warrior looked at the approaching pink Peppa Pig with a smile on his face, with a look of vigilance and a bit of disdain. This kind of guy who hides his head and shows his tail probably doesn't have any ability. At this moment, he subconsciously ignored his own strength that was accumulated through resources. "I'm here to discuss something with you." Wang Yong patted his shoulder affectionately. "Brother, what's your name? The first time I saw you, I felt that you had a lot of potential. I'd definitely be good enough to be with you. You're so talented at such a young age, you've already reached level 0.7 so quickly. The future is bright." He gave a thumbs up and praised the pretty boy with a few words. "Of course, I've never been bad to anyone who hangs out with me." The pretty boy patted his chest and said, "To be honest, my last name is Zhao." "Zhao? Could it be?" Wang Yong exclaimed in amazement. "Yes, I am Zhao Tai." The pretty boy warrior raised the corners of his mouth and shook his flowing hair. "My father is the director of the Warrior Education and Research Department in Xinjiang City." As he spoke, his eyes rolled around. "If you can take me out, I can help you get a place in a 211 university." After saying that, he stared at Wang Yong. "Really?" Wang Yong's voice was trembling with disbelief. "Of course, you can eat meat by following me. As long as you protect me." The pretty boy's face lit up and he patted his chest to promise. Okay. Wang Yong looked happy. He agreed readily but sneered in his heart. His eyes moved to the distance, where the body of the black bear man was still lying. He had seen the abandoned bodies of warriors on the way here. "Will you have meat to eat?" I'm afraid he would be sold the first time he encountered danger. "Since you agreed, take this with you." The pretty boy warrior was delighted and took out a black jade pendant and handed it to Wang Yong. The jade pendant is engraved with a strange-shaped ghost, which looks ferocious and emits a dark light. Fong Yuching approached. Her beautiful eyes caught sight of the black jade pendant, and her fingers tapped the back of Wang Yong's hand imperceptibly. She had met Zhao Tai and his gang before. Everyone in their team had this jade pendant, and after their death, the jade pendant was blown into powder. Wang Yong nodded slightly and chuckled. Just as he was about to say something, a large number of birds in the surrounding jungle were startled. Ouch! In the distance, the continuous howling of wolves was heard. More wolves are coming. In the deep woods, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps, including some elite wolf beasts of levels 0.8 and 0.9. In the distance, you can even see rows of birds of various colors fleeing away, which is really scary. Without a second thought, Wang Yong turned to look at Fong Yuching and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he pulled Fong Yuching away decisively, without paying any attention to Zhao Tai, who was holding the black jade pendant. "What are you doing? Take me away. Otherwise I'll let my dad kill you." Zhao Tai shouted threateningly as he watched the two people disappear. Wang Yong pretended not to hear anything and fled towards the heart of the green wolf with Fong Yuching. He swatted away several wolves that blocked his way. Before the wolves formed a circle, he rushed out immediately. Fong Yuching at the back was a little out of breath. The previous fierce battle had exhausted her greatly. Before she had rested for long, she was on the run again. Crooked. Fong Yuching looked at the figure leading the way ahead and felt inexplicably familiar. Well, if we abandon Zhao Tai now and are lucky enough to survive, he will definitely resent us. Why not kill him? Wang Yong heard this and looked back at the breathless Fong Xiaohua in surprise. The fair and pretty face was faintly flushed due to the intense exercise. The delicate face in wet clothes gave people a different kind of temptation. I didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be so thoughtful. The surprised look made Fong Yuching's eyelashes tremble slightly, and she said unhappily, "I'm also concerned about our safety. Don't talk about women being the most vicious. It's imperative to root out the evil when you're out in public. Didn't your family teach you that?" Goodness, he actually teaches me a lesson." Wang Yong's expression hidden behind the mask was slightly strange, and he was pinching his fingers into seals. Pa! A crisp snap of fingers was heard. Zhao Tai watched helplessly as the man wearing a Peppa Pig mask took away his beloved goddess. A nameless rage suddenly rose in his heart. "Damn you too, you bastards. If I can get out of this alive, I will definitely find out where you are and kill you. No, the men are tortured and killed, and the women are imprisoned." He couldn't help but feel hot when he thought of the graceful figure of the school beauty Fong. The wolves were approaching from all sides. Although Zhao Tai was panicked and his legs were too weak to stand up, he still reached for a strange jade pendant hanging around his waist. A faint light flashed across the surface from time to time, as if the jade pendant contained a mysterious power. He just gathered his energy and wanted to inject it into the jade pendant to activate the mysterious power within it. My left shoulder suddenly hurt. Bang! The ice blue and fiery red energies intertwined and entangled, then suddenly exploded. A large amount of blood gushed out, and half of Zhao Tai's shoulder was blown to pieces, leaving a bloody mess. Ah! He roared in pain, half of his body was burned and frozen, and he lost consciousness. What was even more terrible was that the jade token that the Zhao family gave him to save his life was blown several meters away by the strong energy. Who is it? Who did something to me? Zhao Tai was so angry that he almost went crazy. When the wolves saw that humans had suffered heavy losses, they growled, and then groups of wolves rushed over. He suddenly remembered the man with the mask. It was him patting himself on the shoulder. The screams echoed in the jungle for a long time. Zhao Tai is dead. Wang Yong spoke. Without using any energy, his body moved as gracefully as a ghost, and he relied solely on his physical strength to knock the attacking wolf away. The surrounding wolf beasts had varying strengths, some were strong and some were weak. At this time, Wang Yong's strength had reached a level below the Wolf King and above 10,000 wolves. "Nu!" Fong Yuching responded, and lightning surrounded her jade palm. The dazzling electric light formed an electric field, paralyzing the wolf beasts approaching from all sides. Wang Yong's expression changed slightly, and he looked far away at a bright light mixed in with the wolf pack. Ouch! Roar! Roar! The two fled towards the heart of the blue wolf. The wolves around did not launch an attack in a hurry. Instead, the sound of wolf mooing came one after another, with an indescribable emotion. It seems to be conveying some special message. Fong Yuching didn't notice, but Wang Yong, who could understand wolf language, changed his expression drastically. The Wolf King is coming. He sped up suddenly and gave a quick reminder. Fong Yuching also looked serious, and she used her energy to move her feet, following Wang Yong's footsteps closely. No, it's still too slow. Wang Yong felt a sense of crisis inexplicably rising in his heart. Turning his head to look at Fong Yuching. Her pretty face was pale, with big drops of sweat rolling down her cheeks. She was sweating profusely. She had consumed too much energy, and this was already her maximum speed. You're too slow. Ah! Fong Yuching felt her feet lighten and exclaimed. Without saying a word, Wang Yong turned around, picked up Fong Yuching by the waist, and threw her over his shoulder with his backhand, showing no mercy at all. He carried her like a sack and ran towards the depths of the jungle. Chapter 45, Encounter with the Wolf King. Roar, roar, roar. The moment Wang Yong increased his speed, the powerful wolf beasts hiding in the surroundings could no longer sit still. They chased after him with all their might, their figures as fast as the wind. Travel through the dense jungle. Large numbers of ancient trees were smashed and collapsed, thorny bushes were flattened by the fierce force, and obstacles were swept away by the strong body. At the signal of the Wolf King, several level 0.9 alpha wolves chased Wang Yong. Be careful. Fong Yuching, who was lying on Wang Yong's shoulder, had a pale face that was now rosy red, and her little fists were clenched tightly. This posture is too embarrassing. I wanted to scold him. But when he saw 7 or 8 powerful level 0.9 wolf beasts chasing after him, he became nervous. Almost there. Wang Yong glanced at his surroundings and silently calculated the distance. He and Yin Yu agreed to meet at the Qinglang ancestral land. Ouch! A long wolf howl sounded, echoing in the mountains and forests. Pink and white foam inexplicably floated in the sky, fine and dense, fluttering down. Wang Yong, who was running away with the school beauty Fong, frowned slightly. White crystal powder with a strange fragrance floated around him. The wolf leader chasing behind him slowed down his pace and looked at the white crystal powder floating in the air with fear. Dare not get involved in the slightest. The powerful energy surged, easily shaking the surrounding powder away. But the powder in the sky has already fallen down like snow. Wang Yong's expression changed slightly. He continued to exert his strength to blow away the dust, and his speed unconsciously slowed down. Crystal poison powder, the gift of the crystal wolf, the dominant wolf pack in the northern part of the Wolf-Fong alien realm. Crystal wolves have white crystals attached to their bodies, giving them extremely strong fur. A very small number of gifted and powerful crystal wolves can use their spiritual power to catalyze large amounts of white crystal foam, forming crystal poison powder for hunting. Fong Yuching recognized the source of the white powdery crystals and spoke hastily, "Be careful with the dust. Don't touch it. It's highly toxic." Wang Yong felt a little nervous and nodded seriously. The SSS-level talent is fully activated, continuously drawing the surrounding spiritual energy, converting it into energy, and then consuming the energy to stir up the surrounding dust. He continued to walk through the dust. Like a small blower, the dust around it was blown away wherever it went. "You're wasting your energy like this, why don't you put me down?" After a moment of silence, Fong Yuching couldn't help but said. While escaping with himself and forcing away the dust, even a level 0.9 warrior could not hold on for long. The strange land is dangerous, full of wolves. Especially now that wolves are surrounding and attacking humans. If the energy is consumed too much, the survival rate will probably be almost zero. She still didn't want to implicate a kind-hearted person. Consume energy? Wang Yong was a little surprised and looked at the reserves in his Qi Sea. In the filled sea of Qi, lines of ice blue and fiery red fish like energy quietly stayed there. Wang Yong accumulated it again last night. There was some consumption when rescuing people. But I recovered my energy while running, and soon it was full again. Wang Yong brand Perpetual Motion Machine, the only SSS level series. When the SSS level talent was fully activated, the invisible spiritual energy around him was forcibly absorbed, and Wang Yong was surrounded by a small vortex of spiritual energy. My consumption is indeed not small, and it is consumed very quickly. Wang Yong pondered for a moment and said with a puzzled expression. Fong Yuching's heart tightened when she heard this. Biting her red lips slightly, "Put me down, you first." Wang Ying suddenly said, "How about giving me a kiss? I should be able to order it to consume more slowly." Fong Yuching's pretty face flushed, and she spat lightly, "Shameless." Just as I turned my head, I felt a sudden rush in my heart. I always feel that this mean style is familiar. A bit like that. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in front of them, with a wild and murderous gaze that pierced through the jungle, watching the two people who were fleeing from afar. A sense of crisis rushed to the top of my head. Wang Yong put away his playful smile. Wolf King. Damn it, he used the dust to slow me down and actually got around to the front. A warning sounded in his heart as he looked at the tall wolf beast in front of him. It is 3 meters long and 2 meters high, with a large number of white crystals attached to its surface, like a suit of crystal armor. It glows strangely under the reddish morning glow and is extremely hard. Another wolf king who is not weaker than Mo Yang. How? Fong Yuching found herself being let down by Wang Yong. Due to poor visibility, she did not notice the crystal wolf king in front of her at first. You go first. Wang Yong took a deep breath and spoke seriously to Fong Yuching beside him. He stared at the wolf king who was slowly approaching in front of him, not daring to relax at all. Human. The crystal wolf stared at the two people in front of it with its white eyes. The corners of his mouth cracked slightly, and yellow saliva fell, dripping onto the ground with a corrosive hissing sound. The 7 wolf leaders behind him looked at the wolf king in awe, and then spread out to surround and blockade him from all sides. As the wolf king's subordinates, they did not dare to disturb the wolf king while he was eating. Wang Yong did not dare to be careless. He locked his eyes on the wolf king, and the ice blue energy in his hands surged. Facing this unknown wolf king, who was also poisonous, he only dared to use his water attribute ability. What if a fire wave surges over and evaporates the venom into poisonous gas, and it is accidentally inhaled? Martial arts, lightning strike. Fong Yuching's palms were crackling, but she did not leave alone. Instead, she bravely stepped forward and fought side by side with Wang Yong. The blinding lightning snake cut through the sky and rushed straight towards the crystal wolf. The crystal wolf looked at the lightning coldly, neither dodging nor avoiding it. Lightning struck the silver-white crystal of the wolf's head, causing a large amount of bright light to burst out and a large amount of smoke and dust to splash up. The crystal wolf was unharmed. What a strong defense! The legendary wolf king from another world is real. Fong Yuching exclaimed, feeling a little depressed. She entered a different realm, and her cultivation progressed rapidly. Not long ago, it had reached level 0.8. It was only by killing a large number of wolf beasts and nourishing its body with blood crystals and crystal cores that it was able to make such rapid progress. Roar, the crystal wolf growled. White dust was floating around and was coming towards the two people in the center like a tornado. The air around them was filled with a special almond smell, and the surrounding tree trunks began to turn black and wither after being contaminated by the dust. Apparently, the dust is highly toxic. Burst! Wang Yong held his breath early, and 3 streams of ice blue fish-like energy in his hands shot out in 3 directions and exploded suddenly. A huge amount of cold air erupted, condensing the surrounding gloomy water vapor. The highly toxic dust was frozen by the cold air and fell. Immediately, he was blown away by the strong air. One of the fish-like energy, with the help of the explosion, silently attached itself to the waist of the crystal wolf. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the crystal wolf was instantly wrapped in frost. Wow, such a strong ability to control supernatural powers. After the energy exploded, a thin mist filled the surroundings. Fong Yuching stared blankly at the ice blue fish energy. The power contained in it was not stronger than her lightning. But the techniques and methods of stimulating superpowers in it were beyond her reach. Just as she was lost in thought, she found her palm being scratched by a finger. Interesting. Don't waste your time. Unless you are at the level of a wolf king, don't even think about hurting me. The crystal wolf king spoke human language and approached Wang Yong step by step. It trembled slightly, and the frost on its body fell off. He took the entire blow and didn't suffer any damage at all. Seeing this, Wang Yong frowned and looked at the crystal wolf with interest. The crystals all over the body glow slightly, forming an airtight defense that can't hurt at all no matter what angle a sneak attack comes from. The Wolf King approached, 3 meters long and 2 meters high, like a dangerous mountain. It didn't notice at all that the gloomy water vapor sank and a wet waterway gathered, appearing right at the feet of the Wolf King. Today's food is quite delicious. The Wolf King smiled cruelly. Looking at the delicate and tender Fong Yuching in front of him, his mouth was watering even more. It is very conceited, and its malice and murderousness towards human warriors are no less than that of the Blue Wolf, and may even be worse. As a mutated crystal wolf, in addition to its invincible crystal defense, the mutated crystal is extremely poisonous and even the Wolf King of the same level dare not touch it easily. There were once 5 powerful human warriors who tried to hunt the crystal Wolf King. Not only did they fail, they also lost 3 of their companions, who were eaten alive. From then on, it became even more malicious towards humans and more conceited and arrogant. Blood food? Do you want to be eaten by me? I haven't tasted the Wolf King's meat yet. I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Yong raised the corner of his mouth, and the ice blue energy in his hand circulated, constantly catalyzing the thick water mist to settle around. The surroundings became more and more confusing, and his vision was blocked. It's no use, the human smell is too obvious. Crystal Wolf joked that he liked to see his prey's desperate expression before hunting. Unfortunately, the two young men in front of him were not completely desperate. It doesn't matter. It would be fine until they lose the ability to resist and have to watch their hands and feet being eaten away bit by bit. The Wolf King's body was tense, his limbs stepped on the completely soaked soil, and there were even small puddles under his feet. The violent spiritual power gathered in the wolf's body, and its dark green wolf eyes locked onto the two people in front of it. Its muscles tensed, like a superior predator looking down at its prey. It's going to attack. Roar! The moment the wolf howled, Wang Yong's eyes flashed, and he said softly, "Do it." As soon as he finished speaking, the moisture on the ground froze quickly as if it had spiritual energy, forming an extremely slippery ice surface. The crystal wolf was not careful and almost slipped, and its attack was forcibly interrupted. Boom! Wang Yong punched the ground hard, and the ground between him and the crystal wolf quickly froze, forming a thick ice road, with water flowing in the middle of the ice road. Martial arts, driving thunder and lightning. Fong Yuching, who was ready to go, had already gathered dazzling lightning in her hands, consuming most of the energy in her body and injecting it into the ice path. After doing all this, Fong Yuching, who was exhausted, collapsed on the ground and left everything to Wang Yong. Squeak! Lightning flowed along the ice surface, rushing towards the crystal wolf with unparalleled power, and even with the help of the rapid water flow, its power was increased to a higher level. Faced with such a sudden attack, the Wolf King did not panic at this time. He stopped attacking and skillfully poured spiritual power into the crystal layer, further improving his body defense. A trifle. It sneered, not thinking that the lightning could cause much harm to it. As long as they can withstand this blow, humans with lightning powers will be lambs to be slaughtered. It's my turn. Wang Yong raised the corners of his mouth, his masked face showing confidence and a smug smile. Gather strength and explode. He formed seals with his fingers and quickly communicated with the 12 swimming fish energies that had been lurking under the Wolf King's feet. That's right, 12. It's useless, you can't kill me. The crystal wolf standing on the ice immediately noticed something was wrong. Although it didn't know how humans arranged it, it was not panicked, but rather a little bit convinced. Blood food is blood food, how can you know how powerful the Wolf King is? It's just a mayfly shaking the tree. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion sounded, and ice blue energy attached to the Wolf King's limbs standing on the ice. The violent explosion was deafening. The crystal layer was even blown into fine cracks, but they were then repaired by the flickering light on the surface of the crystal layer and remained intact. Desperate defense. 12 explosions sounded in succession. The crystal layer isolated the power of the explosions but could not completely isolate the impact force. Even though the Wolf King had such strong physical strength, he was still knocked off balance by the energy explosion, especially since the energy happened to be attached to one place. Boom! The crystal wolf was knocked to the ground by the explosion, and large pieces of ice flew everywhere. Good fall. Wang Yong, who had planned everything, showed a sinister smile under his mask. The moment the crystal wolf was overturned by the impact of the explosion, the ice on its side quickly melted. At the same time, the water mist sank and a large puddle appeared. Success or failure depends on this moment. Wang Yong's face was solemn. Put your hands together, with the index and middle fingers of both hands together, and the rest of the fingers in a fist. The puddle under the crystal wolf in front also shook, and two hands made of ice appeared, also closed together, with the index and middle fingers extended. What is strange is that the 4 raised fingers are ice blue in color. Yes, they are composed of 4 ice blue swimming fish energy. Self-created secret technique, Millennium Kill. Wang Yong shouted. I saw 4 streams of ice blue fish energy rapidly entangled and twisted, forming a straight ice cone. With lightning speed, it penetrated into some indescribable part and pierced deeply into the body of the crystal wolf that had just been overturned. At the same time, fierce lightning struck first and then followed the icy pillar. Up. Strike the enemy directly. Squeak. The Wolf King, who had just recovered and was planning to get up and kill, suddenly felt a cold wind passing through, bringing with it a strange tingling sensation, and easily penetrated his only weakness. Half of his body was paralyzed. You, human. How is it possible? It looked at Wang Yong in front of it with his hands raised in horror, its body stiffened and its limbs could not be numb. Looking down, I found myself hanging in the air by a long, straight ice spike. I felt like I was pierced through, as if I was being torn apart, and the pain rushed straight to the top of my head. It hurt so much. The lightning hidden in the icicles raged, and the Crystal Wolf King was instantly numb. The icicle pushed her up straight, and her back garden felt like it was doused with chilly water, burning with severe pain. Despicable human! Let me down now! The Crystal Wolf King was both shocked and frightened. He roared with all his might. It subconsciously covered its face. It was so embarrassing. It felt like a wolf skewer. A strong sense of shame came over me. Is this something a human can do? Worse than a wolf. In the distance, Fong Yuching, who was nervously watching the battle while recovering her energy, blushed and covered her eyes. He spat and said, "This is too much." This inappropriate scene for children made her feel embarrassed and angry, and she dared not watch it any further. But when she thought about the discovery that she was also involved in this kind of thing, she couldn't help but feel a strange sense of guilt and inexplicable relief. Then, the fingers covering my eyes quietly opened a little. I have to say that this masked man has a perfect timing for the battle. But you take this good opportunity to do this? You are asking why I discovered your only weakness, right? Wang Yong sneered. How do you know? The Crystal Wolf King asked unwillingly. Wang Yong curled his lips and said, "Isn't this something you can think of with your knees? Even fairies can poo pink, but I bet you can't." The Crystal Wolf King vomited blood, puff. You don't even know this little bit of common sense. You're such a loser, Wolf King. Wang Yong gave him a contemptuous look. At this time, he was wearing pink clothes and a pink Peppa Pig mask, which made his whole temperament more gentlemanly. Snap. There was a crisp sound of snapping fingers. The Crystal Wolf King's expression changed drastically, and an extremely cold energy exploded in his body. Boom! His body swelled rapidly, his lower body exploded, and his two wolf legs shattered. Strong external defenses do not necessarily mean strong internal defenses. Wang Yong's figure quickly disappeared and appeared above the Crystal Wolf. His two fingers were like lightning, piercing into the eyes of the severely injured and dying Wolf King. The powerful energy roared through the eye sockets and in his brain, exploding wildly. Bang! The Crystal Wolf King's body trembled, and his wide-open mouth was clamped tightly. When his mind was turned into a mess, bleeding began from all 7 orifices, and his breath dropped sharply. Wolf King Pawn. Ding! The host's excellent combat awareness has successfully mastered a new skill. Chapter 46. A Devout Buddhist. What? Wang Yong stood there in a daze, an electronic sound ringing in his ears. Ding! The host's outstanding combat awareness and top-level SSS-level talent have successfully comprehended a new skill. Martial arts? Unnamed. Grade, lower Xian grade. Introduction, a derivative of the heavenly rank basic martial art, the strength-gathering fist. This powerful, concealed, and explosive martial art is formed through the intertwining of the swimming fish's energy. Note, Secret technique, Millennium Kill. Wang Yong's mouth twitched. He had to admit that at the moment of the thrust, he did have a fragment of thoughts about perfecting his martial arts skills in his mind. In particular, his rich experience in watching countless films provided a large amount of material and reference experience for the subsequent development and changes of this martial art. For example, Ice and Fire, Tai Chi Twin Peaks piercing the ears and so on. Unexpectedly, an SSS-level talent was automatically created in his mind, and it was an extremely powerful Xian-level martial art. What should I call you? Wang Yong pondered for 2 seconds, his eyes lighting up slightly. Why not just call him Psychic? Named successfully, Spiritual Communication, Xian-level low-grade martial arts. An electronic sound came. What a great name! Wang Yong clapped his hands and laughed. This name, in some aspects, fits perfectly with martial arts, and most importantly, it can mislead the enemy, making them think it is a martial art, or some kind of high-powered direct martial arts. It seems that I still have a good talent for naming. The more he thought about it, the more proud he became. It didn't take long from the time of naming to the finalization. Wang Yong pulled out his blood-stained hand and looked at the Crystal Wolf King lying dead on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he looked at the 7 wolf leaders surrounding him, and stepped on the still warm corpse of the Wolf King. He smile. The battles between warriors are extremely dangerous, and any carelessness will lead to defeat. From the surprise attack to the killing, only a few breaths passed, and the 7 wolf leaders blocking the route didn't even have time to react before the Crystal Wolf King died. The Wolf King died, and the 7 alpha wolves looked at each other, obviously unable to accept this fact, and could only stand there stupidly. How could the powerful and invincible Wolf King die? The 7 wolves stared at the man who killed the Wolf King with their eyes filled with fear and anger. Wang Yong looked over without any concern, his aura fluctuating, and he had a tendency to rush forward and kill indiscriminately. After a long time, ouch! They all let out a long moo. The wolf howled with sorrow, and then disappeared into the darkness. Wang Yong watched the wolf leader go away, feeling sad. After a fierce battle, he only had 14 fish energy left in his body, and with the water mist he created to confuse the Wolf King, his energy was almost exhausted. If those 7 second tier, level 0.9 wolf beasts were truly determined to fight to the death, the outcome would be truly unknown. Wang Yong frowned, feeling that the gaze behind him was meaningful. Turn your head. On the side, Fong Yuching slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the pink figure wearing a Peppa Pig mask. She witnessed everything that just happened. This despicable fighting style gave her a sense of déjà vu. How come he looks so much like Wang Yong? Fong Yuching thought of that bastard squad leader who had actually pushed her against the wall that day and ignored her. I hate it so much that my teeth itch. Her beautiful eyes looked at the man in front of her suspiciously, and she suddenly felt that this guy in pink clothes really looked like that bastard. May I ask where you are from? What's your name? Fong Yuching asked, with the corners of her mouth raised, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, and she brushed her long hair to her ears. At this time, the school beauty's voice was soft and her expression was pitiful. If it were someone like Tang Shan, he would probably not be able to hold back and tell everyone the truth. Wang Yong turned around and looked warily at the smiling Fong school beauty. You're asking about my background, but you're not trying to steal my spoils, are you? After saying that, he raised his hand and blasted out his energy, hitting the crystal Wolf King's head with all his might. The head was covered with a hard crystal shell. Pa pa pa. You. Fong Yuching felt embarrassed and annoyed when she saw the masked man protecting his food. We fought together. Is this how I am in your eyes? He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and was filled with anger. Isn't it just asking your name? Is it necessary to be so vigilant? But then again, if it weren't for him, I would probably be dead this time. Thinking of this, Fong Yuching became discouraged again and looked at Baiji's hands dejectedly. Am I really that weak? Before there was Wang Yong, and now there's this masked man. If I'm so weak, how can I enter the Posha realm to find my parents? As for the Fong family in Shadu, I... Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yong's energy hit the crystal hard, causing it to vibrate like metal. He beat for a long time before the cracks on the crystal began to expand. His finger pierced into the crystal wolf's head, which was as big as a table. Try hard for a while. A blood crystal as big as a football appeared in his hand. It was rich in blood and contained the purest essence of the Wolf King, which was priceless. Similarly, there are 10 exotic beast crystal cores. There is nothing else besides this. No more? Wang Yong frowned and put the blood crystal and the exotic beast crystal core into the ring. He remembered Inu telling him that to forcibly improve the acupoint talent, one needed an extremely precious thing from the Wolf King's body, together with the blood crystal. After searching again, after making sure that nothing was missed, Wang Yong regretfully put the crystal Wolf King's body into the space beast bag. A fragrant breeze blew over. Wang Yong turned his head and found a white and tender little hand placing 6 exotic beast crystal cores on the ground. He looked at Fong Yuching in confusion. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might have died. This is my reward. This is all that's left. I used the rest. Fong Yuching lowered her head embarrassedly. Wang Yong looked up and stared at the school beauty in front of him. His eyes gradually became dull. Oh my God, did he recognize the wrong person? Where has the arrogant and unyielding Fong Yuching gone? You, what are you looking at? Fong Yuching pretended to be angry, raised her head, and glared angrily at the pink Peppa Pig in front of her. I wanted to be more serious. But when I saw the Peppa Pig mask, I couldn't help but giggle. At this moment, her clothes were mostly soaked by the surrounding mist, revealing her graceful curves. The sweat and dew on the chest wet the collar, sticking to the smooth white ravine on the chest. A pure white jade pendant hangs on it, engraved with a strange Buddha image. A strange wave flashed. Ah! You! Fong Yuching noticed that pair of lustful eyes were staring at her collar, and she screamed and covered her chest. Unexpectedly, the masked man in front of him suddenly moved his hand. This thing scared her, and she thought the man was going to use force, so she immediately backed away. At this time, Wang Yong simply put his hands together, clasped them together, and bowed devoutly. Fong Yuching. She was slightly stunned, then lowered her head and looked at the white jade plate around her neck. A subtle golden light flickered, seeming to contain a strange power. Fong Xiaohua suddenly thought of the jade pendant her father left for her. A trace of nostalgia and sadness appeared in her eyes, and she sighed. Wang Yong stood up. The faint morning light shone through the leaves and onto him, casting a reddish and golden glow. The body is not thin, but well proportioned and strong, giving people a gentle and reliable feeling. This scene was imprinted in Fong Yuching's eyes, and her pretty face turned slightly red. This shouldn't be that bastard Wang Yong. No matter how strong he is, he can't be this strong. And if I'm not mistaken, this person should have awakened a supernatural talent, a water-attributed supernatural power. Thinking of this, Fong Yuching's suspicion of the masked man gradually dispelled, and she lowered her head. He stammered, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." "Nothing." Wang Yong picked up the crystal core on the ground, smiled gently, withdrew his pious gaze, and then glanced at it again secretly. "I was so relieved. Ahem, as a devout Buddhist. It's not too much to have a pair of eyes that can discover beauty. Yearning for living Buddhas, female bodhisattvas, and physical donations. Come back to God." Wang Yong looked at the beautiful schoolgirl Fong standing there, who was actually silly and naive, and his heart moved slightly. The ring in his hand flashed, and a stack of copies appeared in his hand, and he handed it over. "I'll keep the crystal core. It will be very useful to me." He pointed to the spot on the ground where the crystal core was placed. "Don't underestimate yourself. If it weren't for you, the Crystal Wolf King wouldn't have died so easily. He's too clumsy and doesn't have many offensive methods. Compared to the Blue Wolf King Mo Yang, it's still far behind." Wang Yong did not become complacent because he killed the Wolf King by taking advantage of the situation, but calmly analyzed the fatal weakness of the Crystal Wolf King. The lucky kill this time was only because the two special powers were extremely restrained against the Crystal Wolf King. If it was the Blue Wolf King Mo Yang, Wang Yang would probably have fled in panic. Fong Yuching nodded silently, picked up the copy and flipped through it. After checking a small part of the content, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "This is so precious." She bit her lower lip lightly. These supernatural information were extremely valuable, even not inferior to a Xian-level martial art. In today's martial arts society, most resources are controlled by colleges and families. Ordinary martial artists are at a loss when it comes to practicing martial arts energy, let alone practicing higher-level supernatural powers. Here are some methods of controlling supernatural powers, as well as some of my skills and experience. I'm giving them to you. Don't waste your S-level lightning talent. The way you use it is lame. Wang Yong waved his hand. This is the reading notes for the manual on supernatural power cultivation that he wrote. Only the part he could understand. As for the rest, it is impossible to practice and understand unless one reaches level 1 as a warrior and starts to cultivate spiritual power. Logically, Fong Yuching deserves this notebook. After all, someone gave her a martial arts book that can conceal her cultivation level. It helped him a lot. Okay. I will definitely not let it spread out. Fong Yuching carefully put away the copy. He spoke solemnly. I vaguely guessed that the masked man in front of me, whose identity was hidden, was probably a disciple from a big family. Actually, it's nothing to spread. Wang Yong opened his mouth, looked at the silly girl's serious expression as if she was almost swearing, but still didn't say anything. By the way, are you in need of exotic beast crystal cores? Fong Yuching gritted her teeth, still feeling a little guilty, and spoke. There is indeed a shortage. Wang Yong said honestly. Okay, I'll work for you. I'll probably leave the alien land at noon tomorrow, and the beast's crystal core will be yours. She said honestly. This. Wang Yong looked a little embarrassed. The subject suddenly changed. You can think this way, you are very enlightened. He looked at the motivated girl in front of him with satisfaction, stepped forward, patted her shoulder affectionately, and gave her a thumbs up. That's a good suggestion. I'm very optimistic about you. Follow me and work hard. You have a bright future ahead of you. Fong Yuching was startled, her beautiful eyes widened. Aren't you even polite? What the hell is this vampire-like face of an unscrupulous boss? Hurry up. Let's take you to a good place. Looking at the masked man's receding figure, she gritted her cute little fangs and said fiercely, Got it. After saying that, he quickly chased after him. In the darkness, the 7 wolf leaders watched the 2 men leave, whimpering softly. The powerful human who killed the Wolf King has left. Have the other Wolf Kings been notified? Notify me. They are heading towards the ancestral land of the Blue Wolf. Lord Mo Yan will not sit idly by. In the darkness, a graceful blue wolf appeared, staring at the direction where Wang Yong disappeared with hatred. This shouldn't be the case. Humans went to the Blue Wolf's ancestral land. Why didn't Mo Yang take action and just watched our king die in battle? A one-eyed crystal wolf suddenly turned its head, looking at the blue wolf who just spoke Ning Meng. The red eyes were filled with hatred. Xing Lang Ningmeng, won't you give me an explanation? Could it be that Mo Yang is sincerely trying to frame our lord? The other 6 subordinates of the Crystal Wolf King also understood, turned around and stared coldly at Xing Lang Ningmeng, murderous intent rising in their hearts. It seems that if no explanation is given, they will suddenly kill the wolf and share the food. That's enough. A powerful momentum suddenly pressed down from the sky. A blue wolf with dark fur came out. At this moment, Mo Yang's momentum was even greater than before, his aura was majestic, and his strength was even higher than before. The 7 wolf beasts under the command of the Crystal Wolf King instantly had their hairs on end, and they stared at the Blue Wolf King Mo Yang vigilantly. Now that the Crystal Wolf King is dead, I am willing to recruit you to become my subordinates as the Blue Wolf King. Mo Yang's eyes were bloodshot, and the smell of blood on his body became stronger. It was all covered in the blood of warriors. It was hard to imagine how many humans it killed in one night. I don't want to. The one-eyed crystal wolf, who first discovered Mo Yang's plan, was the first to refuse. Before the words fell, buzz. A dark shadow flashed by. Bright red blood splattered. The one-eyed crystal wolf was instantly split in 2 by the black shadow, shattered internal organs and blood flowing everywhere. The other 6 wolf beasts only felt a flash before their eyes and were unable to react. The one-eyed crystal wolf died instantly, deader than dead. The Blue Wolf King, Mo Yang, licked the glaring blood on his claws, his green wolf moo gleaming with brilliance. Now, I invite you to join my blue wolf again. Any objections? The murderous voice made the temperature in the room drop to an extremely low point. The 6 wolves looked at each other, silently lowered their heads, knelt on the ground with their paws, and made whimpering sounds of submission. After successfully recruiting 6 new subordinates, Mo Yang smiled coldly and watched Wang Yong leave, his murderous aura almost turning into reality. The Phantom Wolf King is almost here, and the Blood Wolf King is on his way too. Human, you're dead. It stared at the pink figure that had disappeared not long ago. Clothes and body shape can be changed, but the smell cannot be changed no matter what. Chapter 47: The End of Warrior. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, were running in the dense jungle. Walking. Wang Yong and Fong Yuching slowed down at the same time. He looked around cautiously. There's a smell of blood. Fong Yuching said. It's still human. Wolf blood doesn't taste like this. Wang Yong pondered for a moment, with a cold light in his eyes. This is the 3rd day in Langa alien land. After long battles and many hunts, Wang Yang is now as experienced as the most experienced beast hunter. At least that's the case in the Langa land. Wang Yong took a deep breath and continued walking forward. Sure enough, traces of a warrior's energy appeared not far ahead. Looking at this situation, it feels like a human warrior is being hunted. He's panicking and has no idea where to go. Fong Yuching squatted down and looked at the messy footprints on the ground and the wolf hair in the corner. Something's wrong. Why do I feel like the wolf beasts in this alien world seem to be united in their hatred and want to wipe out humans? Wang Yong spoke uncertainly. It's not a feeling, it's just like that. Fong Yuching took a deep breath and picked up several wolf hairs on the ground, one of which was red and one was black. This is the hair of the Blood Wolf and the Phantom Wolf. They are both large wolf packs from the wolf fawn realm. There's an old feud between the 2 groups. There's only one possibility for them to fight together without a melee. The wolf kings of the larger wolf packs reach a consensus, unleash a beast tide, and jointly wipe out the humans. Speaking of this, Fong Yuching's tone was quite heavy, and a flash of sadness appeared in her eyes. Wang Yong, who was listening nearby, keenly grasped this point. Could it be that Fong Yuching had relatives who died in the beast tide? Wait a minute, Fong Yuching's parents never seemed to be present at every parent-teacher meeting of Warrior Class 2. Brother Hai even got drunk once and revealed that Fong Yuching's identity was not simple. Then we should hurry. If we meet any survivors, we can save their lives. They should have children too. Wang Yong suddenly spoke. After saying that, he walked forward. Fong Yuching came back to her senses, her bright eyes slightly reddened. She was surprised and moved. Looking at that person's back, the feeling of familiarity deepened. Okay, she said crisply. The corners of her mouth are raised, and her delicate little face has a pair of sweet dimples, which makes her extremely beautiful. The two continued walking forward. There was more blood on the road, shocking pools of blood, and pieces of meat and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Go further. Wang Yong gradually saw some broken limbs, and the main body was nowhere to be found. The smell of blood is getting stronger. These beasts. Wang Yong took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He once thought that the war between humans and alien beasts must be bloody and cruel. No matter how well he prepared himself mentally, he could not bear to watch the real cruelty. Compared to Wang Yong's restlessness, Fong Yuching looked as if she was used to it. Walking in the red blood-covered ground, his expression was a little bleak. Rustle. The grass not far ahead was shaking. The sound of wolves chewing flesh and blood could be heard from inside. Wang Yong was about to move when he found that Fong Yuching on his body suddenly disappeared. Martial arts, lightning spear. The girl's low cry was heard, and the lightning in Fong Yuching's hand crackled, and the dazzling lightning illuminated the dead leaves on the ground. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. The bushes that blocked the view exploded instantly, revealing two wolf beasts that were pierced and nailed to the ground. Fine electric light ran along the flesh and blood, destroying all life. Coming to a bloody mess beside the wolf beast, he could barely recognize that it was the body of a middle-aged warrior, with a face full of fear, despair, and misery. Wang Yong bent down silently and found a wallet in the broken and blood-stained pocket. Inside were 200 yuan, a few loose cigarettes, and a pocket watch. When I opened the silver pocket watch, what caught my eye was a reunion photo of a family of 3. Let's go. Fong Yuching spoke expressionlessly, not even glancing at the wolf beast on the ground that was charred by electricity. I hear the cries of wronged souls and the hymn of death playing. She turned her back to Wang Yong and sighed in her heart. As the pillar industry of Qingqing City, Langa alien land has attracted a large number of low-level warriors. If a beast tide were to break out rashly, even if it was only within the alien realm, it would cause heavy losses. Go! Wang Yong put away his pocket watch and found that the middle-aged warrior's wide, colorless eyes were staring straight in one direction. There happened to be a large area of marks there, and even some torn corners of clothes. He looked down at his pocket watch. It showed a family of 3, a kind couple and a vigorous teenager who looked about the same age as them. Wang Yong's heart sank and he thought of a possibility. He pulled Fong Yuching and hurried over. About 10 minutes passed. Sure enough, fresh traces of battle were discovered, and faint sounds of fighting could be heard from afar. Ouch! A long wolf moo came from the mouth of a huge wolf leader. On the side were 3 second-ranked alpha wolves, who were eyeing the human warrior in the center of the wolf pack with envy. Human! Delicious blood food. There were about a dozen human warriors gathered here, all of them were in tattered clothes and looked miserable. The warriors on the outermost edge had the strongest aura. They spontaneously stood on the periphery, facing the wolves' sudden attack, and tried their best to block and resist. The weaker warriors inside were not idle either, and they were unleashing all kinds of colorful energy as if it was free, trying to help relieve some of the pressure on the front row. Suddenly, 2 ghostly wolves in the pack broke through the encirclement in an instant, with a faint gray mist on their bodies, and their speed was extremely fast. One is 0.8 level, and the other is 0.9 level of the first gear. 2 ghost wolves broke through the defense line and looked at a pale-faced young man in the middle of the crowd who was constantly waving his energy, their saliva dripping. Call out. They rushed into the defense line in an instant, ready to start a massacre. The warriors in the inner circle just discovered it, but it was too late. Martial arts, blood explosion. A rough growl came from the crowd. If Wang Yong were here, he would definitely recognize this person. Scar. Scar, who was standing at the outermost edge, grinned widely, his muscles bulging. After activating his blood-bursting talent, his muscles expanded once again by twice as much, and his aura became more than twice as strong. Kill, kill, kill. Scar, furious, charged forward like a mountain torrent. His broad shoulders withstood the claw attacks of the 2 phantom wolves, his figure frozen in front of the young man. Tear it! His face turned pale, and 2 large pieces of flesh were torn off. After the 2 sneak-attacking ghost wolves were forcibly stopped, the warriors on the side attacked the 2 ghost wolves like crazy. Faced with countless energy attacks, the 2 ghost wolves, despite their powerful strength, were beaten and fled away in panic. Just as he was about to turn around and escape, a loud shout rang out. Martial arts, strong wall. Jiqiang pinched his fingers and the martial arts blessed by his supernatural talent were almost instantaneous. 2 khaki shields appeared on the path of the 2 wolves. Bang! The 2 wolves were knocked unconscious in an instant. Pretty. Scar grinned and opened his big hands like a palm leaf fan to grab the 2 wolves. Sizzle! The 2 wolf beasts were caught and torn to pieces by the scarred man. Chapter 48 Huahua's Story. What should we do? There are more and more wolves. Jiqiang came to Scar's side and waited. He handed over a roll of bandage, hatred in his eyes, his eyeballs almost red. His younger brother Jiming was not around, so the ending was obvious. I don't know. There are too many wolves. The 4 major wolf packs, Blood Wolf, Crystal Wolf, Phantom Wolf, and Blue Wolf, are all here. Scar turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Under the cover of his companions, he skillfully bandaged the 2 wounds, his eyes always fixed on the 4 wolf beasts at the highest point. An elegant blue wolf and 3 timid crystal wolves. These are Mo Yang's subordinates. If we can kill the leader, all crises can be resolved. Without a leader and deterrent, the wolf beasts will soon fall into internal strife among themselves. Scar clenched his fists, his eyes showing determination. Too difficult. This blue wolf is stronger than an ordinary 0.9 level warrior. Its strength may have reached the 2nd level. Jiqiang has been in the Langa alien world for many years and is very familiar with a lot of information. He glared at the blue wolf on the high ground with gnashing teeth. It was this beast who ambushed and killed his younger brother Jiming. Ning Meng seemed to notice Jiqiang's gaze, lowered her proud head, and looked over indifferently with her dark green eyes. Whoever can kill this beast and avenge my brother, Jiqiang, will be willing to serve him like a slave for 10 years. What if they don't need servants? Scar leaned over, not wanting to see his friend being blinded by hatred, and said half-jokingly. Then I'll lend him Huahua for 10 years. Jiqiang took a deep breath, suppressed the hatred in his heart, tilted his head and joked. So cruel? Scar exclaimed. Of course. Jiqiang smiled. Boom boom. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a violent explosion, mournful howls were heard from the wolves. A huge electric grid fell. There were fierce explosions and frost rising up. 4 ferocious ice spikes emerged from the ground and stabbed straight into the 4 wolves' anus. Squeak! The daisies were forcibly mined, their brains fell into chaos, and the whole wolf was frozen. A pink figure flashed by. The huge wolf head rolled down, and the 4 wolf beasts under the highest command were suddenly hit by the explosion and fell softly to the ground. The corps commander at the highest point, Xing Langningmen, was beheaded. The 4 wolves surrendered, and their blood dyed the sky red. The next moment, the wolf's corpse disappeared, leaving behind 4 pools of blood. The wolves, having lost their command, became chaotic, mooing loudly and scrambling to escape into the distance. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The warriors who had just been besieged and out of breath stared blankly at the retreating wolves and cheered. They raised their heads and looked at a beautiful girl high up, holding a lightning spear in her hand. The violet lightning raged like a silver snake, with an extremely powerful and domineering aura. The warriors were all grateful. Being watched by everyone, Fong Yuching, feeling grateful, couldn't help but cover her face and looked around for Wang Yong. Damn it, I got cheated. He just lied to me and said 3, 2, 1, attack together and launch a sneak attack. As soon as we put out the electric fence to block the route, this bastard detonated his energy, rushed in and snatched all the wolf heads. Leaving me standing here stupidly. Ouch. This is so embarrassing. Fong Yuching's face flushed red as she shyly declined the crowd of grateful warriors who surrounded her. She looked around, gritting her teeth as she searched for the bastard dressed in pink and acting like a jerk. On the other side, Jiqiang and Scar stood there stupidly, their mouths open in an O shape. He's dead now? Jiqiang looked up uncertainly. The wolf corpses were collected, leaving a large pool of blood where they lay. Snap! Jiqiang slapped himself on the left side of his face with his backhand. The burning pain and the clear slap mark on his left face were unbearable. Tell him it's not a dream. Is this a dream? Scar also slapped him. Bang! Ouch! Hey, why doesn't it hurt? Scar looked at his right hand and fell into deep thought. Fuck you, this is my face. Jiqian was furious, and the veins in his temples were throbbing. Two asymmetrical slap marks, one big and one small, appeared on each cheek. Oh. Scar smiled awkwardly. He immediately changed the subject and asked, does the oath you just made count? Which one? Jiqian pretended to be dumb. Just give me flowers, the one from 10 years ago. Scar looked expectant. The corners of Jiqian's mouth twitched, and he wanted to slap himself again. A plant. It's too early. He looked reluctantly at the beautiful girl who was surrounded by the crowd, like a flash of light. Slightly embarrassed, he said, she's so beautiful, I can still bear with it. Scar curled his lips, you are so beautiful, but you dare not mention it to others? Believe it or not, I will slap you to death. You. Jiqian wanted to argue. Peppa Pig suddenly popped out from between the two of them. Hey guys, here you are, what are you talking about? We were talking. Jiqian said to give Huahua to the expert who killed the wolf beast. Scar said. Wang Yong's body stiffened, and the words he hadn't finished speaking came to an abrupt halt. Oh my god, brother, your clothes are so perverted. Wang Yong. Scar exclaimed as he looked at Wang Yong, who was wearing a pink Peppa Pig mask and a pink tights. Not only are they not unfamiliar, but they are actively trying to get closer. It's really perverted. Jiqian agreed. I subconsciously took a step back. Men in pink are really easy to cause misunderstandings. Wang Yong. Then I'll go first. Hey brother, don't go. Jiqian wanted the pink-clothed masked man to leave, thinking that their words had hurt him. Apologize quickly. The revenge was achieved. Jiqian, who had just lost his brother, was obviously a little melancholy. In order to show his disrespect, he pulled Wang Yong's shoulder and the two of them put their shoulders together. Brother, I don't mean to slander you, but I want to remind you that it's easy for people to misunderstand you like this. Isn't there a perverted female warrior club in Qingqing City that dresses similarly to you? Jiqiang is knowledgeable and gave a kind reminder. He saw that there were still a lot of fresh bloodstains on Wang Yong's pink clothes, and he was surprised. Brother, you are quite good at fighting. Take my advice, don't wear this. That's right, it's easy to be misunderstood. Scar agreed. Pointing at the strange looks from the many warriors in the distance, he said, if you put on this, people will think the three of us are perverts who are exchanging flowers. Cough cough. Jiqiang coughed violently, obviously uncomfortable with the flower swap, especially when he thought of the oath he had just made. His face became hot. Damn, it's a good thing the person helping me get revenge is a woman. She would definitely reject me, otherwise I would be completely embarrassed. Jiqiang breathed a sigh of relief and raised the corners of his mouth. You bastard. It was you who killed the wolf beast, why did you put it on me? And you left me there alone. Fong Yuching pushed through the crowd and recognized Wang Yong, who was being pulled aside for a chat, and shouted loudly. Jiqiang heard this. His body suddenly froze. I turned my head slowly and happened to see the pink Peppa Pig face. The two of them were shoulder to shoulder. There is a strange philosophical smell in the air. Chapter 49, Peeping into the Will of the Other World. You mean the human camp in Qingqing City is surrounded? Wang Yang asked in surprise, with Fong Yuching standing beside him with an angry look on her face. That's right. Jiqiang took a few steps back awkwardly, moving a little further away from Wang Yong. Brother Jiqiang and I returned to the human camp, intending to sell some of our spoils. Unexpectedly, as soon as we arrived outside the camp, we discovered it was surrounded by wolves. The camp was organizing warriors to resist the beast tide. Scar said with lingering fear, my brother Jiqiang and I realized something was wrong and immediately left the camp, but we didn't expect to be targeted by the wolf beast. On the way, we met a number of human warriors who were also surrounded and hunted. We discussed for a while and decided to leave together. After our stay was over, we were forcibly sent back. Scar pointed to the emblem on his arm, which was the pass to enter the Langa alien world. Generally speaking, warriors can stay in the Langa alien land for a maximum of 3 days. When the deadline is up, they must return to the Qingqing camp, sell their supplies, check the mark, and leave through the passage. If you do not return to the camp within the specified time limit, the Wolf Fong Alien Realm Pass will be automatically triggered and the warrior will be forcibly sent back to the human world. If you voluntarily discard the past to avoid being forcibly sent back, then sorry, you will never be able to return to the real world through the camp. At the same time, warriors who are forcibly repatriated will be accused of being illegal residents in the official information of the Great Xia Kingdom and will not be able to use any public measures, which is similar to the restrictions on high-spending people that Wang Yong knows. This is a compulsory measure taken by the Daxia government to deal with strange environments. The next time a warrior returns to normal and wants to enter a different world, he can use the pass to pass the inspection and enter. Has no one ever considered hiding somewhere and waiting to be repatriated by the mark? Fong Yuching suddenly said. No. Jiqiang shook his head and said, after we left the camp and were chased by wolves, we originally planned to hide in a secluded place. However, no matter how hard we tried, even with all the smears we used to conceal our presence and erase our traces, we were still found by the wolves. As he spoke, he frowned. This feeling is very strange. It's not just us, others feel the same way. In the end, we had to gather warriors to fight against the wolf beast together. He sighed, his face looking rather worried. There is such a thing. Wang Yong raised his head and looked at the gray sky above his head. The feeling of being watched was fleeting, so fast that it was unbelievable. Could it be? A hint of enlightenment emerged in Wang Yong's mind, but he needed to ask Inu about the details, as she should know better. By the way, brother, do you have water-attributed abilities? Can you tell me your name? Scar seized the opportunity and asked. That's right, before entering this alien world, I knew a little brother with fire-attributed abilities. He was very loyal. After discovering we were ambushed, he took the initiative to cover our retreat and let us retreat first. Now his life or death is unknown. Jiqiang sighed, feeling melancholy. He glanced at Wang Yong secretly, thinking that this pink mask was a bit similar in size to Xiaoyan whom he had met before, but he also felt that he was a bit like the great green-headed fishmaster. No way, it must be a coincidence. It's impossible that someone has nothing better to do than to use an anonymous username for fun. Jiqiang muttered. That's right, brother, you like Peppa Pig masks so much. I happen to know a guy who likes to wear fish head masks. He's so awesome. It is said that he is an experienced college entrance examination candidate. I wonder how he is doing now. Scar also sighed. On the other side, Fong Yuching also pricked up her ears quietly, raised her little face, and looked at Wang Yong expectantly. The two of them have been together for so long, but she still doesn't know his real name or what he looks like. Wang Yong saw the three people looking at him expectantly and felt a little embarrassed to refuse. After coughing a few times, he looked at Jiqiang with a serious expression. My name is Xiao Miao, and the warrior with fire attribute abilities you mentioned should be my younger brother Xiaoyan. I've been looking for him. Jiqiang. Scar. Fong Yuching. The three of them were stunned. They really are two brothers. One has water attribute abilities, the other has fire attribute abilities. What kind of family is this? Ice and fire? Such a show. Generally speaking, it costs a lot for a warrior to awaken his special abilities, and this happened to two brothers. Brother Xiao Miao, you. Jiqiang's head was buzzing with a lot of thoughts. People say that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. These two brothers took turns saving you. How should you repay them? He gritted his teeth, fumbled around, and pulled out a piece of paper. He took out a marker and wrote a string of numbers on it, then handed it to Wang Yong. Brother Xiao Miao, I'm very sorry about what happened to your brother. My teammates and I went looking for him afterwards, but unfortunately, we had no leads. This is my home address and personal phone number. If you need any help, I, Ashang, will not say a word even if it costs me my life. Scar on the side pursed his lips and wrote down his phone number and handed it to Wang Yong. I'm grateful for your kindness, little brother Xiao Miao. If you need anything, just let me know. I will definitely support you. He patted his chest and promised. Seeing this, some warriors nearby handed over their contact information and expressed their sincere gratitude to Wang Yong for his bravery. Xiao Miao, where are we going now? Fong Yuching pulled Wang Yong over, looking as if she was going to follow his lead. She herself didn't realize that she had unknowingly started to obey Wang Yong's words, just like what Wang Yong did in the martial arts gym, which made the students in Class 2 subconsciously obey the class monitor's words. Let's go to the ancestral land of the Green Wolf. Wang Yong said seriously. After bidding farewell to Jiqiang and others, Wang Yong and Fong Yuching set out again on the road to the Blue Wolf's ancestral land. It seemed as if it had experienced a large wave of wolves, and the dead branches and leaves on the ground were flattened and pressed against the ground. The two continued walking one after the other. There were many broken corpses on the road, and the journey was smooth. Wang Yong followed the map given by Yin Yu and was about to approach the ancestral land of the blue wolf. Wang Yong stood still and frowned. Something is wrong. What's wrong? Fong Yuching asked, looking around vigilantly. We've been walking for so long, and we haven't covered our tracks. Logically, there should have been wolves chasing us, but now there's not a single wolf trying to stop us. He was a little uneasy. Wang Yong raised his head to look at the sky, and the feeling of being watched became even stronger. Rustle. A very slight friction sound came from the bushes not far away. Wang Yong's figure left and disappeared on the spot. He stood on a high place, and his energy surged out, blowing the bushes away. An armored wolf gnawing at flesh and blood stood there stupidly, looking at a loss. Its strength is only level 0.5. When it realized that the person attacking it was a human, it looked fierce, lowered its body, and subconsciously launched an attack. But the next moment, the armored wolf suddenly stopped moving and looked at Wang Yong with gradually frightened eyes. After a howl, he turned around and ran away. Without any hesitation. Wang Yong was confused, but his hands did not stop moving. His body was as fast as lightning and he immediately appeared above the armored wolf's head. Wang Yong opened his hand and held it in his palm, frowning and saying, "Why are you running?" The armored wolf looked at Wang Yong with great fear in its eyes, and stared at Wang Yong with its teeth bared and its claws exposed. Roar! Whoa! Get away, enemies of the wolf god! Wang Yong barely understood the part, his expression slightly changed. Wolf god? He looked at the armored wolf, wanting to hear more news from him. But the next second, the armored wolf that was struggling in his hands suddenly stopped moving. A spiritual color suddenly appeared in the cruel wolf moo, and the cracked wolf mouth changed, revealing a faint smile, staring at Wang Yong. It makes one feel a little cold in the heart. A terrifying aura far beyond the level of a wolf king came over him, and he subconsciously let go and threw the armored wolf in his hand far away. The armored wolf, thrown into the air, let out a mournful howl, its body swelled up instantly, and a dangerous aura surged. Boom! The wolf corpse exploded violently, and its power was so great that even the wolf king would be frightened. Who is it? The wolf god? Wang Yong instantly lost his composure, and the feeling of being watched reappeared. It was most intense when the armored wolf was staring at him. Ding! Alien will detected, automatically blocking. Blocking successful. Ding! Triggering the god-level selection task. Discover the evil will of the alien world. Do you accept the mission and go to investigate? Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. Tip: subsequent information will be released based on the host's choice. Chapter 50: The Wolf King appears. This choice is very unusual. Wang Yong was stunned. The moment the system sounded, he felt the ever-silent mark of the chosen one on his hand warm up slightly. A mysterious power covered his entire body, and the feeling of being watched that had always lingered in his heart suddenly shattered and disappeared. At the same time, that mysterious power also clung to Fong Yuching. An alien will, it sounds like it should be similar to a large consciousness. Does it have intelligence? No wonder I always feel like I'm being watched. Wang Yong fell into deep thought. The evil will towards the alien world, does it mean that it harbors malice towards humans? He muttered to himself, and became more certain of his previous guess. I choose to accept the mission and go investigate, he said firmly. The electronic sounds sounded again. Choice success. God-level quest, human, resurrected wolf god. Mission objective 1, enter the wolf god cemetery. Task tip: an entrance to the wolf god cemetery, located somewhere in the blue wolf's ancestral land. The ancestral land of the blue wolf. Wang Yong was slightly shocked. A large amount of information suddenly appeared in his mind. What happened? Fong Yuching heard a loud explosion and hurried over. Nothing, let's get going quickly. Wang Yong was too lazy to even deal with the wolf's corpse. When rescuing Jiqiang Daobai and the others, the 0.9 level wolf beasts they killed produced exactly 256 crystal cores, which was enough to open his mind. Forcefully open up to 360 orifices, no rush for the moment. It is only necessary to do this before becoming a level 1 warrior and all the acupoints in the body become unified. Now he has only one goal, which is to go to the Blue Wolf Cemetery to meet up with Inu, then break through the realm, greatly improve his strength, and find the Wolf King to settle accounts. Hey, Mo Yang, wait for me, I'll be coming to you soon. Wang Yong laughed. The day before yesterday, I confronted the Blue Wolf King and was forced to use my trump card to successfully escape. It was really embarrassing. With all his strength, he galloped towards the nearby ancestral land of the Blue Wolf. Along the way, there were very few traces of wolves and beasts, and even Wang Yong had not seen many wolves and beasts. Most of the wolves in the Wolf Fong realm should have left their tribe's territory to encircle and suppress human warriors, so there are very few wolves in the Blue Wolf heartland. Fong Yuching, who was very knowledgeable about the intelligence of the Wolf Fong realm, analyzed. So we did the opposite and took the initiative to enter the heart of the Blue Wolf, and we took advantage of a loophole. School Beauty Fong said with a hint of excitement, then why are we going to the heart of the Blue Wolf? She clenched her fists and looked at Wang Yong with bright eyes, full of trust. Go dig up Qinglong's ancestral grave. Wang Yong chuckled, his heart pounding when he thought of the large number of exotic beast crystal cores buried in the Qinglang ancestral land. Oh, digging the ancestor of the green wolf. Fong Yuching nodded, seemingly understanding, but then her tone immediately changed and she froze in silence. Dig the ancestral grave? Hearing this, Fong Yuching looked at Wang Yong in a daze, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. The image of the great master Wang Yong in her mind completely collapsed. Yes. Aren't you working for me? You are half my own family member. I wouldn't call him an ordinary person. Wang Yong said seriously. You asked me to work for you just to help you dig up other people's ancestral graves? Fong Yuching stuttered. Nonsense, otherwise I'd ask you to kill? To rob? Wang Yong rolled his eyes. What is this chick thinking? 0.8 level energy, S-level lightning talent, do you think you are so powerful? The time that the two of them have been working together is not short. If Wang Yang is not mistaken, Fong Yuching's strength is roughly at the second level of level 0.9, which is the level of the 12 generals of the Blue Wolf. You! Fong Yuching clenched her fists, extremely angry. But then he became dejected again. Compared with Wang Yong, her strength seems to be not enough. Did this guy grow up eating warriors? He's so good at fighting. Fong Yuching's muttering. The two talked and laughed. After passing through the gloomy jungle, we came to an open space. A thick, bluish-brown boulder stands by the roadside, bearing the weight of time and towering like a mountain. There were claw marks of varying depths on the boulder, some of which were even bright red, giving it a sinister look. This should be a mark that only a blue wolf at the Wolf King level is qualified to leave. It stands to reason that every generation of Blue Wolf King would leave a mark before dying and then go deep into the cemetery. Fong Yuching approached the boulder, her slender fingers covered with energy, and carefully moved in front of the claw marks. The black aura made a crackling sound the moment it came into contact with the warrior's energy, and the energy and the evil aura devoured each other. You know a lot. Wang Yong looked at Fong Yuching with a little surprise. These are all taught to me by my father. He has done in-depth research on alien worlds. Fong Yuching turned her head and smiled, a little bitterly. Now he's gone. Wang Yong was silent for a moment, sighed in his heart, and looked at the girl with red eyes. He, who always had a problem with his words, didn't know what to say to comfort her. I really miss him. Fong Yuching said softly. That? Wang Yong scratched his head, trying to think of something to say. How about? I suffer a little loss and you treat me as your daughter? His face flushed and he stammered. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Wang Yong felt a chill in his heart and knew that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, the next moment, Fong Yuching turned her head sharply and stared at Wang Yong fiercely. Xiao Miao Yu. I treat you as a friend, and you want me to call you dad? Seeing Wang Yong trying to comfort her but accidentally saying the wrong thing, and feeling awkward with his hands and feet not knowing where to put them, the anger rising in her heart inexplicably dissipated a lot. At least this bastard Xiao Miao is similar to that bastard Wang Yong. She is much better than those people who are trying to seize the inheritance left by her parents under the guise of relatives. Fong Yuching gritted her teeth, and her originally sad mood was interrupted by this, and her depressed mood couldn't help but improve a lot. Wang Yong was relieved to see that Fong Yuching's mood had improved a lot. I took a step forward and saw dark brown soil under my feet. He looked around, looking at the entrance to the Qinglang ancestral tomb, wondering, where is Inue? Didn't we agree to meet here? He turned his head and looked around, trying to find Inu, who was carrying the little girl Changning on her back, but he still couldn't find her. "Who are you looking for?" Fong Yuching walked over and asked. "Inu and Changning, a silly-looking silver wolf with silver fur, and a little girl about this tall." Wang Yong pointed to his waist with his palm. "You mean the neutral race, the Silver Moon clan?" "Yes, but it's gone now. It was killed by the blue wolf." Wang Yong nodded and responded, then his expression suddenly changed. A fierce energy surged, and his eyes were fixed on the front. Boom! 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 On the dark brown flat ground, there is a faint gray haze in the distance, and small mounds of earth are piled up on the ground. The haze surged, and a blood-red wolf shadow appeared. It is extremely large, reaching 4 meters in height and 8 meters in length, far larger than an ordinary wolf. From a distance, it looks like a moving house. Blood Wolf King, Tang Shan. Wang Yong took a deep breath and felt a chill in his heart. What's going on? Why is the Wolf King of Blood Wolf, the overlord of the Wolf Fawn alien world, here? Human! I've been waiting for you, for a long time. The voice of the Blue Wolf King Mo Yang came from the other side. His dark fur was like sharp steel spikes, emitting a cold and chilling light. Chapter 51. I got you. The Second Wolf King. A warning suddenly sounded at the back of Wang Yong's head, and the white mark on the palm of his hand became slightly hot, as if warning him. Without even thinking, he unleashed a burst of energy, twisted around, and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The moment the fist was thrown, the air at the back of Wang Yong's head suddenly twisted, and a wolf claw that merged with the surrounding environment and grabbed the back of Wang Yong's head was blocked by the fist. There was a dull explosion. Wang Yong took several steps back, his chest heaving violently. Look straight ahead. The distorted space changed, and a shadow like a black stream of light was retreated with one strike. The Shadow Wolf, a mutant wolf from the Phantom Wolf clan. Wang Yong's eyes were fixed on an empty space. It seems that there is nothing there, but if you look closely, you can find that the relationship there is slightly dimmer than other places. The 3 Wolf Kings really think highly of me, he said with a hint of self-mockery. Ha, what's there to be said about looking down on the chosen one who can entrust the Silver Wolf clan with their orphan? Mo Yang spoke in human language, his wolf eyes staring coldly at the palm of Wang Yong's hand. As the Wolf King of a generation of blue wolves, he has a very high spirit and a strong will. Under his leadership, the blue wolves become increasingly powerful, and there is a tendency for him to unify the alien realm and become the new generation of wolf god. This mark? Wang Yong said to himself. He also noticed that the mark of the chosen one, which the Silver Wolf clan trusted unconditionally, seemed to have become much more active after arriving here. Could this mark of the chosen one be related to the will of the other world? Or perhaps to the wolf god's cemetery? Wang Yong was very smart, and in just a moment he figured out the possibility of an ambush. I'm afraid they came prepared, and this matter will not end well. Wang Yong sighed, his eyes cold, and turned his head to whisper to Yuching. You go first, they are here to find me. I will kill them and then come back to find you. Fong Yuching looked at the 3 wolf beasts that gave off a strong sense of oppression. Each one was no weaker than the Crystal Wolf King she had seen before, and some were even more powerful. She bit her lower lip and shook her head in denial. You lied to me. You can't beat them. Before he could finish his words, Wang Yong interrupted him forcefully. Get out of here. You're too weak and will interfere with me. You'll kill me soon. After saying that, he took a step forward without mercy and faced the 3 Wolf Kings first. The Blood Wolf King was the tallest, with bulging muscles all over his body. Every step he took brought with him a strong wind, blowing sand and rocks, and cracking the soil inch by inch, like a bloody demon. The Ghost Wolf King moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in the dazzling sunlight that filtered through the trees. His murderous intent was as sharp as a knife. The Blue Wolf King had the most dignified aura. Every step forward was like a towering mountain, creating an oppressive feeling that made people feel suffocated. There was even a blue-black aura around him, forming a strange energy field. Large pieces of gravel were shattered into powder along the path he walked. Is this the full strength of the Wolf King? Wang Yong thought to himself. He clenched his fists, emitting a gleam of light, and yearned for this powerful force. Ha! Lead the universe! He shouted loudly and pinched his fingers into a seal. The energy in his body became violent, and even the surrounding spiritual energy began to tremble, appearing like a small whirlpool and swimming around Wang Yong. The powerful energy whizzed through the 8 extraordinary meridians in Wang Yong's body, and struggled to penetrate and open the first main meridian. The meridians were forcibly opened, and the pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. The aura instantly increased by more than 3 times. Martial art in Shenkuan. Borrow the power of heaven and earth to bless yourself, temporarily increase your energy by 300% and your supernatural power by 200%. After completing the martial arts, Wang Yong's mouth twitched. He endured the severe pain and stuffed a blood crystal into his mouth. Rich blood energy gushed out, forming a blood film, which healed the delicate wounds in his body in a short time. This is a method Wang Yong came up with not long ago. It can temporarily reduce pain and improve combat capabilities, but it will cause greater backlash afterwards. Generally speaking, the greater the temporary improvement in martial arts, the greater the backlash and side effects, and it may even cause irreversible damage to the martial artist's body and mind. But he doesn't care. SSS-level talent and a naturally supernatural physique represent unparalleled advantages and foundation. The terrifying breath rises step by step. At this time, Wang Yong's strength was rapidly rising from the 2nd level, and was about to reach the level of the 3rd level Wolf King. Mo Yang, I originally thought you called us here just to make a fuss, but I didn't expect you to be right. Blood Wolf King Dongsheng growled. The red eyes looked at Wang Yong with surprise. That's right, if Dang Dang is a Wolf King, I'm afraid we really can't defeat him, said the Ghost Wolf King Chima. The Lord is right. The human race is truly extraordinary. It deserves to be destroyed. The Blue Wolf King, Mo Yang, spoke coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Although the 2nd-tier wolf beasts at level 0.9 are rare, they are not uncommon. The leader of a medium-sized wolf pack in the entire wolf fawn realm is of the 2nd-tier level. In a large wolf pack, there are generally 8 to 12 wolves of this level. That is to say, there are nearly 100 wolf beasts of the 2nd tier in the wolf fawn realm. But apart from the 4 dominant wolf packs, the blue wolf, the phantom wolf, the blood wolf and the crystal wolf, there is only one wolf from the unusual silver wolf pack who has reached the level of Wolf King. When the 3rd gear faces the 1st gear, it is absolutely a crushing defeat. This seemingly strange human being can actually use some secret method to temporarily reach the level of Wolf King. If their strength were a little stronger, reaching the 2nd level, they would probably be the ones in danger. The 3 Wolf Kings were extremely intelligent and quickly figured out the key. There was a dangerous look in Wang Yong's eyes. Let's run away together. I'll cover you. Fong Yuching whispered, worriedly. The strong energy in her hands was constantly compressed, and lightning was poured into it madly. If Wang Yong did not retreat, she planned to fight to the death. Wang Yong waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary. The water mist around had become hazy at some point, and in just a few breaths, the white fog quickly enveloped all directions. The ground was wet and ditches appeared. After his vision was blocked, the energy of the fish in Wang Yong's hand continued to shoot out, and it drilled into the ground as if it had a spirit, waiting for an opportunity to move. Ha! A slight breeze blew by, and Wang Yong's body tensed up instantly. Here I come. His eyes were like lightning, and he suddenly threw a punch to the right. The 3-meter spiritual energy around him became violent under the drive of martial arts, and also became Wang Yong's eyes. A long, narrow black shadow appeared just before the fist struck out. Bang! A sharp explosion sounded, and the shadow was pierced through in an instant. At the moment when Wang Yong turned around and punched, the second shadow reappeared, and the black claws silently pierced the air and scratched towards Wang Yong's back. The back feels cold, and it goes straight to the heart. But at this moment, Wang Yong's face under the mask was filled with a sneer, as if he had known this would happen. Hey, I got you. Chapter 52, Spirituality is so powerful. Wang Yong's punch went in a downward trajectory, and he lowered his body. The force of the punch, along with inertia, hit the ground heavily. The sharp claws from behind narrowly grazed her back, tearing her pink clothes, revealing the black lining in the cut flesh. Blood shed. Bang! He punched the ground, and the ground beneath the Wolf King Chimo made a dull sound. A column of water shot out, heading straight for some indescribable place. Martial arts. Wang Yong raised the corners of his mouth, clenched his left fist, tucked his thumb in, and raised his index and middle fingers. The gushing water hit a fragrant and tender daisy, splashing water. The Wolf King suddenly felt a slight chill, his eyes widened, and a chill rushed to the top of his head. Lift your index and middle fingers sharply upward. The crystal splashing water can be transformed into ice blue and fiery red fish energy. Nexcentricity. The water flow immediately froze into ice cones, connecting and communicating a certain channel. The fish's energy rushed along the channel and exploded. A tragedy that shocked the wolf world occurred. Ouch! The ghost wolf king Chima didn't care about his status as a wolf king and let out a shrill wail. His figure immediately disappeared, and he fled the scene of the crime with his tail between his legs. The chrysanthemums are withered, the ground is covered with wounds, and your smile has turned yellow. Wang Yong hummed a song softly and turned his head to look at the blood wolf king Dongsheng, who was about to launch a surprise attack on the other side. The ice blue and fiery red energies in his hands intertwined to form a beautiful flower, held between his fingertips. When the charm of picking flowers and smiling appears in the hands of a pink Peppa Pig, the originally tense and passionate painting style developed towards a niche style. Flowers fall and wolves are heartbroken. The blood wolf king Dongsheng froze when he heard the leisurely singing. Flowers, flowers fall and wolves break hearts, is this a human martial art? It's too evil. In the distance, ghost wolf king Chima had recovered, but his lower body still felt a splitting pain in the shame and anger that almost killed him. Blood wolf king Dongsheng stared straight at Wang Yong, his raised index and middle fingers, and the flower in between. Subconsciously, the tail droops and clamps. This scene caused great trauma to its young mind. Looking at the human in front of him in disbelief, the blood wolf king fell into deep self-doubt. Is this the almighty, extraordinary and powerful chosen one? The lord who once won the wholehearted submission of the Silver Wolf clan, is this the case? It must be said that Wang Yong's new martial arts were extremely powerful for the Wolf King, who was very concerned about his reputation. Although the damage is not high, it is extremely insulting. No Wolf King is willing to endure this kind of pain. For the proud and powerful Wolf King, this level of humiliation is worse than killing them. Wang Yong's mind raced, and he instantly grasped what the Blood Wolf King was afraid of. He simply gave up on defense, and all the energy in his body rushed out, disappearing onto the ground. The raised index and middle fingers hooked together. Iran acted as if he was telling anyone who dared to make the first move to wait for a forced one-for-one trade. Wang Yong may fall to the ground with serious injuries, but your Huahua will never leave unscathed. That's right, I'm such a scoundrel. Wang Yong laughed. Seeing this human warrior being so shameless and unscrupulous, the Blood Wolf King's mouth twitched. The Blood Wolf clan is the most ferocious and has a long heritage. It is said that the previous generation of the Chosen One led the Silver Wolf clan directly into another border area, and they were powerful and domineering, sweeping across the land invincible. This legend was once highly praised by the Blood Wolf clan, who valued strength, and even many of the new generation of Blood Wolves took the Chosen One as their role model. Dongsheng also highly praised it. But now I see what kind of character this generation of Chosen Ones has. Where did you find the strange thing? The Blood Wolf King smiled bitterly and looked at the Ghost Wolf King, who was hiding in the shadows. If they attacked at the same time, the human warrior would surely die. But the backlash of the final blow. If they fought to the death, they would probably be heartbroken. Thinking of the consequences, the two wolves shuddered at the same time and shook their heads violently. No! You must not be the first to attack. This is not a question of whether it is dangerous or not, this is the dignity of the wolf. For a moment, the two hesitated in place, each hoping that the other would take the first step and break the deadlock. The Blood Wolf King Dongsheng looked at the Blue Wolf King Moyang, who was standing motionless like a solitary peak, and wanted to hear its opinion. Xiao Miao, you are amazing. Fong Yuching on the side clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. After spending so much time with this man, she actually didn't think there was anything wrong with this martial art. After all, school beauty Fong had cooperated with him to use this trick to completely kill the Crystal Wolf King. Wang Yong felt a little relieved, and glanced at the Blue Wolf King Mo Yang, who remained silent and motionless, with considerable fear. Mo Yang was the first Wolf King he had ever seen, and also the one that gave him the strongest sense of danger. Wait, why is there something wrong with Mo Yang? Wang Yong's eyes sharpened as he stared at Mo Yang, who was like a dark mountain. At this time, a leaf was brought over by the wind, spinning straight towards Mo Yang's head. Pass through. This is fake. Wang Yong's heart suddenly rang with alarm. He turned around and shouted angrily, Fong Yuching, be careful. Fong Yuching, who was watching the fight, reacted immediately and felt a slight chill on her slender and soft waist. The brilliant lightning from his hands surged out like a flood. Martial arts, thunder armor, she said softly. After receiving Wang Yong's reminder, he didn't think twice and decisively protected himself with all his strength. The slender and beautiful body was instantly covered by lightning, forming pieces of lightning scales, with bumps and contours, majestic like a female war goddess. The next moment, a thick wolf claw appeared and grabbed Fong Yuching with lightning speed. The sharp claws glowed green the moment they touched the thunder armor. Squeak! It makes a corrosive sound, which is creepy. The lightning armor that Fong Yuching condensed with all her strength only lasted for 2 breaths before it exploded. But enough! Wang Yong's figure turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared between the man and the wolf. Looking coldly at the blue wolf king Mo Yang in front of him, he kicked towards its wolf head in the air with a fierce gust of wind. Roar! Mo Yang let out a deep growl and slapped Wang Yong's foot away with one claw. With a bang, an astonishing wave erupted between the two. Wang Yong's body was half suspended in the air, spun out, and landed steadily on the ground, breaking the black soil and rocks under his feet and leaving fine cracks. Communicate with the spirit. Wang Yong quickly formed seals with his fingers, communicating with the swimming fish's energy. But the green wolf king Mo Yang let out a low growl and attacked Fong Yuching desperately. Damn this beast! Wang Yong had to stop what he was doing and unleash his swimming energy. At most, the opponent would be slightly injured, but he would definitely not lose his combat effectiveness. However, Fong Yuching would definitely die. He endured the severe pain in his body, gritted his teeth, and took the initiative to meet the enemy. In front of Fong Yuching. Go away. His voice was a little indifferent. Wang Yong never thought that one day he would be tripped up by a woman. When the Green Wolf King Mo Yang saw Wang Yong give up that strange martial art and take the initiative to confront him head-on, a hint of pride appeared on his gloomy face. The huge wolf's body suddenly burst into bursts of green light, and the flesh made a thunderous sound. The pores were glowing, and the fur was shaking wildly. Sure enough! Wang Yong's heart sank slightly. The day before, Mo Yang had obviously underestimated the enemy and was forced to retreat by his own unexpected attack. Now he had completely stopped underestimating him. Go all out. Chapter 53. This I really have a trump card. Wang Yong took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and various fighting techniques emerged in his mind. Take the initiative to meet him. Roar! A man and a wolf faced each other head-on. Green light spurted out of the mouth and nose of the Green Wolf King Mo Yang. Wang Yong dodged it, and the green light exploded, and a deep pit appeared on the ground again. Ice blue and fiery red fish-like energy shot out from the ground and clung to Wang Yong's fist, holding it in place, which made Mo Yang fearful. Would big. Wang Yong dodged 2 sharp claw attacks in succession, and anger surged in his heart. You really think I'm a sick cat, don't you? The two men fought fiercely in mid-air, and the sound of flesh hitting flesh was deafening. With the advantage of realm, the Green Wolf King Mo Yang was able to overwhelm the naturally powerful Wang Yong in both strength and speed. If it were not for his master-level Wing Chun and grappling techniques, Wang Yong would have been defeated in minutes. At this time, his situation was extremely grim. After only a few dozen rounds of fighting, Wang Yong dodged left and right like a cat, but still suffered a heavy loss. The pink tights outside her body were torn to pieces, and her real clothes were about to be exposed. Her whole body was covered with wounds from sharp claws, and she was bleeding. She looked extremely miserable. The damage done to the body by Yin Xiankuan is gradually increasing, and cracks in the flesh are appearing from the inside out. It is not an exaggeration to describe Wang Yang at this time as facing internal and external troubles. The 100th punch, Ola! Wang Yong roared. An extremely fierce straight punch was thrown, carrying powerful force, and blasted towards the heart of the Blue Wolf King Mo Yang. Bang! With the burst of the 100th punch, Wang Yong finally defeated the Blue Wolf King for a short time. Ha 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 ha! Wang Yong stood in front of Fong Yuching, with not a single piece of healthy flesh on his body, and the blood on the ground had accumulated into a small puddle. Behind her, Fong Yuching's delicate face was covered with tears. She said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Go ahead. Don't worry about me. With your strength, you have a chance of getting out alive." She looked at the Blood Wolf King and the Phantom Wolf King who were watching the battle. The two Wolf Kings seemed to understand something as well. They watched coldly from the side, their eyes occasionally sweeping over Fong Yuching, with cruelty revealed at the corners of their mouths. She had wanted to leave quietly just now, but was stopped by two Wolf Kings. The Blood Wolf King discovered that although this unreliable chosen one was not very strong, he was very resilient and could easily escape if one was not careful. The two wolves are extremely intelligent and have deep thoughts. A total of. He simply did not interfere with the Blue Wolf King's fight, but stood by to intimidate him and was ready to take action at any time. Just expel Fong Yuching, tie her here, and use her as a stake to restrain the Chosen One. No matter how many schemes this man has, as long as there is a woman who holds him back, the chances of successfully escaping are greatly reduced. Xiao Miao, go first. I'm too weak to help you. Fong Yuching's eyes were red as she looked at the wounded shoulder in front of her, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. I feel extremely guilty. If she wasn't so weak, Xiao Miao probably wouldn't have been injured so badly. Wang Yong curled his lips. He looked down at his injuries, then looked up at the Ghost Wolf King and the Blood Wolf King who were watching the show nearby, as well as Fong Yuching who was filled with shame. I suddenly understood something in my heart. I sighed in my heart, it seems that I can't escape if I don't play the trump card this time. Thinking of this, Wang Yong felt distressed. That trump card is time limited, once used it's gone. If used well, you can escape from any crisis no matter how big it is. I'm sorry, I'm useless. I'm nothing but a drag, that's all. My father died protecting me. Fong Yuching burst into tears, tears rolling down her face. Go away. The ring in her hand flashed slightly, and a slender dagger with a cold glow appeared in her hand, pressed against her neck. Wang Yong opened his mouth and looked at the determination on the girl's face. Some inexplicable emotions surged in his heart. The sour and sweet taste is hard to describe. Shut up, you bitch. Wang Yong cursed, snatched the dagger and threw it to the ground, then deliberately turned his head away and didn't look at Fong Yuching. Get out of here. I have a trump card. He took a deep breath and made up his mind to use that precious trump card, but before that, he had to get Fong Yuching away. Otherwise, this silly girl would definitely not survive. I don't like her. I did this for her because I couldn't bear to let innocent passersby get involved in the feud between me and Xinglang. That's right. Wang Yong quickly convinced himself. His mind sank, he channeled all the remaining energy under his feet, and quickly arranged a perfect escape route in his mind. A hand reached out and pressed a delicate shoulder. She did not resist, but with a little effort, she easily pulled the girl to her side and said in a deep voice. Listen carefully. I'm only going to say this once. Go deeper into the green wolf grave and hide. If you encounter a silver wolf with a little girl, tell her not to wait for me. Got you? Did you hear that? Squeak. Wang Yong turned his head and looked at Fong Yuching who was sobbing silently and in a daze. The corners of his mouth twitched. This naive girl doesn't really think I'm going to die, does she? How about being honest? Forget it, I won't explain it anymore, it's too troublesome. Anyway, this trip to the strange land is about to end. Xiao Miao, Xiao Yan, and the green-headed fish are all dead. Wang Yong made a decision on his own, and the energy of the fish under his feet began to surge. Yin Qianquan's 200% bonus to the power of supernatural powers is extremely powerful. He is 80% sure that Fong Yuching can escape from here. Are you ready? Wang Yong exerted force with his fingers and palms, causing his muscles to bulge. Are all of you stinky men like this? Fong Yuching suddenly spoke in a cold voice. At this moment, she was just like the cold and aloof school beauty when we first met. Wang Yong's face froze slightly. At this time, the Green Wolf King Mo Yang in the distance was already walking towards him step by step, with a strong murderous intent. His heart moved slightly, and a strange card appeared in his palm. Mysterious power lingered on the surface, outlined by silver light. The word NI is engraved on the back of the card. The power contained in it seems to be able to reverse the world and overturn cause and effect. Counting silently in his mind, he planned to act at the most appropriate time. In times of crisis, you all think you can do it. You like to be a hero alone, right? Fong Yuching's voice became louder and louder, tears rolled down her beautiful eyes. She lowered her head and caressed the wound on Wang Yong's chest with her fair white hands. At this moment, she was like a soft and helpless little girl, with a look of attachment and dependence on her pretty face. Wang Yong's face looked a little strange. He felt that this silly girl seemed to treat him as a relative whom she depended deeply on. He raised his other hand, which was hiding the card, and was about to explain. Don't worry, I will survive. Just look. The words were not finished. Wang Yong's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the figure of the Blue Wolf King disappeared in front of him in an instant, and he was about to attack. Intuitive madness warning. When Fong Yuching heard what Wang Yong said, her eyes widened, and the scene of a man saying the same thing to her 10 years ago appeared in her mind again, but the next second, that man never came back. Tears rolled down like a dam breaking, and I burst into tears. With both hands open, she hugged Wang Yong tightly and said in a tearful voice, "Woo woo, don't leave me. Don't you want to be my dad? I promise." Wang Yong almost lost all the energy he had just gathered, and a mouthful of blood almost spit out. "I treat you as a friend, but you want to be my daughter?" Countless question marks appeared in his mind. But for some unknown reason, he reached out his hand and gently rubbed the little head buried in his chest. "I won't die," Wang Yong comforted confidently. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the blue wolf king Mo Yan, who had appeared above his head at some point, with cold eyes, as if he were looking at a corpse. 10 years ago, I was too weak, but now I should be able to do it." Fong Yuching's eyes were filled with determination, and her voice was so soft and low that Wang Yong couldn't hear it clearly. The strange jade pendant on the chest now bursts with amazing power. Pa pa. The sound of breaking glass suddenly appeared, and invisible waves suddenly spread out. Wang Yong's action of crushing the cause and effect reversal card paused for a moment. A power beyond the limits of the Langa realm appeared, but the distance was too close, causing his brain to crash on the spot and his body to become stiff and unable to move. Also imprisoned were 3 wolf kings. A large amount of brilliant thunder and light rain appeared, and dense lightning intertwined one after another, spreading out like a spider web. A mysterious wave came. Wang Yong widened his eyes and looked down as hard as he could. Suddenly, he recalled the first time he fought with Fong Yuching. In Moli Hadong, he helped her deal with the thugs and was mistaken for a pervert. It was also this mysterious power that punched him through the air. The memory is particularly vivid. Is this a spatial ability? Wait, she also has dual powers? The second superpower is the extremely rare spatial power? That jade pendant should be something that suppresses the second superpower. Now. Wang Yong was stunned. A bunch of information came to my mind. Superpower Awakening Manual Dual Superpower Awakening Instructions. Item 71, Warning, there is a very small chance that the awakening of the second superpower will be completely opposite to the first superpower. If this happens, the warrior cannot use the superpower. Item 72, Warning, in the early stages of awakening, your strength has not yet reached a certain level, and your physical strength has not yet reached level 3. Do not overuse or develop your second superpower. Otherwise, superpower attributes will clash, causing superpower unrest and damage to your body. Mortality rate, 100%. No way. Wang Yong's eyes widened, and horrified thoughts surged in his mind. This silly girl wouldn't be serious, would she? He wanted to shout and stop this from happening. I have a trump card, I'm not lying to you. I want to send you away first because I'm afraid I might hurt you by mistake. Wang Yong roared silently, trying to explain something. But the terrifying power of confinement will make him unable to speak, and he can only watch the scene happen. Fong Yuching, who was buried in his arms, moved. He turned his head to look at the still world around him and gave a forced smile. After you get out, please tell Grandpa Li and Moli Hadong that Xiao Qing is useless and can't support him in his old age. Chapter 54, Strong Arrival. The surrounding scenery changed drastically. Wang Yong felt the sky was shaking, his face turned green, and his stomach was churning. A space trip almost drained the courage out of me. Fuck. Wang Yong forced himself to open his eyes and found himself suspended in mid-air. He lowered his head and looked at the vast forest below, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He subconsciously reached out to hug the little man in his arms and used his body to break countless branches and tree trunks. Finally fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Wang Yong's consciousness was unclear at this time. The raging thunder and lightning and the mysterious space energy riot were madly attacking Fong Yuching's fragile body. He was also not feeling well. Whether it was the residual lightning energy or the strange space energy, due to the two people hugging each other, the violent thunder and lightning paralyzed Wang Yong's body all the time, and the disordered space obscured Wang Yong's consciousness. We blocked the prying eyes of the alien world, but wolves have a keen sense of smell. Whether it's the smell of blood or the aura of a warrior, the Wolf King may find it again. This thought vaguely appeared in his mind. The ring in his hand flashed slightly. Large amounts of blood crystals and exotic beast crystal cores appeared, piling up and burying the two people. Blood crystals conceal the smell of blood, and exotic beast crystal cores obscure the warrior's aura. Hey he. I really am a little genius. The rest is. This thought came to Wang Yong's mind, but before he could think it through, his head tilted and he fainted completely. In the dense jungle, wolf tracks are rare. Not to mention warriors, even blue wolves, unless they are at the Wolf King level, cannot stay here for too long. Because this is the Blue Wolf Cemetery. Huge blood crystals were piled there, burying the boys and girls, and crystal cores of strange beasts were mixed in, no more, no less, exactly 256 pieces. A warrior's mental strength is not strong from the beginning, but is developed naturally and improved step by step. The mental strength is insufficient, but the supernatural power is too strong to be restrained. The only ending is self-immolation. This is the girl's situation at this moment. The two supernatural attributes raging in her body are like two uncontrolled and unrestrained children. It was destroying wantonly, crushing and erasing Fong Yuching's last bit of life. Without the suppression of the jade pendant, things became completely lawless. At this moment, an invisible suction force came. It seems to be in the outside world. Of the two naughty kids, the one named Lei Din stopped playing, as if attracted by some new toy, raised his feet and walked towards the direction of the suction. Martial arts in Xiankuan, borrow the power of heaven and earth to bless yourself, temporarily increase your energy by 300%, and the power of supernatural powers by plus 200%. Due to time constraints, Wang Yong fainted before he could close the door and lead the world. Is thunder and lightning considered the power of heaven and earth? Count. Why not? Thunder rumbles in the sky and the sea turns to dust. As the most violent and brutal force in the world, it is naturally considered a kind of power of heaven and earth. In Xiankuan is to draw the power of heaven and earth to bless oneself. Wang Yong usually just draws the spiritual energy vortex to improve his strength, but how can the effect compare to real thunder? The ferocious thunder poured into Wang Yong's body like crazy. The horrible thunder and lightning stirred Wang Yong's flesh, and his body, which was born with supernatural power, was charred by the fierce thunder. SSS-level talent is unlocked. There happened to be piles of blood crystals around to mask the breath and block tracking. The pure energy contained in them was attracted, and the blood turned into a trickle and flowed into Wang Yong's body. Continue to heal and soothe wounds. The charred body struck by the violent thunder began to tremble under the healing energy. The charred shell vibrated and cracked, revealing crystal clear, white and tender skin like a baby. The breath of new life flowed, and the power contained underneath became even stronger. It is hard to imagine that Wang Yong's body, which was born with supernatural powers, has undergone a transformation at this time, and he has obtained unimaginable benefits. For a warrior, a strong body has a far-reaching impact, like a solid boat or a solid foundation. Without a stable foundation, how can one climb a mountain that breaks through fog and clouds? The benefits go far beyond this. Curious baby, the moment the thunder entered his body, the energy in Wang Yong's body became restless as if a pot had exploded, like a catfish effect, being unconsciously stimulated and circulated. The dormant energy began to flow and circulate on its own. A crystal core of a strange beast pressing on Wang Yong's heart began to glow, and the essence particles contained in it were attracted out by the surging energy. It was also absorbed into the meridians, like the cleanest active particles, and a thin, luminous film was formed on the meridians of the heart. At this time, the autonomous and whistling energy passed through the filter membrane, shook, and shed a layer of impurities. Soon, all the energy in Wang Yong's body was filtered and tempered. The glowing condensed membrane in the heart dimmed, and after filtering out the last bit of energy, it collapsed into a small dot. The active particles in the chest were consumed, the crystal core was completely shattered, and turned into powder. The location of the condensed membrane was like an acupoint, shining brightly. Another beast crystal core lit up, and then the second, the third. One after another, the crystal cores of the strange beasts glowed, and condensed membranes appeared in various parts of Wang Yong's body, and the acupoints began to solidify. Level 0.6 Warrior, tempering the energy and solidifying the acupoints. As the body becomes stronger, the energy also increases. The coincidence is too wonderful. I have to say, this is an opportunity and a great transformation. On the other side, the two superpowers raged in Fong Yuching's body. Because the lightning ability had left, the space ability had no playmates, so it calmed down and fell asleep. A large amount of blood energy burst out from her blood crystal, and she also benefited from it. A fatal crisis was resolved so absurdly. This is the fickleness of fate. The time limit for Peppa Pig mask has expired. A cold electronic sound rang out. The pink mask on Wang Yong's face shook, and the next moment it disappeared like ashes. the true identity is revealed. The girl lay on Wang Yong, sleeping soundly in her dream. The moment she revealed her true form, a familiar scent appeared. She seemed to sense something, arched her beautiful nose, moved her petite body, rested her head on his broad shoulders, and curled up in his arms. The corners of her mouth curled up to reveal a sweet smile, and the dream looked beautiful and sweet. 2 hours passed. Wang Yong is still unconscious. 256 acupoints can be successfully warmed and nourished, and will glow slightly. The physical transformation has also reached its final stage, the whole body is glowing, and the exposed skin is crystal clear and shiny. The 5 internal organs make thunderous sounds. The charred old skin with scars and bloodstains on his body fell off, and the new body was like a baby's, and new hair also emerged. A dense layer of short black hair and charred fragments fell on the ground. At this moment, Wang Yong was many times stronger than before. Fong Yuching was the first to be awakened by the thunder. Her beautiful eyelashes trembled, and she curled up in her arms and hugged Wang Yong safely, like an octopus hugging a big bear. The jade Buddha amulet on her chest, which contained mysterious power, had large cracks on its surface, but it did not break and remained firmly attached to her smooth, white skin. After the seal was broken once, its 2 completely different superpowers actually settled down. A mature and steady man's face seemed to appear on the Buddha amulet. He frowned when he saw this scene, and his eyes were fixed on Wang Yong's face, with a look of deep hatred and resentment. Snort. A low cold snort was heard, and the man's face disappeared again. So comfortable. Fong Yuching opened her beautiful eyes a little confusedly, blinking. He curled his fingers lazily. What a warm hug. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. She rubbed her eyes lazily and raised her head. A sunny and handsome face came into view. She was stunned and found herself hugging a man in an extremely indecent posture, with her head pressed against his chest and the sound of his steady heartbeat and breathing in her ears. Then she came to her senses and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Fong Yuching quickly stood up and found that her clothes were intact, but the man's clothes were in disarray, obviously because she. Oh. Wang, why is Wang Yong here? Her little face flushed red as she sat on the ground, recalling everything that had happened. Xiao Miao. Wang Yong. Is he alone? I'm still following him. Fong Yuching was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to turn around and run away. She forced herself to suppress her pounding heart. She felt extremely confused at the moment. This is so embarrassing. Hiss. Wang Yong rubbed his head and woke up in a daze. Looking at the debris on the ground, I was very puzzled. He immediately felt the immense energy in his body, which had grown countless times stronger. He put his fingers together and a powerful force burst out. I have a breakthrough? He was horrified to realize the power within his body. The meridians were more than twice as wide, the pure white, flawless energy, and the 256 glittering star acupoints in the body, each acupoint represented an improvement in strength. When warriors fight, the purity of their energy represents the power of each attack. The higher the talent and the more acupoints there are, the stronger the combat power. My current strength has definitely reached the 3rd level. Wang Yong estimated in his mind. The strength difference between the 2nd and 3rd tiers is huge, with each tier having a different level. Now it is only level 0.6, and it has reached this point. If the energy level reaches 0.9 and is supplemented by the current strength, he will probably be able to defeat the Wolf King easily, and his strength is expected to advance to the legendary 4th level. His eyes were bright, his fists were clenched, and the bones of his limbs made crackling sounds like beans. He was full of confidence and spoke in a deep voice. Blue Wolf King, Phantom Wolf King, and Blood Wolf King, are you ready to face my reckoning? Wang Yong lowered his head, raised the corners of his mouth and let out a low laugh. Hey, aren't you going to say something? Xiao, meow. Fong Yuching's beautiful eyes were almost spitting fire as she stared at Wang Yong fiercely, especially the last 2 words, which she almost said with gritted teeth. Explain? That's right, you like lying to me so much. Is it fun? After Wang Yong came to his senses, he looked at Fong Yuching. I thought she was referring to the trump card incident just now. Seeing that he was in high spirits, it was obvious that he had not suffered any serious injuries. As he breathed a sigh of relief, he put his hands on his hips in a cocky manner, and the aura of a master he had worked so hard to create instantly collapsed. I, Xiao Sanchue, act uprightly and honestly. Why should I explain myself to others? Until now, he still hadn't realized that Paige's mask had failed. You. Fong Yuching was angry and wanted to laugh, then she realized, it turns out that bastard Wang Yong hasn't reacted yet. But then he remembered the last words he said to him before he passed out. Suddenly, she was in a state of confusion. After struggling for a long time, she raised her head, looked at Wang Yong with sparkling eyes, and hooked her hands on the corner of her clothes. Well, let me ask you something. Speak. Wang Yong responded concisely. At this time, he was still familiarizing himself with his own situation and quickly mastering his strength. Fong Yuching lowered her head and said in a voice as hushed as a mosquito, I want to ask you, are you happy? Before he could finish his words, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew past his ears. Wang Yong's face straightened slightly, and he moved and appeared beside Fong Yuching, pointing with a finger. A dark blade of light shattered into pieces the moment it was touched by the finger. Are they chasing us? Fong Yuching reacted quickly and realized that she could not become the Wolf King's hostage. Remembering how she had been used to coerce Wang Yong before, she gritted her teeth and turned to escape, not bothering to question the bastard. As soon as she turned around, a broad and strong hand grabbed her delicate shoulders. She looked at Wang Yong puzzledly. He just smiled confidently and said easily, Don't go yet, I'll treat you to some roasted kidneys. Very nutritious. As he said this, Wang Yong raised his thumb and laughed. Are you sure? Fong Yuching turned her head, her beautiful eyes full of smile. That's about right. Wang Yong calmly watched the three Wolf Kings appear in front of him. After the blood crystal and the exotic beast crystal core were consumed during the breakthrough, they no longer had the function of concealing the breath, so it was natural that they were found by the Wolf King. Okay. I believe you. The girl responded crisply and stood there quietly. She didn't know that only a short time had passed since his last escape, and Wang Yong had the confidence to face the three Wolf Kings head-on. At this moment, she didn't realize that when facing this guy who had deceived her several times, she always felt a kind of inexplicable confidence in her heart. Human. You're dead. The Green Wolf King Mo Yang stared at Wang Yong with murderous eyes. Shadows appeared all around, and a large number of level 0.9 wolf beasts appeared, including some of the first and second tiers. After the first lesson, the three Wolf Kings knew that if they offended the Chosen One with infinite potential again, there would be endless troubles. He decisively summoned his powerful subordinates and no longer gave Wang Yong any chance. Sure enough, in just 3 hours. After the wolves' persistent search, they found it again. Human, I won't make the same mistake again this time. The Blood Wolf King stepped forward, followed by 2 crystal wolves whose strength reached the 2nd level. At this time, his lower body was actually wrapped in solid crystals. In its opinion, after focusing on protecting its only weakness, the threat posed by Wang Yong's strange martial arts to it dropped sharply. As for his strength? The Blood Wolf King was confident that even if Wang Yong had martial arts that could temporarily improve his strength, he would definitely not be able to escape this time. Death is certain. There were shadowy figures and dark mist wandering under his feet. Several thin, ghostly wolves appeared. Under the heavy gray mist, pairs of crimson eyes lit up, with a look of cruel fighting. They're all here. Wang Yong spoke with a smug smile on his face. At this time, he had undergone a transformation, and both his temperament and aura were extraordinary and as unpredictable as the abyss. Playing tricks. Blood Wolf King Dongxing sneered. This time he no longer hesitated. His fur was all standing on end, and he rushed forward with a strong energy and blood. Wang Yong stepped on the huge limestone and leaped up. In a blink of an eye, he rushed 10 meters away, and cracks appeared on the ground where his feet had just stepped. Changing his fist into a palm, Wang Yong slapped the Blood Wolf King on the head with his backhand. Seeing the human's contemptuous attitude in front of him, the Blood Wolf King Dongxing was furious. It opened its bloody mouth wide, trying to swallow the hand whole. Bang! A man and a wolf fought in mid-air. The white palm hit the wolf's mouth. The two huge forces intertwined, making a thunderous sound, like a bolt from the blue. The Blood Wolf King was repelled. Chapter 55 Cotton, Marshmallow. It looked at the man in front of it in shock. What the hell? How did he become so strong without unlocking any secret techniques? He must be cheating. The Blood Wolf King Dongxing bared his teeth, feeling that his mouth was a little difficult to close and his teeth were sore. A translucent white film appeared on the surface of the hand and stuck to the skin. It was extremely tough and the sharp teeth could not penetrate the defense at all. Wang Yong pulled his hand back and looked at the white palm thoughtfully. Now he can compete with the Wolf King without using any secret techniques. As soon as he thought of this, he suddenly turned around and punched towards an empty place. The fist was so powerful that it made an explosion sound in the air. There was a sudden tremor in the deserted area, and a twisted shadow appeared. Roar! The phantom wolf king Chima roared, and the two engaged in a head-on battle again. Fists and feet collided violently in mid-air, and violent fluctuations of spiritual energy swept through. The sound of fighting exploded in the air like a bolt from the blue, making the eardrums hurt. The blue wolf king Mo Yan looked serious and fearful. How could he not understand at this moment that this warrior who almost killed all of his subordinates had grown to the point where he could compete with the wolf king? Kill, kill, kill. The blood wolf king was unwilling to be defeated by an unknown human warrior. What difference would it make even if he was the chosen one? This is the wolf's strange land, where the wolf king's dignity lies, and it must not be desecrated. A large amount of blood mist surged from Dongxing's body, and he activated the wolf king's secret method. His momentum rose again, like a peerless demon. He strode into the battle, shaking the pebbles on the ground and turning them into powder. A blood-red mist emerged from his body surface, and a blood wave as big as a house pressed down like a heavy mountain. Wang Yong's hands burst out with powerful energy, and he fiercely repelled the wolf king Chima, then turned around to meet him. Another martial art that he had never used before emerged in his mind. Previously, due to the limitation of his energy level, he had never been able to use it forcefully. Now I have the strength. Farmer's 3 punches. A lot of memories appeared before my eyes. Wang Yong's face was solemn. He bent his body, lowered his waist, and leaped high into the air as if he had practiced countless times. He raised his right fist and smashed it down like lightning. Farmer's 3 punches, the first one. Wang Yong shouted this shameful line, his old face flushed. Too fucking shameful. But this is necessary for using martial arts, similar to a mantra, and it cannot be activated without shouting it out. He fell from a height. From top to bottom, he threw a heavy punch, confronting the blood wolf king who valued strength. The surging force fell like a mountain torrent, with a bang. The fist hit just above the hardest part of the wolf's head. The confident blood wolf king's face changed drastically the moment the fist made contact. The fist from above fell and neutralized his full strength attack. The wolf's body was suddenly hit hard and flew out like a broken bag. Wang Yong's eyes lit up. For a martial art with such great power, it's not unacceptable to just shout it out. His body followed like a shadow, like a fleeting flash of light, and instantly appeared right above the blood wolf king as he flew backwards. Farmer's 3 punches, second punch. Another heavy blow came down, and the air made a sharp explosion sound, like a pile driver, hitting the sturdy wolf beast again. Woohoo! The blood wolf king's head was bleeding, and the fine cracks on his skull rapidly expanded. His eyes went black, and large amounts of blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Fell heavily to the ground. Court death. The ghost wolf king appeared like a ghost, guarding near the blood wolf king. Mo Yang spitted out a blue-black blade from his mouth and attacked Wang Yong desperately. Although the 3 wolves are hostile to each other, they still understand the principle of lips and teeth are cold. The dark blue energy blade was shattered by Wang Yong's punch. He jumped high, dozens of meters off the ground, looking down like a big bird about to hunt. Wang Yong raised his right fist high. The surrounding spiritual energy boiled like boiling water, and a deep blue light enveloped his fist. He took a deep breath, and his internal organs vibrated at the same time, making a thunderous drum sound. The whole body's energy poured into the right fist like a black hole. Even Wang Yong was shocked by the amount of energy consumed, because just this one punch almost consumed all of his energy. No wonder it requires a minimum level of 0.6 to perform. If it were before, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to use it even if I was exhausted. This is the real killer move. Wang Yong's mind was as quiet as an ancient well, looking down below. Farmer's 3 punches, the third punch. The 3-headed wolf king stared blankly at the golden fist falling from the sky, and at the same time a clear voice sounded in his ears. Kill, kill, kill. The blue wolf king Mo Yang growled. He tried his best, his blue-black hair danced wildly, his eyes were like lightning, his whole wolf body was glowing, turning into a deep flame, leaping and burning in all directions. Blood wolf will never die. The blood wolf king was equally fearless, burning his blood and transforming into a blood-red halo. At the moment of life and death, it is going to fight to the death. It looks extremely powerful, like a wolf god walking out of the mythological world, releasing astonishing energy fluctuations and an earth-shaking aura. At this time, the ground melted, and the magma surged, forming red waves that rushed forward. Boom! The earth-shaking roar startled the mountains and forests, and a large number of trees in the surrounding area died and fell, and were affected. A big hole appeared on the ground, and even the space was shaking. The rules of the alien world are faintly visible. The strength of both sides is at the highest level in the Langa realm, and the aftermath of the battle is so terrifying. With a loud bang, Wang Yong landed on the ground panting. His chi was disordered and his cheeks were pale, obviously he was extremely exhausted. Looking at the 3 Wolf King corpses lying on the ground, his eyes were unusually bright. He turned around suddenly and strode towards the wolves that were hunting around him. Fong Yuching understood and followed him with a strange look in her eyes. The wolves around are all at the alpha level. The lowest level is no more than 0.9, most of them are in the first gear, and the rest are in the second gear. Wang Yong sneered at the terrified wolf beasts in front of him. Many of them had blood on their mouths. The killing intent surged out like a tide. Do you enjoy hunting humans? Unleashing wolves to slaughter warriors? Today I'll let you taste the feeling of being slaughtered at will. Thinking back to the boy who lost his parents, Wang Yong made up his mind to kill. A surge of energy appeared in his hand, pure white like white jade, which instantly detonated the head of a first-tier wolf, and he slowly took out the crystal core and blood crystal. On one side, thunder and lightning surged, and a large number of wolf beasts were blown away by the thunder. Fong Yuching was also full of anger, not knowing whether it came from Wang Yong or the wolf leader, so she attacked fiercely and with lightning speed. For a moment, low growls rose one after another from the wolf pack. The death of all the Wolf Kings actually aroused the wolves' determination to fight to the death. Pairs of dark green wolf eyes stared at the 2 of them, as if they were ready to fight to the death. At this time, the wolves dispersed. An old dark blue wolf walked out, with a gleam of spirituality and cunning in its eyes, staring at the faintly glowing mark of the Chosen One in Wang Yong's hand. After killing the 3 Wolf Kings, the mark actually glowed with a strange light. It spoke in human language and said calmly, "Respected Lord Chosen One, we accept defeat. I swear in the name of Wolf God Qing Yun that this wolf beast tied in the Wolf Fong alien realm is over. We are willing to stay away. Please, Lord Chosen One, have mercy on us and give the wolves a chance to survive. Otherwise, we can only fight to the death." There was a hint of threat in his words. After hearing this, Wang Yong laughed out loud. Looking at the old wolf not far in front of him, with deep hatred in his eyes. That's for sure. The 4 Wolf Kings in the Langa alien realm have all been wiped out. If the Qingcheng high-level officials knew about this, they would definitely send a large number of warriors to force their way in, hunt down a large number of wolves, reduce the threat of the wolf population to human warriors, and take complete control of the Langa alien realm. It can be seen that after this battle, I'm afraid that most of the wolf beasts in the entire Wolf Fong realm have extreme hatred towards human warriors. Wang Yong pointed at himself, then pointed at the opposite side. Are you threatening me? I dare not. The old wolf lowered his head and responded. But the wolves that were hunting nearby took a step forward, baring their teeth and looking even more threatening. Wang Yong felt a slight itch on the palm of his hand. He turned his head and found Fong Yuching staring at him. Her beautiful face smiled softly, her energy flowed, and lightning danced on her fingertips. She said, "No matter what choice you make, I support you." Okay. He nodded seriously. My heart feels warm. Wang Yong stood up quickly, looked at the contempt on the old wolf's face, strode forward, and burst out with great energy. What do you want to do? You are surrounded. If the Chosen One is determined to fight, we will fight him. Even if it costs us many elite members of our wolf pack, we will spare your lives. Seeing that Wang Yong refused to give up, the old wolf threatened with an unwavering expression, his fierce wolf eyes filled with cruelty. Yeah? Wang Yong killed the nearest wolf beast without any care, collected the crystal core and blood crystal in his hands, and packed up the wolf corpse. His expression was quite strange, and he said confidently, "You guys did something wrong. It's not you who surrounded me." As soon as he finished speaking, his energy exploded wildly, and he appeared in the center of the wolf pack. He pinched his fingers into seals, and wonderful waves spread rapidly in all directions. The spiritual energy seemed to be guided by something, and everything around him began to boil. Martial arts, lead the universe. The energy surged wildly, and 2 streams of energy surged out of Wang Yong's sea of energy, heading towards the 8 extraordinary meridians. The first meridian was pierced, and the energy surged up a lot, and then went towards the second meridian. He looked down at the more than 200 wolf beasts below. Most of them were in the first tier, but there were also quite a few in the second tier. Nearly half of the wolf leaders in the Wolf Fong realm had been summoned and gathered here. Wang Yong took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Now I officially announce it. You are surrounded by me alone. Squeak. In a spacious open space, a fire was burning. On a blazing bonfire, a shiny wolf leg was skewered on a thin stick. On the side were pieces of tender leg meat pierced with bamboo sticks, smeared with the wild honey Wang Yong had found on his first day in the alien world. Flames dance on the leg meat, and tiny lightning jumps on the surface of the leg meat, frying the skin to a golden and crispy finish, which whets the appetite and fills the air with an enticing aroma. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Wang Yong's eyes lit up as he watched the leg meat on the surface turning over and over again. Fong Yuching rolled her eyes and was speechless when she saw Wang Yong's anxious look. Don't be impatient, let it fry for a while longer. She pointed her finger at the distance. A slender energy with a subtle lightning flash fell evenly on the leg meat, and the two cooking methods of roasting and frying were displayed at the same time. By the way, how did you come up with the idea of using supernatural powers to barbecue? Fong Yuching looked at Wang Yong with her eyes flashing. Well. Wang Yong froze while flipping the barbecue, and said seriously. When I first saw you in the alien world, someone was fighting a wolf pack alone. He always liked to use his lightning ability to whip the corpses. The meat was quite delicious. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up in praise. If you can't speak, don't speak. Fong Yuching realized that Wang Yong was implying that her ability control was weak. She glared at him with her beautiful eyes and stuffed a skewer of roasted wolf meat into his mouth to block it. TSK, if you're new, just practice more. Wang Yong took the skewers and smeared honey on them. The meat was strong and contained a great deal of blood and energy, worthy of being the meat of the Wolf King. As soon as it entered the stomach, the essence turned into a hot current and rolled into the lower abdomen, and the whole body was blooming with divine light. Obviously, Wolf King meat is extremely beneficial to warriors, strengthening bones and blood. It is not comparable to ordinary lean meat at all. Tasty. Woo, your craftsmanship is really good. Wang Yong held the skewers in both hands, his eyes shining, and ate with relish, almost swallowing his tongue. Tisk, virtue. Fong Yuching glanced at him, spat softly, and slowly turned the barbecue in her hand. Have you ever eaten it before? Wang Yong cleaned the skewers in his hand and scooped up a small puddle of water to wash away the grease. He watched Fong Yuching's grilling technique, which was a little unfamiliar, but he was very familiar with the steps of cutting fresh meat and extracting the lean meat. Pretty much, she nodded. He continued, my father taught me. When I was a child, he often brought me the meat of various exotic animals and refined the essence for me to eat, saying that it would strengthen my body. Wang Yong suddenly realized and recalled the previous scene, dual superpowers do require strengthening the body, otherwise it will collapse. After experiencing a life and death experience, the relationship between the two became much closer from classmates. The two of them tacitly agreed not to mention each other's hidden secrets. Then you have to be careful. The dual superpowers put too much strain on your body. Don't make decisions on your own next time. He warned seriously. This is my secret. I won't tell anyone your secret. A secret agreement between us. Fong Yuching chuckled and looked at Wang Yong with bright eyes. The 2S-level supernatural talents of space and lightning, any one of which is enough to create a genius that everyone admires, but if they appear in the same person at the same time, it is a tragedy. In the early stages, not only does one need to suppress the speed of cultivation, but the strength of the physical body must also keep up, otherwise it will not be able to bear such a powerful talent. Fong Yuching's parents must have considered this before they died. They had high status and extensive connections, so they were able to keep their daughter's talent a secret. Logically, my water and fire abilities restrain each other, so from a certain perspective, this is actually a good thing? Wang Yong looked relieved. With the help of the yin-yang visualization diagram, he unleashed his water and fire abilities for the first time, achieving D-level talent. For his powerful body that could now defeat the Wolf King, this burden was not worth mentioning. If it really was SSS-level water and fire abilities, I would have become a human nuclear bomb, ready to explode after taking 2 steps. If he was discovered by the higher-ups and was a strategic talent at the time, it would be fine. But if he was in the strategic reserve and encountered an ignorant enemy country, I'm afraid they would tie him to a missile and shoot him out as a nuclear warhead. Thinking of this, Wang Yong shuddered and took the confidentiality of his talent to a higher level. Why, what are you daydreaming about? Fong Yuching held a bunch of meat skewers and waved them in front of Wang Yong for a long time. The fragrant meat almost poked his face, but he still didn't wake up. She simply stood up, stood in front of Wang Yong, stretched out her jade hand, touched his forehead, and said angrily, "What are you up to?" "Ah." Wang Yong suddenly came to his senses. "What marshmallows did you say?" The aroma of barbecue still lingered in my nose, and before my eyes, a white object appeared, swaying back and forth. Cotton, marshmallow? So white. Although he was confused, he still reached out his hand obediently and touched the white, fragrant marshmallow. Chapter 56, A Big Weapon Can Harm Your Body. There were slap marks on Wang Yong's face. Covering his face, he squatted on the ground, blinking his eyes, and counting ants that did not exist. There was still a slight numbness on the mark. This force is so great. Wang Yong sighed in his heart, and glanced secretly at the girl in front of him. At this moment, Fong Yuching covered her chest with her left hand, including the broken jade pendant. Her breath was like her chest, fluctuating and turbulent. Looks good. What are you looking at?" He noticed Wang Yong's gaze. The girl raised her eyebrows, glared back at him fiercely, gnashed her teeth, and wished she could bite him to death. "You rascal! Old pervert!" Wang Yong sat aside in dismay, knowing he was in the wrong, and didn't dare to look in that direction. "Start studying the mark of the chosen one in your hand." He vaguely felt that there seemed to be something extra in the mark of the chosen one. Looking at the white mark on the back of my hand, it was shining brightly, with a little warmth, like a hot spring, giving people a feeling of comfort all over the body. When did it become more common? I had it when I woke up, but I was too busy to notice it. Wang Yong thought for a moment and took out a huge Wolf King blood crystal from the ring. Sure enough, the moment the blood crystal was taken out, the mark on the palm of the hand becomes even warmer, and the heat rises. A strange white arc of light shot out from the mark, flowing straight out of the center of the blood crystal. Wang Yong stared. Is there something inside? The origin of this mark of the chosen one is strange. It first appeared when Wang Yong saw a large number of silver wolf corpses on the ground. He felt pity for them and buried their bodies underground. Then, it inexplicably appeared in the shadow, was pointed out by the silver wolf candle, condensed and transferred to the back of his hand. "Oh, right, I also have a space beast bag, which is specially used to store the bodies of silver wolves that died in battle. I almost forgot." He shook the other animal bag hanging around his waist, which was separately distinguished. "I was planning to give it to Inu." While Wang Yong was thinking about it, the sound of sword sharpening came to my ears. "Turn your head." Fong Yuching took out a sharp dagger from somewhere and polished it on the hard yellow stone, sparks flying everywhere. "What are you going to do?" Wang Yang asked alertly. Looking at the sharp dagger, I felt inexplicably cold. The girl turned her head, smiled charmingly, and lightly tapped the dagger with her finger. "I am alone outside, I am afraid of danger, night is falling, I want to protect myself." Wang Yong felt even colder, his lips trembling. "Stop it, it's going to be dark soon. Logically, you should be able to force your way out at midnight. How could there be any danger?" "Really?" Fong Yuching sneered. "The book says, if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. I think the name Eunuch Wang is quite nice." As she spoke, she gritted her teeth, and the whetstone in her hand whined and sparks flew. Cough cough. Wang Yong coughed fiercely. "It seems that this matter can't be fooled anymore." I coughed for more than 10 seconds, buying some time to think. The corner of his mouth twisted, and he puffed out his chest. Calm down, anger is harmful to your health. If you really can't help it, I'll massage you. I won't let you suffer any loss. You. Shameless." Fong Yuching was instantly defeated, her eyes widened. The chest that had finally calmed down rose and fell again, and the flickering bonfire reflected on her pretty face with an alternative style. She found that this bastard was really good at making people angry. Every time she talked to him for a few words, she would get choked up. A born stinky straight man. Then, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she rubbed the sharp dagger in her hand on the whetstone, pointing at a certain spot, and said lightly, "You're right. A big penis is harmful to your health. It's better to cut it off." Wang Yong. He widened his eyes and looked at Fong Yuching, who was smiling faintly at the moment, in shock. You've become a bad person." Wang Yong covered his chest with his hands, his face filled with grief and sorrow. "You are no longer that arrogant school beauty." Fong Yuching put away the dagger and snorted, "What do you care? You have to give me an explanation anyway." "Explain?" Someone seemed to say something. "Give me something chance," Wang Yong retorted with a wicked smile. "The wind today is so noisy," he said lazily, with his hands on the back of his head, a straw in the corner of his mouth, and looked up at the night sky. After hearing this, Fong Yuching's face flushed red. She stamped her feet, turned around, and spat softly. "Shut up. I'm ignoring you." As he spoke, he turned his head quietly and glanced at Wang Yong. I found that this bastard's attention was diverted at this moment, and he was looking at the huge blood crystal on the ground with great concentration. The blood crystal glowed faintly. Not long after, a strange white arc of light struggled out from the huge blood crystal and returned to the mark on the back of Wang Yong's hand. At the moment of its return, the mark in its hand changed drastically, from an irregular shape to the bright and straight lines began to twist and change, outlining the shape of a flower bud. As the mark was formed, a 10-petal lotus appeared, accompanied by a pure white and holy aura, like a materialized, lifelike 10-petal white lotus, engraved on the back of the hand. A message appeared in my mind. Sacred white lotus, as long as you collect 10 pieces of king beast spirit, you can breed one lotus seed. The lotus seeds have only one function: to break the upper limit of the acupoints of SSS-level talents and expand the acupoints from 256 to 360. The king beast spirit is what is in the wolf king's blood crystal. At this time, the white lotus had lit up 2 leaves, corresponding to 2 king beast spirits. So this is what's needed to break the acupoint limit. The blue wolf king went to great lengths to exterminate the silver wolf clan, probably just for this thing. Wang Yong said to himself. He had a feeling that this thing might be more precious than the spirit of the king beast. While thinking, he took out 2 wolf king blood crystals again and used the white lotus to draw out the king beast's spirit hidden in them. The blood crystals dimmed a lot in an instant and lit up 2 leaves. We still need 6 more. Wang Yong looked at the 4 lit leaves with great anticipation. His eyes showed understanding. Not only that, after they used the mark of the chosen one to absorb all the essences of the 4 wolf kings, some fragmented memories appeared in their minds. I see. Wang Yong suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on the east. It is the center of the blue wolf's ancestral land and the entrance to the wolf god's cemetery. The 2 of them went one in front and one behind, deep into the blue wolf cemetery. After walking through a grove of trees, we came to a place where wild grass was intertwined. The ground was covered with hard black gravel, and from time to time, half of a miserable white bone could be seen. The deeper you go, the more desolate it becomes, with overgrown weeds and strange rocks standing in rows. Night had completely fallen by now. The surroundings were extremely quiet. The bright moon was hidden under the dark clouds. There was no light and it looked extremely creepy. Wang Yong, are we almost there? Fong Yuching pouted and slapped away several strange insects that rushed towards her with her backhand. Lightning flashed and charred insect corpses fell. It's almost there. Wang Yong estimated the time and recalled the broken memories in the king beast spirit left by the blue wolf king Mo Yang in his mind, and followed the route to find the blue wolf's ancestral land. I haven't found any traces of Yin Yu and Chang Ning along the way. It's as if they disappeared into thin air after entering this place. His heart sank at the thought. After comparing the memories of the 3 wolf kings, no trace of Silver Moon was found, and as he went deeper into the ancestral land, still no trace of him was found. The only explanation is the wolf god cemetery and the system-issued mission. The most coincidental thing is that the blue wolf king actually knew a few words about the wolf god's tomb. Even in the memories of the 3 wolf kings, the chief initiator of this joint beast tie to encircle humans was not the blue wolf king Mo Yang. Wang Yong's only grudge against him was that the blue wolf clan launched a wolf tie to wipe out human warriors. The blue wolf king Mo Yang was indeed very strong, but his face was not enough to drive the 3 dominant species to jointly encircle and suppress humans, not to mention other small and medium-sized wolf tribes. The will of the alien world and the wolf god cemetery seemed to be closely related. Wang Yong felt a little depressed and spoke based on the information he had obtained. The will of the alien world, I seem to have heard my parents mention it. The will of the alien world has independent intelligence and has very different attitudes towards human warriors. There are theories of friendliness, neutrality, and hatred. After listening to the information given by Wang Yong, Fong Yuching lightly said the core secrets about the alien world. Is there such a saying? Wang Yang asked in surprise. Well, that's all I know. I heard it from my parents by eavesdropping. Fong Yuching lowered her head a little embarrassedly, and her eyes occasionally glanced at the mechanical watch on her wrist. He looked a little anxious. Are you leaving soon? Wang Yong tilted his head and noticed. Well, I don't want to leave so soon. Fong Yuching pouted and said a little willfully. It was her first time in a strange land. Although it was extremely dangerous and she almost lost her life several times, being with Wang Yong was particularly interesting. There was honey barbecue and... Thinking of this, her pretty face flushed, and she gritted her teeth and advised. Could you please not go to the Wolf God Cemetery? It's probably very dangerous there. What? You care about me? Wang Yong saw through the girl's thoughts at a glance. She was so concerned about others that she was beating around the bush. Little tsundere. You, don't spit at me. Fong Yuching spat softly, then raised her head and said loudly. I don't care about you at all. I'm just afraid that you'll die and waste those beast crystal cores. She put her hands on her hips and pointed at the beast crystal cores and blood crystals in Wang Yong's hands. As she spoke, the girl felt that his words made more sense, and she continued, Don't forget, I work for you, and you haven't paid me yet. Wang Yong had just entered the alien realm for 2 days and used up all his supplies during his promotion. But then he was besieged by the 3 wolf kings with nearly 200 level 0.9 wolf beasts. He killed most of the 200 wolf beasts in one breath and reaped a huge harvest. Even if the crystal cores of such beasts were placed in Qingqing City, they would definitely alarm the authorities. After all, it is a strategic resource and there is no market for it. At this time, Wang Yong had 164 precious beast crystal cores in his pocket, including more than 300 level 0.9 blood crystals, which was a huge sum of money that could shake people's hearts. Workers also need money? Wang Yong grinned. Wow, you stinky Wang Yong. You are really not a good guy. Fong Yuching widened her eyes and stared at Wang Yong angrily with an incredible look on her face. I'll give it all to you. Remember to wait for me outside. Wang Yong thought about it and simply took the ring off his finger and threw it to the girl. Ah! Upon hearing this, the school beauty stood there in a daze. Only when the black storage ring hit her head did she react and hurriedly caught it carefully. I couldn't help but scold him. Are you crazy? You're giving me such a precious thing? As he spoke, he hurried closer to return it to Wang Yong. At this time, the midnight bell rang. The strange wolf tooth mark on Fong Yuching's forearm lit up, and strange fluctuations appeared, which made Wang Yong feel somewhat familiar. Space fluctuations. The time has come, and the warriors in the Langa alien land must be forcibly repatriated. This is both a form of supervision and a form of protection for warriors who enter alien realms to hunt. The warriors who were being chased by wolves in the foreign land at this time all looked forward to being forcibly repatriated and ending this dangerous journey to the foreign land. Please take it out for me and remember to keep it safe for me, employee. Wang Yong saw Fong Yuching surrounded by silver white light and immediately understood what it meant. He smiled and waved goodbye. Wang Yong, you. Fong Yuching was so angry that her face turned red. But suddenly she remembered something, her face turned pale, and she said anxiously, Are you going to look for the will of another world? It's too dangerous, please don't go. Wang Yong stood there, and seeing her concerned look, his heart warmed slightly. He said, I have made an agreement with someone and I cannot break it. Fong Yuching became even more anxious. Her body was covered by the silver white mark, and she said hurriedly, No, I mean. The will of the Wolf Fong realm clearly harbors great malice towards human warriors. As a human, if you really go there, you will be in great danger. And the most important point is, my father told me that the will of the alien world is not suppressed by the rules of the alien world. Their strength can be endless. Do you understand? They can be level 1 warriors, or even level 3. Please don't go. It's too dangerous. At this time, Fong Yuching's figure had disappeared, leaving only the voice. It's dangerous. The surrounding scenery changed drastically. Fong Yuching found herself back at the human base outside the Langa alien world. The human base seemed particularly busy at this time, with countless soldiers armed with live ammunition guarding it, and powerful warrior troops monitoring every move. From time to time, a silver white light would light up, and what was transmitted back were mostly broken limbs, and the body parts that came back were only because of the marks. Only a few humans can come back alive. The ground was covered with blood dripping from the warriors' corpses. In the office at the highest point of Langa alien realm, a middle-aged man in military uniform looked at the dazzling array of surveillance screens in front of him with a heavy expression. His chest was straight, but with each corpse, his back became more hunched. Uncle Joe. Fong Yuching was immediately taken to the office by the soldiers. Ching, it's a good thing you're okay, otherwise I wouldn't be able to face Brother Fong. General Zhou was surprised and delighted to see Fong Yuching come out safe and sound. Then he criticized harshly, Ching, if you really want to go to a foreign land for training, go to one that is completely controlled. The Langa foreign land is too dangerous. Got it. Fong Yuching agreed with a look on her face, muttering softly, what good things are there in those completely controlled alien realms? You've mined them all. What did you say? The man raised his eyebrows, but his tone was full of pampering and helplessness. Ching, you are not a child anymore. Girls should not think about fighting and killing. Brother Fong was too reckless at the beginning, so... As he spoke, Zhou Chuanxiang sighed and stopped talking. I won't. Fong Yuching raised her head stubbornly. Dad promised me that he would come back. I will definitely grow up and go to the Posha alien land to find him. Hey, you. Captain Zhou was helpless. Uncle Zhou, is the situation very serious? Fong Yuching picked up a document on the table, flipped through it, and spoke. It's very serious. Zhou Chuanxiang sighed and glanced at the materials on the table that had been taken away and read. He didn't care. It was just a schedule for entering the alien world. The above time is accurate to the minute. The base uses this table of entering alien realms to calculate the casualty rate of warriors in alien realms. The mortality rate has now exceeded 60%, and it's still in the early stages, so only half of the people have come out. Zhou Chuanxiang had a gloomy face, and his hawk-like eyes were fixed on the large surveillance screen in front of him. With such casualties, the death of each warrior represents the turmoil of a family in Qingqing City. Whenever he thought of this, Zhou Chuanxiang felt extremely guilty. If he had discovered the wolf beast's mutation earlier and sealed the entrance to the alien world sooner, perhaps a lot of casualties could have been reduced. The current strange environment will become more and more dangerous as time goes by, especially for the warriors in the Wolf Fong camp and those warriors who form small groups to resist the wolf beasts. As time goes by, the wolf beasts will raid and encircle various places in the Langa alien land, and the range where humans can escape will be gradually reduced. The number of wolf beasts and their attacks will become more intense, and the survival rate of humans will continue to decline. On one side are the wolf beasts that are constantly surrounding and attacking the warriors, and on the other side are the lucky ones who entered the alien land some time earlier and were repatriated early. The further you go, the fewer warriors there are left and the higher the danger. This is the fundamental reason why Qingqing's exotic animal experts predict that the death rate will continue to rise. The wolf tide will not end, and the killing will never stop. Chapter 57: A Gourd-Shaped Strange World? Is it so dangerous? Fong Yuching couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic, and tightened the storage ring hidden in her arms. Did he give me the ring because he was afraid of danger? Could it be that he understands the dangers of alien lands, and so? The girl was lost in thought, her fingers quickly flipping through the roster, searching for the person she wanted to find. I quickly found my own name, and then within the next hour, I found Wang Yong's name. 2.5 hours later, he came out. Fong Yuching prayed silently, feeling extremely worried. She was not sure whether Wang Yong had listened to her warning. In the face of the alien will that harbors ill will towards humans, the warriors are really at a loss. One is restricted in strength and cannot exceed the limit, while the other has no restrictions at all. In a sense, the malicious alien will is the natural enemy of human warriors in the alien world. So the will of the alien world is the natural enemy of human warriors. After Fong Yuching left, Wang Yong quickly deduced the meaning of the words. His heart sank slightly, but he also became more determined. Before Inu left, he gave me all the wealth of the Silver Wolf clan without asking for any reward. It is only logical that I should go and see him. If I'm not mistaken, the Qingqing officials outside must have noticed the sudden changes in the alien realm early on and must have deployed extremely strict defenses on the periphery. However, for the sake of caution, they will not send warriors into the alien realm. Although he did not leave the alien world, Wang Yong still reasoned completely about the actions of the Qingqing officials. As time passes, the death rate of warriors in the alien realm will rise sharply, and even total annihilation may occur. He thought back to the dead warriors, and his heart moved slightly. So it's only logical that I should go to the Wolf God Cemetery. Check the original mission. God-level quest, Human, Resurrected Wolf God. Mission Objective 1, Enter the Wolf God Cemetery. Task tip, an entrance to the Wolf God Cemetery, located somewhere in the Blue Wolf's ancestral land. As the electronic sound rang out, Wang Yong had already arrived at a special place. Here is a strange altar. The ground is paved with bluestone bricks, bearing the traces of time. Rows of sacrificial fires are lit on both sides, burning brightly. On both sides of the altar were a row of small platforms, on which were displayed rows of snow-white wolf bones. This is the corpse of a blue wolf who died peacefully of old age. All the way to the center. This should be the ancestral land of the blue wolf. Wang Yong's eyes lit up and his gaze was fixed directly on the highest point. There was a dark blue wolf skin, and underneath the skin was a row of shiny crystal cores of exotic beasts. He roughly counted them and found there were about 200. An astonishing number. There are so many. Wang Yong's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't stop smiling. He wiped the dusty beast cores with his sleeves. They were so bright. Although it does not contain the essence of the king beast, it is enough for Wang Yong to practice. Great! This should be enough for me to use for a while. He happily held the large beast crystal cores in his arms. But the next moment, his face turned bitter. He gave the storage ring to Fong Yuching. Wang Yong sighed. The storage ring given by Aunt Ching does not have a large memory, only 2 cubic meters. It is fine for storing some daily necessities, but it is not enough for storing spoils of war. It can only be filled with crystal cores and blood crystals, and nothing else can be put in. The storage ring is precious and Daxia has extremely strict control over it. It cannot be exchanged without meritorious service. Moreover, each ring has a unique number and is filed. Once a problem occurs, we will hold those responsible accountable immediately. After all, if someone uses the ring to transport some contraband, it will be extremely difficult to deal with. Storage rings are rare, and storage rings with large storage capacity are even rarer. The reason why Wang Yang asked Fong Yuching to take her out was to take a gamble. If he went out with a ring full of crystals, he might be investigated as a civilian and a huge amount of crystal cores might be confiscated. When Wang Yong thought of this, he gritted his teeth. Why not just let Fong Yuching take her out? What if this girl has a special status and is not checked and let go? He admitted that the choice he gave to Fong Yuching was a gamble. At this time, the outside world. The girl was holding the priceless crystal core in her hand, and was standing outside the base with a smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes occasionally glanced at the wall clock beside her. If Wang Yong could think of it, she could naturally think of it too. Because of her parents and her current special situation, the ring was not checked. Instead, the space beast bag was confiscated and the meat inside was exchanged for Daxia currency. Fong Yuching didn't care about Wang Yong's use of her. At this moment, all she could think about was, so, Wang Yang will definitely not take the risk. After all, his purse is still in my hands. According to his greedy nature, he. The girl covered the ordinary ring with her slender hands, with a smile in her eyes. This bastard actually gave me something so precious. He wouldn't. No. I must question him later. Thinking of this, the girl's delicate face became more and more red and hot, and her red lips unconsciously curled up, revealing a sweet smile. She also didn't expect that she would be so looking forward to meeting a member of the opposite sex for the first time. Wait, this wolf skin. Wang Yong touched the dark blue wolf skin. It felt smooth and soft, like the highest quality material. Logically speaking, this place is the ancestral land of the blue wolf. Only wolf beasts at the level of the alpha wolf who died of old age can enter here to display their remains. The Wolf King is not allowed to enter. This was the information Yin told him. This is also the reason why Wolf King Mo Yan allowed the resources of the ancestral land to remain unused. At this moment, the lotus mark on the back of Wang Yong's hand began to heat up, faintly resonating with the wolf skin. Soon, he seemed to think of something, his face changed slightly, and there was surprise in his eyes. He took the dark blue wolf skin, the size of 2 palms, in his hands and rubbed it for a while, then carefully injected a light energy into it. Sure enough, with the injection of energy, the blue-black wolf skin glowed slightly. Wang Yong decisively increased the amount of energy, and the pure white energy was injected into it without any stagnation. After about 5 minutes of infusion, the wolf skin glowed fiercely and perfectly fit the lotus mark on the back of Wang Yong's hand. With a whoosh, disappeared. But Wang Yong was not discouraged. Instead, he opened his eyes excitedly. With a thought, the 205 exotic beast crystal cores on the platform disappeared in an instant. That's right. This wolf skin turned out to be an extremely precious space equipment. If Wang Yong estimated correctly, the space inside was as much as hundreds of cubic meters. It's worth it. It's totally worth it. He clenched his fists excitedly, almost collapsing with excitement. What does it mean to give someone a pillow when they are sleepy? That's right. Generally speaking, there is only one reason why a middle-aged wolf king would enter the tribe's ancestral land, and that is when the tribe is about to be destroyed. The wolf king or core leaders come here to take away the resources for the tribe's rise. How can they take them without space equipment? This must be the blue wolf's ancestral land. If that's the case, then what does this place have to do with the wolf god's cemetery? Wang Yong once again recalled the few words about the wolf god in the green wolf king's memory. The energy is injected into the lotus-shaped mark of the chosen one. The blue-black wolf skin appeared again. Sure enough, after Wang Yong completely controlled the wolf skin with the help of the lotus-shaped mark of the chosen one, something different appeared on its blue-black surface. The surface of the wolf skin is outlined with a large number of dense lines and patterns. At the same time, a voice appeared in Wang Yong's mind. This is the map of the Langa alien world. After outlining the patterns on the wolfskin surface, he carefully held the map in his hands and looked through it. Wang Yong stared for a minute, his eyes locked on the pattern on the wolfskin. He found something wrong and turned it 90 degrees. Still wrong, he turned it another 90 degrees. Finally, after turning it over 4 times, he confirmed a fact. This one is thin in the middle, like 2 balls of different sizes connected together, and the surface is smooth. Does it look so familiar? This strange terrain is actually a gourd. Wang Yong's face looked a little strange, and at the same time he was surprised, he was shocked. I'm afraid even the Qingqing city officials don't know this secret. Wang Yong put his fingers on the patterns on the wolfskin, and something dawned on him. If we talk about the entrance to a foreign land, it should be the gourd mouth. So the Wolf Fong realm is the smaller gourd body above? He muttered, staring blankly at the smaller spherical gourd-shaped object. The lines on it were thick and thin, sparse and dense, outlining the mountains and rivers in a simple and clear manner. It basically matches the map of the alien world that Ji Qiang gave him. Wang Yong even saw an extremely thick line that ran through the territories of Blue Wolf and Silver Moon. What's that spherical thing at the back? What's that passageway connecting the 2 gourds? He was surprised and full of imagination. Wang Yong was thinking, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over the wolf bones piled up on the side. These were the bones of the Blue Wolf clan, old wolves who had voluntarily entered the ancestral land to wait for death. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Wait, am I overlooking something? Wang Yong muttered to himself, why isn't there a king beast spirit here? It's impossible that the Blue Wolf clan has never produced a wolf king level being before. According to the memories of the 4 wolf kings, every generation of wolf kings, unless they died in battle, would take the initiative to go deep into their ancestral land and be led by the wolf god. Guidance? As he was thinking, his fingers, wrapped in energy, inadvertently touched the wolf skin. The next moment, the white lotus mark on the back of Wang Yong's hand suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. As a result, the entire altar shook, large pieces of rubble fell, and billowing smoke and dust were rolled up. Wang Yong suddenly felt the sky shaking and the earth trembling, and there was a rumbling sound in his ears. Here I come. The first thing he felt was an impure spatial force pulling at his body. It should have been extremely strong, but it seemed to be separated by some kind of barrier, which allowed him to break free from the pulling force. An alien will? Wang Yong guessed. Because he has a barrier on his body, a barrier that blocks the surveillance of alien will. He did not resist, but followed the pulling force. The altar, which was full of traces of time, suddenly lit up, with strange mysterious power flowing on it, and strange lines appeared on the surface. Only 3 breaths. The surrounding scenery changed drastically. When Wang Yong came to his senses, he found himself in another place. This is an ancient jungle, very primitive. Wang Yong raised his head. The night sky is clear, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse, without a single cloud blocking the view. The bright moonlight poured down like water, sprinkling on the mountains and forests, like curling thin smoke, light and hazy, giving people a strange sense of beauty. The terrain is undulating, and ancient trees stand tall on the soil. This forest is very quiet. So quiet that there is no sound at all. It seems a bit abnormal. The noise of all things in the jungle disappeared, no insects chirping, no birds singing, no beasts roaring, only silence remained. Is this the wolf god cemetery? Wang Yong spoke with a very firm tone. His words were not without basis. The moment he came in, the system sounded a prompt. God-level mission, human, completed. God-level quest, human, resurrected wolf god. God-level mission begins, face the wolf god. Task tip, the wolf god is not dead, please treat him with care. After reading the prompt in his mind, Wang Yong suddenly stood up. Exclaimed, wolf god, he is really not dead. Then, he thought of the coveted Wolf King's meat unconsciously. I swallowed subconsciously. During a recent barbecue, Wang Yong specifically compared the meat quality of wolf beasts of level 0.9, first tier, second tier, and even third tier Wolf Kings, and found that the stronger the wolf beast, the tastier it was. Ahem, the wolf god has committed many evil deeds. I'm not here to hunt him or eat his flesh. I'm here to find Silver Moon and the others, and to negotiate with the otherworldly will. Wang Yong shook his head, as if trying to put the thoughts in his mind aside, and convinced himself. As he spoke, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with a guilty conscience. Following the route given on the wolf skin, Wang Yong continued to walk forward. Not long after walking, the sound of rushing water came from the front. There's a river ahead. Wang Yong was slightly encouraged and strode forward. Pa-pa-la. A black, thin stone was thrown up at an angle, floated twice on the calm river surface reflecting the moon, and sank to the bottom with a splash of crystal water. Wang Yong's mouth twitched when he saw this. As a water-skipping enthusiast, if he saw it correctly, the stone was nearly round, thick in the middle and naturally thin on both sides. It's definitely a good material for skipping stones. Will it just skip a step? It makes my heart ache. He complained silently, suppressing the urge to argue with the person who skipped the stones. But before he could finish his thoughts, he saw another high-quality water-floating stone fly up and sway on the surface of the lake, splashing just a little water before sinking. Hiss! The veins on Wang Yong's temples jumped, and he took a deep breath. He turned around and decided to talk to the person who was skipping stones. But as soon as he looked over, the scene in front of him stunned him. The watery moonlight sank slowly, covering an exquisite and gorgeous white dress like thin smoke. The delicate and melancholy little face was full of tear marks, looking particularly sad. This is an extremely desolate sadness. Just like the death of relatives and the distance between friends, Xiren feels lonely and a little stubborn as he survives alone in the world. Chang Ning? Wang Yong looked at the little girl sitting alone on the cold river rocks with her knees hugged, and spoke in surprise. She looked around and found that she was the only one here. Where's Silver Moon? Looking at the tearful girl in front of him, a bad thought came to his mind. Chapter 58. There is nothing in the world that can't be solved by a barbecue. Upon hearing this, the little girl's face became even sadder, and she sat there like a dazed puppet. She completely lacked the spirit and ambition of the Silver Wolf leader, and at this moment she was like a homeless child. Yes, her home is gone. While she was sleeping, all the relatives she saw died in the battle. When she woke up, she saw only one person. Wang Yong stepped forward and rubbed her head with glistening hair. The soft ears under the hair moved. He comforted her softly for a long time before Chang Ning came back to her senses. Tell me, what happened? Wang Yong dived down and explored, and found that the little girl had a power hidden in her body that could not be ignored. It was not weaker than the Wolf King Mo Yang, and was even stronger. He just crouched down and took a good look at the human girl he had rescued for the first time, who still had wolf ears. It turns out that the wolf beasts in the alien world can also transform into human form. Is this the special inheritance among the silver wolves? Wang Yong recalled that the 3 wolf kings and an old wolf that had threatened him before were all able to speak human language and were extremely intelligent. It's amazing. The little girl in front of him had a delicate and beautiful face, with slender eyebrows and slightly darkened eyes. Her little face showed human determination, but the tear marks and redness and swelling under her eyes seemed a little too abrupt. But I have to say, if you ignore the silver wolf ears under the hair, this scene is almost exactly the same as that of a human. It looks just like the kind of human cub that would be very prestigious to take out. Wang Yong exclaimed in secret. For a moment, he looked at the little girl with an especially gentle gaze, as if he were looking at his own daughter. She sat on the river rock, hugged her knees and stared at the flowing peaceful river in a daze. Her hand unconsciously touched the ground and found another piece of stone that was thin on both sides and thick in the middle. He reached out, but caught nothing. Turn your head. He found that Wang Yong had a gloomy face, so he put a small pile of excellent water-penetrating stones placed aside into the storage equipment. Don't waste it. Wang Yong rubbed a high-quality water floating stone in his hand and threw it towards the calm river surface, and 7 to 8 water splashes were produced. See? Learn from this. After hearing this, Chang Ning couldn't help but look a little resentful. The lavender eyes seemed to be able to speak, as if saying, "The chosen one actually stole the children's toys." Wang Yong noticed the gaze, coughed dryly, and said confidently, "Playing is playing, but don't take the water as a joke. Seeing you skipping stones on the water makes my heart ache. Be good and listen, I'll buy you a new toy when I get out." As he spoke, he tried to coax Chang Ning like he was coaxing a child. The girl looked over and glanced at the inconspicuous lotus mark on the back of his hand. The light flashed slightly, as if verifying something. "Turn your head away, angrily turn your back. No more talking." This is angry? Wang Yong realized that he hadn't coaxed the baby well, and scratched his head embarrassedly. At this moment, he had a rare moment of conscience and felt that it was not right to bully a homeless little girl. Eyeballs rolled around. After a while, a fire lit up by the river, dispersing much of the moonlight reflected on the lake. Crackle! The enchanting flames stoked the dry firewood, making crisp crackling sounds. Chang Ning still turned her back angrily, still angry at the chosen one who stole her toy. "You're already an adult, but you still like skipping stones." Not only does he like skipping stones, he also steals children's toys. So bad. At this time, even Chang Ning did not realize that the sadness in her heart had been diluted a lot because of Wang Yong's arrival. The fire behind her sparked, unconsciously arousing her curiosity. What is he doing? But I am still angry. Although the curiosity like a kitten was itching in her heart, Chang Ning still stood there stubbornly, like a sulking kitten. Wang Yong saw this and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The fire was already lit. He quietly took out the previously prepared Wolf King meat, skewered it with clean wooden sticks, and roasted it back and forth over the fire. The aroma of meat was like an alluring hook, spreading across Chang Ning's nose. She swallowed and her desire to turn her head became stronger. The scratching kitten in her heart was aroused by the smell and became more irritable. The tickling was stronger. Still without turning around, his back trembled as if in anger. Wang Yong curled his lips and chuckled. He moved his hand slightly, and a portion of golden honey appeared in his hand. He ate a little carefully. Suddenly the sweet fragrance fills the air. Then, he carefully spread the shiny honey on the surface of the lean meat. The flames roasting the lean meat make it even more fragrant. At this moment, Chang Ning was caught in a dilemma between her conscience and her desires. She clutched the corner of her clothes with her hands, closed her eyes, and muttered something. "I am a dignified wolf king, not a greedy little girl. I can't." At this moment, she completely forgot the sadness in her heart and was busy fighting with the kitten. The rich sweetness hit her in the face, like a flood that overwhelmed the kitten that she had finally soothed. Sweet honey and fragrant barbecue. Chang Ning quietly opened the door and turned around, looking over with a kitten-like gaze. The bad guy who stole his toy was busy running back and forth in front of the fire, in a panic and unable to take care of himself. Some people are not very good at cooking, so they either apply too much honey and it drips, or they turn the meat too slowly and burn the tender meat. But the overall situation is still quite good. Wang Yong wiped his sweat and said, "It turns out that barbecuing is a technical job." He followed Fong Yuching's previous barbecue technique and managed to avoid any mistakes. The finished product was satisfactory. Turning my head, I happened to meet those kitten-like eyes. Chang Ning snorted and turned her head away, still looking angry. But the next moment, the aroma of meat with the rich sweetness of honey came over. Chang Ning's nose twitched and he swallowed. Looking at the delicious barbecue right in front of you. Eat. A smile appeared on Wang Yong's face, pure and without impurities. Upon hearing this, Chang Ning fixed his eyes on the barbecue, unable to move away. "Don't think I will forgive you." After saying that, she took the barbecue and started to eat it voraciously, her little hands and mouth covered in oil. Wang Yong looked at the little girl wolfing down her food, not showing any sadness at all as he had when he first saw her, and smiled. He remembered a famous saying from his hometown. "There's nothing in the world that a barbecue can't solve. If there is, then two." There was a warm fire nearby. The little girl was happily eating skewers of grilled meat while the young man was grilling the meat seriously. In a sense, the two of them have some fate. Wang Yong was roasting the wolf meat skewers carefully. The next second, an idea popped up in his mind, which shocked him completely and made him stand there for a long time. The meat I grilled for her was wolf meat. Chang Ning's original form was a silver wolf, and he is now in human form only because something went wrong while practicing some secret technique. But in essence, he is still a wolf, and the Wolf King. Then what am I? Feeding wolves with wolf meat? How is this any different from those black-hearted inns? Thinking of this, Wang Yong became more and more restless. Before he could figure out how to explain it, he suddenly felt a warm breath on his neck. As soon as I looked over, I saw a small face covered in oil stains staring at me. Chang Ning, what happened? Wang Yong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat guilty. The meat is burnt. She pointed at the barbecue that Wang Yong had placed on the fire. He had forgotten to turn it over because he was lost in thought, and half of it was still burnt black by the flames. Oh. Wang Yong quickly took it off. Chang Ning didn't hesitate and took it directly. He carefully cut off the burnt part with his breath and continued eating. Wang Yong saw that she was enjoying her meal and hesitated to speak. Are you worried that I'll eat the flesh of my own kind? Or that I'll feel disgusted? Chang Ning was very smart. Seeing Wang Yong's embarrassed look, she immediately found the key point. It's blue wolf meat. I didn't do it on purpose. I only have wolf meat on me. Oh, there are also crystal wolf, tree wolf, ghost wolf, and so on, Wang Yong explained. Ha! Chang Ning sneered. At this time, she was only a little over 1 meter tall, holding a large portion of wolf meat skewers in her hand, looking particularly honest and adorable. What are you thinking about? The Wolf Fong alien land has always believed in the survival of the fittest, with wolves eating wolves everywhere. And you humans haven't been in the Wolf Fong alien land for many years. As she spoke, she curled her lips, feeling the unusually vigorous blood in her flesh, and felt a little surprised. Really? That puts my mind at ease. But I haven't eaten wolf meat for a long time. Chang Ning threw the barbecue aside with some disgust. Wang Yong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he didn't resist much, and then he said, That piece in your hand is the meat from the Blue Wolf King's front leg. Chang Ning. The one you were thinking of. Chang Ning, you killed it. Wang Yong, to be precise, the 4 Wolf Kings of Langa alien realm are all dead. Chang Ning, I'm eating. Chapter 59 The Powerful Wolf God. Are you really going to find the Wolf God? Chang Ning followed Wang Yong obediently, with her head lowered, her hair bound by something like fascia. I want to negotiate with him. Stop killing human warriors. After Wang Yong came into this place. I just learned from Chang Ning that this place is a passage connecting 2 alien realms. Every Wolf King will come here before his death and walk into a portal where he will be in danger of death. It is said that by entering there, one can break through the level limit of the alien realm. The will of the alien world is controlled by the Wolf God, and his duty is to guard the passage here. But as to where the passage to the alien world led to, she had no idea. Although Chang Ning is the Silver Wolf King, she has not been practicing for long and is very young, so she does not know many secrets. Wang Yong held the map in his hand and estimated that he had just enough time. He walked hurriedly along the river, heading towards a certain direction in the forest. He said lightly, according to what you said, after you woke up, you were the only one left, and Inu disappeared. Yes, Aunt Inu is missing. Chang Ning was a little depressed. To be exact, she was the only one left in the Silver Wolf clan, the last Silver Wolf. Then there is only one possibility, Inu went to that place. He pointed to a large castle not far ahead. The castle was far away and appeared entirely black, with a strange power flowing through it, like a troll occupying the only exit. Behind her, Chang Ning took small and quick steps and caught up with her. She looked at the ancient castle not far ahead with fear. The existence in that direction made her afraid. Chang Ning, how do you know? Wang Yong, logically speaking, the Wolf God holds the will of the alien world in his hands. He can control all the information of the alien world. Only the Wolf King who believes in the Wolf God, can enter this place. He is guarding the gate, so he must be staying in one place. Wang Yong speculated based on the information he had obtained. The 2 of us are considered stowaways, but stowaways require a prerequisite, Wang Yong said, pointing at himself and Chang Ning. We can't let him see us, otherwise we wouldn't have survived this long. I used some means to circumvent the surveillance of the alien will. You should have relied on your secret method to avoid being discovered, right? After hearing this, Chang Ning nodded. For the most part, I have to go to the castle and find out what's going on. Wang Yong took a deep breath and looked at the black castle in the distance, feeling an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. There gave him a terrifying feeling, like an irresistible natural enemy. His eyes swept across the lotus mark on the back of his hand. Wang Yong did not say it out loud. As he approached the ancient castle, the mark of the Chosen One kept giving hints, as if that place had a great connection with this mark. Perhaps, I am touching upon the core secrets of the alien world. A bold idea emerged in his mind. Wang Yong rushed over quickly. Since there was no sign of any living creature other than them, there was no need to hide too much. Soon. Just over an hour later. Wang Yong estimated that he didn't have much time left and would soon be forcibly deported. I wonder if the mark is still useful in this place. He felt sympathetic and looked at Chang Ning, the little tail following behind him. What's wrong? Chang Ning tilted his head. Nothing. The two soon arrived near the castle. As he approached this place, Wang Yong frowned hard, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He stomped hard on the hard black and red soil under his feet, and a bloody and tragic smell came towards him. That's not good. Wang Yong took a deep breath and looked at the ancient castle not far ahead. The tip of his nose was filled with the fishy smell of human blood. There were piles of bones near the castle, and many incomplete things like mummies were hanging on its walls. If he was not mistaken, the decorations near the castle were basically all related to humans. This wolf god's malice towards humans far exceeded his imagination. Want to go in? Feeling the murderous aura, Chang Ning shrank his neck timidly, and moved closer to Wang Yong, hiding half of his body behind him. Chang Ning, peeping in the dark. JPG. Come in, let's try to be polite. Wang Yong sneered and said, he already had a plan in mind. I looked up at the ancient castle that was about 70% similar to the wolf castle in a childhood animation, but there should be no big bad wolf and red wolf inside. Courtesy, politeness? Chang Ning looked at Wang Yong with some doubt. I feel this doesn't fit with his character. Soon, she knew what Wang Yong meant by politeness. Open the door. Population census. Wang Yong knocked on the door loudly with an extremely arrogant attitude. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked out hard. The castle gate collapsed with a loud noise, bringing with it a large amount of dust. It looks like a house raider. Entering the castle. Wang Yong stepped on the bright red carpet. The softness and smoothness of the carpet made him hesitate slightly, and his face became extremely ugly. This is human skin. Chang Ning lowered his head and muttered to himself. Looking around, the walls were inlaid with human heads with different expressions, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. Several dim yellow oil lamps were hung on the wall, with human tendons as the core, inserted in the corpse oil. It adds a solemn atmosphere to the already dark castle. Wang Yong felt a little cold and clenched his fists involuntarily. If he saw it correctly, all the human decorations in the castle were fresh. That is, it was just replaced not long ago. As for where the raw materials come from, the result speaks for itself. You're here. The Chosen One. A long, old voice came from inside the castle, with a teasing and mocking tone. Wang Yong strode in, stepping on the human skin carpet. Come to the depths of the castle. Soon, a tall throne appeared, and a huge wolf with a blood-red body was lying on the throne. Its red eyes opened, hanging above like two blood moons, which was intimidating. The most terrifying thing is his breath. It was far beyond the level of a 0.9 level warrior, looking down at Wang Yong, so powerful that it was unbelievable. Wang Yong looked calmly at the wolf beast as big as a mountain not far ahead, without any fear. I'm coming, he said calmly. Is this the chosen one of this generation? The wolf god looked down at Wang Yang with contempt, as if he were looking at an ant. I was originally quite interested. I want to see what this year's chosen one looks like first. Its tone was full of mockery, like a blue dragon looking down at an ant, so pitifully weak. You don't even want me to do anything. As he spoke, the wolf god stood up slightly. His figure was like a tall demon mountain, and his powerful aura burst out like the collapse of the earth and the destruction of the mountains. The terrifying energy and pressure swallowed Wang Yong like a tsunami. Level 2 warrior. The two people who were in the wave of spiritual energy were like a small boat under a mad wolf, swaying and about to fall. So strong. Wang Yong clenched his fists, and all the energy surged throughout his body. He even used his water and fire abilities, and with the help of his natural supernatural powers, he did not kneel down under the pressure of the energy. On the other side, Chang Ning was also like this. Her petite body glowed with silver light, and she bit her lips to resist the pressure. Is this level 2? Level 2 strength is the top in Qingqing City. At this moment, the gap in strength between him and the wolf god was as huge as the stars and the bright moon. Under the suppression of the strong energy, Wang Yong's pupils became deep, and his gaze was fixed on the back of the wolf god after he stood up. A mysterious black portal stood there, exactly the same as the Wolf Fong alien world portal that Wang Yong had seen. Is that the passage to a deeper and more alien realm? Chapter 60 God Level Choice, The Temptation of the Wolf God. Chang Ning exclaimed, his eyes widened, his pupils fixed on a pool of bright red blood under the door, the surface of which emitted a faint silver glow. Aunt Yue. The little girl muttered to herself as if she had lost her soul, her face pale as she stared blankly at the pool of blood, which had a scent that couldn't be more familiar. Silver moon. Wang Yong raised his eyebrows and stared at the silver glowing bloodstains on the ground. There was a lot of blood, and it was distributed very widely. There were obvious dragging marks on the ground. It could be seen that its owner did not die on the spot, but struggled for a long time. The blood with silver glow spread all the way and stopped under the mysterious door. Silver moon, is she dead? Wang Yong clenched his fist slightly in his sleeves, his eyes were blank, and his nails dug into the flesh. He seemed to be asking himself, or questioning someone. He recalled some of the past in his mind, and an inexplicable sadness arose in his heart. Is Yin dead? I have a reason to kill the wolf. At this moment, he suddenly felt the spiritual energy around him begin to riot. The bright moon rose above his head, casting a shadow of moonlight, winding into this place through the window. The energy that moved him gathered together and stirred in all directions. Wang Yong was surprised and turned his head. I found that the well-behaved little girl Chang Ning who liked to hide behind me. At this moment, she no longer looked timid, and a Wolf King level fluctuation erupted from her petite body. Yes, I almost forgot, Chang Ning is also the Wolf King. Still not weaker than the Blue Wolf King Mo Yang, the 3rd level. Although the situation is special and the secret method went awry, but isn't she the one who hates the wolf god the most? Thinking of this, Wang Yong was a little dazed. A mechanical electronic sound came to my ears. Ding! God level quest, confront the wolf god directly. The incomparably powerful wolf god Qingyun, who controls the will of the wolf Fong in the otherworld and is the guardian of the passage to the otherworld. Wolf god Qingyun race, unknown. Strength, level 2 becomes the guardian of the alien passage, strength is limited by 70%. Personality, suppressed by the previous generation of the Chosen One, violent and arrogant, hates humans, and extremely hates the Chosen One. Ding, triggering a god-level choice. In the Wolf Fong realm, the Silver Wolf clan worships the Chosen One as the Wolf God, while the rest of the Wolf clan worships Qingyun as the Wolf God. The Silver Wolf clan has been oppressed and marginalized for millennia, nearly wiping out their clan several times. The current Silver Wolf King, Chang Ning, challenges the Wolf God. Choice 1, stand by and watch the Silver Wolf King die in battle, and escape from the alien passage. Rewards, 32 First Level Exotic Beast Crystal Cores 0.61 SSS Level Warrior Training Resources, 20 First Level Spirit Stones 0.9 plus Energy Level, Supernatural Talent Training Resources. Choice 2, Cooperate. As the Chosen One, you have the responsibility to protect the Silver Wolf, who has dedicated generations to the Chosen One. Join forces with the Silver Wolf King to slay the wolf god Qingyun. Note, Qingyun, with his power suppressed by 70%, is extremely powerful. Danger! 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 Reward, Yin-Yang Visualization Diagram can further unlock water and fire abilities, DC. Choice 3, Rage of the Human Race Breaking Defense. Trampling, suppressing, and humiliating the wolf god Qingyun, crushing his pride and his brutality. Reward, Yin-Yang Visualization Diagram 1 can further unlock water and fire abilities, DC. Wolf Totem God, a one-time item that absorbs the racial talents of any wolf beast and blesses the designated wolf beast. Increase the level of the Intelligence Reduction Aura to LV2, reduce side effects. Contra Badge Life-Saving Item, can withstand a direct attack from a level 5 warrior up, down, left, right, Alibaba. After Wang Yong finished reading the information that appeared in his mind, his expression became slightly strange. Qingyun. I want you to die. Orange Ning drinks high. He formed seals with his fingers, forcibly activated the secret technique, and drew in the power of the moon. The narrow moonlight turned into a sharp arc of light, slashing straight towards the wolf god Qingyun. Chi. There was a sharp explosion in the air. The crescent moon turned into an afterimage and slashed at the wolf's body with lightning speed. The wolf god Qingyun watched all this calmly. He didn't even move when the moon arc attacked. A layer of colorless energy gauze appeared on his body. The moment the moon arc was about to attack, it disintegrated instantly. Looking for death? Wolf god Qingyun shouted. The energy burst out fiercely, and golden beams shot out from his eyes, appearing on Chang Ning's body almost instantly. A biting cold enveloped his body. Chang Ning decisively cut his wrist, and large amounts of blood flowed out, outlining strange symbols in the air and forming a barrier. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the barrier that seemed extremely tough collapsed after just a moment. The remaining beams of light turned into a dense rain of light and rushed towards Chang Ning. She had no choice but to dodge forcefully, snapping her fingers repeatedly, turning the silver light into waves, trying her best to block it. Puff! The rain of light breaks the waves. Chang Ning was hit by the rain of light, her petite body was covered in blood, and her arms that were blocking her body were mostly torn apart, and she was almost killed. In the first round of the confrontation between the two, Chang Ning was defeated with extremely fast moves. Weak. Too weak. Wolf god Qingyun laughed disdainfully. Looking at Chang Ning falling from mid-air, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Silver Wolf. Kill now! The fur all over his body burst into blood-red light, turning into a fine blood-red beam of light, slashing towards his body. Chang Ning's aura dropped significantly. She was severely injured in the first round and a sigh appeared on her face. The gap is too big. Level 2 versus level 0.9, the difference is like heaven and earth, and it cannot be compensated by secret techniques. She turned her head and tried to look in the direction of Wang Yong. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Run away! But at this time, Wang Yong's figure disappeared early. Dozens of ice blue and scarlet fish-like energy rushed out from the ground, began to intertwine and rotate, and the dangerous energy began to riot. Chang Ning looked at the various fish energies that appeared around him, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. A big hand appeared and intercepted her with one hand. Inspire the universe. A calm voice sounded. If you don't take action, it's fine. But if you do, it will be earth-shattering. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in the strange world surged like boiling water, began to boil, and turned into a whirlpool. Wang Yong, who was in the center of the whirlpool, was like a black hole, siphoning the spiritual energy around him into himself. Boom boom boom. The swimming fish energy intertwined and exploded with maximum power. This was all the swimming fish energy in Wang Yong's body. With the blessing of Yin Shenkuan, whether it was the threefold temporary energy or the increased power of supernatural powers, coupled with Wang Yong's own third-level extraordinary strength, the power reached an earth-shaking level. Wang Yong held the seriously injured Chang Ning with one hand, just like pinching the back of a kitten's neck. Scolding, "What are you doing? You made me clean up your mess." Chang Ning was carried obediently, looking at Wang Yong's stern and worried expression, her heart warmed, a little light flashed in her eyes, and she shut her mouth obediently. He stammered, admitting his mistake. "I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions." Before he could finish his words, Wang Yong interrupted him impatiently. "I mean, remember to send a signal before a team fight. Understand?" Ah. Chang Ning was stunned. Oh my god. Adults are talking, kids, don't interrupt. Wang Yong gave her a slap on the backhand. The kind that shows no mercy. Chang Ning rolled his eyes at the knock. After saying that, he threw her on his back and turned his energy into ropes to tie her up tightly. Compared to the conversation between the big and the small, the wolf god Qingyun on the other side was no longer calm. The blood-red wolf fur trembled, and he clearly felt that this attack had been accumulating power for a long time, and even he felt a little threatened. The bonus of energy and the enhancement of supernatural power are not just as simple as addition. Roar, roar, roar. He roared softly, and a faint blood mist surged out of the wolf hair in his body and quickly gathered. The red blood flowed in the air, outlining strange lines. As the lines were outlined extremely quickly, a thick blood-colored shield was faintly formed. The scarlet and ice blue fish exploded one after another, making a huge noise, and the power of the explosion hit the blood-red shield like a tide. It's deafening. The explosions came one after another, and every time a flame was raised, it could severely injure a wolf beast at the Wolf King level, but here it could only cause some shock to the blood-colored shield, and there was no chance to hurt the wolf god Qingyun. Wang Yong sighed, the level gap is still too big. Even though they had the advantage of taking the initiative and launching a surprise attack, the opponent's strength was still largely restricted. Even a hasty defense would be difficult to defeat, let alone a head-on attack. Human, you're pretty good. The wolf god Qingyun noticed Wang Yong's gaze, looked over with blood-red eyes, and grinned with a cruel look. Good warm-up exercise. Your head is worthy of being a collectible for this god to play with. Hey haha. It laughed heartily, as it naturally guessed that this move was the trump card of the chosen one. When the laughter sounded, the fish's energy was exhausted. The blood-red shield full of cracks did not break after all. The wolf god smiled grimly, his red eyes filled with deep hatred as he looked at Wang Yong's body. The moment he saw Wang Yong, he recalled that the previous chosen one had stepped on his head, stroked it a few times like petting a dog, and then threw it aside. This humiliating scene created Qingyun's hatred for humans. Especially after taking control of the wolf-fawn alien realm's will, this hatred became even stronger. Qingyun grinned fiercely, and in his mind he devised thousands of ways to deal with Wang Yong. Just took a step. Its expression changed instantly. Eccentricity. Wang Yong slowly put his fingers together and used the aftermath of the explosion to launch the fish-like energy hidden in it. The slender and straight swimming fish's energy quickly condensed into a thick ice cone and stabbed straight towards Qingyun's weakness. Qingyun's expression changed. When the sharp and powerful mental force gave a warning, the extremely hidden force was already attached to his back garden. A slight coolness and heat rushed to the top of my head like an electric current. Hey, old man, you haven't defended yourself yet. Wang Yong smiled without any sense of martial ethics. You percent. The wolf god Qingyun still ignored his manners and started cursing. Who could have imagined that the chosen one, who enjoyed great prestige among the wolf beast tribe, would resort to such despicable means, not only by sneaking attacks, but also by simply. He was at a loss for words and had nothing to say for a moment. In a hurry, he arranged energy defense towards his vulnerable parts, and was forced to forcibly interrupt the secret method of killing move he was preparing. The wolf god Qingyun felt a tightness in his chest. He always felt depressed, and while his blood was boiling, he didn't forget to glare at Wang Yong with hatred. Burst. Wang Yong was not very merciful. He was stepping on the blood of fellow human beings and human skin. The fish's energy climbed up quickly. This time, there was no one to cover it, so it didn't go very deep. The mixed energy, about 2 fingers thick and 1 finger deep, penetrated halfway. Under the gaze of the wolf god Qingyun, who was so ashamed that he wanted to commit suicide, he decisively detonated it. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, different from the previous explosions. This time as fireworks are exceptionally beautiful. So this is how combat works? Chang Ning was put aside by Wang Yong, her mouth wide open, dazzled by the fireworks. As an unprecedented genius of the Silver Wolf clan, Chang Ning has been raised as a treasure by the Silver Wolf clan since childhood. He has never experienced many battles and has been devoted to practicing the secret technique left by the previous chosen one that can break the suppression of the alien realm. That's right, this is a feint to the east and attack in the west. Although you are still the Wolf King, you still have a lot to learn. Wang Yong's voice of deep agreement came from above. I got it. There was a gleam in Chang Ning's eyes, and she nodded excitedly. Wang Yong had run to a very tall ancient tree without knowing when. The spiritual energy was boiling like hot oil in a pot. The air was distorted by the burning. The energy was like a heat wave, roaring through Wang Yong's meridians. His aura was still rising. After advancing to level 0.6, his physical body was upgraded to another level, and Wang Yong's development of Yin Qiankuan was further improved. He stood on the treetop, looking down like a falcon. He raised his right fist high, and all the energy in his body poured into his fist, emitting a faint golden glow. Farmer's 3 punches, the first punch, he shouted. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he punched the wolf god Qingyun hard. At this time, the wolf god Qingyun was in a gloomy period. Under the hasty defense, the explosiveness of the swimming fish's energy is incomparable. It's like the power of a firecracker exploding in the palm of your hand and exploding when it's stuffed into a closed, freely contracting space in the human body. Qingyun is in this state at this moment. He had no time to react, and barely managed to place a defensive chi somewhere to cover the explosive. The explosion of his lower body not only threw him into the air, but also numbed him from the force of contraction and expansion. So full. The wolf god Qingyun had a somewhat foolish look in his eyes, his mouth open, and drool dripping from his mouth. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a black shadow hanging down from above his head. He raised his head and a golden fist appeared, rapidly enlarging from a tiny point. "You sneak, attack." Before he could finish his words, he just tried to muster up strength when he was hit in the face by a fist. The wolf's head, as big as a mountain, was knocked down from the air, and the wolf's body, as huge as a tall building, was knocked to the ground like a cannonball. Farmer's second of 3 punches. Wang Yong is not one of those idiots who plays turn-based combat in those silly, hot-blooded comics. Taking advantage of the initiative, his breath vibrated, and his body landed quickly, stepping on the ground first. The huge force even created cracks in the ground and the grass flew. As luck would have it, the place where he was standing was exactly where the wolf god Qingyun landed. The moment it landed, a punch that had just been fully charged was thrown out, hitting the wolf's most vulnerable waist. Ouch! Qingyun cried out in pain. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Even the wolf god, whose energy level was much higher than Wang Yong's, was beaten and cried out due to his carelessness. The strength he had finally gathered was dispersed by Wang Yong's punch, and he fell into a stiff state again. It crashed into a low hillside 5 meters high on the side. Seeing this, Wang Yong's mouth curled up subtly, and he leaped forward, concentrating all his strength into the final punch. With the blessing of Yin Qianquan, the veins on his arms were tangled like a dragon, and even oozing blood. Farmer's 3 punches, the third punch. Half of Wang Yong's body was bathed in golden light, and he attacked the wolf god Qingyun's lower abdomen like a god of war. At the moment when he was about to be killed, Qingyun suddenly raised his head, and his red wolf eyes revealed the color of a successful evil plan. "Hey, human, I've been waiting for you," he sneered, and a blood mist rose from his body. The blood mist quickly gathered into strong bright red chains, and one could even see human faces in pain on the chains. "Secret technique, curse binding," Qingyun said violently. "This is a secret technique I spent several years cultivating by collecting the flesh and blood of 999 human warriors. It's specifically designed to kill humans." The chains rustled and trapped Wang Yong like a snake. Moonlight purification. A crisp sound was heard, and Shang Ning formed seals with his fingers, mobilizing all the remaining energy in his body. The silver-white arc of light turned into a streak of light and was injected into the chains. The white light fell on the faces of those suffering people, making a crisp sound, and their bodies paused. The Silver Wolf clan excels in healing secret arts. Purification is like a hammer hitting a nail when compared to the secret technique practiced by the resentful spirits. Wang Yong was delighted to see this opportunity. He took advantage of the slight pause and avoided the blockade like a cunning fish. The golden fist, with golden ripples in the air, hit Qingyun's front paw while blocking. The breath of death is approaching. The wolf god opened his eyes wide in fear, looking at Wang Yong's calm expression. Then I suddenly realized it. All these battle plans were planned by the Chosen One, including the previous show of weakness. Damn, cunning humans. After many years, Qingyun once again experienced the feeling of being crushed by human intelligence. Even though his strength was completely superior to that of the opponent, he was still pinned to the ground and rubbed. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded, surging in all directions. Chapter 61 Forced Deportation. The Wolf Fort, which had stood for who knows how many years, was on the verge of collapse and was soon blown to pieces by the violent aftermath of the explosion. Wang Yong's figure flashed. He carried the exhausted Chang Ning in one hand and escaped from the explosion range. Is he dead? Chang Ning's face turned pale and he asked with lingering fear. Wang Yang did not answer immediately. He looked at the ancient castle that had turned into ruins and the corpses of warriors that had been used as ornaments and playthings for countless years. They were destroyed in the explosion. This could be considered a relief. I think so, Wang Yong said uncertainly. After the farmer threw 3 punches, the energy completely collapsed and Yin Qianquan was forced to close. At this time, he was also exhausted, and his swimming energy was completely used up. My body started to lose strength. Wang Yong was very satisfied with the results of this battle. It was his first all-out battle and he achieved perfect phased results. Then let's get out of here now. Chang Ning looked at the huge mysterious door, feeling reluctant to leave. He gritted his teeth and turned his head away, not daring to look. Walk. Wang Yong opened his eyes suddenly, and his mental power told him that there was still the breath of living things in the ruins. Damn it! Qingyun is not dead yet. Wang Yong took a deep breath, and his SSS-level talent, which was always activated, transformed his spiritual energy into energy, which flowed through his meridians like a trickle. At this time, a lot of energy had been restored for him, and his dried-up chi lit up again. He pulled Chang Ning and turned around, wanting to get away from here. Boom! The sky and the earth changed color. There was a loud thunder in the strange world, and the surrounding space solidified in an instant, turning into a materialized mirror. Blocked on all sides. Human! Damn it! The violent howl of the wolf was so frightened that even the full moon hid in the clouds. The route ahead of Wang Yong was instantly blocked by a transparent crystal layer. With a bang, Wang Yong then threw a punch, hitting the crystal layer hard. The crystal trembled slightly, but there was no sign of damage. This is Crystal Wolf? Wang Yong looked at his punch in surprise, and saw redness and swelling on the surface. When he hit the crystal wall just now, a strong force hit his fist back. The force was not strong, but it was sudden. No, it's the Mirror Wolf. And it's the Mirror Wolf that has complete control over the will of the alien world. Chang Ning's voice was solemn, and his eyes looked up into the sky. The sky was connected to the towering crystal layer. At this moment, the two people were like turtles in a jar, locked tightly in one place. Human! Damn it! The roar traveled far away, carrying with it an extremely vicious and violent aura. An extremely powerful aura surged up, spreading out in all directions like a raging wave, with the ruins as its center. On the ruins, tiny sparkling stones began to float up at this moment. Thunderstorms sounded in the sky, lightning snakes danced in the thick clouds, and black and white intertwined in the air. At this moment, the sky and the earth turned upside down, just like the end of the world. Wolf God Qing Yun represents the will of the Wolf Fong realm within it. His normal actions still restrict most of his strength, but he can forcibly unlock his power at a terrible price. Chang Ning muttered to herself. Yeah? Wang Yong looked at the center of the ruins, his sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the dust floating in the air. At this moment, a giant wolf with a silvery white body and fur shimmering with silver walked out. Its eyes were red with immense hatred, and every step it took made people feel as if the heavens and the earth were shaking. It seems as if this world cannot bear the auspicious clouds. Human! The wolf god Qing Yun walked out of the ruins, his hateful eyes always fixed on Wang Yong, as if he wanted to drink his blood and eat his flesh. After his strength was fully unleashed, his fur became as shiny as silk, and his muscles moved with the rhythm of his breathing, suppressing his earth-shattering and terrifying power. Wang Yong looked at Qing Yun's fur, which had changed color for the most part, and seemed to be lost in thought. Another new variety. He said to himself, there is no doubt that the powerful wolf-beast populations in the Wolf Fong realm all have their own secret techniques. When Wang Yong first saw the wolf god, his blood-colored fur was very similar to that of a blood wolf, so he mistakenly thought he was a member of the blood wolf clan. Unlike silver wolves, mirror wolves are extremely rare and difficult to reproduce, and are almost extinct in the Langa alien world today. Even human society is not aware of the existence of mirror wolves. What is his innate ability? As soon as this thought appeared in Wang Yong's mind, the next moment, a force appeared above his head. It was extremely hidden, and its shape was almost invisible in the air, and it went straight for his head. He subconsciously swung his fist, and his fist, wrapped in a faint force, collided violently with the force. Boom! Wang Yong was blown away by the force of the energy explosion, retreated in embarrassment, and crashed into the hard crystal wall. You go first. I'll cover your rear. When Chang Ning saw Wang Yong was injured, he quickly stepped forward to protect him and transformed his newly recovered energy into moonlight to heal him. No need, I guessed his innate ability. Wang Yong was helped to stand up, wiped the blood foam from the corner of his mouth, looked at the huge mirror wolf Qing Yun in front of him, and then looked at the bloody fist again. He muttered to himself, power rebound. Mirror image? Qing Yun, who was approaching from a distance, heard this and sneered, that's right, as long as you attack me, you will be hit by your own attack. Human, you are dead. After saying this, his wolf body twisted instantly and his figure disappeared in an instant. No. It's gone. Chang Ning's shoulders shook, and he said in disbelief. It's not that it disappeared, but the mirror surface is distorted, using the principles of light refraction to hide itself. Wang Yong grabbed Chang Ning with an expressionless face, and a white light suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. A strange mark appeared, white light quickly enveloped Wang Yong's whole body, and mysterious fluctuations in space appeared. The time for the Wolf Fong alien land has arrived. Forced repatriation. Chang Ning naturally felt this breath. Her face lit up with joy, and the look of despair disappeared. She opened her arms and hugged Wang Yong's arm with the lotus mark tightly, trying her best to disturb her own breath and communicate with the lotus mark on the back of Wang Yong's hand. Wang Yong's expression changed slightly, but he did not stop her. Instead, he actively cooperated, activating the mark of the chosen one and leaving his own aura on her. At this moment, Chang Ning actually resonated with the lotus mark. The bright white mark left by the Qingqing official on the back of Wang Yong's hand was slightly stunned, and then the white light also spread to Chang Ning. At this time, Yingji actually regarded Chang Ning as a part of Wang Yong. Can the mark of the chosen be used like this? Seeing this, Wang Yong's heart moved and he became more interested in this mysterious mark. The two of them were wrapped in the white light at an extremely fast speed. In just one breath, the space fluctuations spread to the surroundings. I was forcibly deported. He smiled bitterly and lowered his head. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the card that was always hidden in his palm, with golden characters engraved on the back, reverse. I'm almost able to eat photogenic wolf meat. He sighed. He cannot interfere with space teleportation, as this involves the rejection between different realms. At this time, Wang Yong turned his head and looked calmly at a place beside him. The space in the empty place began to distort, and a huge wolf claw appeared, pressing down towards Wang Yong's heart with unstoppable force. Bang! A slight sound of gas explosion was heard, and the sharp claw went straight through Wang Yong's chest, as if it was going through a bubble, and grabbed nothing. The wolf god Qingyun's expression hardened. Looking at the gradually transparent figures of the two, one large and one small, his eyes locked on the mark on Wang Yong's forearm, his expression changed inexplicably, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Breakthrough seal. Humans actually mastered the breakthrough seal. Wang Yong's expression changed when he heard this. Breakthrough seal? Is that it? The token? He remembered the token that the staff gave him when he first entered the strange world. Damn human! I want you dead. The wolf god Qingyun roared, and the raging flames almost burst out of his eyes. A terrifying golden beam of light burst out and shot towards Wang Yong's body. It's useless. Logically, I should be at the junction of the alien world and reality. This place is just a projection. Stop showing off, it's useless. Wang Yong waved his hand and stated the plain facts in a sarcastic tone. The attack he made just now was just to test the extent of his current strength. I sighed slightly in my heart. Too bad, option 3 can't be completed. Roar, roar, roar. Chosen one, you coward. Wolf god Qingyun became even more angry when he heard this. You don't deserve that mark. Qingyun roared. Looking at the lotus mark on the back of Wang Yong's hand, for lotus petals have been lit up at this time, and mysterious energy fluctuations are coming. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Especially Wang Yong's attitude of watching a clown show made fire in his mind. You should thank him. Otherwise you would be the one who died. Wang Yong said seriously. He looked very serious and said, I'm doing this for your own good. After hearing this, the wolf god Qingyun immediately started cursing. Previously, he relied on his strength, which was far stronger than the other two, but now that most of his strength was sealed, he didn't care about the two ants at all. Who knew that the damned human would plot against him? The wolf god suffered a huge loss. His eyes were red and he was breathing heavily as he stared at Wang Yong, wishing he could eat him alive. He is so angry now. Damn! He tied his own hands and feet, and was stomped on the face and mocked by the ant who was crushed by the backhand. After that, the other party ran away and mocked him. What's even worse is that his back garden is now blossoming. Even if his strength is unlocked, the wounds on his original body haven't healed and have been transferred here, and they're even more sensitive. Now, when a breeze blew, he could feel the emptiness and chill down there. I have to hold my tail between my legs to block it, oh no. Block it. Qingyun was cursing in his heart all the time. Damn, just run away after disgusting others. Not only does he run away, he also likes to mock people. The more the wolf god thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. He simply started cursing. %#. %%. All kinds of dirty words appeared, and Wang Yong couldn't stand it anymore. He covered Chang Ning's ears with his hands and glared at him. He warned, I advise you to watch your mouth and not make mistakes. He was still muttering to himself, you're such a grown-up, yet you still swear all the time. You have no manners and are leading the children astray. Brother Wang Yong, do you really have a way to kill him? Chang Ning looked at Wang Yong with admiration. They had not been together for a long time, but the adventures they had experienced during that time were much more exciting than any she had experienced since she was born. Deeply impressed. After all, she has an extraordinary talent but has practiced for too short a time, and she is really not very old. Of course. Why? You don't believe it? Wang Yong loosened his grip, put away the cards in his hand, and rubbed her head. I believe it. Chang Ning nodded seriously. This little girl, who was devoted to cultivation and had little experience in the world, recalled the past with Uncle Shinju, Aunt Inoue, and it was the same. She seemed to feel the care of her relatives and bowed to Wang Yong affectionately. Brother Wang Yong, can you please promise me one thing? Chang Ning suddenly raised his head and said pitifully. Huh? What's the matter? Wang Yong raised his eyebrows. Please take me out. I'm the only one here. Her voice was low and she was choked with sobs. Take you out? Wang Yong's thoughts flew away, and his eyes couldn't help but look into the distance. The mysterious huge portal was still stable, and the collapse of Wolf Fort could not cause any impact on it. The portal stood there, like a huge rock spanning eternity. He stared at the blood scattered on the ground, which was still evaporating and only a few specks remained. Complex expression. When Inu unhesitatingly gave me all the crystal core resources that helped the Silver Wolf clan rise to prominence, I think he was thinking of letting me take Chang Ning away from here. Even though she is now the Silver Wolf King, Chang Ning has the fighting power of a Wolf King. She is innocent by nature and is not suitable to stay in this place. He nodded. The hand that was rubbing Chang Ning's head increased its strength a little, ruffling her hair. Looking at the expectant little face under his hand, he chuckled and said, Okay. But you have to promise me that you will hide your identity after you leave. Yes, I will be good. Ah. Humans. I hate them so much. The wolf god Qing Yun was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw the two people happily chatting with each other without taking him seriously. The phrases of one Buddha leaving his body and two Buddhas ascending to heaven are not enough to describe his rage at that moment. But the figures of Wang Yong and Chang Ning became increasingly fainter and were about to disappear. The disappearance of the phantom means that the two people have completely left the alien world and their true bodies have appeared in the human world. The wolf god Qing Yun watched Wang Yong's figure become increasingly faint. Finally, as if he had made a great decision. His face, which had been very noisy, became gloomy, and his eyes were filled with deep resentment. He said word by word, "You forced me to do this." As soon as he finished speaking, his mirror-like silver-white fur began to light up, mysterious patterns appeared from his wolf head, the strange world began to vibrate, and the teleportation mark on Wang Yong's forearm gradually became unstable. Roar, roar, roar. Qing Yun roared. The fur on his body began to evaporate extremely thin silver blood, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered on him like a siphon tornado. I give orders in the name of Wolf God Qing Yun. The wolf god Qing Yun's expression became unusually solemn, and at this moment he actually exuded a holy and pious aura. Break the heaven and earth span, seal the sky and lock the earth, block the 9 netherworlds above, and close the underworld below. There was a rumbling sound in the sky above the alien land. The mysterious portal that was constantly flowing not far away was actually affected. On its surface, materialized chains appeared and gradually dimmed. When it was blocked by the chains, the spatial fluctuations on the surface of the portal completely disappeared. Alien land blocked. 2 figures, one large and one small, were forced to solidify. Wang Yong and Chang Ning reappeared at the same place. On the opposite side, the wolf god Qing Yun looked extremely tired, his claws drooping limply. Especially his own aura, which dropped drastically, from a level 2 warrior to level 1.5. This is not a temporary decline, but a permanent trauma. Relying on the will of the alien world to block Wang Yong's retreat, Qing Yun paid an unimaginable price. But it's all worth it. But at level 1.5, he is still far stronger than Wang Yong's peak strength. Wang Yong did not make the first move, he just felt the sky shaking and the earth spinning around. It's like being on a roller coaster and then losing control after sliding down from the top. The surrounding scenery twists and turns. When he saw everything clearly, he saw a mirror wolf covered in blood, staring at him coldly. Repatriation failed. Chapter 62 Wang Yong's Invincible Trump Card. Qingqing City, Langa Alien Realm Base. The unusual situation here has attracted the attention of Qingqing officials, and a large number of well-trained troops and powerful warriors are gathering here. The human world is not an alien world. Although Qingqing City is not ranked among the top cities in the Great Xia Kingdom, it can still produce 50 or 60 warriors above level 1. Most of the teachers in major high schools are powerful warriors. Hot weapons are always aimed and the red dot is focused. Generally speaking, every time something happens in a foreign land, the probability of a beast tide sweeping through human cities is definitely high. Reporting to Captain Zhou, more than half of the warriors forcibly repatriated from the alien realm have been killed, and the death rate is approaching 60%. Reporting to Captain Zhou, the relevant approval has been obtained for high-powered thermal weapons. Xingqing's second squad, codenamed Qingyue, is in position. Reporting to Captain Zhou, we've gathered intelligence on the surviving warriors. The total number of wolf beasts from the Langa alien realm has exceeded 100,000, and the total number of powerful wolf beasts above level 0.6 has exceeded 5,000. Reporting to Captain Zhou, the Exotic Beast Research Expert Group stated that the Wolf Fong alien world harbors ill will towards human warriors. The mortality rate at the end of the forced repatriation period may exceed 75%, and the probability of a beast tide impacting Xinjiang has exceeded 65%. Zhou Chuanxiong stood in front of the tall portal to the alien world, his eyes cold and stern, standing there like an iron tower. Next to him stood a graceful girl with a pretty face and delicate features, holding a black ring tightly in her hand. People kept coming up to report the situation. Zhou Chuanxiong tightly grasped a sweat-soaked list in his palm. It was filled with the names of warriors who entered the Langa realm, sorted by time. 2 more killed in battle. Fong Yuching's heart sank slightly. While waiting here, she witnessed the continuous confirmation of the death of warriors. Although she had confidence in Wang Yong's strength, she was still extremely worried. That bastard won't die. He's so strong. Even the Wolf King can't do anything to him. How could he be in danger? The girl bit her red lips lightly and silently said words of comfort in her heart. There were wailing sounds coming from my ears. Many family members of the warriors who were confirmed dead rushed over and cried bitterly when they saw the mutilated corpses. Too many casualties. Zhou Chuanxiong clenched his fists. According to the initial news, as warriors were continuously repatriated, there were only 400 warriors left out of the thousands gathered in the warrior camp. 3 lines of defense were breached, leaving only the last line of defense, and the camp is currently at a disadvantage. If the last line of defense is broken, I'm afraid that more than 400 warriors will be killed by wolves. Captain Zhou, I'm willing to bring people in to provide support. A person of authority came out with a determined look on his face. I refuse. Zhou Chuanxiong suppressed his emotions and said coldly, according to the conventions of the alien world, once a beast tide attacks, the alien world portal will change from a 2-way portal to a 1-way portal. At that time, those who enter the alien world will not receive any support. Captain Zhou. But the man showed an unwilling look on his face, looking at the large crowd of warriors' families on the other side, and clenched his fists in grief and anger. No buts. Request dismissed. Return to your post. Zhou Chuanxiong turned around, clenched his fists, and his sharp nails pierced through the calluses and penetrated into the flesh, causing blood to flow out, but he was unaware of it. There have been too many cases of beast tides in alien lands in the past. The ferocious beasts in alien lands are extremely intelligent. There have even been cases of deliberately using survivors from alien lands to lure out the support of human warriors and then engaging in brutal battles to annihilate them in one fell swoop. There was an open space in front of him, with traces of blood on the ground. 2 severed limbs were forcibly transported back. The staff on the side collected them and were responsible for verifying the warriors' information. The 202nd batch, 2 teams. Zhou Chuanxiong looked at the list and muttered to himself. Fong Yuching, who was standing by, was also sweating. At this time, 3 shadows appeared, and the figures wrapped in white light gradually solidified. A living warrior has returned. Zhou Chuanxiong and the staff around him looked very excited. A thin figure and a strong figure appeared. Jiqiang and Scar were covered in blood. A timid boy followed behind them and walked out of the open space. Looking at the crowd of people surrounding him, he was concerned and worried. Scar and Jiqiang breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Grandma Li, she's finally alive. She escaped death. Scar grinned foolishly, with a simple and dazed expression on his face. The young man behind him was the one they had rescued from the wolf pack before. His father was surrounded and killed by wolves. Yes, that place is really not a place for human beings to stay. Fortunately, those beasts couldn't find us in the last period of time, otherwise it would have been difficult. Jiqiang sighed and said he was grateful. A fragrant breeze blew over, and a beautiful girl squeezed through the crowd and asked hurriedly, "Have you seen Wang Xiao Miao?" Fong Yuching found out that they were the only ones who came back, and she was so excited that she almost said Wang Yong's real name. "Hey, aren't you the one with that expert brother?" Scar slapped his head and recognized Fong Yuching's identity. She and another expert brother had saved them before. Just us. Xiao Miao hasn't come back yet?" Ji Chang asked in surprise, with an incredulous tone. "No way, he is so strong, I even suspect that Xiao Miao is not at our level." Scar was horrified. The big man who could kill the leader of the wolf beasts in one blow didn't he come back? "Everyone, disperse quickly and stay away from the portal to the alien world." Zhou Chuanxiong's urgent voice came from the radio. There were loud exclamations from the base. All the waiting warriors' families were alarmed. A large number of warriors guarding near the base moved together and surrounded the gate in an instant, with their energy flowing, as if they were ready to take action at any time. Dang 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 dang. I saw the tall door shaking, and black chains emerged from the door, locking the door tightly. Soon, the portal was completely blocked by black chains, and the spatial fluctuations of the transmission also dimmed. "It's sealed. It's blocked. Now the portal to the alien world is completely closed. Even forced repatriation is? What? The Langa alien land is sealed off. But my brother hasn't come out yet. Wow. Dad, my dad will be deported soon. Why?" When they learned that the alien world was sealed off, all the warriors' relatives who were waiting there collapsed, and the last spark of hope in their hearts was extinguished. They all collapsed on the ground, crying bitterly and looking desperate. An atmosphere of grief filled the entire hall. The blockade means that warriors can only survive in a foreign land full of enemies. Facing the endless stream of wolves and beasts attacking them, it is no exaggeration to say that they have narrowly escaped death. Even if one is lucky enough not to be surrounded and killed by the wolves, from the fourth day onwards, the special substances in the alien realm will gradually corrode the warrior, and his body organs will change, becoming neither human nor beast, with a violent temperament and losing his humanity. In other words, from now on, warriors stranded in a foreign land are almost sentenced to death in advance. There is no chance of survival. He didn't come back. No, didn't come back. The alien world is sealed. Does that mean Wang Yang is dead? Fong Yuching looked as if she had lost her mind, her face was gloomy. She squeezed the black storage ring in her hand and walked away. If she hadn't been deported, she would still have a glimmer of hope in her heart. After all, Wang Yang is so powerful. With so many tricks up his sleeve, it's possible that he would actively refuse to be repatriated, right? But the blockade of the alien world undoubtedly completely destroyed her last bit of hope. Fong Yuching looked at the list in her hand that was crumpled from being squeezed hard, and her expression suddenly became gloomy. Zhou Chuanxiong, who was maintaining order at the scene, was surprised to see his niece in such a state of distraught, but he did not dare to ask any further questions as he had important matters to attend to. Humans, all must die. Qing Yun stepped out of the ruins, with a completely locked door behind him. His blood-red eyes and bloodstained silver-white body gave people a great sense of oppression. At this moment, he is stronger than when he was previously restricted. Wang Yong stretched leisurely and signaled Chang Ning to step back. Pointing at the completely sealed portal to the other world, he said with a strange expression, "I'm curious, why are you doing this to your own death? Is this your last words?" After experiencing absolute anger, Qing Yun surprisingly calmed down, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "How much strength do you have now?" He saw that Wang Yong was weak inside and was confident that he could easily crush his opponent. "Even the strongest person in Qingqing wouldn't dare to speak to me in this tone, and you dare to be so arrogant." Although Qing Yun has been in a foreign land for a long time, he is not completely ignorant of the human society outside. The strongest person in Qingqing is also a level 2 warrior with extraordinary skills. But in front of Mirror Wolf's mirror rebound talent, the man still suffered a great loss. Chosen one, being cunning and deceitful is not the right path. Strength is the only thing that matters. Qing Yun calmed down and reviewed the previous battle failure, attributing it to his carelessness. He was extremely domineering, looking at Wang Yong with scrutiny, and scrupulous, and full of contempt, not thinking that Wang Yong was qualified to be on the same level with him. Even the chosen one is not worthy. The alien world has been completely sealed off. After you die, I will use the corpses of your kin to build another wolf fortress, and kill anyone who enters. As Qing Yun spoke, his figure disappeared. Wang Yong, who had been on guard for a long time, took a step forward almost at the same time and threw an elbow strike backwards with all his strength. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Wang Yong dodged in time, but his back was still scratched and bleeding. The difference in strength is too big. He looked at his elbow, which was a bloody mess. Large areas of muscle on his arm were bruised and purple. It was that rebound force again. Xingyun licked the blood on the claws and said cruelly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. I will gradually extinguish your life force. You will have to watch yourself die." "Mad, shut up." Wang Yong rolled his eyes and couldn't help but interrupt. "Look at you. You just got a little advantage and you can't wait to say harsh words and whine. You talk so much nonsense." He cursed. "If you want to fight, then fight. Don't just talk nonsense. Do you know that we humans have a proverb?" After saying this, the reversal card in his hand, which he had played with countless times, broke. Temporary reversal card 1. After using this card, cause and effect are reversed, use with caution. Lasts for 10 minutes. A mysterious power appeared in his body, his mind rumbled, and electronic sounds rang out. Temporary reversal card has been activated. Reversal of cause and effect. Duration, 10 minutes. The moment the card was used, the world in Wang Yong's eyes suddenly changed. Ding. SSS-level water and fire abilities restraining each other detected, cause and effect reversed. SSS-level water and fire abilities reinforce each other, fully unleashing abilities. Ability evolution? The world in front of Wang Yong instantly turned into ice blue and fiery red elements. Not only that, even half of his body was covered in flames and the other half was covered in ice. Is this the fully activated SSS-level superpower? Wang Yong looked at his two colored hands from the elemental perspective. One red, one white. He suddenly thought of the Human Torch in the Fantastic Four and the villain Aquaman and Spider-Man. Am I half Human Torch, half Aquaman now? A true hermaphrodite? Eunuch Wang? Pooh, pooh, pooh. Bad luck. Wang Yong curled his lips, and his thoughts unconsciously went astray again. The elemental perspective only lasted for a moment before returning to normal. Gently clench your fists and feel the overwhelming power in your hands. He could even feel the suppression of his energy level was like a shackle on him, but it did not really restrict him. Who made Wang Yong only level 0.6? However, he has SSS level talent, dual SSS level abilities, and innate supernatural powers. He is only a little bit stronger. The joy on his face didn't last long before the electronic sound rang out again. Ding. The power of the supernatural talent is too great, and the host body is detected to be forcibly damaged. Damaged, temporary damage to the body 10%, causal reversal, temporary damage to the body plus 10%. Damaged, temporary damage to the body 15%, causal reversal, temporary damage to the body plus 15%. Damage from supernatural powers, temporary vision plus 15%, temporary physical strength plus 50%, temporary energy power plus 70%. Suffering fatal damage, nerve cell strength permanently plus 11, myocardial function permanently plus 24, muscle fiber permanently plus 14. Suffering fatal damage, permanent thinking ability plus 6%, permanent sense of smell plus 15%, permanent skin strength plus 13%, prostate strength plus 10%, endurance plus 39%. Wang Yong looked at the row of electronic prompts and smiled from ear to ear, even though it seemed like something strange had been mixed in. Is this the power of the temporary reversal card? So awesome. Holy crap, it's worthy of being a system product, it's so awesome. Wang Yong looked at Xingyun, who was walking in front of him. With the corners of his mouth raised, and he laughed like a fool. With the bonus of the temporary reversal card, all the side effects turned into positive feedback, and even some extremely serious consequences turned into permanent improvements. Hey 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 hey. On the other side, Xingyun looked at Wang Yong, who was standing there motionless and grinning foolishly. The laughter made him feel uneasy. He was perceptive and noticed that Wang Yong was a little different at this time. But I just can't tell where the changes have occurred. Boy, what are you talking about? Xingyun said, gritting his teeth. Having suffered a great loss, he temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart, fearing that he would explode. Wang Yong tilted his head and chuckled. The next second, Xingyun's eyes blurred and a ball of crystal clear water appeared in front of him. A fist wrapped in flames emerged from the water, carrying an extraordinary level of power. Boom! A terrifying sound of gas explosion was heard, and with the help of terrifying power, Wang Yong's fist smashed towards his face like a cannonball, with strength and speed completely different from before. Qing Yun was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Fuck, cheat. The flames surged up like a raging lotus of Buddha's fire, exploding in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Idiot, you're dead. Don't you remember what my innate ability is? Facing the terrifying power attack, Jingling Qingyun was horrified but still sneered. The energy around him quickly gathered and soon formed a crystal-clear mirror, and he actively threw himself into the center of the explosion range. A strange fluctuation suddenly arose. Chapter 63. Are you good at fighting? Boom! A huge flame soared into the sky. The temperature in the strange world suddenly became scorching hot, and the tender green grass on the ground was smoked by the scorching fire waves, turning yellow and withered. There was an unbearable crackling sound in the strange world, and the space seemed unable to withstand the shockwaves of the explosion, and there were signs of breaking. This is the fire ability that surpasses the SSS level. With the help of the temporary reversal card, the two abilities that originally counteracted each other became abilities that enhanced each other. How severe the original suppression was, how fierce the enhancement is now. It is truly the power of ghosts and gods. After the explosion, the original ruins were completely destroyed, leaving behind a huge pit covered with black ashes. Mirror ability detected, cause and effect reversed, mirror is invalidated. On a huge mirror-like wolf shape, black ashes slowly fell, revealing the agile wolf body inside. Pa! The mirror shattered with a sound, and the huge wolf body fell into it, leaving a deep scar on its chest. The wound was blackened by the flames, and the huge gap almost broke his body. The red fire severely injured him, leaving large areas of his body charred and his head burnt bald. The remaining black hair was emitting sparks. Alive, alive. No, you are indeed the chosen one. Even in such a desperate situation, you still possess such a terrifying trump card. Qing Yun lay on the charred and cracked ground. Having escaped death, he stuck out his tongue and had a dry mouth. Almost, just a little bit, he died. So scary. When the crisis of death came, he almost thought he was dead. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape. Looking at the smoke and dust in front of him, Qing Yun said arrogantly, "What does it matter if you have many tricks? You will still die. The winner is king, the loser eats dust. I'm talking about you." But before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sinking sensation on the back of his head, as if something had stepped on it. The voice that almost made him explode appeared above his head like a ghost. Yeah? TSK, the winner is king, the loser eats dust. You're full of jingles, but you're also going to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Wang Yong squatted on top of his head with interest, looking at the ground where he was originally standing, and lit a cigarette with the help of the sparks crackling above Qing Yun's head. Qing Yun heard this. A happy smile on his face froze instantly, and his body felt as if frozen, unable to move at all. Ahem! Wang Yong used the spark to light the cigarette in his hand. He jumped down instantly and stood in front of Qing Yun, holding his cigarette between his fingers, with white smoke rising, and his bossy aura was instantly enhanced. Qing Yun raised his drooping eyes slightly and glanced at Wang Yong secretly, and found that he was actually intact, even his clothes were not torn. Snap! A sound of breaking came from his heart. His proud mirror talent was actually of no use at all. But his eyes were still full of stubborn hatred. Bayou. Wang Yong flicked his hand, and a little bit of cigarette ash flew up and landed right on Qing Yun's eyes. He chuckled and took a step forward, patting Qing Yun's face with his cigarette-holding hand. Are you good at fighting? Seeing Wang Yong's condescending attitude, Qing Yun instantly exploded, glaring at him with red eyes. Asshole, if you dare, let me go, and we'll have a duel someday. Wang Yong smiled contemptuously, and a flaming palm flew over, knocking Qing Yun, whose combat power was mostly wasted, away. He stepped on his face from above and looked down at him. What's the use of beating me? He raised his head slightly and curled his lips in disdain. To get by, you need strength and background. Which gang are you in? After saying that, he squatted down and continued to look down at Qing Yun, who was slapped into the ground. Qing Yun gnashed his teeth. He had originally intended to remain silent, but the remaining wolf god dignity in his heart told him. Can't kneel. I am the wolf god Qing Yun. In terms of strength, I am the strongest in the Wolf Fong realm. In terms of status, I have ruled the Langa alien realm for 500 years. All the wolves must respect me as the wolf god. Is that enough? Qing Yun's arrogance and confidence almost overflowed from his words. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yong withdrew his gaze from his head, smiled disdainfully, and pressed the half-burned cigarette butt in his hand against Qingyun's nose. Get up. Turn your back to him and walk slowly into the distance. Oh, turns out he's just a little jerk. Light words came. Little punk? 3 words instantly exploded in Qingyun's mind. I'm a punk? The chosen one called me a punk? I'm the wolf god, not a little punk. Qingyun's only remaining dignity as a wolf god, and the pride in his heart, who was used to being worshipped by wolves, were instantly destroyed by a few light words. Roar! A low wolf howl was heard, and the violent spiritual energy rushed into his body frantically. The severely injured wolf god's sanity was devoured by anger. I'm going to kill you. There was rage burning in his eyes. He was willing to burn his future lifespan and potential to become stronger, just to return to his peak strength. He cut off his own path and was determined to die together with Wang Yong like a hysterical shrew. The back of that great man, who looked up to him like a mountain, paused for a moment. The next moment, an ice-blue barrier spread across the sky and earth, and the icy coldness rolled over and enveloped Qingyun. The water-attributed ability that surpassed the SSS-level crushed Qingyunchi, who had just reached the top, and froze him completely. Except for the cigarette stuck in his nose, there was also a spark of fire. The smoke was eroded by the cold, and beautiful and fantastic ice sculptures appeared above its head. Wow, so beautiful. Chang Ning poked his head out from behind and fell in love with the magnificent smoke ice sculpture at first sight. Tao Tang ran over, took it down carefully and held it in the palm of his hand. Wang Yong appeared in front of her at some point and looked at Chang Ning with stars in his eyes. Does it look good? Nice. Didn't I owe you a toy before? I'll give it to you. Wang Yong thought of the water-drifting stone lying in the storage space and spoke. Really? That's great. Chang Ning's mood instantly improved a lot. She jumped up and down while holding the smoke sculpture, with sweet dimples on her little face. Wang Yong rubbed his chin. Thoughtfully. It seems that the lethality of shiny things to female creatures is far greater than I imagined. This applies to all races. Ka-ta-ta. The wolf-shaped ice sculpture nearby made a crackling sound, and a lot of white ice foam rolled down. Chang Ning was so scared that she almost danced while holding the ice sculpture that she quickly hid behind Wang Yong. Wang Yong looked up at Qingyun, in front of him the New Year ice sculpture. He was on his deathbed after suffering continuous heavy blows, and was holding on to his last breath. Any last words? Like asking me to help you convey a message about a little she-wolf or a bastard? He rubbed his hands, eager to try, as if he was determined to wipe out the enemy completely. Qingyun. Qingyun hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I have a son. I haven't heard from him for 200 years. He must be dead. I want to ask, what was that human proverb you said before the battle? Chang Ning, who was holding the ice sculpture, rolled his eyes. It seems like you're holding your last breath just because of this? Proverb? Wang Yong hooked his fingers and raised the corners of his mouth. Do you think it's something like dragons and ants, sparrows and swans? Qingyun barely raised his eyelids and wondered, isn't it? What I want to say is... Wang Yong leaned towards his ear, fanning with his hands, looking like a village auntie who was telling you something in secret. Qingyun's heart suddenly felt filled with endless anticipation, and the ice sculptures trembled with curiosity. Yes. Wang Yong raised his voice. The atmosphere of the scene gradually became more intense, almost reaching a climax. Yeah. Ha 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 ha, why should I tell you? You're supposed to be a wise guy? I won't. Wang Yong put his hands on his hips and laughed, with a cold look in his eyes. You've taken countless lives with such disregard for human life? Forget about being a wise ghost in this life. Qingyun's already frozen face froze instantly, and the pale wolf head revealed an angry expression, staring at him with eyes as big as basins. I couldn't catch my breath. You. As soon as the words came out, the body that should have been frozen was suddenly emptied by Wang Yong, and then turned into a large mass of blood mist and sprayed out. Wang Yong dodged nimbly. He said, "Oh, you're still not at peace after death, spitting blood and slandering others?" Qingyun's eyes almost popped out. Fuck you. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was instantly blocked by a large piece of ice in his throat, interrupting him. Wang Yang advised, "You're already dead, so please have some manners and stop swearing." Bang! The 2 blue veins on Qingyun's forehead exploded with anger, making 2 muffled sounds, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Tilt your head. Die with hatred in your heart and never close your eyes. Choose 3, perfect completion. Rewards distributed. Choice 3, rage of the human race breaking defense. Trampling, suppressing, and humiliating the wolf god Qingyun, crushing his pride and his brutality. Reward, Yin-Yang Visualization Diagram 1 can further unlock water and fire abilities, DC. Wolf Totem got a one-time item that absorbs the racial talents of any wolf beast and blesses the designated wolf beast. Increase the level of the intelligence reduction aura to LV2, reduce side effects. Contra Badge life-saving item, can withstand a direct attack from a level 5 warrior up, down, left, right, Alibaba. Already saved in system backpack. Note, it has been detected that the wolf totem and the mark of the chosen one have the same origin and have been automatically integrated into the mark of the chosen one. After receiving the prompt, Wang Yong felt relieved. A smile appeared on his face. Looking at the strange lotus mark on the palm of my hand, a novel idea came into Wang Yong's mind. I took a quick look and found that the temporary reversal card had 3 minutes left. The temporary flip card is incredibly powerful. It's truly a limited time item. He pondered in his mind. He took out the Contra badge, looked at the yellow-orange badge, and bound his aura to it. With a thought in his mind, its surface turned into a plain wooden sign, hanging around his waist, looking unremarkable. Now I am also a brand person. He thought of the pretty boy warrior Fong Yuching, who he had met before and whose identity was quite mysterious. He always had a life-saving trump card in times of crisis. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. As for the rarity of temporary reversal cards, Wang Yong didn't think it was a waste. In the situation just now, the trump card was used to save his life, and with the Contra badge, his life-saving ability was even better. Dead? Cheng Ning carefully squeezed half of his body out from behind Wang Yong and breathed a sigh of relief. Where is the smoke sculpture? Wang Yong asked when he saw that his hands were empty. Here. A white jade wolf tooth pendant on Cheng Ning's neck flashed slightly, and a smoke sculpture appeared in his hands. As the Wolf King of the Silver Wolf Clan, is it strange to have space equipment? How did the wolf beast form the space equipment? Wang Yong couldn't help but wonder. I don't know either, Cheng Ning thought for a moment, frowning his long eyebrows. I heard from Aunt Inu that this was left by the previous chosen one. However, after so many years, most of the secret techniques have been lost and damaged, and only 1 or 2 artifacts are left. The last chosen one? That's right. Both Qingyun and Langa Alien Land are relics. The Langa Alien Land portal has only been open for over a decade, so there's a huge gap in between. Wang Yong frowned. That dated back to hundreds of years ago, but the revival of human spiritual energy has been less than 100 years. It seems there are secrets in history. He silently noted in his heart, had spiritual energy also revived hundreds of years ago? The pre-Qin alchemists, Qigong techniques, Liao-Jai, and folk tales of spirits and monsters. Which ones are based on real stories? Wang Yong suddenly became suspicious. By the way, what do you think of Qingyun's mirror image talent? As a wolf beast? Wang Yang suddenly spoke up. The racial talents of wolf beasts are similar to the supernatural talents of humans, but they have blood inheritance, which gives them an overwhelming advantage over the random, changeable and uncertain supernatural talents of humans. However, because of the bloodline inheritance, they have never been able to produce too many beast skills, so they are easily targeted. The creativity and plasticity of human supernatural powers are incomparable to those of ferocious beasts, and the various martial arts derived from them have amazed countless ferocious beasts. Therefore, the racial talents of alien beasts and the supernatural talents of humans have their own merits, and whether they are powerful or not depends on the user. Are you talking about the mirror wolf's talent? Cheng Ning pondered for a moment. It's supposedly very strong, ranking among the thousands of races with talent in the Wolf Fong realm. However, due to the limitations of its bloodline inheritance, it can't develop much, so it's easy to be suppressed to death in the final decisive battle. Furthermore, Qingyun lacks defensive and healing methods. Otherwise, in a one-on-one fight, no one with equal combat power would be his match. Cheng Ning sighed, looked at the ice sculpture in front of him, and raised his head with some pride. In terms of defense and healing capabilities alone, the strongest clan is naturally the Silver Wolf clan. With Moonlight as their root, they are among the top among the many wolf beasts in the Wolf Fong realm. So according to you, this mirror talent combined with Silver Wolf is similar to a counter-injury healer. Wang Yong's eyes sparkled as he summarized it concisely and clearly. Almost. Although Chang Ning didn't quite understand what Wang Yong said, he could still understand most of it after a little thought. Okay then. Here you go. Wang Yong snapped his fingers, urging the lotus seal to move the frozen body of the wolf god in front of him. A silver mirror-colored arc of light was drawn out. Seal of the Chosen, Wolf Totem 1-1, Mirror Talent, the host can specify the gifted talent. Note, Seal of the Chosen, the gifted beast will maintain a constant loyalty of 100% to the host and will never betray. Chang Ning. This is Qing Yun's mirror talent. Her little mouth opened wide, rounded into an O shape, almost big enough to fit a ping-pong ball. Would you like to give it to me? Wang Yong recalled the introductory information in his mind and spoke out the incidental effects of the Seal of the Chosen One without reservation. Is it really possible? Chang Ning nodded expectantly, not caring about loyalty at all. In her opinion, regardless of his status, the man in front of her should be her last relative. If I don't listen to him, who should I listen to? Wang Yong chuckled. Without a moment's hesitation, using the power provided by the temporary reversal card. Controlling the lotus mark, he stretched out his finger and touched Chang Ning's brow. Calm down and relax, there will be no danger, he said in a deep voice. The silver-white light arc trembled and merged harmoniously into Chang Ning's body. What surprised Wang Yong was that the talent fusion process was extremely smooth, and the mirror talent did not show any resistance at all, like a good baby. Wang Yong nodded and looked at the wolf tooth mark on his forearm that was so dim that it was about to be erased. The mark left when Chang Ning took the initiative to integrate his aura, plus his two supernatural powers of water and fire that surpassed the SSS level were watching closely from the sidelines. Godzilla was about to be crushed into a quail. After integrating the mirror talent, Chang Ning followed me to the human world. Even if my identity was accidentally discovered, I would have an extra ability to protect myself. The mark of the Chosen One on the back of his hand shone brightly, creating a profound connection between the two. Moreover, as time passed, this connection, similar to a master-servant contract, would become more deeply rooted. Wang Yong looked at Chang Ning, who had integrated his talent, with some anticipation. TSK. I often hear about anti-damage tanks, and cute girls who focus all their attention on defense because they are afraid of pain. But have you heard of anti-injury milk? The kind that can't take away your blood even if you hit it while it's standing. When Wang Yong thought of this, he couldn't help laughing and his saliva flowed out unconsciously. Just as he was daydreaming, the lotus mark on the palm of his hand suddenly burst out with strong light, pointing directly at the corpse of the wolf god Qing Yun. Seeing this scene, Wang Yong suddenly remembered the strange phenomenon that appeared on the mark when he first entered this world. Exactly the same, just not as strong as it is now. There seems to be something on Qing Yun that always attracts the mark of the Chosen One. Chapter 64 When Wang Yong met a ghost. Wang Yang did not hesitate. He strode towards the ice-sculptured corpse. Really? As I approached, the lotus mark on the back of my hand became brighter and brighter. As Wang Yong approached, the heat on the back of his hand became more intense, and it even made the skin around the mark a little painful. He was horrified. You know, Wang Yong's physical body at this time was definitely not the same as before. His physical body was as strong as the Wolf King, and with the combination of his energy and water and fire abilities, he could easily kill any third-tier wolf beast. The next moment, a fiery red light and an ice blue light surged out and poured into the wolf's head. After a moment, rich life essence gushed out from the top of the corpse's head. This is. Wang Yong stared at the wolf head intently. A bit of tender green actually emerged from the top of its head, with a juicy emerald green color, and the green buds were crystal clear, like agate. The breath of life gushes out. The barren ground around them suddenly became alive with spring. Wang Yong took a deep breath. Feeling the surging life essence pouring into the body, the originally intact body was nourished by the life essence. It's broken. Absorbs life essence, reverses cause and effect, temporarily withers the body +20, grows white hair +10. Temporary withering of the body +20, white hair growth +10. Grass. I forgot there's this temporary reversal card. Wang Yong's face darkened, and he immediately closed all his pores to block the surging life essence. Seeing that there were only 2 minutes left, I gritted my teeth and felt so heartbroken. Fortunately, he didn't dwell on it for too long. The surging life force was soon gathered back again. My sight returned to the emerald green bud. In just a few breaths, it turned from a bud the size of a fingernail into a green vine as thick as a wrist. The dark clouds above my head dispersed. The bright moonlight poured down like water, shining on the green vines, bringing with it a mysterious and fairy-like feeling. A fresh and juicy vine is rooted in the silvery ice sculpture, becoming even greener and more crystal clear under the moonlight. The flower buds at the top are flowing with green mist, facing the moonlight, emitting fragrance, lingering in the mist, extremely mysterious. What's this? Wang Yong's eyes were fixed on the middle of the green vine, where a bright red bud grew out. The color was very eye-catching, like a living heart. Soon, the buds bloomed. Mature. The flower bud opened, and a dazzling red beam of light shot out, instantly filling the world. Wang Yong once again felt a throbbing sensation that was extremely familiar. Is this the will of another world? Wang Yong was dumbfounded. He reached out to pick the flower bud. The fragrance was so rich that an idea came to his mind. The lotus mark shone brightly, and a bright red spot appeared in the center of the white lotus pistil, like a gorgeous lotus seed. Suddenly, a fragmented memory and a large amount of information appeared in his mind. Wang Yong's eyes changed drastically. He saw vast mountain ranges, winding and undulating like a long dragon, with lush green ancient trees standing below. Is this the Wolf Fong realm? He looked down at the familiar landscape below, recognizing the land instantly. Is this the glimpse of the will of another world? Wang Yong recalled the feeling of being watched that had appeared several times before, and only after he accepted the Wolf God mission did he block out the feeling of being watched. I killed Xingyun and inherited Xingyun's will in the other world? So I am now the master of the Langa other world? The corners of Wang Yong's mouth twitched. But then, he looked towards the farthest corner of the strange world. Human camp. There a large group of wolves and beasts gathered, surrounded a small group of humans, and killed them. Looking at the black mass of wolves, there were more than 200,000 wolves of varying strengths gathered together. In the center of the wolf tide was a locked space gate leading to the human world, but it was now surrounded by wolves, completely cutting off the warriors' idea of evacuating on their own. In the farthest corner, it has become a meat grinder battlefield. Powerful warriors use their bodies to form lines of defense, trying their best to repel the oncoming tide of wolves. There was a thick layer of wolf beasts under their feet. Each of them was like a bloody man, guarding in front, with warriors who had lost their ability to fight behind them. It stands tall like the flame of civilization, stubbornly raising its head in the cold winter, ethereal and weak, but extremely tenacious. I can't hold on much longer. Wang Yong also saw that the last group of warriors in the human camp was about to collapse. They were all elite warriors and had great strength. Although most of the wolves in the tide were below level 0.5, the scene at this moment was like a zombie siege, and it was as irresistible as the power of heaven. Let's go! Wang Yong sighed, and his sharp eyes instantly penetrated the wolf tide, staring at the real leader of the wolf tide. Wolf, Lord Wolf God. 5 wolf beasts of different species felt the power of divine might and were so frightened that they tucked their tails between their legs and went limp. The 5 wolf beasts did not dare to disobey the order of the wolf god, and they kept whimpering and growling to convey the instructions. Roar, 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 X5 retreat. The wolves, with bloodthirsty eyes, received the order. He was stunned and hesitated for a moment, then slowly retreated to the rear. Among them, several unruly wolves that refused to retreat were killed on the spot. Not long after, all the wolves dispersed and disappeared into the boundless mountains and forests, leaving behind a pile of corpses and bloody flesh. The originally desperate human warriors looked at the wolf pack retreating, with ecstasy on their faces, hugging each other and crying. It's over. Wang Yong regained consciousness and looked at the space door that Xingyun had spent a terrible price to block. It contained a powerful blocking force. The portal to the alien world is blocked, no one can enter or exit. It made him feel extremely difficult for a while. He tried to use energy, supernatural powers and other methods, but could not shake it at all. In the end, he determined that the only thing that worked was mental power. But Wang Yong estimated that it would take at least half a year for him to slowly manipulate the will of the alien world to unlock the chain. Half a year later, by the time he lifted the blockade, the warriors who survived in the alien world would probably have been completely corroded by the alien substances. Controlling the will of the alien realm involves mental power, but the temporary reversal card currently doesn't have any effect on mental power. What should I do? Wang Yong frowned, feeling distressed. His energy level is not high, and it is not time for him to practice mental power. Currently, he only has level 0.1 mental power, which is a huge gap compared to Qingyun's level 2 mental power. Oh, I've been sleeping for 1,000 years, but I didn't expect someone to come. A calm voice suddenly sounded in Wang Yong's ears. Who? He immediately became alert and looked around. I found myself in a strange space without knowing when. The space was not big, probably a few hundred square meters. The chosen one, TSK TSK. Lucky lad. A calm voice came. Wang Yong looked over. A plain and simple figure in a white robe stood there with his back to Wang Yong, giving people a vague and ethereal feeling. Where is this? He inquired. You don't know where this is? The white-robed figure said in a strange tone, and then explained, this is the passage to the Posha realm. He waved his sleeves lightly, pushing aside the clouds and mist in front of Wang Yong, and a huge and familiar door appeared. This is the portal guarded by Qing Yun. But this gate is even bigger and more majestic. Like the gate of heaven high above, just looking at it gives you the feeling of a carp looking up at the dragon gate. Posa realm? Posa is a strange realm. Wang Yong instantly got furious. As a native of Qingcheng, he must be well aware of the fame of Posa Strangeland. 20 years ago, the strange world of Posa appeared in Qingqing City. The gate to the strange world was wide open, and a tide of beasts surged, impacting the entire city. A bloody massacre took place and most of Qingqing fell. If the Qingcheng officials had not evacuated civilians in advance, Qingcheng would probably still be a blood-stained land. During that battle, several large cities around Qingcheng with populations exceeding 100 million sent their most powerful warriors to support. In that battle, Qingqing City was nearly wiped out by the beast tide from the Posa alien world. The Posha Strange World incident is also very famous in Daxia. It is still often talked about today. It has no fixed opening time. Whenever the spiritual energy tides up, the portal to the other world will open, and the restrictions on the warrior's strength will also fluctuate. Sometimes it is below level 5, sometimes below level 3, and until now Posa has always been synonymous with instability and danger, and has the magic power to stop babies from crying. You mean this place leads to the strange world of Posha? Wang Yong suddenly became restless. He relied on a temporary reversal card to kill the half-crippled Qing Yun. If he really went to that horrible place, I'm afraid no card would be of any use. That is the real purgatory for warriors. There is no return. The white-robed man said with a hint of sarcasm, countless king beasts from other realms have come here in order to transcend and become stronger, risking their lives and going through hardships to achieve this. The Posha realm is the place they've always dreamed of. I didn't expect that there are still people who tremble with fear after learning the destination. How ridiculous. But this person is the chosen one. His tone was complex, with a mixture of mockery and sighing, as well as some disdain for Wang Yong's lack of fighting spirit. He was obviously very dissatisfied with Wang Yong's performance at the moment. As the words fell, not far away, the misty white fog dissipated, revealing the scenery below. Bones were displayed, broken limbs, and rotting flesh were mixed together. Wang Yong could even see many Beast King level beasts, including some at level 0.9 and even higher, such as the Wildfire King beast from the Sulphur Fire realm, the Rhino King from the Red Rhino realm, and the Golden Pang from the Soaring Sky realm. They are all extremely famous and legendary king beasts in foreign lands. They fought one after another, engaging in bloody battles with powerful creatures of the same level, and moved towards this place step by step. But there are very few creatures coming here. One general's success is built on the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Yong's mind. After hearing what the man in white robe said, he suddenly realized something and looked at the white robe shadow with less awe. Recalling the legend of the Wolf King that circulated in the Langa alien land, the final resting place of each Wolf King is the Wolf God Cemetery. Because they are unwilling to let their strength be restricted by the rules of the alien world, here is a way to break the restriction. Come to this strange passage, enter the portal guarded by Qing Yun, and knock on the door to survive. Behind that door lies a life or death situation and endless killing, but as long as you survive, you can enter the strange world of Posa, and the restriction of strength will naturally not exist. Thinking of this, Wang Yong's doubts disappeared. He understood, looked at the white-robed figure in front of him, and curled his lips. It turns out that this old senior who looks like a human thought that I fought my way out from the gate guarded by Qing Yun. What are you still daydreaming about? Come quickly, enter the portal, and head to the Posha alien world to carve out a pure land for our human race and protect future generations. The white-robed figure still had his back to Wang Yong. He found that Wang Yong was motionless and still standing there blankly, his mind wandering in all directions. He angrily shouted. What's wrong with you descendants? With such immature mindsets, how are you going to compete with foreign races in the future? My people are worried. At this time, Wang Yong coughed. Hey! Hey, tell me, is there a possibility? I killed the guy guarding the gate and got in accidentally. White robe shadow. Impossible. His figure, with his back to Wang Yong, trembled, as if he was so angry at Wang Yong's big talk that he was speechless. The one guarding the gate, whose strength is not restricted by the rules of the alien world, is high above, looking down on the kings. How could anyone kill him? As a fellow human, you disappoint me so much. If you are unwilling to make progress and only think of crooked ways, how can our human race prosper? As he spoke, his breathing fluctuated, and the white mist on his body was swirling. It was obvious that he was greatly hurt by Wang Yong. He turned slowly, first revealing a small part of his smooth, flawless profile. Wang Yong's eyes were drawn to the half of the fair face, and he curled his lips. This old senior is quite handsome, with white hair and a youthful face. But compared to me, it's still not as good as mine. The expectation in my heart is stronger. He did not forget what Chang Ning had told him before there was a suspected revival of spiritual energy in the past. The white-robed figure quickly turned his full face. Turning around and facing Wang Yong, who was not mentally prepared, was frightened and shuddered instantly. That person, no, that face. No face. That face is flat, without contours or wrinkles. It is a very smooth face, flawless, enough to make thousands of girls jealous and envious. But there is no mouth, no nose, no eyes, and no ears. There are also no facial features. Faceless. He actually. No face. A faceless man. Oh shit. There's a ghost. The breath in Wang Yong's chest was about to explode. His chest felt dizzy and his hairs stood on end with fear. He stood in a very neat military posture. This feeling is like the wedding night. After taking off the bride's red veil, you find a ghost face underneath. People usually have two reactions after being frightened. One is to become so frightened that their legs go limp and they become unable to speak, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. The second is extreme anger after being frightened. Unfortunately, Wang Yang is the second type. What is even scarier is that his temporary reversal card will expire in 1 minute. Wang Yong waved his hands, and his water and fire abilities were fully activated. The alien will he had just mastered sensed Wang Yong's fear and was instantly activated. The combination of supernatural talent and alien will. The originally strange white space suddenly changed color. The sky was flowing with red-black magma, layer upon layer, as oppressive as rolling black clouds. Boom! Terrifying thunder roared in the clouds, magma surged, hailstones as big as human heads mixed with fireballs, like a natural disaster destroying the world. Smashed towards the faceless ghost in white robe. The space was small, and the natural disaster attacked indiscriminately, so even Wang Yang at this moment could not escape. The man in white robe was not in a good mood. He had been waiting for 1,000 years. His original purpose of coming here was to become a master and establish an image of an extraordinary master in front of every young person who passed by here to gain experience. Finally waited for someone. Unexpectedly, the person who came was a human descendant who was incompetent, timid, and liked to brag. After the failure of pretending, he was also extremely disappointed. He didn't expect that the younger generation had such poor qualifications. I had no intention of looking back, so I turned my back to everyone and acted like a superior. Moreover, meeting people in a faceless form can easily scare the younger generations. But the guy who came today was really bad. He looked like a hopeless case. He also loved to brag. He made up his mind to scare the kid, then beat him up and teach him a lesson. Just turned around. A fiery red flame came towards him, carrying with it an extraordinary level of rule power. The man in white robe was stunned for a moment, and quickly cast a spell, taking great pains to smash the fireball that was attacking him. Then, dense fireballs and hail appeared and smashed towards him desperately. Watching the calamity level attack, the alien will roared enraged. There is also the young man hiding in the corner with a lingering fear on his face, Wang Yong. The man in white robe fell into deep self-doubt. Shouldn't I have come out? Chapter 65, Posha Strange Land. Cough cough cough. A violent cough was heard. This is a piece of scorched and yellow land. The earth cracked into pieces one after another, as if it had suffered inhuman abuse. A man with a charred body and half of his clothes blackened, like bacon. Sitting on the ground with dull eyes. He looked blankly at the territory where he had stayed for who knows how many years, which had become devastated, as if it had been punished by heaven. Fong Ji just felt like crying. I should have believed you. With this strength, not to mention killing the guards, it's not a problem for him to dominate the first floor of Posa. He muttered to himself. Wang Yong's face flushed when he saw this, and he coughed. Didn't I tell you that I accidentally killed the guard to enter this place? You just don't believe me. Are you really not a ghost? He was still a little skeptical. No. Fong Ji said angrily, I am just an illusory body of obsession. My master placed me here after I died. As he spoke, his chest heaved, and he looked like he was about to rush up and beat Wang Yong up. Wang Yong felt his unfriendly gaze and shrank his neck. He couldn't beat this faceless man now, and his temporary reversal card had just expired. Now he still has the D-level talent for water and fire abilities, and his combat power is at most at the top Wolf King level. It is difficult for him to defeat a level 1 warrior. And this obsession named Fong Ji has unfathomable strength. It's just a remnant soul, no weaker than Qing Yun at his peak, and still better. It's better to be sincere. Forget it. Fong Ji was originally wearing a white robe, looking ethereal and aloof from the world. At this time, he was covered in charred rags, looking like a coal mining prisoner, and was in an extremely miserable state. He stood up, and strange patterns appeared on his body. His originally disheveled image suddenly changed, and he once again became the image of that peerless master. Then he turned his head, and a sharp gaze seemed to burst out from his featureless face, looking up and down at Wang Yong. Like looking at a treasure. You've messed up my territory. Logically, I should be prejudiced and dissatisfied with you, but your talent is truly astonishing. Even among the human chi refiners at their peak, there are only a few who can compare with you. I'm not familiar with your current division system, but I hope you cultivate well. Spiritual energy is reviving, and countless strange realms will open up. Only then will humanity be in danger. As a fellow human, I won't ask you to fight to the death for me, but to continue the flame of human civilization, you need to fulfill your responsibility. Fong Ji's face was calm, his figure gradually became illusory, and the worry in his heart faded away. Obviously, he is not a physical entity and cannot exist for too long. He is already showing signs of dissipating. I don't have much time to stay here, and you can't stay here for long. Fong Ji said seriously, pointing his finger at Wang Yong's body. Thin chains had climbed up his body at some point, and an invisible force seemed to be pulling him away from this place. Is that so? I can agree to this. Wang Yong breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that this old man, who had been dead for who knows how long, would be like Uncle Ben in Spider-Man, pulling him along and nagging him about saving the world every day. There is still some time. If you have any questions, just ask me. Fong Ji was very open-minded at this time. After seeing Wang Yong's terrifying supernatural talent, the huge stone that had been hanging in his heart for 1,000 years fell down, and the whole person had a tendency to disperse. Wang Yong lowered his head and tried to struggle, but found that the tiny chains were attached to his flesh and blood, as if engraved in his flesh. It has form but no substance and cannot be escaped. It seems that this place cannot be stayed for long. Seeing that Fong Ji didn't pursue the matter, Wang Yong felt a little embarrassed. He intertwined his fingers, hesitated for a moment, and asked the most pressing question in his mind. I want to know, has any silver wolf entered this place? The silver wolf he was talking about was naturally Inu. When he saw the bloodstains in front of the gate, Wang Yong still held a little hope in his heart. Silver wolf? What kind of beast? God or demon level? Now it was Fong Ji's turn to be confused. After sleeping for 1,000 years, with his experience, he had seen many ferocious beasts. As for the silver wolf, Wang Yong pondered for 2 seconds and took out a small handful of silver white wolf hair from the storage space. It had been a long time, but the surface of the wolf hair was still as smooth as new. This was the silver wolf hair that Jiming gave him when he met Jiqiang in Jiming for the second time. The owner of the wolf hair had once saved Jiming's life, and he remembered it in his heart. You're talking about the descendants of the Haoyue beast. Fong Ji recognized its origins at a glance and said with a hint of disdain, the Haoyue beast is so powerful, swallowing the moon for food, how come its bloodline is so thin? He took a closer look, carefully examining it for a moment, and sighed. Back then, the Haoyue beast was also. Alas, its direct descendants have fallen to such a state? He didn't notice that Wang Yong's eyes turned unfriendly. As he spoke, Fong Ji's expression of disgust intensified. I thought you could ask some serious questions? For example, how did the last spiritual energy tide disappear 1,000 years ago? Was it due to an encounter with an invincible god, or a drastic change in the world? He muttered to himself as he grabbed the wolf hair from Wang Yong's hand. His fingers glowed with light as he searched by following the scent in it. The place where he was the only way to the strange land of Posa. If any living creature passed by, it would definitely leave traces. Oh, the juniors are still juniors, they don't know how to seize opportunities. If you wait until the end, you will regret it. Fong Ji was casting spells and chattering endlessly, but the image of a master that he had worked so hard to create didn't last for a few words before his skills collapsed in an instant. Okay, I'll ask. The veins on Wang Yong's temples jumped. For example, how did the last spiritual energy tide disappear 1,000 years ago? I don't know. Fong Ji answered confidently. Wang Yong, where's my knife? Don't be anxious, I really don't know. Seeing Wang Yong ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work, Fong Ji quickly explained. My status in the ancient times was not high, so I am not qualified to know many truths, but I know that the decline of the human race is closely related to the integration of alien realms. Fusion of different realms? What does that mean? Wang Yong frowned. You don't even understand about alien realm fusion? Hey! Juniors are just juniors. Fong Ji stopped talking abruptly, and his body tilted unnaturally. The sharp long knife on his neck also followed. Ahem, stop it, I'm communicating with this space and engraving the scene you described the silver wolf experiencing. Fong Ji finally managed to persuade Wang Yong to put away his knife. The fusion of different realms is the fusion of different realms. Each different realm is actually connected to a certain area. As the spiritual energy tide rises, the portals to the other worlds will open wide, connecting to your world. The fusion of the other worlds represents the final stage of the spiritual energy tide. At that time, the passages between all races and the human race will be unimpeded. Having said this, he held his mouth, raised his head and looked upwards. The clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds again, and a terrifying sense of crisis was upon us. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, vaguely forming a huge eye, with its eyelids tightly closed and wrinkled, giving people a sense of horror. The feeling of voyeurism is everywhere. Fong Ji's face was solemn. He pulled Wang Yong behind him to protect him, and looked at the eyes in the sky nervously. Wang Yong's eyes flashed with brilliance, and just as he was about to speak, Fong Ji covered his mouth with his hand. Silence. Mo Yen. A few words were outlined in the thin mist in front of him. Wang Yong understood, and seeing Fong Ji quickly winked at him, he fell silent. When the black eyes appear. He clearly felt the wolf Fong alien will in his body wailing like begging for mercy, and even the lotus mark on the back of his hand dimmed and disappeared. Soon, the pupils disappeared and the dark clouds dispersed. The sky is clear and the air is fresh. Then, what is that thing? Wang Yong couldn't help but ask. Fong Ji showed a look of melancholy, the corners of his mouth moved silently, and he hooked his finger towards the huge mountain-like portal to the alien world not far away. A ferocious beast from another world, or the alien will of the Posa alien world. Wang Yong immediately understood and was horrified. Too strong. This is the true top power. That aura of indifference to all living things makes it impossible for anyone to raise the heart to compete. Thinking of this, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Why did their conversation lead to these things? What exactly are the 10,000 races? The Great Xia Kingdom has always been the most radical in suppressing alien realms. What is the metaphor behind this? Some things are buried in a pile of old papers, so let them be buried. The truth is always cruel. Just like that forgotten chi refiner. Fong Ji stood with his hands behind his back. Chapter 66, Yin Yu is not dead? Got it. Fong Ji showed surprise on his face. He muttered to himself and couldn't help but turn his head to look at the lotus mark on the back of Wang Yong's hand. I didn't expect that the lineage of the Chosen One still has a legacy. What's the matter? Wang Yong couldn't help but ask. Look for yourself. Fong Ji said this while waving his sleeves. A large amount of white mist in front of him dispersed and gathered and dispersed, and soon condensed into a water mirror. In the mirror, a silver wolf with most of its body torn apart and its fur soaked in blood was walking in front of the passage. Her injuries were truly severe. Her body was swaying, giving the impression that she would collapse if a gust of wind blew, but there was determination in her eyes. Emu left bloody footprints with almost every step he took, and his aura was so weak that it was even weaker than that of a civilian who had not practiced cultivation. Even through the mirror, Wang Yong thought she was going to die. Silver moon, he whispered to himself. His eyes were fixed on a crack on his chest that was gleaming with silver light and flashing with the light of a mirror, and his face showed pity. Qing Yun once attacked Inue. It seems that she was unlucky as soon as she entered the passage to the alien world. She was separated from Chang Ning and happened to be seen by Qing Yun. Fortunately, a golden lotus flower bloomed beautifully above her head, and a little light rain fell from it from time to time, protecting her last breath. Wang Yang was so familiar with that aura that he had one. Finally, Inu's figure disappeared into the depths. Untraceable. Don't worry, with the legacy of the Chosen One, she won't die. Fong Ji looked at Wang Yong's nervous expression and comforted him. And she's lucky enough to be recognized by the Chosen One. She should have entered the Posha realm. Posha strange world? Wang Yang said to himself, one day, sooner or later, I will go to that place. However, the water mirror in front of him did not disappear immediately. Instead, it began to boil and surge, and a large number of bubbles emerged. Hey, there were ferocious beasts that entered the passage to the alien world 200 years ago and successfully entered it? The potential of this Wolf Fong realm is so powerful? Fong Ji asked in surprise. Logically speaking, in such a cruel and brutal elimination environment, the emergence of a king beast represents its absolutely unparalleled strength. Sure enough, a slender wolf figure came out. The whole body was covered with silver white light, as dazzling as a mirror, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. A mysterious power surrounded him like a cloud of mist. Its body is tall and strong, and there are so many wounds on its body that it is almost impossible to see them clearly. His eyes were red, with a murderous look in his eyes. Scars are the marks of war. It is hard to imagine how he managed to fight and come out alive from a group of king beasts of the same level. Wait, this is it. Fong Ji's voice was a little distorted, filled with disbelief. The descendants of the mirror greedy beast, their bloodline has returned to their ancestral lineage, and they have extraordinary potential. The mirror greedy beast was also notorious in his time and was known as a royal family. Wang Yong's eyes widened and moved. Looking at the mirror wolf that looked 70% similar to Qing Yun, he recalled what he said before he died. I have a son who has been out of contact for 200 years and should be dead. Now it seems that the son that Qing Yun mentioned is possibly. Under the gaze of the two, the extremely powerful young mirror wolf disappeared step by step into the depths of the portal. Wang Yong rubbed his chin. His mood at this moment was indescribably complicated. This mirror wolf looked extremely tricky, its evil spirit and murderous intent almost penetrated the mirror. Wang Yong felt that even with his current strength he might not be able to defeat it. Hey, kid! Fong Ji's words interrupted his thoughts. What? Wang Yang asked in confusion. Fong Ji's expression was a bit complicated. Before you grow up, don't have any contact with that ferocious beast. Why? Wang Yang was unconvinced. Fong Ji patted his shoulder and said earnestly, this kind of atavistic beast fought its way up from the ground layer step by step. In our era, it could at least become a king-level existence, which is what you call a level 7 warrior. Because his bloodline is extremely rich, there might be a chance to recreate the unrivaled power of the greedy mirror beast. 7th level? Wang Yang was a little unconvinced. As far as he knew, the 7th level warriors seemed to be the most powerful people in the Great Xia Kingdom. It is said that he has already surpassed the level of human beings, and burning the sky and boiling the sea, changing the weather is just a matter of raising his hand. You don't understand the mysteries of the greedy moon beast. Back then, well, just don't provoke it now. Fong Ji didn't know how to explain this to Wang Yong, so he waved his hand and warned. The reason why humans are so powerful is because of their spiritual power, which is also your current supernatural talent. Every Qi cultivator who reaches the pinnacle has achieved top-notch cultivation in both spiritual power and Qi. What you need to do now is to cultivate peacefully and avoid causing trouble. But shouldn't a strong young man like you be protected by a group of people? Why do you look so miserable? Fong Ji said, and began to despise Wang Yang again. Then he warned Wang Yang again, remember, it's a good thing to hide your talent. Keep a low profile. Be careful not to let it be strangled in the cradle. Some powerful realms may not have been fully opened yet, but they may already be lurking in the dark, silently spying on humanity's every move. Wait. Seeing Fong Ji about to start talking too much, Wang Yang suddenly interrupted. Well, I seem to have some connection with that wolf beast. Fong Ji frowned after being interrupted. What kind of relationship is that? If there is one, it's better to break it off as soon as possible. Don't get involved in a friendship. Wang Yong, but. Fong Ji, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Wang Yong, I. Fong Ji, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Wang Yong, his father. Fong Ji, be patient. Be patient with small anger and make great plans. Wang Yong, I killed his father. Wang Yong answered in one breath. Fong Ji, he's just my biological father. I can kill him if I want. The worst that can happen is that I can unilaterally sever the father-son relationship for 10 years and then take revenge. Wait. Fong Ji paused, then changed his tone. Who killed whose father? Wang Yong touched the tip of his nose. I killed his father. How many people know? Have they been silenced? Fong Ji said in a hurried voice. A beast with extraordinary potential had a grudge against his own outstanding young man, and that beast had practiced for an extra 200 years. If it really hits, Wang Yong won't know how he died. No one. Besides me, there is only one witness at the place where he died, but I promise you won't spread it. Wang Yong patted his chest and made the promise, thinking of Chang Ning who was still outside. Phew, that's good. The news hasn't been leaked, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Fong Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent cold sweat. Wang Yong took a deep breath just now and almost couldn't recover. But his father is the guardian of the portal. Wang Yang suddenly added. Also, the will of the other world I just mastered tells me that news of this happening in the Posa other world must have spread. At this time, Wang Yong was in a trance and had two big bumps on his head. Two eyes, one purple-red and the other dark blue, like a national treasure. Fong Ji, who was standing in front of him with a dark face and raging with anger, waved his palm in the air. You little bastard, you like to take revenge on me, don't you? Snap. There was a crisp sound, and a stream of energy hit his butt. You like playing big kicks, don't you? Snap. Another burst of energy came. Wang Yong took deep breaths continuously, suppressing the urge to rush up and beat him up, and told himself to have respect for his seniors, even though he couldn't beat them. It took a long time before Fong Ji calmed down a little. Stop what you are doing. As the figures of the two gradually became illusory, Wang Yong was about to disappear from this place, and Fong Ji also had to continue sleeping and recuperating. Before leaving, Wang Yong showed a stupid smile. Looking at Fong Ji, he said, Can you tell me why you don't have a face? What did you originally look like? Fong Ji was silent for a moment. Actually, I don't know either. My master told me that if the obsession body is forgotten, then its existence will gradually disappear, just like losing its physical body, then its facial features fade, and finally its memory. You mean, your descendants have forgotten you? Wang Yong raised his eyebrows. It's almost like it's been forgotten. Now, only the ancestral temple seems to have a little bit of incense. Fong Ji was quite emotional, and then sighed, but in the past 10 years, the incense has stopped. I think there must be something wrong with my branch. There's no such thing as an immortal family. Back then, my clan was extremely powerful. Wang Yong's voice became increasingly disembodied, as if he was about to be kicked out of this place. He said, Tell me about your descendants, and I'll try to find them for you. I'll do my best to help you. Fong Ji didn't think too much and agreed. My last name is Fong. My family has always been surnamed Fong. I was born in 223 of the Qin calendar. My Fong family has a very long history, and can be traced back to my ancestor Fong Lei. He talked a lot, and Wang Yong tried his best to write down the key information. The thin chains on his body were getting tighter and tighter, but he struggled hard to resist, trying to delay for a while. By the way, the master you keep talking about, please tell me your master's name so that it will be easier for me to confirm it. Wang Yong suddenly said. My master? Fong Ji's face flushed slightly, and the involuntary pride almost overflowed. My master's name is Su Fu. The words fell. Wang Yong's heart was suddenly filled with shock. Chapter 67 Returning Home. The Fong family is a wealthy family. The ancestor Fong Lei's lineage. Wang Yong stood on a piece of ruins, with a huge portal in front of him. The chains on the portal to the alien world had completely retreated. It seemed that it was done by Fong Ji. Fong Ji is the master Su Fu. He muttered to himself, the horror in his eyes still not gone. He was very familiar with who Su Fu was. In Wang Yong's memory. In his world. A famous alchemist in the Qin dynasty, he was well versed and learned. According to historical records, Su Fu was ordered by Qin Shi Huang to lead 3,000 boys and girls to Yingzhou in the east to find the elixir of immortality for the emperor. Is the Su Fu I know the same person as the master Fong Ji mentioned? He recalled countless strange stories and legends in his mind, and his heart was filled with excitement. An extremely bold idea could not help but surge into his mind: there can't be real gods in this world. Wang Yong recalled the key information again in his mind to make sure he remembered it completely. Suddenly I felt a little itchy on my face. Open your eyes. I caught a little hand holding foxtail grass and saw a worried little face. Hee brother Wang Yong, you're awake. Cheng Ning giggled and shook the emerald green dog tail in her hand. He had to tie it into Wang Yong's hair without any explanation. Are you the Wolf King? You are so childish. Like a little kid. Wang Yang did not resist and let him do what he wanted. He took out a bottle of water from the storage space and gulped it down. He hasn't had water for a long time and he's almost dying of thirst. Children are children. Cheng Ning curled her lips. I'm very young anyway. Silver Moon's maximum lifespan is only 50 years. Now, at most, I've only been practicing. She hooked her finger, then raised a palm, and then raised another palm, but it was still not enough, and she looked around hurriedly. He lifted one leg and said proudly, excluding the time I spent sleeping while practicing the secret technique, I'm only 11 years old now. Oh, you can do arithmetic? That's amazing. Wang Yong observed from a unique angle and took out another bottle of water to drink. Of course. We, the Silver Wolf Clan, also know something about your human knowledge. And there are some humans who are friendly to us and are willing to bring in some books for us. Cheng Ning put her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. I am a girl now, I can only count to 12 with 2 palms and 2 legs. Why are you talking about women only? The man is missing a finger? Wang Yong wondered. Of course. Cheng Ning said innocently, Aunt Inuit told me that men can count to 13. Oh, the limit of the number is different, 13, poof. Wang Yong's eyes widened, and he spit out water. He choked and coughed violently, cough cough. He immediately glared at her and said, you counted well, but don't count like that next time. Okay, Cheng Ning frowned and nodded aggrievedly. What else did Inu say to you? Wang Yang asked hurriedly, not caring about the water spilled on the ground. Oh, nothing else, just some fairy tales of humans. Cheng Ning's words expressed his longing for the human world. But as soon as Silver Moon was mentioned, his expression dropped visibly. Wang Yang thought for a moment and told her that Inu was not dead yet. Cheng Ning stayed there for a long time, tears streaming down her face unconsciously, but the smile and joy in her eyes were always there. Seeing this, he simply told everyone most of what he had seen and heard in the Langa strange land, especially the matter of the son of Mirror Wolf. Qing Yun's son? Yes, 200 years ago, there was also an extremely powerful king beast. Has there been any legend about the Silver Wolf in the past? Cheng Ning frowned and thought for a long time, but had no impression. I just vaguely remember that more than 200 years ago, the Wolf King of the Silver Wolf clan seemed to have died in battle. As to whether the murderer was that person, it is unknown. After all, it's too long ago. Forget it if you can't remember. They're both in the 3rd tier, but there's a difference in strength between the 3rd tiers. Wang Yong sighed, but was not discouraged. Instead, he was eager to try. The flame of battle blazed in my heart. Don't forget, Wang Yang is only level 0.6 now. When he reaches level 0.9, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Wang Yong suddenly remembered the yin-yang visualization diagram that he had just obtained but had not used yet. System, use the yin-yang visualization diagram. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow of Tai Chi appeared in his mind. The rotation of the moon and the sun evolved the mystery of yin and yang. Wang Yong only took one look and was fascinated by it. Forgot the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, an electronic sound rang in his mind. Ding, the yin-yang visualization diagram was used successfully. Current supernatural talent, water and fire supernatural power, sea level. Days again. Cheng Ning waved her little hands and shook them in front of Wang Yong, but still stood guard obediently by the side, alert to her surroundings. Wang Yong opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with ice blue and fiery red, like 2 swimming fish, flashing away. He turned around and asked, again? Was I in a daze just now? Yes, when you were in a daze just now, the chain on the door disappeared. Chang Ning was referring to the time when Wang Yong and Fong Ji met. Really? It seems that it was the mental power that entered that place. No wonder he couldn't stay there for long. Wang Yong rubbed his chin and spoke. No wonder I saw you sitting there in a daze for a long time, muttering about Fong Ji and Su Fu. Chang Ning said. Of course, I will definitely go find Fong Ji's descendants. By the way. Wang Yong grinned evilly, looking vindictive. That old fellow is bullying the weak and relying on his strength to beat me up. Just wait and see how I'll deal with him after I find out where he is. Chang Ning shrank his neck, not daring to interrupt, and secretly added a note for brother Wang Yong in his little notebook. Revenge never takes overnight. Let's not talk about this for now. Logically, we should leave this place. Those warriors who survived should have reached their limit. Wang Yong straightened up. As the one who controlled the will of the alien world, he was deeply impressed by the old tricks of the Langa alien world. Every flower and grass here was reproduced in his mind. Including the special substance that is everywhere in the alien world, it is harmless to the ferocious beasts in the alien world but beneficial, but it is very harmful to warriors. If you stay for too long, it will corrode the human body. At this time, after Wang Yong met Fong Ji, the two portals to the strange world were opened by Fong Ji. But the door to the real world still has a thin chain left, and Wang Yong can decide when to unblock it. He had an idea. The bird's eye view appeared again from the height of the Langa alien land. Groups of warriors gathered around the huge portal leading to the human world. Most of the surviving warriors were here, eagerly waiting for the portal to open. There are also some on their way. After experiencing the beast tide, they dare not stay here any longer and just want to go home. Wang Yong took in this scene, especially those faces full of life. His calm gaze stirred a little, and he shouted softly, "Release!" As soon as he finished speaking, the last chain blocking the portal broke. The lotus mark on the back of his hand shone brightly, and the bud representing the will of the alien world flashed red, "Expel." Wang Yong withdrew his gaze and activated the mark with his strong energy. In one breath, all human warriors in the alien world were expelled from the alien world. At the same time, he looked at Chang Ning, who was sitting on the ground board, looking at the vibrant grass on the ground. Let's go. Wang Yong rubbed her head. Where are we going? Chang Ning looked at Wang Yong with anticipation in her eyes. She raised her little hand without blinking. Wang Yong understood, took the little hand in his hand, and said calmly, Go home. The will of the alien world roared, and the sky and the earth changed color. The mysterious spatial light concealed the figures of the two people. It's time to go back. The two figures gradually faded away. By the way, brother, what is the human proverb that Qing Yun has always wanted to know? Chang Ning suddenly asked. That proverb. Wang Yong said with a look of aftertaste in his eyes. A frog tattoo on a tadpole. That's all? Just one sentence? The next sentence is you are embroidering your mother. Wolfang Alien Realm Volume, Ghent. Chapter 68 Bet. In a quiet alley in Qingqing City. It's pitch black here. The streetlights had not been repaired for years and were covered in rust. Above was a shabby, dented iron shed with an ugly rag hanging down on it, looking listless. The space fluctuates repeatedly. A tall young man appeared here. Wang Yong raised his head. The dazzling sunlight shone through the holes and cracks, falling on him irregularly, bringing with it a thin warmth. It adds a bit of color to this dark and cramped corner. I'm back. It seems that the blockade of the alien world still has some impact on the change of time. Wang Yong smiled faintly and took out his phone to check the time. 12:03. Really? In theory, the passage of time in the alien world is independent. As long as he entered at 2:30 in the morning, he should come out 3 hours later, around 6:30 in the morning. And now it is indeed 12 o'clock noon. But it's not a big problem. Wang Yong's smile remained unchanged. When he came out, he deliberately expelled the warriors in the alien world from the Wolfang alien world and did not appear in the base outside the gate, which just happened to perfectly conceal his figure. Wait, is there something missing? Wang Yong looked at the empty surroundings and fell into deep thought. Yes. Where is Chang Ning? He suddenly realized and looked at the empty surroundings. At this moment, the mark of the chosen one in his palm lit up, and an obscure message came. Wang Yong understood and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. The general meaning is that Cheng Ning, as the Wolf King, did not leave through the portal to the other world and could not adapt to the rules of the human world. He needed to adapt in the wolf totem for a period of time. So that's how it is. Wang Yong felt relieved. At this moment, the lotus mark on his palm lit up, and a weeping face with grievance appeared. Oh. Wang Yong smiled knowingly and said, "Stop making a fuss. Just stay inside the totem mark and adapt for a while. The sooner you adapt, the sooner you can get out." The lotus mark dimmed, and Cheng Ning seemed to understand what Wang Yong said. "Start trying to adapt to the rules here." Wang Yong thought about it, took out his cell phone, and reported his safety to all the contacts on the phone, especially Aunt Ching, who was the most worried because she found out that Wang Yong was missing early in the morning. Yes, I'm going to school now." Wang Yong said goodbye to his parents on the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. My eyes couldn't help but look at Fong Yuching's profile picture in the communicator. Gray, tired from the journey to another world? Log off and take a rest. Wang Yong thought for a moment, then sent a message to the screen, "I'm out. Remember the ring." Then he put away his phone and hurried towards the school. Chingching number 1 Middle School, Key Class Warrior Class 2. At this time, everyone in the classroom had already taken their seats, and the 2 empty seats in the classroom were particularly conspicuous. One is the seat of Fong Yuching, a beautiful school beauty with many suitors, and the other is the seat of Wang Yong, the class monitor. It was lunchtime, and most of the students in Class 2 had eaten and drunk enough. I voluntarily came to the classroom to meditate and cultivate my energy. It can be seen that the encouragement given by class monitor Wang Yong to his classmates in the martial arts gym did have quite a bit of effect. By the way, do you know about the Wolf Fawn strange realm that was widely circulated last night? I don't know who started it, but the classroom suddenly became lively and there was a lot of discussion. Of course I know. It is said that there was a beast tide and many people died, said a handsome boy with freckles with lingering fear. Yes, the alien world is too dangerous. The mortality rate is said to be as high as 40%. I don't want to go there. Another beautiful girl wearing a necklace echoed, her face quite pale. Tang Shan emerged at some point, wearing a mask, but the slap marks beneath were clearly visible. He interrupted, "Your information is outdated. My uncle told me that before the Langa alien land was sealed off, the mortality rate was close to 75%. Now that it's completely sealed off, everyone inside is doomed." When he finished speaking, many students in the class were shocked. In fact, the news of the Wolf Fawn land spread very quickly, but time was short and not many people knew the inside story. "Oh my god, Tang Shan, how do you know such explosive inside information?" the 2 lackeys flattered. No, my uncle is just one of the leaders at the Langa base," Tang Shan said modestly, but he couldn't hide the pride on his face. It said that the cries of the families of the deceased at the base drowned out everything else. It was so tragic. Now it seems that someone took advantage and became the squad leader, and got a spot in the Wolf Fong alien realm, but we can't go anymore. Tang Shan spoke sarcastically, his words directed at Wang Yong. "Tang Shan, this kind of thing is a disgrace to Qingqing City, you're over it." A steady voice sounded, and the strong Su Xiong came over, clenching his fists with an indignant look on his face. "Did you pass?" Tang Shan sneered. He disliked Su Xiong very much, but since Su Xiong was stronger than him, he didn't dare to attack him. There was a vicious look in his eyes. "What's wrong? I haven't finished exposing the news yet." He pointed at Wang Yong's seat, which was empty. "Your squad leader Wang Yong hasn't arrived yet. Maybe he couldn't bear it anymore and left quietly, dying in that strange place last night." "Tang Shan, you've gone too far." Su Xiong's fists were bulging with veins. He turned around suddenly and spoke angrily. "Too much?" After witnessing the school beauty being pushed against the wall, Tang Shan still hated Wang Yong even though he later learned that it was just a normal sparring match. He laughed triumphantly. "Su Xiong, don't think you can be proud just because you have a good relationship with Wang Yong. You are just the squad leader. I'm telling you, Principal Fong also went to the Langa alien land. My uncle saw Principal Fong leave the alien land alone. After seeing the alien land was sealed off, she cried as she walked. Wang Yang is not here either. Tell me, is he dead?" As soon as he finished speaking, many students around him widened their eyes and started talking. "Tang Shan actually knows so much. Is Wang Yong really dead?" "It's very likely. Didn't the uncles in Tang Shan see the school beauty crying?" School beauty Fong is originally aloof and has few friends of the opposite sex. Wang Yong is the only one who is close to her. Not necessarily. Maybe he just had something happen at home. After all, there are many warriors who died or were injured in the alien world. He might have gone to the hospital. Yuching did cry. When I met her this morning, her eyes were swollen. She asked me to ask for leave for her. Fong Yuching's best friend Bai Xiao spoke up, providing indirect evidence. Really? Then the squad leader isn't. Don't talk nonsense. Actually, I think Wang Yang is a good squad leader. They whispered to each other, and many believed that what Tang Shan said was true, while many others believed that Wang Yang was not dead, but just had something going on at home. You. Su Xiong gritted his teeth and glared at Tang Shan angrily. Looking at his smug look, I felt indignant. What are you looking at? How about making a bet? Is the gambling king Yang dead or not? Tang Shan said proudly as he saw many people leaning towards him. What are you betting on? Su Xiong asked in a muffled voice. If I win, you have to be my thug for half a month. You have to listen to me in everything. Tang Shan sneered. It happened that he was going to a foreign land to practice actual combat in a few days. Okay. Then I win. Su Xiong said in a deep voice. He subconsciously thought that nothing would happen to Wang Yong. If you win, you can do whatever you want. Tang Shan said. If you lose, I want you to eat that table? Su Xiong's ears moved, and his face suddenly became a little weird. He pointed to the 2-meter-long, 1.5-meter-high, and 1-meter-thick wooden podium in the classroom, and said word by word. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he was ready to attack if the other party disagreed. Tang Shan wanted to refuse, but seeing Su Xiong's attitude, he gritted his teeth and said, I agree. After saying that, the two of them high-fived 3 times at the same time, and in front of everyone in the class, the bet was established. Pa pa pa. The high-fives had just ended. A head popped out from between the two of them, and a clear voice came. Hey, what are you talking about? Why are you so excited? Chapter 69. Here comes the rocket class. They both turned their heads and looked at that handsome face with sharp edges. They all spoke out. Wang Yong. Squad leader. Su Xiong's cheeks flushed with joy, and he walked up and patted Wang Yong on the shoulder. She clenched her fists and pressed them against his chest. Hey, I saw you weren't here this morning, and I thought something happened to you. I was so worried. A look of relief appeared on his honest face, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Bang! Wang Yong immediately returned the punch with a grin, feeling a little touched. Something happened at home, so I came late. Hiss. After being punched, Su Xiong covered his chest and gasped, jokingly saying, Did you take a powerful pill? How come you suddenly have so much strength? I almost suffocated. As he spoke, Su Xiong looked at Wang Yong with strange eyes. He found that his temperament had really changed a lot. Compared with before, he is more ruthless and fierce, and at the same time, his aura is restrained, like an ordinary person who has not practiced cultivation, giving people a feeling of inner beauty. About the same. Wang Yong said vaguely with a smile. Many students who had developed a favorable impression of Wang Yong due to the martial arts school incident gathered around him and said in unison. Squad leader, I'm glad you're not dead. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you being the squad leader. I'll follow you. Squad leader, are you interested in going to the martial arts gym to practice again? They spoke with joy, obviously approving of Wang Yong's position as squad leader. Wang Yong responded with a smile, and suddenly reached out with his hand. Tang Shan, who was quietly retreating behind the crowd and planning to escape, was held down. Wang Yong, what do you want to do? Tang Shan's voice trembled a little. He knew that he was definitely no match for him. Just now someone seemed to be betting with me and spreading rumors that I was dead, right? Wang Yong said with a forced smile, his arms firmly holding Tang Shan's shoulders like an iron clamp, preventing him from leaving. Tang Shan gritted his teeth and nodded, then threatened, I'm concerned about your safety, too. You can't hit me. Otherwise, I'll report you to the school and revoke your position as class monitor. Wang Yong smiled disapprovingly, then patted him on the shoulder with a little more force and said, Don't worry, as the class monitor, how could I bully my classmates? Tang Shan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Then, he changed the subject, but everyone has witnessed the bet between you and Su Xiong. Tang Shan's heart was once again in suspense. He looked at Wang Yong nervously and said hurriedly, What on earth do you want to do? I'm warning you. Alas, I didn't bully you. Wang Yong waved his hand and interrupted him. What I mean is, as the class monitor, I should supervise my classmates' gambling and protect their interests. Is that okay? As he spoke, he exerted force with his palm, pinched Tang Shan's shoulder, and kicked him to the front of the podium like an eagle carrying a chick. He patted the surface and said, "Eat." Su Xiong, who was watching the show, suddenly realized. He happened to meet Wang Yong's smiling eyes and secretly gave him a thumbs up. He had just made a bet with Tang Shan. When he proposed the bet, a voice appeared in his ear, telling him the bet. It seems that this person is Wang Yong. TSK. He's worthy of being the squad leader, secretly watching the show in the crowd and then cheating people. I learned it. Su Xiong's sturdy body shook, and the gleam in his eyes seemed to open the door. Wang Yong, you. Tang Shan was frightened by the force that grabbed him. Stop it, be a man. Do what you say. Wang Yong said coldly. Tang Shan looked at Wang Yong's forced smile and immediately wilted. Okay. I'll eat it. He gritted his teeth, looked at the solid wooden podium in front of him, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and bit hard at the large piece of the podium. The first bite made a big hole. Grunt. He took a big bite and sawdust flew everywhere. There was a fierce look in Tang Shan's eyes, and he hugged the podium and started to chew it. Extremely committed. Many students even came forward with their arms folded to watch. As soon as I came over and saw the scene of eating raw food on the podium, I was shocked. Fuck, it's really delicious. X55. What a ripoff. X55. Wang Yong was also shocked. Looking at the way Tang Shan bit the podium, he became more and more devoted to it. After a while, he had bitten a big hole in the top layer of the podium, and sawdust was like raindrops. After watching for a while, Wang Yong finally saw the clue. A black light appeared on the boy's teeth. If he was not mistaken, this was Tang Shan's supernatural talent's C-level toughness. Holy shit, using supernatural talents to do this, what a talent! Wang Yong came to his senses and looked amazed. Tang Shan glanced at Wang Yong and saw his horrified expression. A hint of pride rose in his heart. Look at me, I'm a real bull. Dog Wang Yong, sooner or later, I will make you pay the price. But you know what, chewing on this lectern is quite enjoyable. It has a fragrant herbal aroma. It's really good. Tang Shan is getting more and more involved. Even smashed it to make it smell good. Gradually, all he could see was the podium, and he went from chewing on the podium out of compulsion to chewing on it actively. Wang Yong looked at it for a while and found it boring, so he returned to his seat and planned to look for some information about the strange world. But I just sat down for a short time. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise coming from the corridor outside the classroom. The footsteps were so dense that even the entire senior year of high school was shocked. Rocket class is back. Someone shouted excitedly. Wang Yong was immediately displeased and curled his lips. Just come back if you want. Aren't the rocket class just human beings? They all have one head and two legs. Is there any need to make such a big fuss? As he spoke, he took out the college entrance examination review materials from the drawer, especially the ones about exotic beasts and introductions to the exotic lands in various parts of the Great Xia Kingdom. He took out a book, Guide to the Strange Realms of Daxia, version 10,086. This book recorded most of the information about the strange realms published by Daxia today. He planned to take the time to read it carefully. Boom %. The classmates in the class seemed to know what was going on, and they rushed out to greet him in a panic. Even Su Xiong followed him out. For a moment, the only ones left in the class were Wang Yong, who was concentrating on reading, and Tang Shan, who was working hard at the podium. Extremely focused. It is lunchtime now, and Wang Yong does not discipline his classmates. Bang bang bang. Crackle. What is even more outrageous is that at this moment, the sound of fireworks was heard outside. What the hell? Wang Yong's face darkened. He picked up the book in his hand and looked towards the side of the corridor. When passing through Tang Shan, I found him still gnawing on his work, arguing with the podium. Wang Yong couldn't sit down because the sound of the fireworks disturbed him. I stood up and walked out of the classroom, and happened to run into Su Xiong, who had just returned. Squad leader, outside, something happened. Relax and don't make a fuss. What happened? Wang Yong asked. Yes, that's it. Su Xiong explained. The rocket class is back. Come back if you want. No, squad leader, do you know where the rocket class went yesterday afternoon? Su Xiong asked hurriedly. Yesterday afternoon? Wang Yong thought about it and recalled that yesterday at noon, it seemed that he had a conflict with 5 girls from the rocket class in the cafeteria, and even fought with a girl named Huang Yi. After he beat up one of them, he was stopped by Brother Hai, and then the cafeteria manager came forward to mediate. The other party seemed to have something on his mind at that time, so he didn't continue to pester me. Where did they go? Wang Yong was a little curious. They went to a strange land. Su Xiong said mysteriously. And it's in the Thinghua alien realm of Qingqing City, where we kill Thinghua beasts for actual combat training. Wang Yong rolled his eyes when he heard this and said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? Isn't it just the war zone?" As he spoke, he flipped through the pages quickly and soon found the introduction to the Thinghua Strange Realm and the Guide to the Strange Realms of Daxia. Level 1 Alien Realm, a safe alien realm, is filled with a large number of beacon beasts and smoke beasts, most of which have strengths ranging from level 0.2 to level 0.7. Only a small number reach level 0.7 or above. It's far worse than the Wolfang realm. After all, Thinghua Alien Land is a land that is mostly controlled by humans, which means that many places in it have been cleared of dangers and divided into one dangerous and safe zone after another. As long as the warriors don't run around, their safety is guaranteed. That's a strange land. And the rocket class is heading to the most difficult area. There's even a beacon leader there, and a level 0.9 beast. Su Xiong's eyes widened as he said with longing, "My family is very strict. My dad won't let me enter the alien realm. And with the incident with the Wolfang alien realm, I guess it's even more impossible for me to go there for actual combat training. Actually, the strange world is not dangerous." Wang Yong patted his shoulder and comforted him. Really? Su Xiong was suspicious. Of course, I'm the squad leader, how could I lie to you? Wang Yong patted his chest and guaranteed. This strange land is actually a barbecue place. The freshly grilled meat of ferocious beasts is so delicious. Thinking of this, Wang Yong swallowed his saliva. He suddenly remembered that he still had 7 or 8 Space Beast bags that he had not returned. Squad leader, so you really went to the Langa alien land last night? And came back alive? Su Xiong was shocked when he heard Wang Yong's almost immersive description and genuine tone. It's about right. Wang Yong scratched his head and did not deny it. Puff. Just as the two were having a pleasant conversation, a discordant sneer was heard from the side. With disdainful contempt, Wang Yong frowned and turned his head away. With your limited strength, you are worthy of going to the Langa alien land? I'm afraid you will laugh your head off. That's right, sister. I didn't expect that after just one day of not seeing you, this useless monitor of Class 2 would actually start bragging. Ha 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 ha. Several giggling female voices were heard, with strong ridicule and disdain. For girls wearing luxurious dresses and light golden badges on their chests pointed at Wang Yong, making disdainful noises from time to time, with arrogant attitudes and extremely disdainful tones. Su Xiong looked at the badges on the chests of the 5 people, his eyes slightly fixed. This is the rocket class. Hey, isn't this Huang Yi? What a coincidence. Wang Yong immediately recognized the girl in the yellow skirt, and the other 3 were also old acquaintances. However, there was a woman named Mingxi who was not in the cafeteria at the time. He smiled contemptuously. One day no see. Here comes the barking dog again. Chapter 70 I'm the keymaker. Wang Yong's light words immediately made the 4 girls' faces turn purple with anger. Especially Huang Yi. After a trip to a foreign land and with the accumulation of a large number of exotic beast resources, every member of the rocket class has made great progress. 3 of them have reached level 0.6, and Huang Yi has also broken through to level 0.7. Very proud. What are you? A useless squad leader? Huang Yi said sarcastically. She had already found out all the details about Wang Yong when she came. When I learned that he had become the class monitor with only 0.4 energy level thanks to the school's support policy, I looked down on him even more. Do you know what a different world is? Have you been there? Have you seen any strange beasts? She looked down at Wang Yong with a haughty attitude. There are countless ferocious beasts in the Thinghua alien land. I have killed more than 10 Thinghua beasts with my own hands. Who do you think you are? You've never killed a chicken in your life. The woman's continuous shrill ridicule attracted a lot of onlookers. Wang Yong had a calm expression on his face. He wanted to laugh when he heard the woman's words, "Killed a chicken? Killing you would be like killing a chicken. But speaking of which, with your fighting power, you're going to kill the beacon beast in another world? I'm afraid you'll end up killing a seriously injured person with teeth pulled out and limbs broken." He didn't hide his disdain in his voice and couldn't help but sneer. His eyes swept over the four women surrounding him with a frivolous and indifferent look. "You % shut up." Huang Yi's not so full chest heaved, as if Wang Yong had hit a sore spot. She cursed loudly with resentment in her eyes. "Yo, are you anxious?" As expected, those who pay to stay in the rocket class are lame. Wang Yong was in a dominant position and did not show mercy to others. A few light words, full of sarcasm, were like adding fuel to the fire, completely igniting Huang Yi's emotions like a powder keg. "Are you really anxious?" He slightly tilted his body and dodged continuously, avoiding the sharp energy, and his eyes turned to the other three girls who were with Huang Yi. The three were equally angry, and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, they attacked with their fangs and claws bared. Judging from their appearance, it seemed that Wang Yang's unintentional words just now were like a map cannon, which also included the three of them. It's true that snakes and rats all stick together. Those who paid to get into the rocket class are the best. Ha ha. All the cockroaches stick together. Su Xiong on the side sneered unkindly. He also looked down on such people. In the rocket class of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, which is known as an elite class, only Huang Yi and 4 others were able to get in thanks to their family connections and large donations from the school. They also need to pay an additional high teaching fee every year. What's even more ridiculous is that they are the only ones who like to stick together and are the ones who look down on other warrior classes the most. Wang Yong turned around and gave Su Xiong a thumbs up. "Good scolding." Seeing this, the other four women screamed and their hatred towards Wang Yong increased to a higher level. They are clearly the prodigies of the rocket class, and with the help of the class quota in Fenghua Alien Realm, their strength has been greatly improved. How dare this untouchable from class 2? The four of them were so angry that they jumped up and down. In Wang Yong's view, their whole bodies were shaking up and down like out of control springs, round and hard. "Shut up. I want you dead." Huang Yi and 3 others attacked Wang Yong like crazy. "Stop." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd, as loud as thunder, suddenly exploding in the boiling pot of the crowd's noise, setting off a wave of sound. Almost everyone looked over at once. "It's not good to bully classmates." The voice sounded, and Huang Yi and the other 4 immediately stopped. A tall man walked over and the crowd automatically separated into a group. "This is the monitor of Class 1, Xingyu." "Interesting. Classes 1 and 2 have always been at odds. Will something big happen when the two monitors meet today?" There was a crowd of onlookers looking forward to it. Xingyu walks like a dragon and a tiger, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, like a ferocious beast just out of a cage. Just looking at him gives people a chilling feeling. "Why is Xingyu covered in blood? I heard that he didn't come to school in the morning." "Did he just arrive at school?" someone exclaimed. Protected by many students from Class 1, Xingyu looked like a savage, his clothes ragged, the blood on his body dried up into blood scars, and a disgusting smell of blood permeated the air, adding a murderous aura. Is he really not aware, or is he pretending not to know? Class 1 monitor Xingyu, although his talent is only B level, is extremely powerful. He went to the Langa alien land alone last night and fought wolf beasts. I didn't expect him to survive such a terrifying beast tide and come back alive. Really? That means Xingyu, the monitor of Class 1, is probably no weaker than the top 5 elites of the rocket class, someone exclaimed. Wait a minute, did they just say, the blockade of the Langa alien land has been lifted? That's bullshit. When did that happen? A passerby questioned, puzzled. I'm really impressed. Don't you guys watch the news? It was suddenly unsealed half an hour ago. According to official reports, the beast tide was repelled by the warriors, and then the alien realm was opened. The survival rate of the warriors who returned reached an astonishing 95%. Someone explained and took out his cell phone to prove it. Oh shit. I really am. Someone took out his mobile phone and looked at the overwhelming news on Qingqing City's official website. Good news. Good news. The Wolffang alien realm has been unsealed. Decrypted. The various forms of warriors in the face of the beast tide. We humans must strengthen ourselves. Shocking. The Wolf Fong realm was sealed off only briefly before being unsealed, with a warrior mortality rate of only 5%. The reason behind this is heartwarming. The overwhelming news spread extremely quickly due to Qingqing City's deliberate publicity. I didn't expect there were still so many warriors alive. The results look pretty good. Wang Yong looked at the shocked crowd, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the cloud of guilt that had been suppressing his heart gradually dissipated. But coming to think of it, why would Xinyu, the squad leader of Class 1, look for Wang Yong after returning from a bloody battle, someone wondered. This statement aroused the curiosity of everyone in the audience. Xinyu came and stood directly opposite Wang Yong. He had broad shoulders and a sharp face with a defiant look. He looked at the new monitor of Class 2 with contempt. He has a D-level talent, 0.4 level energy, and became the class monitor thanks to school policies. Is he the new monitor of Class 2, Wang Yong? Xinyu asked. Yes, it's me. What's wrong? Wang Yong looked calmly at Xinyu, who was looking at him with his nose pointed at him, and smiled without comment. You're not worthy to talk to me. I'm helping you because we're both squad leaders. Xinyu didn't care about his face at all, and said bluntly that Wang Yong was not worthy, with his nose almost pointing to the sky. Squad leader Xinyu, I heard that you went to the Langa alien land and killed everyone? Huang Yi saw that the two of them were not getting along, and she had an idea and spoke. Her pretty face was filled with a smile and her face was brown. Of course, and I even killed a wolf with my own hands. Seeing the girl talking to him, Xinyu immediately changed his expression, took out a crystal core of an alien beast the size of a fist, and showed off. Brother Xinyu is so awesome. Huang Yi's face flushed as she spoke in a tender voice, using the name to bring her closer. Fuck. Acts 125. Looking at the crystal core that was shimmering with extremely rich spiritual energy, the students watching on the side were stunned. That is the crystal core of an alien beast. It's a 0.9 level beast crystal core from a wolf. The spiritual energy contained within is extremely helpful for cultivation. It's the kind that's so expensive on the market. The head wolf almost represents the top combat power of the Wolf Fong realm. Could it be that this person killed a level 0.9 wolf beast? That's right. I broke through to level 0.9 in the Wolf Fong realm and personally killed a wolf beast of the alpha wolf level. Facing everyone's envious gazes, Xinyu admitted it very straightforwardly. The crowd suddenly erupted in noise. There was an endless stream of exclamations and praises, and even the students in Class 1 looked proud. Class Monitor Xinyu was actually able to kill a level 0.9 wolf beast. It's said that the strongest senior student in our class is only level 0.9. Furthermore, the combat power of those three people is unknown, and they're all in the rocket class. Doesn't that mean? Some people were surprised and thought that Xinyu could be on par with the top student in the rocket class, or even better. I'm afraid that in this college entrance examination, Xinyu has the opportunity to enter the highest institution of learning in Daxia country, Daxia Academy, for further studies. In the past, there were only a handful of students from Qingqing No. 1 Middle School who were qualified to enter the Great Xia Academy through the college entrance examination, and they were all from the rocket class. Is the curse going to be broken this year? Someone's voice was trembling with fear. Of course. Brother Xinyu has already received advance interview notices from various universities, but he has not set off yet. His goal is Daxia University. Many students in Class 1 said proudly. After he finished speaking, many students admired Xinyu even more. What is Daxia Academy? The place where the human race thrives and the most noble institution of learning. Xinyu actually has the opportunity to enter it, he will surely bring honor to the family. That battle was extremely dangerous, please don't imitate it. Xinyu enjoyed everyone's flattery very much, but still persuaded his classmates. As soon as he finished speaking, the praises from the surrounding people became even louder. Laugh. When Xinyu was feeling overwhelmed, a very low sneer from the crowd reached his ears. It was full of disdain and extremely harsh. He looked over with a fierce gaze, but could not find the owner of the voice. But he found that Wang Yong was putting his hands in his pockets, his eyes wandering, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. What do you mean? Xinyu asked in a harsh voice, immediately attracting the attention of most people. Wang Yong pointed at himself with a strange expression, looked at the questioning attitude of the other party, and said bluntly, none of your business. Everyone was shocked to see that Wang Yong was not afraid of death and dared to refute Xinyu. One was a rising star, and the other was a useless monitor who got promoted by relying on school policies. There was a lot of booing from the crowd. "You're so shameless." Chen Yu's face suddenly turned cold. "Brother Chen Yu, some people are born to be mean. They don't want to be treated like that even if you give them face. They deserve to be stepped on," Huang Yi said in a soft voice, looking at Wang Yong with vicious eyes. She thought her previous flattery had worked, and planned to persuade Chen Yu to stop interfering in their affairs. Chen Yu immediately understood, rubbed his chin, and said lightly, "But the reason I kept him here is because of Fong Yuching. It is said that this man had previously flirted with Yuching in the martial arts hall. If he wants to take action, he should hold back a little. I want this kid to apologize to Yuching completely." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu's intention was clear. It turned out that he was interested in Fong Yuching. He had just returned from a strange place and heard about what happened in the martial arts gym. He planned to get closer to the school beauty by suppressing Wang Yong. Upon hearing this, the students in Class 2 looked furious. No matter how poor Wang Yong's talent is, he is still the monitor of Class 2 and cannot be bullied by people from other classes. Moreover, after the incident at the martial arts school, the students in Class 2 learned that his strength had improved. They were delighted and also had a lot of recognition for Wang Yong. Now, there are people who are relying on their great strength to make their squad leader lose face. This is no longer a personal matter. What's more, the two classes are competitors. If Wang Yong was really forced to apologize by Chen Yu from Class 1 as the class monitor, then Class 2 would be humiliated and would not be able to hold their heads up before the college entrance examination. No. We in Class 2 disagree. All of a sudden, the students in Class 2 spoke out indignantly, and there was a tendency that they would rush forward if they disagreed with anything. The common enemy of Class 2 made Chen Yu's face look extremely ugly. He turned his head and looked at Wang Yong viciously. He didn't expect that this loser was good at winning people's hearts. He had Yong Lei as soon as he became the class monitor. "Shut up." The arrogant voice was transmitted very far with the help of the strong energy, and for a moment it drowned out the voices of many students in Class 2. "You want to die." Chen Yu stared at the students in Class 2 with cold eyes, and burst out with 0.9 level energy, pushing away a large group of people around him. At the same time, the students of Class 1 stood behind Chen Yu, their energy surging out, and they seemed to be ready for a group fight. The students who were watching the excitement around them immediately retreated far away, leaving the members of Class 1 and Class 2 to confront each other. In the center were Wang Yong and Chen Yu, and next to them were the 4 girls from the rocket class. In the crowd farther away, more than 20 students from the rocket class were gathered together. Each of them had an extraordinary demeanor, and looking at them from a distance gave people a sense of intimidation. What happened there? In the center of the rocket class, there was only a man and a woman, with an open space next to them. The other members of the rocket class around them looked at the tall, handsome man in white with fear in their eyes. "Brother Zhou Qi, over there are Warrior Class 1 and Warrior Class 2. It seems that there is a conflict between their squad leaders." The graceful woman with a sweet smile beside the man spoke. If Wang Yong were here, he would definitely recognize this woman. She was the strongest and the leader of Huang Yi and others in the cafeteria that day. Think clearly. Mingxi changed her condescending attitude when she looked down upon ordinary warriors in the cafeteria. She now looked like a little bird, and her eyes were always glued to the tall man with admiration and adoration. Really? That's really boring. Zhou Qi retracted his gaze and said calmly, as if no one in this area was worthy of his attention. Brother Zhou Qi is extremely powerful. Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School naturally has no rivals. Mingxi chuckled softly, looking like a lady from a noble family, very ladylike. However, team leader Chen Yu of Class 1 still poses some threat to us ordinary warriors. Yesterday, Chen Yu entered the Wolf Fong realm, survived the uncontrolled beast tide, and even killed a wolf leader. As he spoke, Mingxi's eyes inadvertently swept over the extremely eye-catching crystal core in his hand, his eyes fiery. Yeah. Zhou Qi nodded lightly, his face calm and without comment. And the other one? Mingxi smiled faintly and pointed her finger at Wang Yong, who had some grudge against her. That's the useless class monitor who's been making a lot of noise in school. He has a D-level talent and 0.4 level chi, but he might have been promoted. She spoke with contempt, and seeing Wang Yong surrounded and caught in a dilemma, Fong felt very happy about his misfortune. Yeah. At this time, the scene of the confrontation between Class 1 and Class 2. With vigor and vitality, both sides faced each other. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Class 2 was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of both the number of people and the number of strong men. Hasn't Class 2 lost enough? Shen Yu's hands were filled with energy, and he looked light and agile, with an ethereal feeling. Obviously, he was also an awakened person with supernatural talents. B-level talent wind movement. You. Faced with the aggressive attack from Class 1, the people in Class 2 dared not speak out. Su Xiong, standing behind Wang Yong, clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Squad leader, what do you say? War or peace?" Wang Yong was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the conflict between the two classes was so deep. While he was shocked, he was moved when he saw that the classmates were willing to stand up for him. Do you want to fight? I'm putting this down here. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee I'll show no mercy. Chen Yu threatened loudly. His eyes were fierce, and with bloodstains all over his body, he truly had the aura of a fierce and bloodthirsty persona. Many students in Class 2 felt a chill in their hearts when they were swept by his gaze. I told you. Just hand Wang Yong over. I will forgive him. As long as you agree to my conditions, Class 1 is willing to admit defeat in the class competition before the college entrance examination. How do you think? Injuries are inevitable in battle. With the college entrance exam approaching, are you going to stand up for a loser? Shen Yu's words pierced Class 2's hearts like a sharp sword. Don't go too far. Yuching doesn't know you well. Fong Yuching's best friend Bai Xiao spoke, walking in front of Wang Yong with her hands on her hips, facing Shen Yu. Bai Xiao has a straightforward personality. Although she is extremely dissatisfied with Wang Yong's behavior of snatching Fong Yuching's position as squad leader, she still has a clear mind. She said fiercely, "My Yuching doesn't even know you. How can you be so familiar with her? How dare you call me that? In terms of relationships, Wang Yang is much better than you. What a hypocrite. There are so many people who like my Yuching. Who do you think you are? You want to cut in line with the squad leader? My best friend has a sharp tongue and she can express genuine pain in just a few words." Hearing this, Wang Yong couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up and whispered, "This girlfriend is really good. If there is something wrong, she will really come forward." Su Xiong, who was close to him, twitched his ears and looked at Wang Yong in confusion. What did you say, squad leader? Is this girlfriend a virgin? Can she sleep with him? Then he looked shocked. Brother Yong is so awesome. He even wants to win over his girlfriend. At this time, Bai Xiao was pointing at Chen Yu's face and cursing him with great force. Chen Yu's face was so green from being scolded. But in order to maintain his image and build a good relationship with Fang Xiaohua, he really couldn't do anything. I felt so depressed for a while. Bai Xiao chattered non-stop. When she heard the two people whispering behind her, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and turned her head to scold. What do you know, a straight man. Wang Yong turned around and kicked the innocent Su Xiong, saying, "Did you hear that? I'm calling you a straight man." Su Xiong scratched his head and nodded helplessly. Shen Yu, standing by, couldn't help but shout, "Wang Yong, if you have the guts, come out on your own. What kind of person are you if you can only hide behind a woman?" Wang Yong walked out, his tone relaxed. He turned around and looked at Bai Xiao, saying calmly, "Thank you very much. Since you support me so much, I won't let you down." Bai Xiao was stunned, looking at the calm and composed man in front of her. His confident attitude made her hold back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. I had to nod. Wang Yong had a bright smile on his face, his eyes seemed to be shining, his face was handsome, his mental state was excellent, and he had a kind of detached and absolute temperament. This is in stark contrast to Qingyu, who is now covered in blood. He looked at Qingyu and said, "You're asking me what I'm telling you? Are you a fortune teller too?" Qingyu frowned, not reacting for a moment. "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you hear what I said before? Actually, I'm the one who makes keys." Wang Yong said to himself, and it seemed that he and Qingyu were not on the same wavelength. "What do you want to say?" Shen Yu's face was gloomy. "I'm a key maker, and you're a fortune teller. What are you asking me?" Wang Yong said with a smile, "Then let me ask you. Are you worthy?" Shen Yu was so angry that he lost his mind and said coldly, "I am not worthy of anything." "Shut up right there, I will break your legs right now." "That's right, you don't deserve it." Wang Yong agreed. Poochie ha 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 ha. Many students from Class 2 behind me could be heard laughing, and even some people from Class 1 couldn't help laughing. What? Shen Yu reacted and immediately exploded. He realized that Wang Yong was deceiving him and roared. How am I unworthy? Who do you think you are? Wang Yong nodded again, his face suddenly enlightened. Oh, so you are worthy. Then how many are you worthy of? Chapter 71 The King of Understanding Contest. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Even Bai Xiao lost her ladylike demeanor and laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward, almost crying. This monitor of Class 2 is quite eloquent. Can you make a key? Ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm dying of laughter. That's such a pity. Fuck you. For a moment, the whole audience burst into laughter, leaving only Qingyu with a face as red as liver. He stood there, clenched his fists and burst out with energy, gritting his teeth as he watched the laughing crowd. Brother Qingyu, are you waiting for him to apologize to the school bell now? Huang Yilan forced himself to suppress the smile on his face, looked at Qingyu's ashen face, and added fuel to the fire. Wait for nothing. Qingyu realized that he might have become a laughingstock in Qingqing No. 1 middle school. He wished he could go up and interrupt Wang Yong and tear his mouth. Do whatever you want, I don't care, he said angrily. Okay. Huang Yi said with joy. He looked at Wang Yong indifferently, strode forward, and a sharp wooden blade appeared in his hand. With a powerful energy, a 0.7 level energy burst out. Are you so proud of your momentary verbal triumph? I'll break your legs right now. She looked at Wang Yong coldly. Wang Yong looked at the four people approaching him and smiled. Why? You want me to make a key? Don't worry, you don't deserve it. Then, Wang Yong raised a finger and said confidently, even with my many years of experience in key making, even a piece of junk with some gold powder mixed in it still can't open a gold lock. You're looking for death. Huang Yi understood Wang Yong's sarcasm and immediately jumped up and cursed. His weak spots were provoked time and time again, and the murderous intent in his heart was aroused. She had a ferocious look on her face, and the wooden blade in her hand flashed with a cold green light. Her energy rolled and pointed directly at Wang Yong's throat. She was furious and wanted to kill Wang Yong to vent her anger. Be careful of sneak attacks. Su Xiong reacted immediately. I want you to die. Huang Yi screamed, and the emerald green wooden blade in her hand stabbed straight at Wang Yong's neck. As if she had lost her mind, she wanted to take Wang Yong's life. Her attack was so sudden and fast that before anyone could react, the tip of the sword had already stabbed out. Ding! A clear sound echoed in the open space. The scene everyone imagined did not appear. Huang Yi's sudden attack stopped, and her body wrapped in energy stood still like a petrified tree. The tip of the sword with a sharp cold light pierced through and was firmly grasped by two fingers. Everyone looked over in horror. Oh my god! What did I see? The useless squad leader that Qingyu mentioned actually used only two fingers to clamp the sharp wooden blade. Can a warrior's physical body resist the wooden blade evolved from a sea-level supernatural power? The world has gone crazy. Everyone seemed to be frozen, nailed to the spot. Mumu looked at the handsome man, whose slender, straight fingers were like the sharpest iron scissors, holding the wooden blade firmly between his two fingers. No, there's something wrong with his finger. Someone with sharp eyes noticed that Wang Yong's fingers had a faint red glow hidden beneath their pure white skin. Explode! Wang Yong shouted. Under his fingertips, a red light burst out, and waves as hot as a raging fire spread out in an instant, rapidly spreading to the entire wooden blade like ripples. Bang! With a muffled sound, the wooden blade was instantly engulfed and exploded by the red power, and the wooden blade shattered. The supernatural power was broken again. Huang Yi, who had been so arrogant just now, turned pale, spat out a mouthful of blood, became weak, and collapsed to the ground. No! Impossible! Impossible! She muttered to herself. Looking at the green fragments of the sword still remaining on the ground, which quickly evaporated into spiritual energy and dissipated, it was hard to accept this ending. Why did I lose? You are just a pariah. How can you break my superpowers? Huang Yi shouted loudly, her whole body dejected, her eyes dim. Wang Yong smiled without saying anything and did not explain. The water and fire abilities that have been advanced to sea level, under the attribute restraint and other all-round crushing, it would be a miracle if one didn't instantly kill a gadget condensed from a sea level ability. Compared to the physical blows, the mental torture is more tragic. Huang Yi's breath dropped rapidly like a flood. From 0.7 to 0.6. Level 0.5. Up to level 0.4. The already unstable foundation, which was forcibly raised to a higher level by relying on blood crystals and crystal cores obtained by other members of the rocket class from hunting exotic beasts, collapsed directly. Huang Yi also became the level 0.4 waste that she despised the most. Do you really think that a bitch mixed in with wolves can become a wolf by just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor? What a fool's dream. Wang Yong looked at the sad woman in front of him, just glanced at her, and then stopped looking at her, completely ignoring her. Not worth mentioning. With a slight smile on his face, he looked at the other three women who wanted to surround and kill him, and fiery red energy surged. After Wang Yong's water and fire abilities were upgraded from D level to C level, his strength increased again, and even his swimming energy became much stronger. Let's go! The other three girls at the bottom of the rocket class noticed Wang Yong's malicious gaze, their faces turned pale, and they wanted to run away immediately. But they ran into a lively fiery red swimming fish head-on, which was floating behind the three of them like a real living thing. Hey, don't run! Wang Yong's frivolous voice came, with a slightly teasing tone. We were wrong. Before the three women could even utter a word to beg for mercy, the fiery red fish erupted. Boom! The scorching waves spread like a tornado, enveloping and swallowing the three people. Wang Yong dug his ears and said calmly, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you." The three were severely injured and sat on the ground helplessly. However, thanks to Wang Yong's mercy, they did not suffer serious injuries. Under the scorching heat, the makeup on the three people's faces was hardened and turned into pieces, which fell off and looked like human skin, which was a bit creepy. His hair was dry and yellow, and although he didn't suffer serious injuries, his image at school was completely ruined. The students watching the game were frightened. The female students in Class 1, in particular, twitched their lips and instantly listed Wang Yong as one of the people they absolutely must not offend. This straight man, does he really have no feelings for flowers? He deserves to be single. Bai Xiao sneered inwardly. Brother Yong is awesome. Su Xiong's eyes lit up. Looking at the flame that burst out, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression was filled with excitement, from the heart. Fire attribute ability. And he uses it extremely skillfully, as if it were enhanced by some martial arts technique. 0.6 level Qi, the foundation is unexpectedly solid. Chen Yu, who was watching the game, spoke up and saw through Wang Yong's true identity at a glance. But he was just a little surprised and not too afraid. In Chen Yu's opinion, with 0.9 level energy and B-level supernatural talent, he has no rivals in Qingqing No. 1 middle school except those in the rocket class. Chen Yu took a step forward and said calmly, Wang Yong, is this your confidence? I heard that you entered the Wolf Fong realm. It seems that you were lucky enough to get some resources during the Beast Tide. In addition, you awakened your fire attribute ability, which just happened to restrain Huang Yi's wood blade talent. If this makes you feel smug, you've really disappointed me. That's all I think. Energy appeared in Chen Yu's hands, with a lively and elegant green color, and he seemed to be a little lighter. He seemed to have entered a hunting state, with the corners of his mouth raised, staring at the prey Wang Yong in front of him like the most experienced hunter. Chen Yu was unwilling to sit idly by and watch Wang Yong continue to be arrogant, so he planned to take action himself. After a warrior's Qi level reaches 0.9, if he is lucky enough to awaken a special talent, he can cultivate his mental strength in advance, transform the special talent into his own ability, add it to his Qi, and double his combat power. This is also one of the reasons why the 0.9 level is divided into first, second and third gears. Of course, Wang Yong, the pervert, is an exception. Compared with ordinary people, his double SSS abilities and SSS-level warrior talent are too bullying. Are you very confident? Wang Yong said with a smile. He did not display all of his special abilities, but there was a stream of fiery red fish-like energy in his hand, ready to burst out at any time. I told you, as people who entered the Langa realm at the same time, some differences are natural. Chen Yu sneered. Just like you, Wang Yong, will always be just an ordinary person, Yuqing belongs to me. He was extremely overbearing, claiming that while he had feelings for Fong Yuching, he would never let anyone else get involved. Chen Yu stood up and walked over step by step. Many classmates from Class 1 came to support him. I was at the last human camp, and I didn't see you joining the resistance. When the beast tide receded, some warriors who had been hiding in the corners began to emerge. I guess you are one of them. His words were pointed. After defeating and killing a wolf leader in the Wolf Fong alien realm, Chen Yu was confident that he could easily defeat anyone from Qingqing No. 1 middle school. Naturally, he looked down on Wang Yong, whom he had never met from beginning to end. That's right. The gains of some people in the Langa alien realm are indeed destined to be different. Wang Yong agreed. Recalling the passion of hunting the 4 wolf kings, and the subsequent hunting of the wolf pack at the alpha level, the high-end combat power of the dominant population in the wolf Fong realm was almost wiped out by him alone. This is also the main reason why human camps have never encountered many wolf-level leaders. Until now, Wang Yong still has hundreds of exotic beast crystal cores in his hands, not including the ones in Fong Yuching's hands, which adds up to more than 500. The quality of each one is not inferior to the one in Xinyu's hand. So we are destined to be from 2 different worlds. Xinyu held his head high and chest puffed out, his sharp face revealing a confident and condescending attitude. That's right, we are destined to be people from 2 different worlds. Wang Yong nodded and agreed. Xinyu looked at Wang Yong's sincerity, which came from the heart and did not seem fake, and felt that something seemed wrong. But he had already taken a step forward and said indifferently. So, are you ready to accept a crushing defeat? After Xinyu finished speaking, Wang Yong was about to speak when a familiar electronic sound appeared in his mind. Ding! Triggering God-level selection. Class 1 monitor Xinyu is arrogant and domineering, repeatedly provoking the host and attacking him, triggering the following options. Choice 1, go up and beat him up, let him know why the flowers are so red. Reward, Ora Fist Upgrade Experience Book 1 can upgrade Ora Fist from yellow grade mid grade to Xian grade low grade. Choice 2, hide your weakness again and lose to Xinyu. Reward, Coward Martial Arts Title Martial Arts, can increase the user's defense by 50%, and increase the defense of key weaknesses by 90%. Choice 3, the person who tied the bell must untie it. Xinyu has a rift with the host because Fong Yuching has a rift with her. Why doesn't he let Fong Yuching make her own decision? Reward, 1 Ora Fist Upgrade Experience Book can upgrade Ora Fist from yellow grade mid grade to black grade low grade. Totem Enhancement Enhanced Totem Type Marks, contracted beasts can temporarily enhance their racial talents through totems. A pair of twin rings Paralysis Ring Male, the holder's attacks gain paralysis, Teleportation Ring Female, the holder can use this ring to initially master spatial power. Here it comes. Wang Yong's eyes lit up. After reading all the information in his mind, his originally happy expression suddenly became strange. Oh my god, it turns out that this conflict arose because of Fong Yuching? As expected, women are trouble. Wang Yong muttered. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at Xinyu, who was full of fighting spirit across from him. He looked jealous, shook his head, and couldn't help but sigh. Alas! I say, you are causing trouble for me just because of a woman? Damn! Is that all you can do? Wang Yong, what are you daydreaming about? Xinyu saw Wang Yong standing there motionless. He said irritably, come on. Let's have a fight between men. Whoever loses, quits. Faced with such a sentence full of complaints, Wang Yong's face trembled. Forget it. He sighed. He was naturally tempted by option 3, which offered a very generous reward, but when it came to Fong Yuching, Wang Yong was not sure about the girl's mind. Instead of taking a gamble on option 3 with a rich reward, he would rather take option 1, which was a sure win. His whole body was filled with energy, and his whole temperament changed, like a wild lion out of its cage, or a latent dragon returning to the abyss. The whole person became fierce. Okay. Come on. Xinyu laughed. Walk like a dragon and gait like a tiger. He planned to beat Wang Yong up in public, making him lose all face and unable to face any opposite sex. Although Xinyu had not yet noticed that the ground beneath his feet had changed shape and color to varying degrees, Wang Yong only needed to think about it and the cruel, psychic pro would appear. When the time comes, oh. At this moment, there was a commotion from the crowd. The onlookers who were keen on watching the show spontaneously and proactively made way for their seats. A graceful figure came over, accompanied by countless admiring and passionate gazes. There seemed to be a few traces of tears on her delicate face, and her beautiful eyes, like spring water, were a little red and swollen, as if she was anxiously looking for something in the crowd. Wang Yong and Xinyu stopped at the same time. Turning my head, I met those beautiful eyes. Yuching. Xinyu spoke in a familiar manner, with a look of affection on his face. Looking at the perfect person walking towards him, Xinyu couldn't help but look expectant. Yuching, I know you're interested in me. He said affectionately, even holding the exotic beast crystal core he had risked his life to obtain in his palm. I am willing to give you the most precious thing I have ever obtained. Wang Yong said nothing and remained indifferent, just looking at Fong Yuching silently. The two people's attitudes are in sharp contrast. Seeing this, Fong Yuching smiled slightly on her pretty face and wiped the tears from her slightly red and swollen eyes. She's crying. It seems that school beauty Fong is moved by class monitor Chinyu. One is as beautiful as a fairy, the other is extremely powerful. They are a perfect match. That's right, besides class monitor Chinyu, who else is worthy of the school beauty Fong? There's no beauty that doesn't love a hero. It seems like these two are headed in the same direction. Many students in Class 1 agreed and confirmed the relationship between Fong Yuching and Chinyu. Some female classmates even wiped their tears secretly and offered their blessings silently. Wang Yong's psychological activities at this time were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. They could be described as turbulent. Because the moment Fong Yuching appeared, the system made a forced choice. That's right. It's mandatory. Ding option 3 has been selected and cannot be changed. Host, please take it seriously. Afterwards, the system fell silent, as if playing dead, and completely froze. Wang Yong was extremely frustrated. What a coincidence that he got stuck just 1 second before he was about to make a move. The reward in hand flew away? Just as everyone's eyes were fixed on the center, Fong Yuching approached. Chinyu straightened his chest, trying to show a calm and gentle expression on his face. He quickly put the beast crystal core, which was bigger than a pigeon egg, on an iron ring, like a luxurious ring. And the moment Fong Yuching came in front of him, he showed the crystal core ring just right, and knelt on one knee with a face that said, "The most affectionate person in Qingcheng." Oh oh oh. The crowd cheered in blessing at the right moment. But the next second the scene was silent. Fong Yuching had a slim figure and beautiful eyes, and passed by Chinyu. Without any stagnation. Without any hesitation. Not even a glance. Class 1 students? Class 2 students? The crowd? I'm out. Wang Yong looked at the girl approaching him step by step, and recalled the scene he had experienced in the strange world before. He put aside his uneasiness and spoke calmly. As soon as the words came out, the smile on Fong Yuching's face turned into worry and tears. She cried and threw herself into Wang Yong's arms, hugging him tightly with her arms. Warm fragrance and soft jade in my arms. Wang Yong's hands were suspended in the air, not knowing what to do, and his brain froze again. He lowered his head woodenly, looking at the girl crying bitterly, and a warm feeling inexplicably rose in his heart. Yes, in addition to my parents and relatives, there is also a girl who is always concerned about my safety. Soon, a large area of wetness appeared on the shoulders. Wang Yong finally realized what was happening and put his hands around the girl's back and patted her gently. Just like coaxing a child. The pretty face on her shoulder, which was both happy and angry, raised its head, with crystal tears in the corners of its eyes. When it felt the force from behind, its face turned red, which was rare. Fong Yuching glared at Wang Yong shyly and scolded him softly, "Why don't you let go? Have you taken advantage of me enough?" Wang Yong nodded in agreement. "Why don't you let go? You bastard." Fong Yuching gritted her teeth. He looked around quietly. This is outside, many people are watching. The fiery gazes around her made this proud and shy school beauty feel a little embarrassed. But as soon as he looked over, he found 2 hands hanging in the air, with nowhere to put them, standing on both sides of him. Is this Wang Yong's hand? This is what Fong Yuching discovered. It was his own hands, pressed tightly against Wang Yong's well-defined back, holding him tightly. A look of deep love and deep affection. Fong Yuching noticed the pair of half-smiling gazes above her head, and her face turned red all of a sudden, and even her ears became red. He pulled his hands back and covered his face. The feeling of shame and anger instantly reached its peak. Okay, steam is about to come out. Choice 3 completed, the reward has been sent to the storage space, please use it as soon as possible. Electronic sound rang out. Wang Yong didn't dare to continue teasing Fong the school beauty. What if this arrogant school beauty turned into a steam girl and exploded on the spot? He reached out and pulled Fong Yuching behind him to block all curious gazes. Compared to Class 1's misunderstanding, hatred, and satisfaction? The relief, confusion, and bewilderment of the onlookers. Most of the students in Class 2 had a strange expression on their faces, a big anti-smile. Especially the Suxiong group led by Bai Xiao, it is hard to imagine a group of strong men looking at you with an anti-smile on their faces, which is very similar to some readers in front of the screen. Except for Qingyu, who was still in grief and hadn't reacted, most of the eyes were questioning. Fong Yuching's fingers quietly pinched the soft flesh on Wang Yong's waist. After going through all the embarrassing things just now, her voice was a little soft. It's all your fault. How am I supposed to step down now? Wang Yong coughed and whispered, don't worry, leave it to me. After saying this, he raised his head and faced everyone with a confident smile on his face. He spread his hands and said, I think everyone is curious about the relationship between Fong Yuching and me. Everyone nodded and pricked up their ears. Looking forward.jpg. Wang Yong, okay, let me briefly explain the relationship between Fong Yuching and me. Just make sure you understand. In short, this is the situation. Everyone? Wang Yong, everyone can see the relationship between Fong Yuching and me, and I can say a few words about it. Maybe you didn't quite understand it, but that's what I meant. Everyone? Wang Yong, I've seen this kind of thing a lot. I just want to say that those who understand will understand. I won't explain to those who don't. After all, it's enough for me to know it myself. You guys think about it carefully. All the onlookers at the scene looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. They seemed to understand something, but also seemed to understand nothing. Wang Yong smiled knowingly and raised his voice an octave. Su Xiong. Su Xiong, who had nearly fallen asleep in the audience, stood up reflexively, wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Squad leader, I'm here. Su Xiong, do you understand what I just said? Wang Yong said. Su Xiong scratched his head and was about to tell the truth, but immediately met those fierce eyes, and heard Wang Yong's voice in his ears. Do you want to go to a foreign land for training? Be good and tell me you understand, and I will take you there. Faced with the temptation in his ears, Su Xiong instantly became alert. Who is he, Su Xiong? A tough bear man? How can I be tempted by interests? Thinking of this, Su Xiong's energy sank into his dantian, his eyes as heavy as a hammer as he met Wang Yong's gaze. I understand. The sound like a cannonball exploded, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked in shock at the burly man who didn't look very smart, with his chest puffed out and wisdom shining in his eyes. Wang Yong said in a deep voice, do you really understand? Su Xiong, I understand. Wang Yong, great. Even the big idiot understands it, so there shouldn't be any idiot here who doesn't understand it. Everyone. Su Xiong. Wang Yong casually pointed to a handsome man in glasses in the crowd, with a signature lightning bolt pattern on his forehead. Student, do you understand? The man with the glasses looked at the big, stupid guy who was still standing there in a daze, forgetting to sit down, and gritted his teeth. I understand. Wang Yong was delighted. Do you really understand? The man with the glasses was even more certain. I really understand. Wang Yong turned around and looked at everyone. Do you understand? Everyone, I think I understand too. You understand too? What a coincidence. I should be smarter than you and understand it earlier. You're talking nonsense. I was the one who understood it first. I'm obviously the smartest, I'm the first one to understand. The onlookers at the scene joined the brother understanding competition, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Fong Yuching was stunned, her heart was round like an O and could hardly close. It turns out it can be done this way. I've learned something new. Just when Fong Yuching thought that the matter was over, Xinyu, who was in a state of deep grief, finally came to his senses. The first time I saw the two people on the stage acting so intimately, my little heart began to feel the pain that it shouldn't have to endure at this age, and it was beating. He let out a desperate cry like a dying beast. I don't understand. Chapter 72. I haven't used my strength yet. A sad and angry voice came. Fong Yuching and Wang Yong looked over at the same time and found that Xinyu had stood up at some point. His eyes were red as he glared at Wang Yong fiercely, his fingertips almost poking him in the face, and he roared. Yuching, how am I inferior to him? Fong Yuching was stunned, looking at the boy holding a beast crystal core that was bigger than a pigeon egg. At this moment, Xinyu should have a little expectation in his heart. The fingers holding the crystal core of the strange beast were sweating. Fong Yuching stared at Xinyu silently for a long time, pondered for a moment, and said lightly. Classmate, do we know each other? May I ask who you are? As soon as the words fell, Xinyu's face suddenly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his chest with one hand and said heartbreakingly. Yuching, you. Fong Yuching frowned when she heard that and said calmly, my dear classmate, I don't think we are familiar with each other, so please don't call me that. What are you still hesitating about? Let's go. I don't want to waste my time with this kind of person. If you dawdle any longer, I'll leave. What else do you need later? Wang Yong's lazy voice came, with a hint of disgust and impatience, and an attitude of not giving a word to the beautiful school beauty, which made people feel angry and just wanted to hit her. I'm coming. Fong Yuching hurriedly caught up with Wang Yong's footsteps. Her voice, which was cold and calm just now, became gentle and warm at this moment. His clear-cut attitude completely shattered the last bit of fantasy and expectation in Xinyu's heart. His expression suddenly turned cold, and his eyes became as cold as a venomous snake. Staring intently at Wang Yong's back. The two walked side by side, talking and laughing, looking very intimate, like a couple in heaven. The golden sunlight at noon slanted down and hit their shoulders, forming black silhouettes on the clean porcelain wall, like a couple in love cuddling together. Wang Yong. Chunyu gritted his teeth, his hysterical tone like a ghost crawling out of hell, filled with endless resentment. Wang Yong heard the shouting from behind and frowned. Why is this person so troublesome? It never ends, right? As soon as he turned his head, he saw a terrifying and sharp gust of wind blowing across his face, carrying with it the agility and murderousness of the wind. Bang! The next moment, a ray of lightning leaped up, shattering the energy, and a large amount of spiritual energy dissipated. Fong Yuching actually took the initiative to help Wang Yong block the attack. Classmate, attacking someone from behind is too much. What do you want to do? Fong Yuching spoke first, a layer of coldness covering her delicate face. At this moment, Chunyu was furious, staring at Wang Yong with red eyes. Seeing that the girl he secretly loved actually took the initiative to help Wang Yong block it and even questioned him, he was furious. He spoke word by word, his eyes fixed on the handsome boy in front of him. Wang Yong, if you are a man, don't hide behind a woman, come out and fight one-on-one. Only the strong are qualified to be favored by women. After hearing this, Wang Yong looked at Chunyu strangely, sneered, and pointed at his head. Hey, my friend, is this okay? Chunyu became even angrier. Shut up. Fong Yuching was very unhappy now. She even forgot to refute Chinyu's talk about his beloved. She hated being treated like a commodity. What does it mean that if you win, you are entitled to it? What is Fong Yuching then? Is she a rare treasure? Only the strong can obtain it? This guy who appeared out of nowhere kept saying that he wanted to get me. This made Fong Yuching's chest heaving with anger. Did he really think she was Nie Feng's mother? Standard for a martial arts leader? You are so grown up. Childish or not. I'm here to teach him a lesson. This guy has a dirty mouth. He deserves a beating. Wang Yong said in a low voice. Fong Yuching glared at Wang Yong, who was trying to suppress his laughter. Seeing him stand up for her, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart. He hummed, turned his head, and said calmly, "No, it's a good opportunity to try out what you taught me." What she was referring to was naturally the notes on practicing supernatural powers that Wang Yong had given her in the strange world before. The notes written by Wang Yong were not only easy to understand but also seemed to be tailor-made for her, allowing Fong Yuching, who had S-level dual supernatural talents, to achieve considerable results in the notes in a short period of time. Are you sure? He's quite powerful. He even entered the Wolf Fong realm yesterday and killed a wolf leader all by himself. He's quite powerful. Wang Yong told her the information he knew to prevent her from suffering any loss. Okay, I get it. He's very strong, but I'm not weak either. Fong Yuching arched her cute nose and said playfully. Don't you know my strength? Wang Yong was silent for a moment and nodded. Just as I was about to say something, I was interrupted. Ah! Chunyu was so angry that the two were still flirting that his heart was beating fast. But the next moment, the jumping lightning leaped in front of him like an elf, extremely fast. Chunyu was shocked. Thunder! Fong Yuching said lightly, pinching her fingers to make a seal. The strong and violent lightning turned into a thunder carp. The fish scales on its body were extremely realistic, with thin thunder patterns. It spitted out lightning from its mouth and attacked Chunyu in the face. Is this imitating my swimming energy? Wang Yong looked strange. Chunyu sensed the power of thunder and lightning, the brutality of which was hidden beneath the destructive waves. He had not taken Fong Yuching seriously at first, but his expression changed instantly. Wind! Break the clouds! Chunyu formed a seal with his fingers and decisively played his trump card. The rich green spiritual energy gathered into the shape of geese, forming a swift geese formation that collided with the carp. Boom! There was a crack of lightning, and a huge hole was blown out in the floor. The smoke and dust dispersed. Shenyu stood there panting, his legs shaking constantly, his face blackened and charred, obviously at a disadvantage. "TSK, I thought you were so strong. I didn't expect you to be just average." Fong Yuching spoke in disappointment. Everyone's face was filled with shock, their ears filled with thunder, and they kept saying, "Fuck, the school beauty is so strong. Didn't the school beauty just get promoted to level 0.8? Why is she so fierce? Lightning power. Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen a school beauty use such powerful lightning. What level of power does this require?" Yes, don't forget, Shinyu is a level 0.9, and he is a level 0.9 who has defeated beasts of the same level. He is far from being comparable to Huang Yi's medicine jar. Brothers, Fong Yuching is from class 2, and Shinyu is from class 1. Why do I feel like this class of senior year is full of hidden talents? Everyone's faces changed color, their eyes were filled with shock. Were you praising Shinyu just now for being so great? Now the school beauty attacked and beat the great master Shinyu into this state. So converted to that, how powerful must the school beauty be? Fong Yuching is now the center of attention, and Shinyu's defeat has made all his fame a joke. Everyone even looked at Wang Yong with suspicion. This guy looks average. His strength is so weak. Besides being a little handsome, what else is there? How could this good-for-nothing monitor of class 2 be so lucky as to be favored by the beautiful and strong school belle? Can being handsome really make a living? Wang Yong seemed to be aware of the scrutiny of the crowd. Slightly sideways, smiling brightly. The sunlight slanting down on the white wall behind him actually cast a slender and gentle halo around Wang Yong. His whole temperament became even more extraordinary, and his beautiful black pupils were as dazzling as gemstones. Gentle and reserved. These words surged into everyone's mind at the same time. The male students turned their heads silently and muttered a few random words. It seemed that they were convinced in their hearts but not in their words. Wow, class 2's monitor is so handsome. Girls, I'm in love again. Yeah, why didn't I realize Wang Yong was so handsome before? I love it. That's right, with that kind of beauty, I'd be happy to support her even if I asked, slurp, slurp. Many girls' eyes lit up immediately, they covered their cheeks like crazy, and even their legs felt weak. If you look carefully, you can see that many of the girls are even Shinyu and Yonglei from class 1. Now they are falling in love with other people much faster than turning the pages of a book. Fong Yuching gained the upper hand with just one strike. Just as she turned her head to get Wang Yong's praise, she saw a group of girls surrounding Wang Yong, with stars in their eyes and a look of infatuation on their faces. She surrounded Wang Yong tightly and rubbed his soft breasts against hers from time to time. His hands are still not honest, as if he wants to take advantage of Wang Yong. Even more unhappy. Be careful of the impact, hey. You are girls, could you please not be so proactive? As she spoke, she stepped forward and pulled away the girls who kept trying to take advantage of Wang Yong. Like a kitten guarding its food, she pulled away Bai Xiao, who was closest to Wang Yong, with an angry look on her face. Bai Xiao, you are my best friend. What are you doing? Bai Xiao coughed and said, Hey, didn't you say you didn't have anyone you liked? What's going on? Could it be that our Fonda campus beauty has fallen in love with me? Fong Yuching was stunned for a moment, a bright red flush appeared on her delicate cheeks, she was so beautiful. Facing her bestie's questioning, she stiffened her neck and said stubbornly, He and I fought side by side in the Wolf Fong alien realm. We were comrades. How could I bear to watch you bully him? What do you mean by bullying? He clearly didn't resist. Several girls from class 1 heard the conversation between the two and thought they had a chance, so they refuted. You? Fong Yuching was very angry. I found Wang Yong beside me looking dazed and standing there like a wooden stick, indifferent. Even more angry. He reached out and pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Wang Yong didn't react in time. He just felt a buzzing sound, and a large group of people surrounded him. In front of him were white thighs and the fragrance of virginity. Then he was pulled away, and immediately he felt a pain in his waist. Follow me. A shy voice entered my ears. He raised his head. Meeting those shy and angry eyes, Wang Yong finally realized what was happening and followed Fong Yuching out of the crowd. Shenyu, who was standing there motionless, had dull eyes and a gloomy expression, as if he had experienced a major blow. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Shenyu was injured by Fong, the school beauty, and has become the laughingstock of the whole school. TSK, how miserable. Wang Yong smacked his lips and looked at this failed fake rival with pity. From the moment I appeared on stage till now. He hasn't even finished playing yet. He's already been hit like this. In other words, you fell down before I even exerted any strength? How disappointing. Shin Yu first got angry because school beauty Fong was hostile to him, and then inexplicably targeted him. After being challenged by Fong Yuching with a few words to a duel, she unexpectedly was rejected mercilessly. She was so angry that she wanted to fight to the death with her. Fong Yuching was once again forcefully protecting him, protecting her master Fu? Wang Yong subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the girl who was pulling at the corner of his clothes, lowering her head and walking away quickly. My ears are all red. Taking the initiative to pull a boy away in public was too exciting for Fong Yuching. She felt an inexplicable surge of emotions in her heart, a mixture of sour and sweet, an indescribable feeling. Wang Yong didn't think too much about it. He stretched out his other hand and rubbed the other person's little head. Fong Yuching shook her head, pouted her lips, turned around and glared at Wang Yong in dissatisfaction. Her gentle eyes were like a cat's, alert and soft. The two people's eyes met in mid-air, and the dust in the pale yellow air also solidified at this moment. Beautiful and flawless. This scene, which was like a scene of lovers acting coquettishly, broke the hearts of all the male and female students present. Burp, I'm fed up with this dog food. Bai Xiao wailed with a gloomy look in her eyes. Su Xiong, who was standing next to her, scratched his head foolishly. He always felt that the two of them were a good match. At this moment, Shen Yu, who had just completely lost hope, looked up and saw the intimate scene between the two. The surging anger almost burst out of his eyes. Jealousy and hatred. Not reconciled. Why does this pretty boy get the favor of the goddess? Who is he? I'm fighting in the wolf fawn land, squaring the alpha wolf. That guy's probably hiding in a corner, trembling in fear. He almost bit his teeth to pieces, and the unequal anger in his heart completely devoured Shen Yu's reason. With a glimmer of light in his hand, Shen Yu took the crystal core of the exotic beast in his hand. He stuffed a handful into his mouth and swallowed it forcefully. Boom! The spiritual energy suddenly exploded, and the terrifying spiritual energy waves spread out. Shen Yu's eyes were filled with determination as he recited a strange incantation. His aura actually rose again at this moment. The floor was blown apart by the violent, unrestrained energy, and gravel flew everywhere. At this time, Shen Yu had gone mad and lost his mind, and he forcibly swallowed the crystal core of the exotic beast that he regarded as a treasure. Activate special secret method. The wind god has fallen. Shen Yu roared to the sky, and the surging energy in his body gathered into a torrent of spiritual energy, attacking Fong Yuching's back with lightning speed. With a determined killing intention. The raid came so suddenly that even the students present were unable to react. When the wrong destructive wave flows out, it is already too late. The spiritual energy turned into a black vortex and went straight to the vital point on Fong Yuching's back. If this attack hits, I'm afraid that even if the school beauty doesn't die, she will become a disabled person. That's right, the person he killed was Fong Yuching. Shen Yu hated her as much as he loved her at first. Careful! Squad leader, behind me! The students in class 2 all spoke loudly, their faces filled with anxiety, especially Su Xiong. If he hadn't been held down by Bai Xiao, he would have almost rushed forward and used his body as a shield. Wang Yong's eyes were slightly cold, and from his direction, he could just catch a glimpse of all of Shen Yu's killing moves behind Fong Yuching. It's over, he said softly, exerting a little force on his palm. Fong Yuching, who noticed the movement behind her, was about to turn around when she was stopped by Wang Yong. What's wrong? She asked, tilting her head. It's okay, there's a bee. Wang Yong sneered, raised his eyebrows, and joked, watch how I flick it away. Fong Yuching is dead. Far outside the crowd, Mingxi, who was standing side by side with Zhou Qi, the number 1 in the rocket class, spoke with a faint smile on her pretty face, feeling somewhat pleased and even a little regretful. How great it would be if Wang Yong could be killed with this blow. But it's better this way. Wang Yong offended Shen Yu and made him pay a terrible price to perform the secret technique. I'm afraid he will be miserable for the rest of his life. Brother Zhou Qi, what do you think? Thinking of this, she put away the joy on her face and asked the man beside her coquettishly. This Fong Yuching can defeat Shen Yu at level 0.9, but facing an attack of this level, I'm afraid she won't be able to resist. Mingxi's eyes were filled with awe and admiration, and only she and a very few people in the class understood. How strong is Zhou Qi? In the alien world of war, the rocket class once encountered a major crisis and met a powerful enemy at the top of the alien world. Even the warriors who protected them, 7 powerful warriors of level 0.9, were easily killed by the unknown beast. And that strange beast is suspected to be the king of the beacon beasts. Just when everyone was in despair, the strange beast disappeared after an hour, leaving behind only a pool of blood and the scattered beacon beast group. In the team, only Mingxi discovered that Zhou Qi had left for a while before the unknown beast disappeared. Even the head teacher doesn't know how strong Zhou Qi is, even though he usually keeps a low profile. Zhou Qi ignored Mingxi. He was frowning and thinking about something. A moment later, he turned his head, glanced at Mingxi, and said lightly, "I don't care what grudges you have with Wang Yong, but please don't involve me. We're not that close. It's just that my father is related to your family." After saying that, he turned around and left alone. Mingxi looked at his back with hatred and pursed his lips. It doesn't matter. Anyway, my family is connected to your father Zhou Chuanxiong. Zhou Qi, sooner or later you will fall at my feet. Chapter 73. Suppress Wang Yong. The wind god has fallen. Shen Yu roared, and a black energy torrent rushed towards Fong Yuching's back like a tornado. But what is worrying is that Fong Yuching did not notice the abnormality behind her at this moment, which is really worrying. Wang Yong watched the attack calmly. This attack, which reached the 3rd level, did not even cause a ripple in the calm pool under his eyes. Swimming fish explosion. He scolded softly. A fiery red and ice blue fish-like energy rose from the ground, and it was unknown when it had hidden in the ground. Fiery red and ice blue intertwined, 2 completely different and opposite sea-level abilities erupted. Boom boom. The explosion sounded horrifically, and the tiles on the ground exploded. A deep hum was heard. Shen Yu was seriously injured immediately. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound and collapsed to the ground. This was not over yet. A slight crackling sound was heard in his qi, and Shen Yu's already weak breath rapidly dropped. Yui quickly placed his hand on his lower abdomen, looked at Wang Yong in disbelief, and muttered to himself absent-mindedly, "My qi is broken." As soon as the words fell, the crowd fell into deathly silence. All the students who were watching the fun looked at each other in confusion, and even the students in Class 1 fell into dead silence. The Qi Hai is broken. They all knew what this meant. Shen Yu wasted. He had no chance of becoming a warrior. Wang Yong was stunned. He didn't mean to blow up his Qi. It should be the result of Shen Yu using a secret technique, and the overly powerful energy backfired on him during the battle. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Shen Yu was ruined. A promising senior high school student was ruined. The school might have to intervene. But no one stepped forward to blame Wang Yong. After all, everyone saw Shen Yu take the initiative to attack Fong Yuching, using a secret technique and being ruthless. "You've ruined me." Shen Yu's eyes showed resentment, and he pointed at Wang Yong with trembling fingers. "Yeah." Wang Yong did not deny it and nodded lightly. "It was not intentional. You forcefully used a secret technique to attack and kill your classmate. You couldn't withstand the backlash. Your foundation is weak, so it's normal for your qi to collapse." Many other onlookers pointed and talked at him. He looked at me with disdain and spat from time to time, which was extremely disgusting. Attacking from behind, what a villain. The students in Class 1 were too embarrassed to stay any longer. Feeling the contemptuous gazes from all around them, their faces burning, they quietly retreated to the side. Who made Shen Yu their class monitor? Not only can they not beat the other party, but they also attack from behind. They also look down on this method in their hearts. The students in Class 2 clenched their fists and looked at Wang Yong excitedly. "Damn, after not seeing you for one night, the squad leader has become so awesome. Especially Su Xiong. If Bai Xiao hadn't noticed that the atmosphere was not right and held the big fool tightly, I'm afraid he would have really shouted. It's good to waste it." The scene was surprisingly quiet at this time, and everyone who was discussing heatedly shut up. The college entrance examination is coming soon. As a top university student in his senior year, Shen Yu has a 0.9 level of ability and is sure to get into a 985 university. If I'm abandoned at this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the school to deal with it. At this time, Fong Yuching understood the whole story and looked at Wang Yong gratefully without even looking at Shen Yu. "The dean is here," someone shouted. A path opened up among the crowd. I saw a middle-aged woman in a black suit walking quickly towards me. Her face was gloomy and her facial muscles were stiff like a zombie, giving people a feeling of depression. The principal of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School, Lin Yanzi. We've received a report. Someone is openly fighting on campus. A sharp female voice came, and the sound alone gave people a feeling that she was not to be messed with. The dean of studies came over and saw the familiar face. Wang Yong's heart skipped a beat. There was no other reason. This face was about 70% similar to Lin Xiangguan, who was beaten up by him in the martial arts gym before. There's no way these two people are related by blood. Wang Yong complained helplessly. He raised his head and met those eyes that were almost spitting out anger. Lin Yanzi, the director of teaching at Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School, is in charge of school education matters. He has great power and has the right to punish students and the disciplinary committee. Warrior Class 2, Squad Leader Wang Yong. Director Lin raised his glasses, which were thicker than the bottom of a beer bottle, and was followed by two burly security guards. I received a student report that Wang Yong, the monitor of Warrior Class 2, abused his power and intentionally provoked trouble, severely injuring a classmate. Afterwards, the tall security warrior nearby had checked the injuries of several people and sent them to the infirmary for treatment. He whispered a few words to them, and Lin Yanzi's face became even uglier. As she spoke, she looked at Chen Yu, whose aura had fallen to the bottom of the valley, and Huang Yi and the other four who were seriously injured. The corners of her mouth inadvertently curled up. This Wang Yong had beaten up his own brother in a martial arts gym not long ago. He was just looking for an excuse to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect to be caught so quickly. Director Lin. It wasn't the squad leader who took the initiative. They provoked him first, and the squad leader was forced to fight back. Su Xiong couldn't help but start explaining, and the students from Class 2 started testifying. That's right, those people were the ones who provoked the monitor first. I bear witness. Shut up! Lin Yanzi shouted angrily. An astonishing burst of energy, the 1.5 level energy, crushed everyone in Class 2 like a hurricane. How to judge is the business of the Academic Affairs Office. It has nothing to do with you students. If you guys want to interfere, I don't recommend giving you any more detentions. The school's little darkroom is pretty empty. Her face was gloomy, and she obviously wanted to use Wang Yong to establish her authority. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and many senior high school students are very restless. With the college entrance examination approaching, many students begin to become irritable and lose their temper under heavy pressure, and the number of fights has increased sharply recently. As the head teacher, Lin Yanzi was naturally overwhelmed. Now is the perfect time. Wang Yong, the squad leader of Warrior Class 2, got into a fight, and it just so happened that he had beaten his own brother Lin Xiangguan, and was worried that he had no evidence to prove his mistake. Thinking of this, Lin Yanzi's eyes became dangerous. As long as Wang Yang is severely punished, put in solitary confinement until the college entrance examination, and given a serious warning, it will naturally serve as a warning to the other students who are causing trouble. Even the monitor has been punished. Do you dare to cause trouble? Wang Yong, who has no background and comes from an ordinary family, is the perfect target to make an example of him. As the cold voice fell, the students who were originally watching the excitement immediately retreated far away. I would rather offend Principal Wang than King of Hell Lin. This sentence is widely circulated in Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School, and many students are afraid of this woman from the bottom of their hearts. Even the students in Class 2 were frightened by the threatening words and fell silent, not daring to raise their heads. Huang Yi, who had just been carried onto a stretcher and was about to go to the infirmary, came to her senses. She looked at Wang Yong with resentment and laughed wildly. Good penalty. I support it. She was very proud in her heart. As the Dean of Studies, Lin Yanzi took a lot of the sponsorship fees from many of the students who were sponsored to enter the rocket class. If we allow the sponsored students of the rocket class to be beaten, which sponsored students would dare to come the next year? The most direct interests lie here. Lin Yanzi sneered at Wang Yong in front of her and said coldly, Wang Yong, do you admit your guilt? Wang Yong raised his head slightly. I don't know. It's useless for you not to know. Lin Yanzi completely ignored Wang Yong's words. I am the director of the teaching department. The punishment I am giving you now is a notice, not an inquiry. After saying that, she took out the black roster and said, Wang Yong, monitor of Class 2, got into a fight and seriously injured a classmate. This has an extremely negative impact. You are hereby stripped of your position as class monitor and given a serious warning. This will be permanently recorded in your file. Effective immediately, all preferential treatment for key classes will be revoked, and all training and study will be cancelled. You will be sent to a dark room for self-reflection and reformation, and this reflection must be completed 3 days before the college entrance exam. Do you have any objection? Director Lin's voice echoed in the corridor. I refuse, Wang Yong said in a deep voice. This favoritism is so obvious, it's not even acting. He was dissatisfied with the verdict, he did nothing wrong. Why should I be punished? Refusal is invalid. If you have any questions, please report them to the Qingqing School Committee. Now is the notice. Director Lin flipped through the roster without even looking at Wang Yong. I don't agree. The class monitor didn't do anything wrong, why should he be punished? All of us here, including the students in Class 2, can testify to this. Su Xiong shouted angrily, completely ignoring Bai Xiao's attempts to stop him. Lin Yanzi turned her head and looked over expressionlessly. Who among you can testify? She held up the roster in her hand. The Dean of Studies had the power to enforce the rules. Once a punishment was imposed, it would even affect the school a student chose for the college entrance examination. I testify. Su Xiong raised his head. His grades rank among the top 3 in Class 2. Naturally, his family is rich and powerful, so he is not afraid of being bullied. The worst that can happen is that he can take 2 months off and come back to school for the college entrance examination. Anyone else? Are you the only one in Class 2? Lin Yanzi looked at Bai Xiao and the other students from Class 2 behind Su Xiong. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, looking at them coldly, with an obvious warning in his eyes. The students from Class 2 behind him looked hesitant. Should I quit? Helping Wang Yong might offend the dean. Before the college entrance exam, the Dean of Studies was everything. If you were caught and punished, you'd be doomed. Your future would be bleak. But squad leader Wang Yong took the whole class to practice martial arts in the martial arts school, and the martial arts master promised to give them priority in actual combat training for free. This is great news for them. People cannot, or at least should not. Wang Yong saw that they were hesitant and obviously wanted to back down. He sighed in his heart, thinking that it was human nature. It is normal that people will be punished by heaven and earth if they don't care about themselves. But I couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable, after all, I was the squad leader. I testify. A sweet and clear voice came. Bai Xiao, you. Su Xiong turned his head and looked at his school beauty best friend, wanting to persuade her. The class monitor is a very good person. He practices very hard, takes us to the martial arts gym to practice, and has made a lot of contributions to the class. Bai Xiao said. Many students in Class 2 were shocked and silent for a moment, then stood beside Bai Xiao. I can testify that the class monitor is definitely not that kind of person. Wang Yong met those pairs of trusting eyes, and the corners of his mouth became a little dry, and his originally depressed heart felt a lot more relaxed. Those who testified included both men and women, and basically all the students from Class 2 who were present stood up. Seeing so many people come out to testify, Lin Yanzi became even more angry. She hadn't expected so many people to go against her wishes and openly oppose her punishment. Her dean was embarrassed, her voice trembling with anger. You're all good, all the students in Class 2 are good. You're disobedient to your teachers, but you deserve to be brought up by a class monitor. As she spoke, she took out the page from Class 2 of the senior year roster and said, Students in Class 2 are disrespecting their teachers and violating school rules. I hereby declare that Class 2's resource allocation will be cut in half from now on. This will last for 2 months. The undistributed resource allocation from last month will also be deducted. With these words, all the students in Class 2 changed their expressions. Class resources are mostly exotic beast blood crystals and crystal cores. As the school's warrior Class 2, there is a fixed quota every month for students to improve their cultivation. Especially as a senior high school student, resources are not a small amount for most students. There are still 2 months left before the college entrance examination. The salary will be cut in half in 2 months, plus the share of last month that will be paid out soon will be deducted. King Yanlin actually withheld 2/3 of the resources from Warrior Class 2, but it cost them their lives. Now all of them are in the golden period of martial arts training, and they can't afford to delay. This blow is more serious than a punishment. Hit the aorta directly on Class 2. I don't agree. Just as the students in Class 2 were immersed in gloom and anxiety, a cold voice was heard. Fong Yuching's beautiful eyes were filled with indifference as she said indifferently, "The Dean of Studies has no right to interfere with the distribution of resources to the Gaokao classes. If you dare to withhold any of them without permission, someone will come talk to you." "Looking for me?" Lin Yanzi seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. "Isn't it? If you dare to deduct it, I will report you to the higher-ups. After all, many of my colleagues are still in contact with my parents after they left," Fong Yuching said confidently. At this time, the crowd of onlookers had been dispersed by the security warriors, and now only the students from Class 2 were left. Wang Yong said, "There are frequent disturbances in the alien realm right now. In addition, there was a beast tide in the Wolf Fong alien realm. There are problems with Qingqing City's education funding. The resource quota for Warrior Class 2 has been affected. It has been reduced or even suspended. This is perfectly normal, don't you think? Director Lin." Wang Yong briefly stated Lin Yanzi's possible excuse. "Student Wang, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? The verdict regarding you is the decision of the Academic Affairs Office. If you have any questions, please report them to the Academic Affairs Office." Lin Yanzi pretended to be stupid. Naturally, there would be no room for gossip in public, and the cunning look in his eyes indirectly verified the possibility of Wang Yong's words. How shameless! Su Xiong clenched his fists. Although he was simple-minded, he was not stupid. He understood what Wang Yong said in a roundabout way. Punishing Class 2 was just a matter of course. She was just the principal, and Lin Yanzi didn't have any reward for the students' college entrance examination results, so it had nothing to do with her immediate release. The real purpose is to suppress Wang Yong. If he is locked up in a dark room where there is no spiritual energy and no freedom, let alone making progress in cultivation, it would be good enough if he can maintain his cultivation level and not regress. If he was not mistaken, squad leader Wang Yong had awakened special abilities at some point, and his combat power was quite strong, with a bright future ahead of him. This was going to ruin his future. Chapter 74 Intelligence Reduction Aura Level 2. Director Lin, are you really determined to punish me like this? Aren't you afraid that we will jointly report it to the Discipline Inspection Commission of the Education District? Fong Yuching said sternly. Her pretty face turned red because of anger. She felt indignant about what happened to Wang Yong. It was clearly not Wang Yong's fault, but he was punished like this. The District Education Department's Discipline Inspection Commission is naturally the place to accept complaints about school discipline. Student Fong, the punishment of the disciplinary office is fair and impartial. Not everyone can question it. Not even you. Lin Yanzi sneered, not caring at all about Fong Yuching's special identity. If her parents were still alive, Lin Yanzi might not dare to be so arrogant, but they have been dead for more than 10 years. Even if her connections are vast and her roots are far-reaching, some relationships will decay with the burial of the body. You. Fong Yuching was very angry at the tone of Director Lin's words and clenched her fists. If you really have the ability, why don't you control most of the Fong family's assets? Instead, you give them to your distant relatives? Two warriors on the side whispered as they provided security. That's right, she's just a little girl, and she actually reported it? Another warrior security guard stated. The case of Wang Yong assaulting his classmates has been finalized. He's been sentenced to an E-level punishment. There's no getting around it. Lin Yanzi waved her hand to signal the two security guards to be silent. Several teachers from the teaching department came over in the distance, holding a notice device in their hands. The notice instrument is connected to the internal education system of the Great Xia Kingdom and the internal information of major universities. Generally, only students who have committed serious mistakes will be published on it for record filing, like a stain on a person's life file. Director Lin. Two teachers from the Academic Affairs Office came over breathlessly, looking at the indignant students around them and the traces of fighting on the ground. And behind the battle Wang Yong, he was confronting Director Lin. There was a vague scene of confrontation between the two sides, which was a bit puzzling. They were not aware of everything that had happened, but they were notified that there had been a vicious student fight and were asked to bring the bulletin board from the teaching department. I said, remember. Seeing the two of them coming, Lin Yanzi decided to cut off the trouble quickly and did not intend to delay any further. Record it directly? According to the procedure, shouldn't we first investigate the surveillance, contact witnesses, and go through the procedures of the teaching department? It's not a good idea to record it directly. The male teacher with the intercom hesitated. Lin Yanzi's eyes suddenly became sharp, carving into the male teacher's face like a knife. Just remember what I told you to remember. Is it possible for Director Lin to make a mistake? Another female teacher from the teaching department scolded in a low voice. Are you crazy? Are you questioning Director Lin? He has close ties to the Qingqing Education Department. Oh, you tell me. I'll remember. The male teacher who had questioned the idea also thought of this and nodded quickly, not daring to disobey Director Lin. Director Lin, are you sure you want to do this? Wang Yong interrupted the conversation and said with a frown. Student, we are doing school business now, please don't speak. The female teacher who scolded said lightly, looking down at Wang Yong condescendingly. I'm saying, are you sure you want to record it this way? If I remember correctly, the records on the communicator will be synchronized to the internal records of universities across the country immediately and cannot be changed. Wang Yong warned for the last time, with an inexplicable color on his face. Student, if you have any opinions, you can report them to the Qingqing Education Department. The people from the Qingqing Education Department will review it again according to the procedures. I believe they will give you a reply, said the female teacher in a cold and hard voice. What if you don't respond? Wang Yong pressed further. The female teacher's expression remained unchanged and she did not respond. Lin Yanzi also turned her head away, too lazy to pay attention to Wang Yong. The male teacher who had just questioned him sighed and said, Student, if you are dissatisfied with the disciplinary action and Qingqing officials will not respond, you can report it to the district-level education bureau above the city. If the disciplinary action is wrong, the record in your file will be revoked. But reporting this to the higher authorities takes time. According to the review process, D-level penalties and above must be reported to the district education department for revocation. However, E-level penalties represent serious incidents, and the political review of the college entrance examination. The male teacher stopped talking at this point and glanced at Wang Yong. Feel sorry for it. Although I don't know his true strength, he was able to become the monitor of the key warrior class, and he also awakened his special abilities. If he could perform stably, he might be a top student and have a bright future. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. After hearing this, Wang Yong lowered his head and thought deeply. Just then he thought of a certain item he had obtained in a strange world, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I almost forgot, I haven't used that thing yet. I didn't have the chance before, but I can try it today. It's okay. I'll go back and think of a way and report it directly to the District Education Bureau so that they can review it as soon as possible. Fong Yuching looked at Wang Yong, who lowered his head, and thought he was in a bad mood, so she comforted him. Don't even think about it. Even if your E-level punishment is reported to the higher districts, it won't be revoked within 6 months. The security guard sneered. Unless you are a rare genius, a top-ranked candidate in the city, you are eligible to go through the special channel. Otherwise, who would look at you with respect? Another security guard also spoke up. Stop talking nonsense, enter my director's account, enable permissions and record directly. Lin Yanzi turned her head away in disgust, took off the badge representing the Dean of Studies on her chest, and handed it to the male teacher. In Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, there are only 2 people who are qualified to enter the announcement system. One is the principal of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School who rarely appears in public, and the other is the director of studies, Lin Yanzi. Turn on recording, get ready to record. Lin Yanzi said indifferently. Activate the halo skill. At this moment, Wang Yong lowered his head and whispered to himself. An electronic sound rang out. Aura, Intelligence Reduction Aura Level 2. Degrading halo. When the halo is turned on, the person under the influence of the halo will unconditionally believe a lie told by the halo owner. Aura Effect. Aura lasts for 180 minutes, cooldown time, 6 days. Upgrading to a higher level reduces the cooldown time by 1 day. Note, it can be used by those with weak willpower. It may have minor side effects after activation, so please use with caution. Wang Yong was stunned. Are there any side effects? Back then, in the Langa alien land, he had received the system reward for rescuing Cheng Ning. However, considering that the cooldown time was a bit long and there weren't many living people in the alien land, he had never used it. Forget it, I don't care about that, just use it. Use the halo and target Lin Yanzi. Wang Yong muttered. As the words fell, a strange wave that only he could feel flowed and hummed. That strange wave poured into Lin Yanzi's mind. The next moment, Wang Yong noticed a faint connection between the two of them. Is it okay? Wang Yong was confused. At this time, the recording device of the Academic Affairs Office had been turned on. Everyone fell silent, and their eyes were focused on Lin Yanzi. Wang Yong tried to communicate that connection. You have a good impression of Wang Yong, the monitor of Warrior Class 2, and you hate the 4 sponsored students of Rocket Class. You plan to punish them fairly in this vicious fight. The next moment, this message came to Lin Yanzi's mind. She glanced at Wang Yong and inexplicably felt that this boy who had beaten his own brother now liked her son a lot more. She began to have doubts about the punishment she would receive. This incident, after all, was caused by Qingyu. It would be unfair to simply put the blame on Wang Yong, Lin Yanzi thought, rubbing her chin. As for the other 4 members of the Rocket Class. And why haven't the sponsorship fees from the 4 sponsored students from the Rockets class arrived yet? What are these so-called wealthy businessmen doing? It's just a few million. They're so stingy and dithering. Lin Yanzi felt a surge of resentment in her heart, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. I grit my teeth thinking about those 4 people. What are they doing? They drag their feet on paying the money and always choose to cause trouble. Many students have complained about them. Just deal with it strictly and give them a good beating. No matter how high her status is. At this thought, Lin Yanzi came back to her senses, faced the intercom, and spoke calmly. The vicious student brawl at Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School. Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School's rocket class, Huang Yi, Zhou Qiaoqiao, the 4 of them relied on their strength to bully Wang Yong, the monitor of Warrior Class 2. They verbally abused him, proactively provoked disputes, and disrupted school order. The Academic Affairs Office has received multiple student reports of Huang Yi and the other 3 bullying younger students. Lin Yanzi became more and more angry as she spoke. These 4 guys are causing trouble every day. They got into the best rocket class in the school, but they don't practice well and bully the weak every day. I'll go find the principal later and abolish the sponsorship system. The Academic Affairs Office is now issuing punishment. Huang Yi and the other 4 will be given a minor offense, all rocket class benefits will be revoked, and they will be locked up in a dark room for a month to reflect on their actions. As the leader, Huang Yi will compensate for all losses caused by the battle. When these words were spoken, the students in Class 2, who had originally planned to accept Class 2 being punished and the class monitor being locked up in a small dark room, were stunned. Oh shit, what is going on? Wasn't the plan to punish the squad leader and remove Wang Yong from his position? Why did they change it to punishing Huang Yi? Was Director Lin joking when he just called in Wang Yong to suppress him and punish him severely? Or was he just giving Wang Yong a warning because he saw how strong he was, hoping he wouldn't do anything wrong? What is this? A werewolf stabbing himself? Su Xiong and Bai Xiao were also shocked. They gasped and didn't react. Their disgusted look towards Lin Yanzi turned into friendliness. The other 2 teachers from the Academic Affairs Office were also stunned. They didn't dare to interrupt, but they were extremely confused. Aren't all the sponsored students backed by Director Lin? The Academic Affairs Office had handled countless student complaints, and any complaints related to sponsored students were handled by Director Lin, who personally stepped in to protect them. Director Lin also gained an unknown amount of benefits from this. This is not the end yet. Lin Yanzi seemed to be too excited, and the roster in her hand was flipping through the pages with a rustling sound. Warrior Class 1, Monitor Qingyu, returned from the Langa realm and took the initiative to provoke Class 2 Monitor Wang Yong. His classmates tried to stop him but failed. He harbored resentment and used a secret technique to attack Wang Yong from behind, taking his life. His attack was brutal and the circumstances were egregious. Punishment now: D-level punishment, deprivation of squad leader position, and a major demerit. This will be permanently recorded in your file. Effective immediately, all preferential treatment for key classes will be revoked, as will all training and study. You will be sent to a dark room for self-reflection and reformation, and this self-reflection will be completed 3 days before the college entrance exam. Everyone present took another breath of cold air. Wasn't this the same threat that had just been made to punish Wang Yong? Lin Yanzi still felt unsatisfied facing everyone's surprised looks. He looked at Wang Yong, who looked much more pleasing to the eye, and said with a pleasant face, "Wang Yong, you are the party involved in the victim. What do you think of this punishment?" Wang Yong was speechless. He didn't realize how awesome this halo was. "If I'm not satisfied, I will ask the school to suspend the 4 of you. However, a D-level punishment is the maximum I can impose, and the consequences may be The students in class 2, including the teacher, all turned their heads and stared at Wang Yong. Wang Yong coughed a few times. He had not expected the aura to be so powerful. If this continues, I'm afraid Xinyu will be persuaded to quit. TSK, if the halo loses its effect after 180 minutes, will Director Lin be so angry that he dies? Wang Yong thought with evil humor. But we can't leave any evidence now. If we go too far, I'm afraid the punishment will be cancelled. So he said generously, these punishments are enough. We are all classmates. It's not good to be too harsh when the college entrance examination is approaching. Then he continued, I didn't expect Director Lin to be so impartial and selfless. It was me who was impolite and emotional earlier. I don't know how I offended the teacher. I hope Director Lin won't hold it against me. Lin Yanzi chuckled and found Wang Yong in front of her more pleasing to the eye. That's fine. Wang Yang is humble and polite, and has great abilities. He must be a good candidate for the college entrance exam. Strange, why did I find him annoying just now? Didn't he just beat up his good-for-nothing brother? Well done. He wasn't killed, so just teaching him a lesson is enough. Lin Yanzi thought for a moment and said, the welfare benefits of these 5 people for the next 2 months have been cancelled, and the school will not take them back. I wonder how about giving them to Wang Yong in the form of compensation. The director of the Academic Affairs Office had a gentle tone at this time, completely different from his arrogant demeanor just now. The 2 security warriors who had heard the whole thing were speechless. How the hell was this a complete change of temperament? They seriously suspected that Director Lin had been possessed by another spirit. Wang Yong quickly thanked him loudly, showing as much respect as possible. No, I've thought about it and I think the sponsorship policy does more harm than good to the school's student development. I have to go to the principal and talk to him about cancelling the sponsorship policy next school year. After she finished speaking, before Wang Yong could agree, she hurriedly waved her hand to signal the male teacher who was recording with a communicator to finish. He turned around and rushed towards the principal's office. The teachers and students, especially the teachers and security personnel, were left looking at each other in bewilderment, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Especially when I learned that Director Lin was planning to propose to the principal to cancel the sponsored student policy. Oh my god, Director Lin, have you forgotten that you were the one who proposed the rocket class sponsorship policy? You even teamed up with Director Zhao of the Qingqing Municipal Education Department to put pressure on us, and that's how you got this money-making scheme. The principal is eager to cancel this policy. Isn't this a slap in the face to Director Zhao? The scene was very strange for a moment. I don't know how long it took. Su Xiong swallowed and said, has the Academic Affairs Office finalized its punishment decision? The male teacher in charge of recording had already retrieved some footage from the Qingcheng No. 1 middle school surveillance camera, and uploaded footage of the 5 people provoking Wang Yong as supporting evidence. After finishing all this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, well, everyone, this matter is over. The punishment results have been reported and synchronized with the news of universities across the country. Several people have received the punishment they deserve. This matter ends here. I hope all students will practice diligently. Martial artists don't practice martial arts just for the sake of fighting and being cruel. Got it. All the students present nodded in unison, expressing their certainty that they would never commit any crime. Still causing trouble? Didn't you see that 5 people who were causing trouble have already been carried away? He was also punished and his school welfare resources were revoked. It's so miserable. The male teacher nodded with satisfaction, and then he left in a flash. He muttered to himself, what the hell? I asked for leave this afternoon. Could it be that he drank a glass of wine at noon and got drunk? Huang Yi, who was still lying in the infirmary, was talking to Qinyu. Huang Yi, brother Qinyu, don't worry, Wang Yong is dead after this incident. Qinyu confused, why? Huang Yi sneered, let me tell you in secret, most of the sponsorship fees that our sponsored students pay every year go through Director Lin of the school's Academic Affairs Office. Now her family has contacted her, and I heard that Wang Yong even beat up Director Lin's younger brother. Qinyu surprised, so, Wang Yong is. Huang Yi snickering with delight, that's right, that's right. My family just called me. Director Lin agreed before he came here that Wang Yong will bear all the consequences of this brawl alone. The punishment will be extremely severe. He might even be imprisoned now, and it will be difficult for him to apply to university. Qinyu laughing, so, this means we won't be able to see him for 2 months after we leave this time? Huang Yi, of course. Shenyu was very excited when he got the response. His chi si was broken, but as long as his family was willing to spend money, he could cultivate it back within 2 months. If he worked hard, he could at least restore it to level 0.4. This is not the most important thing. Wang Yong was locked up, and the school beauty must be extremely disappointed. 2 months is enough time to change a girl's mind, and then, hee. Thinking of this, the gray haze in Shinyu's heart, who was lying on the sickbed, dissipated, and he felt so much happier. Chapter 75 The Grove. It was afternoon now. Qingqing No. 1 Middle School is a famous martial arts high school in Qingqing City. The afternoon is free training time and there are no martial arts courses. In a dense forest, pale golden sunlight filtered through the gaps under the branches, forming round spots of varying sizes that fell on the ground. The sound of cicadas chirped one after another in my ears, and I could smell the fragrance of grass and trees at the tip of my nose. The environment here is very nice. Trees of varying heights surround a lake, bringing a cool feeling even in midsummer. There are many students coming and going here. Wang Yong, why did you bring me here? Fong Yuching walked side by side with Wang Yong, her pretty face a little hot. Just take a walk. Wang Yong walked aimlessly on the stone road, the dead leaves crunching under his feet, his eyes a little dazed. At this moment, he was thinking about something else and didn't pay any attention to the situation outside. Is the intelligence-reducing aura really that powerful? Wang Yong's mouth twitched as he recalled Director Lin's reaction, and he looked at the duration countdown again. Aura, intelligence reduction aura remaining time, 154 minutes and 32 seconds. Note, may produce minor side effects, ineffective for those with strong will. There are also side effects, but I don't know what they are. Wang Yong was a little uneasy. Wang Yong, will it be dangerous to be blocked in this alien land after I leave? Fong Yuching continued, somewhat worried. It's okay. I learned a lot. Did you go anywhere else? Well, the blockade of the alien world is indeed interesting, but some warriors are quite happy because they are trapped in the alien world. Wang Yong had a strange look on his face, recalling some interesting things that happened when he was exploring humans after mastering the will of the alien world. Something interesting? Fong Yuching wondered. What is there to be happy about when you are trapped in a strange place? That's what happened after the wolf tide that besieged the human camp receded. Many warriors who had escaped death were extremely happy and confessed their love to the opposite sex in their team on the spot. There were more than 10 pairs, including a same-sex pair. That scene, wow! Wang Yong marveled. Did anyone agree? Fong Yuching was a little nervous. Of course. We both agreed. After all, fighting side by side, the strong protecting the weak, it's inevitable that some special feelings will arise between the two of us, so we just go with the flow. Wang Yong walked forward slowly, thinking about the IQ-reducing halo in his mind, and chatting with Fong Yuching in a casual manner. After hearing Wang Yong's words, Fong Xiaohua's face flushed. She glanced at Wang Yong quietly, thinking wildly in her heart, why is he telling me all this? The two who fought side by side in the Langa alien land will be together as long as they confess their love. He and I have experienced so much in the Langa alien land, is it also? Is he hinting at me? What if he confesses his feelings to me later? Should I refuse? Fong Yuching's ears began to feel hot. She quietly took out her cell phone and sent a message to her best friend Bai Xiao. He asked me to take a walk in the woods in the evening. What did he mean? Not long after, the phone vibrated and Bai Xiao replied almost instantly. Bai Xiao, oh my, our Fongda campus beauty will also be troubled by men one day. Fong Yuching spat softly and responded quietly, what are you doing with me? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise I will be angry. Bai Xiao, what else can I do? Pouting, I like you and I'm going on a date with you. No way. Bai Xiao, could it be that you don't know what's going on? Let me tell you something, the Grove is our school's rendezvous spot. I don't know how many couples are there every day to be intimate. Are you saying Wang Yong will confess his feelings to me here? Should I accept? The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Bai Xiao Yuching, you're still too naive. Once you get to college, there's no time for romance or a confirmed relationship. Good universities have abundant martial arts resources and numerous missions, which is exhausting. There are even more beautiful young girls. And since Wang Yong is such a skilled fighter, there must be quite a few people chasing him. But, Bai Xiao, if you don't like it, then just refuse. Give it to me and I'll keep it internally. There's a wealthy woman in Class 1 who's buying Wang Yong's penguin account for a high price. She's powerful and handsome, so she's a hot commodity. No. Bomb bomb. Before they knew it, they had walked deep into the woods. Secluded and dark, the environment is beautiful and quiet. Under the tall ancient trees, stone benches and chairs are arranged in irregular patterns. There are fewer people walking around. Most of the people who come here are couples, holding hands and snuggling intimately on the stone benches. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, the human growth cycle has been shortened a lot. According to the new rules of Dasha Kingdom. At the age of 16, just after entering high school, when he awakened his talent as a warrior and began to practice martial arts, he became an adult according to the new regulations of the Great Xia Kingdom. The grove here is the default dating place for couples in Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School. Wang Yong didn't know this, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He thought that his storage ring was still in Fong Yuching's hands, so he found a place where no one was around and asked her to give it to him. After all, that was the ring Aunt Ching gave him. If Wang Yong remembered correctly, there were 164 precious beast crystal cores in the storage ring, and there were more than 300 level 0.9 blood crystals alone, which was a huge amount of money that could shake people's hearts. Wang Yong was not worried that this girl would extort the resources. You shouldn't be so blind when judging people. But I still gave her some. Fong Yuching made a lot of contributions when killing those wolf beasts at the alpha level. Find a deserted place to divide it up, and add the resources you have. It should be enough to upgrade to level 0.9. By the way, Fong Yuching had spoken up for me many times before, and even when Shin Yu attacked me, she taught him a lesson. I heard from classmates that after the alien world was blocked, Fong Yuching left crying? In other words, this girl has been waiting outside for his return? Wang Yong scratched his head. It seems like I owe a lot. Open the system space, all the items rewarded by the system are temporarily stored there, and use your consciousness to see if there is anything that can be given to others. Then his eyes locked on two exquisite rings. Twin rings, mystical grade magical instrument upgradable. Paralysis ring. Wearing conditions, male. Effect, when worn on the middle finger, activate automatically. Each attack by the holder will be accompanied by a strong paralysis effect. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. Note, paralysis ring, every strike paralyzes. PK artifact, has slight side effects after the active skill is activated. Wang Yong looked at the ring. It was outlined by a silver-white iron ring with a blue gem in the middle, on which silver-white arcs of lightning occasionally flickered. Xian-level magic weapon. TSK, perhaps Qingcheng City doesn't even have a magic weapon of this level, it's extremely precious. Then his eyes turned to the other one. Protective ring upgradable. Wearing conditions, female. Effect, passive skill. The holder can carry this ring on their body, no requirement. With this ring, they can initially master their own supernatural powers, reduce the damage caused by supernatural powers to the ring wearer, and improve their ability to control supernatural powers. Note, overly powerful abilities are harmful to warriors. Protect yourself, protect your body, protect your life. It is said that these two rings can be upgraded and can be regarded as growth-oriented magical tools, and their special functions are extremely powerful and incredible. It's a pity that I didn't see the upgrade conditions. It must be because my current strength is too weak and it hasn't been unlocked yet. This protective ring is very suitable for Fong Yuching. Wang Yong thought. If I remember correctly, her dual S-level abilities caused great damage to her body and, to some extent, suppressed the use of her S-level lightning abilities. Unless you improve your physical fitness at the same time, you must be very careful when increasing your energy. If you are not careful, you will explode and die. With this ring, her practice should be much more comfortable. With a thought, he moved the ring with a larger dark purple gem wrapped in a blue iron ring from the palm of his hand. At this time, Wang Yong came back to his senses. Looking around, they found that they had unknowingly walked to a secluded place. There were occasionally one or two couples around, taking advantage of the cover of the tree trunks. The two walked side by side, very close to each other. Wang Yong could even smell the girl's faint body fragrance. Fong Yuching also quietly lowered her head, her small hands tightly grasping the corners of her clothes, and her clear eyes glanced at the couples sitting close together around her, either cuddling and walking, or kissing on the bench. There are even boys who put their dishonest hands inside clothes. At this time, the air in the grove was filled with the scent of hormones. Wang Yong didn't care too much. This kind of scene was a piece of cake for a time traveler like him. He had seen more exciting ones, let alone this one. But at this time Fong Yuching was a little restless. She lowered her head heavily, her eyes looking at the bluestone bricks under her feet, her heart beating faster and faster. This scene was too exciting for her, who had never had any close contact with the opposite sex since she was a child. They were so affectionate in front of outsiders. Ugh, so embarrassing. How can you do this in public? Fong Yuching's palms were sweating as she clutched the corner of her clothes, and her little face was flushed. Only couples can stay here. Wang Yong called me over, couldn't it be? She bit her red lips lightly, her heart was in turmoil, and she didn't even notice when Wang Yong stopped. Hey, where are you going? Wang Yong held his forehead and called out to Fong Yuching, who was walking forward with her head covered. If he hadn't been called, Fong Daimeng might have dived into the bushes. Ah, oh. Fong Yuching nodded. There's no one here. Wang Yong said. This place is quite secluded and there is no one around. It is the most remote place in the woods. Then he turned around and looked over there intently. There are only 2 of us left, he said expectantly. Ah. Fong Yuching's face turned even redder after hearing this. She twisted her hands together and said cautiously. Well, you want to take this opportunity to do something? When school beauty Fong asked this question, she felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat, and her heart was extremely tangled. It's over, it's over. It'll be over soon. Was Wang Yong hinting at me just now? So, if I answer this way now, am I also responding to his hint? But I really didn't think that much. This bastard bullied me so much. He secretly disguised his identity in a foreign land. He clearly saved me, but he still said something about Xiao Miao. Later, the alien world was sealed off and he didn't come out. I almost thought he was dead. Now he's alive and kicking again. As soon as he came out, he asked me to meet him in the woods. He won't use force. Thinking of this, Fong Yuching bit her lower lip lightly, and her beautiful eyelashes trembled. Wang Yong's expression straightened up, and he said seriously, of course, I took you for so long just to find a deserted place. Fong Yuching. A place where no one is. It's over, Xiao Yuching, you've fallen into the tiger's mouth and there's no escape. She nervously pushed her hair behind her ears, and her delicate earlobes suddenly turned red, like ripe fruits, making people salivate. No, not really. After all, I'm still young. I'm not mentally prepared yet, the girl stammered. Still young? Wang Yong was stunned. What kind of code was this? I'm not mentally prepared for this. It's just a ring, just divide the spoils. Addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, Haven T, you learned math well yet? Isn't this available in elementary school? Wang Yong was puzzled. Primary school? It was Fong Yuching's turn to be disheveled. She opened her clear eyes wide, a look of disbelief on her face. No way. You were in elementary school. No way, this is too open. They teach this in elementary school? Of course. Our teacher taught us step by step and demonstrated it himself. Wang Yong said confidently. Seeing Fong Yuching's complicated expression, he didn't think too much about it. Waving his hands, time is running out, hurry up, I have something to do later. Well, okay then. Faced with Wang Yong's urging, Fong Yuching nodded subconsciously in agreement before she heard clearly, but when she remembered what she had agreed to, her face turned even redder and she quickly lowered her head. I was in a dilemma. Since the teacher has taught him, he shouldn't do anything wrong. After all, Wang Yong has liked me for so long and even saved me. If he confesses his love to me, should I agree? What if I don't agree and he forces it? But this guy is sometimes quite reliable. How about I agree to date him first? Don't let him be snatched away by another woman. The girl thought of the figure standing in front of her, facing the 3 wolf kings alone, and a surge of emotion surged in her heart. Yuching, Wang Yong saw the girl standing there without moving, and recalled what he had said before, suspicious. Did she misunderstand something? He couldn't help but cough, and was about to make it clear, in the alien world, I can. Before Wang Yong finished speaking, Fong Yuching answered first. But the voice was so low that he almost didn't hear it. Hearing this, Wang Yong was delighted at first, then looked at Fong Yuching, who was still standing there motionless, with her head almost buried in her towering chest, and said, Then what are you hesitating about? Just spread it out. As he spoke, Wang Yong stretched out his hand with a smile. This scene was another hint in Fong Xiaohua's eyes. The girl's rosy cheeks flushed, and she glared at Wang Yong in embarrassment and annoyance, retracting her hand that was about to be extended. What? I already agreed, and you still want me to take the initiative? Do I still have any shame? This bastard Wang Yong is so pissed off. Thinking of this, Fong Yuching said angrily. No. If you want it, come by yourself. No waiting after the deadline. But after she said it, she regretted it. It's over. I was so excited at the moment. What if he went too far? Not only holding hands, but also hugging, kissing, and then. For a moment, Fong Yuching's mind was filled with the intimate scene of the couple she had just seen in the grove. He wouldn't be like that. No, if he dares to do anything wrong, I will teach him a lesson. Just when Fong Yuching was hesitating whether to change her words, Wang Yong stood up and walked towards her step by step. Kata kata. As the footsteps approached, Fong Yuching seemed to have a premonition of something. Her mind, which had just been swearing harsh words, went blank. She could hardly lift her body and almost fell. Not to mention beating Wang Yong up. As the man's breath approached, Fong Yuching felt dizzy. She closed her eyes in fear, her eyelashes trembling, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Wang Yong walked closer and looked at Fong Yuching's strange behavior, puzzled. What are you doing? It's just a ring. Is there any need to be so nervous? I'm here to get it. Wang Yong reminded. Feeling the powerful aura so close, Fong Yuching felt like a small boat in a tsunami, being hit by the waves and spinning around, without any opinion of her own. Soon, her wrist was held by a warm and smooth hand. A warm current suddenly spread. I held hands with a boy. I wonder if he thinks my hands are ugly. I'm so nervous. Fong Yuching closed her eyes tightly, feeling light and fluttery, not daring to look up. Wang Yong found the right hand with the storage ring. This should be the storage ring given to him by Aunt Ching. Just when I wanted to take it off, I found it was too tight. He exerted a little force with his palm and pulled Fong Yuching closer to him. The two of them got closer. Wait, he pulled me, isn't he going to kiss me? Fong Xiaohua closed her eyes, feeling the breath almost spraying on her face. My mind is blank. He completely forgot the thought that he was muttering just a second ago about slapping Wang Yong in the face if he did something excessive. Wang Yong raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he took off the ring and raised his head to see the beautiful face with exquisite flawlessness. She was slightly raising her face, and her tender red lips were as tempting as cherries. Yeah, I almost forgot. Wang Yong suddenly realized and quietly put the protective ring on his hand into Fong Yuching's pocket. All right. When the voice came, Wang Yong was sitting on a stone bench nearby. Fong Yuching opened her eyes. She was still wondering why Wang Yong didn't take the opportunity to do something bad. Just touched your own hand? No more? Are men so honest? Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at the boy sitting on the stone bench, who was holding a black storage ring in his hand. Yes, thank you for keeping it. Wang Yong said gratefully. Fong Yuching? She looked down at her hand that had just been held, and sure enough, the storage ring was gone. You called me here just to get the storage ring back? Fong Yuching clenched her fists and said. Of course. Wang Yong said happily, but besides that, there's also the sharing of the spoils. After all, your share was also in it, and you helped me bring it back and escaped inspection. Thank you so much. As he spoke, he activated the ring and was about to check when he saw Fong Yuching in front of him turn around and run away. She covered her face with her hands, and from behind, her ears were completely red. Hey, don't go. Wang Yong chased after him and shouted. Fong Yuching paused, turned her head abruptly, and glared at Wang Yong fiercely. Damn Wang Yong, you called me here just for this. Wang Yong stopped, scratched his head and asked in confusion, of course there is more. Explain. I still have to pay you for your work. Have you forgotten our agreement in the alien world? Worker. Oh, by the way, the ring I just gave you. Wang Yong hadn't finished speaking when he opened his mouth to continue speaking when a blinding flash of lightning suddenly struck in front of him. He was so scared that he quickly fell to the ground and dodged. Damn Wang Yong. I'm going to ignore you. Fong Yuching covered her face, turned around and ran away. Ouch. How embarrassing. I thought Wang Yong was going to. Chapter 76 Standing Meditation. Wang Yong stood up, dusted himself off, looked at the large hole in the ground, swallowed his saliva, and muttered, "You're not even happy about my share of the spoils. What the hell are you doing with this plane? Women are trouble." Thinking of this, he began to check the black storage ring in his hand. This is the lowest grade storage ring available to humans. Apart from leaving a mark, it doesn't have many anti-theft measures, similar to an ownerless wallet. There's nothing missing inside: 164 crystal cores, 310 blood crystals. 3 blood crystals are missing, they must have been used as consumables. Wang Yong curled his lips. Nothing is missing, the school beauty is very honest. Wait, what is this? Wang Yong was puzzled and found a scroll where the 3 blood crystals were missing. Was it given to him by Fong Yuching? The ring flashed, and the ancient scroll appeared in his hand. There was also a small note with beautiful handwriting on it. Wang Yong, the supernatural notes you gave me in the alien realm were very helpful to me. The breath-restraining martial arts I gave you earlier has a limit on energy. It will become ineffective if the warrior level exceeds 1 level. The breath-restraining martial arts is actually part of a set of bodybuilding martial arts left by my parents. This is the complete version of the martial arts. So it's a matching set. No wonder it didn't show up on the system panel after I practiced. Wang Yong put away the note and observed it. He shook the file in his hand and felt the spiritual fluctuations inside. It seems to be a relatively precious martial art. Only powerful warriors can engrave the martial arts they have mastered on a file and pass it down after their mental strength reaches a certain level. The files will break after use and are disposable. This kind of martial arts is generally very difficult to learn and consumes a lot of energy to make. The advantage is that it has a low barrier to entry for learners and is usually passed down by powerful warriors to their children. Could this be something that Fong Yuching's deceased parents left for her to use? Wang Yong was silent for a moment. This martial art may be of great value. The energetic energy was activated, and the scroll in his hand burst out with strong light. He only felt a whoosh sound, and a large amount of information appeared in his mind. At the same time, an electronic sound came from my ears. Ding detected the inheritance of physical training skills, automatically loading the character panel. Xianmen Body Tempering Technique. Level, Xian level. Proficiency, 0-100. Martial Arts Introduction, standing to strengthen the body, holding breath to temper the qi. Xian level martial arts. It's also the rarest bodybuilding martial arts. Wang Yong exclaimed. He originally thought that what Fong Yuching gave him was an ordinary offensive martial art, but he didn't expect it to be the most precious and rare basic martial art in the martial arts world. Basic martial arts, as the name suggests, are the most basic martial arts. There are so many tricks involved that they cannot be taught orally. Generally, powerful warriors take great pains to pass them on to their core descendants to ensure their practice. Ordinary warriors are not qualified to come into contact with this level of martial arts at all. Offensive and defensive martial arts are endless, and most of them can be learned by spending money, but basic martial arts are extremely rare, and only the children of large families have the opportunity to come into contact with them. For example, the Zhan Jin Quan that Wang Yong had obtained before, although the name is lame, it is indeed a solid basic martial art. The exquisite method of using energy in it can be called a treasure for practice. This is also one of the reasons why Wang Yang is invincible in the same level and can even kill the Wolf King across levels. Wang Yong didn't think much about it. He felt a slight swelling in his head. A huge amount of information from the files poured into his head in a short period of time, almost bursting Wang Yong's head. Standing bodybuilding method, bodybuilding martial arts. As the saying goes, if you practice martial arts without practicing the basics, it will all be in vain when you grow old. The gong in this sentence refers to the standing meditation. Practicing standing meditation can promote the circulation of qi and blood in the human body. While standing, qi and blood will flow along specific meridian routes, which can strengthen muscles, stimulate cell regeneration, and enhance body activity to achieve the effect of bodybuilding. Standing practice is naturally very good for martial artists who mainly focus on their physical body, and it has many benefits. But the disadvantage is that it takes a long time to form and consumes a lot of cultivation resources. However, it can be of great benefit to the improvement of physical fitness, whether it is a warrior fight or a breakthrough in promotion. Its shortcomings are obvious. The slow process of formation means it takes time. When practicing standing meditation, you can stand for a maximum of 1 hour a day. Excluding the time for releasing energy, entering the state, and finishing the work, the truly effective standing time is no more than 20 minutes. This can only be achieved by geniuses with excellent physical talents. To get started with the Zhanzhuang Gong, one needs to stand in the Zhanzhuang effectively for 24 hours. In other words, even if you have good talent, it will take several months to get started. As for consuming cultivation resources, to put it bluntly, it is just burning money. When standing in a stance to strengthen the body, the qi and blood that are refined in the body are not produced out of thin air, but are nutrients decomposed from the food or natural treasures that the body ingests, and these things are needed for practicing stance training. Therefore, a large amount of exotic beast blood crystals containing essence of qi and blood are necessary, supplemented by precious qi and blood medicinal materials to replenish qi and blood cultivation and strengthen the body. Wang Yong made a rough calculation and found that even if one has excellent physical endowment, the basic practice of standing meditation requires one to practice for 1 hour every day for 72 days. This standing meditation is simply outrageous, it costs money and costs lives, and ordinary people can't afford it. Wang Yong shook his head, but fortunately, the thing he had the most now was time. Forget it, let's use up all the gains from the previous alien realm to improve our strength. At this time, somewhere in Xinqing City, a completely closed portal to another world appeared. It was a bloody world, with countless corpses of giant beasts floating in the sea of blood. The aura of each beast corpse was extremely powerful. At the highest point of the beast's corpse, the man holding a knife was sitting cross-legged on top, with murderous aura like a tide, and suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to sense something, and a rare gentleness appeared on his cruel and murderous face. The corners of his mouth moved, and after a long time, he spoke in a strange language, as if he had not communicated with anyone for a long time. Fong Yuching, the file I left behind has been opened. Is that you? At this moment, red clouds gathered and flowed in the blood-red sky above his head, a huge pupil opened, and a dazzling murderous light came towards him. An inexplicable will was heard, humans, they deserve to be killed. The blade-wielding man's energy surged like a rainbow, and he slashed out with his long sword, saying loudly, "This alien realm's will, our Tan Jing must seize it. I will fight my way out soon. The alien will of the 4th level of Posa. It belongs to the human race." Wang Yong thought, check the character's attributes. Host, Wang Yong. Age, 18. Talent, SSS-level talent. Constitution, innate divine power 2, lightning tempering, acupoint cleansing improvement. Warrior level, 0.6 acupoints lighted, 0,256. Spiritual power level, 0.1 not up to standard. Supernatural talent awakened, sealed, water, fire unsealing level, sea level. Martial arts, Ora Fist use experience book to upgrade, Shan level lower grade, proficiency, 158-2000 farmers 3 fists Shan level. Martial arts, leading the universe. Basic martial arts, master level Wing Chun, master level grappling fist, strength building fist, Shan level bodybuilding technique. Aura, intelligence reduction Aura LV2 enabled, remaining time 80 minutes, cooldown time 6 days. Backpack, Wolf Totem Chang Ning currently in the Totem Mark, Paralysis Ring Shan level. Ability Training Guide, 10 level 2 Spirit Stones, Contra Badge a life-saving item that can withstand a direct attack from a warrior below level 5. I have become so much stronger without realizing it. He was a little dazed as he looked at his panel, which was completely different from the previous few days. Although I am still weak compared to those real warriors, I will become stronger. Wang Yong just felt happy when he thought of the head teacher Lin Yanzi, who had a grudge against him. She had just beaten up her younger brother Lin Xiangguan in the martial arts gym, and now she had activated her IQ-reducing aura, asking her to notarize the execution of Qingyu and Huang Yi. She had offended a large number of people, and they must be hating her to the core. I still have to work hard on my training. I'll try to reach level 0.9 before the college entrance exam and give them a big surprise. As for the Dean of Studies who offended me at school, I can just deal with it as it comes. Can she really expel him? Wang Yong encouraged himself. However, the wolf totem has been strengthened. It can enhance one of Chang Ning's special talents. Chang Ning's silver wolf talents are mainly healing and purification. Oh, and there is also the newly acquired mirror talent. I should think about how to choose so that Chang Ning can be of the greatest help to me right now. While thinking, he walked out of the grove quickly. As soon as he walked out of the grove, Wang Yong's relaxed expression suddenly froze. He squatted down, hiding his strength in his palms, not releasing it. His sharp eyes stared coldly at the darkness at the edge of the grove. Rustle. The sound of trampling dead leaves was heard. From the darkness, 7 tall men in black walked out with a fierce gaze. Level 1 warrior. Wang Yong said softly. The moment the 7 people appeared, a strong smell of blood hit them in the face. He opened his eyes wide. He fought wolves and beasts in a strange land, honed his martial arts, and became very familiar with the smell of blood. These people not only killed a large number of strange beasts. And he has killed people. The leading black-clad warrior saw Wang Yong coming out, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He stretched out his calloused right hand and said calmly, "Mr. Wang, please come with us." Chapter 77 Zhou. Mr. Wang Yong, please describe in detail everything you encountered in this strange world. In a closed and dark room, a young man in a military coat sat at the table, carefully flipping through the files in his hands. His black pupils seemed to have a special charm. 2 men in uniform stood beside him, looking like his subordinates. Wang Yong sat on a solid wooden chair painted red, his shoulders and hands tied with unknown animal skins. He frowned, looking at the animal leather straps tightly bound around his hands and feet. They were so tough that even Wang Yong himself couldn't break free. "Where am I? They're treating me like a criminal." Wang Yong didn't answer directly, but turned his head to look outside the room and saw a brand new iron fence. And the majestic man standing behind the young man, like a subordinate, that man he had seen him before. Qingcheng City, Minister of Military Affairs Zhou Chuanxiong. At this time, Zhou Chuanxiong had a serious expression on his face and seemed very respectful to the young man sitting in the middle. "Mr. Wang, please answer my question directly." "This concerns the safety of the people of Qingcheng," said another subordinate next to the young man, who was also the one who asked the question earlier. "The safety of Qingcheng? How can I be worthy of it?" Wang Yong smiled bitterly and said nothing. He withdrew his gaze and still denied it. Bang! There was a heavy slamming sound on the table. The man questioning Wang Yong was furious and threatened. "Wang Yong, I'm asking you a question. Please answer me directly. Why is this happening in the Langa realm? What happened?" Wang Yong looked puzzled and seemed to have no idea. The voice was a little timid, as if frightened. Looking at the man who questioned her, he was middle-aged, had alopecia areata, and had a very strong aura. His strength was probably no less than level 1. What concerned Wang Yong the most was that he looked about 70% similar to Chenyu from Warrior Class 1. "Tell me about your experience in the Langa alien world." Zhou Chuanxiong walked out and spoke calmly. The adult sitting there didn't say anything. He was still concentrating and looking at the thing in his hands seriously. He seemed to be immersed in it, as if the outside world could not disturb him. Wang Yong took a deep breath. "I am just a surviving warrior in the Wolf Fong alien realm. The wolves gathered in groups, and I was weak, so I hid in the corner and did not go to the human camp. Then I survived for a while and left the alien realm." "What are you talking about? I don't understand." He shook his head and denied it without even thinking. The man who questioned Wang Yong looked annoyed and was about to speak. "Forget it, Lao Xiao, he's just a kid and not very strong. Don't make things difficult for him because of your personal affairs." Zhou Chuanxiong spoke for Wang Yong. "Zhou Chuanxiong, what do you mean?" "In your eyes, am I, Zhao Long, the kind of person who puts public service above personal interests?" roared the middle-aged man named Lao Zhao. "You know clearly whether it is true or not." There were 145 warriors in Qingcheng City who were the last to leave the Langa realm, including 8 teachers and students from Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School. Why did the others only ask a few questions, but you only let someone take away Wang Yong who crippled your nephew Chenyu? Zhou Chuanxiong said coldly, his tone neither soft nor hard. At this moment, Wang Yang suddenly realized something. His eyes swirled as he looked at the man surnamed Zhao who hated him and said, "So you are the uncle of Chenyu, the leader of Warrior Class 1? The man surnamed Zhao did not answer, but just stared at Wang Yong coldly, as if trying to use his aura to make him surrender. Wang Yong spat lightly and sneered, "Then he's useless. Keeping him around will only bring trouble to others." By this time he had figured it out. He had nothing to do with it at all. It was just because there was something to investigate about the surviving warriors in the Wolfang realm, so logically he was just asking a few questions according to convention. This person is the uncle of Chenyu who has been disabled. When he learned that Chenyu was disabled in the process of fighting with him, he brought himself here without saying a word. If it weren't for Zhou Chuanxiong, I would have been skinned alive today. What do you mean? The man surnamed Zhao clenched his fists so hard that they made a crackling sound. He had a fierce look in his eyes and was very unhappy with Wang Yong. Chenyu, the squad leader of Warrior Class 1. It's better to get rid of that troublemaker who can only use secret techniques to attack from behind. Wang Yong said without fear. You're looking for death, aren't you? Old Zhao was enraged by Wang Yong and wanted to attack him. I now have reason to suspect that you are colluding with the ferocious beasts in the alien world. Otherwise, how can you explain why you survived the alien world intact at only level 0.6? Wang Yong laughed in anger. Do you have evidence? You say it's collusion? Evidence? Won't it be evidence when you admit it later? Old Zhao seemed to be very resentful of Wang Yong and was even willing to resort to lynching. After saying that, he was about to attack Wang Yong. The violet energy gathered in his palm and stabbed towards the muscles of Wang Yong's thigh. If this were to come true, Wang Yong's legs would probably be broken. Confession under torture? This thought came to Wang Yong's mind, but he was not too worried. Sure enough, the next moment. Just try if you dare to touch me. Zhou Chuanxiong said indifferently, his majestic body emitting a bloody smell. He couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to stand up for this high school student he didn't even know. Zhou Chuanxiong, do you want to interfere in my affairs? The Ministry of Education is the business of my subordinates, Zhao Long. Do you, the military, also want to interfere? Zhao Long's face showed a ferocious look, and his hands moved faster. But he saved my niece Fong Yuching, the daughter of Fong Tanjing, the orphan of a hero. Zhou Chuanxiong's eyes flashed with coldness, and his energy quickly wrapped around his whole body, forming an iron armor. What was surprising was that his energy was actually blood red, and a disgusting smell of blood rushed towards him. Zhao Long was so frightened by the murderous and brutal energy that he stepped back. Looking at the fierce energy, his face was filled with shock, and he muttered to himself, energy transforming into intention, almost reaching level 3. When the blood-red energy hit the iron armor, Zhao Long's momentum immediately declined. Zhou Chuanxiong, what do you want to do? Faced with the obvious gap in strength, Zhao Long still stiffened his neck and threatened sternly. Fong Tanjing is my senior brother, and his surviving daughter Fong Yuching is my daughter. If you touch a bone of his because of this matter, I will break all of your bones. Zhou Chuanxiong looked straight at him and said word by word. You. Faced with a real threat, Zhao Long could not give up and retreat. His father was the most powerful figure in Qingqing City, the Minister of Education. Recently, the family was investigating the cause of death of Zhao Tai, one of the direct descendants who entered a Langa alien world and died tragically. And now there is some speculation. Surname Zhao? Wang Yong whispered to himself, with a look of understanding in his eyes. He is now in the Langa alien world, and seems to have met a warrior named Zhao. He is not very strong, but he has a big mouth. The wolf tide attacked suddenly, and all his bodyguards and warriors were killed. He also has ideas about Fong Yuching. It seems that both Zhao Tai and the foreign world and Xinyu's uncle Zhao Long have a great grudge against him. Fortunately, after the Wolf Fong alien realm expelled the warriors, it is still in the blockade stage. The will of the alien realm is in the hands of Wang Yong, and no warrior is allowed to enter. I am afraid that if the Zhao family enters, they will inevitably find some clues. It will be troublesome then. You little bastard, do you know? Zhao Long had sharp ears and seemed to hear Wang Yong muttering to himself, so he asked sternly. Zhao Long, don't go too far. You're willing to sacrifice your reputation just to frame me. Zhou Chuanxiong looked like he was protecting Wang Yong. The two men faced each other and were deadlocked for a while. It was hard to imagine that an ordinary senior high school student was almost brought into a fight with this big shot who could shake Qingqing City with just a stomp of his feet. Fong Tanjing? General Fong? A calm voice came. Zhou Chuanxiong and Zhao Long, who had just had a conflict over Wang Yong, immediately calmed down. They both turned their gazes towards the important figure who had remained silent from beginning to end. General Fong made great contributions to the Posha realm in Qingqing City. His body is still warm. It's better not to think about it. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Long, who had just been so brave to confront Zhou Chuanxiong, suddenly turned pale and knelt on the ground, his head drooping as cold sweat streamed down his face. Master Yungang. Some things are not something you can covet. Otherwise, why hasn't Fong Yuqing's ability been taken away from Qingqing City? Is it just because of your useless nephew Qingyu? Zhou Chuanxiong said coldly. At this time, Zhao Long's face was covered with more cold sweat. Who doesn't know Fong Yuching, the school belle of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, whose identity is mysterious and even her class teacher is not clear about her talent level? If you can't even get into the key classes, then you are in a state of letting things run wild. How could Chen Yu dare to pursue Fong Yuching openly without any hint from his uncle Zhao Long? Could it be that he is coveting the inheritance left by Fong Yuching's father, Fong Tanjing, the former military minister of Qingqing City and even Sish district? You should know that the warriors who command a zone are all powerful warriors of level 4 or above. Who wouldn't he be tempted by the legacy he left behind? Zhou Chuanxiong felt so relieved when he learned that Chen Yu was disabled. Okay, let's just let this little thing go. Don't pursue it anymore. Yun Gang lightly put his fingers together and calmly put an end to the matter of Chen Yu being abandoned. Even though Zhao Long was reluctant, he had to nod in agreement. Wang Yong, right? You don't mind if I take over and help you clean up the mess, do you? Yun Gang raised his head and looked at the handsome young man with a little curiosity. Thank you, sir. Wang Yong replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. After such a long time, he still couldn't see that this big shot named Yun Gang was probably from the Sish district under the jurisdiction of Qingqing City. Qingqing City is a county-level city with a total population of over 50 million. Among county-level cities, its population is at an upper-middle level. Above that are prefecture-level cities with populations exceeding 100 million, and provincial-level cities with populations exceeding 500 million. The more populous a city is, the more warriors it has, and the corresponding number of alien realms increases, with resources and crises rising simultaneously. The region that governs a city is called a district. The Great Xia Kingdom has 12 major regions: the Rat region, the Ox region, the Snake region, and so on. Each region has a population exceeding 1 billion. Yun Gang, who comes from the Sish district, has an extremely extraordinary status even there. Yun Gang chuckled, "You don't have to call me sir. I'll take the college entrance examination soon and enter Shadu University. After I survive, maybe you can call me senior." As soon as the words fell, Zhou Chuanxiong and Zhao Long looked at Wang Yong. Lord Yun Gang actually said that he is qualified to enter Shadu University. No way. Every year, Qingqing City might only have 1 or 2 students who can enter Shadu University. Furthermore, Shadu University has a very high mortality rate. They are active in other worlds all year round, so if even 1 out of 10 can successfully graduate, it's pretty good. Yun Gang actually believed that Wang Yong was qualified to enter Shadu University, and what surprised them most was that he also believed that Wang Yong could graduate alive. This is a huge compliment. Zhou Chuanxiong looked Wang Yong up and down, as if comparing him with his son Zhou Qi, and kept muttering, "Strange, he has also seen my son. Why doesn't he have such a high evaluation? This kid doesn't look much better than my son Zhou Qi." After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Long's expression returned to calm and his eyes became deep. "Then I will call you Senior Yun Gang in advance." Wang Yong was stunned. He didn't even say any polite words. He just nodded and accepted it openly. His expression was calm and he looked extremely composed, as if he thought so too. The speed of his reply made Yun Gang stunned for a moment. Seeing that he didn't refute, Wang Yong had an idea and took out a brand new black notebook. He chuckled and said, "Senior Yun Gang, as your junior, since we're meeting for the first time, I don't have anything to show you except this notebook on cultivating supernatural powers." As he spoke, he held it in his hands, as if he was about to hand it over. However, his body was bound with animal leather straps, and he couldn't move. Zhou Chuanxiong watched Wang Yong's actions from the side, his eyes almost popping out of his head. "What are you doing? When someone praises you, you take advantage of the situation to climb up the ladder, calling yourself a junior and calling them senior? Do you know how famous he is? He's known as the Iron-Faced Yama at Xiadu High School. The corpses of the monsters he's killed could be piled up as high as a 15-story building. Calling me senior is just a way to get a bargain, but what are you doing? Are you using your crude supernatural notes as a gift? Are you offering bribes right here? How long have you only awakened your superpowers? You awakened in the Wolf Fong realm, right? What insights can you gain?" At this moment, Yun Gang looked over with interest, his gaze lingering for a moment on the obvious handwritten notebook in Wang Yong's hand. The next second, the notebook actually floated towards Yun Gang. Then he flipped through a few thin pages and began to read with interest. "A big shot from the Snake District, a tough guy from Xiadu High School. Are you actually interested in that crude supernatural notes?" Zhou Chuanxiong nearly choked on his own saliva. He looked in shock at Wang Yong, who was still restrained in the wooden chair and looked confident. Wang Yong was not surprised. The moment he took out the notebook, he felt an extremely sharp mental power sweeping across the notebook. A terrifying sense of crisis flashed by, and at that moment it was as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. This person is very strong. He was alert in his heart. The note was similar to the one given to Fong Yuching, but it was an abridged version with only 5 pages of content. Some information about the mastery and application of superpowers. At this time, what surprised Zhou Chuanxiong was that Yungang was actually holding the thin notebook in both hands, reading it with relish, turning it over and over again. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He put down the notebook with a slightly apologetic look and said, "I'm sorry, the angle of this note is very novel, and I was a little fascinated by it for a moment." "But is it really written by junior brother Wang Yong?" Wang Yong nodded confidently. "Of course, I summarized it." As he spoke, an icy blue and a fiery red energy appeared on his bound hands. The 2 colors of energy were extremely subtle and began to intertwine. Then there was a bang, and a slight explosion spread. Yungang looked at all this with a dazed look in his eyes. Wang Yong rolled his eyes. After realizing that Yungang was extremely powerful, he fixed his gaze on the jade white bracelet on Yungang's wrist. The bracelet contained a very vibrant spiritual energy. If Wang Yong was not mistaken, the value of that bracelet was unimaginable. The spiritual fluctuations contained in it were even several times stronger than the second-level spiritual stone he possessed. And then there were his shoes, engraved with divine patterns, flowing with secret energy, and made of flawless animal hide. They were probably made from the hearth scalp of a terrifyingly powerful beast. And then there was the sword at his waist. So rich. Damn rich people. Wang Yong only had this thought in his mind, and then he coughed lightly. "Senior Yungang, please don't be surprised. In our Qingqing city, it's a traditional custom that when you meet a senior brother or elder for the first time, the younger generation will prepare a meeting gift as a gesture of reciprocity." Before he could finish his words, he was stared at by Zhou Chuanxiong, who was completely unable to stand it. "Wang Yong, stop making trouble." Yungang came to Qingqing for a special mission, he said with his hand on his forehead. Then he glared at Wang Yong fiercely, who was hesitant to speak. "Why don't you go to heaven? How can this be considered a meeting gift? You're giving someone a tattered notebook and expecting a gift in return. Why is your face so big? And you're even bringing up Qingqing's traditional customs. I've lived here for 40 or 50 years, how come I didn't know about this?" Wang Yong also chuckled. He didn't even think about asking for a gift, he was just joking. But Yungang took it seriously. He pondered for a moment, then took out a palm-sized black token with the word Xia written on it. He casually patted it and handed it to Wang Yong, saying, "This is for you. If you pass the entrance exam to Shedu University and enter the re-examination, give this to the examiner." As soon as the token appeared, Zhou Chuanxiong and Zhao Long's eyes lit up for a moment, and then as if they were warned, they fell silent and pretended not to see it. After Wang Yong received the token, Yungang looked straight at Wang Yong and said, "Okay, let's get back to the topic. I'm curious, do you know anything about the Wolf Fong realm?" "Sorry, I don't know much." Wang Yong thought for a moment and still denied it. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the back of his right hand, where the lotus mark was still completely hidden and could not be seen through. "Really, you know nothing?" Yungang's expression suddenly became serious, as if he had realized something. The atmosphere in the room became increasingly tense, and the suffocating pressure like a tide instantly overwhelmed Wang Yong. Chapter 78 Beat You Up. In the dark and cramped room, Yungang, who was sitting in front of the table, closed the old case file at hand, raised his head, revealing a pale and bloodless face. His black pupils were paying close attention to Wang Yong's facial expression, trying to learn something from his face. "Sorry, really not." Wang Yong sighed. It's not that he doesn't want to hand over his secrets. If he really tells him how he mastered the will of the other world and killed the wolf god Qingyun, what is the mark of the chosen one? Once these secrets are completely exposed, if a despicable person like Zhao Long has improper thoughts about him, or even if some bigwigs use the interests of justice to pressure Wang Yong and force him to hand over everything. With his limited strength, he probably can't cause any trouble at all. It's too unreliable to entrust his safety to the conscience of others. "The master is asking you a question, Wang Yong, I hope you will answer truthfully." Zhao Long seized the opportunity and pressed the issue further. Wang Yong didn't even look at him, but just stared at Yungang. Zhao Long gave Wang Yong a sinister look, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. After a long time, Yungang, who looked very high-ranking and was sitting at the center table and was wearing a thick military coat, tapped the table lightly with his fingers, making a crisp sound. lightly said. Forget it, Lao Zhao, it seems he doesn't know this. Zhao Long still frowned. Sir, this kid is quite powerful. From what I've learned, he might have killed a wolf-level beast before. He's deliberately concealing it, so I'm afraid. I said. Let him go. What happened in the Langa realm has nothing to do with him. The young man said in a deep voice, his black pupils filled with an unyielding majesty. Yes. The middle-aged man called Lao Zhao showed an unwilling look on his face and glared at Wang Yong hatefully. Go forward and help Wang Yong untie the leather belt blockade. Wang Yong did not argue, but looked submissive with his head lowered. Lord Yungang, did the Sish district send you down to Qingqing this time because they anticipated the unusual movements in the Langa realm? Zhou Chuanxiang asked with his head down. General Zhou, just call me Yungang, don't call me sir. Yungang smiled modestly and then lowered his voice. Something has indeed gone wrong in the Wolf Fong alien realm. It's been sealed off for a short period of time, and all alien warriors have been forcibly expelled. Now no one can enter. I suspect something may have happened to the wolf god Qingyun, who controls the alien realm's will. Something's wrong. Zhou Chuanxiang was shocked. Then he continued, over the years, I have fought the wolf god Qingyun several times. The beast's strength is average, but its racial talent is extremely strong. Coupled with the blessing of the alien will, it is difficult to kill and has a very strong way to survive. You mean? Yungang nodded and said calmly, indeed, during the period when the portal to the alien world was blocked, the wolf god Qingyun's aura surged and then eventually declined. I suspect he may have suffered a serious injury or even perished. The two of them communicated in low voices. He and Zhao Long were both people of high status in Qingcheng. When they learned that Lord Yungang was coming, they actually came down to receive him in person. Wang Yong lowered his head and glanced at him. But his heart was filled with shock. What happened in the Langa realm has attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Did they discover that the wolf god Qingyun, who previously protected the will of the alien world, was dead? The alien world's will has been replaced? Yes, this alien world has been open for so long, and I'm afraid there are some secrets that the human leaders also know. It should be that the unusual changes in this strange environment have attracted their attention, and they are currently investigating. Start with the warriors who escaped from the alien world and follow the clues. As for why they took me away from school. When Wang Yong thought of this, he raised his head and looked at old Zhao, who was untying him with a smile. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I want to crush you to death right now. Zhao Long threatened unhappily with resentment in his eyes. The force he used to untie the leather belt was so strong that it cut into Wang Yong's flesh, causing him pain. After the confrontation just now, he was almost certain that Wang Yong knew the clues to the death of Zhao Tai, the direct descendant of the Zhao family, and not long ago he had also destroyed his nephew Qingyu, who was from another family and whom he had high hopes for. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the two of them had a deep hatred. But Yungang from Sish district tried his best to protect Wang Yong. If Zhao Long really wanted to pursue the matter and kill Wang Yong, it would probably anger Yungang, and the Zhao family would not be able to bear his anger. Wang Yong just curled his lips and looked at him quietly. This silent gaze made Zhao Long even more furious. His chest was heaving. Although he was a warrior, he had a big belly and was fat and strong. As an executive of the Qingqing Education Department, he lived a life of luxury and high status, and had long forgotten the blood of a warrior. He seldom participated in fights, and he had not been to the foreign land for nearly 10 years. Zhao Long threatened coldly, you little bastard, you'd better be careful. I'm targeting you. Not long after, the conversation between Zhou Chuanxiang and Yungang became quieter, and the animal leather straps that bound Wang Yong were untied. He was taken out of the interrogation room of Qingqing Education Department by Zhao Long. Bang! With the loud bang of the heavy iron door, only Yungang and Zhou Chuanxiang were left in the interrogation room. Yungang looked at the direction Wang Yong left and chuckled, interesting boy. Zhou Chuanxiang couldn't help but ask, Yungang, is there anything special about Wang Yong? According to the surviving warriors, there's no record of Wang Yong's battles. It's my niece Fong Yuching, who has an S-level supernatural talent, who once killed 3 level 0.9 wolf beasts and saved a group of fleeing warriors. He was a little indignant. As soon as Wang Yong was brought here, his niece called him anxiously, begging Zhou Chuanxiang to help her classmates. If she hadn't been stopped, Fong Yuching would probably have come here by herself. Thinking of this, Zhou Chuanxiang snorted coldly. I really don't know what's so good about this guy that he can make his beautiful niece so obsessed with him. In the alien world, warriors fought against wolves and beasts, but I haven't heard of any incredible battle records of this kid. But Zhou Chuanxiong didn't know at this time, and even all the warriors in the strange world except Fong Yuching didn't know. In the strange world, Wang Yang did not cover his face except when he first entered the portal. However, every time he appeared in front of others, he had a different face and no one recognized his identity. However, Fong Yuqing's 0.7 level energy can fight and even kill 0.9 level beasts. This has spread in the small circle of warriors in Xinjiang. General Zhou, you may have made a mistake. Yun Gang was a little stunned by Zhou Chuanxiong's childish words. His fingers unconsciously placed on the handle of a red dagger at his waist. Mistaken? Zhou Chuanxiong asked seriously. That's right. Yun Gang pointed to the notebook on the table that Wang Yong had given him. Under the notebook were all of Wang Yong's files, including warrior records, and he said softly. A few days ago, Wang Yong was still a level 0.4 warrior. He entered the Wolf Fawn realm and emerged at level 0.6. He even awakened his special abilities. His aura was so restrained that it was difficult to detect how many acupoints he had opened or what his talent was. But there is one thing I noticed. He has the aura of a traditional martial arts technique, and it must have been acquired not long ago. Zhou Chuanxiong looked hesitant and said, Yun Gang, what do you mean? Indeed, I suspect Wang Yong must have inherited the legacy of some of his ancestors in the Langa realm, which allowed him to soar to the sky. Yun Gang speculated. This is also the reason why Zhao Long went to Wang Yong in the first place. His nephew's cripple was only a secondary reason. The main reason was to obtain Wang Yong's inherited skills. I can guess it, and so can he. The Zhao family hasn't produced a powerful warrior for a long time. The position of the Xinjiang Education Department is not an easy one. They are so anxious that it is not impossible for them to forcibly seize the inherited martial arts. Yun Gang said. He has a very high status and naturally knows some secret information. For example, Mr. Zhao, the only level 2 peak warrior in the Zhao family, is old, his blood and energy are deficient, his strength is declining, and he may not even have many years left to live. Even though the Zhao family's patriarch has held his position in the Qingqing City Education Department for many years and is extremely prosperous, if something happens to the only peak level 2 warrior, the family will probably collapse soon. If he dares to move, just try it. Zhou Chuanxiong's whole body burst with energy. He immediately raised his eyebrows. There was no way he could agree, even because Wang Yong saved his niece. He has protected Qingqing City all his life and has seen countless young talents leave and finally return to their roots. It is his mission to protect the people of Qingqing City. Qingqing City has opened 3 portals to otherworldly realms. The Wolffang realm is closed, and the Beacon Fire realm poses a low threat, but the Phantom realm, which is always under martial law, poses a huge threat to Qingqing City. Over the years, the military has not explored even 10% of the Phantom realm. They only know that there are powerful level 3 peak beasts in it, which threaten Qingqing City at all times. Guarding is easy, and Zhou Chuanxiong is hoping that another great man will emerge from Qingqing City who can take action to pacify the alien land. If the Zhao family dares to murder the talented candidate from Qingqing City, and sets a precedent, who would dare to settle in Qingqing in the future? If the Zhao family dares to attack the martial arts candidates, I, Zhou Chuanxiong, will destroy the Zhao family even if I don't want to take this hat. Zhou Chuanxiong was furious, and the iron-blooded murderous aura spread all over. Don't worry. I just sent the Shadu token to the Zhao family, which has already made it clear that if he really dares to make a move, I will not be polite either. Yun Gang waved his hand, signaling Zhou Chuanxiong to calm down, with a cold gleam in his eyes. At this time, Zhou Chuanxiong's face showed a look of sudden realization. His original envy of Lord Yun Gang for recognizing Wang Yong but not his son Zhou Qi faded a lot. This iron-blooded man looked relieved. I said it. This Wang Yong is no match for his genius son. It turns out he was trying to protect him. Lord Yun Gang is really thoughtful. He rarely showed a silly smile. Okay, I plan to go to the ghost world tonight. As far as I know, the Qingqing City in that world has been under martial law for a long time. General Zhou, please make some preparations. Yun Gang said with his hand on his forehead. Okay. I'll give the order and arrange everything for you. Zhou Chuanxiong nodded and left briskly. Looking at Zhou Chuanxiong's back, Yun Gang couldn't help but open the abridged notebook with only a few pages. He chuckled a few times and said to himself, Do you really think I gave this kid the Shadu token just to protect him? How is that possible? As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the dagger at his waist, and the dagger was pulled by him, emitting a faint bloody light. Yun Gang leaned back in his chair and said with interest, "Interesting. A warrior of level 0.6 has such a strong bloody aura. It's only slightly inferior to the hunters fighting on the front lines of the alien realm. I can even feel the aura of a king beast. At level 0.6, she already has the third tier of combat power. This talent is no weaker than that of Lord Fong's daughter. I'm afraid only 2 or 3 of the little guys in the Snake District can compare to her." Outside the interrogation room, Wang Yong said goodbye to Zhao Long, who always had a sour face, with a smile. Even after his friendly goodbye, Zhao Long's face became even sourer, as if he had eaten a dead spider. Wang Yong turned around and happened to see a beautiful figure in the corner. She turned and left just as Wang Yong appeared outside the door. "Hey, wait a minute." Wang Yong chased after him. Turning the corner, he found that Fong Yuching had not left, but was standing there waiting for him. "Wang Yong, this is Uncle Zhou, the minister of the Qingqing military department." This time he stopped Zhao Long from the Zhao family. Fong Yuching introduced him to Wang Yong. "It's you." Wang Yong's face showed realization, and he saw Zhou Chuanxiong beside the girl. No wonder Zhou Chuanxiong spoke up for her just now, even at the cost of being hostile to Zhao Long. "That's right. It was Xiao Yuqing who called me to tell me about you and asked me to help you," Zhou Chuanxiong said in a muffled voice. He noticed that Fong Yuching still had her head down, not daring to look directly at Wang Yong, and her ears unconsciously turned pink again. "I couldn't help but feel angry, as if someone had taken advantage of my own situation." Zhou Chuanxiong clenched his fists and looked at Wang Yong with a rather unfriendly look. Senior brother Fong passed away early, and Xiao Yuqing was sent back to Qingqing when she was still a child. As the minister of the military, Zhou Chuanxiong had a lot of trivial matters to deal with, but he still raised her like his own daughter. But he also has a family and a son. In order to avoid suspicion, and because senior brother Fong is also from Qingqing, Fong Yuqing still lives in the Fong family. "Thank you, Ong. It just so happens that regarding that note, my strength has improved recently, and I have gained some new insights. I will share them with you when the time comes." Wang Yong sincerely thanked Fong Yuching. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuching raised her head and nodded happily, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. She didn't know whether it was because of the notes recording the cultivation of superpowers or because Wang Yong agreed to communicate with her. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chuanxiong clenched his fists even tighter. "Well, I'm so angry. My senior brother's daughter is not young anymore. It's normal for a girl to have a vague love for her. They are not my biological daughter, so why does my heart still hurt so much? Damn, I'm so angry. How about letting his son Zhou Qi beat him up under the pretext of sparring?" Thinking of this, Zhou Chuanxiong's eyes lit up. "Yes, that is right. First, provoke him with a few words to arouse Wang Yong's arrogance, and then let his son beat him up. To temper his edge and give him a small lesson. Uncle Zhou, thank you very much for this time. If you need my help in the future, I will do it without hesitation." Wang Yong patted his chest and promised to thank him again. Zhou Chuanxiong snorted in annoyance, but he also had a lot of recognition for Wang Yong in his heart. He glanced at the storage ring on Wang Yong's finger, said nothing, and strode forward. A voice came from the front. "Wang Yong, right? Don't think that you are invincible just because you have the approval of Master Yun Gang. Qingcheng City is not big, but there are still some young talents. I've seen many talented people in Qingqing City, but compared to them, you're still a little behind." Zhou Chuanxiong spoke up and slowed down his pace as he walked in front. He guessed that even a proud young man would not be able to resist belittling Wang Yong like this. Sure enough, the next moment, Wang Yong caught up. Looking at Zhou Chuanxiong's contemptuous eyes, he said seriously, Yes, I don't have much talent, and my strength isn't that great either. The martial arts world is filled with young masters, so I should be humble." Zhou Chuanxiong's body stiffened. "What are you talking about? Why aren't you sticking to the script? Shouldn't you be unconvinced and ask me who's better than you, and then finally compete with the person I'm talking about?" He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Yong, who was talking beside him. After a long pause, he muttered, "Don't be so self-deprecating." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Yong. Master Xianlin, a pioneer of martial arts, once said, "Every inch has its own strengths and weaknesses. Every object has its own shortcomings and every wisdom has its own limitations. We martial artists need to stay grounded, not aim too high, but keep our feet on the ground, taking one step at a time." Wang Yong followed Zhou Chuanxiong with a smile on his face, chattering non-stop, almost with the word ordinary written on his face. He was indifferent to worldly affairs and devoted himself to cultivation. He had no intention of competing with the famous geniuses in Qingqing City. Uncle Zhou, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any desire to fight for power. Wang Yong continued. With just a few words, all of Zhou Chuanxiong's excuses for finding fault were blocked. Zhou Chuanxiong was so frustrated. All right. Fong Yuching tugged at the corner of Wang Yong's clothes, looked at Zhou Chuanxiong, whose face was turning pale, and whispered, "Stop talking. If you keep talking, Uncle Zhou will beat you up." She spoke in a low voice. Fong Yuching remembered that the last time Uncle Zhou looked like this was when he was about to beat his son Zhou Qi, and he beat him so hard. Okay. Wang Yong obediently did not continue. Zhou Chuanxiong also reacted at this time. He glared at Wang Yong and said unhappily, "You did it on purpose, didn't you? You really don't want to compete with other geniuses?" Wang Yong nodded with a dry laugh. Why would he want to beat someone up? If he goes to fight with others, isn't that bullying the little kid? Moreover, the more famous martial arts geniuses in Qingqing City this year all have extraordinary backgrounds. For example, Zhou Qi from Qingqing No. 1 Middle School is the only son of the military minister. In front of him, Mu Feng from Qingqing No. 3 Middle School, Chen Zhong from Qingqing No. 8 Middle School, and Mu Yu from Qingqing Girls High School all have strong abilities and family backgrounds. What if I go up to them and fight them, and get hurt, and their relatives retaliate? I come from an ordinary family and don't have any connections or background. Thinking of this, Wang Yong shook his head vigorously. No fight. At this time, Zhou Chuanxiong glanced at Wang Yong and said, "Then I'll ask you to do me a favor." It's not too much, is it? He was too lazy to provoke him. This kid was very cunning. He would just point it out directly. Let's see if you dare to disagree. What help? Wang Yong asked. Have a discussion with my son Zhou Qi. He has been a little disobedient recently. Please help me discipline him. Zhou Chuanxiong made up an excuse. Wang Yong hesitated when he heard this. The other party has helped me so much, it doesn't seem right to keep refusing. Fong Yuching felt a little reluctant. She had witnessed Wang Yong conquering 3 wolf kings like a god of war, killing them with just a few moves. Uncle Zhou didn't know Wang Yong's true combat power. Would this rash exchange lead to? She started to persuade Uncle Zhou Qi. Before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Zhou Chuanxiong's threatening look. Zhou Chuanxiong glared threateningly at Fong Yuching, who was hesitant to speak. Don't interrupt. No talking. Let Zhou Qi teach him a lesson. He has to agree even if he doesn't want to. I'm going to be pissed if I don't find someone to beat up Wang Yong today. My niece is growing up, and her elbows are starting to turn outward. Then he looked at Wang Yong and said, "Weren't you very arrogant when you faced Zhao Long just now? You bluntly said that his nephew Chen Yu was no good. How about helping me beat up that kid of mine?" Wang Yong hesitated and said, "Uncle Zhou, it's not that I don't want to, but warriors will inevitably get injured in battle, and I'm afraid." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Chuanxiong said angrily, "Don't be afraid if you get hurt. Just hit me with all your might and beat me to death. If you hurt my kid, it's my responsibility. I won't retaliate." He thought to himself, you can only hold out for 10 moves from Zhou Qi. Are you still thinking about whether he will get hurt and retaliate? How dare you think about it? But Wang Yong continued to hesitate. He didn't dare to agree rashly. After all, Zhou Chuanxiong had really helped him just now. Otherwise, he might have been taken to a small darkroom and tortured by Zhao Long. Damn it, stop dithering, just fight me. You have to fight me today whether you want to or not. Zhou Chuanxiong was furious and threatened. You were expelled from this alien world, so you should still have a lot of alien beast corpses on you. Do you know how to decompose the meat? After hearing this, Wang Yong nodded and shook his head. Decomposing the flesh of exotic beasts and extracting the essence of qi and blood is a huge project. If it were just 1 or 2, he might give it a try. But after the Wolf Fang alien realm went on a killing spree, there were probably more than 500 wolf beast corpses in Wang Yong's space beast bag. It is estimated that there are dozens of tons of meat. Zhou Chuanxiong patiently said. Well, let's do this. If you win, I'll find someone to help you break it down for free. The official meat won't be charged a penny. Really? Wang Yong's eyes lit up. He was also worried about this. The newly acquired standing posture skill requires a lot of qi and blood nourishment, whether it is blood crystals or medicinal herbs and food supplements, they are all indispensable. And if someone is willing to help you extract the lean meat for free, it's like giving you a pillow when you're sleepy. Seriously, as long as you win, I will help you separate the meat from the corpses of the strange beasts you collected in the Langa realm for free, no matter how much. Zhou Chuanxiang promised. Okay. I agree to compete. Wang Yong said happily. Then follow me. I've already informed Zhou Qi. Seeing his plot succeed, Zhou Chuanxiang smiled and warned, remember, my kid is quite rebellious. Remember to use extra force later and beat him hard. Zhou Chuanxiang looked at Wang Yong with a grateful face, and kept laughing in his heart, let you be proud for a while, and then you will see how my Zhou Qi will beat you. Okay, don't worry, I'll try my best. Wang Yong listened and nodded seriously. I couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Zhou Chuanxiang's son, look how naughty you are, your dad was so angry that he sent someone to beat you up. Wang Yong nodded seriously. The sponsor's words are the golden rule. Just do it. But do it beautifully. I'm going to hit you hard, right in the face. Chapter 79 Fong Yuching's Little Thoughts. Let's go, I've called a taxi. Let's go straight there. Zhou Chuanxiang said impatiently when he saw that Wang Yong finally agreed. Fong Yuching still hesitated to speak, wanting to pull Wang Yong over and tell him to go easy on him later. At this time, two dark black cars drove in from outside. Zhou Chuanxiang stopped Fong Yuching and pointed to a car not far away. He said unkindly, take one yourself. After saying that, without giving Wang Yong time to react, he led Fong Yuching to another car. Wang Yong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seeing Zhou Chuanxiang staring at him as if he was wary of a thief, he got into the car helplessly. On the car. Uncle Zhou, why did you let Wang Yong ride alone? Zhou Chuanxiang turned his head and looked through the window. Fong Yuching, who looked anxious, felt even more pain in her heart. He said earnestly, girl, the college entrance examination is approaching. Don't worry about those little things. Uncle Zhou is doing this for your own good. Fong Yuching blushed and said shyly, Uncle Zhou, you misunderstood. Wang Yang and I are not, and you don't know how strong Wang Yong is. I just think he's not strong enough, so I want Zhou Qi to teach him a lesson. Zhou Chuanxiang interrupted, snorting as he looked at another car on the road. He said calmly, your Uncle Zhou is very good at judging people. This kid is very cunning. Senior brother Fong has done me a great favor, so I'm leaving you to him. Uncle Zhou is worried. Fong Yuching opened her red lips and bit her teeth lightly, saying, Uncle Zhou, you don't understand him. But you also have to work hard on your training, understand? Zhou Chuanxiang sighed. Thinking of Yundong's previous speculation. I received the inheritance in a foreign land, I'm afraid the Zhao family has already known about it. Zhou Chuanxiang is determined to persuade his love-brained niece to come back. What's with all the love? Take the exam first. He thought for a moment and said. Lord Yungang just came with me to meet Wang Yong. He thinks highly of Wang Yong and gave him the Shedu token. You know what this means, right? Unexpectedly, after Fong Yuching found out, her pretty face showed joy, really. That's great. She subconsciously felt happy for Wang Yong. Obtaining the Shedu token meant that he had been recognized by the Sish district, which gave him a huge advantage in the extremely difficult selection process for Shedu University. Seeing his happy expression, Zhou Chuanxiang said with a look of deep sorrow, what about you? He went to Shedu University. If you don't get in, you won't see him very often. Fong Yuching's expression froze, and her rosy face turned pale. She still said stubbornly, if I didn't see him, then I didn't see him. He and I are just friends, we don't have that kind of relationship. Seeing that his plan was effective, Zhou Chuanxiang struck while the iron was hot and said, think about it. Shedu University is the highest institution of learning in the Great Xia Kingdom with a population of tens of billions. There are many talented, young and beautiful female warriors. In your eyes, Wang Yang is so outstanding. Will he be dazzled by the world? If that happens, you will be separated and then. The Great Xia Academy is filled with powerful individuals, and possesses all kinds of talents like nobles crossing the river. Even among the 50,000 martial arts examinees in Xinjiang every year, only 5 can be selected to enter the Shedu University. Do you really have the confidence to stand out? As he spoke, he carefully observed Fong Yuching's face, which was indeed pale. Finally, he made a decisive move. Girl Fong, Uncle Joe isn't trying to stop you, it's for your own good. You're just pursuing the vague love between a man and a woman now, but you're really losing the chance to be together for a long time in the future. Besides, you're still young, and there will be many outstanding people in the future. There's no need to rush. Your parents trusted me and entrusted you to me. Shadu High School is so difficult, don't get stuck in it. Zhou Chuanxiang kept nagging and persuading his niece to give up the idea of falling in love. Fong Yuching's expression was a little gloomy. She lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. At this moment, she felt a little conflicted. Why do I feel a little sad when I think about not seeing him for a long time? What if he is with another girl? At this moment, Fong Yuching remembered what her best friend Bai Xiao had said: if the two of them didn't have that kind of relationship, there would be plenty of people who would take action against them. Although Fong Yuching is very confident about her appearance, but if that bastard goes to harm other girls, Zhou Chuanxiong noticed that Fong Yuching had her head down, looking like a thoughtful orange cat, so he didn't say anything else. I felt so happy that I looked at the car in front of me with pride. But the next moment, Fong Yuching raised her head, her eyes shining as she looked straight at Zhou Chuanxiong. Uncle Zhou, you mean, as long as both of us get into Shedu University, I can just watch over him and prevent that bastard from messing around with him? Right. Zhou Chuanxiong was stunned to find that his niece had not given up on that boy yet and was actually thinking of getting admitted to the most difficult Shedu University together. The joy that had just risen in his heart disappeared. Favorability towards Wang Yong declined again. He secretly swore in his heart, I will let my son beat Wang Yong up later. If he doesn't beat him hard enough, I will beat him to death. Looking at his niece's expectant expression, he could only nod in a muffled voice. Fong Yuching looked excited and immediately took out a special qi and blood pill from the storage ring and swallowed it to accumulate qi and blood in preparation for body training and improving strength. At this time, school beauty Fong made up her mind. She must practice hard and strive to be admitted to Shedu University in the college entrance examination. Then, keep an eye on Wang Yong, and in the name of friends, don't let him bully other girls. Well, it's normal for friends to take care of each other. Thinking of this, Fong Yuching couldn't wait to eat another qi and blood pill again, silently enduring the pain of the powerful qi and blood backlashing against her body. There was determination in her eyes, and her desire to practice became stronger. Zhou Chuanxiong looked at his niece beside him, who was practicing seriously. Her resolute spirit made him, Uncle Zhou, very satisfied. But when he thought about what this girl was practicing for, Zhou Chuanxiong's heart ached and he felt extremely sad. Is Wang Yong really that important? He pondered for a moment and couldn't help but say, that girl, you. Fong Yuching looked over, and Zhou Chuanxiong tried his best to choose his words. How far has your relationship progressed? Fong Yuching lowered her head, her face redder. I've already told you, our relationship is not what you think, we're friends. Zhou Chuanxiong sighed, let's be clear. It's normal for young boys and girls to have vague feelings for each other. Uncle Zhou has also been through this age. There are some things you shouldn't give. At least you have to thoroughly understand the other person first. Girls are more likely to suffer losses in this regard. Tell Uncle Zhou, did you have any close contact? Fong Yuching seemed to understand, her face flushed to the point of almost dripping with water. After a long moment, she stammered, he held my hand. What? Zhou Chuanxiong's voice rose 8 octaves, and his energy burst out. The dark green car that was driving steadily on the road jumped, almost scaring the driver into slamming on the brakes. The driver looked at Zhou Chuanxiong with a pale face, not daring to interrupt, and continued to drive in fear and trepidation. When did it happen? How long has your relationship been going on? Zhou Chuanxiong said hurriedly without bothering to appease the driver. His face was so dark it was almost murderous. Fong Yuching rolled her eyes at him, not long ago, just now, and it was his first time. She hesitated for a moment, thinking of the scene in the grove. Not counting the previous sparring in the martial arts gym, this was the first time Wang Yong took the initiative to hold her hand. It's just beginning. It's good that it's just beginning. It's good that it's just beginning. Zhou Chuanxiong breathed a sigh of relief and kept repeating. He looked down at the armrest that had been squeezed and deformed, and asked again, how long have you confirmed your relationship? Didn't I say that we are friends? Fong Yuching repeated. Zhou Chuanxiong's expression froze. What kind of friendship is this? It's normal. Fong Yuching blinked her eyes. Then he touched a small box in his pocket, where a ring lay quietly. He said happily, and he also gave me a ring. It's a Xian-level magic weapon. I don't know the specific effects, but it must be very effective. You mean you two haven't confirmed your relationship, but that guy dared to hold your hand? And he even gave you a ring. What does he want to do? Zhou Chuanxiong said angrily. He didn't even listen to the second half of the sentence. The rough man's head was echoing, no confirmation of the relationship, holding hands, and giving a ring. This is not the method of a scumbag. This Wang Yong is definitely not a good guy. Just chop him to death. Boom. The violent energy burst out. This time, the entire car jumped on the road. Crack. A rapid friction sound was heard. The driver in front thought the car was going to explode. I was so scared that I slammed on the brakes. With a bang, the airbag was frightened out by the violent force and exploded on the driver's seat. The car made a screeching sound and stopped safely by the roadside. Swish. The sound of swords being drawn rang out. Zhou Chuanxiong opened the car door, carrying a 2-meter-long machete, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to catch up with the car in front where Wang Yong was sitting to cut off Wang Yong's head. Damn, you just teased my niece. You must be tired of living, right? But then he was stopped by Fong Yuching. A shy and angry voice came, Uncle Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou Chuanxiong responded angrily, don't stop me. I'm going to chop off that scoundrel's head. You are not allowed to go. Fong Yuching said angrily. After a while, she finally managed to explain everything back and forth and calm Zhou Chuanxiong down. Okay. If that guy dares to deceive my niece and doesn't give me an explanation, I will chop him into pieces. Zhou Chuanxiong said angrily. He turned and glared at the driver who had just gotten out of the car, who was tied up and unable to move. He pointed at the dark green military lane that was already mostly scrapped and said, call 2 more cars, one to take the people and one to tow this away. At this time, Wang Yong was sitting alone in another military vehicle, and there was no accident where a passenger rear-ended the car behind him. He shivered inexplicably and touched his neck strangely, wondering, is the air conditioner turned up high? Why does my neck feel a little cold? Wang Yong immediately shook his head and was about to send a message to ask Fong Yuching for some complete information when an electronic sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, triggering the god-level choice. Bet fight, the host makes a bet with Qingqing military minister Zhou Chuanxiong, fighting with his son Zhou Qi under the pretext of helping with discipline. Option 1, defeat Zhou Qi head-on, defeat Zhou Qi easily, and win the bet. Rewards, Level 1 Exotic Beast Crystal Cores 50, King Beast Spirit 1. Choice 2, defeated, unable to defeat Zhou Qi. Reward, 10 Level 2 Spirit Stones, Title of Coward. Choice 3, listen to Zhou Chuanxiong's words and help you discipline Zhou Qi. Beat him up and let him know why the flowers are so red. Discipline him until Zhou Chuanxiong is satisfied. Reward, plus 30% mastery of the alien realm will gain initial mastery of the alien realm portal, can block and open the alien realm portal, can select humans to enter the alien realm for training and to obtain resources. Another choice. Wang Yong said in surprise. He had just finished reading the information that appeared in his mind when the car stopped. We have arrived at our destination. A dark green military vehicle stopped in front of a private martial arts gym. At this moment, another military vehicle drove by. Zhou Qi got off first, and behind him was a big boy who Wang Yong was very familiar with. Su Xiong? Wang Yong recognized the classmate who always supported him at a glance. Wang Yong! Su Xiong exclaimed in surprise, you're out. He then went forward to check on Wang Yong's physical condition and was relieved to see that he looked radiant and in excellent spirits. Zhou Qi stepped forward and looked at Wang Yong calmly. My father told me to find a martial artist to spar with. I wasn't interested at first, but when I found out it was you, I became a little interested. Zhou Qi has broad shoulders and is not handsome, but his upright facial features and calm temperament make him look about 70% similar to Zhou Chuanxiong. The father and son share the same persistence. Wang Yong nodded, remembering Zhou Chuanxiong's instructions, and grinned, I've always heard of your name. Remember to show no mercy later. I'll go all out. Same. Zhou Qi nodded and said calmly, I don't care how strong you are or what resources you have, but there will always be only one strongest person in Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, and that person will only be me. Are you proud? Wang Yong asked. Pride is good, but there's one thing. No matter how much money you have, you must know. What? Zhou Qi was a little confused. Wang Yong grinned and said, no matter how strong you are, you must listen to your father. Ha ha. It's not too late to say harsh words after you beat me. Zhou Qi turned around and went into the martial arts hall. He was not aware of the gambling fight between his father and Wang Yong. He thought that Wang Yong was deliberately humiliating him with these words. I subconsciously looked down on Wang Yong. At this time, Su Xiong pulled the corner of Wang Yong's clothes and whispered. Don't underestimate Zhou Qi. He's also a level 0.9 warrior, but he's different from the pampered warriors like Chen Yu. Ever since Zhou Qi became a warrior, he's been thrown into a strange world to fight strange beasts. He rarely fights anyone in school, and his record of battles is limited, only 2. He shouted, his expression full of envy. Entering the alien world requires government qualification certification. Su Xiong's family is afraid that something might happen to him, so even if they have money, they will not allow Su Xiong to take the risk of entering the alien world to fight. One was when I defeated a talented warrior from the Gaokao rocket class during my freshman year of high school. My reputation spread like wildfire. The other was when I defeated our former class monitor, Long Sheng, in just 3 moves. It's said that because of this, Long Sheng chose not to take the Gaokao, and instead opted for admission to the best university in the Sish district. Su Xiong shared all the information he had learned with Wang Yong. By the way, how did you know I was here? After the two chatted for a while, Wang Yong suddenly asked. Oh, I saw with my own eyes that you were taken away by people from the Qingqing Education Department. I was a little worried, so I went to inform Fong Xiaohua. She has a special identity and should be able to help you. Then we met on the road. He found me and told me that the problem had been solved, so I followed him. Su Xiong scratched his head honestly. When Wang Yong heard this, he felt confused. He looked at him seriously, patted Su Xiong on the shoulder, and said with emotion, "Thank you very much, you really saved me this time by tipping me off." Then he remembered his previous promise and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. After you finish sparring, remember to pack up your battle gear and come find me. I'll take you to a great place to gain practical combat experience and training. Okay. Su Xiong agreed, and then asked, Brother Yong, what are your plans for the sparring match between the two of you later? When Wang Yong heard this, his whole temperament changed instantly. He was seen standing in front of the martial arts hall, with his hands behind his back, the corners of his clothes rustling in the strong wind, and his originally casual and relaxed demeanor instantly became awe-inspiring. Me? Wang Yong chuckled, his eyes gleaming. I'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Chapter 80. Listen to Dad. In front of a private martial arts hall in Qingqing City. A brand new military vehicle stopped, the door opened, and 2 people got out. Zhou Chuanxiong took the lead and walked in front. Following behind her was Fong Yuching, who was full of fighting spirit. This girl was determined to strengthen her physical fitness and improve her strength, so as to reach the strongest condition before the college entrance examination and enter Shadu University. Along the way, she would occasionally put a qi and blood pill into her mouth, silently practicing the inherited skills to suppress her qi and blood. Her determination to practice and struggle made Fong Yuching temporarily forget about telling Uncle Zhou about Wang Yong's true strength. Zhou Chuanxiong saw this spirit of striving and fighting. Both relieved and sad. He silently took out his communicator and contacted his son Zhou Qi. Be ruthless later. If you dare to let me win, you're dead. Elsewhere, Zhou Qigong changed into his martial arts uniform for sparring, quietly put away his communicator, and observed a moment of silence for Wang Yong. Previously, when Wang Yong and Chen Yu had a conflict at school because of Fong Yuching, he had watched the fight from afar. Originally, if Wang Yong was defeated, he would not mind helping Fong Yuching once, so that Chen Yu could understand what the difference of 0.9 levels meant. He hadn't just 1 or 2 students expelled from school. Long Shang, the former captain of Warrior Class 2, had been crushed to despair by Zhou Qi's sheer strength. In the end, he didn't even take the college entrance exams, opting instead to apply for admission to Snake High School. Not long after, coming to the arena in the center of the martial arts hall, Zhou Qi stepped onto the arena step by step and looked towards Wang Yong. Zhou Chuanxiong and Fong Yuching were sitting below the stage, separated by a thick energy shield to prevent the aftermath of their fight from damaging the surrounding buildings. Here I come, Zhou Qi said in a deep voice. He was very proud and didn't think Wang Yong could defeat him. Are you ready for failure? I will make you despair. After saying that, Zhou Qi's whole body of energy exploded fiercely, and the 0.9 level energy continued to climb up like a peak. He looked down at Wang Yong, and his momentum far exceeded that of Chen Yu before. Fong Yuching's beautiful eyes widened slightly, this momentum, this domineering pressure. The third tier, the Wolf King, has combat power. It turns out Zhou Qi also has this kind of strength. No wonder those people in the rocket class didn't dare to face Zhou Qi at his full strength. Fong Yuching's originally nervous mood relaxed a little, and she looked at Wang Yong with her beautiful eyes. With this kind of strength, she should not be beaten too badly by the bastard Wang Yong. Unconsciously, school beauty Fong has fully recognized Wang Yong's strength. After all, he is the man who killed 3 Wolf Kings in one battle. Wang Yong felt the powerful aura, which was no less than that of the Wolf King he had seen before, and was a little surprised. Turn your head. Zhou Qi's exposed skin turned golden, and he exuded an indestructible aura, and his physical strength increased again at this time. A level superpower, golden body. This is the strength of Qingqing City's strongest student. Zhou Chuanxiong clenched his fists and chuckled. His son Zhou Qi has much greater potential than his father. He looked at Wang Yong with a smug look, as if to say, "Boy, are you dumbfounded? You didn't expect my son to be so strong. You're finished." Wang Yong noticed Zhou Chuanxiong's gaze, thinking it was a reminder for him not to forget their agreement. He raised the corner of his mouth, inadvertently met Zhou Chuanxiong's gaze, nodded lightly, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I will help you discipline your son." Zhou Chuanxiong below heard Wang Yong's confident words, said nothing, nodded with satisfaction, and took out a can of summer ice beer. This cunning kid is still in the dark. When he thought about what would happen to Wang Yong next, he took a big sip of cold beer and felt refreshed. He stared at Zhou Qi with a threatening look. It seemed to be urging him to act quickly and fulfill the little bastard's wish. Zhou Qi sighed and said to Wang Yong with some sympathy, "I wanted to show mercy. After all, your former squad leader, Long Shang, was broken by me. But who made you offend my father?" But just as he finished speaking, he instantly discovered that Wang Yong in front of him had disappeared. Whoosh! Instantly, the fist force exploded. There was a visible wave of energy on the ring, like ripples. Zhou Qi felt the explosive momentum and his eyes almost popped out. A fist as big as a casserole rushed towards him with great force. Golden shield. He roared angrily, and the golden energy quickly connected into a shield. A shield shining with golden light appeared, blocking in front of the fist. Bang! A dull roar suddenly arose. The golden shield is broken. A fist filled with powerful energy slammed towards him. Zhou Qi's face changed slightly. He knew that Wang Yong was definitely not weak, especially after seeing him before. He even guessed that Wang Yong was not weaker than Chen Yu in killing a level 0.9 wolf beast. But how could an ordinary warrior at level 0.9 achieve this? This was clearly the killing power of a wolf king. Zhou Qiqiang gathered his strength, stretched out his left arm to block the fist, clenched his right fist, twisted his waist, and punched Wang Yong straight in the chest. Bang! At the moment when fists and arms crossed, Wang Yong's expression remained unchanged, but Zhou Qi's body was trembling. He suddenly retracted the fist that was heading towards his chest, and used both hands to block Wang Yong's punch. Explode! Wang Yong said softly. The fiery red and ice blue energy intertwined, condensed, and exploded with a huge roar. In a short period of time, Zhou Qi only gathered part of his energy to resist. The huge explosion almost knocked him unconscious. The smoke and dust cleared, leaving behind a ragged, charred figure that looked like a beggar. Crack! Zhou Chuanxiong stood there like a log, watching Zhou Qi, who was completely at a disadvantage in the first round. He didn't even notice that the can of ice beer he had just opened in his hand had exploded. He turned his head sharply and looked at his niece Fong Yuching, who looked calm beside him. He asked in surprise, "Has Wang Yang always been so strong?" "Of course." Fong Yuching nodded without surprise, her little face filled with pride. "Why didn't you say it earlier? You are determined to see your Uncle Zhou embarrassed, right?" Zhou Chuanxiong looked at his niece with a strange look. "No way." Fong Yuching quickly protested, aggrieved, "I've always wanted to remind you and tell you the truth, but you never let me." As the uncle and nephew were talking, the battle continued. Zhou Qi endured the explosion of Yao Yu's energy head-on, and even though he had a defensive ability, he was still a little out of breath. Zhou Qi was temporarily at a disadvantage. He looked at Wang Yong with a strange look and praised him, "You fought well. I heard that you have a special physique related to your physical body, but it's still hard to imagine that a level 0.6 warrior can reach such a high level of strength." After he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed. "But you're only at level 0.6. The martial arts technique you just used was extremely pure, so it must have consumed a lot of energy for you. Wang Yong did not deny anything and nodded calmly. It is confirmed that the consumption is quite large. Condensing 4 pairs of swimming fish will almost consume all my energy, but I can now store the energy of 40 pairs of swimming fish. Physical fitness, talent, and willpower are all necessary for becoming stronger, and are also the capital and foundation for maintaining his lead over his peers. He glanced at Zhou Chuanxiong, who was watching the battle intently, clearly paying close attention to it. Wang Yong turned his head to look at Zhou Chuan and suddenly said, "Do you remember what I told you before?" Zhou Chuanxiong noticed Wang Yong's smiling response and his heart suddenly tightened. No way, this kid Wang Yong wouldn't take the excuse I made up seriously, would he? What? Zhou Qi stared closely at Wang Yong's every move. His carelessness just now had caused him to suffer a great loss. He believed that as long as he was more careful, Wang Yong would find it difficult to defeat him. Wang Yong looked at Zhou Qi with a smile. No matter how strong you are, you must listen to your father. Chapter 81. I understand. I understand everything. You. Zhou Qi's face changed before he could finish his words. In front of him, where Wang Yong had just walked, fiery red and ice blue energy rose into the air. The fish's energy burst out again. Judging from the number, there are almost more than 10 pairs. Oh shit. Zhou Qi immediately condensed his golden body ability, maxed out his defense, and desperately mobilized his energy to defend his entire body with all his strength. The next moment, more than 10 dangerous waves erupted at the same time, shocking Zhou Qi so much that his scalp went numb. At this moment, he did not think too much. Facing the fish that surrounded him, he could only gather all his strength to resist. Xiao is as calm as Zhou Qi, facing Wang Yong who set a trap for him without knowing when. I cursed silently in my heart, damn it, you old silver coin. You're a monster, aren't you? I just said that you consume a lot of energy, and you nodded in agreement. Then he backhandedly made more than 10 pairs. Cheating on my feelings. The next moment, more than 10 pairs of fiery red and ice blue lotus flowers bloomed. The killing move that was enough to severely injure the Wolf King level raged, and the spiritual energy tide rolled. The little golden man in the center looked like he was on a small boat. So helpless and weak. Boom boom boom. Zhou Chuanxiong opened his mouth wide and his pupils experienced an 8-magnitude earthquake. Is this a fucking level 0.6 warrior? There must be a ghost. Can Zhou Qi stop it? For the first time, Zhou Chuanxiong began to doubt his son. The terrifying explosion shook the entire martial arts hall. Large pieces of earth and rock fragments flew out and were blocked by the protective shield outside the ring. The protective shield then continued to withstand the aftermath of the explosion. Fortunately, Zhou Chuanxiong's private martial arts school put a lot of effort into the ring's protective shield and bought the highest end ones. Even Zhou Chuanxiong himself took more than half an hour to break it, otherwise Wang Yang would have been defeated. Smoke and dust billowed, and a huge pit appeared in the center of the ring. In the center of the pit, a figure with a dim golden glow appeared. Half of it was fiery red, like pig iron that had been rolled in an iron furnace, and the other half was covered with frost, with even long icicles sliding down from his hands. I'm still alive? Zhou Qi moved his stiff and numb body woodenly. There was no part of me that didn't hurt. He lowered his head and looked at his golden body ability, which had been shining brightly just now, but had now dimmed. This means that the golden body ability that Zhou Qi has always been proud of and regarded as his trump card has reached its limit. It was almost defeated. It turns out that my superpowers have limits. He coughed violently. Wang Yong smiled and found that Zhou Qi was not seriously injured. He walked forward and asked, "Will you be a good boy in the future?" Zhou Qi was stunned, his face full of question marks. Wang Yong frowned. Not replying? It seems he's still not convinced. I have to keep beating him. Oh, it's so troublesome to discipline a disobedient child. I have been entrusted with this task. Wang Yong sighed with his hands behind his back, took a big step forward, suddenly turned around, and punched out with all his strength. Bang! The energy surged and dust flew. Zhou Qi's dazed look disappeared immediately. After years of fighting, the fighting consciousness had been engraved in his bones. He instantly blocked and defended, raising his arms to resist the downward kick. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a layer of visible energy ripples spread out with the two of them as the center. The pressure was so strong that Fong Yuching couldn't help but take a few steps back. Zhou Qi groaned. blocked, legs pressed into the ground. His physical fitness is extremely strong, even stronger than the Wolf King of the same level. Wang Yong retracted his legs and asked again, "Will you still listen to me in the future?" Zhou Qi's face was full of question marks again. What does it mean? What do you mean by obedient or not? I don't understand. He continued in silence. At this moment, an electronic sound came to Wang Yong's ears. Ding, the duration of the intelligence-reducing aura has ended, and the side effects have disappeared. He didn't care and turned his head to look at Zhou Chuanxiong, who had not yet recovered. He stood there as if petrified, motionless and without any expression. At this time, Zhou Chuanxiong was in deep confusion. Who am I? What the hell am I doing? Didn't I just get angry with Wang Yong and let my son teach him a lesson? I even set a trap for Wang Yong. But why would I want to ask Wang Yong to spar with my son? Seeing that Zhou Chuanxiong still didn't say anything, Wang Yong thought he was still not satisfied, so he simply let go of all his strength and unleashed a burst of energy. He shouted loudly, "Ora Fist!" Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Would big, would big, would big, would big. On the broken ring, Wang Yong's face was stern, his body was agile, and every punch and kick was unleashed with his strength. The angle of each punch was extremely tricky, completely without any rules, seemingly without any trajectory, but extremely exquisite. Even Zhou Qi, who had extremely rich combat experience, could not find any flaws for a while and could only defend himself on the spot and take the beating. Fuck, stop it, stop hitting me, or you'll hurt my son. Zhou Chuanxiong shouted. Looking at Zhou Qi, whose head was covered with lumps from being beaten, he felt distressed. His own son was too proud to admit defeat, so he just helped him to admit defeat. Wang Yong slowed down his movements and looked over with some confusion. Seeing this, Zhou Chuanxiong looked at Wang Yong vigorously, signaling him to stop. At this time, Zhou Qi was dissatisfied and said loudly, "Father, I won't lose. Let him do it. Don't interfere." Wang Yong was stunned. Why is the script wrong? Isn't it a hilarious and filial script in which the son thinks he is a genius and is rebellious, and the father asks someone to fix his son's behavior? But soon, Wang Yong learned it by himself. Wait, Zhou Chuanxiong should want to discipline his son himself, and persuade him not to continue the competition, admit defeat, and then practice obediently and follow the arrangements. That's why he yelled at himself to stop sparring and showed his fatherly love. He hoped his rebellious son Zhou Qi would understand his painstaking efforts. As a rebel, Zhou Qi naturally wants to do the opposite of his father in everything he does, so he has to hold on and continue to compete. So my current mission is to keep fighting. Beat Zhou Qi until he admits defeat. Thinking of this, Wang Yong's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my goodness, so this is how it works. I'm so damn smart, I can even see through this hidden information. He turned his head and gave Zhou Chuanxiong, who was standing in the ring, a meaningful look, as if to say, I understand. I understand. I'll beat him until he admits defeat. Then, he swung his fist faster, like a whirlwind, and made Zhou Qi scream. Zhou Chuanxiong felt like he was going crazy, but he was fighting even harder. He immediately called out to the martial arts gym leader, "Come on, someone. Remove the shield. Now. Immediately. Immediately. General Zhou, as you requested just now, we activated the highest level of protection. It will take 10 minutes to evacuate. What do you think?" The person in charge hurried over and responded. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Zhou Chuanxiong urged. The corners of his mouth twitched. He had originally planned to punch Wang Yong a few more times, but he didn't expect that he would hurt his own child instead. Wang Yong circulated his energy, opening and closing his arms. The energy surged like wind in clouds, and dust swirled. Waves of energy spread out layer by layer, and continuous bombardment sounds were heard. Mu de mu de mu de mu de. He was throwing punches, and happened to glance at the ring to see Zhou Chuanxiong's excitement. It seemed that the discipline was very satisfying, so Wang Yong fought even harder. Wang Yong discovered that since the Euler boxing advanced to the Shan level, the boxing was as tricky as impermanence, and the main theme was 2 words, impermanence. The sound looks extremely terrifying, but it is not entirely true. Some punches look very powerful, but in fact they are light punches that are withdrawn as soon as they hit the target, without any strength at all. On the contrary, some punches that look ordinary in appearance are actually extremely powerful. If it is ignored, it is inevitable that you will suffer a huge loss. Spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh my god. How can this martial art be so weird? Zhou Qi raised his arms and struggled to defend himself, mainly to protect his vital parts and not be knocked down. But at this time he was also injured, his eyes were black and blue, his head was covered with lumps, and his face was swollen as if he had been stung by a bee. He didn't know how many punches he had received, and he was crying out in pain. But he still held on and refused to admit defeat. Number 195, 196. Wang Yong mentally counted the punches and suddenly warned, Zhou Qi, do you admit your mistake? Will you listen to your father from now on? Zhou Qi almost vomited blood and shouted, how dare I disobey my father? Ah! The old man is very stubborn. He told me to go east, how dare I go west? Zhou Qi felt very aggrieved. If it weren't for the incident with my mother, would I have ignored him? Bah! I'm not wrong. Thinking of this, Zhou Qi was very stubborn and still refused to admit it. So you still don't admit your mistake? Wang Yong raised his eyebrows. Oh, family conflict? Never mind, I don't understand. I'll just listen to my employer. He always held back and used his own martial arts to the fullest, without any supernatural powers, nor did he use powerful martial arts such as Yin Shinquan and Farmer's 3 punches. Wang Yong turned his head and found that Zhou Chuanxiong was still shouting at him to stop fighting through the protective shield. We have to keep fighting. Wang Yong immediately understood, his eyes showing a wise understanding. Fuck me. Zhou Qi felt like he was going crazy. Why couldn't this person make sense? Chapter 82 Zhaobijang. The 200th punch. Ola. Wang Yong's momentum instantly reached its peak. After the upgrade of the Ora Fist, the power of the punch was upgraded from 100 to 200, but it was more powerful, harder and more lasting. His body was like a mad rabbit, his fists were like meteors, and his energy gathered together as if it were free, and he rushed towards Zhou Qi. At this moment, Zhou Qi, who had been struggling for a long time, suddenly lit up his eyes. He growled, come on. The voice was like thunder, resounding and powerful, and it looked like they were evenly matched. The only difference was that his face was swollen like a bun, and his pronunciation was a little shaky. Absolutely golden body. With all his energy poured in front of him, Zhou Qi showed his true trump card as the strongest student of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School. Golden light burst out from his eyes, and an indestructible golden shield appeared. A lifelike ferocious beast was engraved on its surface, and its flaming eyes gave people a thrilling feeling. Beacon Beast. It's a king-level beacon beast. Offstage, Zhou Chuanxiong's voice changed color. He also didn't know that the rocket class had recently entered the Fenghua realm, the least dangerous place in Qingcheng City, and had encountered an extremely rare king beast. If Zhou Qi hadn't discovered it in advance and taken action secretly, at least half of the students in the rocket class would have been killed or injured. After killing the Fenghua king beast, he naturally obtained its king beast spirit, which was then used as the trump card by the unyielding Zhou Qi. It is hard to imagine that he persevered for such a long time, was willing to throw away his face, and used it when Wang Yong was most confident. Just to win. This attack is probably far more powerful than the Wolf King. He's worthy of being my son, he can endure. This is the style of a great general. Zhou Chuanxiong put aside his previous worries and boasted. The spirit of the king beast is a rare treasure that can't be found easily. At the beginning, the city used an ordinary first-level alien beast 0.9 level crystal core as a secret technique to briefly burst out the second-level combat power. It is conceivable that Zhou Qi, who already has the third-level combat power, can exert such powerful strength with the help of the king beast's spirit. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the fist filled with vigorous energy collided with the shield carrying the spirit of the king beast. After 3 breaths of stalemate, the golden shield shattered under Zhou Qi's horrified gaze. Wang Yong's long-awaited aura punch was completely neutralized. In the final blow, the two were evenly matched. He actually blocked it. Zhou Qi's eyes widened. He could see that Wang Yong relied entirely on his own trump card martial arts, without any external help. There was a hint of surprise in Wang Yong's eyes, but he still threw the punch straight out. This punch had no power at all, just like a punch thrown by a street thug. But if you look carefully, you will find that a ring has appeared on your fist. Paralysis ring. Wearing conditions, male. Effect, when worn on the middle finger, activate automatically. Each attack by the holder will be accompanied by a strong paralysis effect. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. Note, paralysis ring, every strike paralyzes. PK artifact, has slight side effects after the active skill is activated. Turn on. Ring features. Wang Yong muttered in his heart. The next moment, an extremely strong electric current spread from the middle finger. Wang Yong. He shuddered violently, and suddenly raised his middle finger from his fist and thrust it straight out. Oh shit! Wang Yong exclaimed. Zhou Qi immediately frowned, anger rising in his heart, and his eyes looking at Wang Yong became more and more unfriendly. What the hell do you mean? We just tied in a big move fight, and you still look down on me? What does the middle finger mean? Sure enough, few people can remain calm in the face of international friendly gestures. Wang Yong. Don't go too far. Zhou Qi gritted his teeth and immediately rapped his fist with energy and charged towards Wang Yong's middle finger. Wang Yong was also confused. He didn't want to extend this friendly gesture, but he couldn't help it. The flesh on Wang Yong's arm began to spasm, and the silver-white ring kept discharging electricity. Discharging electricity would have been fine, but it was concentrated on one finger, and his middle finger was almost looking like a replica of Kato Toru. In an instant, the middle finger was in front of Zhou Qi. Not even a bit of energy was added, completely suppressing it with the physical body. Zhou Qi's face flushed red, his emotions suddenly exploded, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. You are humiliating me. Don't blame me if your hand is broken." He let out a fierce roar and poured all the remaining strength in his body into his fist, determined to make Wang Yong suffer. Fists and fingers connected. Bang! The moment the two came into contact, an extremely fast electric current penetrated Zhou Qi's whole body and even directly penetrated his energy layer. The intense electric current immediately enveloped Zhou Qi's entire body. Ah! Zhou Qi's eyes were suddenly covered with bloodshot, and he jumped up as if he had stepped on an electric wire. Woohoo! A loud roar. Zhou Qi rushed straight up diagonally, like a spring plate rushing out of the ground, and hit the hard protective shield, his face being crushed into a pancake. Sizzle. He slowly slid down from the protective shield. He passed out in an instant and lost consciousness. General Zhou, the protective shield has been removed, the martial arts gym leader reported excitedly. The half-egg-shaped protective shield disappeared. Wang Yong stood proudly in the martial arts hall, with Zhou Qi lying at his feet in a dishevel and unconscious. He coughed and took off the numbing ring on his raised middle finger with a guilty conscience. Sure enough, as soon as he took it off, the electric current on the finger disappeared and it could stretch and retract freely. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Wang Yong looked at Zhou Qi, who was lying on the ground and twitching from time to time, grinned, feeling a little embarrassed. He looked down at the arena and saw Zhou Chuanxiong, whose expression was uncertain. He felt a sudden shock in his heart, scratched his head and asked about his well-being. Hey! I'm asking you again, will you still be a good boy from now on? After a while, Wang Yong saw that he still didn't move, so he gave up. An electronic voice came from my ears. Ding selection completed. Choice 3, listen to Zhou Chuanxiong's words and help you discipline Zhou Qi. Beat him up and let him know why the flowers are so red. Discipline him until Zhou Chuanxiong is satisfied. Reward, plus 30% mastery of the alien realm will gain initial mastery of the alien realm portal, can block and open the alien realm portal, can select humans to enter the alien realm for training and to obtain resources. Just turned around. Zhou Qi's fingers moved, and his eyelids fluttered as if a last burst of light had returned. Just as he was about to open his lips to say something. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and Zhou Chuanxiong came forward with a gloomy face. Wang Yong didn't notice that Zhou Qi behind him had woken up. He just saw him approaching as if to ask for credit. He raised his head and said, "Uncle Zhou, didn't you say your child is not well behaved?" "Yes. I listened to you and gave him a good beating. Just as you said, no matter how cruel you are, I will beat you as hard as you can." Unfortunately, Zhou Qi is also very stubborn and refuses to admit his mistakes. How about this, wait until he wakes up and gets treated, then beat him up? Wang Yong seemed a little regretful, fearing that Zhou Chuanxiong would not admit it, so he recounted their bet again. At this moment, Zhou Chuanxiong was about to roll up his sleeves and prepare to teach Wang Yong a lesson, but when he heard his words, he was immediately startled. "Yes, isn't that what I asked for? How did I know this Wang Yong was so good at fighting? He could even beat the strongest genius in Qingqing City. Am I a jerk? I'm looking for someone to beat up my own son." When he thought of this, Zhou Chuanxiong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I rolled up my sleeves halfway and froze in mid-air, not knowing whether I should continue. Woo woo. Wow. A burst of wailing suddenly came from behind Wang Yong. I saw Zhou Qi lying on the ground, unconscious, and he woke up at some point. And started crying. He stared at Zhou Chuanxiong resentfully. Whoa, wasn't it just because of the mother incident that I had a quarrel with you? Is it really necessary to hire a genius to attack me? I've reached level 5, and I have to enter the Phantom Realm to avenge my mother. Oh. Zhou Qi felt extremely aggrieved. He just pretended to be unconscious and heard the irrefutable evidence of the two people's collusion. Zhou Chuanxiong was speechless. The mud was dripping down his crotch. It must be shit. He quickly comforted his son, took out the elixir and healed his wounds, not bothering to cause trouble for Wang Yong. Okay, don't rush for revenge. Wait until your strength reaches level 5, then you'll have a chance. Zhou Chuanxiong comforted helplessly. Zhou Chuanxiong felt mixed emotions as he watched his son's statement. What's going on? Wang Yong looked at the scene of deep love between father and son in front of him, feeling that something was wrong, and hurriedly took Fong Yuching and asked. Having witnessed the whole process, Fong Yuching, who was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, came over and finally explained the matter to Wang Yong, clearing up the misunderstanding. Wang Yong looked at Zhou Chuanxiong with a strange look in his eyes. He was furious. Are you saying that this old man wanted to trick me and let his son teach me a lesson, so he made up this excuse for a fight? Almost. Fong Yuching's expression was complicated. She didn't expect Wang Yong to be so strong. Thanks to Uncle Zhou's relationship, she also had some understanding of Zhou Qi's true strength. Although the two rarely communicated, she still knew part of Zhou Qi's stubborn temperament and persistent cultivation goals. Then, what about what Uncle Zhou promised me? Wang Yong hesitated for a long time. What is this? Fong Yuching's eyes were smiling. She was sure that Uncle Zhou must be feeling the most aggrieved right now. She chuckled softly. Uncle Zhou is a man of his word. He won't break a promise, but he's also a straightforward person. You hit the son he's most proud of. As a father, you say, why don't you go ask him now? Cough, forget it. Wang Yong coughed violently. It is estimated that General Zhou, the Minister of Military Affairs of Qingqing City, is still angry. What if Wang Yong gets angry and grabs him and beats him up regardless of his status? Don't ask, just follow your heart. But after a while, Wang Yong still felt a little upset. Although I didn't suffer any loss, it was so frustrating. I worked so hard for a long time, but just beat up someone and didn't get any benefit at all. His eyes moved and he asked in a low voice. Zhou Qi said what happened to his mother? It seems that Zhou Qi and Uncle Zhou are in conflict. Is it because of his mother's matter? Fong Yuching's expression changed slightly. She glanced at the father and son who hadn't noticed her for the time being, and whispered in the same voice. I don't know the details. It happened 5 years ago. Do you know the Phantom World? Wang Yong, I know, it's the most mysterious alien realm in Qingqing City. Only warriors with a strength of 1.5 or above are allowed to enter, and the location of the alien realm's portal is kept secret. Fong Yuching nodded. Indeed, the Ghost Realm is the most dangerous realm in Qingcheng. Basically, most of Qingqing's warrior forces are deployed there. 5 years ago, Uncle Zhou's wife, Aunt Lin, also known as Lin Yaoyue, was the deputy head of the military department in Green City. Something strange happened in the Ghost Realm that needed to be suppressed. Uncle Zhou asked Aunt Lin to lead a team of warriors into the realm to investigate, and then something unexpected happened. Accident? That's right. A team of 20 warriors, the weakest among them is only at the peak of level 1. The leader, Aunt Lin, is even at the high end of level 2, no less powerful than Uncle Zhou back then. They encountered the Phantom King in a strange land. After hearing this, Wang Yong kept searching his mind for his knowledge of otherworldly realms and soon found the relevant information. The Ghost King, the king of the Ghost Realm, the king of the Ghost Clan, his strength is no less than level 3, and he is extremely hostile to humans. He is bloodthirsty and brutal. Fong Yuching's voice was a little low, and they encountered not only the Yuqing, who was far more powerful than them, but also 5 level 2 peak beasts. Aunt Lin was seriously injured by the Yuqing in order to protect the team members. He was rescued afterwards, but his mental strength was severely corroded and his body was severely injured. Although he used the precious medicine distributed by the Snake District, he was still afflicted by the ghost poison and lost consciousness. He has been in a coma ever since. Can't it be cured? Wang Yong asked. It can't be cured. Fong Yuching said sadly. There are two kinds of ghost poison, one corrodes the body, the other withers the spirit. Curing one will trigger an outbreak of the other, affecting the entire body. And medical warriors can only treat one person at a time. Generally, we can only take turns finding warriors with healing abilities to repair the body, and warriors with purification abilities to suppress the toxins, but there is no cure. Aunt Lin has been in a coma for 5 years. Uncle Zhou has searched all over the country for warriors with medical abilities, but he's either unable to afford the exorbitant prices for these rare treasures, or he's found a warrior with both the purification and healing abilities. Fong Yuching smiled bitterly and shook her head. The natural treasures that can cure the ghost poison are too precious. They are all in high risk in alien realms, so it's impossible to obtain them. The possession of dual superpowers is even rarer. Looking at the entire Great Xia, there are not many. Let alone awakening the superpower of purification and healing, it is almost impossible. Uncle Zhou also blames himself quite a bit. He was the one who issued that order, and his heart not remains unresolved. This is why he's been stuck at the peak of level 2 for who knows how long. Aunt Lin's body can't hold on any longer. After 5 years of being eroded by the ghost poison, even if she can continuously suppress the toxin, she can't withstand it. After all, the human body has its limits. The girl looked sad and bitter. At most, we can hold on for another 6 months. Aunt Lin is a very gentle woman and treats her very well. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong lowered his head, his fingers inadvertently brushing across the lotus mark, not knowing what he was thinking. For the past 5 years, Uncle Zhou has almost given up on completely curing Aunt Lin. Zhou Qi has been practicing diligently just to enter the ghost realm and seek revenge on the Ghost King. The Phantom Realm is extremely dangerous. Even many level 3 warriors sent from the Snake District have perished. Zhou Qi has always wanted to go there for training, but Uncle Zhou won't allow it. Fong Yuching spoke out about the rift between father and son. So that's how it is. Wang Yang suddenly realized. At this moment, an idea emerged in his mind. To treat Zhou Chuanxiong's wife, both healing and purification powers need to be blessed at the same time, and the same warrior is needed to treat her, otherwise the auras will clash and in turn harm the host. It has both healing and purifying properties. If he remembered correctly, wasn't the silver wolf from the Wolf Fong realm the same thing? The moonlight can not only dispel negative states, but also heal the body. It is an excellent combat aid and a superior healing ability. Wang Yong looked at Fong Yuching's depressed look and said, "Could Aunt Lin and I meet? I might have a way to treat her." "Really?" Fong Yuching's eyes lit up instantly, and she even grabbed his hand in excitement. "You can try it." Wang Yong nodded, but did not say anything. After all, Changning's strength was not strong, only level 0.9 at most, and the owner of the ghost poison was the level 3 Ghost King. Even if the right medicine was used, the poison might be too strong and difficult to eradicate. "Okay, I'll recommend you to Uncle Zhou, he should agree." Fong Yuching couldn't wait to pull Wang Yong and go. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the martial arts hall, which attracted the attention of the two. Zhou Qi also calmed down temporarily. Zhou Chuanxiong frowned and stood up to look. "General Zhou, someone from the Zhao family is here. They want to see you by name. Do you want to let them in?" The head of the martial arts school announced through the intercom. "Zhao family?" Anger flashed in Zhou Chuanxiong's eyes, and at the same time, he glanced at Wang Yong unconsciously with confusion and snorted. It seems that the Zhao family still refuses to give up on Wang Yong. "Although I don't like Wang Yong," Zhou Chuanxiong said in a deep voice, "the fact that he was able to defeat my son fair and square proves that his talent is among the best in Xinjiang. We must not let them harm him." Although Zhou Chuanxiong was very angry at this time, he still knew what was right and what was wrong. What is more, the Zhao family, who are in charge of the Qingqing education department and have been our longtime enemy. "Tell him, no." Zhou Chuanxiong thought for a moment and gave the order. But after a while, a voice came from the intercom again. "General Zhou, they said they want to negotiate with you, and you won't refuse." After the words fell, Zhou Chuanxiong looked a little surprised, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Okay, let them come in and meet him." "Receive." After a while, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in. But that was not the most eye-catching thing. Behind him were two twins who looked very similar. They wear the same clothes, are the same height, and even have the same hairstyle and nail length. "General Zhou, I've heard a lot about you." The moment the middle-aged man in the lead saw Zhou Chuanxiong, his eyes lit up, and he walked over in 2 steps, complimenting him. "Zhao Bijian, what are you trying to do by coming to me? Zhou Chuanxiang was not impressed by the compliment and asked directly. As the deputy head of the Zhao family in Qingqing City, who would believe that Zhao Bijiang didn't have some skills? General Zhou, look at what you said. Don't I admire General Zhou very much for his hard work and great contributions, and I came here specially to visit you? Zhao Bijiang flattered with a forced smile, and kept saying sweet words. As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently swept across the messy arena and Wang Yong standing with Fong Yuching, and a dark glint appeared in the corner of his eyes. Don't try to be so rude. Everyone in Qingqing knows that you, Zhao Bijiang, are a smiling tiger. Anyone who has been cheated by you has always been flattered in this way. Zhou Chuanxiang waved his sleeves without showing any respect. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have to fart, just fart. I don't have that much time to play house with you. Zhao Bijiang didn't feel the slightest bit offended by Zhou Chuanxiang's harsh words. He continued with a smile, General Zhou, look at what you've said. I, Zhao Bijiang, truly admire you immensely. As the great general who always protects the lives and safety of the people of Qingqing, you undoubtedly deserve the greatest credit. But I heard that 5 years ago, General Zhou's wife was troubled by something. I've been worried about her. I heard that General Zhou sought out famous doctors from all over the country, but none of them could cure her. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Chuanxiang's face suddenly turned cold and he shouted, Zhao Bijiang, who gave you the courage to provoke me? Believe it or not, I will kill you. The peak level 2 aura burst out, forcing Zhao Bijiang to retreat repeatedly. The two twins behind him changed their expressions and burst out with their might to resist. His face flushed red, and the auras of the two were extremely similar. When they resisted each other at the same time, they actually seemed to be merging. Interesting. 2 level 1 warriors. Zhou Chuanxiang retracted his aura and looked at the twin warriors with interest. They're twins. I guess the Zhao family must have painstakingly nurtured them for a long time. Zhao Bijiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, General Zhou, please forgive me for laughing. These two were selected from the Zhao family orphanage and adopted by the Zhao family. What's amazing is that their auras are the same. When the brothers attack at the same time, their auras blend together, creating an effect that is greater than 1 + 1. This is extremely rare. Zhou Chuanxiang remained non-committal and said impatiently, I don't care about their backgrounds. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhao Bijiang showed a mysterious smile. General Zhou, you don't know that these two are twin brothers named Zhao Feng and Zhao Yu. They look the same and have the same aura, but their awakened abilities are different. Zhou Chuanxiang frowned, what do you want to say? General Zhou, please look. Chapter 83 Aunt Lin's Hope of Recovery. Zhao Bijiang took a step back, and the two brothers Zhao Feng and Zhao Yu took a step forward. Ha! The two of them unleashed their superpowers at the same time. The fluctuations of mental power spread out, and what was somewhat surprising was that their mental power level actually reached level 0.6. This isn't the most surprising thing. 2 colors of halos appeared on the two people, one was golden and the other was pure white, both emitting soft fluctuations. Purify the superpowers. Heal the superpowers. Zhou Chuanxiang's voice faded. That's right. This is a talent that the Zhao family has spent a lot of money to find and cultivate for you. I wonder if General Zhou is satisfied. Zhao Bijiang said respectfully. General Zhou, I understand that Aunt Lin entered the ghost realm and was poisoned. Unable to find a good doctor, she remains unconscious to this day, relying on martial artists to suppress the poison to stay alive. 5 years have already passed, so time isn't running out. That's right. Zhou Chuanxiang clenched his fists, his tone a little excited. They are twins, so their auras are not excessive or repulsive, so there is a chance to cure Xiaoye. Seeing his delighted expression, Zhao Bijiang's eyes couldn't help but flash with brilliance, and he continued. The auras of these two brothers are almost identical, and their special abilities are purification and healing respectively. Martial artists with dual special abilities are extremely rare, but they are almost as one. Therefore, when they treat each other simultaneously, there will be no rejection or harm to the person being treated. The Zhao family once experimented with a martial artist infected with the ghost poison, and there is a 90% chance of saving the poisoned martial artist. Therefore, having said that, Zhao Bijiang smiled faintly and stopped talking. Why was Zhou Chuanxiang's wife suffering from a mysterious poison that was difficult to cure, and he could not find a good doctor even after traveling all over the country? It was because Lin Yaoyue was poisoned by 2 layers of poison, one in her body and one in her spirit. The 2 poisons became one and erupted at the same time. If the medical warriors start to heal the physical or mental poison, it will inevitably cause the two toxins to explode, and it will be impossible to take care of both ends. If the two medical warriors attack at the same time, the supernatural powers will clash in Lin Yaoyue's body, and the host will have no chance of survival. Zhou Qi also came over and looked surprised when he heard what they said. Quietly pulling his father's hand, he whispered, "Father, please." Zhou Chuanxiong's expression shifted, he clenched his fists, and forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. Wasn't he excited? It was he who ordered his wife to take people to investigate the unusual movements in the ghost realm, which resulted in him being injured and in a coma for many years. Whenever Zhou Chuanxiong thought of this, he felt so guilty that it even affected his breakthrough in martial arts. Over the past 5 years, I have consulted countless famous doctors, but still cannot be completely cured. After many years, Zhou Chuanxiong gave up the fantasy of completely curing his wife, but now there is hope again. Even if the bait thrown by the enemy requires an unimaginable price, he has to take the initiative to eat it. After a long while, he took a deep breath, looked deeply at Zhao Bijang, then glanced at Wang Yong and said, "Tell me, what price do I need to pay?" Then he added, "As long as I can heal my wife, I'd be happy even if I didn't have the position of military chief." At this time, Zhao Bijang shook his head and looked at Wang Yong beside him. The look carries a special meaning. Fong Yuching, who was standing side by side with Wang Yong, suddenly felt her heart tighten. She bit her lower lip and wanted to say something. Wang Yong thought of the same thing and sighed. But at this moment, Zhou Chuanxiong pointed at Wang Yong, who was standing beside him, then looked at Zhao Bijang and said, "I can promise you anything, even my life. But I can never hand Wang Yong over to you." As soon as the words fell, Zhou Qi and Fong Yuching's expressions changed at the same time. "Father! Uncle Zhou!" Wang Yong's heart moved, his face showed an expression of emotion, and he was speechless. But he made up his mind that after the Zhao family left, he would do his best to help Zhou Chuanxiong and completely cure Aunt Lin. "If others treat me well, I will repay them with sincerity." Zhou Chuanxiong chuckled, turned his head to look at Zhao Bijang, and said sternly, "Don't try to persuade me. Although I'm a martial artist, Xincheng is my hometown. Since Wang Yong has been recognized by Master Yun Gang, it means he is extremely talented. He may very well be able to suppress the ghost realm alone in the future. Compared to the future of Qingqing's 50 million people, what does Zhou's family mean to me? Zhao Bijang, I understand the Zhao family's intentions. Whether it's a fight for power or profit, I, Zhou Chuanxiong, can give it up. Even if it means I have to be your Zhao family's thug. But I will protect Wang Yong's life. Today I am protecting Wang Yong's life, and he is protecting the lives of thousands of people in Qingcheng." After just a few words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. No one could doubt the determination contained in those powerful words. Zhou Qi was speechless and wanted to say something, but he was blocked by thousands of words and couldn't speak. He understood his father's ambition and sacrificed his own family for the sake of the greater good. He also sighed heavily and looked at Wang Yong with complicated eyes. He just hated himself for not being talented enough and not being able to completely look down on the Zhao family. Otherwise, the twins looked at each other at this time. They were also shocked by Zhou Chuanxiong's determination. The two of them looked at the leader Zhao Bijang at the same time, waiting for his instructions. Zhao Bijang narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of deep-seated resentment. Then, a smile appeared on his seemingly honest face, and he said, "General Zhou, there's no need for this. When did I ever tell you that the Zhao family's target this time was Wang Yong?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Chuanxiong frowned. Zhao Bijang chuckled and said, "This action was not the Zhao family's idea, but my personal idea. As I've said before, General Zhou is the glory of Qingqing City. Although I, Zhao Bijang, am a slick and petty man, I deeply admire General Zhou, a soldier who is dedicated to serving the people. Therefore, I do not intend to seek any reward this time." "What do you mean?" Zhou Qi asked in surprise. "That's right," Zhao Bijang said with a look of sincere admiration, "I don't have any requests." After saying this, everyone looked surprised, even Zhou Chuanxiong was no exception. Wang Yong frowned. When he raised his head, he happened to meet Zhao Bijang's eyes with a special meaning. What on earth is the Zhao family doing? Wang Yong thought to himself, took a deep breath, and pointed his finger at the totem mark. He has already communicated with Cheng Ning in the totem, but if he tries to heal Aunt Lin, whom he has never met before, he will have to wait and see what tricks Zhao Bijang comes up with. Chapter 80 for the Zhao family's true purpose. Zhou Chuanxiong lives not far from the martial arts gym, just at the corner of the street. Soon, Zhou Chuanxiong brought Wang Yong and the 3 members of the Zhao family to the courtyard where he lived. Enter the room. Inside is a pure white ward, with layers of expensive medical equipment piled up there. A doctor in a white coat immediately came forward to greet Zhou Chuanxiong when he saw him come in, followed by two assistants. Mr. Zhou. Dr. Zhong, what's the situation? Zhou Chuanxiong asked. Dr. Zhong looked at the three people behind him, especially Zhao Bijiang, a senior executive of the Zhao family with considerable influence, and hesitated for a moment. Just tell me directly about your current physical condition. The medical warrior recruited by the Zhao family should have a chance. Zhou Chuanxiong understood his concerns. To be able to become his personal doctor, he must be a confidant who he absolutely trusts. Okay. Dr. Zhong understood and said without further ado, Ms. Lin is currently in a relatively stable condition. It was a month ago that she last had an attack of the poison. As he spoke, two assistants behind him handed over the report and continued, currently, the attacks of the ghost poison are becoming more and more frequent. The poison has accumulated deeply in the body, and there are even signs of deep-seated bone marrow infection. It is expected that the next attack may erode the warrior's bone marrow. If the bone marrow is infected, I am afraid there will be no way to save the patient. His tone was heavy. My spirit has been poisoned and withered. I've been hiding it lately, lying dormant, afraid it might erupt suddenly. But for now, I can still suppress it. It can only be delayed for half a year at most, otherwise. Having said this, Dr. Zhong did not continue speaking, but just sighed deeply. As soon as the words fell, the entire ward fell silent. The scene suddenly became serious. Wang Yong followed Fong Yuching in and looked at the woman on the hospital bed with a little curiosity. Her face was as pale as paper, and her gentle features looked even more delicate. Her body covered with a thin blanket looked very thin. She had been eroded by the ghost poison for 5 years. Even with excellent medical conditions, her physical condition was probably extremely worrying. Zhou Chuanxiong turned his head and looked at Zhao Bijiang. Then he glanced past him and looked at the twin warriors behind him. He asked with some anticipation, is there any hope? The two brothers Zhao Feng and Zhao Yu looked at each other, pondered for a moment, and nodded. You can give it a try. Okay. Zhou Chuanxiong didn't say anything more. His wife was dying, so he could only try his best. After saying that, he made way but did not leave. Instead, he watched nervously from the side and whispered a few words to Dr. Zhong. Dr. Zhong immediately understood and went forward to connect him to various instruments for detecting vital signs, which could visually show the physical condition of Zhou Chuanxiong's wife, Lin Yaoyue. The others also did not step forward but just watched silently. Mom Zhou Qi's eyes turned red as he came in. The top student in the rocket class of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, who was so majestic just now, is now a poor child whose mother is seriously ill. Auntie Lin. Fong Yuching was also a little dazed. She came from a special family background, with both her parents having died early. When Aunt Lin was healthy, she treated her like her own daughter, and they had a very good and sincere relationship. Wang Yong did not speak. He remained calm after coming in, carefully observing the physical condition of the woman on the bed and communicating with Chang Ning in the totem. Can you handle it? Chang Ning, it's a bit troublesome. The level of the ghost poison is very high, and I can't come out now. Healing through the totem will consume energy, and I may not have enough energy. What if I have a way to improve your healing and purification abilities? Through the totem. Wang Yong remembered the totem enhancement he had obtained previously, which can enhance a pet's innate ability. Purification and healing happen to be the strengths of the Silver Wolf clan. Chang Ning pondered for a moment, still shaking his head. It's not a problem of healing ability. The mental toxins are easy to deal with, but Aunt Lin's body is too deeply poisoned. The poison has penetrated through the skin and flesh, into the tendons and veins, and has already penetrated 3/4 into the bones. I can't solve it alone, unless. Wang Yong's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, unless what? Within the totem, Chang Ning gave the answer, unless someone is willing to expend great effort and consume all their blood and essence to stimulate all the poison in their body, then I can easily detoxify them. Is it difficult to trigger the poison? Can't high-level warriors do it? Wang Yong was very alert and noticed the key point in the words. Chang Ning nodded seriously and gestured, it's very difficult. Every profession has its own specialization. Only medical warriors can do this. Using one's own blood and essence to activate the poison could ruin one's own talent. Moreover, if the poison is not treated in time, Aunt Lin will die. Wang Yong nodded quietly. Then he raised his head and looked at the twin warriors who were preparing to accumulate superpowers. Their energy enhanced their superpowers, and their strength was obvious. They were just level 1 warriors, and their energy was exhausted, so they must have just broken through not long ago. Logically, as medical warriors trained by the Zhao family at great expense, they definitely know as much as Chang Ning, and they should be clear about the key points. Will the 2 first-level warriors of the Zhao family, who have a bright future and are constantly being trained, take the risk to save others? Thinking of this, Wang Yong looked at Zhao Bijiang beside him. I happened to see the corners of his mouth twitching constantly, as if he was communicating something with the twin brothers. No. There's a problem. Wang Yong's heart skipped a beat. At this point, it was too late. Drink, X2. The 2 brothers shouted at the same time, and extremely similar auras surged out, and light golden and pure white light were injected into the body of the woman on the hospital bed. Sure enough, the next moment, a blush appeared on Aunt Lin's pale face. The steadily jumping curve on the medical instrument next to it suddenly turned green, indicating that the situation was improving. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Lin Yaoyue opened her mouth and a mouthful of jet black venom spurted out like a blood arrow. The strange poison turned into a ghost face in mid-air, emitting black air, and pounced straight towards the twin warriors who were being treated. All this happened so suddenly that even the 2 of them didn't react. Zhou Chuanxiong, who had been paying close attention, made a lightning-fast move with his powerful strength, evaporating the poisonous blood in an instant. The resentful ghost face flashed by, and the moment it let out a fierce roar, it was extinguished by the impact of the strong energy. Don't worry about it, just continue. Zhou Chuanxiong said calmly. The fleeting pressure instantly suffocated the twin warriors. After doing all this, Zhou Chuanxiong silently withdrew his hand and looked at Zhao Bijiang with a calm gaze, as if warning the Zhao family not to play any tricks. Zhao Bijiang remained calm and did not seem to feel guilty. At this time, the healing light and the purifying light had been injected into the body of the woman on the hospital bed. Her face turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dark air lingering on her complexion was dispelled. Fong Yuching looked delighted, but Zhou Chuanxiong and Dr. Zhong, who knew the situation, were not happy at all. Instead, they frowned. Sure enough, the next moment, a dark aura appeared on Lin Yaoyue's face again. How could the ghost poison be solved so easily? The twins' faces flushed red as they used all their strength to activate their special powers, and the healing and purifying light poured down like it was free. This is only possible because the 2 people have similar auras. The 2 poisonous channels were stimulated by this, and began to stir restlessly. The twins fought against the mental poison and the physical poison at the same time. The energy was consumed extremely quickly, and similarly, Lin Yaoyue's physical condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The professional medical equipment on the side kept showing green, and Zhou Chuanxiong and Dr. Zhong's complexion improved slightly. It works! They were able to clean the surface poison so quickly. I didn't expect these 2 to be so skilled. But what comes next is a deeper level of poison. I don't know how they will solve it. Wang Yong's black pupils began to deepen, paying attention to all this at all times. The ghost poison exuded a corrosive poison, which was quickly cleared by the twins' joint efforts. However, the remaining poison could never be completely eliminated because it was connected to the deep-seated poison that had lingered for years and was extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing this, the 2 twin warriors took a deep breath. They all shouted. A ball the size of a clam pearl appeared in its lower abdomen, emitting rich fluctuations. The chi core of a level 1 warrior. Wang Yong's eyes moved slightly, looking at the extremely conspicuous small cores that lit up at the lower abdomen of the 2 people at the same time. This is the symbol of a level 1 warrior. Warriors at levels 0.1 to 0.6 accumulate energy in open acupoints. Warriors at levels 0.6 to 0.9 light up all acupoints on their bodies, condense energy cores after lighting up, and truly embark on the path of martial arts. The next moment, the 2 brothers looked at each other, opened their mouths and spat out a drop of extremely bright red blood, which attached to their own energy cores. The next moment, the dark poison and corrosive poison that had been hidden deep in Lin Yaoyue's body seemed to be stimulated by something and began to riot wildly. What? Wang Yong's pupils trembled violently, and he clenched his fists in disbelief. What on earth do the Zhao family want to do? They actually dared to risk poisoning themselves, spend a huge amount of money, and use their blood in essence to attract the ghost poison. At this moment, Zhao Bijiang's eyes lit up and a smile of success appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 85. The real intention is revealed, the threat from the Zhao family. Let's begin. Both parties present understood at the same time. Eyes locked. Sure enough, under the dual blessing of the warrior's chi core and blood essence, the toxins that had been hidden in the body of the woman on the hospital bed for 5 years began to stir. Dr. Zhong's face was serious as he watched the rows of screens flashing green curves around the bed begin to change, and some vital signs had begun to flash red in alarm. "This isn't a good situation," he whispered. "Will there be any accidents?" Zhou Chuanxiong asked in a deep voice. He was not a medical warrior and was not clear about these aspects. "Yes. But this is also a necessary process to cure Ms. Lin." Dr. Zhong nodded. He is also a medical warrior, otherwise he would not be regarded as a confidant by Zhou Chuanxiong and valued so much. He whispered, "Mr. Zhou, you don't know. Ms. Lin is already deeply poisoned. The toxins in her body have penetrated deep into her bones. We need to activate them to completely eliminate them. The same goes for the mental poison." "Really?" Zhou Chuanxiong couldn't help but sweat. His eyes happened to glance at the screen of the medical instrument not far away. With the influence of the poison, Lin Yaoyue's physical condition worsened and her breath became weaker. The improvement just now seemed like a last glimpse of life before death. "That's right. The Zhao family didn't deceive Mr. Zhou in this regard," Dr. Zhong sighed. "But this is the most critical moment. If this medical operation fails, the ghost poison will be fully activated and extremely difficult to suppress. I'm afraid Ms. Lin won't be able to hold on for half a day. She will soon." Having said this, he stopped talking. Zhou Chuanxiong's face was not looking good, and he looked at Zhao Bijiang coldly. Zhao Bijiang did not tell him these things before the treatment. He said calmly, "It's okay. It's okay to take a risk. Xiaoye can only hold on for half a year at most. If she dies, the Zhao family won't have to go back." The most cruel words were spoken in plain language. Dr. Zhong nodded silently and signaled the two assistants beside him to deliver the blood crystals for the rapid recovery of the medical warriors. Zhao Bijiang pretended not to hear and just stood there. At this time, the twin warriors went all out, grabbing a blood crystal to replenish their consumption from time to time. In just half an hour, the two of them had already activated most of the poison in Ms. Lin's body. But the most critical moment has also arrived. Two energy cores with extremely similar auras were suspended above Lin Yaoyue, and below them was a dense and poisonous aura. Ready to make a move. A foul, poisonous aura wafted out, causing great damage to warriors and making them daunting. Everyone retreated, and only two people remained where they were, standing out for a moment. As the husband of the person involved, Zhou Chuanxiong naturally could not retreat. His powerful energy turned into a barrier to block in front of him. He glanced at Wang Yong, who also did not retreat. Two kinds of energy, ice blue and fiery red, appeared in front of Wang Yong. The water element slowed down the poison, and the fire element burned and destroyed the poison. He handled it with ease and comfort. Zhou Chuanxiong muttered, "He actually awakened two superpowers. What a lucky kid." Wang Yong ignored it. At this moment, he was communicating with Chang Ning while paying full attention to the rescue scene in front of him. He muttered to himself, "The poison has been fully activated." At this time, the twin warriors were sweating profusely, their calves were cramping, and they looked extremely exhausted. Chang Ning in the totem was also paying attention. "That's right. I didn't expect that the Zhao family, who are hostile to General Zhou, would actually dare to fully activate the ghost poison at the risk of their own demise." Wang Yong nodded and continued reading. Wei Chang Ning's scream suddenly came. "What's wrong?" Wang Yong asked. "Zhao Feng and Zhao Yu didn't set up any defense when they triggered the ghost poison. The ghost poison might have quietly entered their bodies. How could they make such a low-level mistake?" Chang Ning spoke hurriedly. Before the words were spoken, the two warriors Zhao Feng and Zhao Yu groaned at the same time, and a dark aura appeared on their pale faces. The two men looked at each other, and in tacit understanding, they gathered their energy and began to meditate on the spot to resist the poison that had entered their bodies. "What's going on?" Zhou Chuanxiong shouted. Before everyone could react, Zhou Chuanxiong had already rushed in front of the two of them. "Be careful, the ghost poison has broken out." Dr. Zhang, who was always paying attention to the instruments, suddenly spoke up, and came forward with two assistants and began to suppress the ghost poison that was wandering in Zhou Chuanxiong's wife's body with all his strength. "What's going on?" Zhao Bijiang hurried forward and asked the twin warriors who were lying on the ground in front of him. "Sir Zhao, the ghost poison is too fierce. Our energy level is too low. We were not careful for a moment and were poisoned. The elder twin brother Zhao Feng explained. He looked extremely weak and spit out a mouthful of black blood. Is this really the case? Zhou Chuanxiong's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were like murderous swords. That's right, Zhao Yu, the younger twin brother, lowered his head a little guilty, but still spoke. We are too weak, and the mysterious and unpredictable poison is really. Seeing this, Zhao Bijiang rushed over and slapped his brother, feigning anger and saying, Stop making excuses. Do you know what you've delayed? That's Zhou Chuanxiong's wife's life. Zhao Yu said nothing and lowered his head. Afterwards, Zhao Bijiang looked at Zhou Chuanxiong, who had a murderous look on his face, apologetically, General Zhou, I was really inconsiderate. I will find a way to make amends. Zhao Bijiang's words calmed Zhou Chuanxiong, who was on the verge of murder. He took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to crush the two people in front of him, and said, Is there any other way to remedy this? Yes, said the eldest brother Zhao Feng. The ghost poison has already been fully activated. We just need to wait for the two of us to eliminate the ghost poison that has invaded her body. Then we can rely on our supernatural powers to completely heal Madam. Zhou Chuanxiong did not believe what he heard immediately, but looked at Dr. Zhong, who was trying hard to suppress the poison. After a while, Dr. Zhong fully understood the internal condition of Zhou Chuanxiong's wife. His face looked very ugly and he spoke in a gloomy tone. Indeed, the ghost poison has been fully activated, and even the parasitic poison on the mind is mixed in. They can indeed completely eliminate it, but Madam can't hold on for much longer. Zhou Chuanxiong turned around this time, as if he had thought of something. He looked at the three Zhao family members expressionlessly. I'll give you enough training resources. How long will it take to recover? Zhao Yu said, 5 hours. We can completely expel it. Zhou Chuanxiong once again turned his attention to his confidant Dr. Zhong. Madam, you can only hold on for 2 hours at most. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell into deathly silence. It's over. Can't save it. Since the ghost poison has been fully activated, can't other medical warriors participate in the rescue? Zhou Qi asked unwillingly. No. Dr. Zhong shook his head. The situation is much more complicated than we imagined. The phantom poison and the corrosion poison are already completely mixed together. Unless a dual ability medical warrior takes action, a single ability gesture will inevitably cause the poison to erupt, and death is certain. After getting Dr. Zhong's answer, Zhou Chuanxiong's face became even uglier. The most desperate thing in life is not when you first step into despair. But when you are on the verge of despair, you are given a ray of hope before you step into the bottomless abyss. Fong Yuching didn't say anything. She stared blankly at the dying woman on the hospital bed. She couldn't accept that her relative, who she had just learned could hold on for at least half a month, was now facing the countdown to death. Big tears flowed from the clear eyes. At this moment, a bit of white came into view. She looked closely and saw it was a freshly opened pack of tissues, held in Wang Yong's hand. Don't worry, Aunt Lin can still be saved. Wang Yong comforted. Really, really? Fong Yuching took the tissue and looked at Wang Yong as if she had grabbed the last straw. She always believed in Wang Yong because he had never lied to her. Wang Yong smiled calmly and was about to say something when Zhao Bijiang suddenly spoke. His voice echoed in the silent ward and immediately attracted everyone's attention. He smiled calmly and walked towards Zhou Chuanxiong, who was suppressing his anger, and said, General Zhou, there's no need to despair. I still have a way. What method? Zhou Chuanxiong suddenly raised his head, staring at the other party with a beast-like gaze, as if he was going to tear the other party to pieces in the next moment. Zhao Bijiang smiled, pointed at the two medical warriors who were doing their utmost to heal the wounds, and said calmly. Didn't Dr. Zhang just say that 2 twin medical warriors could heal Madam? I just happened to learn that there are 2 brothers in Qingqing City who are also medical warriors, but their strength is slightly weaker, both at level 0.9. Zhao Bijiang spoke with a grin, and the thick flesh on his plump face trembled. They? Where are they? Zhou Chuanxiong asked anxiously. His son Zhou Qi is also looking forward to it. Zhao Bijiang was very pleased when he saw his expression, but he didn't show it on his face. General Zhou, I know those 2 people too, and they're in Qingqing City. These words gave rise to hope in the hearts of everyone present. But they are my eldest brother's men. Zhao Bijiang pursed his lips and said. When Zhou Chuanxiong heard this, his expression instantly turned cold. Your elder brother Zhao Long? Are you trying to trick me? You know the consequences of deceiving me, right? I dare not. Zhao Bijiang spoke seriously, as if he had caught Zhou Chuanxiong's handle. He was not intimidated by his momentum. He pointed at the twin warriors who were still meditating and said, "They can testify." Zhao Feng said, "Indeed, and the two people Lord Zhao mentioned are none other than our younger brothers. Adopted by Lord Zhao Long. We are quadruplets." Zhou Chuanxiong clenched his fists. Zhao Long, how come he doesn't know? They just met at the Ministry of Education and had a fierce conflict. At this moment, Zhou Chuanxiong's phone suddenly rang in the ward. He picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Just as he was about to hang up, Zhao Bijiang interrupted him with a look of special meaning. "General Zhou, why not answer it? There might be a surprise." Beep. Zhou Chuanxiong pressed the answer button indifferently, and a male voice that was very familiar to him came from the phone. "General Zhou, it's me. Zhao Long. Are you okay?" The voice was light-hearted and playful. It was obvious that Zhao Long had received the news and came over to call and ridicule him. Zhou Chuanxiong on the other end of the phone clenched his fists, veins showing through his body. But when he thought about his wife's life still in someone else's hands, he suppressed his anger and said calmly, "It's not good. Zhao Long, we've known each other for so many years, don't beat around the bush. Make some conditions. Those two warriors in your hands are very important to me." Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that General Zhou, who was so heroic all his life, would actually beg me. Zhao Long. Zhao Long's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. The two had been enemies for many years, and Zhao Long often suffered small losses, but now he felt a little elated at the feeling of having the upper hand over his rival. Zhou Chuanxiong didn't say anything, he just endured it. Now his only goal was to save his wife. Only 2 hours left. "General Zhou, to be honest, training medical warriors is quite difficult, and 4 of them at that. As far as I know, my useless brother is staying with you, along with 2 medical warriors." Zhao Long did not directly quote a price, but instead leisurely talked about the rarity of medical warriors. He was not in a hurry, but Zhou Chuanxiong was. His wife's life was in his hands. The more time passed, the more bargaining chips he had. "Zhao Long, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what you want. Don't you want the position of Minister of the Qingqing Military Department? Here you go." Zhou Chuanxiong said impatiently. "Ha ha ha ha. General Zhou, as a martial artist, you speak freely." Zhao Long laughed like a smug villain and even slammed the table. "You." Zhou Chuanxiong was filled with anger and wanted to rush over and chop Zhao Long, who was taking advantage of him. "Okay, I'll tell you the specific conditions directly. Just listen." Zhao Longi changed his usual behavior and spoke. "First, my Zhao family wants the position in the Qingqing military headquarters. This includes key positions below the military chief." "Okay," Zhou Chuanxiong said decisively without any hesitation. "Father, this is the result of your 10 years of fighting for Qingqing City." Zhou Qi couldn't help but speak. "Don't be impatient, there's more to come." Zhao Long didn't seem surprised that Zhou Chuanxiong agreed so readily. "Secondly, I want your authority as a judge for this year's college entrance exam, Zhou Chuanxiong. I need you to transfer it to me." Fong Yuching's eyes instantly turned much colder. There are 4 major urban areas in Sish district, and this year's college entrance examination is in Qingqing City. And as the military chief of the 2 major departments in Qingqing City, Zhou Chuanxiong holds the authority to be a judge for the college entrance exam. Judges have the privilege of recommending 3 people to key universities during the exam. This privilege is extremely important and expensive. It represents a meteoric rise. 3 spots available, 1 is hard to come by. Sure, Zhou Chuanxiong said without thinking. He didn't care about fame and fortune. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Long chuckled and then said, "Then the 3rd and last one, don't be anxious, brother Zhou." At this moment, Zhao Bijiang showed an expression as if he had known this would happen. He folded his hands, and the awe in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Chuanxiong had disappeared. "Third, I want you to not protect Wang Yong within the Qingqing area." After the words were spoken on the other end of the phone, everyone turned their eyes to the corner again. At this moment, Wang Yong actually approached Yudu at close range, seemingly checking something. Chapter 86: The Zhao Family's Sinister Plot. Seeking good reviews. Zhou Chuanxiong did not conceal the conversation between the 2 people on the phone. The Zhao family's conditions were completely leaked and everyone could hear it. They didn't say anything, just looked at each other, waiting quietly for Zhou Chuanxiong to make a decision. Zhao Long's attitude as the head of the Zhao family is already very clear. Choose between Wang Yong and his wife Lin Yangwei. Zhou Qi looked at his father expectantly, wanting to say something several times but stopping himself, yet he said nothing. He understood his father's persistence. Fong Yuching had a sad face and was in a state of torment and pain in her heart. On one side were her relatives, and on the other side were her very good friends. But the most conflicted and uncomfortable person present was not them, but Zhou Chuanxiong. He had clenched his fists so tightly that his nails even pierced his skin, and large drops of blood flowed from his fists. On one side is perseverance, on the other side is beloved. Zhou Chuanxiong is in deep hesitation. General Zhou, what are you waiting for? Are you going to give up your beloved wife for your so-called persistence? Zhao Long on the other end of the phone noticed the strange silence and urged. Don't forget. It was your order that Lin Yaoyue entered the alien world. In other words, you personally pushed your beloved into the fire pit. Zhao Bijian also spoke, attacking Zhou Chuanxiong mercilessly and putting all the blame on him. Now, my Zhao family is giving you another chance to regret. Are you still not going to cherish it? As the deputy head of the Zhao family, Zhao Bijian was a very thoughtful person. He naturally understood Zhou Chuanxiong's hesitation, so he spoke decisively. Every word was like a knife, stabbing Zhou Chuanxiong's heart. Colorless blood is flowing. Zhou Chuanxiong's complexion turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shut up. My father makes the decision, how can you interrupt? Zhou Qi couldn't stand it anymore and scolded Zhao Bijian harshly. Zhao Bijian was extremely arrogant at this time, thinking that he had something on Zhou Chuanxiong. He changed his previous humility and became cowardly and arrogant. He turned his head viciously and looked at Zhou Chuanxiong's only son, Zhou Qi, who had just spoken. Boy, you have no right to interrupt when the adults are talking. Believe it or not, I will destroy you now. At this time, Zhao Bijian's ugly face was completely exposed. Zhou Qi was not afraid. He stood straight and stared at Zhao Bijian coldly with disgust on his face. If you dare to touch me, try it. Zhao Bijian was pushed back and was very angry. But the next second, a blood-red energy suddenly appeared in front of him and turned into a blood-red tiger. It roared to the sky and opened its bloody mouth towards Zhao Bijian. Roar! The overwhelming sense of crisis made Zhao Bijian's hair stand on end. He quickly activated his defensive energy and unleashed the full strength of a level 2 warrior. Bang! The energy burst out, and the condensed energy barrier in front of him was torn into pieces by the tiger's claw. Zhao Bijian fell into a disadvantage in an instant, and his body flew up like a broken bag and hit the wall heavily. His breath suddenly declined and he became weak. Zhou Chuanxiong, you. Zhao Bijian spat out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. He pointed at Zhou Chuanxiong, who was standing beside him like a mountain, with a trembling hand. You dare to threaten my son? Zhou Chuanxiong said in a deep voice with a fierce look on his face. Zhao Long on the other end of the phone noticed something was wrong. He vaguely heard his brother's screams and quickly threatened through the phone. Zhou Chuanxiong, what do you want to do? Have you lost your mind? Don't you want your wife Lin Yaoyue's life? Just try to touch my brother. Zhou Chuanxiong shuddered and took a deep breath. He spoke in a deep voice, I'm very clear-headed now. I've said before, I, Zhou Chuanxiong, have stood tall and proud throughout my life and have never been threatened. Protecting the human race and defending Qingqing City is my duty. Even if it means sacrificing my life for this, I won't hesitate. As he spoke, he looked at the dying woman on the hospital bed with some nostalgia, and a rare touch of tenderness appeared on his iron-blooded and domineering face. What you said can't sway me. 5 years ago, even if I didn't issue the order, Xiaodia would have taken the initiative to enter the ghost realm to investigate the cause of the change. Even today, 5 years later, she would still support my decision. Zhou Chuanxiong revealed the truth of that year in just a few words. Zhou Qi's face lost color. He did not resent his father's decision. He just sighed deeply and looked at the woman lying on the hospital bed, his mother, and the genius his father was willing to protect at all costs, Wang Yong. Zhou Chuanxiong. How could you? Zhao Long on the other end of the phone, upon learning of Zhou Chuanxiong's decision, roared madly, as if he had lost his mind. Zhou Chuanxiong, you will regret this. I promise you will regret opposing my Zhao family. On the other side, Wang Yong, who was checking the poison erosion status at the bedside, turned around and looked at Zhou Chuanxiong. After knowing that Zhou Chuanxiong was unwilling to hand himself over to the Zhao family even at the cost of his wife's life, bowed deeply to him. It must be said that this is a well-deserved general, with charm and courage. He deserves the respect and love of everyone in Xinjiang. A smile suddenly appeared on Wang Yong's calm face. Uncle Zhou, he rarely called him Uncle Zhou as he did before. Uncle Zhou was a respectful title for the older generation, and Uncle Zhou was a name for kind elders, just like Fong Yuching. Wang Yong, you should know why I do this. Zhou Chuanxiong looked at him. I know. Wang Yong smiled. He had previously thought about his parents, Aunt Ching who had always been kind to him, and the soldiers who stood guard outside the gate of the alien world 24 hours a day. He pointed to his chest and said, I, Wang Yong, am a Qingcheng man in life and a Qingcheng ghost in death. Zhou Chuanxiong nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Zhao Bijiang, who was leaning against the wall and panting, and the communicator that had not yet been hung up, and said, You Zhao family, understand. If you dare to touch Wang Yong, prepare for war. The calm words echoed in the ward. After the hypocritical mask was torn off, Zhao Bijiang's face showed resentment, and Zhao Long was so angry that he was speechless. Okay. You, Zhou Chuanxiong, are so great, sacrificing your wife. Zhao Bijiang took a deep breath and spoke sarcastically. The next moment, Wang Yong suddenly interrupted him, who said Uncle Zhou's wife would die. Zhao Bijiang was stunned after hearing this, as if he was so angry that he laughed, and looked at Wang Yong as if he was a fool. Are you kidding? Are you a warrior with the dual abilities of healing and purification? He glanced at Wang Yong with contempt, water and fire abilities? Ha! Never mind, let's go. After Zhao Bijiang finished speaking, the two warriors Zhao Feng and Zhao Yu stopped treating him as if by tacit agreement, stepped forward to support him, and were about to leave. Who says I can't treat people just because I'm a medical warrior? Wang Yong chuckled. Furthermore, the three Zhao family members deliberately set a trap for Uncle Zhou, and when they didn't achieve their goal, they just walked away so easily that's inappropriate. The calm words came from behind Zhao Bijiang, and he shuddered suddenly, his body shaking. Dr. Zhong immediately asked two assistants to stop the three members of the Zhao family who were about to leave. Zhou Chuanxiong stared, turned around, and asked Wang Yong, What do you mean? Zhao Bijiang stopped and turned around, his face pale as he forced a smile. Wang Yong, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. When did I, Zhao Bijiang, ever set a trap for General Zhou? Medical warrior Zhao Feng also turned around and said, We are poisoned by the ghost poison and will not recover for a while. You can check it out. Zhou Chuanxiong, if you dare to attack my people without reason, my Zhao family will fight you to the death. Zhao Long on the other end of the phone seemed to be jumping up and down, shouting threats. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Ha ha. Wang Yong looked at the three with disdain, muttering to himself, As far as I know, it takes about 3 years to train a useful warrior. With the unlimited supply of training resources from the Zerg, 3 years is enough to raise a warrior with average talent to level 1. Everyone nodded, but that would consume a huge amount of resources. No family would do that. It's such a waste. Wang Yong also agreed, with a look of interest on his face. Then, several warriors with ordinary talents all have medical talents? And they are 4 brothers. These words were like a huge wave that caused a huge uproar among the crowd. It is a well-known fact that medical warriors are hard to come by. There are a huge number of warrior groups, and countless warriors awaken their special powers every year, but the number of warriors who can awaken medical powers is not an exaggeration. Moreover, many places welcome medical warriors and offer generous treatment. Zhou Chuanxiong seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Dr. Zhong and ordered, Go and collect the warrior information of the 4 Zhao brothers. At this time, Zhao Bijiang's face became more and more ugly. The fact that Uncle Zhou's wife was poisoned wasn't kept secret. Many people in Xinjiang knew about it. Plus, good doctors are hard to find, so the Zhao family must have known about it. It just so happens that the Zhao family is training the 4 brothers, sparing no effort to accumulate resources to make them into medical warriors. 3 to 4 years is enough. Wang Yong's light words were like a huge rock, hitting Zhao Bijiang's defense. He stared at Wang Yong intently. If looks could kill, Wang Yong would have been cut into pieces long ago. Wang Yong didn't look at him and continued to talk to himself. The Zhao family is declining. If they can train a warrior who can cure Madame Lin's illness, they will not only gain 4 medical warriors with good future salaries, but they can also use this as a bargaining chip to blackmail Uncle Zhou. It just so happens that the Zhao family has had several grudges against me. This gives them an excuse to attack me. Don't you think so? Master Zhao. Wang Yong looked at Zhao Bijiang with a half smile. You are making it up, it's impossible. Among the twins, Zhao Yu stepped back and denied it repeatedly, but his panicked expression betrayed him. What's the point of you saying this now? I admit that the Zhao family did have selfish motives in training them. But who doesn't have selfish motives? Zhao Bijiang was indeed a veteran in the world. He simply retreated in order to advance and admitted it without any hesitation. Are you going to kill me just because of this? Ridiculous. That's right, this is not enough to move you. Wang Yong nodded in agreement. What if I say that the Zhao family is using the name of healing, and the situation where Aunt Lin is about to be killed by you is caused by the Zhao family? As soon as the light words came out, a surging energy suddenly erupted in the ward. The shocking murderous intent is raging. Zhao Bijiang and the other two froze instantly, as if they were falling into an icy cave, not daring to move at all. What are you talking about? He forced a smile. Zhou Chuanxiong's eyes were red, and his whole body was surging with energy, showing his peak level 2 strength. As both are level 2 warriors, Zhao Bijiang, deputy patriarch of the Zhao family, is far inferior to Zhou Chuanxiong. It can be seen from the fact that he was seriously injured by Zhou Chuanxiong just now that the gap between a level 2 warrior at the beginning and a level 2 warrior at the peak is as huge as heaven and earth. Zhao Jia, do you want to die? Zhou Chuanxiong gasped, almost losing his mind. Zhou Chuanxiong, you have to calm down. No, don't listen to other people's provocations. Zhao Bijiang stuttered. He was extremely scared at this moment, and at the same time he hated Wang Yong so much. Your Zhao family knows clearly whether it's true or not. Wang Yong said, first, they didn't tell Uncle Zhou about the treatment process, then they actively triggered the ghost poison to its full potential, forcing Uncle Zhou to agree to your Zhao family's greedy conditions. I think the next step is to completely control Aunt Lin's life in the hands of the Zhao family. Even if there is hope for a cure, they will never cure her completely. Instead, they will deliberately use medical warriors to heal her bit by bit, always keeping Uncle Zhou hanging and completely under their control, so that he can serve the Zhao family, right? Wang Yong's light words were like sharp knives, piercing Zhao Bijiang's last bit of defense into pieces. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense and spreading rumors. Zhao Bijiang screamed, interrupting Wang Yong. But by this time, it was too late. Dr. Zhong has brought people to block the gate. Even Zhou Qua, the deputy director of the Qingqing military department, has come, and he brought another tall level 2 warrior with him. He is Zhou Chuanxiong's old subordinate. At this time, they did not enter without permission, but stopped outside the ward in a very disciplined manner and surrounded the place. At that moment, nearly half of the top combat forces of the Qingqing military arrived, and the 3 level 2 warriors were staring at Zhao Bijiang with a covetous look. It can be said that Wang Yong's last few words completely pushed Zhao Bijiang into a desperate situation. Zhao Bijiang. What he said, is it true? Zhou Chuanxiong stepped forward coldly, stretched out his big hand, grabbed his neck like an eagle grabbing a chick, and asked. It was you who deliberately triggered the ghost poison in Xiaoye's body to cut off my escape route? Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Bijiang struggled frantically, but it was in vain. He seemed to understand his situation and his face showed a miserable look. Brother, save me. It was undoubtedly a silent admission. Zhou Chuanxiong. You dare to touch my brother. On the other end of the communicator, Zhao Long roared like a lion, trying to threaten him. Noisy. Zhou Chuanxiong said calmly. He was really angry, and his voice suppressed endless rage. Bang! A sharp energy burst out, and Zhao Bijiang cried out in pain. The energy was like a knife, and one of his arms rolled down, blood gushing out, and was then stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Dr. Zhong. It would be too easy for him to die like this. Zhou Chuanxiong, what if you kill me? Ha ha ha. After the severe pain, Zhao Bijiang let out a shrill laugh. When I die, your wife will be buried with me. Then we'll go down together. Watch how I kill the woman who tortured you. I'm dead. Don't forget. Your woman's last chance of survival was given away by you. You'll regret this for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. Zhao Bijiang uttered a vicious curse that was not like a human voice, and this sentence made Zhou Chuanxiong's emotions fluctuate even more. Wait. A clear young man's voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone saw this and looked over. At this moment, Wang Yong raised the back of his hand, and a pure moonlight lit up on it. Shockingly, it shone with the aura of healing and purification. Even though the aura strength is not as strong as that of the twins, it is far superior to the former in terms of purity. He met Zhao Bijiang's gaze, looking at him as if he were a fool. Who said Aunt Lin must die? Chapter 87. How about we make a bet? Impossible. How could you still have this kind of power? Zhao Bijiang looked at the totem light on the back of Wang Yong's hand in disbelief, his heart beating fast, and he was completely stunned. How can you have such ability? His eyes were bloodshot and he was shocked. No, you went to the Langa strange land and got an opportunity there. Zhao Bijiang seemed to have thought of something, with a greedy look on his face, staring at Wang Yong. Wang Yong? You really have. Zhao Long on the other end of the phone was also shocked. He had a vague guess at first. The only explanation for Wang Yong's rapid progress in such a short period of time was chance. The Zhao family was so determined to get Wang Yong, not only because of their own decline, but also because they wanted to seize the opportunity in Wang Yong's hands. The number one person in the Zhao family, Zhao Mingchang, a level 2 peak warrior, is already very old and has not much time left. There are many families in Qingqing City that are slightly weaker than the Zhao family and are eyeing their position. The Zhao family has a strong sense of crisis. The only way to seize Wang Yong's opportunity and then create a level 2 top master as quickly as possible is to maintain deterrence against other families and even go further. As soon as Zhao Long finished speaking, the phone was shattered by the strong energy. Zhou Chuanxiong turned around, his expression excited. Having experienced so much ups and downs, his voice trembled a little. Can Xiaoya really be saved? He never expected that Wang Yong actually had a way to save people. Fong Yuching and Zhou Qi looked at Wang Yong with the same anticipation, looking forward to his answer. I wasn't very confident originally, but now I'm 90% sure. Wang Yong had already checked the physical condition of the woman on the hospital bed, and after negotiating with Chang Ning, who was dormant in the totem, he came to a surprising result. As he spoke, he smiled at Zhao Bijiang and the two medical warriors who were completely suppressed at this time. If they hadn't been willing to take the risk and fully activate the ghost poison, I would still be in great danger given my strength. I have to thank you too for helping me eliminate the risk. Wang Yong's light-hearted words almost drove the three members of the Zhao family crazy. Especially Zhao Bijiang, who stared at Wang Yong with resentment, as if he wanted to eat him. He didn't expect that after all his careful planning to plot against Zhou Chuanxiong, in the end, his prey took advantage of him. He hates it. After experiencing so many ups and downs, Zhou Chuanxiong finally managed to regain his composure. He stood up and looked around the ward. Among them were people he trusted, including Dr. Zhong's two assistants. However, he still warned them worriedly, don't spread the news of what happened today, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Then, he looked at the three Zhao family members as if they were dead, and sneered. Don't rush to die. I'll show you what the cruelest punishment in the world is later. Zhou Chuanxiong would never let the three Zhao family members go. Not to mention that the three knew that they had a feud with him, but if they plotted against his wife, he would suffer the consequences. Dr. Zhong, take these three to the Phantom Realm. The suicide squad is short of people. One level 2 warrior and 2 medical warriors should be more than enough. Zhou Chuanxiong glanced at the three of them and said expressionlessly. No. Don't. The two brothers Zhao Bijiang and Zhao Feng and Zhao Yu showed fear on their faces, as if they were about to encounter the most terrifying thing in the world. Wang Yong ignored the three people and walked forward to check Yudu in front of him, communicating with Chang Ning in a low voice. Are you sure? No problem. After Zhou Chuanxiong dealt with the three people, he looked at Wang Yong. The back of his hand was emitting a purifying and healing glow, making him look holy and flawless. The moonlight shines down, quickly removing the dark poison. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Wang Yong's face. Realizing that his wife's injuries were really improving at an extremely fast rate, Zhou Chuanxiong finally felt relieved. Zhou Chuanxiong forced himself to suppress his agitated emotions, pondered for a moment, looked at the anxiously expectant crowd, and ordered. Let's go out first and don't disturb others. Niece Fong, you stay here. If you need anything, you can call us. After saying that, he led Dr. Zhou Qizhong and others out. Fong Yuching was left alone. Wang Yong was still concentrating on eliminating the poison. A lotus mark suddenly appeared on the back of the hand, looking extremely vivid and lifelike. With the help of the lotus mark as a carrier and the wolf totem as a transit point, Chang Ning's supernatural talent is quickly clearing away the troublesome ghost poison. The phantom poison is not difficult to clear. The silver wolf's talent of purification and healing is actually a complete counter to the phantom poison. Just as Wang Yong said just now, if Xiao Feng and Jiayu had not completely activated the ghost poison, the chance of Chang Ning being completely cured by herself would probably be less than 50%. TSK. The Zhao family is such good people. When Wang Yong was feeling deeply moved, he suddenly heard gentle voices in his ears. Wang Yong, this is what you found in the alien world? Fong Yuching was very curious. She had seen the Silver Wolf clan in a foreign land before, but she did not recognize them. She only felt that their aura was somewhat familiar. After Wang Yong rescued Chang Ning, she had never seen Chang Ning. At that time, Chang Ning was handed over to Inu. That's about right. I'll introduce them to you guys when the time comes. Wang Yong smiled easily. The silver-white healing light fell, but it seemed to have encountered some obstruction at this time, entangled with the ghost poison, and could not be expelled for a long time. Master, there is a blood poison hidden in the ghost poison. Chang Ning exclaimed. Blood poison? Is it the most refined blood poison from King Yu himself? Wang Yong asked hurriedly with a serious expression. Looking at Lin Yaoyue lying on the hospital bed, most of the black poison around the woman had been cleared away, and the poisonous fog had dissipated a lot, but there was still a black spot on her heart, which was extremely deep and looked very scary. The blood poison was hidden in the woman's heart and had never been activated. I was extra vigilant and cleared it out step by step, so I barely noticed it. Chang Ning said with lingering fear. Is the blood poison difficult to deal with? Can it be cleared now? Wang Yong asked. Well, there is a way to clean it up, but it will take some time. That Yu Wang is probably not a good thing. The blood poison is hidden very deep and insidious. If it is an ordinary medical warrior, he may be infected if he is not careful. Chang Ning said indignantly. It will take about 2 hours. This drop of poisonous blood is the essence of the Phantom King. The toxicity is too strong and needs to be expelled bit by bit. Really? 2 hours, but the time given by Dr. Zhong is 2 hours. There are still 1.5 hours left. If the poison breaks out, I'm afraid. Wang Yong frowned. He could not have predicted this accident. This King Yu is really not a good guy. Facing a warrior weaker than himself, he actually has a backup plan. How shameless. Wang Yong, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Chang Ning saw Wang Yong's expression changing from gloomy to bright, and then looked at Aunt Lin's heart. That spot of extremely deep black exuded endless malice and stirred up bursts of stench. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Wang Yong took a deep breath and turned to ask Chang Ning, you mean that ghost poison is too toxic, so it will take a long time to slowly dissipate, right? That's right. Chang Ning nodded affirmatively. As a silver wolf whose racial skills are all in the medical field, her medical memory is extremely profound. The Zhao family is not qualified to compare with her. That's great. I have a way to enhance your healing abilities. Wang Yong immediately decided to return his mind to the system space, where all his previous rewards were placed. Ding used the totem to strengthen. Strengthen direction, heal, evolve. A cold electronic sound rang out. Use it, he muttered to himself. The next moment, the lotus mark on the back of his hand suddenly lit up, as if invisible energy was flowing. The next moment, Chang Ning of the totem suddenly felt a mysterious power surging into his body. His own aura, which had been stuck in a bottleneck, seemed to have reached its limit and was completely broken through by the surging power. At the same time, the lit acupoints in the body automatically pulled together to form a core of chi at the chi high. Suddenly, a breakthrough? She stood there in a daze. Feeling that his own aura was at least 5 times stronger than before, the moonlight emitted from his little hands became even more. The healing light surged with Chang Ning's breakthrough, making it easier to dispel the ghost poison. Not only that, the wolf totem she was in seemed to have some kind of activity. The healing light was transmitted through the wolf totem, and the aura was more vigorous. The healing power it could exert was more than 1 time stronger than before. In other words, the injuries that originally required 10 units of healing power to heal now only require 5. Wow, so awesome. Chang Ning thought for a long time before picking out a few words from his limited vocabulary. Wang Yong didn't care at this time. He was immersed in the totem interface of the system. Because of Chang Ning's unexpected breakthrough in the totem enhancement, the totem interface also underwent earth-shaking changes. Totem, Silver Wolf Chang Ning, Level 1 Exotic Beast. Dual Race Talents, Silver Wolf Talent Healing and Purification S rank, Mirror Wolf Talent S rank. Totem Enhancement, Silver Wolf Talent +1. As racial talents grow stronger, the latent poison is quickly eliminated. Lin Yaoyue's physical condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. An hour later, the door opened and Wang Yong walked out of the ward. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Lin's ghost poison has been almost cleared. She's still in a coma, so she should be fine after a few days of rest. Wang Yong's words made Zhou Chuanxiong very excited. He strode in without even bothering to say thank you. Wang Yong shook his head and didn't care. If he saw it correctly, the middle-aged man's eyes were probably red. Wang Yong, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you this time. Zhou Qi came up and bowed deeply to Wang Yong. Nothing. Wang Yong smiled, then seemed to think of something and coughed a few times. By the way, remember to remind your dad about the bet I made with him. He did not forget his original intention. He came here to make a bet with Zhou Chuanxiong. As soon as he said this, Wang Yong suddenly remembered that the person he made a bet with Uncle Zhou seemed to be his son, and he beat him up without even understanding what he was doing. As expected, after hearing his words, Zhou Qi's face turned red. Fong Yuching came up to smooth things over. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou won't forget you, but you. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Yong with some concern. This time, Wang Yong might have made a bigger feud with the Zhao family. The tragic end of the Zhao family's deputy head and two precious medical warriors of the Zhao family had a lot to do with Wang Yong. Although the Zhao family has shown a trend of decline, it still has two level 2 warriors, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Long, and the old man Zhao Mingchang. Don't worry. I will arrange for people to protect Wang Yong. A powerful voice was heard, and Zhou Chuanxiong came out at some point. His beaming face showed that he was happy with the outcome. He looked at Wang Yong and was silent for a moment. Heroes emerge from youth. Thank you very much this time. As for the Zhao family, I will find a way to contact Master Yun Gang when the time comes. He has made arrangements. What about my family? Will the Zhao family take action against them? Wang Yong was a little worried. Zhou Chuanxiong waved his hand calmly and said, Don't worry about your family. Unless the Zhao family wants to exterminate them, they won't harm the families of college entrance exam candidates. That's good. Wang Yong breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Zhou Chuanxiong's affirmative response. The previous bet. Zhou Chuanxiong said with a cough. He now completely accepted Wang Yong, but the bet that turned out to be a misunderstanding made him feel a little embarrassed. You are quite strong, so you should have gained a lot. Zhou Chuanxiong said, waving at a big man with a scar in the distance. The man came over. It is like a moving wall of flesh and is extremely large. He was panting and sweating profusely, obviously having come in a hurry. This is Olju, Yu Dahai, our military's chief of exotic beast meat. Just give him your harvested exotic beasts. He's in charge of coordinating the logistics with the cafeterias of the major high schools. If transportation is too much trouble, you can have him deliver it directly to the school's logistics department. You can just ask the cafeteria manager to prepare a special meal for you. Zhou Chuanxiong had been in the military for many years and was very familiar with the affairs of Qingqing City. With just a few words, he made very appropriate arrangements for Wang Yong. Wang Yong nodded and said politely, Thank you, Uncle Zhou. At this time, the big man named Yu Dahai was unhappy. Hey, Lao Zhou, you asked me to come all the way here just to let me identify this little brat? I even gave up a client's order for a 2-ton, 0.6 level Finghua beast to come here. Yu Dahai is as straightforward as his name suggests. He complained directly to Wang Yong in front of him that calling him here specially was just a waste of time. Zhou Chuanxiong glared, Xiaoyu, Wang Yong saved my wife, and it won't hurt to make an extra trip. I'll go to the alien realm and hunt 2 tons of exotic beasts for you as compensation. Yu Dahai's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's great. Give me 2 tons of level 0.6 exotic beasts. The college entrance exams are coming soon, and our orders for exotic beast meat have increased dramatically. We're almost in short supply. Also, I want to eat the meat of king-level exotic beasts. Zhou Chuanxiong laughed and scolded, 2 tons of less than level 1 beast carcasses are fine, but you want to eat the meat of a king-level beast? You're dreaming. If you're craving it, just cut 2 pieces off your own body. TSK, I heard that your son hunted a king beast in the Finghua alien land. How about asking you brothers to come and have a feast today to satisfy your cravings? Yu Dahai said with his eyes rolling. Don't give me that. This is what my son hunted with great difficulty. I was wondering why you were so diligent today. It turns out you are here for the flesh and blood of the king beast. The flesh and blood of the king beast is so precious. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for the child to strengthen his body? Zhou Chuanxiong snorted. The two laughed and scolded each other for a while, but there was no estrangement between them and they had a good relationship. At this moment, Wang Yong, who had been listening for a while, suddenly said, Uncle Yu, do you want to eat the meat of the king beast? Yes, what's the matter? Do you have it, kid? Yu Dahai turned around and looked at Wang Yong jokingly. Wang Yong pondered for 2 seconds. If I tell you I have it, you won't believe me. How about we make a bet? Chapter 88 Canteen Manager. When Yu Dahai heard Wang Yong say that he had the precious flesh and blood of a king beast, his eyes widened like copper bells. Boy, don't frame me. Do you have the corpse of a king beast? He looked at Wang Yong with disbelief, his eyes moving up and down, obviously not trusting what Wang Yong said. Just ask you if you want to bet or not. Be straightforward and don't waste time. Wang Yong looked at Yu Dahai with a smile, obviously trying to provoke him. Zhou Chuanxiong saw this scene, chuckled, and said nothing. Since Wang Yong and Zhou Qi fought in the ring, Wang Yong was able to easily defeat Zhou Qi, which meant that Wang Yong's strength was no less than Zhou Qi. If his son Zhou Qi could hunt a king beast, Wang Yong would probably be able to do so as well. He raised his lips. Wang Yong had just made a bet with him and tricked him. However, Zhou Chuanxiong did not remind his good brother, but instead wanted to watch his good brother fall into the trap. Just tell me whether you want to gamble or not. Wang Yong said with a smile. Although Yu Dahai looks honest, he is very thoughtful. Seeing that Zhou Chuanxiong didn't say a word from beginning to end, he pretended not to hear. Old Zhou, you two aren't teaming up to cheat me, are you? Yu Dahai curled his lips and said, I won't bet. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you weren't a good person. As he said that, he curled his lips and glanced at Zhou Chuanxiong. He doesn't look like that idiot Zhou Chuanxiong at all. Zhou Chuanxiong's face was full of black lines. He asked, What do you mean? Seeing this, Yu Dahai confirmed his suspicions. Good fellow, I know you two are colluding to set this trap. Boss Zhou is being rude. It seems you also made a bet with him and suffered a significant loss. Yu Dahai smiled innocently, and the fat on his face shook, looking funny, but his mouth mercilessly pierced Zhou Chuanxiong's face. His guess was well-founded. Zhou Chuanxiong had called him, the head of the Qingqing Alien Realm Logistics Department, from far away just to introduce a young man to him. The young man who caught Zhou Chuanxiong's eye was obviously extraordinary in some aspects. Go away. Get out of here. Zhou Chuanxiong turned around with a slightly red face and stopped talking to him. It really exists. Seeing his reaction, Yu Dahai widened his eyes in surprise and looked at Wang Yong. Oh my goodness, he was able to take advantage of Lao Zhou and didn't get beaten up. He must be quite capable. Okay. I believe you. His words made Wang Yong sigh. What a pity, I didn't make any money again. But then, he suddenly remembered what Yu Dahai had said when he first arrived. His eyes rolled around and he said with a smile, Uncle Yu, is the logistics department of your department connected to the logistics departments of all the high schools in Qingqing City? That's right. Yu Dahai nodded. I heard that the market for exotic animal meat is very scarce right now. Is that true? Wang Yong's question seemed to hit the nail on the head, causing Dahai to open up. Yes, orders for exotic beast meat have increased significantly, and our logistics department is under great pressure. However, there is a problem with the Wolf Fang alien realm, and it has not been unsealed yet. I estimate that the subsequent supply of exotic beast meat will be very scarce. Many high schools knew about this in advance and have been urging us to come back. Our logistics department in the alien world is having a tough time. This sentence seemed to touch the bitter spot in Yu Dahai's heart, and he madly complained to Wang Yong and Zhou Chuanxiong. Our logistics department is under a lot of pressure right now. Boss Zhou is no stranger to this. So when Lao Zhou asked me to hurry over, I was just negotiating an order for 2 tons of beacon beast carcasses. Due to time constraints, the deal fell through. I lost so much. Yu Dahai beat his chest and stamped his feet. So, the price you pay for purchasing the corpses of exotic beasts is not low now, right? Wang Yong interrupted. Yu Dahai's eyes lit up at that moment. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yong's arm, as if he wouldn't let him go. That's right, Lao Zhou asked me to come here to meet you. Do you have any exotic beast corpses? The price is negotiable. Our military department will buy them in large quantities. What's the price? Wang Yong asked. The corpses of exotic beasts below level 0.5 are around 5,000 yen coins per ton. If you're trading by the ton, the price can go up by 5%. The corpses of exotic beasts above level 0.6 and below level 1 are 15,000 yen coins per ton. Yu Dahai gave a very generous price. Wang Yong silently estimated in his heart. Yenbi is the currency of the Great Xia Kingdom. As far as Wang Yong knows, the purchasing power of Yenbi is about 10 times that of the previous life's yuan. On the surface, the price is not even as high as some edible meat, but in fact, the strength of the exotic beasts is not weak, and each one weighs hundreds of kilograms. Moreover, refining the meat of exotic beasts from their blood and flesh is a very tedious task. The quality of the flesh and blood of exotic beasts will be greatly reduced after refining. Generally, warriors outsource the work to various exotic derivative industries. Because of this, a series of products such as the meat of exotic beasts have many benefits for martial artists training, and their prices have continued to rise and have never fallen. Even the worst of the exotic beast corpses can be sold for 50,000 yuan per ton, which is a considerable price. He narrowed his eyes. If a level 0.5 wolf beast's corpse weighed about 80 kilograms to 120 kilograms, and the level 0.6 and above would weigh at least 150 kilograms, and up to 400 kilograms. As for the third-tier Wolf King level corpse, it was estimated to weigh nearly a ton. I don't even know how many bodies I have in storage. Wang Yong silently checked the storage space he had obtained earlier. There were many space beast bags in it, all of which were full. Each bag was estimated to be 15 tons. How much wealth this requires? Wang Yong swallowed and suddenly turned his head to look at Yu Dahai. At this time, Yu Dahai did not focus on Wang Yong. He didn't think Wang Yong had much inventory. Wang Yong's strength was only level 0.6. How many beast carcasses could he have? Killing 3 or 5 of them would be good enough to get half a ton. Ahem. Wang Yong coughed and said, "Uncle Yu, it's like this. I do have a batch of exotic beast corpses here. As for the price..." Yu Dahai turned around, looked at Wang Yong with a smile, and said bluntly, "If it doesn't reach 1 ton, find my assistant to trade." In his subconscious, Wang Yong is still a young man. Maybe he is complacent with his small achievements and is lucky to get the recognition from Lao Zhou, but he is still far from being worthy of Lao Zhou's respect. It should be more than 1 ton. Wang Yong hesitated. "Don't look for me if your strength is lower than 0.6 level." Yu Dahai waved his hand. He continued to pester Zhou Chuanxiong, and he wanted to persuade Zhou Chuanxiong to organize people to go to Fenghua alien land to eliminate Fenghua beasts and relieve the pressure of orders for him. Zhou Chuanxiong was annoyed to the point of sighing and refusing. "It's not that I don't want to go, but Lord Yungang from the Sish district is here, and I'm going to enter the Phantom Realm with him tomorrow. I really don't have time lately. Why don't you ask Wang Yong? He made it out of the Langa realm alive, so he must have quite a bit of inventory. Came out alive from the Langa alien land? Then you must have quite a lot of supplies." Yu Dahai stood there in a daze. "Well, I was lucky. And I did gain something," Wang Yong said modestly. Zhou Chuanxiong rolled his eyes as he listened. "You call that a bigger gain? They've been completely transformed. They beat up my Zhou Qi. Young friend Wang Yong, do you really have a lot of corpses?" Yu Dahai said with a smile. Wang Yong curled his lips and turned his head away. "It's just a little bit, not much, Uncle. You probably won't like it." Don't say that. Uncle Yu was wrong just now. Yu Dahai knew that he felt he had ignored him, and he was not annoyed by being given face. His attitude immediately turned 180 degrees, and he even apologized directly to Wang Yong. Wang Yong didn't say anything, but looked at Zhou Chuanxiong. That's just old Yu's personality. He's usually shameless, but he's trustworthy. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou will definitely let him give you a satisfactory price, Zhou Chuanxiong said. His words made Yu Dahai's face turn pale. He secretly blamed himself for being so confused for a moment and almost offending someone. With Zhou Chuanxiong's assurance, Wang Yong finally relaxed and hummed, "Okay then." There was a flash of light in his hand, and a full Space Beast bag appeared in his hand. As soon as this filled Space Beast bag appeared, Yu Dahai's eyes lit up. "Oh my god, a big client. He gave me a full bag at once. Judging by the weight, it must be 15 tons. I deserve it. I almost pushed this big client out myself. This is..." Yu Dahai couldn't suppress his excitement, and the fat on his face trembled. The Crystal Wolf Clan, produced in the Wolf Fawn alien realm, mostly has a strength between levels 0.6 and 0.7. Wang Yong handed the Space Beast bag to him. After Yu Dahai finished the inspection, the expression on his face became even more excited. The corpses of exotic beasts above level 0.6 are known as mid-grade lean meat. They are very popular and there is no problem selling them. The logistics departments of major high schools and some families are rushing to buy them. Here's 15 tons and 300 kilograms. I'll just give you 16 tons, 24,000 yen coins. How about that? Yu Dahai calculated very quickly and figured out the price directly. It seemed like he was about to transfer the money to Wang Yong, for fear that the big order he had obtained would be lost. Wang Yong was slightly surprised. This bag was worth 24,000 yenbi. According to the standards of his previous life, 1 yenbi was equivalent to 10 yuan. So, he got 240,000 yuan? This is too much profit. He was slightly shocked. He forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart, shook his head and said, "Can we change to another calculation?" Yu Dahai's expression froze for a moment, then he said cheerfully, "All right. Whatever warrior resources you need, I'll pay you directly at the market price." Is it possible? Wang Yong was excited. That's good. I need some herbs to replenish my qi and blood, he said, and immediately took out a piece of paper and drew a line on it with a pen, listing a bunch of herbs for replenishing qi and blood. Wang Yong did not forget that the standing posture skill he had just acquired required replenishing qi and blood. Although blood crystal was one of the items for replenishing qi and blood, it was not the best one. Whenever you finish standing and strengthening your body, if you use precious medicinal herbs and the meat of exotic animals to make a delicious food tonic, it will be of great benefit to your exhausted body. Its practice efficiency far exceeds that of using blood crystals to replenish consumption. This is also why inherited martial arts such as standing meditation are owned by large families. Ordinary people dare not practice them even if they have them, because they consume too much energy and without sufficient preparation. Once they practice without authorization and fail to replenish their qi and blood in time, it will cause great damage to the foundation of the warrior. Zhou Qi should also have his family's bodybuilding skills, as can be seen from the fact that his physical body is not weaker than that of a wolf king of the same level. Brother Wang Yong, do you want to exchange these herbs? Yu Dahai took the list of medicinal materials, glanced at it, and asked. Yes, do you have these herbs? Yes, there are, but some of these herbs are rare and more expensive. Yu Dahai kindly reminded. It's okay. I'll exchange it for as much as I can. Wang Yong said nonchalantly. Yu Dahai nodded, estimated, and said, among your medicinal herbs, the more valuable ones are 50-year-old orange bloodroot, 20 grams of ruby powder. I can probably exchange them for about 7 servings? That's quite an expensive price. Wang Yong estimated that 7 servings were almost enough for him to practice for a week. Wow! 240,000 a week, that's a lot of money to burn. Changed. Wang Yong waved his hand. Yu Dahai nodded, put away the Space Beast bag, and said, give me your address later and I'll have someone deliver the herbs to you. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Wang Yong suddenly stopped him with a strange look on his face. Wait, why are you in such a hurry to leave? What? Yu Dahai was confused. The transaction isn't over yet. Wang Yong waved his hand, and suddenly 10 full Space Beast bags appeared on the ground. Chapter 89 Blood Crystal. Take a look, these are all wolf beasts of level 0.6 to 0.7. Wang Yong noticed the strange atmosphere around him and spoke directly to break the silence. Of course, I didn't divide these into such detailed categories. All major wolf races are included, he added. At this time, Yu Dahai suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the 10 bulging Space Beast bags on the ground, his eyes instantly turned red, and he hugged the pair of Space Beast bags in his arms like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He didn't even have time to say a word of courtesy to Wang Yong. His breathing became rapid and his face flushed as he picked up the bulging bags and quickly flipped through them to check them. Is this a lot? Wang Yong was startled by the movement of that huge body that looked like a mountain of flesh. Looking at the way he was counting the number of items with a look of protectiveness on his face, he even suspected that even if the third-level beast Ghost King from the Ghost Realm rushed out, Yu Dahai would not run away first, but would run away with these Space Beast bags with red eyes. Xiao Yong, you don't know how expensive fuel and food are until you manage the household. TSK, you're amazing. Zhou Chuanxiong came up and exclaimed, you came right up and got 11 spatial beast bags. At full capacity, that's 165 tons. That's probably enough for Qing City's logistics department to stockpile for half a month. Do you think it's a lot? So much. Wang Yong was surprised and felt a little regretful. He still understood the principle of not showing off one's wealth. If he took out so much money at once and was seen by someone with ulterior motives, it would inevitably cause a lot of trouble. Don't worry, all the people here are Uncle Zhou's good brothers who have fought together for many years. They won't do that. Fong Yuching walked out with a faint smile. She had been staying with Aunt Lin, who had not yet woken up, for a while, and now she had to leave. Seeing Wang Yong's hesitation, he immediately understood what he was thinking and explained. That's right. Although your Uncle Yu is a bit straightforward, he still knows right from wrong. Zhou Chuanxiong echoed. What's more, don't look at old Yu's current appearance. He has seen bigger scenes. Zhou Chuanxiong said with a smile, indicating that Wang Yong did not need to worry too much. Then I still have materials of exotic beasts. Can I exchange them with him again? Wang Yong suddenly said. Of course, wait, you have more. Zhou Chuanxiong just nodded, his voice changed, and he looked at Wang Yong in surprise. The voice was a little out of control due to the shock. How many people did you kill in the Langa alien land? Wang Yong smiled faintly and said modestly, not much. Brother Wang Yong, the inventory has been completed. There are 150 tons of wolf beast carcasses here, and I have still classified them according to race. Yu Dahai wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face flushed, and he looked very energetic. Wang Yong was shocked to see more than 40 space beast bags placed in front of him, each of which represented a wolf beast race. His space beast bag that was filled to the brim was sorted by Yu Dahai in just a few words. Oh my god, this is too efficient. Well, may I ask, what is the use of classification? In the alien realm, some exotic beasts are born with racial talents. There's a chance that their corpses and flesh will inherit their racial traits. By refining the parts of their bodies that possess these racial talents, we can create some extremely valuable magical tools. This is actually how most of humanity's magical tools are created. Therefore, the value of the flesh and blood of a small number of exotic beasts is not calculated according to the market price. We humans have not explored the wolf-fawn alien realm in depth, and many wolf-beast species have not been seen. Once a wolf-beast species with the effect of a magical weapon is discovered, the value of the corpse will increase tenfold to 100-fold. At this point, Yu Dahai's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. He looked at the space beast bag as if he was looking at a naked and peerless beauty. His whole temperament became a little abnormal. Are you saying that it's in the wolf-beast corpse I gave you? Wang Yong couldn't help but ask. There's a high probability. Yu Dahai said confidently. And among the wolf-beast flesh and blood you extracted, there are approximately 20 types that our Qingcheng logistics department has not yet recorded. In fact, some of the flesh and blood even possess rare medicinal properties, which are extremely beneficial to warriors. For example, this wolf beast with scales on its body, with its surging energy and blood. And this wolf beast with a single horn on its head and a golden body, it's full of earth energy. If you cut it off and grind it into powder, it will be extremely beneficial to certain male kidney functions. Yu Dahai explained patiently, citing classics and making various reasonable speculations and inferences. As the director of the logistics department of Qingcheng Alien Land, he is not like a manager, but more like a powerful chef. He knows all kinds of precious and rare ingredients at will, and is as considerate as the customer service lady who was given for recharging 1 million in a web game. He can do anything. Okay. Wang Yong stroked his forehead gently. He was dizzy from hearing all sorts of technical terms, so he interrupted him quickly. Uncle Yu, just tell me how many qi and blood herbs these corpses can be exchanged for. According to the previous configuration, I want one of each. Yu Dahai's voice suddenly stopped, and he hesitated. Are you sure you want to exchange them all? These materials are quite valuable. If you ask us to exchange them all for medicinal herbs, their value may drop significantly according to the market price. Change them all, Wang Yong pondered for a moment. His own physical strength is not weak, and his innate supernatural power and blood are probably far more powerful than those of ordinary warriors, so he needs to consume more medicinal herbs. If I exchange them all, I may not get everything. Yu Dahai estimated after pondering for a moment. Wang Yong's face immediately turned cold. Brother Wang Yong, don't be anxious. It's not that we don't want to change it for you, but the current reserves in Qingcheng City are not large, and most of them have been reserved in advance. Yu Dahai explained awkwardly. Wang Yong's expression softened slightly, and he asked, "Are they all booked?" "That's right. Qi and blood medicinal herbs are rare after all. Only a small number can be cultivated artificially. Most of them are produced in other worlds. Due to their high prices, they are all accepted for pre-order, and most of them are reserved by families." Yu Dahai quickly explained, full of apology. Zhou Chuanxiang's expression changed. "Are they all reserved? Which families have the largest share? I'll go negotiate with them and see if they can give up some of their shares." Zhou Chuanxiang had high expectations for Wang Yong. He understood that Wang Yong needed these qi and blood herbs, which meant that they would greatly improve his strength. Including his Zhou Qi, who had been training his body for many years and consumed a lot of these qi and blood herbs. Yu Dahai pondered for a moment. The Zhao family has the largest share, accounting for 30%. The others are just over 10%, such as the Lin Muyue family, which is well known in Xinjiang. Cut off all the Zhao family's shares and give them to Wang Yong. We have a grudge against each other anyway, so there's no need to keep them. Zhou Chuanxiang said without hesitation. Yu Dahai nodded. Okay, 30% of the share is more than enough to satisfy brother Wang Yong's exchange needs. After he finished speaking, he called the logistics department directly to inform them, not giving the Zhao family any chance. But after a while, Yu Dahai put down the phone with a grim expression and looked at Zhou Chuanxiang inquiringly. "Boss Zhou, the Zhao family wants us to pay liquidated damages. They want double the deposit we paid in advance. The extra amount is liquidated damages." "Double? How much deposit did the Zhao family pay in advance?" Zhou Chuanxiang said calmly. "This year, 30% of the total value of medicinal materials every month. There is still half a year left." Yu Dahai's face looked grim. This amount of money was also extremely considerable for their military. If they agree to compensation, I'm afraid the entire military will have to tighten their belts for the next 2 months. Compensation. Zhou Chuanxiang made the decision very quickly without hesitation. Okay. Yu Dahai received the order, nodded, and immediately took out the communicator. When he was about to give orders, he was suddenly stopped by Wang Yong. "Wait, Uncle Zhou, let me compensate you." Wang Yong watched the whole process and was moved to see that Zhou Chuanxiang did not treat him as an outsider at all. He couldn't help but speak. "No, you still need to practice." Zhou Chuanxiang refused without hesitation. He glanced at the space beast bag on the ground and said, "This is 30% of the annual medicinal material quota. If this isn't enough for you, don't worry, just give it to me. Consider it a gift from Uncle Zhou." He said it lightly, but only Zhou Chuanxiang himself knew the price he paid. "How do I collect the blood crystals?" Wang Yong suddenly asked. Yu Dahai immediately replied, "Blood crystals on the market are half the price of exotic beast flesh. After level 0.6, the value doubles for every 0.1 level increase. If it's a level 0.9 exotic beast, the value is even higher. However, because the blood crystals contain pure qi and blood, they are mostly used to quickly restore qi and blood during combat. They consume a lot of energy and are in short supply, so the price may be higher." Yu Dahai thought about it and understood what Wang Yong meant. He thought he wanted to use blood crystals to pay off his debts, so he advised, although blood crystals are not as good as qi and blood herbs in terms of cultivation, they are better in terms of endurance. The path of a warrior is dangerous, so it's a good idea to have some on hand. He didn't want Wang Yong to use the blood crystal to pay off the debt, as long as the intention was there. Wang Yong nodded. The next second, a large area of blood-red crystals appeared on the ground, each of which was as big as an adult's palm. The energy and blood that overflowed from me immediately filled this space. The entire corridor was illuminated by blood-red light. Yu Dahai? Zhou Chuanxiang? Onlookers on the side? Fuck, so flashy. A large area of dazzling red light appeared instantly, almost blinding Yu Dahai's eyes. What is this? Yu Dahai looked at a pile of crystals shining with red light on the ground, and his pure blood and energy almost overflowed. Gudong he swallowed and said, "Are these all blood crystals? So big? So many?" The dazzling light immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all came forward to check it out. Looking at the pile of blood crystals on the ground, everyone was shocked. Zhou Qi, in particular, was so shocked that he was speechless. The look in Wang Yong's eyes was stunning. "It's okay, just some gains from a strange world." Wang Yong coughed and said modestly. "But these are all level 0.9 exotic beast blood crystals." You're only level 0.6. Yu Dahai's voice rose an octave. He even thought he had eaten wild mushrooms and was hallucinating. Not long ago, Wang Yong beat me up in the ring. A resentful voice came. Yu Dahai turned his head and looked at Zhou Qi, who now had a resentful look on his face. Zhou Qi looked at the pile of blood crystals on the ground with dead eyes. Even he wouldn't dare to kill them like this. Each blood crystal was a powerful beast. I was really possessed by the devil and challenged him to a duel. Nephew Zhou, excuse me for asking, why did brother Wang Yong beat you? Yu Dahai swallowed and said. But just as he finished speaking, Zhou Chuanxiong beside him suddenly coughed and quickly changed the subject. Xiao Yong, are you sure you want to take this as liquidated damages? Is it not possible? Wang Yong asked back. It's not that I can't, it's just that the value of these. Yu Dahai felt a little distressed. These were all 0.6-0.8 level blood crystals of exotic beasts, and there were even a few of them at level 0.9. They were very valuable. Even though Yu Dahai is a level 2 warrior, he is the only one who knows how rare and precious blood crystals are. Every time he enters a strange realm to fight with strange beasts, the gains are basically equal to the consumption. Except for a small number of extremely powerful warriors, the gains from other worlds for most warriors can guarantee the consumption in combat and maintain their own cultivation. Chapter 90. Zhao Long is about to be pissed off. Count it on me. Anyway, I took the Zhao family's share of qi and blood medicinal materials. Wang Yong said indifferently. A little bit of blood crystal was nothing to him. Improving strength was the most important thing. He did not even sell off the precious and valuable 0.9 level blood crystals in the Wolfang realm. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor, just let them find me. Wang Yong said, looking at Zhou Chuanxiong, and said sincerely, Uncle Zhou, you have helped me a lot, let me pay for this, otherwise I will feel guilty. Wang Yong had one more thing to say, discuss the Zhao family by the way. Zhou Chuanxiong was about to say something when the cell phone on Yu Dahai's waist rang. Boss Zhou, it's the head of the Zhao family calling. Yu Dahai stopped smiling and said lightly. Take it. Let's see how the Zhao family reacts now. Afterwards, the call was connected, and Yu Dahai put the phone aside and turned on the speakerphone. Yu Dahai, is the decision your military just made true? You need to think it over carefully. Zhao Long's threatening voice came, suppressing great anger. Wang Yong spoke first, of course it's true. Haha, I'm so sorry, but I, Wang, will gladly accept the Zhao family's share of medicinal materials. When his voice rang out, the smug air in his voice almost broke Zhao Long's defense. There was an angry roar from the other end of the phone, as if someone was extremely angry. Wang Yong, you little bastard. I didn't expect you to be here? Zhao Long roared, Zhou Chuanxiong, you're here too, right? Don't forget. My Zhao family paid a full year's deposit in advance. If you dare to go back on your word, according to the contract, you'll have to pay double. Can you afford it? When the stern voice came, the listener could even imagine how furious the person on the other end of the phone was. I could even faintly hear the sound of something falling. You need to think carefully. Do you want to fight to the death with the Zhao family for this Wang Yong? The threatening words just came out. Zhou Chuanxiong said coldly, after your Zhao family used my wife's life to set a trap, I thought it through. Did you just start a war? Would the Zhao family be willing to let Zhao Mingqing take action? Don't forget, we're both at the peak of level 2. I'm in my prime, and Zhao Mingqing, you don't have many years left to live. If your Zhao family dares to overstep the line, I'll kill them with my own hands. When the domineering words came, Fury One on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. Zhou Chuanxiong snorted heavily. After he learned that the Zhao family dared to use his wife's life to threaten him, he was filled with anger. Zhao family, isn't it just Qingqing City's 30% medicinal material quota for half a year? I, Wang Yong, paid the compensation. Do you have anything else to say now? Wang Yong said lightly. Wang Yong, you little bastard. You. As soon as Zhao Long opened his mouth on the other end of the phone, Wang Yong interrupted him, stop talking nonsense. This money is not for your Zhao family. If I remember correctly, the Zhao family also has 2 talented college entrance examination candidates this year, and there are many other candidates. What exactly do you want to say? Zhao Long said in a deep voice. Wang Yong pursed his lips and chuckled, every year, there are many students who die unexpectedly during the college entrance examination. This money can be used as their coffin money. See you at the college entrance examination. After saying that, Wang Yong hung up the phone. He even pressed so hard that a hole was made on the screen. He didn't think too much about it. Since the Zhao family had offended him so much, he might as well disgust him first and threaten them with some harsh words. Anything would work. The scene was very quiet for a while, and everyone looked at Wang Yong. Including Zhou Qi, Zhou Chuanxiong and others, they all stared at Wang Yong intently. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me? Is there something written on my face? Wang Yong felt a little confused. Nothing, Zhou Qi smiled. He could barely be considered Wang Yong's peer, as they were all in the same school. Plus, they had a common enemy, so they naturally felt quite close. Zhou Qi took a deep breath, turned around and walked out the door. Wang Yong, you're right. Ruthless words are nothing. The martial artist college entrance examination arena is my future goal. My goal is still too narrow. The #1 student at Qingcheng #1 middle school should change his name. You well deserve it. You are more talented than me, and even better in combat. I have no right to be proud in front of you. I will go to another realm to practice hard. When the time comes, we will join forces. After saying that, Zhou Qi left without looking back, heading towards the strange place of war in Qingcheng City. This time, he was truly convinced by this genius of his generation, but this was by no means an excuse for Zhou Qi to give up. It was also a motivation that motivated him. Wang Yong sighed in his heart. Zhou Qi probably has great potential. The curtains were drawn, and in the afternoon, the golden setting sun shone on his body, making him look tall and strong, in stark contrast to Zhou Qi's back, which was stretched extremely long by the sunlight as he left sadly. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. Zhou Chuanxiong sighed as he looked at Wang Yong, but then turned back to look at his son's departing figure and said happily, "Hey, my son is not bad either." At this time, Wang Yong frowned. I felt my arm being pulled. Turning around, Yu Dahai's face twitched as he snatched the sparking communicator from Wang Yong's hand. He fiddled with it for a bit, and after confirming it was completely broken, he bared his teeth and said, "Hang up if you want. Why are you using so much force? My 5 GB treasure is gone." Yu Dahai shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes red and tearful, holding the phone in his hand. With his round body and nearly 2-meter height, he looks extremely sad. Wang Yong. As a fellow man, he expressed sympathy for the loss of the 5G treasure resource. After a moment's hesitation, he consoled her, "I have 10 gigabytes of torrents on my cloud drive. I'll share them with you later." Yu Dahai. 10 gigabytes? Or a torrent? Sadness dissipated, dark clouds dispersed to reveal a clear sky, and he said with a pleasant face, "I didn't expect that Brother Wang is such a sentimental person." Sure enough, once men touch upon certain knowledge points, they become extremely friendly, as if they have found an organization. Even the generations are closer. Wang Yong, of course, brother I'm pretty easygoing, as long as you don't target me. What? You want someone to stab you with needles? You're a pervert. That's too much forced homophony. Yu Dahai was shocked, you understood it so quickly. So you're really brave. Please, I'm super brave. As a hard-working gardener, I've been fertilizing and sowing seeds for many years. I've seen all kinds of seeds. You recognize all kinds of seeds? Yu Dahai excitedly pulled out a spare phone and said, "Then recognize this seed." "I remember this," Wang Yong said thoughtfully. "It seems to be an amateur, oh no. An amateur seed. The seed number is IPX 660. That drama is so touching. I cried countless times watching it. Awesome. What about this seed?" Yu Dahai's face flushed red, as if he had just gulped down a few gulps of erguatu. "Where is this seed? Do you know? You don't know this? This is one of the 10 famous species, nicknamed the first artificial beauty, full of mechanical feeling, perfect. It seems, it's called the seeds produced in Meiyang Shantian." Wang Yong pondered for a moment. "Fuck, you know all this, brother Wang, you are too awesome." Yu Dahai was shocked. The two of them were arm in arm, looking like they were in cahoots with each other. Judging from their enthusiasm, they were about to become sworn brothers. Of course, studying this thing is not more exciting than killing strange beasts? Wang Yong said seriously. Yu Dahai deeply agreed, "That's right, this field is too profound, and it's impossible for one person to fully understand it." As the two chatted more and more heatedly, a little head suddenly popped out from the side, its delicate face full of doubts. What are you talking about? What seeds? I don't understand. Fong Yuching was confused and looked silly. You're still young, you don't understand normal. That's enough. Zhou Chuanxiong angrily pulled Fong Yuching away, not wanting Wang Yong to teach her bad things. Looking at the boy's radiant appearance at this moment, he really felt that he was blind. Just now, he really thought that Wang Yong was a genius. The kind with SSS-level talent. Now I see, he's clearly just an ordinary person with better talent than his son. A little better. As he said this, he glared at Yu Dahai fiercely, signaling him to restrain himself. Damn, if I hadn't stopped you, you would have sworn brotherhood with me right then and there. Even Brother Wang is calling out. Will Wang Yong call me brother later? Ahem, let's stop here for today. How about we have a barbecue tonight and discuss this? Yu Dahai blinked, knowing that now was not the time to talk about things. No problem. Wang Yong nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a large piece of 300 kilograms of wolf beast hind leg meat appeared on the ground. Since it's for barbecue, I won't hide it. This is the hind leg meat of the king beast. Brother Yu, take it. Let's have a good meal tonight. Good job. Yu Dahai ignored Boss Zhou's warning and rolled up his sleeves, saying, Hey. Brother Wang, you think highly of me, don't you say? Just for your sincerity, big brother Yu will show you my skills today. I was once a top-ranked chef in the Great Xia Kingdom. Wang Yong nodded seriously. Okay, see you tonight. Book a place? Let's go to the cafeteria of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School. The cafeteria is closed at night, and I know the person in charge. Wang Yong pondered for 2 seconds. Good. I'll go too and supervise you. A voice suddenly sounded. Wang Yong and Yu Dahai turned their heads at the same time and looked at Zhou Chuanxiong, who had just spoken, with contempt on their faces. Zhou Chuanxiong coughed awkwardly. My wife is back in good health now. Dr. Zhong said she'll be back in shape in a few days and will be fully recovered in about a week. I understand. No need to explain. Wang Yong and Yu Dahai both showed meaningful expressions. Sharpening the gun. A knife will get rusty if left for 5 years, let alone a person. Chapter 91 Su Xiong's Determination. After Wang Yong left Zhou Chuanxiong's private courtyard alone, the phone rang. Squad leader, I'm ready. When will we go to a foreign land for training? Su Xiong's excited voice came. Okay, just wait for me at the school gate. I'll go to school. Wang Yong spoke. He had promised Su Xiong before that he would let him go to a foreign land for training. Now that he had received rewards from the system, his ability to control the will of the foreign land had become stronger, so Wang Yong asked Su Xiong to go back in advance to prepare and pack up his things. It's not far from here to the school, just over 10 minutes away by taxi. Arriving at the school gate, Wang Yong saw from afar a big, dark man carrying a bag, pacing anxiously at the school gate, looking extremely excited. It's your first time entering a different world, are you so excited? Wang Yong's voice came. Su Xiong turned around quickly, looked at the handsome boy with his hands in his pockets, and excitedly clenched his fists. Of course, Brother Yong, the college entrance examination is coming soon. It is said that every year there is a crucial practical part in the college entrance examination. Research conducted by relevant college entrance examination institutions indicates that warriors who have experienced alien realms and life or death battles with exotic beasts have a much higher chance of excelling in the college entrance examination arena selection. Furthermore, many key universities will even check whether a student has entered alien realms and the number of battles they have experienced before when admitting them. Wang Yong nodded and said in surprise, there are institutions that specialize in this? However, the college entrance examination requirements for admission are a bit strange. Of course. The college entrance examination is a unique annual event in the Great Xia Kingdom. The elite warriors selected by the college entrance examination are the warriors who can be widely recognized by society. Of course, other countries besides the Great Xia Kingdom also have similar selection and assessments. Su Xiong was very happy. He had the opportunity to enter a different world. As long as he could come out alive, he would definitely be qualified to enter the key universities. Even in Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, which has a strong faculty, not every student, except for the rocket class, is qualified to enter a foreign land for training under the protection of the Warrior Guild. The price of hiring a warrior guild is very high and many families cannot afford it. Most students can only practice actual combat in martial arts schools or have a way at home to obtain the mark of the alien world and enter it to train. Well, Wang Yong pondered for a moment, looked at Su Xiong's excited expression, and couldn't help but remind him. The alien realm is very dangerous, especially the Wolf Fong alien realm. The death rate of warriors is very high, and you entered alone. I know. Su Xiong nodded seriously. You might die. Wang Yong sighed. Su Xiong was trustworthy. The alien realm was very risky, and he couldn't bear to see him rush in. You're alone in there, don't expect anyone to rescue you. The Langa alien realm is now blocked, it's very dangerous. Su Xiong was silent for a moment, his face showing a look of struggle. After a long time, he finally made up his mind. Brother Yong, don't try to persuade me. I have made up my mind. A man has a hard time living once. Becoming a warrior and becoming stronger is my obsession. Okay. Wang Yong patted his shoulder and handed him 2 pieces of jade engraved with the mark of the alien world's will. He said, go to the entrance of the alien world. Don't be discovered. Crush 1 piece to enter. When you are in dire straits, crush the 2nd piece to escape. Wang Yong's eyes flashed, but he didn't tell him that he mastered the will of the alien world and had a certain ability to deter alien beasts and take care of his safety. This kind of thing only needed to be used in a life and death crisis for Su Xiong, and there was no need to point it out. Okay, thank you so much, Brother Yong. Su Xiong was deeply moved. He had never heard of such a thing that could freely enter and exit foreign lands. He thought its value was unimaginable. Brother Yong, you are so good to me. I don't know how to thank you. How about you buy a large insurance policy now? And write my name as the beneficiary? Wang Yong pondered for a moment. Su Xiong. Warriors entering and leaving alien realms are not allowed to buy insurance. That's such a pity. Wang Yong sighed, go away. After saying that, he left without looking back. Su Xiong was left standing there in a daze. Wang Yong wasn't worried that Su Xiong would betray his secrets. He didn't explain how the jade came from. As friends, they still had the most basic trust. Su Xiong took the jade, turned around, and left without looking back. Warriors must fight. Now the portals to other worlds are opening more and more frequently. No one knows whether the 4th portal to another world will open in the center of Xinjiang. Once it opens suddenly, the tide of beasts will surge out of the portal, and the tragic war 10 years ago will happen again. Wang Yong suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen his homeroom teacher, Li Dahai, for a whole day. Logically, he should have gotten the news when he had a conflict with Qingyu at school. Later, when the Dean of Studies came, Brother Hai never showed up. Is Brother Hai not in school? Wang Yong looked puzzled. Didn't Brother Hai tell me before that I have a special physique and asked me to practice hard and strive to reach level 0.6 before the college entrance examination? It has now reached level 0.6, and there is no shortage of resources. I also got the Yungang token. I have to tell him this good news. Thinking of this, Wang Yong took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Li Dahai has always been very good to him, no matter before or now, and has not treated him badly because of his ordinary birth. The slightest discrimination will only attract more attention. Beep. Hello Wang Yong, right? Before Wang Yong could speak, Li Dahai's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Brother Hai. Why didn't I see you today? Wang Yong said. Oh, the school asked me to go on a business trip, so I went to the neighboring frozen soil city. Li Dahai said, speaking a little quickly, looking very happy. Frozen Earth City is not far from Qingqing City and belongs to the Sish district of Dasha Kingdom. However, Frozen Earth City has a large population, reaching the standard of a prefecture-level city, with a population of 300 million, which is more than 6 times the current population of Qingqiang. The warriors are powerful and there are more geniuses. At the same time, the first university in the Snake District, Snake University, is also located there. There are 8 portals to the alien world of Frozen Earth City. The more dangerous it is, the more resources there are. Wang Yong, I've mentioned your situation to a mentor in the Snake District. He's very interested in your unique physique. If you reach level 0.6, you can notify him and arrange an interview in advance. Also, that instructor is from the top institution of learning, Dasha University. You should seriously consider him. Li Dahai's tone was cheerful. It was obvious that he was sincerely concerned about Wang Yong and was in a good mood after receiving good feedback. Then he continued, Wang Yong, you are the class monitor. I have something to attend to. Remember to announce my business trip to the class. I am in the alien world of Frozen Earth City. I won't talk about it for now. Brother Hi, actually, beep beep beep. Wang Yong was just about to share with him the news that he had reached level 0.6 when Li Dahai hung up. This, Brother Hi is still like this. Wang Yong was speechless. As he silently complained, his eyes unconsciously glanced at the mirror beside him. A tall man covered in a black robe walked into the shadows, and he felt an invisible sense of being watched. Who is it? Wang Yong frowned and continued to stand at the school gate, with people coming and going around him. Wang Yong was very sure that the man in black robe came for him. I followed him for a long time. Is it the Zhao family? He pondered for a moment, guessing in his heart. Never mind it for now. We are surrounded by people now. I don't think he would dare to do it himself. Wang Yong said to himself. He was very confident. Because he vaguely felt that the man in black robe was not a big threat to him, was not very strong, and might just be a stalker. Wang Yong walked into the school. I also made an appointment with Yu Dahai to meet in the cafeteria tonight. TSK. He's a level 2 warrior, I have to find a way to fool him. Wang Yong rubbed his chin and thought. Now he had a grudge with the Zhao family. Although the other party was intimidated by Zhou Chuanxiong and did not dare to take forceful action, but what if? Wang Yong doesn't want to gamble his life and property. There's also Fong Ji, whom I met in the strange world. He asked me to help him find the descendants of the Fong family. Ask Uncle Zhou tonight. Qingcheng has a long history, and perhaps he knows some clues. As he was lost in thought, he unknowingly arrived at the cafeteria of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School. Wang Yong never forgot that he had a conflict with Huang Yi from the rocket class in the cafeteria. Later, in order to appease and compensate him, the cafeteria manager promised to provide free meat from exotic animals in the cafeteria every night. Get out of here, you lowlife. Believe it or not, I'll destroy you, a sharp voice came. Wang Yong walked forward and found a girl in front of him with an arrogant look. He knew her, Mingxi from the rocket class. The girl opposite looked very weak, her face was a little pale, her breath was weak, her energy level was about 0.5, and she seemed to be injured. There were two companions behind him. They looked at Mingxi with flickering eyes and fear on their faces, and did not dare to support their companions. Mingxi, this is not yours. This is the school's compensation to Wang Yong. The girl argued. He was holding a big box in his arms with the school's approval document on it. You lowly thing, I said this is mine. Mingxi looked coldly at the girl opposite him, with his hands full of energy, obviously intending to attack with his strength. What happened? Wang Yong frowned. The girl looked familiar, but it sounded like the two of them were arguing about her. Wang Yong. Brother Hi. Mingxi and the girl holding the box spoke at the same time. The difference was that one was happy and the other was resentful. Brother Hi? Wang Yong was too lazy to pay attention to Mingxi. He turned his head and looked at the somewhat weak girl with his bright eyes. So your name really isn't Li Dahai, the girl said, feeling a little embarrassed by Wang Yong's gaze. Her face quickly turned pink. I'm the martial artist who was bullied by the martial arts master in the martial arts gym that day. My name is Li Lu. Her voice was soft, but beneath the gentleness lay a toughness. Li Lu, Wang Yong pondered for a moment and recognized the girl in front of him. When he and Su Xiong went to the martial arts school, they happened to see the master bullying students by relying on his strength, so he followed suit and bullied the master. I understand, but what's going on now? Wang Yong frowned and looked at Mingxi with an unfriendly look. This woman was very smart. Her companions attacked her twice, but she never did anything herself. These are the rocket class supplies distributed in advance by the school. Huang Yi and others had their resources deducted by the school because they violated school rules. As compensation for you, she wants to take your things, Li Lu said, explaining the whole story. Supplies distributed by the school? Wang Yong suddenly realized that Xinyu, Huang Yi and others had been severely punished by the disciplinary committee and were probably still in the small dark room. Their resources had been withheld and compensated to him. Today is the day when resources for the rocket class are distributed, and the resources for the key class will be distributed 3 days later. What a coincidence, it was you who sent it. Wang Yong asked gratefully. What a coincidence, school supplies are usually distributed by teachers. This kind of special arrangement is usually because the teacher is busy, so it is possible that the teacher will ask the students to distribute it on their behalf. Actually, Li Lu opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and didn't say anything. Thank you. Wang Yong nodded, took the box from Li Lu's hand, and glanced at it. In addition to the crystal cores used for cultivation, there were also some rare blood and qi medicinal materials, quite a lot of them, and they were enough for 4 people, so they were very valuable. The storage ring on his finger flashed with light and he put it away. When Mingxi saw Wang Yong accept the box, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. It's not a good idea for you to leave like this. Wang Yong's light voice came from behind. You've taken all the things. What else do you want? Mingxi looked at Wang Yong coldly. Apologize to her. Wang Yong said lightly, pointing to Li Lu beside him. You. Mingxi's body stiffened, her pretty face full of anger. She was about to take action, but when she thought of Wang Yong's strength in easily defeating Qingyu, a fear rose in her heart. Don't go too far. Mingxi gritted his teeth. Watch your mouth. I'll say this one last time. I apologize. Wang Yong said impatiently, with the energy flowing in his hands, as if he was going to fight if there was any disagreement. Li Lu seemed to be unresponsive. He stood there stupidly with empty hands, not knowing what to do with his hands. Sorry. Mingxi said this with difficulty, staring at Wang Yong with a look of grief and anger on his face, as if he had suffered great humiliation, and turned and left. I asked you to apologize verbally because you haven't done anything yet. If you dare to retaliate, don't let me see you in school. Wang Yong said calmly. A voice came from far behind, with great penetrating power. Mingxi paused slightly, remembering that the head teacher, Lin Yanzi, seemed very angry with Wang Yong. It was related to the school's recent cancellation of the sponsorship policy for the rocket class. She kept talking about Wang Yong. Perhaps. Thank you. Only after Mingxi ran away did Li Lu react. He bit his lower lip and stammered his gratitude, lowering his head and not daring to look at Wang Yong. It's okay, take these. Remember to take good care of yourself and don't get any illness. Wang Yong thought for a moment, took out the blood-nourishing herbs that he didn't need from the box, and stuffed them into Li Lu's hand without saying a word. He cast his gaze towards Li Lu's companion who had been watching from the sidelines. He frowned and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, friends who only know how to watch the show are not true friends. He had a liking for this girl who dressed simply and had a strong character. This is too precious. Li Lu was shocked when he saw the medicinal herbs in his hand, but when he looked up, he found that Wang Yong had disappeared. She bit her lower lip lightly, clenched the herbs in her hand, and felt like crying. In fact, she had wanted to thank Wang Yong in person for a long time, so she asked the teacher for the task of sending the message on her behalf. Li Lu, you are so lucky. I didn't expect that senior high school warrior to be so powerful and generous. I wonder if our senior high school students will be as strong next year. One of Li Lu's companions said, staring at the herbs in Li Lu's hand. Yes, you can't use up all these herbs by yourself, said another companion, without taking his eyes off the herbs. The two of them deliberately hinted so obviously. Normally, as a friend, Li Lu would definitely share the good things with her without hesitation. Really? Actually, I don't need these herbs. Li Lu was halfway through his sentence when the words that had just echoed in his ears suddenly came to his mind. Friends who only watch the show are not real friends. She silently took back the thing she was about to hand over and said lightly, actually, I just have enough. This is a gift from Brother Wang, so I can't give it to you. After saying that, he turned and left. In the distance, Wang Yong, who was observing secretly, nodded with satisfaction and continued to move towards the cafeteria. Soon, we arrived at the canteen door. It was almost time to go home from school and there were no students near the cafeteria. Looking through the window and inside, Wang Yong soon saw a fat black shadow busy back and forth. Yuan Hua? Wang Yong walked into the cafeteria and recognized the busy figure running back and forth at a glance. It was Yuan Hua, the cafeteria manager. Brother Wang, you're here. Yuan Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead, placed the rows of lean meat skewers in his hand on the table, and greeted Wang Yong. There are other people in the cafeteria? Wang Yong looked at Yuan Hua's current attire in astonishment. She was wearing an apron and holding various seasoning jars in her hands. There was also an iron plate with fresh lean meat on the side. He looked towards the back kitchen of the cafeteria. He heard some noises there, and it was obvious that someone was busy there. Shoo? Yuan Hua said nervously. He stretched out his chubby hand, pointed to the kitchen, and whispered, "A big boss is here." Who? Wang Yong raised his eyebrows. Minister Yu, who is in charge of the logistics department of Qingqing City, is also a level 2 warrior, a high-level level 2 warrior. It is said that he is only one step away from reaching the peak of level 2. His strength is extremely strong. Yuan Hua said seriously. I'll introduce you to him later. He's the head of the logistics department. He's in charge of all the food supply distribution for all the high schools in Qing City. I don't know why he suddenly came to our place today, saying he wants to requisition the kitchen staff. The cafeteria manager excitedly clenched his fist and said, if we can be appreciated by this minister, maybe he can allocate more high-quality exotic animal meat to our school. Is the school short of lean meat? Wang Yang asked in surprise. He naturally knew Yu Dahai's purpose of coming, which was of course to use the king beast's hind legs to refine the meat of the exotic beast for barbecue. Professionals move fast. Of course we have a shortage. Now that the college entrance exam is approaching, many students are eating extra meals in the school cafeteria at noon. Some even requested that we offer exotic animal food in the evening, but the principal disagrees. Why don't you agree? Eating more exotic beast meat will be good for your qi training. Wang Yang asked. There's not enough food. Yuan Hua shrugged. Every year before the college entrance exam, there's a shortage of exotic beast meat. It's said that demand from the Alien Realms logistics department has surged, and supply is outstripping supply. Although number 1 middle school is strong, we don't have much of a share. After all, there are too many people and too little porridge. Principal Li is trying to find a solution. Oh, by the way, you can come and help later. Everyone else is off work. Maybe Minister Yu will see that you have some talent and give you a hand. Seeing Wang Yong in deep thought, Yuan Hua kindly reminded him. At this time, a tall figure walked out from the kitchen. Yuan Hua approached diligently, hoping to leave a good impression. Yu Dahai glanced past him and saw Wang Yong standing there, and said enthusiastically, Brother Wang, you're here. Chapter 92, Ghostly and Strange World. Yu Dahai is very tall, nearly 2 meters, and has a huge body. Just standing at the door of the back kitchen, he blocks the entire door. Aren't you here to have a good meal? Wang Yong said with a smile. My eyes moved back and forth on Dahai, and I found that he was indeed wearing a standard chef's uniform and looked quite professional. I didn't expect that it was really Brother Yu who was the chef. I'm really going to broaden my horizons. Wang Yong said again. Before I knew it, the name had been raised to a higher level. Brother Yu smiled innocently, waved his hand, and said confidently, Today I will let you broaden your horizons and see what true food supplements are. Yu Dahai had already changed into his chef's uniform, and Yuan Hua, the canteen manager of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, was standing by his side. When Yuan Hua saw Wang Yong being so familiar with Minister Yu, he was shocked. I was shocked but also very relieved that a very talented college entrance examination candidate was actually on good terms with me. If they really became enemies, I would be unable to eat or sleep well. That's right, a genius naturally cannot be buried. This is how a genius is treated. Yuan Hua felt mixed emotions. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he remembered his previous instructions to Wang Yong, and his face turned red. He had tried to do a favor for Wang Yong and almost made a fool of himself. They're like brothers now. What the hell are you doing? Wang Yong glanced at Yuan Hua, the canteen manager, who had a complicated expression on his face, and chuckled, Didn't Brother Yu collect a large amount of extra ingredients recently? How? No big deal. The food is just sitting there anyway. Why not give it to Qingqing No. 1 Middle School first? Many students have complained about a shortage of exotic beast food. This batch of food should be able to solve their urgent needs. As he spoke, he looked up at Yu Dahai. Yu Dahai lowered his head and thought for a moment, then smiled brightly. Of course, since Brother Wang has spoken, how about increasing Qingqing No. 1 Middle School's food quota by 50% this month? As soon as these words came out, Yuan Hua looked up happily and said uncertainly, Really? I instantly felt like I was wrapped in a huge surprise. Because of his special abilities, he became the person in charge of the cafeteria. However, even though he had considerable power, he was still a marginal figure in Qingqing No. 1 Middle School. People at the same level of management, such as Lin Yanzi, simply looked down on him. If we can really strive to increase the food ration share by 50%, it will definitely solve the school's urgent needs, and I believe my status in the eyes of Principal Lee will rise a lot. This is true. Thank you so much. Yuan Hua stuttered in thanks. He never expected that the problem that had troubled him and even Principal Lee for a long time could be solved by an insignificant student with just one sentence. Minister Yu, I will notify the principal to come over and sign the agreement with you. The surprise came too suddenly, and Yuan Hua was a little overwhelmed. Yu Dahai smiled and shook his head. This batch of ingredients were provided by Wang Yong, so there was nothing wrong in doing him a favor. Don't worry, I'll talk to Li Tianfu later. I'm going to the kitchen first. Don't rush to sign the agreement. I'm giving the order now. After the first batch of exotic beast meat is produced, have the military logistics vehicle deliver it directly. We can sign the contract when the first batch of exotic beast meat arrives. It will be about an hour later. He estimated for a moment and said, Understood. Yuan Hua nodded seriously, looking like a loyal lackey. I'll notify Principal Lee to come over later. Yu Dahai waved his hand from a distance, indicating that he understood, and then started busying around in the kitchen. Seeing this, Yuan Hua took the initiative to run errands and cut the meat. Wang Yong pulled over a chair and sat down bored. My eyes drift unconsciously. The people who had been following him outside the school did not dare to enter the school. At this moment, his eyes accidentally caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure standing outside the window. After looking at the figure with a pair of resentful and jealous eyes, he quickly left. Mingxi? Wang Yong frowned. What is she doing here? Ding. The cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Yong was too lazy to pay attention to the woman. He unlocked the phone and opened it. He found that Aunt Ching had sent him a message for the first time. Wang Yong, I have something to do tonight, so I won't be home for dinner. Please pick up Xiao Shuai from school. The food is ready. Please heat it up when you get home. Okay, Aunt Ching. Wang Yong responded. He raised his head and looked at the window again, but Mingxi was nowhere to be seen. What on earth does this woman want to do? Wang Yong frowned. It's done. Yu Dahai's long voice sounded, and behind him was Yuan Hua, who was carefully carrying huge bowls and basins and walking towards the kitchen. As the figure approaches, the rich aroma of meat follows. It was carried in a wooden bowl. The bowl was large enough to fit an adult's head. The outer wall was very smooth, with various wood grain patterns on the surface, making it look extremely valuable. This is made from the heartwood of purple clay wood, which contains extremely abundant spiritual energy. It can preserve the spiritual energy of steamed ingredients very well, making it difficult to dissipate and extremely valuable. Yuan Hua exclaimed. He seems to have done a lot of research in this area. So precious. Wang Yong was surprised. Yu Dahai's face became even more proud, and he said to Wang Yong, who was full of curiosity, Boy, do you know that the knowledge behind food supplements is as complicated as that of cultivation? A food supplement master of status and position has a much higher status than a warrior of the same level. Yuan Hua nodded and introduced she and blood medicinal materials, exotic animal food grades, various food combinations, and even targeted food supplements specifically for warriors. After listening to what the two said, Wang Yong became even more curious about the hidden food supplements in it. Yu Dahai didn't keep the secret and opened the wooden lid of the pot. In an instant, the rich spiritual energy dissipated in all directions, and even formed a miniature spiritual energy tide. The first thing that caught Wang Yong's eyes was a piece of snow-white animal bone cut into several pieces, with yellow-white bone marrow particles floating beside it, as well as pieces of tender meat the size of fingernails. Is this porridge? Wang Yong stared at the basin with wide eyes. The stewed rice grains were swirling due to the bubbles that popped up from time to time. They were as white as snow and made him very hungry. No, this isn't porridge. This is meat, the meat of that king beast. Wang Yong was extremely surprised, staring intently at the grain of rice. He could clearly feel the surging power of a new life, as well as a breath, and among them was a familiar breath, the breath of the Blue Wolf King. The millet part of this porridge is actually made from the refined meat of exotic beasts. Can this be done? Wang Yong was shocked. Back then, in the alien land, Fong Yuching refined the flesh and blood of the alien beast into strips and roasted them raw, making him think that this was the method of making the meat of the alien beast. He didn't expect that there were so many twists and turns. What we eat normally is called food, and this dish is called food supplement. The difference of one word can make a world of difference, Yuan Hua said. As he spoke, his face showing shame, he said, food supplements require a high level of martial artist strength. You need to be at least a level 1 martial artist to start studying food supplements, and many food supplement formulas are secrets that cannot be passed on. I'm ashamed to say that I was once a food supplement apprentice. I studied under Minister Yu for a while, but I didn't even get the upper hand. As Yuan Hua spoke, he looked at Yu Dahai with shame. Yu Dahai had high hopes for him, but unfortunately he failed to live up to them. Wang Yang suddenly realized. No wonder Yu Dahai did not object when he proposed to set up the restaurant in Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School. Yuan Hua even came to help and ran around without any complaints. Raging Abyss Stew. Yu Dahai's voice came. He didn't even look at Yuan Hua, he just talked to himself. We take the pearl ghost rice, a specialty of the ghost realm, grind it into powder, extract the king beast's essence, and steam it on the surface. We use the water from the nest of the Finghua king beast in the Finghua realm, the Finghua source fluid, and steam it with the king beast's bone marrow. We also add a lot of precious qi and blood medicinal herbs produced in the Sea Snake district. It takes a lot of expensive ingredients to make this Luan Yuan stew. Its function is to replenish the warrior's qi and blood, refine the bones and muscles, and polish the foundation of the body. Yu Dahai briefly introduced the effects of the food supplement in front of him, then glanced at Wang Yong indifferently. His eyes seemed to have a penetrating magic, as if he wanted to see Wang Yong's cards clearly. Boy, I see that your strength is increasing too quickly, and your physical foundation is a little weak. I think it's because you had a great opportunity recently, and your physical body has improved too quickly. If this continues, it will be difficult to break through the bottleneck of level 1 warriors. But what surprised me was that your mental strength was overly active. I'm afraid the strength of your awakened superpowers is quite strong. No wonder you were able to defeat Zhou Qi. His eyes were sharp, and even though he didn't know Wang Yong's actual situation clearly, he could see most of it. Wang Yong nodded silently. At this time, Yuan Hua suddenly said, "This pot of porridge is priceless. I'm afraid that the so-called big families in Qingcheng can't get all the materials consumed. Minister Yu is really good to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Dahai scolded him, "You're such a mouthful. You're lucky to be asked to do odd jobs. This is not your place." Yes. Minister Yu is right. Yuan Hua immediately nodded and admitted his mistake, looking submissive. Wang Yong secretly watched the two people getting familiar with each other, and always felt that there was some story between them. This food supplement will be very beneficial to you. Eat half of it, and then go back tonight and find some time to polish your body, and the hidden danger will be solved. Yu Dahai turned his head and said to Wang Yong. Without saying anything, he took out a big spoon and started to distribute the porridge. This time, he did not take advantage of Wang Yong. Except for the flesh and blood of the king beast, all other precious materials were provided by him. He said that it was for a dinner party, but in fact it was Wang Yong who solved the hidden dangers and cleared the way for his physical body. By the way, brother Yu, where is Uncle Zhou? Isn't he coming too? Wang Yang suddenly remembered and asked. Zhou Chuanxiong. Yu Dahai curled his lips and said, Mrs. Lin is awake and can't leave. TSK. Women are a burden to warriors. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Yuan Hua who was drinking porridge beside him. Yu Dahai said that he would not give porridge to Yuan Hua, but he actually filled a large bowl for him, which was more than 35% of his own. Yuan Hua hurriedly drank his porridge and didn't dare to interrupt. Wang Yong naturally immersed himself in the porridge. The porridge had an extremely rich meaty aroma. The tender meat chunks melted in his mouth, mixed with a hint of rice fragrance. He felt refreshed instantly. He had never eaten such delicious food before, so he ate it with great effort, wishing he could swallow his tongue. After taking a bite, Wang Yong could even feel the gushing spiritual energy blooming on the tip of his tongue. Large energy particles merged into his limbs, turning into a mighty heat current, subtly tempering his limbs and internal organs. It smells so good. I didn't expect there are such delicious things in the world. Food supplement teacher. Wang Yong exclaimed in his heart, and couldn't help but have a lot of fantasies about the profession of food supplement teacher. It turns out that food supplements are so useful. Why don't I wait until I become stronger and find a group of food supplements to cook for me? Wang Yong lowered his head in thought and felt that this goal was quite tempting. Yu Dahai didn't touch the porridge. Looking at the two people working hard, he always felt that something was missing, and his heart moved. An exquisite jade pot suddenly appeared on the table. As soon as the sealed jade pot was opened, the clear and fragrant aroma of wine immediately spread. Specially supplied wine for the Snake District? Yuan Hua on the side almost popped his eyes out. It's not a special wine, it's just an imitation wine. Yu Dahai said modestly. What do you mean? Wang Yong on the side asked curiously. This is a special wine for the Snake District. Xinjiang City only distributes 3 bottles every 5 years. It's considered a welfare benefit from above. It's said to be brewed with precious qi and blood herbs from all the other realms in Xinjiang City. It contains over 100 kinds of qi and blood herbs. It's no longer a wine, it's a medicine. It's classified as a high-level martial arts resource. Yu Dahai sighed. He was lucky enough to have tasted a small cup of it back then. No one below level 5 warrior could withstand a cup and would get drunk. He pointed to his jade pot and said, as for mine, I only added qi and blood medicinal herbs from the 3 major alien realms in Qing City, and some materials produced in the alien realm of Tundra City. Minister Yu, please don't be so modest. Everyone knows that the most precious blood-invigorating medicinal herb in the ghost realm is the 1,000-year-old heavenly ghost orchid, which is the main ingredient in the special wine. It is rare in the world. You should add it to your wine. Yuan Hua was sharp-eyed and said with certainty after just one sniff of the wine. TSK, your nose is so sharp, it's sharper than a dog's. Yu Dahai scolded with a smile. Although I added the heavenly ghost orchid, it is only 200 years old, not comparable to the 1,000-year-old ones. The 1,000-year-old ones are guarded by the Ghost King level, so I dare not covet them. He was not stingy and took out 2 small cups and filled them for both of them. Yuan Hua seemed to have let go as well, holding the small glass of wine and drinking it all. As a level 1 warrior, his face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye after drinking that glass. He was drunk and his voice was full of alcohol. A moment later, he fell to his knees in front of Yu Dahai with a plop, crying bitterly with tears and snot. Woo. Teacher, Yuan Hua is unfilial and has failed to live up to your expectations. Yu Dahai sighed, not looking at him, and drank by himself, saying, Get up, I don't blame you. The incident in the ghost realm was not your fault. This scene scared Wang Yong so much that his hands started shaking and he almost spilled the wine he was about to drink. What the hell, what's going on here? A wine that makes you cry? He had heard of Han Xiaoban Beautian, and even drinking could break his defense. Wang Yong was silent for a moment, put down the glass of sweet and mellow wine in his hand, turned his head, looked at Yu Dahai with a questioning look on his face. At this time, Yuan Hua seemed to have broken his defense. He knelt on the ground in front of Yu Dahai, cowed out several times on the floor, and muttered incoherent words. Wang Yong could barely hear a few of the words strange world, ghost, ghost. Yu Dahai pondered for a moment and said, Wang Yong, are you curious about the ghost world in Xinjiang City that has been closed for a long time? Wang Yong nodded noncommittally and said, I've always been curious. As one of the 3 great realms in Xinjiang, the Phantom Realm should have a lot of information. However, from what I understand, there's very little information about the Phantom Realm in the outside world. At least only fragments of information are circulating, and it's hard to tell whether it's true or not. It's as if some force has erased all that information. That's true, Yu Dahai sighed. Do you know the level divisions of spiritual energy revival and alien realms? According to relevant historical records, the first spiritual energy revival occurred in the past 100 years, but the initial revival was far from sufficient to meet the needs of human cultivation. It was only 20 years ago that the spiritual energy was able to meet the needs of human cultivation. In the same year that the first level 1 warrior appeared in Daxia, the strange realm appeared. Wang Yong knew all about the strange world and the revival of spiritual energy. Ever since he met Fong Ji in the Langa strange world, he began to pay attention to this aspect. The levels of the alien realms are very simple, based on strength. There are 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. It's said that there are even higher levels above that. D level is for warriors below level 2, which is what you'd find in Qing City's Wolf Fang alien realm and Beacon Fire alien realm. C level is for warriors below level 4, and the Phantom alien realm is a C level alien realm. Yu Dahai nodded and said, Yes, this is widely circulated knowledge, but have you ever been curious about what else there is in the strange world besides strange beasts? After he finished speaking, Wang Yong fell into deep thought. There must be history in this alien world. As far as Chang Ning knows, the Langa alien world has at least 1,000 years of evolution. Even if the flow of time is different, it is far from the case that one day in the human world is equivalent to 1 year in the alien world. There must be history in the alien world. Even civilization. Yu Dahai said calmly. He took a sip and looked out. It was already evening, and the light outside was dim. 100 years ago, Daxia was still in the era of slash-and-burn agriculture. Who could have imagined that in this technological age, spiritual energy is revived, and warriors are rampant? The revival of spiritual energy is like pressing the switch that accelerates the progress of human civilization. All kinds of science and technology are booming. After modern industrial society reaches a certain foundation, the warrior era will begin, and everyone can practice. Then, strange realms will open up, fierce beasts will spread, and human civilization will be in danger. Yu Dahai's calm voice spoke the cruel truth of this era. Have you ever thought that since the Wolf Fong alien realm contains countless wolf beasts, there might be some special alien realms with alien humans just like us? His voice exploded in Wang Yong's ears like a morning bell and an evening drum. He spoke with a somewhat lost voice. Uncle Yu, you mean, there are people in the ghost world? Chapter 93 Ghost in Ghost. No, Yu Dahai shook his head in denial after hearing what Wang Yong said. So what do you mean? There is civilization in the ghost realm. But we cannot rule out the existence of aliens in other realms. He spoke in a deep voice. According to the isotope analysis conducted by some of Daxia's alien world research laboratories, alien worlds rated as sea level or above mean that they have existed for 10,000 years, and the probability of civilization emerging from them is greatly increased. And the ghost realm, to be more precise, is a civilization similar to the slave-owning system. The rulers are ghosts, and their slaves are ghosts. That's why we named it the ghost realm. Wang Yong was surprised by Yu Dahai's words. Is this the truth about the phantom world? 2 species, 1 ruling class. The ghost realm is quite dangerous. The ghosts have deep malice towards humans. Not only are they powerful, they also enjoy a lot of resources and have their own army. They are good at surrounding one with many. Basically, any human warrior who enters it will have a very miserable end. Yu Dahai added. What about their slaves, the ghosts? Wang Yong was curious. He recalled the information he had learned about the phantom ghost realm, and it all seemed to be related to Yu. For example, Uncle Zhou's wife was injured by King Yu, and the unusual movements in the phantom ghost realm were also rumored to be related to Yu. As for ghosts, I don't know much about them. They don't have physical bodies and their forms are misty. They are similar to the ghosts in our Daxia legends. They are not very aggressive. However, they are weak and have no talent for cultivation. They have a strong reproductive capacity, but most of them are unable to cultivate. They have been enslaved for who knows how many years. Yu Dahai pondered for a moment, then pointed at Yuan Hua, who had fallen drunk and was fast asleep on the ground. His expression was complicated as he said, "You'll have to ask him. This good-for-nothing knows a lot." Why? Wang Yong was puzzled. Since Yuan Hua was the canteen manager of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School, his strength naturally could not be too high, barely reaching the middle stage of level 1. Wang boy, don't look at Yuan Hua as he is now in a state of decline. Back then, he was the No. 1 scholar in Qingcheng City and a promising talent that Daxia Academy had designated as a promising student. Seeing Wang Yong's face full of doubt, Yu Dahai said a shocking fact lightly. Number 1. Wang Yong was surprised, but not too shocked. That's right. The mid-level 1 strength you saw was the strength he possessed when he took the college entrance exam 7 years ago. This sentence made Wang Yong serious. On the eve of the college entrance examination, he was in the middle of level 1. No wonder he was the top scorer in Qingcheng City. He was a well-deserved child of destiny. But Wang Yong didn't think he was no match for him. In 2 months, he was confident that he could raise his strength to level 1. By then, with his SSS-level talent, he would be able to kill anyone who stood in his way. Back then, this kid was young and full of energy, and he was interested in food supplements. He took me as his teacher. In order to find the precious medicinal ingredients needed for a recipe, he secretly went to the ghost realm. This trip lasted for half a month. Yu Dahai told a secret of Qingcheng City. 7 years ago, the Phantom Realm had just been opened. At that time, human warriors had very little information about the Phantom Realm and were still in the exploration stage. The corrosive special power in the Phantom Realm does not cause much damage to warriors above level 1, so they can stay there for a while. Ghostly Land, has Brother Yuan gone there too? He went, and not only did he go, he also messed around. Yu Dahai spoke in a muffled voice, his eyes flashing with extreme anger. His voice was trembling, and his emotions gradually became agitated. Do you know what that bastard did? He's so ignorant that he feels sorry for the ghosts who are slaves in the ghost world. He sympathizes with them and helps them to revolt. This sentence completely stunned Wang Yong. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and he looked at Yuan Hua with a strange look in his eyes. Ah, brother Yuan, you were so brave. Go to someone else's territory and lead the natives of the foreign land to rebel? This is no longer a matter of exploration and resource collection. This is shitting on Yu's neck. They're not even the same species. Raising the banner of rebellion on the runaway's trump card is no different from teaching the animals to rebel against humanity. It's totally a fantasy. When he led the ghost to rebel, it caused quite a stir, and he even came up with a slogan. Yu Dahai frowned and thought for a moment. What was it called? Yu Tian is dead, Guiyang stands tall. Didn't King Yu order a hunt and kill? Wang Yong asked. How is that possible? His action completely enraged the Yu King, and then he was hunted down by the 4 Yu Kings. Although he managed to escape with his life, he was infected with the Yu poison, which destroyed his foundation. From then on, he couldn't make any progress. Yu Dahai stated a fact that was not at all unexpected. Yu's current malice towards humans is extremely deep, and it's inextricably linked to that incident. Who told this brat to have nothing better to do than to go to someone else's territory and start a rebellion? Wang Yong deeply agreed with this, indeed. At the same time, outside the cafeteria of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, Mingxi was leading people and walking quickly towards the cafeteria. Mingxi, did you really discover that Wang Yong colluded with Yuan Hua, the cafeteria manager, to steal school ingredients and make food supplements? A cold voice came from behind her. Lin Yanzi had a gloomy face and a very sour expression, as if someone owed him 800 yuan. Students who met him on the road avoided him as if he were the god of plague. Behind Lin Yanzi were 2 teachers from the Academic Affairs Office as witnesses. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. Director Yuan is still busy in the cafeteria. Mingxi nodded and said firmly. Jealousy and resentment flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, my family was negotiating with Director Yuan this morning about the school cafeteria, but he refused to budge and refused to sell the excess exotic beast ingredients. I never thought he would secretly give them to that little bastard Wang Yong. Mingxi, don't worry. If what you said is true, not only Wang Yong but also Director Yuan will be implicated. As for Wang Yong, stealing and using school food is a serious offense. It wouldn't be too much to just persuade him to quit. Lin Yanzi said coldly. She was wearing a pure black suit and shiny leather shoes that made clattering sounds as she stepped on the ground. After what happened last time, Lin Yanzi actually lost her mind for a moment and ran to tell Principal Li about it and cancelled the rocket class policy. After she came to her senses, she was almost furious. At this time, Lin Yanzi's hatred for Wang Yong was almost overflowing. Behind Lin Yanzi were 2 teachers from the teaching department, the same 2 teachers who had handled the Wang Yong incident last time. Especially the male teacher Mo Zhu, he looked helpless. He was about to get off work, but he was called over to add another job. Judging from the situation, he probably wouldn't be able to leave until dark. It's enough to have such a leader. It's said to be related to the new genius Wang Yong. If what Mingxi said is true, it's probably not good. Now that the college entrance examination is approaching, the moment that will decide the fate of this year's martial arts candidates of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School is coming. The atmosphere in the school is becoming increasingly tense. Mo Zhu is thinking about whether to take a long vacation or apply for a transfer to avoid the limelight. Soon, several people walked to the cafeteria. Arrive! Lin Yanzi slowed down her pace and looked coldly at the people sitting on the chairs in the cafeteria. Sure enough, it's here. I can smell the scent of tonic food just at the door. Seeing this, Mo Zhu had already seen Wang Yong's figure from afar through the glass inside. It's over, if he gets caught, he will probably be punished. Chapter 94 Principal Li, you are here. In the cafeteria, just as Wang Yong was listening attentively to Yu Dahai's story about the secrets of the alien world, the cafeteria door was suddenly kicked open. Bang! A middle-aged woman with an aggressive look walked quickly into the cafeteria. The first thing she saw was Wang Yong sitting at the table, a figure wearing a chef's uniform, and Yuan Hua, the cafeteria manager, who was lying on the ground, reeking of alcohol and soundly sleeping. Great! The evidence is irrefutable. Wang Yong, what crime should you be charged with? Seeing this scene, Lin Yanzi sneered and looked at Wang Yong triumphantly, as if she had caught him. A crime? The school's exotic animal food is naturally a subsidy for students. Could it be that Director Lin is going to use this to convict me? Wang Yong chuckled, his eyes passing over Lin Yanzi, then to the girl behind her, Mingxi, who looked very happy. Suddenly, he realized it turned out to be her. Director Lin, according to school regulations, the remaining exotic beast ingredients in the cafeteria can be sold. Student Wang Yong must have bought some in advance. Mo Zhu, the male teacher from the Academic Affairs Office, suddenly said. He also winked at Wang Yong, obviously hinting at him to give Wang Yong a chance to exonerate himself. Wang Yong didn't react for a moment. But Mingxi behind him suddenly said. Selling food ingredients? As far as I know, selling school resources must be reported to the Academic Affairs Office and go through the approval process. Did Director Yuan report this to the Academic Affairs Office? Mingxi chuckled. Don't ask her why she knows this so clearly. Not long ago, her family asked the canteen manager Yuan Hua to buy food ingredients, and this is how Yuan Hua rejected the Ming family. No. Director Yuan has not reported any information to the Academic Affairs Office. Lin Yanzi said coldly. She didn't expect that the people she brought with her would actually stab her in the back. He couldn't help but get furious and glared at the male teacher Mo Zhu who helped Wang Yong to exonerate himself. Mo Zhu was speechless for a moment. Teacher Ma Zhu, please don't spread rumors. The Academic Affairs Office has never received any news about the sale of food ingredients. Teacher Bai, did you know that? Lin Yanzi asked further with a bad expression. The female teacher who was traveling with Mo Zhu quietly moved away from him and said calmly, I haven't received any news either. I don't know where teacher Mo Zhu got the news from. Mo Zhu suddenly had an idea. He looked at Yuan Hua, who was still drunk and snoring in the chair, and said through gritted teeth, maybe Director Yuan Hua was in a hurry and forgot to inform him? He now understood that if he stood up now, he would offend his superiors and colleagues, and his future would probably be difficult. Teacher Mo, it's my problem. Wang Yong nodded gratefully to the male teacher who spoke for him and said, Director Yuan did not sell me any school resources. Then where did you get all the food you just ate? Lin Yanzi interrupted. He pointed to the food on the table that had been eaten clean. The remaining spiritual energy in them was extremely rich, and it was obvious that the ingredients used were of great value. Don't tell me, you brought these things? These qi and blood medicinal herbs are not something you can afford. She looked at Wang Yong as if he was laughing at a joke. At this point, Lin Yanzi already had a complete chain of evidence in her mind. Wang Yong was originally an ordinary person, but suddenly he rose to prominence. It's impossible for him to bear such a huge expense without the support of others. In this case, it is possible that Yuan Hua secretly used the exotic animal ingredients for Wang Yong's use. Those ingredients have nothing to do with the school. We brought them ourselves. Wang Yong explained calmly. What is he afraid of? The food was provided by him and Yu Dahai, and the use of the venue of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School was a reflection of the master-disciple relationship between Yu Dahai and Yuan Hua. Besides, as the director of the Qingcheng Alien Realm Logistics Department, Yu Dahai would be a guest of honor wherever he went. How dare you speak so shamelessly? Just you? Are you qualified to possess exotic animal ingredients? To make food supplements? Mingxi, who had been hiding behind the crowd, suddenly laughed out loud and mocked. I've done some research. You, Wang Yong, come from an ordinary family. Qi and blood-boosting herbs are incredibly expensive. Can you afford them? You're making up lies without even thinking. Food supplements, are you worthy of them? After the words fell, Lin Yanzi and others nodded silently. Mingxi's words made sense. Wang Yong's family was ordinary, so where did he get the raw material of exotic beast meat as a food supplement? I can testify that the ingredients this time were indeed provided by Brother Wang, said Yu Dahai, who was wearing a chef's uniform. Who do you think you are to interfere in school affairs? Mingxi's face turned black when he saw that a cook dared to interrupt, and he scolded. Who am I? I'm not worthy? Yu Dahai sat up and looked at Mingxi. He pointed at himself with a sullen look. Little thing, are you teaching me how to do things? He was huge, nearly 2 meters tall when standing up, like a huge mountain of flesh, with a heavy aura and standing still. As soon as he stood up, his imposing manner frightened Mingxi so much that he stepped back repeatedly. What do you want to do? Mingxi screamed. His face showed fear, but he still said harshly, I am a member of the Qingcheng family, how dare you touch me? She did not recognize that the person in front of her was the director of the logistics department of the alien world. Even Lin Yanzi and others did not recognize Yu Dahai's identity. The huge difference in strength made them unable to detect Yu Dahai's true cultivation level. They just thought that there was a taller chef in front of them. Who would have thought that the highly respected director of the logistics department of Qingcheng City's alien realm would condescend to work as a cook in a high school cafeteria? The Ming family from Qingcheng? Interesting. Yu Dahai disdained to bully the weak, so he did not take action. Instead, he laughed angrily with a strange light in his eyes. Wang Yong, what else do you have to say? Lin Yanzi ignored what was happening here. She turned her head and looked down at Wang Yong condescendingly, as if judging him. I said, these ingredients have nothing to do with the school. If you have any objections, you can wait until Brother Yuan wakes up. Wang Yong frowned and looked at Yuan Hua, who was sleeping soundly beside him, trying to wake him up. Trying to stall for time, the female teacher surnamed Bai from the Academic Affairs Office shouted, Wang Yong, let me tell you, what you're doing is stealing school property. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have Director Yuan's backing. This kind of food supplement contains a lot of qi and blood-boosting herbs. You are not qualified to get it at all. Tell me quickly, where did you steal it from? A sharp voice came, with a sharp tone, like claws scratching old glass. That's enough. Before Wang Yong could speak, Yu Dahai couldn't help but shout out loud. The aura of the high level 2 burst out instantly, intimidating everyone present. This loud shout also woke up the drunk Yuan Hua. He originally didn't want to interfere in the internal affairs of this school. Yu Dahai thought it was just a misunderstanding and he could just wait for the person to wake up and explain it clearly. But this woman named Lin Yanzi kept chattering like a fly, with an autocratic look. Level 2 warrior? So you're the one backing that little bastard Wang Yong. I was wondering why he was so bold today. Lin Yanzi came back to her senses and looked at Yu Dahai with a sneer. Watch your mouth. Yu Dahai and Xiao Guitai threatened with a bad look on their faces. Director Lin, there are some things you can't say casually. Wang Yong said with a smile, his words sounded a bit provocative, and he looked like he was fanning the flames. As expected, Wang Yong's words completely enraged Lin Yanzi. She continued to court death, staring directly at the sea, and said in a timid tone. I informed Principal Li when I arrived. I just don't believe that a mere outsider warrior could cause chaos in Qingcheng No. 1 middle school. If you dare to attack me, I'll make you bleed within 5 steps of me. You won't even be able to leave the school gate. Yu Dahai was not fooled by this. He had been a minister for more than 10 years and had seen all kinds of monsters and demons. He just laughed angrily and stared at several people. Said, okay. Very good. Qingcheng No. 1 middle school, the Ming family, right? I'll just sit here and wait today. What can you do to me, Yu Dahai? Just as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard at the cafeteria door. Lin Yanzi was frowning just now, thinking that the name Yu Dahai sounded familiar, but when she saw the familiar figure appearing at the cafeteria door, her eyes lit up immediately. He said anxiously, Principal Li, you're here. Chapter 95, Great Satisfaction. Yu Dahai also calmly opened his eyes and looked at the woman standing upright at the door, the principal of Qingcheng No. 1 middle school, Li Tianfu. Principal Li, you're here. He spoke calmly, and his words were exactly the same as Lin Yanzi's. Lin Yanzi snorted coldly and glanced at Yu Dahai coldly. She thought that this man was so shameless that he even wanted to get close to Principal Li. She signaled with her eyes to another female teacher in the academic affairs office beside her. Who are these random people who dare to talk to Principal Li? Behind him, Teacher Bai from the academic affairs office understood and started to scold. As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Li's expression changed slightly and he walked faster. Principal Li, you've arrived just in time. I received a report from a student that someone was using school food for personal use, not distinguishing between public and private. Even after I caught them red-handed, they still refused to admit it. As she spoke, Lin Yanzi stared at Wang Yong with a sneer, as well as Yuan Hua, who had just woken up and was still a little confused. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. I've also discovered that a certain person in charge of the school is extremely irresponsible. Not only did he use the food privately, he also got drunk. I think he's no longer suitable to be the cafeteria manager. After saying this, Li Tianfu, the principal of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, had already come in front of everyone. After hearing what Lin Yanzi said, his face became even colder. In his hand, he held a stack of freshly printed documents that were all pinched and had marks on them. What's going on? Li Tianfu took a deep breath, looked at Yu Dahai with a slightly apologetic look, and then asked Yuan Hua in a low voice. It was Yuan Hua who first told him about it. Yuan Hua had just sobered up and hadn't figured out what was going on when he saw Principal Li arrive. He said happily, "Principal Li, you're here to sign the contract. I just discussed the terms with Minister Yu." Really? Principal Li's tone was a little excited. He raised his head and looked at Yu Dahai, who was intimidating without even getting angry, and hesitated again. Why does Minister Yu look a little unhappy? As the principal, Li Tianfu's mind raced. He just remembered the long list of things Lin Yanzi had said the moment she entered the room. His heart tightened, and he looked at the two students present, Wang Yong and Ming Si, with a stern face. Tell me the whole story. At this time, Lin Yanzi, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, and Teacher Bai seemed to notice that the atmosphere was a bit weird. They looked at each other without saying a word. The male teacher Mo Zhu had a heavy face, as if he was thinking about deciding something important. Principal Li, everything that happened today is Wang Yong's fault. Ming Si's eyes rolled around, and he spoke first, putting all the blame on Wang Yong. It was Wang Yong and Director Yuan, the canteen manager, who secretly used school food ingredients and colluded with outsiders, Ming Si said, pointing to Yu Dahai, who was standing aside with his arms folded and a gloomy face. When Director Lin and I arrived here, they still refused to admit to using school ingredients. Enraged, they resorted to relying on their strength to commit violence on campus. Shut up, you are such a... Yuan Hua immediately refused to listen after hearing Ming Si's accusations. He was so angry that he almost hit the ceiling with an excited expression. But the next second, Yu Dahai put his hand on his shoulder. You're still drunk, aren't you? Yu Dahai's voice reached his ears. At this time, Yuan Hua, as a former apprentice, knew very well that his master was angered by these people. But then he lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep again. Ming Si was startled by the voice, but when he saw Yuan Hua still sleeping soundly with a strong smell of alcohol, he said this with a pale face and holding his chest, as if he had suffered a great injustice. She cried and said, "Woo-woo. Principal Li, you have to make the decision for us." The corners of Li Tianfu's mouth twitched, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Yu Dahai in disbelief, who had remained silent the entire time, and seemed to understand what had happened. He lowered his head and said calmly, "You're Ming Si, the sponsor of the rocket class, right? Can you guarantee that the ingredients they're using are from the school? Can you guarantee it with your student status?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Si's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She forced a smile and said, "Principal Li, what do you mean? I'm a descendant of the Qingqing Ming family. How dare I lie to you? Of course I can guarantee it." Ming Si gritted his teeth and continued to be stubborn. Li Tianfu nodded, walked up to Wang Yong, and smiled gently. "Wang Yong from Warrior Class 2, right? I already know what happened. Do you have anything to say?" Wang Yong pondered for 2 seconds, looking at Yu Dahai, who was pressing Yuan Hua's shoulders, and seemed to understand something. He raised his head, looked into Principal Li's bright eyes, met his gaze, and said, "I have nothing to say. It's entirely up to the school to decide." "Okay, I got it. The school will give you a fair result." Li Tianfu's eyes lit up after hearing Wang Yong's words, and he emphasized the word fair. "Get up." He looked at the two people from the Academic Affairs Office with an unreadable expression and said, "Director Lin, Teacher Bai, can you guarantee this?" The two looked at each other, feeling a little uneasy. Lin Yanzi couldn't help but ask, "Principal Li, what did you promise?" Li Tianfu said calmly, "Just like Ming Si, I promised that what you said when I walked in was true and there was not a single lie." "Principal Li, what do you mean? Do you think Teacher Bai and I would wrongly accuse a student for no reason?" Lin Yanzi said in a deep voice. But the momentum was much weaker, as if lacking confidence. At this time, both are female warriors and strong women in the workplace. Li Tianfu was like a winter plum blossom that blooms proudly in the snow. The difference in momentum between the two is more than a little bit. It's nothing special. I hope Director Lin doesn't forget the original intention of becoming an educator. Everything we do is to help our students have a brighter future. We strive to improve ourselves day by day and integrate knowledge and action. Li Tianfu spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice, his calm eyes like a bottomless pool. Lin Yanzi clenched her fists and said harshly, "Everything I do is naturally for the good of the school. Daring to steal and abuse school food is a huge violation of school rules and should be severely punished, right? I will punish Wang Yong today." Her voice was firm and resolute, with resentment. As soon as these words came out, Mo Zhu, the male teacher from the academic affairs office who had been struggling and hesitating, sighed, and as if he had made up his mind, he silently took off the badge of the academic affairs office, held it in his palm, and looked at Principal Li nervously. Li Tianfu closed his eyes slightly, sighed, and said, "I understand." Then he opened his eyes, his face sharp. The majesty of a long-time leader spread out, and he said calmly, "Lin Yanzi, the director of the academic affairs office, has a corrupt teaching style and is stubborn and self-willed. I hereby resign from my position as director of the academic affairs office and will never be hired again." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent, as if frozen. But it's not over yet. Li Tianfu looked coldly at Teacher Bai, whose expression was stiff behind Lin Yanzi. Bai Xiuqiu, the supervisory teacher of the academic affairs office, has been blinded by selfish motives, deceived his superiors and subordinates, and protected evil deeds. I am hereby dismissed from my position as a teacher in the academic affairs office. This will be reported to the Daxia academic affairs system and I will never hire you again. Mingxi, a student at Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School, has received numerous reports from students claiming he has repeatedly bullied and assaulted classmates, relying on his strength. As the principal, I am deeply ashamed. I am expelling him from Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School and recording a major offense in his student file. Li Tianfu's voice was not loud, but it was very sonorous and powerful. No. Impossible. Impossible. Mingxi was the first to react, and his face turned pale. This time it was real pale, not fake. I saw her mumbling to herself, repeating back and forth like a madman. At that time, she still didn't understand that all the slander she had done against Wang Yong was a joke. After a long while, Mingxi Tai raised his head and questioned Principal Li, his voice roaring hysterically and his eyes red. What right do you have to fire me? I'm a descendant of the Ming family. Do you know how much cultivation resources my Ming family donates to Qingcheng City every year? Before Li Tianfu could reply, Yu Dahai suddenly opened his eyes and looked down at him condescendingly. Resources? Mingxi, right? I'm telling you, Ming family, for the next 5 years, don't even think about getting any exotic beast resources from the Qingcheng Alien Realm Logistics Department. Just you? You say there is no such thing? Are you worthy? Mingxi roared like a mad woman. My name is Yu Dahai, the director of the Qingcheng Alien Realm Logistics Department. Tell me if I'm worthy of this. Yu Dahai folded his hands, and in his chef's uniform he looked like a ball. It looked funny, but no one present dared to laugh. Minister Yu, are you satisfied with the outcome? Li Tianfu looked at Yu Dahai inquiringly, without a trace of contempt in his eyes. It's pretty sloppy, Yu Dahai touched his nose and muttered. What about Wang Yong? She looked at Wang Yong. Sure, that's fair. Wang Yong took advantage of the power of the sea and drove away the 2 guys in the school who disliked him the most. He was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. Li Tianfu is no fool. He received a message from Yuan Hua before coming here. Minister Yu plans to use the cafeteria at Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School to host friends. They will bring their own food and will sign an agreement with the school to increase the allocation of exotic animal food. Isn't this a great thing? It was such a bargain. Li Tianfu was just worrying about this matter, but in the blink of an eye, he solved it by himself. This made Li Tianfu very happy. But in the blink of an eye, I rushed to sign the agreement, and the contract was ready, but it was almost ruined by these 2 people from the academic affairs office who were more likely to cause trouble than help. If Minister Yu is still not satisfied with the results, Li Tianfu would want to kill him. Thinking of this, her face darkened slightly and she looked in the direction of Lin Yanzi. Lin Yanzi, do you have anything else to say? At this time, Lin Yanzi stared at Yu Dahai with her eyes wide open, and immediately forgot the news of her dismissal. He muttered to himself, no wonder. Then she smiled bitterly. At that moment, she didn't know that she had been tricked by Yu Dahai and Wang Yong. Even if she had made a mistake, she would not have been forced to resign. But Wang Yong, that little beast, was fooled by him. How could he, the head of the logistics department of a foreign land, be interested in those 3 misfits from Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School? So funny. Li Tianfu was unhappy. Why don't you come and apologize? This is the director of the logistics department of the alien world. If you really make them angry, how can you, a waste who was promoted by the Zhao family of the Ministry of Education, be worthy of standing here? Do you really think you became the director of the Academic Affairs Office based on your own abilities? She placed the documents, which were sweating in her hands, on the table and took a step forward. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge black hammer fell from Li Tianfu's pocket and hit the ground with a loud noise. The hammer was dark in color and had a slight smell of blood, like the usual weapon of a powerful warrior. Ahem. Sorry, my hand slipped. Li Tianfu smiled apologetically at the frightened Wang Yong, then picked up the heavy sledgehammer on the ground as if nothing had happened and put it back in his pocket. I understand. Wang Yong nodded. Be prepared for both situations. If he and others are not satisfied, Principal Li will swing the hammer and hit the two outsiders to cheer Minister Yu up, which can be regarded as a standard apology. It seems that Principal Li is also a person of genuine character. As a woman and a level 2 warrior, it is impossible for her to be the principal just for show. It's a pity that Minister Yu is a kind and honest person and did not see this reserved program. Wang Yong expressed regret. The loud noise of this blow pulled Lin Yanzi back. She looked at Wang Yong coldly and said, I've already been fired. Can that little beast Wang Yong still threaten my Zhao family? Don't forget, my husband is a member of the Zhao family. Even so, Lin Yanzi raised his head and continued to speak ill of Wang Yong. He held a strong hatred towards Wang Yong and did not think that Wang Yong could take revenge on him. You really don't need to apologize. Yu Dahai lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said, Zhao family, from now on, there will be no more allocation of resources from the Alien Realm Logistics Department. The contract is terminated. I say so. He calmly spoke out this important news that could make Qingqing City tremble. They had only made this decision a few hours ago and it had not been widely spread. After saying that, Yu Dahai no longer looked at Lin Yanzi, who had been so arrogant just now. Minister Yu, take a look at this document. Li Tianfu saw that both parties were satisfied with the result, so he carefully asked Yu Dahai. I was afraid that if I didn't do something well, I would be blacklisted by the logistics department of the foreign world. Yu Dahai took the contract, glanced at it, and found that it was basically the same as the previous contract, except that the allocated quota was 50% more. He smiled faintly and pointed at Wang Yong, who was doing nothing. You asked Wang Yong to sign. The ingredients are all his. I, the logistics department, am just handling them. Chapter 96 My Brother. A true hero emerges from youth, the rising star of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School. Ahem, Principal Li, thank you for your compliment. After Wang Yong signed the contract readily, he felt a little overwhelmed by Li Tianfu's barrage of praise. Principal Li, I am well aware of Brother Wang's character. Let's just treat this incident as an accident. Yu Dahai glanced at Lin Yanzi and others who were leaving. Li Tianfu took the signed contract and immediately understood its meaning. After a moment's thought, he said, this time it was my fault for failing to supervise properly. I should rectify the school's conduct. From today on, Wang Yang is a talented student of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School. If you want to enter the rocket class, you can transfer directly. At this point, Li Tianfu couldn't help but glance at Wang Yong. He sighed, feeling somewhat guilty about his position as principal. Thank you, Principal Li. I'm doing well in Warrior Class 2 and have no intention of changing classes for the time being. Wang Yong expressed his gratitude. Okay. Principal Li didn't force it. After pondering for 2 seconds, he said, no one in the realm of Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School can harm you. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me. I understand. Wang Yong nodded, then turned to look at teacher Mo Zhu, who had remained silent. Just as he was about to speak, Li Tianfu seemed to understand something. He smiled faintly, looked at teacher Mo Zhu, and said, Mo Zhu, are you interested in taking the position of director of the Academic Affairs Office? The school needs upright teachers like you. Principal Li, I. Mo Zhu was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Uncle Yu, I'm leaving the investigation of the Fong family in Qingqing City to you. After leaving the school, Wang Yong spoke. He still had not forgotten the promise he made to Fong Ji in the Langa alien land, to investigate the descendants of the Fong family. I see. I'll go back and ask the guy at the household registration department, Yu Dahai said. But don't take it too seriously. Great Xia has had a rough fate. Since ancient times, there have been many natural and man-made disasters. Only a handful of families have survived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Most of them died out due to wars and disasters. I will investigate in Xinjiang, but I still suggest you go to Frozen Earth City, the largest city in the Sish district. The documents there are more complete. Wang Yong nodded seriously. Understood, Uncle Yu. Then his lips moved slightly, and his eyes inadvertently glanced at a shadow somewhere outside the school. Uncle Yu, over there. Don't worry about him, General Zhou has his own arrangements. Wang Yong was about to hint to Yu Dahai that he was being followed when he was interrupted. Only a mysterious smile appeared on the sea. Martial arts are flourishing in Daxia now, but to ensure the safety of the people, the law is still the primary concern. Unauthorized violence is prohibited. If anyone is found to have attacked or killed someone without reason, the faction that warrior belongs to will be severely punished. Oh, I see. Wang Yong's eyes lit up. Fishing. By the way, Wang Yong, the Zhao family has proposed negotiations and is planning to spend a huge price to exchange Zhao Bijong and the 2 medical staff. Minister Zhou asked me to ask for your opinion. Let you decide. Yu Dahai seemed to remember something and suddenly said, a huge price? How about asking the Zhao family to return all the compensation they paid for breach of contract? Wang Yong narrowed his eyes. This. Yu Dahai took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yong deeply. This move is simply murderous and heartbreaking. If the Zhao family agreed, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the Zhao family? After all this fuss, they ended up losing more than they gained. They lost their quota, their stuff, and even 2 precious medical warriors. It was unbelievable. Sure. I'll try to ask Minister Zhou for it. Yu Dahai said with a wicked smile. He also said, Minister Zhou's idea is to release Zhao Bijong. He's a level 2 warrior with no combat experience. Throwing him into the suicide squad is useless and might even kill his teammates. The 2 medical warriors should be kept to treat Madame Lin. TSK, it's dark enough. So lively. Wang Yong gave a thumbs up. Yu Dahai nodded and left. After bidding farewell to Yu Dahai, Wang Yong stood alone on the street. He habitually searched his pockets and found a dark token with a big word engraved on it in a flamboyant-style ghost. When did this get into my pocket? Wang Yong was confused. After a brief recollection, he thought, it seems like Brother Yuan forced it on me when he got drunk. I'll give it back to him tomorrow when I go to school. At this time, the phone in my pocket vibrated slightly. Suddenly a text message came. Aunt Ching, I'm reminding you again, Xiaoxue's school is over, don't forget to pick her up. By the way, let's go pick up Xiaoxue. Wang Yang suddenly realized. Stood by the roadside for a while. A dark green taxi stopped and a bald head appeared. The uncle rolled down the window. Looking at Wang Yong in front of him, he said with a cigarette in his mouth, Boy, did you take a taxi? It's me. Wang Yong nodded. Soon, the taxi arrived at the gate of the Warrior Experimental Middle School where Qing Xiaoxue was and stopped. Goodbye, master. Wang Yong smiled politely at the bald uncle and got off the car. The driver didn't say anything, just nodded, stepped on the accelerator and left. Wang Yong stared at the direction where the vehicle disappeared and chuckled softly. A person from the Zhao family, a level 1 warrior, actually managed to hold back and not take action. TSK, isn't the fish coming now? No rush, make a nest first. Wheat bait for shrimps, shrimp bait for turtles, turtle bait for. It's time for Wuxia Experimental Middle School to go home. Wang Yong entered the school unimpeded. What a coincidence. Where is Qing Xiaoxue? Aunt Ching probably didn't tell her. Wang Yong stood at the bottom of the teaching building and outside the window with a gloomy face, looking at a large circle of students writing furiously in the classroom, and then at the students walking around outside the teaching building, and he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The high school entrance exam is coming soon. Every year, a high school entrance exam is scheduled 1 month before the college entrance exam. Qing Xiaoxue must be under a lot of pressure to review. She should have just graduated. Wang Yong pondered. He turned his head and looked for Qing Xiaoxue among the students coming and going. The entire nation of Daxia loves martial arts, and the education system requires students to master all martial arts knowledge during junior high school, that is, before the age of 15-16, to lay a solid foundation for the upcoming awakening of martial arts talents. Therefore, the so-called high school entrance examination is a test of the mastery of martial arts knowledge, a real tough battle. Go over there and take a look. Wang Yong didn't wait around. He saw a large, majestic wall not far away. Many students were chatting with longing eyes in front of it. It was a huge marble wall, divided into dozens of areas, each of which was engraved with names of all sizes. This is. Wang Yong frowned. He seemed to have some impression that this wall had special significance for this middle school. Zhuan Yuan Wall. Two young and beautiful girls standing nearby were talking. She spoke in a cheerful tone, wore a well-fitting school uniform, and her eyes and smile exuded a youthful and energetic aura. Jiang Ying, why did you pull me here? One of the girls in a light blue dress said to Jiang Ying. The beautiful girl in the light blue dress is naturally Qing Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, you're here too. Of course, you're here to see the top scorers of each year. The high school entrance exam is less than a month away, and you want to see the top scorers from previous generations. Jiang Ying's eyes were bright, and she pulled her classmates to look up at a row of ranking words. The Wall of Top Scholars? It's where Warrior Experimental Middle School displays the scores of past students. It said that it lists the top 200 high school students from each Qingcheng High School entrance exam. It's used to motivate students to strive for excellence. After listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Yong's eyes lit up and he suddenly remembered. He had an impression of this place because Wang Yong also graduated from this school. Wang Yong's position was very remote, and Qing Xiaoxue didn't notice it. She looked outside the school and didn't see Aunt Ching coming to pick her up, so she continued to stand in front of the top scholar wall with her classmates. Wang Yang did not go up to remind her. He just stood there quietly, looking at the fiery clouds in the sky, lost in thought. Xiaoxue, look, the highest scorer of the last class of our experimental middle school was only ranked 22nd in Qingcheng City, Jiang Ying said, pulling Qing Xiaoxue. Really? The last class of our experimental number 1 middle school didn't even make it into the top 20 in Qingcheng City. Qing Xiaoxue asked in surprise. Yes, the strength of several rival middle schools is very strong. Both the faculty and the teaching level are much higher than our experimental middle school. Jiang Ying said as a matter of course. Look, the Wuxia Attached High School next door produces talented students every year. Every year, at least 5 of the top 10 students in the high school entrance exam are from Wuxia Attached High School, and the top 3 are basically from Wuxia Attached High School. Really? Wuxia Affiliated High School is so impressive. Qing Xiaoxue opened her eyes wide and looked at the Qingcheng City High School entrance examination rankings over the years. It would be great if 5 students from her Warrior Experimental Middle School could make it into the top 50. Yes, my brother's grades are very good, so my family sent him to the Wuxia Affiliated High School. Look, my brother Jiang Ming's name is also on the list. He ranked 30th in the class before him. Isn't that impressive? Jiang Ying pointed to a name on the stone wall with a look of pride. That's amazing. Qing Xiaoxue boasted. Of course, my brother Jiang Ming is the pride of my family. He is now a level 0.7 warrior. Jiang Ying said proudly, as if it was an honor to boast about his brother's strength in front of his classmates. My brother said that after becoming a warrior, he will bring wealth and glory to our family. He will let me be a little princess for the rest of my life. Jiang Ying said. Really? Qing Xiaoxue looked envious. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Qing Xiaoxue couldn't help but feel a little dazed. By the way, Xiaoxue, how about you? Jiang Ying suddenly spoke and turned to look at Qing Xiaoxue, who was a little dazed. Qing Xiaoxue came back to her senses. What's wrong? What about you? Do you have a brother? Is he your biological brother? Is he also a warrior? Is he powerful? Jiang Ying said, looking at Qing Xiaoxue with a proud look, with some comparative thoughts in the little girl's mind. Qing Xiaoxue's eyes dimmed slightly. When she was very young, her parents both died in the beast tide in Qingcheng City. She was raised by her mother's younger sister, Aunt Ching. In order to take good care of Qing Xiaoxue, Aunt Ching didn't even get married. The two of them were often harassed by street thugs, but they could only swallow their anger. Qing Xiaoxue desperately hopes to have a strong supporter at home who can protect her and Aunt Ching. Qing Xiaoxue bit her lower lip and sighed. I didn't. Before he could finish his words, a familiar, clear voice suddenly came from behind him. Of course she does. I'm Xiaoxue's brother. Chapter 97. The Zhao family takes action. Brother Wang Yong. Qing Xiaoxue didn't think twice. Her face, which had just been a little gloomy, was filled with joy. She turned around suddenly and happened to meet the eyes of the young man who had appeared behind her at some point. "Why are you here?" she asked in surprise, her big eyes narrowed into a pair of crescents. "Aunt Ching has something to do, so I came to pick you up." Wang Yong shrugged, took the bag from Ching Sheshua's back, and shook it casually. "Wow, there are so many books. Reviewing must be very stressful." "Of course. I'm going to give you and Aunt Ching a big surprise on the day of the high school entrance exam." Ching Xiaoxue smiled. "Then you have to work hard." Wang Yong nodded. "Xiaoxue, is this your brother? Why have I never heard you mention him? Is he also a warrior?" Jiang Ying, a classmate beside him, blinked. Looking at the well-proportioned and handsome young man in front of me, my heart started beating faster for some reason. "Yes, I am Xiaoxue's brother, and I am currently a senior student at Qingqing No. 1 Middle School." Qing Xiaoxue was about to speak when Wang Yong spoke first. He glanced at Qing Xiaoxue, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, reached out, rubbed her head lovingly, and chuckled. "Are you really brother and sister? Why don't you look alike?" Jiang Ying looked at Wang Yong with suspicion. "Aunt Cheng is very good to me and treats me like her own son. The reason I became a warrior is to protect my family." Wang Yong explained naturally and smoothly. Qing Xiaoxue on the side didn't say a word. She stood obediently beside Wang Yong, raised her rosy little face, and her eyes were shining. "Wow!" Jiang Ying exclaimed with stars in her eyes. Then she repeated Wang Yong's name several times in her mind and said doubtfully, "Wang Yong, Wang Yong. I'm a little familiar with this name. I think I've heard the teacher mention it before. I once walked out of here." Wang Yong said, turning his head and looking at the top scholar wall with nostalgia in his eyes. "Really? Then can I call you Senior Wang Yong?" Jiang Ying asked mischievously. "Anything works. Then does Senior Wang Yong know my brother Jiang Ming? He is from the class of 2018, but 2 years ago he ranked 33rd in the city's high school entrance examination and 3rd in the whole school." She still had a will to fight back, with the corners of her mouth raised and her words filled with pride. "Jiang Ming." Wang Yong pondered for a moment, shook his head, and spoke honestly. Judging from the time, Jiang Ming is 1 year older than Wang Yong, so it is difficult for Wang Yong to have contact with him. "Which school does Senior Wang Yong go to? Didn't he just say that he is in Qingqing No. 1 Middle School? My brother Jiang Ming is very outstanding, how come you don't know him?" Jiang Ying asked suspiciously. Wang Yong still shook his head and said nothing. "Senior Wang Yang is a warrior. What level is he? Have you ever been to a foreign land? My brother Jiang Ming has entered the Finghua foreign land for training and almost killed a foreign beast of the same level. The teachers in the class all praised my brother as a talented warrior." Jiang Ying continued to ask when she saw that Wang Yong did not speak. Wang Yong opened his mouth, not knowing how to start. "You can't say that you went to the wolf fawn land and defeated 4 large wolf packs. As for the warrior level, it's just so-so. Level 0.6, in the other realm." Wang Yong said softly. "Senior Wang Yong, what was your ranking in the high school entrance exam? Were you among the top 5,000 in the city?" Seeing that Wang Yong couldn't explain clearly for a long time, Jiang Ying showed a hint of contempt in her eyes and spoke with a smile. She now began to suspect that Wang Yong was bragging when he claimed to be a student of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School. Therefore, she deliberately said more about the ranking. According to the rules of previous years, only those with the top 2,000 written test scores in the city have the hope of applying for admission to several key high schools in Qingqing City: Qingqing No. 1 High School, Qingqing No. 8 High School. If Wang Yong answered truthfully, he would definitely be exposed. Almost, about the same. Wang Yong smiled and said perfunctorily, seeing that it was getting late. Then he turned to Qing Xiaoxue and said, "Xiaoxue, go home. It's getting late." "Okay." Qing Xiaoxue said crisply. After a few people said goodbye, the two left one after the other. Jiang Ying on the side curled her lips, and faced with Wang Yong's perfunctory answer, she instantly looked down on him a little. "It seems he's just a low-level warrior. I thought he was quite handsome, but he turns out to be a silver spear candlestick." Jiang Ying watched the two people's departing backs, which were covered by the pale golden sunset. She turned her head and looked at the spot where her brother's name was on the top scholar's wall. Zhao Jiangming. It is printed on the marble wall and is very conspicuous. Xing Xiuxue, the one my mother asked me to get close to, is probably a luxury for his brother to even reach the top of the imperial examination. Jiang Ying said disdainfully, his eyes shifting inexplicably to the class after his brother's, which was Wang Yong's class. From the bottom 200 all the way up. Really? Why do I feel that Wang Yong is stronger than my brother? The girl shook her head. Jiang Ying looked from the top 200 to the top 30, but didn't see Wang Yong's name. He felt funny about the strange idea that suddenly came to his mind. Zhao Jiangying. A black car stopped at the school gate and a strong male voice came. Oh, Dad, I'm here. Zhao Jiangying didn't think too much, retracted his gaze, and walked towards the school gate. As she walked, she suddenly turned around and looked at the place where she had just checked the ranking. Her gaze went up and stopped at the first place in the previous 3 sessions. At this moment, the golden afterglow of the setting sun just happened to slant on the small piece of the wall of the top scholar, reflecting the shining name with a golden surface. In the 19th session, Wang Yong ranked first in Qingqing City and topped the senior high school entrance examination. Zhao Jiangying's body stiffened, as if struck by lightning, and she stood there in a daze. So, Xing Xiaoshue's brother. She opened her mouth halfway, too surprised to close it. Xiaoying, what's wrong? Why aren't you getting in the car? A powerful male voice was heard, and the man in the black car, Zhao Jiangying's father, got out. Dad. Zhao Jiangying forced a smile. Looking up, I saw the tall, stern man in front of me wearing sunglasses. His big hands were covered with calluses, and he inadvertently revealed a suppressed and murderous aura. It was obvious that he was a warrior in some special industry. Xiaoying, how is the task assigned to you today going? The man said in a muffled voice. Zhao Jiangying shrank back in fear and said, It's okay. I've been with Xing Xiuxue all day today and asked a lot about her family situation. Well, let's talk about it when we get back, the man said, taking off his sunglasses. Out of caution, he took his daughter into the car. If Wang Yong had been there at that moment when the man took off his sunglasses, he would have definitely recognized that this powerful man in front of him was the taxi driver who had just driven him. Xiaoxue, how's your review going? Wang Yong took Xing Xiuxue to walk to Aunt Ching's house. The school was not far away and it only took more than 10 minutes to walk there. It's okay. I've completely mastered the basics of alien beasts, and I've almost finished reviewing the alien texts I've discovered. The only thing I haven't finished reviewing is the most difficult math and chemistry. Xing Xiaoxue counted on her fingers and spoke word by word. Your review is going well. Wang Yong compared his memories and was surprised to find that Xing Xiaoshue's review progress was almost the same as his own 3 years ago when he was the top scorer in the high school entrance examination. He knew clearly that mathematical calculation was the most difficult subject in the world's education system. It was all-encompassing, with all kinds of complex formula derivations and theorem proofs, which were even more difficult than the advanced mathematics in his previous life. Wang Yong was not sure about the specific reason. It was said that mathematical calculation, as the most important subject, played a significant role for warriors, but Wang Yong had not discovered it yet. It might be related to becoming a level 1 warrior. It is said that once a warrior crosses the threshold of level 1, the path of cultivation will become very different. Even this society does not consider those with energy levels below level 0.9 to be considered warriors. At most, they are civilians with a little strength. Mathematical calculation depends on your talent, so don't rush it. A score of 90 out of 200 is a very good result in the high school entrance examination, and 150 is a top-notch result. I'll find time to tutor you tonight, Wang Yong said comfortingly after pondering for 2 seconds. I understand. Thank you, brother Wang Yong. Xing Xiaoxue nodded seriously and said happily. As for chemistry, ahem. Wang Yong's old face turned red, which was rare for him. He thought of the previous mistake of copper salt breast enhancement and coughed violently. Damn. What a stain on your life. And you're the top scorer. Chapter 98, sorry for disturbing you. Back to Aunt Ching's house. After dinner, Wang Yong returned to his room. That qi and blood tonic is really powerful. He stumbled back into his room, closed the door, and slumped down on the floor. As soon as Wang Yong entered the room, the spiritual energy around him surged in his body along with the boiling blood and energy, and he suddenly felt a burning sensation under his skin. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered around, and this time the attraction to the spiritual energy was much greater than before. The boiling vortex of spiritual energy rolled and actually became somewhat substantial. Obviously, it was all thanks to the food supplement that Yu Dahai had prepared for Wang Yong in the cafeteria. No wonder Uncle Yu told me to go home quickly to refine my qi and blood. Wang Yong took a deep breath, mobilized the energy in his body, and began to suppress the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. After circulating for 1 week, it flowed into the sea of qi. SSS-level talents are fully opened. The rich spiritual energy was like a shot of chicken blood, drilling into Wang Yong's body as if it were free. "Oh my god, this is efficient!" Wang Yong exclaimed. The talent of an SSS-level warrior was already abnormal enough, and with that precious food supplement, he actually felt like he was full. The after effect is so fucking strong. No, I have to digest the spiritual energy quickly, otherwise my body, which is born with supernatural power, will not be able to handle it. Wang Yong sat cross-legged on the ground, his face flushed, and big drops of sweat almost soaking his whole body. After a while, a small puddle of water appeared on the ground. This is a normal phenomenon in the practice of martial artists. It's just that Wang Yong's practice speed is too fast, and his body's metabolism is several times faster, which leads to such strange signs. Wang Yong closed his eyes and looked inward. When a warrior crosses the threshold of 0.6 level of energy, he has successfully opened up his acupoints. Generally speaking, the number of acupoints opened up determines whether the warrior will be powerful after becoming a level 1 warrior. Most of the recognized warriors, that is, those who have reached level 1 or above, are mostly B and C levels, and the number of acupoints opened is only 16 or 8. Then the task before reaching level 1 is to fill the open acupoints with spiritual energy. It is generally recognized that the higher the talent, the more acupoints are opened and the stronger the strength. I have an SSS level talent, and I have 256 acupoints opened. Although my talent is high and I can absorb spiritual energy quickly, the more acupoints I need to fill, the more resources and time I consume. Wang Yong looked inward calmly, and at the same time he took out a crystal core of an exotic beast from the storage space and crushed it. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged out, instantly replenishing the spiritual energy that was somewhat empty around him. About 10 minutes later, with the help of his invincible talent and the effects of qi and blood supplements, he easily filled an acupoint. That's fast. It seems that food supplements are extremely helpful to warriors. Wang Yong muttered to himself. Without wasting time, he took out more beast crystal cores again and began to replenish the surrounding spiritual energy to keep it in a relatively rich state. Soon, an hour passed. Large amounts of sweat appeared on the ground, as well as some white fragments of alien beast crystal cores. In 1 hour, all 6 acupoints were activated. Wang Yong opened his eyes in surprise, and with a slight movement, he felt the tremendous energy surging in his body. If he had C-level talent, he would be considered a level 0.9 warrior by lighting up 6 acupoints. However, with the blessing of SSS-level talent, Wang Yong was only at the beginning of level 0.6. On average, he needed to light up 64 acupoints to upgrade to 0.1 level. TSK. With this consumption, the resources used to upgrade to level 0 or 1 are enough for all A-level talent owners to practice all the way to warrior. Wang Yong said to himself. He did not continue to practice. Now that the effect of the qi and blood supplements had just worn off, Wang Yong discovered that relying solely on talent and resources to cultivate had slowed him down by dozens of times. He estimated that it would take at least 8 hours for the spiritual energy to fill up a single acupoint. Compared to the 10 minutes it took just now to find one acupoint, the speed is completely different. Without the effect of food supplements, the efficiency is too slow. I have a fake SSS level talent. Wang Yong complained with a sneer. If someone else heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood. If they met someone with a bad temper, they would probably grab Wang Yong's collar with red eyes and yell at him. You can't light up 3 acupoints after practicing for a whole day, is that slow? I'm lucky enough to be able to light up 1 A-level talent every 2 weeks. Believe it or not, I'll kill you, little bastard. Wang Yong's failure to continue cultivating his qi didn't mean he had stopped cultivating. He only saw his body move slightly, and a materialized qi and blood force appeared throughout his body. It was like a blood-red tornado, extremely terrifying. This is excess qi and blood. Don't forget that among the food supplements consumed by Wang Yong, the meat used was only a small part. Most of the value was in the qi and blood medicinal materials, and the qi and blood medicinal materials only had one function. That is replenishing qi and blood. Shen Men body tempering technique, standing still to strengthen the body, restraining the breath and tempering the energy standing still technique. Wang Yong's eyes lit up, and information about standing meditation suddenly appeared in his mind. Standing meditation consumes a lot of qi and blood to strengthen the body. Practicing this technique requires replenishing a lot of qi and blood at all times, otherwise it will damage the warrior's foundation. It is best to replenish it with food. After Wang Yong had gone through the Shenmen bodybuilding technique process, which he had memorized by heart, decisively circulate the qi and blood that are about to explode in your body according to the movement route of standing meditation. While trying to run the exercise circuit for the first time, he slowly stood up, tensed his body, lowered his center of gravity, twisted his left leg to the right, raised his right foot on tiptoe, put his hands together behind his waist, and stood in front of the mirror in a very strange posture. Wuji post. Wang Yong had already planned it. In Shenmen body strengthening technique, there are more than 20 kinds of standing posture cultivation methods recorded, such as plum blossom posture, horse stance, wuji stance, xuanmiao stance, and so on. Each type of stance corresponds to a special way of exercising qigong, and the corresponding exercises are different. Some require opening 12 meridians, while others only require opening 6 meridians. Moreover, the degree to which different standing postures strengthen the body is different, and the initial requirements for the body are also different. The higher the degree of strengthening and the more meridians opened, the higher the requirements for the body. After reading the introductions to various stance exercises and combat methods, Wang Yong resolutely chose the stance exercise that had the highest requirements on the physical body wuji stance. The number of meridians that need to be opened has reached an astonishing 18. It's you! Wuji's Wang. He quickly recalled the wuji stance, and after confirming that it was correct, he began to circulate his qi and blood to open his meridians. Wang Yong forced himself to suppress the discomfort in his body. The moment he formed the stance, the energy and blood that had been flowing extremely smoothly became obscured, just like a Ferrari replaced by an old ox, moving step by step, extremely slowly. The corners of his mouth twitched, and a feeling of pain and itchiness that was unbearable for ordinary people climbed up from his meridians. There's drama, that's the feeling. This was the first time Wang Yong experienced this feeling, but instead of giving up, his eyes lit up and he became extremely excited. According to the introduction of the exercises, this is the correct entry-level practice method and correct posture, in order to experience the feeling of opening the meridians. In jargon, this is called opening the pulse. In order to facilitate standing still, Wang Yong decisively took off his clothes and pants and only wore a pair of shorts. His posture was distorted and his face was ferocious. He was practicing. Oh my god, that's really perverted. Wang Yong glanced at the mirror beside him. I saw a naked man standing there with a ferocious face, his limbs twisted like a pretzel, and a ferocious expression. Those who know that this is cultivation, but those who don't think it is the scene of a vicious murder. The power of qi and blood turned into a small blood-red stream, which flowed through an extremely obscure and narrow meridian in Wang Yong's body with difficulty. The sour, itchy and numb feeling in it was so addictive that he couldn't stop. During the process of opening his pulse, Wang Yong always kept his eyes on the mirror, using the mirror image to check whether his pulse was opening correctly. When qi and blood condense in the tiny meridians, those veins that are usually not prominent will soon become prominent on the surface of the skin. It's a bit bloated and painful. It's my first time opening my meridians, and my body's meridians are a little uncomfortable with it. Just get through the first time. Wang Yong persisted with sweat all over his forehead and his body trembling slightly. Fortunately, he was born with supernatural powers. If it were an ordinary person, his blood vessels would probably explode immediately. Soon, the circulation of the meridians in the upper body ended, and most of the remaining energy and blood began to flow to the waist, and then to the lower body. Wang Yong widened his eyes, staring at the handsome face in the mirror, and then looked down. A little below the abdomen, a little above the base of the legs, directly opposite the tailbone. The power of qi and blood is opening the meridians there. For a man. Extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, the elixir will be destroyed and the pulse will be broken. That is the place where the first meridian of wuji posture must pass. The waist is also the most core part of a warrior. The meridians there are extremely complex, second only to the brain. Come to think of it, this is also the core of Wang Yong. Please. Don't let anything happen, just do it on the first try. No matter how high his energy level is or how strong his innate divine power is, the human body still has weaknesses and flaws. One of Wang Yong's killer martial arts, psychic communication, targets weaknesses and is extremely powerful. God, please keep Wang Xiaoyong safe and sound. Wang Yong muttered to himself as he carefully urged his qi and blood to drill towards a certain place. The tiny meridians were extremely sensitive at this time. Perfect ending. Pa. The end. Finally, after half an hour of persistence and hard work, Wang Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The first meridian was finally opened, and he used most of the remaining energy and blood to open the second meridian. You know, this was the first day, Wang Yong's first time. If the speed and progress were to get out, it would be jaw-dropping. Looking at the person in the mirror. From 2, Wang Yong nodded with satisfaction. A knowing smile. Isn't this unscientific? Joke. My majestic qi and blood power, masculine and upright, passes through the kidney area for a cycle, nourishing the yang, using qi and blood as fuel to make the yang fire soar to the sky. What's wrong? Standing in horse stance can nourish the kidneys. My wuji stance strengthens the kidneys and improves health. It makes sense, right? Wang Yong had to admit that although wuji zhuan was the most difficult standing practice, the most appealing aspect to him was naturally the tempering of qi and the strengthening of the body. Of course, the aphrodisiac and nourishing benefits, unlike other standing practices, also had a certain appeal to him. It's over. Wang Yong closed his eyes silently. He was a little surprised to find that after consuming the excess energy and blood in his body, his physical strength was actually a little stronger than before. Although it was not much, about 0.1%, but it was indeed stronger. This technique is truly amazing. Wang Yong exclaimed in amazement. You know, he now has a body at the level of a king beast. He can feel obvious progress when he just starts practicing. If he formally takes the introductory course and becomes proficient in it, his strength will make another qualitative leap. Maybe you can reach level 1 before becoming a level 1 warrior. This year's SSS District College entrance examination was held in Qingqing City. That was to say, Wang Yong met not only the geniuses from Qingqing City, but also the proud sons of the Frozen Earth City, the Black Water City, all the proud sons of the SSS District. If you say that no one can become a level 1 warrior before the college entrance examination, no one would believe it. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. There are still more than 50 days left anyway. Wang Yong withdrew his thoughts and looked at himself in the mirror. He was covered in sweat and the ground was wet with sweat. The floor was a mess and the whole bedroom looked dirty. Clean the floor first before taking a shower. Wang Yong's face darkened, and he made up his mind to be well prepared before the next practice. He skillfully grabbed a pack of unopened tissues on the bedside table and soaked up the sweat on the floor. What? How did you know there was a tissue by the bed? Come on, what guy doesn't have tissues by his bed? Probably more than 10 will be enough. Wang Yong hummed a little tune. After some practice, he had a clear practice goal and was in a very happy mood. Everything was going in the right direction, the only flaw was that my hands were shaking a little, like Parkinson's. But this is a minor problem. The aftereffects of the first pulse opening disappeared after a few minutes. Just like that, a minute later, Wang Yong, wearing only his underpants, skillfully cleaned up the floor and discovered that there were 2 more pieces of paper. In line with the principle of not wasting anything, Wang Yong wiped the sweat off his body and planned to put on some clothes and go out to take a shower. Just when Wang Yong was about to throw the tissue he had used to wipe his sweat into the trash can. Brother Wang Yong, something terrible has happened. Aunt Ching is back with a man. Right downstairs, it seems like they just finished a blind date. The girl's voice came, panting. Pushed the door open violently. What caught my eye was a tall and well-proportioned man in shorts, standing in front of the mirror. His well-developed muscles were evenly balanced and slightly glistened with sweat. Wang Yong was holding a completely soaked tissue in his hand. Qing Xiaoxue opened her mouth wide, her innocent little face filled with shock. I looked at the wrinkled and wet tissues on the ground and the freshly opened toilet paper. Then I understood something in an instant. There was a loud bang. The door is closed again. The room suddenly fell into deathly silence. That brother Wang Yong, I'm sorry for barging in without your notice. Sorry to bother you while you're working. Qing Xiaoxue's stammering and shy voice came. Wang Yong. Chapter 99 Aunt Ching's blind date. Crack. Accompanied by the hot air, Wang Yong took a clean towel to tuck his head and walked out of the bathroom. Finally washed and dried. Wang Yong stopped talking abruptly. He looked at Qing Xiaoxue, whose face was red in front of him, touched his nose, coughed, and walked towards her. Xiaoxue, actually. Wang Yong was about to explain when the girl blushed and handed over a dry new towel to the ground. Here. He silently put on a dry towel and continued to dry his hair. After a moment's silence and 2 seconds of brewing words, he said, "Xiaoshui, you actually misunderstood. I was practicing." "Yeah, I understand. Brother Wang Yong, I'm already 15 years old. According to Daxia law, I'm already an adult. Teacher Xiuhua told me in physiology class." It would have been fine if she hadn't explained, but once she did, Qing Xiaoshui's face became even redder, almost to the point of water dripping out. Warriors have strong rage. Excessive anger in certain areas is not good. We need to put it out. There's really no need to explain this. I understand. She took the towel Wang Yong used to wipe his hair and awkwardly squeezed it into a ball with her little hands. The enchanting scene he had seen when he opened the door just now kept lingering in his mind, that slender and well-proportioned figure, with clearly defined and explosive muscles. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Yong almost couldn't breathe. I didn't say anything, and you understood? I feel numb. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. What did you say just now about Aunt Ching's blind date? Wang Yong said depressedly. He didn't expect that he, the future god of war, would be humiliated in front of his own sister. Oh. Qing Xiaoshue collected her confused thoughts and it took her a while to calm down. It's like this. I was doing my homework in the living room just now. I heard a conversation outside, and then I saw a man get out of my mother's car. He seemed to be saying something about having dinner together next time. Then what? Wang Yong frowned and began to think. As far as he knew, Aunt Ching had not looked for a partner since her sister and brother-in-law, Qing Xiaoshue's biological parents, died in the war, in order to raise Qing Xiaoshue healthily. Even though matchmakers had knocked on her door, she had never approached any member of the opposite sex. Could it be that because Xiaoshue is already 15 and an adult, Auntie Ching thinks she can be independent and plans to find a boyfriend? He thought silently, not knowing what to say. After all, no matter how close he was to Aunt Ching, he couldn't interfere with her marriage. I don't like him. Qing Xiaoshue saw Wang Yong fall into deep thought, and after hesitating for a moment, she spoke. "Huh? What's wrong?" Wang Yong was surprised and looked at Qing Xiaoshue. "The way that man looked at my mother and me made me feel very uncomfortable," the girl said softly. This sentence instantly sounded the alarm for Wang Yong. He hurriedly asked, "Did that man do anything to you?" "No." Qing Xiaoshue shook her head decisively, tilting her head. After thinking for a long time, she gestured, "I feel that man and brother Wang Yong give me a very different feeling. I can't explain how disgusting he is." Wang Yong smiled and rubbed the girl's head. "Don't worry, I'll go ask Aunt Ching, just leave it to me," he said confidently. At this time, the man who had a blind date with Aunt Ching did not go far away, but was invited into the house for tea and chat. As Wang Yong just went downstairs, a gentle female voice was heard. "Xiaoyong, you're here." Aunt Ching was seen wearing a well-tailored cheongsam, with her thighs split revealing her snow-white and smooth skin. She was sitting on the sofa, looking elegant and charming. Time can hardly leave any trace on it. Wang Yong was slightly stunned, then sneered, "Yes, Aunt Ching is still young, only in her early 30s. He sat down next to Aunt Ching, and opposite him was a slightly plump man in a suit. Wang Yong squinted his eyes and glanced at the man sitting opposite him. This isn't handsome either. With a mustache that's neither Western nor Chinese, a shiny face, and a round belly, he looks like the character in a TV drama who calls himself Taijun. Aunt Ching has such poor vision. Even if I find a handsome guy who is slightly inferior to me in appearance, it's fine. Of course, if I find a guy whose appearance can match mine, then Aunt Ching will never get married in this life." Wang Yong calmly withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. She signaled to Aunt Ching with her eyes. "Auntie Ching, if you feel threatened, just blink. With me here, you'll never find any of those Japanese plots like, 'Madam, you don't want to lose this job either.'" Despite Wang Yong's constant hints, Aunt Ching still didn't show any reaction. Her smiling face and slightly upturned red lips alone were enough to captivate the man sitting across from her on the sofa. "Xiaoyong, come and have some tea. This is my colleague, Li Gang. Li Gang, this is my brother." Aunt Ching introduced the two to each other with a smile. Li Gang nodded and smiled gently at Wang Yong. He didn't worry about why his future brother-in-law had the surname Wang. At least it was good enough that his neighbor didn't have the same surname as Wang. "Hello." Li Gang greeted Wang Yong with a smile, exuding a friendly atmosphere. Everyone knows that there are 3 types of people a man must please when he starts a family: father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law. Oh, so you're Aunt Ching's friend. I'm Aunt Ching's younger brother. Wang Yong was stunned for a moment, then spoke enthusiastically, half standing up and extending his hand towards him. Hello, hello. Seeing Wang Yong's enthusiasm, Li Gang felt relieved. It seems this brother-in-law is quite good. He placed the 2 exquisite boxes he had brought on the table and pushed them towards Wang Yong. Taking advantage of the situation, he stood up, shook Wang Yong's hand, and said cheerfully, "It's our first meeting. I don't know what to call you." When Wang Yong saw that the visitor actually brought a gift, his eyes lit up instantly. Look at the exquisite packaging and the overflowing aura. Obviously, that was a valuable crystal core of an exotic beast. Hello, hello. Wang Yong also stood up, and the 2 of them held hands tightly, like good brothers who had not seen each other for a long time. He turned his head to look at the little head that quietly popped out from upstairs, with an expression that said, "Leave everything to me." He turned around and said with a smile, "Hello, hello, just call me Brother Yong." As she spoke, she put her arm around his shoulders, linked their arms around each other's shoulders as if they were brothers, and was about to walk out the door. Brother Yong. Li Gang was a little confused. But Wang Yong still held his shoulders, and his whole short and fat body seemed to take off, and his mind was in a mess. Who I am? Where am I? Am I not a level 0.6 warrior? Why does he seem so powerful? Bigger than me? Li Gang, as Ching Yi's colleague, has been pursuing Ching Yi for more than a year, but has been rejected repeatedly. The goddess finally agreed to have a meal with him, and naturally made ample preparations, even giving resources for martial artists to practice as a small gift, which shows that she put a lot of thought into it. Hey, Brother Yong, where are you taking me? Li Gang blushed before he could say a word. We hit it off right away and I was planning to find a place to have a good chat. What's wrong? Brother Li, you don't give me face. Wang Yong's face instantly darkened. Give it to me. Of course I will. How can I not give face to Brother Yong when he speaks? Tell me. Where are you going? I'll take you there right away. Li Gang seemed to have gotten into the mood unknowingly after calling out Brother Yong twice. Wang Yong completely controlled the discourse power. He rolled his eyes and said earnestly, Xiao Li. It's not that Brother Yong doesn't trust you. Right now, Daxia's population is booming, and internal pressure is high. The marriage rate hits a new low every year. Many people your age don't plan to get married. Brother Yong, I understand. Li Gang also sighed and said in a deep tone. People around me often tell me the same thing, trying to persuade me to give up pursuing Sister Chang. But can I? I've been secretly in love with, openly in love with Sister Ching for 5 years. Everyone in the company knows about it. Brother Yong, I always believe that lovers will eventually get married. As he spoke, his greedy eyes swept over the woman with curvaceous figure sitting quietly on the sofa. There are no lovers nowadays. It's all the rich people who get married. Wang Yong continued to persuade. He saw the greed and passion in Li Gang's eyes just now, but didn't say anything. Hey, Brother Yong, your words really hit the nail on the head. Li Gang's eyes widened instantly and he looked at Wang Yong with the look of a close friend. So? Wang Yong narrowed his eyes, and the real purpose was revealed. Do you have a room? Real estate. I really don't have any. Li Gang's expression was a little gloomy. That's such a pity. Wang Yong had just finished speaking. But my father gave me a villa and 2 renovated commercial houses in the city center. Li Gang sighed. Wang Yong. He turned his head thoughtfully and glanced at Aunt Ching, who was still silent on the sofa. Do you have a car? No. Li Gang spoke again dejectedly. Your dad also gave you one? Wang Yong answered quickly. No. Li Gang shook his head again. My dad gave me a fleet of cars. Wang Yong. He took a deep breath and glanced down at the ground. You are still young, and your career has just begun. A man should focus on his career. You know what I mean. After saying that, Wang Yong stared at Li Gang closely, and when he saw that he was speechless for a long time, he couldn't help but twist the corner of his mouth. Hee hee, you little brat. You still want to fight me? Li Gang sighed deeply, and his gaze towards Wang Yong gradually softened. Brother Wang Yong really understands my pain. As a man, I also understand that I should focus on my career. But Wang Yong instantly had a bad feeling. But my dad said he'll retire early in 5 years and leave the company to me. What should I do? My heart aches. Li Gang spoke in a sad voice, almost crying. Wang Yong. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to slap the Versailles guy in front of him to death. I cursed silently in my heart, evil capitalists. Glancing at it, he saw the luxury watch casually revealed under Li Gang's sleeve, as well as the expensive perfume on his body. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Opening his mouth, he uttered the final soul-searching question. Are you as handsome as me? Li Gang, who had just regained some confidence, was instantly confused. That's such a pity. Wang Yong shook his head. Aunt Ching doesn't like people who are uglier than me. Huh? Li Gang was deeply confused. That's right, Aunt Ching likes handsome boys like me who are the most handsome in the world. Just give up. Wang Yong puffed out his chest and said proudly. Bang! The next second, a crisp slapping sound was heard. Wang Yong was almost slapped to the ground. Xiao Yong, you're itching for trouble, aren't you? Aunt Ching's gentle voice came. Ahem. Wang Yong's expression changed drastically, and he immediately changed his tone. Huh? Well, I was just joking. Don't mind it. Oh. Li Gang nodded belatedly. Brother Wang Yong, you must be thirsty. Here's a cup of tea I made for you. Wang Yong lowered his head and saw Qin Xiuxue handing him a cup of mild tea. Well, a little. Wang Yong nodded. He took the tea, blew on it, and drank the green tea in one gulp. While drinking, he clearly noticed an evil and obscure gaze passing by him. Then, Qin Xiuxue hid slightly behind Wang Yong and pinched the corner of his clothes with her small hands. Wang Yong put down the teacup calmly. Raise your head. Seeing Li Gang still gentle and calm, there was nothing unusual. This is my sister, Xiaoxue. Sorry, I'm a little shy. Wang Yong put his hand on the shoulder of the girl hiding behind him and introduced her. Oh. Li Gang suddenly realized and looked at Qin Xiaoxue's pretty face with a smile. Just when he was about to say something, Qin Xiaoxue ran upstairs in her rabbit slippers. Li Gang was left standing there awkwardly. I'm going to the bathroom, Li Gang said, with a dark look in his eyes. While Li Gang was going to the restroom on the pretext of going to the toilet, Wang Yong came to the opposite side of the sofa, sat down in front of Aunt Ching, and asked seriously, Aunt Ching, are you really planning to go on a blind date and marry him? Aunt Ching finally spoke. She leaned against the sofa, her body curved into a surprising curve, and said with a smile, what else? Aunt Ching, do I have to ask your opinion before I go to the other side? Shouldn't we be more cautious about such an important matter in life? Wang Yong swallowed his saliva. His eyes were fixed on the coffee table that had just been used. Look steadily forward. Wang Yong tried his best to choose his words carefully. After hesitating for a moment, he said, he doesn't seem like a good person. Then repeated, good man. Xiao Yong, you are still a student and don't understand these things. Aunt Ching looked out the window. Li Gang's company group is the developer of this residential complex. You know that this place is rich in spiritual energy and has an excellent geographical location. It's almost one of the most core areas of Qingcheng. What bullshit! It's just a house in a great location. It's just in the residential area with the highest spiritual energy in Qingcheng City. Wang Yong clenched his fists and couldn't help but interrupt. A house? Do you know how high the housing prices are here? Aunt Ching smiled faintly. How high? The spiritual energy here is extremely rich. It is used for the relatives of heroes to live in. The housing prices are more than 10 times that of the city center. It is probably 100,000 yen coins per square meter. Aunt Ching said softly. Fuck. Wang Yong was stunned. I couldn't help but curse. 100,000 yen per square meter, according to the concept of the previous life, that is 1 million per square meter? This is even more outrageous than the so-called Sihiyuan in the capital. But the next second, Wang Yang suddenly thought of something and said in surprise. If I remember correctly, if you get first place in the college entrance examination in Qingcheng, the city government will permanently gift you 2 houses. You can choose one at will. If you get first place in Sish district, the city government will permanently gift your family a building with spiritual energy no less than this one. That is to say, if I get first place in the college entrance examination, right? Wang Yong looked at Aunt Ching. A look of hope appeared on his face. That's right. This is a good idea. Aunt Ching looked at the excited Wang Yong with a faint smile. There are so many talented people on the college entrance exam. Are you sure? Of course. Wang Yong smiled confidently, his aura surging, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Who else but me could be the #1 scholar? Well, now there is another question, Aunt Ching suddenly said. What's the problem? Wang Yong was stunned. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. How can I reject him with a legitimate reason? Aunt Ching pointed in the direction of the toilet. After all, there are still more than 50 days until the college entrance examination, so we have to find a place to stay. Wang Yong smiled evilly and looked in that direction. Leave this to me. We've got the little bastard. All you need is a hand. Chapter 100. Your Cadillac is fake. How to reject a passionate pursuer with a legitimate reason. Wang Yong pondered for a moment. He doesn't understand, he's not a woman. So we need to change our thinking. He skillfully opened the mobile communicator, found a girl's profile picture, and clicked on it. Brave and invincible, Dee Dee. Are you there? 2 seconds later. Fong Yuching, I'm here. What's up? Why do girls become disappointed in men? Wang Yong pondered for a moment and decided to ask a different question. Fong Yuching, why do you ask that? Do you think I'll be disappointed in you? Omega. Wang Yong's face turned dark and he was about to turn off his phone when Fong Yuching sent him another message. Fong Yuching, this is simple. Breaking promises, betrayal, bad conduct, lack of loyalty, etc. Why are you asking these questions? It's nothing, girls shouldn't ask about that. Fong Yuching, okay, I'm cleaning at Grandpa Lee's house in Moli Hadong. Grandpa Lee misses you too. I'll come see you tonight, okay? Fong Yuching, Omega? Fong Yuching hadn't finished what she was saying, but Wang Yong didn't seem to notice. He looked at the person in the toilet who was about to come out and quickly typed. Stop being so cute, I have something to do tonight and I have to go to school tomorrow. Anyway, I'm busy right now. After saying that, he turned off the screen of his phone, forcibly ending the endless chat. On the other side, Fong Yuching put down her phone angrily, revealing an indignant look. Alright, it's only been a short time and you're already annoyed with me. Aren't we friends? Hey, who made my little Yuching angry? Uncle Lee came over with a large stack of thread-bound books and put them on the ground. There are a lot of books, but they all look tattered, and the yellowed pages are mottled with the breath of time. There were a lot of books, enough for 2 large sacks, but Uncle Lee held them in his arms easily, and he didn't look tired at all. Yes, Xiao Yuching, most of the Fong family genealogies in Qingqing City that you want are here. Those that are not here have basically been discontinued. Uncle Lee shook his head. Oh, thank you, Uncle Lee. Fong Yuching smiled sweetly. It's a small matter. Come on, girl, what are you looking for these for? Uncle Lee asked curiously. Help a bastard find someone. It is said that more than 1,000 years ago, that family had an only son named Fong Ji, whose ancestor was Fong Lei. Fong Yuching gritted his teeth, as if the man had a grudge against him, but his hands moved meticulously as he searched through a pile of preserved family trees. TSK. I didn't expect my little Yuching would do this for a man. Uncle Lee sat comfortably on the recliner. Flash. In a faint voice, he said, there are still more than 50 days left. After the college entrance examination, the Fong family will come to the capital to pick us up. Girl, have you told them about this? The voice was very soft and carried into Fong Yuching's ears with the breeze. The girl's body stiffened, a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes, and her expression became dim. No further words were spoken. Wang Yong's eyes flashed. I understand. After putting away his phone, he came to the bathroom door. After a few seconds, the toilet door opened and Li Gang appeared again. Brother Yong? Why are you here? When Li Gang saw Wang Yong actually guarding outside the door, a rare, barely perceptible panic appeared on his face. Nothing much, I just saw that we got along well, so I wanted to talk to you again. Wang Yong patted his shoulder affectionately. Let's chat, okay? Li Gang laughed. Without any explanation, Wang Yong dragged her out of the house. Brother Yong, where are you taking me? Li Gang asked curiously. Let's go out and have some fun. We hit it off right away, so why not relax a bit? Wang Yong said cheerfully. Oh, that's right. Li Gang was delighted. He felt that he had basically won over his brother-in-law and was so happy that his belly fat trembled. He patted his chest excitedly and said, Okay, Brother Yong, I know there are several famous hotels in Xinjiang. I'll take you to see them today. Then he quickly named several places, all of which were extremely famous 5-star hotels and private chefs in Xinjiang City. But as soon as his proposal was put forward, it was rejected by Wang Yong. What you said is too old-fashioned, no. Wang Yong said carelessly. Follow Brother Yong and I'll take you to a place where you can truly relax. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call a taxi. Brother Yong, what are you doing? Don't forget, I have a car. Li Gang took out the car keys from Wang Yong and smiled proudly. Let's go. Where to? It's all up to Brother Yong to command. I'll treat you. Li Gang said proudly. Sensible. Wang Yong gave a thumbs up. When I went downstairs, I saw a black Cadillac with its lights on. It was obviously Li Gang's car. Oh my god, Cadillac, that's awesome, brother. Wang Yong looked shocked and gave him a thumbs up. Li Gang was flattered by the praise and said proudly, Of course, this is the cheapest car in the fleet my dad gave me. Really? Wang Yong was even more shocked. Of course, Li Gang laughed with his hands on his hips, turning his head away and deliberately not looking at Wang Yong. In fact, he persuaded his father to buy him this car. Let's go. Get in the car. Wang Yong got into the car and touched things around as if he had never seen the world before, with a look of excitement on his face. High-end, grand, and classy. Wow! He exclaimed. Li Gang became even more proud when he saw this. Do you like it? Of course, having a car is so convenient. I like it. Then when I marry your Aunt Ching, I'll give you one. Really? Can you give this to me? Wang Yong was surprised. Ahem. Li Gang's face froze and he was instantly choked by a sentence. I'm afraid this won't work. Why? Isn't this the cheapest car? Wang Yong sniffed calmly. After becoming a warrior and possessing a physique born with supernatural powers, his sense of smell has become much stronger than before. Although the car had been cleaned many times before arriving, and even the interior had been disassembled and thoroughly cleaned, Wang Yong still smelled a complex fragrance. There is elegance, lightness, and expense, there is even a sickening smell of the sea and heather. It seems that this co-pilot has a lot of experience. She often pretends to be a little girl. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, he is not a good person. The vehicle starts. Li Gang skillfully turned out of the street and came to the road. Then, following Wang Yong's instructions, we drove for more than 20 minutes. Drive to the last intersection. Brother Yong, where are you going? Show me the way. After a while, Wang Yong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, still did not respond. Li Gang turned his head and looked at Wang Yong, who was actually frowning and thinking here. Brother Yong? What's wrong? He asked doubtfully. This Cadillac of yours is fake. Wang Yong pondered for a moment, put one hand on the bridge of his nose, and pretended to lift his non-existent glasses, revealing a wise light. Brother Yong, you can't say that. My dad personally took me to the store to pick up this Cadillac. It cost me 300,000 yenbi. How could it be fake? Li Gang was instantly excited and spoke with great confidence. Really? Wang Yong sneered. Pointing at the steering wheel, he said with a firm look. The stuff they bought there must be fake. Otherwise, why doesn't this car know to turn left? Li Gang was confused. I subconsciously turned left as Wang Yong said, and coincidentally, I stopped in front of a happy footbath city. Wang Yong got out of the car and sneered. A real Cadillac, even with a bad steering wheel, can always drive itself to the bathing center. And your car can't even drive itself. Xiao Li, you bought a fake car.